Upon awakening from slumber, Chucheng discovered that overnight, the Earth of the real world had astonishingly transformed into an urban landscape inhabited by elves. Simultaneously, his familial circumstances had undergone a profound metamorphosis. What? My father is the master of a dragon-type gym, and my mother is a Pokémon researcher at the Imperial Capital Research Institute. Regaining his senses, Chucheng resolutely decided to pursue his long-cherished dream of becoming a Pokémon Master. The fusion of illusion and psychic powers grants mastery over the phantasmal dominion of mirage of flowers and water, embodied by Zoroark. Emotion, will, and wisdom. These three intertwine to forge the supreme and formidable psychic queen, Shenado, transcending the dichotomy of good and evil. Activating the power of the world tree, the valiant hero Lucario, a beacon of hope from the remnants of the old world and the dawn of the new. Rending the tempest, shattering the thunder, the sky monarch, the blood-drenched new moon dragon, reigns supreme over the heavens. In the depths of the dark underworld, the reborn sun manifests as the fire deity, Volcarona, commanding the earth. Harnessing sandstorms and molten lava, the earth tyrant, Bangilas, strides forth. Reborn, Chucheng leads his companions toward the pinnacle of trainers. Chapter 1. The Fusion of Elves and Reality. Dongwang, July 7th, 2017, Summer. At 7:40 in the morning, the weather was clear, and the sun rose as punctually as ever, radiating warmth and light across the sky. In his bedroom, Chucheng remained ensconced in the realm of dreams. For a high school student, there is nothing more paramount during these initial days of summer vacation than the indulgence of sleeping in, and he was savoring this rare tranquility. The entire room was enveloped in silence, with the only sounds being the faint rhythm of breathing, the distant hum of the air conditioning, harmonizing with the outside season, creating an atmosphere of serene harmony. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, a frantic telephone ring shattered the tranquil ambience of the room. The sudden clamor resonated harshly within the stillness of the bedroom. It wasn't until the third ring that a hand finally emerged from under the covers to grasp the phone on the bedside table. Hello. You little rascal, what time is it? Are you still in bed? Have you forgotten what day it is? Hurry up, get ready, and have breakfast. Didn't you already arrange to meet someone at school this morning to register for your trainer qualifications? Hurry up, and remember not to be late. The authoritative voice of Chucheng's father boomed through the phone. Upon answering the call, the sudden barrage of words startled Chucheng, who was still in a semi-conscious state. However, he instinctively murmured a response to the somewhat familiar voice. I got it. I'll get up right away, don't worry, okay? After reluctantly managing a response, Chucheng hung up the phone and snuggled back into his blankets, preparing to indulge in a few more minutes of precious sleep. Yet, suddenly, as he nestled deeper into the covers, a shiver ran down Chucheng's spine, as if he had realized something was amiss, prompting him to sit upright. Register? Trainer, had I played too many games, conjuring illusions? Realizing this, Chucheng found himself perplexed. What was happening? Hadn't summer vacation just begun? He was supposed to be hibernating at home, playing games all night. What was going on? Surely his father hadn't, like him, played too many Pokémon games and succumbed to hallucinations, or had he simply misheard while still half asleep? Where did this notion of Pokémon trainers in the real world come from? Gently patting his cheeks to awaken himself, he mused, I can't still be dreaming, can I? Struggling to regain full consciousness, Chucheng rubbed his eyes, appearing particularly perplexed. However, he soon noticed something amiss. He descended from the bed and began to survey the opulent bedroom that felt strangely unfamiliar to him. A foreign ceiling, huh? No. What on earth am I doing here? In this day and age, I have heard of mud trucks traversing dimensions and electric shocks transporting individuals, but surely there cannot be a phenomenon of sleeping one's way into another world. Ding, 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 ding. At that moment, the mobile phone on the bedside table rang in perfect synchrony, and as he picked it up, he discovered a plethora of trending news notifications had just popped up. Upon gazing at the app icon, he finally recognized something familiar. It was a penguin, yet curiously, it appeared to be a steel-type penguin. Contemplating that he could glean some understanding of the current situation through the news, Chucheng hesitated not and chose to view the notifications. However, merely reading the headlines left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Setting a new record, the number of high school students in our country expressing intent to enroll in Pokémon trainer programs is anticipated to rise by approximately 11.3 compared to previous years. Recently, Professor Smith, a renowned scientist from the White Eagle Federation, stated that the Pokémon Fossil Revival Project has made significant progress. The Miskatonic Institute has successfully resurrected the prehistoric ice and snow dragon from ancient realms dating back millions of years, with specific results to be unveiled at a press conference in 1 week. Shocking news. During the holiday, 3 university students ventured into the depths of the Qinling Mountains for exploration and were attacked by unknown Pokémon, resulting in 2 fatalities and 1 injury. The injured party is currently undergoing emergency treatment. The Alliance has announced an increase in restrictions and audits for personnel exploring high-risk areas, urging all trainers to prioritize their safety and adhere strictly to Alliance regulations. What on earth is all this? Could it be that I have truly arrived in the world of Pokémon? At this moment, Chucheng felt a throbbing headache. The discomfort in his mind caused him to furrow his brow. Nevertheless, in pursuit of clarity regarding his current predicament, he endured the discomfort and continued reading. Not flying. Ice and snow dragon? A dragon? Has archaeology finally unearthed a dragon-type Pokémon? With such a name, it must surely possess both dragon and ice attributes. Bubbly Magikarp. Who knows? It might just be another dragon, like the fossilized Aerodactyl. Specific details have yet to be disclosed. Flying-type Master. No way. No way. Is there truly still someone who believes that if it has dragon in its name, it must be a dragon-type Pokémon? I suspect it might just be an ice and flying-type Pokémon. I really want a Shenado. I'm quite interested in that unknown Pokémon from the Qinling Mountains. Could it be a Pokémon that accidentally emerged from an incomplete fusion in a new realm? Does anyone have images to share? Snuggling with Eevee. Doesn't anyone think these university students are being overly audacious? They dare to venture into those perilous wilderness areas before even graduating. The depths of the Qinling Mountains are officially classified as a Class A danger zone. I believe the increasing number of Pokémon trainers isn't entirely a good thing. Suddenly, while perusing the comments, Chucheng clutched his head as a sharp pain surged through him. It felt as though his entire head was about to split open and memories began to flood his mind, intertwining and causing his brain to nearly explode. After a while, he finally ceased rolling on the bed in agony and took some time to recover, though his complexion remained pallid and drenched in sweat, appearing exceptionally weak. So it turns out all of this is real. I truly am in the world of Pokémon. After untangling the chaotic memories in his mind, Chucheng began to comprehend his situation. It was not that he had traversed dimensions. Rather, the entire world had transformed, with everything except himself having changed. He remained Chucheng, yet the world was no longer the same. Upon awakening, it seemed that the real world had merged with the Pokémon world, according to the memories in his mind. The historical progression of this new world initially mirrored that of the familiar blue star, until centuries ago, when one day, countless otherworldly realms suddenly descended upon this world, bringing with them Pokémon, these extraordinary beings. The arrival of Pokémon skewed the entire course of Earth's history. In the beginning, humanity was filled with immense terror when confronted with these beings capable of flight, fire, water, and the ability to easily conjure fierce winds and earthquakes, even altering landscapes and climates. People referred to them as monstrous beasts or demons. Eventually, through a series of fortunate circumstances, some humans formed bonds with Pokémon, and they began to coexist harmoniously. It was only at this point that people realized these terrifying monsters were not entirely beyond reach. They possessed intelligence and wisdom far exceeding that of ordinary animals, showing affection to humans they recognized. Thus, with the efforts of particularly gifted individuals, the first Pokémon tamers emerged, later documented as the origin of the trainer profession. With the aid of Pokémon, humanity was finally able to embark on a new developmental journey in this unprecedented world, ultimately leading to the establishment of numerous powerful Pokémon empires. Over the course of countless centuries, innumerable nations rose and fell, ultimately leading to their demise. Later, as more realms continued to arrive, an increasing number of monstrous beings entered Earth, while humanity's population surged alongside its development. Even though the Earth's size expanded significantly with the integration of these realms, conflict between humans and Pokémon ultimately erupted. At the war's outset, despite the existence of Pokémon tamers, humanity suffered continuous setbacks against the overwhelming numbers of Pokémon, leading to the annihilation of countless smaller nations. However, the pressures of war served as a catalyst for progress, resulting in remarkable advancements in human technology. Thus, both sides fought fiercely, plunging the entire world into chaos. Ultimately, the interminable conflict awakened those known as gods. With the intervention of legendary Pokémon, the cataclysmic war that engulfed the world was finally brought to a reluctant close. In the aftermath, nations swiftly established various alliances based on their previous territories, intensifying the exploration of relics from the realms and gaining further understanding of extraterrestrial civilizations and Pokémon. They began to impose restrictions on the misuse of Pokémon powers, and the profession of trainer began to take shape, though the powers of Pokémon remained largely in the hands of select few. In the early 20th century, after decades of diligent research, Pokeballs were finally created. That same year, the World Pokémon Union Conference was established, officially replacing the term monstrous beasts with Pokémon as recorded in relic civilizations. With the advent of Pokeballs, the ability to capture Pokémon became widespread, and the profession of Pokémon trainer finally took its rightful place on the historical stage. Today, Pokémon have fully integrated into every aspect of human life, and the role of trainer has become the protagonist of the new century. It turns out I have indeed entered the urban world of Pokémon. Reflecting upon the novels he had read prior to his journey, Chucheng couldn't help but smile. In a world devoid of Pokémon, boredom equates to a decline in civilization. In a world enriched with Pokémon, excitement signifies a flourishing civilization. However, after fully merging with his memories, Chucheng was astonished to discover that, although he still retained the essence of his former self, he now possessed the memories of the Pokémon world. Yet, his familial background had undergone a monumental transformation. Initially, Chucheng's parents were merely ordinary individuals. His father ran a small business, his mother worked in a hospital, and he had an elder sister named Chu Jin, who had just graduated from university in Magic City and was preparing to enter the workforce. Their family's circumstances were not poor, but merely average. However, in this merged reality, Chucheng's father had become the gym leader of the Dragon-type gym in the Imperial capital, his mother was a Pokémon professor, and his sister was a top student in the Pokémon Battle Department at Magic City University. As for himself, he seemed to have merely reverted to the state he was in 2 years prior, once again facing the hardships of being a soon-to-be senior student. Apart from having better grades, not much else appeared to have changed. It felt as if he were wearing a disguise. Goodness, my father is now a gym leader, and my mother is a Pokémon professor. Am I not the chosen one? This means I have effectively become a second-generation wealthy individual, or rather, a second-generation Pokémon heir. Could this be a benefit of being a time traveler? Understanding his current situation, Chucheng's mouth nearly twisted into a grin. Who hasn't dreamed of waking up as a second-generation wealthy heir? The notion of living a life of leisure, where one could indulge in whatever one pleased, seemed to have materialized for him. With this thought, Chucheng's grin widened, and the headache that had previously threatened to explode now seemed to have lessened. No. Having finally arrived in the long-desired world of Pokémon, how can I allow myself to fall into complacency? I must strive to make the most of it. Chucheng suddenly slapped his face, shaking off the remnants of his dreamy reverie, and solemnly declared to himself. It wasn't that he was particularly enlightened, but he needed to remember that he was now in the world of Pokémon. As a child, during summer vacations, while watching Pokémon, who hadn't fantasized about capturing Pokémon? The scenes of exuberantly shouting, "Pokémon, get days," and "I want to become a Pokémon Master" during one's adolescent phase evoke a bittersweet nostalgia. Countless individuals in the real world have yearned to enter the beloved Pokémon realm, to encounter those beings that exist solely in the realm of imagination, to cultivate relationships, travel together, battle, and embark on adventures, aspiring to reach the pinnacle of being a trainer. Speaking of which, it seems he was not the type who obsessively studied strategies and tactics for battles. At most, he was merely an aficionado of completing the Pokédex, quite different from the technical experts often portrayed in novels. Chucheng was not among those ultimate battling enthusiasts, nor was he a hardcore fan. He had merely watched the vast majority of the anime and some manga and owned a few Pokémon games. He would describe himself as a casual player well acquainted with the Pokémon series. In his childhood, while watching the original series on television, he had once entertained fantasies of capturing Pokémon and becoming a Pokémon Master, never imagining that such dreams could become a reality. Even if he were offered a life of idleness, he would refuse. By the way, it seemed that his father had mentioned something about registering as a Pokémon trainer over the phone. Recalling this, Chucheng's headache vanished. He sprang out of bed, unable to contain his excitement, brimming with anticipation for his future life as a trainer. Chapter 2. The Domestic Cat, Zoroark. In the restroom, as he carefully scrutinized the handsome, youthful figure reflected in the mirror and gently touched his still slender, attractive face. Chucheng couldn't help but marvel at his status as a fresh-faced high school student. How handsome, how delightful, he mused while attending to his morning routine. Before long, having completed his preparations, Chucheng reclined on the sofa in the living room, finally finding the time to examine the unfamiliar home before him. Indeed, it was a strange abode. After splashing some cool water on his face, his excitement gradually calmed. From the memories that had recently surfaced, he realized that, upon entering high school, students typically resided in dormitories. However, compared to the relative freedom of university accommodations, high school regulations were undoubtedly more stringent. Consequently, after much persuasion, his ever-doting mother, who was already concerned about her precious son, made a substantial decision and purchased a spacious flat in a high-end apartment complex near the school. Thus, he seamlessly transitioned from his family home to this new residence, now entirely his own. Reflecting upon the days when his family of four was crammed into a mere 80 square meters of dilapidated space, he gazed around at the luxurious penthouse, which spanned an impressive 400 to 500 square meters and even boasted a rooftop garden. Despite having accepted the memories flooding his mind, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of astonishment. Such is the privilege of being a second-generation Pokémon trainer. Truly, he was enamored. However, recalling his impending registration as a trainer, he decided to forego any further distractions. He strode into the kitchen, intending to prepare a quick bite to stave off his hunger. Opening the refrigerator, he found some chilled moo milk and a selection of pre-made sandwiches, perfect for a quick meal. According to the memories that surfaced in his mind, these provisions were likely prepared by his mother in anticipation of his habitual reluctance to make breakfast, with the housekeeper regularly replenishing supplies every few days. Gulp. The flavor was exquisite, a testament to the quality of Pokémon products. After savoring a sip of the moo milk, its silky texture and rich aroma far surpassed any milk he had previously tasted. Chucheng closed his eyes in delight. Seated at the dining table, he casually browsed his phone while enjoying breakfast, watching an array of humorous videos from various Pokémon enthusiasts that made him laugh heartily. As he watched the charming antics of the Pokémon showcased in the clips, memories of the cat he once rescued began to emerge. If memory served him correctly, he had found that cat during the summer after his second year of high school. By now, it should have been brought home by him. With the timeline altered, so much had changed around him. It was hard to believe that the only constant could be a solitary cat. Could it be that the kitten he rescued had transformed into a Pokémon in this new reality? With this thought, Chucheng found it impossible to remain still. He quickly finished his breakfast, polished off the remainder of the moo milk, and dashed toward the rooftop garden. As he traversed the marble staircase and reached the corner of the second floor, he flung open the door to the terrace, only to be startled as a snow-white figure suddenly lunged at him from above. Having already instinctively dodged, he quickly recognized the identity of the figure. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp enough to halt his retreat, catching the little creature in his arms. Phew, it seems my physical prowess is still commendable. If I were to revert to my university days, I might have thrown my back out. Gazing at the familiar figure nestled in his embrace, he recognized the little cat he had once cared for. It had been about a week since he had rescued this kitten, and it had grown fond of him, shedding its initial shyness. Any lingering disappointment he felt upon seeing that the cat had not changed vanished completely. So what if it hadn't transformed? With his current identity, he certainly wouldn't lack for a starter Pokémon. He eagerly lavished affection upon the kitten and then placed it back in its cozy nook. After fetching some food and water, he prepared everything, gently patting its head. Little one, I'm heading out shortly. Today is my registration day as a trainer, and I might need to return home for a bit. Please behave yourself while I'm away. I promise to bring you a Pokémon companion upon my return. Having arranged everything, Chucheng turned to leave for the stairs, unaware that the kitten, having thoroughly enjoyed his affection, was now alert and wide-eyed. Upon hearing trainer, a glimmer of pink light flickered in its eyes. The mention of a Pokémon companion sent it into a frenzy. As Chucheng made his way out, the little creature darted in front of him, blocking his path and gripping his pant leg tightly, as if refusing to let him go. What's the matter? I'm not abandoning you, he chuckled, bemused by the kitten's fervent reaction. I'm merely stepping out for a bit. How about I take you home with me once I finish my errands? Seeing the kitten persistently refusing to relent, Chucheng had no choice but to crouch down and gently stroke its little head, offering reassurance. Meow? The kitten, gazing up at him, seemed to have made up its mind, nodding with determination. A flicker of pink light danced in its eyes again, and soon, it enveloped its entire form. Chucheng, taken aback, quickly stood up, but, recalling that he was now in the Pokémon world, regained his composure. He took a step back to give it some space, watching intently as the transformation unfolded. As the radiant glow dissipated, the once adorable kitten had vanished, replaced by a small fox with a grayish-white body, striking orange eyes, and red and white fur adorning its neck, head, and tail, accented by 2 red circles on its forehead. Staring at the little fox before him, Chucheng's previously maintained calm shattered easily, his heart racing uncontrollably. He scooped up the small fox and showered it with kisses, exclaiming in delight, "Wow, Zoroark. It's truly Zoroark, and a special one at that, with the ghost and normal types." Realizing that the term shiny may not exist in this world, he quickly corrected himself. Reality can be remarkably wondrous. As Chucheng grappled with his expectations, he was met with disappointment, only to be astounded by the emergence of Zoroark. His little kitten had transformed into Zoroark, and not just any Zoroark, but a shiny one. Zoroark. The little fox, sensing Chucheng's overwhelming joy, seemed to mirror his excitement, shaking off any lingering shyness after revealing its true form and happily snuggling against him. Heaven knows how exhilarated Chucheng felt prior to his transmigration. The last Pokémon game he played was Pokémon Legends Arceus, where among the newly introduced shiny Pokémon, Zoroark had been his absolute favorite. The pink-furred fox had truly struck a chord in Chucheng's heart, igniting a profound affection within him. Although he was well aware that he currently resided in the realm of Pokémon, the mere presence of his favorite creature before him filled him with uncontainable excitement. After reveling in his joy for a brief moment, Chucheng gazed into the eyes of the Zoroark in his hands and spoke, "Zoroark, I shall soon register as a Pokémon trainer. Would you like to become my companion? Surely, you understand what it means to be a trainer, don't you?" The answer was unmistakably affirmative, as Zoroark softly called out to him, nuzzling against him gently, its pointed ears quivering ever so slightly. Although he had surmised the outcome once Zoroark had willingly revealed its true form before him, given that, according to the information he had gathered, Zoroark, in its shiny form, was supposed to be a rather aloof Pokémon, his heart still fluttered with relief upon witnessing Zoroark's agreement. A radiant smile graced Chucheng's face as he lifted the little pink fox high above his head. "From now on, we shall be partners. I look forward to our journey together, Zoroark." Zoroark. Although he yearned to capture Zoroark immediately, Chucheng, still unregistered as a trainer, lacked the necessary Pokeballs to do so. It was essential to note that the Eastern Huang Alliance enforced stringent regulations regarding trainer qualifications. After all, Pokémon were inherently perilous creatures. Even an ordinary Pokémon could pose a significant threat, comparable to firearms in his previous life. A seemingly innocuous Caterpie, for instance, could deliver a venomous sting capable of causing grave harm. It was inconceivable in the real world for a mere 10-year-old child to traverse the globe with Pokémon in tow. In modern society, 10-year-olds were typically engaged in mandatory primary education. For the inhabitants of this world, a crucial milestone occurred just before the commencement of their senior year in high school. The legal age for officially registering as a trainer was set at 16, allowing students at this age to bear legal responsibility, having matured through nearly a decade of education and cognitive development. Upon registering as a trainer during the summer before their junior year, students became eligible to capture Pokémon. Those intending to specialize in battling must acquire their first Pokémon before the summer break concluded, as this was a prerequisite for entering the battle specialization. Once classes resumed in their senior year, students who confirmed their choice of specializing in battles would focus intensely on training their Pokémon. The knowledge gained during the previous 2 years of high school would equip them for this final year, where the primary task would revolve around honing their Pokémon skills. The prowess of the Pokémon and the trainer's battling aptitude were directly linked to the subsequent national standardized examination, colloquially known as the Pokémon Entrance Examination, as battling was one of the key assessment components for students in the battle specialization. In contemporary times, while Pokémon had seamlessly integrated into various facets of human society and could be found even amidst towering urban landscapes, this ubiquity did not correlate with an overflow of professional trainers. In reality, the number of students who pursued a career as professional Pokémon trainers after their senior year was relatively small compared to those who entered fields such as Pokémon rangers, nurses, breeders, researchers, police officers, and firefighters. Given the significant responsibilities associated with various secretive explorations and the threats posed by wild Pokémon to urban environments, the mortality rate among professional trainers ranked alarmingly high across all professions. However, the interplay of responsibility and authority has always been intertwined. With great responsibility came immense power, and as such, the social standing of professional trainers was considerably elevated in this world. Renowned trainers garnered immense respect from the public, They represented the foundation of a nation. The greater the number and strength of trainers, the more it symbolized the prosperity and might of that nation. While established unions like Eastern Huang, White Eagle, and Ross held considerable influence in regions of Africa and Latin America, a trainer of champion caliber was revered almost as royalty, sometimes even worshipped as a divine envoy within primitive tribes. Despite the oversight of the World Pokémon Federation, such reverence remained unchanged. In this moment, Chucheng felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He was fortunate that he had arrived at this pivotal moment. His registration as a trainer coincided perfectly with the day he could claim his most cherished Pokémon from his past life, Zoroark, in its shiny form, as his initial companion. With such auspicious circumstances, he could confidently embark on the path of a trainer, ardently pursuing his dream of becoming a legendary figure in this world. Reflecting on this, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him, and thoughts of triumph filled his mind. This is a sure win. I am indeed the protagonist. Yet, he reminded himself to remain composed and level-headed, to exercise caution and focus on steady growth without reckless abandon. Having calmed his emotions, it was time to head to school. However, glancing at Zoroark, he found himself in a bit of a quandary. According to his memories, the current Pokédex was incomplete and did not include any of the unique Pokémon from the shiny region. As an exemplary student, he was certain that no shiny Pokémon existed in any region at this time. Thus, Zoroark's shiny form would be entirely unknown to the present populace, and venturing outside with it might incite a commotion. Moreover, he still lacked a Pokeball. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Chucheng returned to his room, rummaging through his belongings until he unearthed a backpack. Turning to Zoroark, he said, I currently do not possess a Pokeball to capture you. For now, let's have you transform into this form and slip into my backpack. We shall first register as trainers, and then I will introduce you to my parents once we return home. He then pulled out his phone and searched for an image of a regular Zoroark. Zoroark. Upon hearing his words, Zoroark nodded, examining the image on the phone closely, and in a flash of pink light, the original pink fox transformed into a red and black Zoroark, swiftly darting into the backpack. We're off, little fox. Let us embark on our journey. Gently hoisting the backpack onto his shoulders, Chucheng set forth towards the school. Chapter 3, Registration. Imperial Capital High School, a prestigious institution with a legacy spanning centuries, was established at the dawn of the Alliance. Its history predates the founding of the Eastern Huang Alliance, boasting a rich heritage and formidable faculty. This high school had produced numerous prominent graduates, including many from the upper echelons of the Alliance. However, in recent years, it had somewhat faded into obscurity, gradually being surpassed by several other esteemed institutions in the Imperial capital. After a brief journey, Chucheng, accompanied by Zoroark, arrived at the entrance of the school. The gates were already thronged with students eager to register. Understandably so, as this pivotal moment signified the chance to acquire their very own Pokémon. Who wouldn't want to hasten the process of obtaining a creature to call their own? Given the Eastern Huang Alliance's stringent management of Pokémon, no one was permitted to capture a Pokémon without first completing the registration process. Furthermore, to ensure fairness, a beginner Pokémon must not have been born more than a month prior to the registration date, and all Pokémon used must be the trainer's first capture. The National Standardized Examination, or Pokémon Entrance Examination, had specific requirements concerning the Pokémon utilized in the assessments. The Alliance is intent on narrowing the disparities among trainers that arise from their family backgrounds. This measure is designed to prevent certain trainers from exploiting their privileged upbringings. For instance, consider Chucheng. Had the Alliance not imposed restrictions, his esteemed lineage would have allowed him to nurture a Dragonair from a tender age, ultimately capturing a Dragonite as his starter Pokémon upon obtaining his trainer credentials. Such an advantage would elicit incredulous reactions during competitions, with opponents exclaiming, "You're battling a Dragonite?" Really, if this were the norm, what chance would trainers from ordinary families have in the competitive arena? After carefully observing his surroundings, Chucheng tightened the straps of his backpack and maneuvered around the throngs of people, making his way toward the figures standing beside a tree near the school gate. However, before he could approach, a familiar voice of complaint drifted over from a distance. "Brother Cheng, you're so slow. We've been waiting for ages. On such an important day, you're not still in bed, are you?" Just as Chucheng neared, a chubby boy stepped forward to voice his grievances. Before him stood three familiar figures beside the tree. On the far left, a lanky young man named Su-Wan, dressed in a floral shirt and casual pants, sporting half-rimmed glasses with golden filigree, lazily leaning against the tree while engrossed in a Pokémon magazine, exuding an air of cultured nonchalance. Next to him was Xiao Xiao, a girl clad in AJK uniform, her long black hair tied into a ponytail, radiating a refreshing and vibrant aura. Completing this group was the aforementioned chubby boy, Lin Yuan, all of whom had known Chucheng since childhood, their families being equally familiar. Despite the world's integration, their bond had remained intact, perhaps even strengthened by the changes around them. I'm telling you, Cheng, weren't we supposed to arrive early today? Yet here you are, dragging your feet until the last moment. I woke up early to prepare for this day, so can't you try to shake off that habit of oversleeping? Lin Yuan continued, his playful tone laced with frustration. Xiao Xiao Xiao, upon seeing Chucheng approach, couldn't he help but join in the teasing. Despite not being late, Chucheng's leisurely demeanor, akin to his past self, elicited their collective banter as they awaited this significant moment of becoming trainers. My bad. I've gotten used to sleeping in during the break. I'll treat you all tomorrow at our usual spot to make amends, okay? Chucheng replied, hands clasped in a gesture of apology, aware of his tardiness due to a series of delays, including matters concerning his Zoroark. Let it go. It's not too late yet. You know how Cheng is, so let us hurry inside and discuss things further, Suan interjected, diverting the conversation as he stood up from the tree. The group quickly made their way into the school. By the way, after registration today, we can capture Pokémon. Have you all decided on your starter Pokémon? Chucheng inquired, curiosity piqued as they walked along the campus path. As for me, I've made up my mind long ago. I'm definitely going for a Rockruff. Just think of how impressive it'll be once it evolves into a Lycanroc. I can't wait to ride it to school, Lin Yuan exclaimed, despite being the youngest and most rotund among them. He had an adventurous spirit and a penchant for thrill-seeking. I'm still undecided, but my dad mentioned he has a surprise for me when I return. Xiao 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 chimed in. Suddenly, Suan mischievously remarked, my Pokemon will be a surprise you all 1TC coming. I'll keep you guessing until tomorrow. What about you, Cheng? Don't just ask us. Surely there's a descendant among your parents' Pokemon that you can choose from? Or do you plan to specialize in dragon types like Sister Jean and Uncle Chu? Since you're keeping secrets, I won't spill mine either. Let us discuss it when we meet tomorrow, Chucheng replied evasively, silently apologizing to himself. Zoroark, in its wash form, had yet to be discovered in this world, and he suspected that his Zoroark had inadvertently escaped from a realm that had not fully manifested, making it prudent to keep this matter under wraps for the time being, at least until he could consult with his parents. As their conversation unfolded, they arrived at the school plaza, where numerous temporary information registration stations had been set up. Teachers and Alliance staff were busily attending to incoming students, who, under the guidance of their homeroom teachers, were directed to their respective assembly areas for class. Classes at their school were organized by academic performance, and all four of them had performed admirably, with Lin Yuan being the least accomplished yet still above average. Naturally, they found themselves in class 1 of the second year, allowing them to remain together as they seamlessly integrated into the gathering. After a short while, once all the students had assembled, their homeroom teacher, a middle-aged woman in her 40s with black-rimmed glasses, stepped forward to take attendance. Now that everyone is here, I have a few words to share. Listen closely. You will line up in order to register and enter your personal information. Upon completion, you will each receive 3 custom Pokeballs. Remember, you may only use these 3 Pokeballs to capture your first 3 Pokemon, which will impact your eligibility for competitions in your final year and ultimately for the college entrance exams. Each of these Pokeballs may only capture 1 Pokemon and cannot be exchanged or transferred. The Alliance strictly prohibits new trainers from cheating by utilizing Pokemon captured by others. Ultimately, those who aim to pursue a career in Pokemon training must capture their starter Pokemon before the new semester begins. Are there any questions? If not, please proceed to register in line, the teacher concluded, stepping aside after delivering her instructions. No questions. The students of Class 1 responded in unison, promptly moving to line up and enter the temporary shelter for information registration. When it was Chucheng's turn to enter, the homeroom teacher called him aside, handing him a black card. Chucheng, your final exam score was the highest in your grade. According to Alliance regulations, once you register as a trainer, you may use this card to select a rare grade Pokemon egg from the school's breeding facility. Once the Alliance has verified your qualifications, they will notify you to collect it, so do not forget. Chucheng accepted the card gratefully. Thank you, Teacher Li. I will remember. He then proceeded into the registration area. Before long, Chucheng emerged from the shelter, having completed his registration, clutching his 3 Pokeballs. After exchanging pleasantries with his friends, who had also finished their registration, they agreed to meet the next afternoon at their usual spot before Chucheng made his way home. Chapter 4. Returning Home. The True Golden Finger. By the roadside, Chucheng pulled out his phone to summon a taxi home. Just then, a silver-gray sedan pulled up directly in front of him. Its elongated body reminiscent of a Lincoln, suggesting a considerable value. However, the emblem adorning the front of the car was not one of the well-known brands from my past life. Instead, it resembled a badge akin to the dragon-type icon from the Pokémon games. Gazing at the luxury vehicle before me, memories began to resurface. This was indeed the family car, seemingly sent by my mother to fetch me home. With clarity in my thoughts, I no longer hesitated. I opened the already ajar door and entered the vehicle. Due to the tinted glass, I initially could not see the driver's appearance. It was only after settling into the seat that I caught sight of the green and white figure ahead and realized that the one at the wheel was none other than an Alakazam. It had been quite some time, Alakazam. So, you are the one sent to pick me up today? The Alakazam nodded, and a subtle wave of psychic energy enveloped me. As its familiar, composed voice resonated within my heart. Long time no see, Ah-Chang. Do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, we shall return home directly. Let us head home, I replied, shaking my head. My primary concern today was registering as a trainer. Alakazam, known for its noble prowess as a psychic warrior, is the final evolutionary form of Ralts, akin to the esteemed Gardevoir, often referred to as the Psychic Queen. It is an exceedingly rare and powerful Pokémon, boasting both strength and grace. Among the few non-legendary Pokémon capable of utilizing teleportation, a hallmark of psychic abilities, only Ralts, Abra, and a select few others, along with their evolutions, possess this skill. The strategic value of teleportation for trainers frequently exploring the wild is immeasurable. Possessing such an ability can mean the difference between life and death at critical moments. Moreover, the Ralt species forms a singular bond with its trainer throughout its life, rendering it highly coveted among trainers. As I observed the Alakazam, I recalled that it had been one of my mother's mainstays, reputed to possess formidable strength. Though I was uncertain of the specifics, as I had never witnessed my mother in battle. Watching the Alakazam drive calmly ahead, I couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of being a second-generation trainer. A Pokémon so rare, typically unseen by outsiders, was serving as my chauffeur. The luxury vehicle lived up to its reputation, offering a ride so smooth that I felt not a single jolt. I reclined in the back seat and soon drifted into slumber. I lost track of time until Alakazam gently roused me, revealing that we were nearing home. As we approached, the house before us resembled not merely a villa, but rather an expansive estate. The main structure alone occupied over 10,000 square meters, boasting hundreds of buildings, gardens, swimming pools, entertainment venues, and battle arenas. At the far end of the estate, a vibrant forest and a complete small lake added to its splendor. It is noteworthy that this was not the suburbs. Although we had departed from the city center, the scale was still astonishing. In the Pokémon world, such an estate exceeding 100,000 square meters would be virtually unimaginable in my previous life. Upon entering the house, I found that my parents had yet to return, and my older sister was still at university in the Magic City, participating in team training. Thus, I was alone at home. After greeting the caretaker tending to the potted plants in the living room, I made my way directly to my bedroom. Closing the door softly, I gently set down my backpack. We have arrived home, Zorua. No sooner had I spoken than Zorua sprang from my bag, leaping lightly onto my desk and shaking its slightly disheveled fur. I took out the Pokeball I had just received, still warm from my grasp, and offered it to the little fox. Come on in, little one. From now on, we shall be partners, working hard together. Let us give it our all. Without hesitation, Zorua approached and gently tapped its forehead against the Pokeball. A flash of red light ensued, and the ball remained still, effortlessly capturing the little fox. Finally, I had secured the Zorua I had longed for. I exhaled a sigh of relief, but before I could revel in my joy, a sudden voice echoed in my mind. Ding! Important information detected. System activation in progress. Current world background. Legendary trainer development system successfully activated. What is happening? Who is speaking? The unexpected voice startled me. Following a dazzling display of visual effects, a light blue screen materialized before me. Host, Chucheng. Identity, novice trainer. Skills, advanced Pokémon knowledge, beginner Pokémon breeding. Advanced mythical research, Pokémon. Zorua, shiny form. Items, none. Achievement points, 1,000. Initial activation. Click to view details. Functions, Pokédex, shop, tasks, and more functions await your exploration. Wow. I was wondering what was going on. Turns out it's the system. I'm used. Indeed, it would be quite comical if a traveler lacked a golden finger. Akin to Groudon being unable to fly. Wouldn't you agree, Groudon? After a thorough examination of the attributes displayed on the screen, reminiscent of a virtual interface, a wave of exhilaration surged within me. My lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, nearly impossible to suppress. My golden finger had finally arrived. Earlier that morning, I had conducted numerous probes, finding nothing, and had begun to lose hope regarding such abilities. I had thought that with my identity in this life and the knowledge nestled in my mind, I could manage without them. Little did I know, my golden finger would only activate after capturing a Pokémon, which aligned perfectly with the World S setting. Quick, let me see what this system is capable of. I clicked to view the details. I have 1,000 achievement points. Completing system tasks and winning battles can earn more. The Pokédex allows me to view details of the Pokémon before me. Seems rather standard. Oh, I can further inspect the detailed data of the Pokémon I've captured. That's decent. Opening the lottery, I can use points to obtain various items, resources, and more. The rarity of the items is categorized as common, good, rare, cherished, and legendary. With 1,000 points, I can conduct a standard draw, while 10,000 points allow for a high-level draw, with an additional chance for every 10 draws. Seriously, whose idea was this lottery? Why not just give me a $6 first recharge instead? At that moment, on an unknown island beyond the world, a penguin raised a glass while giving a thumbs up with its other flipper. Additionally, there is a system shop where I can purchase items using points, with products refreshing every 7 days. Lastly, there are tasks and a system that trigger according to the hostess circumstances. Upon completing tasks, corresponding rewards can be obtained. Currently, I had completed hidden beginner tasks. 1. Become a Pokemon trainer. 2. First capture. I tentatively pressed the claim button. A burst of blue light enveloped me, followed by the familiar voice announcing, Trainer points, 1,000. Trainer points, 500. Host has received item, Awakening Seed X1, Speed Enhancement Potion IX2. Awakening Seed. When used, it enhances the host's physical abilities, augments special talent, and promotes the awakening of the host's unique abilities. Note, absorption may have certain side effects, potentially inducing a state of sleep. It is recommended to absorb in a safe and secluded location. Speed Enhancement Potion Type 1. One of the universal elixirs for Pokemon enhancement, devoid of any side effects. It can slightly elevate a Pokemon's speed. Note, each Pokemon can utilize a maximum of 3 potions of the same type. Indeed, all these treasures are remarkable. This Awakening Seed is perfectly suited for me. It seems I may soon become a psychic. The Speed Potion is also quite fitting for Zoroark. If memory serves me right, Zoroark, its evolved form, primarily excels in speed and special attack. This system is rather competent. Chucheng raised an eyebrow and smiled, subsequently retrieving the item from the system space. He then tossed a Pokeball beside him, and with a flash of red light, Zoroark's figure reappeared. Approaching, he gently lifted Zoroark into his arms and presented a speed potion. Little one, I have something wonderful for you. Zoroark gazed at the glass vial containing a light blue liquid, confusion evident in its eyes. Carefully placing Zoroark on the bed, he coaxed, Be a good one and drink this. It will make you stronger. Chucheng spoke in a tone reminiscent of a cunning wolf deceiving Little Red Riding Hood. Zoroark, with its big, watery orange eyes, regarded Chucheng before downing the potion in one gulp. After gently placing Zoroark, now under the influence of the speed potion, beside the pillow, Chucheng lay down on the bed himself, beginning to absorb the awakening seed. Time passed unnoticed until a series of knocks roused him from a state that felt like a dream. A familiar voice broke through from outside. I'm coming. Chucheng replied, sitting up, slipping on his slippers, and cradling the small fox in his arms as he made his way to the door. Upon opening it, a tall man stood before him. Dad! Chucheng exclaimed, unable to contain his joy at the sight of the familiar figure. The man before him resembled the father from his memories, yet this version in this timeline appeared younger and healthier, exuding an inexplicable aura. Perhaps this was the essence of a true strongman. Despite the world's transformations, he remained himself, and his parents and sister were still their original selves, with only their identities and professions altered. This realization filled Chucheng with genuine relief. His familial bonds had always been strong. Unlike some predecessors who traversed worlds burdened by sorrow, he could not bear the thought of losing his family due to his journey, as it would deeply wound him. He promptly raised Zoroark to introduce it to his father, recounting the tale of how he had adopted a kitten, which had transformed into Zoroark that very morning, and how he had captured Zoroark as his first Pokemon. He even mentioned Zoroark's unique characteristics that set it apart from ordinary ones. Listening intently to his son's animated recounting, observing the distinctively unique Zoroark nestled in Chucheng's embrace, his father felt immense joy for his son's fortunate encounter and wholeheartedly supported his decision. Although he was yet to ascertain the particulars of this Zoroark, he recognized that both it and its evolved form, Zoroark, were formidable and rare Pokemon. Moreover, From the snippets of information he gathered, he discerned that this little fox possessed ghostly traits and extraordinary illusion capabilities that surpassed those of regular Zoroark, allowing him to easily gauge its remarkable potential. Yet, this was not the crux of his delight. What truly pleased him was his son's genuine affection for Zoroark and the bond they shared. The connection between a trainer and their Pokémon is paramount, and he believed that under Chucheng's care, Zoroark would undoubtedly evolve into an incredibly powerful Pokémon. Ultimately, the cultivation of this Pokémon rested upon Chucheng's shoulders. As a father, his role was merely to be the strongest support for his son. After patiently listening to Chucheng, his father finally spoke. "It is evident that you cherish Zoroark, so strive diligently. Do not let yourself down, nor Zoroark. Your mother has already prepared a little companion for you, but due to unforeseen circumstances, it may take some time. I intended to select a dragon-type egg to hatch from our hometown. Since you now have Zoroark, there is no rush. If I recall correctly, according to the League's policies, you can still claim a Pokémon egg from the cultivation house at number 1 high school. Just remember to keep your eyes peeled. The quality has been somewhat inconsistent lately, but the foundation remains robust." Initially, they had planned for Chucheng and his sister to each select a descendant of their main Pokémon as their starter. Chucheng chose a descendant of his Dragonite, while Chucheng was meant to select from his mother's main Pokémon's offspring. "Work hard, and if you need anything, let your mother and me know. The university you enter and the benefits you receive afterward will depend on your performance," his father reminded him. Chucheng nodded, understanding his father's implications. Although the school required only 1 Pokémon for trainers at the start, the battle specialization demanded at least 3 for the Pokémon entrance examination. The same applied to forming a school team for the high school league in their final year, where a minimum of 3 Pokémon was necessary for a chance to compete. The universities would offer varying incentives based on students' performances during the league, eager to recruit promising talent, thus making the selection of his first 3 Pokémon crucial. Though his second Pokémon from his mother would take some time, Chucheng resolved to visit her research institute that afternoon to see if he could register Zoroark's unique form to prevent any issues during competitions. As for training, that would commence the following day. Chapter 5, Imperial Capital Research Institute. After lunch, bidding his father farewell, Chucheng boarded the vehicle driven by Zalakazam, heading to his mother's research facility. On the way, he utilized the system's Pokédex feature for the first time, finally grasping the true extent of Alakazam's prowess. Name: Alakazam. Type: Psychic Fighting. Gender: Energy level: 76. Champion: Talent: Red. Ability: Inner Focus. Held item: Power Bracer. Skills: Confusion, Destiny Bond, Dazzling Gleam, Misty Terrain, Last Gift. Night Slash, Seal, Meditate, Leaf Blade, Swords Dance, Sacred Sword, Water Shuriken, Teleport, Psyshock, Psycho Cut, Heal Pulse, Close Combat, Brick Break, Bulk Up, Drain Punch. A champion-level Pokémon. Rather than being overwhelmed by its extensive skill set displayed on the panel, Chucheng fell into a contemplative silence upon seeing Alakazam's level. No words could convey the weight of the term champion. Having gradually acclimated to this world, Chucheng understood the significance of this title. It implied that, should Alakazam choose to, it could easily obliterate an entire city in no time. How extraordinary! Before long, the car arrived at its destination. The Research Institute in the realm of sprites differs significantly from that of the past life, as it houses a plethora of sprites living within. Various types of sprite communities necessitate the construction of specialized environments tailored to their needs, transforming the institutes into expansive ecological parks, typically situated on the outskirts of cities. Some institutes are even established at the nexus between the secret realms and the real world, placing the sprites' habitats within these mystical domains, thus conserving space and facilitating immediate access for research purposes. The Imperial Capital Research Institute, one of the largest sprite research centers in the Eastern Huang Alliance, has produced many groundbreaking research findings that have astounded the world, such as the emergence of fairy-type sprites and the 8th evolutionary form of Eevee. It is a coveted destination for numerous sprite researchers within the Eastern Huang Alliance. Upon arriving at the entrance of the institute, Chucheng swiftly passed the verification process. Owing to his mother's occupation, he often spent his childhood holidays here, making his arrival feel akin to returning home. Cradling a little fox that had reverted to its ordinary form, he navigated the familiar corridors with ease and soon arrived at his mother's laboratory. As he pushed the door open, a familiar voice greeted him. "Little Chucheng has arrived. Isn't today the day for registering trainers? Everything went smoothly, I hope?" A young lady, appearing to be in her mid-20s and clad in a lab coat, warmly welcomed him. "Of course, there were no issues, Sister Xiaoyan. Look, I've even captured a beginner sprite." Chucheng replied, lifting the little fox proudly. And come on, Sister Xiaoyan, I'm not a child anymore. Can you stop calling me that? The person before him was Mu Xiaoyun, a prized pupil of his mother. During his childhood visits to the institute, she was just beginning her internship in the laboratory under his mother's guidance. Back then, his mother was often preoccupied, and with Xiaoyan still familiarizing herself with the lab, she frequently entertained him during his explorations. Years have passed, and Chucheng was now on the brink of becoming a trainer, while Xiaoyan had gained a reputation as a budding sprite researcher. If memory served him well, his mother had mentioned that Xiaoyan would soon qualify for a senior researcher title after this year. Hehe, I'm just accustomed to it. Is this your starter Pokemon? A Zoroark, how adorable. Just look at the luster of its fur and its development. It's clearly a splendid Pokemon, Xiaoyan remarked, echoing the sentiment that the best way to commend a trainer is to praise their Pokemon. The little fox proudly lifted its head in response to Xiaoyan's compliments, while Chucheng chuckled in delight. By the way, Sister Xiaoyan, where's my mom? I need to find her for something. After some friendly banter, Chucheng stated his purpose for visiting. Oh, so you didn't come specifically to see me. How disheartening, little Cheng Cheng. You're no longer that adorable little one. All right, Sister Xiaoyan, stop teasing me. I'm genuinely here for something important. While she remained the same as he remembered, he couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. All right. You've indeed grown up. Your mother should be in laboratory number 7. Follow me. I'll take you there. With that, Xiaoyan's demeanor shifted back to seriousness, and she led Chucheng deeper into the institute towards laboratory number 7. Upon reaching the door, Chucheng was finally reunited with his mother. Teacher, look who has come to visit. Mom. At the sound of her son's familiar voice, his mother slowly set down the documents she was holding and turned to face him. Son, what brings you here? I trust there were no surprises during registration today? As Chucheng stepped in, he lifted the little fox gently. Of course not. Don't you know who your son is? Look, this is my starter Pokemon, Zoroark. Impressive. Isn't it? He introduced the little fox with pride. This is my mom, your family too. Zoroark let out a few soft calls toward Chucheng's mother in acknowledgement. Very impressive. Your father mentioned you over the phone. What a delightful little creature. Chucheng's mother remarked as she accepted Zoroark from his hands, gently stroking its fur. By the way, Mom, I have something to share with you. It's a surprise. But it must remain confidential for now. Could you and Sister Xiaoyan step outside with me? Chucheng glanced at the other busy staff members in the lab. Addressing his mother and Xiaoyan, continue documenting the experimental fluctuations. I'll be out for a moment. Knowing what her son meant, Chucheng's mother relayed instructions to the nearby staff before leading him and Xiaoyan to an empty break room not far away. All right, show us what this surprise is. Hehe, just a heads up, don't be too shocked. After saying this, Chucheng gently placed Zoroark on the floor. Zoroark, release your illusion. Zoroark. The little fox leaped lightly from Chucheng's embrace, and in a flash of pink light, its appearance transformed from a black and red hue to a soft, pale pink. Wow, Zoroark changed its form. What is happening? Is this a change due to its environment? Or is it a regional form of Zoroark? Initially astonished by Zoroark's transformation, Xiaoyan quickly adjusted and began her professional analysis. Your father mentioned it briefly over the phone, but I never expected such a significant difference from the ordinary Zoroark. Chucheng's mother approached and gently touched Zoroark, continuing her observations. Indeed, Zoroark not only differs in appearance from the standard form, but its attributes are entirely distinct as well, Chucheng explained. My Zoroark possesses the normal ghost type. Remarkable. This doesn't seem to be a mere color or appearance alteration due to environmental or dietary factors. It resembles a completely independent regional form, akin to the ice Vulpix discovered in the frozen wilderness, a variation that hasn't been documented yet. Could it have emerged from an undiscovered secret realm? Chucheng's mother adjusted her glasses thoughtfully. Mom, my primary reason for coming here is this little one. I've been keeping it in its ordinary form to avoid drawing attention, especially since I want to enter it in the rookie tournament. What if its true form is revealed? Chucheng expressed his concerns. You're doing well. Here's the plan. Keep it in its ordinary form for now while I record its data and file it in the Institute's confidential documents. If it needs to reveal its true form during the competition, you can simply state that this could be a newly discovered regional form of Zoroark, and the Imperial Capital Research Institute is still studying it. After some contemplation, Chucheng's mother proposed. That sounds fantastic. Zoroark, we can now battle with confidence. Chucheng exclaimed joyfully as he embraced Zoroark, who responded with a couple of enthusiastic calls. However, remember to keep its true form under wraps for now. Following this, Chucheng's mother led him and Zoroark to an unoccupied testing field, where she meticulously measured its physical data and collected samples of the little fox's fur and blood before letting them leave. Chapter 6. Zoroark's Potential. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, Chucheng set out with Zoroark to visit his family's Pokémon gym. However, Father Chu did not accompany him. During breakfast, Chucheng overheard his father mention that there seemed to be some unrest in the north, and it was possible that a large-scale secret realm would soon complete its fusion and descend upon Earth. As the head of the dojo, his father would join several other dojo leaders from the Imperial capital to oversee the situation, preventing any unforeseen incidents. This was the responsibility of a dojo trainer. At the dining table, Chucheng could not help but display a hint of peculiar expression. Could it be that his Zoroark had emerged from this very secret realm? Was it perhaps a relic from the Emerald period? Since he was scheduled to meet with Su Wen and a few others later that afternoon, Chucheng resolved not to squander his morning and set off to the dojo early, intending to train his Zoroark, assess its foundational skills, and observe the effects of the speed-enhancing potion it had absorbed. In this world, dojos serve as the emblematic representation and vital protective force of each city, their scale far exceeding that depicted in the animations. Besides their original functions of training newcomers and issuing badges, dojos also play a crucial role in city defense, resisting the incursions of wild Pokémon, preparing for the arrival of secret realms, and safeguarding urban safety. The balance of rights and responsibilities is ever present. Thus, the high social status of powerful trainers is well justified. The scenario depicted in animations, where a novice trainer can challenge a dojo master right after receiving their first Pokémon, is virtually impossible in reality. Typically, dojo masters are exceedingly busy, dedicating most of their time either to their own affairs or to fulfilling tasks assigned by the league, leaving little time to spare. Moreover, a standard large dojo cannot be as sparsely populated as portrayed in animations, where only the master and a few referees are present. In truth, a typical large dojo comprises numerous professional trainers, instructors for apprentices, some disciples who have remained after their training, a multitude of apprentices, and auxiliary staff responsible for various duties. In the case of Chucheng's family dojo, there are at least several thousand individuals. Generally speaking, it is these apprentices who constitute the primary opponents that ordinary challengers face. Only when elite trainers prepare to officially challenge the dojo for qualification to participate in significant competitions will the masters allocate time for Pokémon battles with them. After disembarking, Chucheng pondered the training session ahead as he walked, soon arriving at the entrance of an enormous landmark building. A grand sign reading Shanglong Dojo hung from a towering structure reminiscent of a triumphal arch. Much like schools and research institutes, this vast dojo is situated on the outskirts of the city, although it is distanced from the urban center. A large plaza capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people lies before the dojo's entrance, featuring a massive sculpture at its center. This sculpture depicts a cerulean dragon, symbolizing the sky, soaring above two deities representing the earth and ocean. The intricate textures and vivid expressions of the statue render it lifelike, clearly the work of a master sculptor. Vendors in the plaza prepared their goods to cater to the influx of visitors, while tourists began to gather around the sculpture, eager to capture memories at this iconic site of the Imperial capital. After traversing the plaza and passing through an entrance guarded by two colossal Dragonite statues, Chucheng finally entered the dojo's interior. The vastness of the dojo's interior was at least dozens of times larger than the plaza he had just crossed, with the distant backyard housing the dojo's Pokémon encompassing both a mountain and an entire lake. Such a majestic architectural complex, even having experienced it in his memory, still left Chucheng in awe upon seeing it in person. It is indeed in the world of Pokémon that such extravagant structures can be easily erected, thanks to the powers of Pokémon. As this was his family's dojo, Chucheng was quickly recognized by the staff at the reception, allowing him to greet them briefly before proceeding directly to the VIP training area deep within the dojo. Outside the training arena, familiar with the procedure, he placed his hand on the sensor at the door. With a chime, the door, crafted from special alloy material, ascended. Upon entering, Chucheng activated the lighting, revealing an indoor training arena measuring 30 by 30 meters, entirely covered with specialized materials and filled with various training equipment and testing instruments. A small fox darted around, seemingly having discovered a new toy. Chucheng first activated the system's Pokédex function, meticulously reviewing Zoroark's detailed information. Name: Zoroark, Unova region, in disguise. Type: normal ghost. Gender: NA, energy level 9 novice. Talent: red. Height: 0, 67 meters. Average: 0, 7 meters. Weight: 12 kilograms. Average: 12. 5 kilograms. Ability: illusion, held item. None. Moves: scratch, leer, fury swipes, shadow sneak, double team, Curse, Will-O-Wisp, Dig, Inherited Moves, Detect, Psychic, Last Resort, Talent Analysis, Energy Talent, Outstanding. Physical Talent, Excellent, Mental Talent, Near Legendary, Talent Evaluation ranks from high to low are Legendary, Outstanding, Extraordinary, Excellent, Ordinary. Detailed Content, 1. Currently, this Pokemon's physical development is approximately 13 times that of the average of its kind, with leg muscle strength around 19 times greater and physical agility about 23 times higher. It is recommended to appropriately enhance its physical attributes with a focus on speed and agility training, complemented by weight training and subsequent massage to prevent latent injuries. 2. This Pokemon's mental strength is about 65 times that of its peers, with a potential for further enhancement under stimulation. It is advised to emphasize strengthening mental faculties to improve reaction speed, recommending meditation as a method. Gazing at the screen visible only to himself, Chucheng was momentarily taken aback, realizing the profound utility of this Pokédex feature. The level of detail was astonishingly comprehensive. He had to admit that he had previously underestimated this function. The precise data far surpassed what he had encountered in the Research Institute, clearly demonstrating that every aspect of the system's functionality was valuable. It was evident that Zoroark possessed exceptional talent, having reached level 9 shortly after birth, with physical development nearing the average while mastering numerous skills. The inherited psychic move, in particular, was a formidable offensive technique, indicating Zoroark's extraordinary aptitude in psychic abilities, rightfully earning the system's near-legendary evaluation. More significantly, the Pokemon's talent was comparable to that of his previous Alakazam. Zoroark also bore a red talent rating, even deeper in hue than that of Alakazam. Chapter 7. Commencing training in this world, Pokemon talent is generally classified into 5 tiers: white, green, blue, purple, and red. The level of talent significantly influences a Pokemon's growth rate, learning speed, and developmental ceiling. Among these, white and green talents are the most common, representing the majority of ordinary Pokemon. Green-talented Pokemon can barely evolve into their final forms, with breaking into the elite level being a notable achievement. Blue-talented Pokemon exhibit a degree of aptitude, generally possessing a strong likelihood of entering the professional tier, while the Pokemon egg shops usually only feature specimens at this level. Purple-talented Pokemon are exceedingly rare, typically being direct descendants of powerful Pokemon, and can be said to have a slight chance of breaking through to the champion level. As for the red qualification, it signifies that the potential of this Pokemon reaches the champion level. Typically, Pokemon with such qualifications are capable of attaining this level. However, it is essential to note that a Pokemon's potential is not immutable. Through diligent effort, it can indeed be enhanced. For instance, evolution serves as the most common means of elevating a Pokemon's qualifications. A clear example would be those Pokemon that require evolution stones or specific items for their transformation. A high-quality evolutionary item can significantly augment the user's potential. Additionally, factors such as the environment conducive to evolution, external assistance, and the absorption of rare resources play crucial roles. This explains why Chucheng was not surprised to discover that his Elurado possessed red qualifications. Its strength was already formidable among champions, and even if its innate potential were not originally red, it would have undoubtedly been elevated to that level through postnatal evolution. Conversely, Zoroark presented a stark contrast. This young fox, having only recently emerged, exhibited abilities that could rival or even slightly exceed those of the champion-level Elurado, demonstrating its terrifying potential. It is noteworthy that Zoroark still possesses an opportunity for further evolution. Chucheng squinted thoughtfully, recalling whispers of levels even beyond red. Realms associated with legendary Pokemon, territories that were evidently beyond his current reach. Nevertheless, the future Zoroark might very well be qualified to catch a glimpse of such heights. That said, regardless of innate talent, one must ultimately rely on subsequent efforts. With this thought in mind, Chucheng called to a frolicking Zoroark in the training room. Gazing into its large, watery orange eyes, and earnestly declared, "Zoroark, it's time to commence training. As we agreed yesterday, let us strive together to become the strongest partners." The little fox nodded in agreement. Zoroark, Chucheng, let us begin." Since absorbing the awakening seed the previous day, Chucheng discovered he could now directly comprehend Zoroark's speech, while the system interface had updated to indicate the presence of a wave guidance power, incomplete. Indeed, the special ability he awakened was the wave guidance power featured in the animated series, albeit he could not yet engage in mental dialogues with Pokemon as the protagonists did. Observing the notation, awakening, next to his attribute bar, Chucheng understood that his wave guidance power had not fully awakened yet, but that was of little concern. as it sufficed for his current needs. After retracting the interface, Chucheng picked up the control tablet from the training room, adjusting the equipment before initiating a basic test for Zoroark, while preparing to record the data. In a short time, Zoroark completed all the tests. And as Chucheng analyzed the data he had gathered, he noted that, as the Pokédex indicated, the little fox had developed remarkably, with its metrics surpassing those of its peers by a factor of 12 to 13 in various aspects. Particularly in speed, Zoroark's extraordinary talent, coupled with the effects of the speed potion consumed yesterday, allowed its leg muscle strength and agility to far exceed that of a typical novice Pokémon, with enhancements continuing as it absorbed the potion. Mental strength and energy intensity, upon rough measurement, aligned closely with the Pokédex's assertions, confirming that the system's classifications were consistent with reality, albeit more refined and accurate. Regarding skills, due to its above-average energy intensity, Zoroark's offensive abilities were formidable, though its overall proficiency remained typical, lacking systematic training. Gazing at the data in hand, Chucheng began to formulate a rough training direction. First and foremost, Zoroark, whether pre-evolution or post-evolution, was an agile, offensive Pokémon, necessitating a focus on enhancing its explosiveness and flexibility. Following the system's recommendations, he would proceed methodically with speed training. As for skills, the ones Zoroark had already acquired would suffice for the current battle needs. The primary focus would be on improving skill control and proficiency, reserving the pursuit of more advanced techniques for the future. Generally, Zoroark, whether in its standard or Hisuian form, evolved into Zoroark, primarily emphasizing speed and special attack. However, given the young fox's exceptional physical attributes, confining it solely to a special attacker would be a misallocation of its potential. It could certainly thrive as a dual threat. With Zoroark's powerful illusion capabilities and remarkable speed, it was destined to become a formidable mage assassin. Contemplating this, Chucheng could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for its future adversaries. Zoroark, let us officially commence our training. After careful consideration, Chucheng first activated the treadmill, selecting a relatively slow initial speed to allow Zoroark to warm up, gradually increasing the pace until it reached Zoroark's maximum velocity, then slowly decreasing it, before ramping up again. After several cycles, he ensured Zoroark adapted to the accelerated speed afforded by the potion. After dedicating a full 2 hours to this acclimatization, Chucheng activated the surrounding shooting devices for the second exercise, instructing the little fox to dodge the training balls launched by the machines, thereby honing its evasiveness and agility, while he took notes nearby. That will suffice for today, Zoroark. After completing several foundational training tasks, the time had progressed to midday. By this point, Chucheng had broadly outlined Zoroark's training regimen and development strategy. Anticipating his afternoon rendezvous with friends, he gathered the materials, concluded the day's training, and gently cradled the little fox, wiping away its perspiration with a prepared towel before heading to the internal dining hall of the gym. Chapter 8, Friends Pokémon. As noon approached, trainers had begun to trickle into the dining hall with their Pokémon. Considering the presence of trainers with larger Pokémon, the gym's dining area was constructed to be quite spacious, featuring an array of expansive booths arranged thoughtfully to accommodate all trainers' needs. Chucheng walked towards the dining hall, familiar with his own establishment, greeting acquaintances along the way who congratulated him on officially becoming a trainer. While carrying Zoroark, he graciously expressed his thanks before arriving at the counter. During his time in the training room, Chucheng had devised a menu for Zoroark, ordering a dish primarily composed of artificially cultivated sandscale fruits, complemented by food designed for ghost-type Pokémon, alongside a glass of mixed moo milk and citrus berry juice. This selection was based on his acquired knowledge and referenced a ghost-type Pokémon training manual given to him by his father on the day he returned home. According to his father, this manual contained insights from an ancestor who had trained their own Dragapult, making it quite suitable for Zoroark and thus advantageous for Chucheng. The sandscale fruit was considered a rare berry that, when consumed over time, could enhance a Pokémon's speed, while the restorative citrus berry paired with moo milk was ideal for a novice Pokémon post-training, making this Pokémon meal worth at least 2,000 Poké dollars. It is no exaggeration to say that being a trainer is one of the most financially demanding professions in this world. Chucheng expertly ordered a meal for himself along with a chilled cola before moving to a quieter spot. Xiaocheng, having just received your Pokémon yesterday, and already training this early in the morning? You truly are quite diligent, remarked a fellow trainer at the counter, noticing Chucheng's presence. Uncle Chen, you're back. Didn't you go on a trip to Jiangnan? How come you returned so soon? Chucheng recognized the speaker, a man named Chen Tianji, a familiar acquaintance of his father and one of the earliest trainers from the Shanglong dojo, who maintained a good relationship with Chucheng's family. He was among those who had watched both Chucheng and his sister grow up. I didn't wish to return so promptly, but I received an order from the Alliance. It seems I'm destined to be perpetually busy. Chen Tianji replied with a wry smile, then shifted the topic to the little Zoroark. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chucheng took his leave with Zoroark. Take your time eating, no one is competing with you. Upon reaching their seats, the little fox, having trained all morning, was ravenous and immediately began to devour the food. Chucheng chuckled helplessly, enjoying his lunch while mentally reviewing the morning's training session. Zoroark, we've completed today's training with commendable performance. This afternoon, we will meet my friends, and there will likely be a battle. Let us give it our all. After summarizing, Chucheng turned to the little fox, pausing mid-bite. Zoroark swallowed and puffed out its chest, signaling its readiness. Leave it to me. I'll show them my prowess. After lunch, Chucheng and the little fox took a leisurely stroll to the dojo's entrance, preparing to catch a ride to their destination for the afternoon. An hour later, in a coffee shop located somewhere in the Imperial city, the air-conditioned room on the second floor provided a cool respite from the summer heat. Leaning back in his chair, Chucheng leisurely indulged in a delicate ice cream dessert, feeding it slowly to the little fox nestled in his lap. At that moment, the door to the room swung open, and in walked Su Wan, Xia Xiaoxiao, and Lin Yuan. I'm about to melt. It's so much more comfortable in here. Chengge, didn't you say you were treating? I want the special signature ice cream cake. Lin Yuan exclaimed, the first to enter the room. I want 3 large servings of ice cream cake. Ah Chang, is this your beginner Pokemon? It's truly adorable. Zoroark, a rather rare Pokemon, but it appears to be in splendid condition, both in spirit and fur. Xia Xiaoxiao and Su Wan directed their attention to the Zoroark enjoying its ice cream in Chucheng's arms. Enough about me. You should let me see your beginner Pokemon. Once everyone had arrived, Chucheng signaled the waiter to distribute the drinks and desserts he had ordered in advance while inquiring about his friend's Pokemon. I told you, mine is certainly a Houndour. Lin Yuan exclaimed, one hand grasping the cake while the other produced a Pokeball, releasing a Houndour. Name, Houndour. Type, Fire. Gender, None. Energy level, 6, Beginner. Potential, Purple. Ability, Intimidate. Held item, None. Moves, Leer, Ember, Bite, Odor Sleuth, Howl, Flame Burst, Double Kick. Prepare to be astonished. Come forth, my ace. Next was Su Wan, who presented a bronze-colored Pokemon. Name, Beldum. Type, Steel Psychic. Gender, None. Energy level, 9, Beginner. Potential, Deep Purple. Ability, Clear Body. Held item, None. Moves, Protect, Tackle, Take Down. Spheal, come out and meet everyone. Xia Xiaoxiao tossed her Pokeball, revealing a Pokemon resembling an egg. Name, Spheal. Type, Ice Fairy. Energy level, 8, Beginner. Potential, Deep Purple. Gender, None. Ability, Thick Fat. Held item, None. Moves, Tackle, Growl, Play Nice, Aqua Ring, Belly Drum, Rollout, Yawn, Gift, Bounce, Teleport. Chucheng activated the system's scanning feature, and instantaneously, the general data of his friend's Pokemon appeared before his eyes. All of their Pokemon appeared to be in excellent condition, but by level alone. It seemed that Su Wan's Beldum was the strongest, nearing the threshold of advancing beyond the beginner stage. However, given that pseudo-legendary Pokemon typically excel in the later stages, Beldum's early skills were rather limited, with only Protect and Tackle at its disposal. Thankfully, it did possess the additional move Takedown, affording it some combat viability. Lin Yuan's Houndour, while the lowest in level, had the Intimidate ability and AoE damage from Flame Burst, making its overall strength commendable. It is said that appearances can be deceiving. Unexpectedly, the seemingly soft and adorable Spheal might be the true powerhouse. With moves like Play Nice to reduce attack, Yawn and Fairy Kiss for control, and Aqua Ring for recovery, alongside the hidden teleport, it was indeed a fortunate little creature with the thick fat ability. It feels a bit overpowered, Chucheng mused internally. From the Pokédex, it was evident that all of his friends' Pokemon boasted at least purple potential, and not the barely attained light purple. If all goes well, they would likely have a chance to reach red potential. After releasing their Pokemon, the desserts that Chucheng had ordered arrived. The cafe's sweet offerings reportedly utilized honey from bee drill as an ingredient, and indeed, the aroma was delightful. The group settled at the table, enjoying their food while engaging in conversation. As Lin Yuan munched on his cake, he proposed, since everyone has caught their Pokemon, how about a Pokemon battle? At that very moment, a notification chimed in Chucheng's ears. Ding. Detected triggering information for a task event. Task issued. Path of the New Trainer, Part 1, First Duel. Please, host, Engage in your first Pokemon battle and achieve victory. Task reward: 3,000 Pokemon points, Shadow Ball TM. Upon seeing the system's task announcement, before Xia Xiaoxiao and Su Wen could respond, Chucheng eagerly interjected, "Isn't the Imperial City Newcomer Cup already open for registration? How about we head to the nearest Pokemon Center right after this? That way, we won't have to worry about injuries. And we can recover right after the battle, while also signing up." The others nodded in agreement. After finishing their desserts and resting for a while in the cafe, Chucheng and his friends hailed a taxi to the nearest Pokemon Center. Chapter 9. The first battle inside the Pokemon Center. Chucheng and his friends registered for the Imperial City Newcomer Cup. After completing their paperwork, they rented a battle room at the front desk, preparing for a friendly match among themselves. "So, how shall we determine the rules?" Xia Xiaoxiao inquired, standing at the edge of the battlefield. "How about this? Since there are 4 of us, we can pair up and draw lots to decide our opponents. And then let the winners of the 2 matches face off against each other," Su Wen suggested. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Thus, Chucheng tore 4 pages from a notepad on a nearby table, marking 2 of them, folding them all, shaking them in his hands, and then unfolding them. "Those who pick the same paper will be in the same battle group. Let us begin." Lin Yuan was the first to make a selection, followed by Xia Xiaoxiao and Su Wen. Chucheng, however, unfolded the last remaining piece of white paper in his possession, which bore a distinctive mark. Among the other 3, Lin Yuan and Xia Xiaoxiao each received a blank piece of paper, while Su Wen's paper also displayed a similar mark. Thus, the matchups became clear: Chucheng against Su Wen, and Lin Yuan against Xia Xiaoxiao. "Come on, Aching, prepare to witness my prowess." Su Wen boldly stepped onto the battlefield, releasing his iron dumbbell. Chucheng, upon hearing this, positioned himself opposite Su Wen, while Zoroark leaped off Chucheng's shoulder and made its way to the arena. Ready for action, the 2 sides took their positions, and the battle commenced. Xia Xiaoxiao picked up a referee's flag nearby, playfully stepping into the role of a referee. Engaging in a bit of cosplay, the iron dumbbell swiftly levitated and initiated iron defense. Given the initial combat capabilities of the iron dumbbell were somewhat concerning, Su Wen intended to exploit its ability to float, establishing an early defensive advantage in midair to secure his position. Observing Su Wen's proactive defensive strategy, Chucheng remained unperturbed, fully aware of Zoroark's true attributes. "Don't worry about it, Zoroark, let's use Scratch, then tunnel our way closer." Zoroark executed the Scratch move, emitting a faint white glow from its tiny paws before employing both claws to dig underground, inching towards the iron dumbbell. At that moment, the iron dumbbell had completed its iron defense, bolstering its defense. Realizing Zoroark was approaching through the tunnel, Su Wen seized the opportunity. "What a chance! Iron dumbbell, unleash a powerful slam against the ground." As Zoroark burrowed underground, Su Wen chuckled, sensing the perfect moment. He wasted no time, commanding the iron dumbbell to execute a more potent slam. Beta. Upon receiving its trainer's command, the iron dumbbell, having activated its iron defense, accelerated in midair and crashed down heavily towards the ground where Zoroark was headed. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted from the impact site, and momentarily, it seemed Zoroark had fallen silent underground, leaving only the recently airborne iron dumbbell, looking around anxiously. "How's that, Aching? Impressive, right?" Su Wen flashed a victorious smile. "You're celebrating too soon. This is precisely the moment we've been waiting for." "Zoroark now?" Chucheng chuckled. "What?" Suddenly, from the dent created by the iron dumbbell's prior slam, a black-red figure leapt forth like lightning, shattering the swirling dust. Zoroark materialized mid-air, surrounded by 3 swirling orbs of purple, ethereal flames, which struck fiercely against the iron dumbbell. Beta. The iron dumbbell, struck by the will-o-wisp, now bore charred marks on its bronze body, and a flicker of purple flames danced across it, revealing a grimace of pain upon its face. "Hang in there, iron dumbbell. Keep using slam against Zoroark." Su Wen, no longer calm, shouted in urgency as he witnessed the iron dumbbell being hit. "Zoroark, use Shadow Clone, then follow up with Shadow Sneak." Chucheng continued to command with ease. Upon hearing the command, Zoroark landed and began to whirl around the iron dumbbell, splitting into 2, then 4 identical figures that effectively surrounded it. As the iron dumbbell, engaged in its slam, struggled to discern which of the figures was Zoroark's true form amidst the agony of the will-o-wisp's burn, it acted impulsively, charging towards the nearest shadow. Boom! The struck clone vanished into thin air, and in that instant, Zoroark's true form emerged behind the iron dumbbell, delivering a shadow sneak imbued with ghostly energy. Bang! The iron dumbbell plummeted to the ground, defeated. Iron dumbbell. Hearing his trainer's call, The downed iron dumbbell struggled to rise, yearning to rejoin the fray. But the subsequent flash of purple flames extinguished its last vestige of stamina. The attack power drop from the will-o-wisp combined with the ongoing burn damage proved insurmountable. Observing this, Xia Xiao, who was cosplaying as the referee, swiftly waved her flag, declaring, "The iron dumbbell is unable to battle. Zoroark is the victor. Well done, Chucheng. You certainly concealed your strength well. Zoroark is incredibly fast and possesses formidable skills. It seems my defeat is just." Su Wen remarked as he retrieved his exhausted iron dumbbell with a pokeball, addressing Chucheng. Meanwhile, Chucheng cradled the victorious little fox in his arms, rewarding it with a small treat. Of course, just look at whose Pokemon it is. Go ahead and restore the iron dumbbell's energy. We still have to watch Xia Xiao and Yuanzi's match. Before long, upon Su Wen's return, Xia Xiao and Lin Yuan had already taken their places on the battlefield. Go. Houndour, I entrust you with this, Bakubi. Houndour released a roar upon entering the arena, attempting to intimidate its opponent and lower its attack power, but regrettably, this tactic appeared ineffective against Bakubi. Baki, the newly arrived Bakubi, upon observing Houndour's fierce growl, waved its tiny fists in anger, as if declaring its intent to teach Houndour a lesson. Houndour executed an intimidate, followed by a double kick. It glared at Bakubi with wide eyes, adopting a fearsome demeanor before charging toward it. Given Bakubi's current state, if Houndour closed the distance, the battle would likely conclude swiftly. Not so fast. Bakubi pouted and unleashed an angelic kiss. On the other side of the battlefield, Bakubi, witnessing the approaching Houndour, adopted a tearful expression that momentarily distracted Houndour, causing its speed to falter. Houndour, snap out of it. The chubby onlooker urged anxiously. Seizing the moment, Bakubi struck with an angelic kiss, the shimmering pink heart directly hitting Houndour, plunging it into confusion. Yes, just like that, Bakubi. Now use play nice. Xia Xiao exclaimed excitedly as she recognized her strategy was working, issuing further commands to Bakubi. Bakubi, responding to the directive, gently waved its tiny hand, showcasing its luck in a manner reminiscent of a lucky charm. A rapidly spinning water ball surged forth from Bakubi, sending the still confused Houndour flying out of the battlefield, collapsing in defeat. Houndour. Chucheng declared the outcome. Houndour is unable to battle. Bakubi is the victor. This match concluded at an unexpectedly brisk pace. What? Xiao. You're not playing by the rules. Bakubi shouldn't just randomly unleash water pulse like that. Lin Yuan complained, cradling the incapacitated Houndour, his expression reflecting disbelief as he directed his grumbling at Xia Xiao. Yay, Bakubi, you're amazing. Ignoring Lin Yuan's grievances, Xia Xiao dashed into the arena, scooping up Bakubi and showering it with affectionate kisses. Baki. Bakubi joyously chirped in her embrace. Let us proceed, Chucheng. Since Zoroark and Bakubi have not expended much energy, there is no need to delay any further. Let us commence the final battle. At this moment, Xia Xiao, coming back to her senses after victory, called out to Chucheng from the sidelines, extending an invitation to press the advantage. Chapter 10, Victory and Rewards. Naturally, Chucheng had no objections and nodded in agreement. Both sides took their positions, and the battle commenced. Meanwhile, Su Wen, returning to the scene, assumed the role of referee. Bakubi swiftly employed the move Angelic Kiss. As the match began, Xia Xiao instructed Bakubi to unleash Angelic Kiss, attempting to replicate the strategy from the previous round. Such aspirations were misguided. Zoroark circled around Bakubi, executing Shadow Clone followed by Shadow Sneak. With remarkable speed, Zoroark deftly evaded the incoming Angelic Kiss, rapidly spinning around Bakubi and leaving behind a flurry of afterimages that surrounded it, continuously assaulted by the shadows emerging from these phantoms. Within the encirclement of phantasmal images, Bakubi, beset by constant attacks, began to panic, its egg-like form now marred with several wounds. Do not panic, Bakubi. Spin and unleash your mightiest cry. Upon hearing this, Bakubi leapt into a spin, exerting all its strength to emit a powerful cry, which sent forth a sonic wave that dispelled Zoroark's afterimages, revealing its true form. At this stage, Zoroark's proficiency with Shadow Clone was still rudimentary, capable only of maintaining relatively fragile illusions, and Bakubi's full-throated shout successfully shattered them. Just like that, Bakubi, let us press the advantage. Use Life Drop and then execute Finger Flick. Panting heavily, Bakubi utilized Life Drop to replenish its stamina. Zoroark, do not grant it a moment's respite. Use Psycho Power. The shout diminished Zoroark's attack power. And seeing Bakubi attempting to recover, Chucheng decided to reveal his trump card, intending to conclude the match. Zoroark, unleash your ultimate move. Zoroa's eyes shimmered with a blinding blue light as a formidable psychic force surged across half the arena, striking Bakubi, which was in the midst of recovery, interrupting its restoration and sending it into a state of cringing. Alarmed at the sight of Zoroa unleashing such potent psychic energy, Xia Xiaoxiao sensed impending doom. In the battle, Zoroa, deliver the final blow with Psycho Power. Responding to Chucheng's command, Zoroa unleashed Psycho Power once more, launching the now cowering Bakubi out of the arena. A flash of blue light illuminated the area. Bakubi crashed to the ground. Its eyes spiraled like incense coils, utterly devoid of fighting capability. With Bakubi incapacitated, Zoroa emerged victorious. And Suwon promptly announced the outcome. Zoroa wins. Ah Chung, am I not impressive? Zoroa scampered over to Chucheng, boasting of its achievements. Indeed, my Zoroa is the mightiest. Chucheng bent down, scooping Zoroa into his arms and affectionately ruffling its fur in praise. Despite having sustained no significant injuries, Chucheng opted to take Zoroa and Xia Xiaoxiao for a thorough checkup, and they visited the nurse to restore their vitality. The trio gathered to analyze the recent battles, with Chucheng, the academic prodigy and combat expert, pointing out their shortcomings during the skirmishes and offering pertinent advice. Although the recent battles had not consumed much time, by the time the Pokémon had recovered and the group completed their review, the sun had already begun its descent. Thus, they agreed to settle their differences in the forthcoming Newcomers' Cup event before parting ways. Upon returning home, Chucheng retreated to his room, closed the door, and accessed the system panel. At that moment, the task completion indicator lit up, awaiting his claim. Upon clicking to receive, he was greeted by the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received 3,000 system points and a Shadow Ball TM. Chucheng promptly selected the Shadow Ball for Zoroa to learn and then opened Zoroa's information in the Pokédex. Name, Zoroa, Unova region, disguised. Type, normal ghost. Gender, dash. Energy level, 10 normal. Qualification, red. Ability, illusion. Held item, none. Moves, scratch, leer, scratch, shadow sneak, shadow clone, curse, will-o-wisp, dig, agility, shadow ball. Inherited moves, detect, psycho power. Parting gift, the intensive training in the morning, coupled with the 2 battles in the afternoon, allowed Zoroa to surpass the novice stage, elevating its energy level to 10 and completely absorbing the speed potion it had consumed earlier, adapting to its newfound swiftness through combat. For Zoroa, today's 2 battles were mere trifles, as it had not fully maximized its speed nor demonstrated the complete strength of its skills. Otherwise, just a few concentrated uses of Psycho Power or Curse would have sufficed to clinch victory. Moreover, now Zoroa had acquired the agility it learned during the match, combined with the Shadow Ball it had just received from the system. According to Chucheng's estimations, at this stage, unless facing a Pokémon with a level advantage of no more than 10, it would be exceedingly difficult to find an opponent capable of defeating Zoroa. Additionally, today was primarily focused on showcasing their initial Pokémon, and Zoroa's signature move, Illusion, had yet to find its place in the fray. It would only be during future 3v3 or 6v6 battles that the true terror of the Illusion Sovereign would be revealed. Subsequently, Chucheng navigated to the main page of the system. Host, Chucheng. Ability, Aura Power, Initial Awakening. System points, 5,620. Items held, Speed Potion IX1. Wow, over 5,000 points already. This allows for 5 regular draws. Should I draw now or wait? Pondering over the page, Chucheng concluded that he was not in dire need of resources. The Pokémon resources he routinely trained with, such as Moo Moo Milk and high-grade Pokémon cubes, were readily available at his home gym. Furthermore, having recently become a trainer, his father had deposited the substantial savings of several $100,000 Poke Dollars as a New Year gift onto a credit card, alongside an additional 10 million Poke Dollars from his parents for initial support, assuring him that he could ask for anything he required. Thus, he was not lacking in funds. Perhaps I should wait until I accumulate 10,000 points, he resolved. After all, it might be akin to those games from my past where a 10-draw guarantee mechanism exists. He mused. Besides completing tasks, it seems battles can also yield points. Tomorrow, I shall venture to the newcomer's secret realm in the Imperial capital. Let us set a small goal to see if I can gather enough for a 10-draw. In addition to the task rewards, the 2 battles had provided him with nearly 200 points. After contemplating, Chucheng decided against immediate draws and resolved to save up for a 10-draw. Chapter 11, Newcomer's Secret Realm. The following morning, Chucheng set off with Zoroa, taking a car to an F-grade secret realm located in the outskirts of the Imperial capital. Pokémon secret realms are generally categorized by size into 4 grades: small, medium, large, and super large, and are further classified from F to a grade based on safety levels due to human development. The F and E level secret realms primarily consist of smaller, early emerging areas. Due to their limited size and extensive human development over time, they now lack high-risk spirits and precious resources. These realms mainly serve to house less powerful spirits, maintaining ecological balance and providing training grounds for novice trainers. In contrast, the C to A level secret realms are exclusively accessible to professional trainers, boasting substantial areas and abundant resources, often hosting formidable wild spirits, including those of gym leader and champion caliber. Beyond these categories, there exist 2 exceptions: newly emerged secret realms, yet to be explored, which are uniformly classified as EX level, their conditions unknown, and a rare few associated with legendary spirits, designated as S level. After completing the registration at the entrance of the secret realm, Chucheng led his Zoroark into its depths. This F-level secret realm primarily features a vast forest interspersed with a few lakes and rivers. The forest's periphery is predominantly inhabited by novice-level spirits lacking combat prowess. While the deeper one ventures into the woods, the stronger the spirits become. However, to encounter spirits of ordinary level or higher, one must venture close to the lakes hidden deep within the forest. Numerous trainers are already present at the realm's outskirts, as it is currently a prime time for novice trainers to acquire spirits. Many rookie trainers are engaged in skirmishes with the weaker spirits around the forest's edge to hone their initial companions, while others, yet to catch their first spirit, are like eager youths trying to capture one directly from the periphery. Chucheng paid no heed to the throng at the edge and, taking advantage of the early hour, proceeded directly into the forest with Zoroark. Along the way, he anticipated the familiar sound of the system notification. Beep. Detection of the host's first entry into the spirit's secret realm has triggered relevant conditions. A novice task is now issued. Initial exploration of the secret realm. Within a limited time of 10 days. Please explore the current secret realm as thoroughly as possible, no fewer than 30 encounters, and defeat at least 15 spirits within the realm. Task rewards will be determined by the levels of the spirits the host defeats and the extent of exploration achieved. Upon seeing the task and its requirements, Chucheng raised an eyebrow and quickened his pace alongside Zoroark. Throughout their journey, he encountered a variety of spirits, such as Caterpie, Weedle, Budew, Oddish, and Pidgey. However, due to the incessant distractions from novice trainers and the presence of his already evolved Zoroark, none of the spirits exhibited any inclination to attack. Seemingly oblivious to Chucheng's existence, Chucheng remained unfazed. He had no intention of battling the weak spirits at the periphery. Their indifference to his presence was fortuitous, saving him valuable time. After nearly an hour of traversing, having gradually left the forest's outskirts behind, he finally spotted a suitable target, a light blue spirit drinking from a stream. Name: Tyrant. Type: Poison. Gender: Ability: Hustle. Energy level: 13 normal. Potential: Green. Held item: None. Moves: Tackle, Growl, Bite, Scratch, Tail Whip, Poison Sting, Dig. Having surpassed the ordinary level, its level was only slightly lower than Zoroark's, making it an ideal initial opponent. Upon noticing Chucheng approaching, the Tyrant, startled, tensed up. Chucheng retrieved a few universal energy cubes from his backpack and slowly approached Tyrant, displaying the energy cubes in his hand. Initially intending to flee, Tyrant hesitated upon seeing the energy cubes, unable to move its legs. Although still exhibiting a wary demeanor, its eyes fixated on the energy cubes, betraying its desires. Given Chucheng's background, the energy cubes he possessed were undoubtedly of high quality, far beyond what ordinary spirits could encounter. Seizing the opportunity, Chucheng invoked his aura powers, conveying his goodwill to Tyrant, and gestured towards Zoroark, saying, "Tyrant, we mean you no harm. I merely seek a worthy opponent for this little one. If you agree, all these energy cubes will be yours." After a moment's contemplation, glancing between Zoroark and the energy cubes in Chucheng's hand, Tyrant gently nodded. With the aid of the aura, Chucheng easily gained Tyrant's trust. Most spirits possess a simple nature. As long as humans extend goodwill, it is easy to forge friendships with them. The presence of the aura allowed Chucheng to communicate his intentions more effectively to the wild Pokémon. After agreeing with Chucheng, Tyrant shook its head, shedding its earlier demeanor of being lured by food, and positioned itself in an open area by the stream, inviting Zoroark to engage. Zoroark stepped forward to face Tyrant. With Zoroark prepared, Tyrant emitted a piercing cry, preemptively weakening Zoroark's attack before charging directly at Zoroark with Tackle. Utilizing agility, Zoroark swiftly dodged Nidorann's attack, transforming into a blur and evading the oncoming collision with ease. After 2 missed attempts, Nidoran reacted, gathering purple energy in its mouth and unleashing a barrage of poison stings towards Zoroark. Using Shadow Clone followed by Shadow Ball, Zoroark's form split into 4, surrounding Nidoran. The poison stings managed to hit only one of the clones. Just as Nidoran pondered its predicament with the remaining clones, a dark purple energy sphere struck it, sending it flying. After a struggle, Nidoran ultimately succumbed and could not rise again. Chucheng approached the fallen Nidoran, skillfully administering a healing spray to the wound inflicted by the Shadow Ball and feeding it several energy-restoring orange berries. He then placed the promised energy cubes down before departing with Zoroark, venturing deeper into the forest in search of the next opponent. Once Chucheng and Zoroark were out of sight, Nidoran, after regaining its composure, glanced at the retreating figures of Chucheng and Zoroark. Soon it turned back, picked up the energy cubes left behind, and dashed away, disappearing from view. To best complete his task, Chucheng and Zoroark spent the entire day immersed in the secret realm. Thanks to the allure of the energy cubes and the communication facilitated by the aura, most spirits that met Chucheng's criteria were eager to engage in battles with Zoroark. By the end of the day, Zoroark's level had also increased significantly. As afternoon descended and the sun began its descent, the weary Chucheng finally returned home with Zoroark after a long day of effort. Chapter 12. Harvest. 10 days later. Within the secret realm on the outskirts of the Imperial capital. Now, Zoroark, unleash your final Shadow Ball. Zoroark leaped high, launching a powerful Shadow Ball that struck the Scyther before it, sending the creature plummeting to the ground, leaving a long mark in its wake. The fallen Scyther struggled to flap its wings and rise again, but after several futile attempts, it succumbed to defeat, marking Zoroark's victory in this battle. Seeing that Scyther had completely lost its combat ability, Chucheng rushed forward to feed it an orange berry while skillfully tending to its wounds with a healing spray. In recent days, merely tending to the wounds of these ethereal beings has significantly enhanced Chucheng's proficiency in medical care. During practical sessions at school, it is quite rare to encounter such a plethora of patients for students to practice on. If his exceptional ability were not attributed to a trainer system, but rather a proficiency system, a notification indicating proficiency level 1, one would surely be hovering above his head now. Upon completing this adept process, he turned to stroke the affectionate Zoroark, who had rushed over to him in joy after winning a battle. Oh, Chucheng, I'm amazing I won. Yes, you are the most formidable. Splendid work, Zoroark. Your diligent training over these past few days has certainly borne fruit. You performed exceptionally well, Chucheng praised as he crouched down to meet Zoroark's gaze. Meanwhile, the nearby Scyther had also largely regained its senses. Farewell, Scyther. After bidding adieu to the recovering Scyther and leaving behind a box of energy cubes, Chucheng and Zoroark embarked on their journey homeward. In a bid to maximize their rewards from the system, Chucheng and Zoroark had diligently arrived at the secret realm nearly every day at dawn, laboring until the sun dipped below the horizon. Fortunately, the system had set a deadline of 10 days. Had it been extended by even a single day, it would have interfered with the commencement of the Newcomer Cup in the Imperial capital. It seems the system displays a commendable degree of humanity. Name, Zoroark, Unova region, in disguise. Type, normal ghost. Gender, energy level, 16 normal. Talent, red. Ability, illusion. Held item, none. Skills, scratch. Shadow sneak, double team. Curse, icy wind. Confusion, will-o-wisp. Agility, shadow claw, shadow ball. Taunt, knock off. Meditate, swift, and quick attack. Chucheng summoned the system's Pokédex panel to review his gains from the past few days. Following a series of intense training battles and explorations within the secret realm, the little fox had made remarkable progress. Firstly, during these days of continuous combat, Zoroark had fully adapted to the speed boost conferred by the speed potion he had previously consumed. Consequently, it was only natural for Chucheng to administer a second speed potion, further enhancing Zoroark's already impressive speed. Simultaneously, Zoroark's skill set had expanded significantly. Chucheng's Zoroark could indeed be regarded as exceptionally gifted, having not only learned the highly practical skills of taunt and knock-off through level advancement, but also having gleaned the techniques of swift and quick attack from battles with other Pokémon in the secret realm. While other trainers' Pokémon might struggle to master even a single skill within 10 days, the little fox had not only grasped abilities instinctively, but had also pilfered knowledge from its adversaries mid-battle. Such a talent could only be described as terrifying. In a fantastical world, it would surely elicit remarks about the potential for future calamity. It was no wonder the system rated it with a red talent classification. Turning to the task page, Chucheng promptly submitted his mission. Today marked the final deadline, as the Newcomer Cup in the Imperial capital would commence tomorrow. He intended to allow Zoroark to rest for the afternoon. After all, that once ascendant Scyther had already established itself as the strongest creature within this low-level secret realm, and further battles would yield little reward. Thus, both he and the little fox deemed it unnecessary to squander any more time. Notification: Detected host is submitting a time-limited task. Currently in progress. Detected current exploration level of the secret realm, 71. Current defeated secret realm Pokémon, 1 advanced level, 21 normal level, 15 beginner level. Haha. It appears quite promising. Let me see what treasures await. Notification: Reward extraction in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the following items: 3,000 system points, 2 special attack potions, type 1, 2 speed potions, type 1, and 1 mega evolution keystone. Chucheng gasped in astonishment at the bountiful rewards before him, contributing once more to global warming. Although he had anticipated that the rewards would be substantial due to the completion of his task, he was still taken aback by their richness. Among the 3 rewards, the points accumulated, combined with the efforts of the past few days and the additional 3,000 points, had enabled him to barely surpass the threshold of 10,000 system points. As for the 2 types of potions, their value was evident from the earlier enhancement the speed potion had provided to Zoroark. The newly introduced special attack potion was also exceptionally suitable for Zoroark, whose evolved form. Zoroark is renowned for its special attack and speed. However, compared to the last item, these rewards seemed somewhat trivial. As he retrieved the colorful gemstone from the system space, Chucheng's heart raced with excitement. Mega Evolution, also known as Super Evolution, made its debut in the 6th generation of the Pokémon series, Pokémon XY. It is a phenomenon that allows certain Pokémon, previously considered to be in their final forms, to transcend their limits and undergo further evolution. A process that occurs only between trainers and Pokémon with a profound bond. When a trainer possesses a keystone and the Pokémon carries the corresponding megastone, the resonance between them allows the fully evolved Pokémon to tap into the vast power buried within its genes, temporarily reverting to a primordial state. Such a generous reward seems too extravagant. Once he acquires a corresponding megastone, wouldn't he be able to attempt mega evolution directly? Chucheng mused, his tongue clicking in awe. The variety of Pokémon species in this world has been extensively catalogued. For instance, Eevee boasts 8 different evolutions, along with trait evolutions, among others. And the Pokédex has been updated with nearly 700 species, nearing the level of Galar. However, prior to Chucheng's transmigration, the latest Pokémon titles, Scarlet and Violet, along with the animated series Horizons, had only been partially viewed by him online, rendering him a mere cloud spectator. Due to the absence of Ash, he had scarcely engaged with the anime either. Nevertheless, after thorough investigations over these past days, Chucheng unexpectedly discovered that, perhaps due to the lack of relevant items and information unearthed from the relics of the secret realm, features such as Mega Evolution, the moves, and Dynamax had yet to manifest in this world. This revelation heightened his excitement. The keystone was not merely an evolutionary item, but a key to unlocking the gateway to Mega Evolution in this new world. Alas, Zoroark, whether in its original form or in its Unnovan form, lacks the capacity for Mega Evolution. This thought evoked a tinge of regret within Chucheng. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. Ultimately, one's strength is paramount. As long as one possesses enough power, the absence of Mega Evolution is inconsequential. Mega Evolution is not something that can be summoned at will, aside from the restrictions of the items and the demands of the bond. Any instance of Mega Evolution imposes a considerable burden on both the trainer's body and psyche. Thus, the imagined scenario of a universal Mega Evolution does not occur. Chucheng then glanced at the now surpassing 10,000 points and contemplated that with the Newcomer Cup approaching, although the little fox had already demonstrated considerable strength, it was prudent to bolster his arsenal. Hence, he decided against saving them. The desirable items in the shop were prohibitively expensive, leading him to test the system's lottery function. System: initiate a 10-fold ordinary lottery. Notification: detecting host's command, lottery in progress. The system page flickered rapidly, followed by a dazzling burst of light as a cascade of multicolored meteors surged before Chucheng. His heart raced with anticipation, hoping for splendid rewards. This sum of 10,000 points constitutes his entire fortune, and it is undoubtedly impossible to gather another 10,000 points within a short span of time. All he can do is hope that this time the lottery will grant him something worthwhile. He pleads, praying fervently that it does not sink into oblivion. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received. Chapter 13, The Upcoming Baby Cup. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received. Advanced Ghost-type Energy Cube, 10 servings, 3. Elf Snack Gift Package, 10 kilograms, 2. Coca-Cola, large 2L bottle, 2. Wild Sand Scale Fruit, 1 kilogram, 1. Cursed Talisman, 1. Healing Potion, 2. As the myriad lights danced across the air, 1 purple, 1 blue, 5 green, 4 white, and 11 orbs of varying colors floated before Chucheng's eyes. Wow, it seems the probability of receiving good items is quite high. Perhaps it is due to Chucheng's good fortune, or perhaps the hidden buff from the system for this first lottery. But this ordinary 10 draws turned out to be remarkably rewarding, even yielding a purple tier collectible. It is worth noting that this fickle system never mentioned any guarantees. Just the thought of no guarantees sends Chucheng spiraling back to the nightmarish experiences he endured during his years of playing with that wretched system. Surely, no one could take 300 draws before receiving a reward, right? After a brief moment of scattered thoughts, Chucheng began to assess the spoils of this lottery. He dismissed the snacks and sodas as trivial items, mere filler. The remaining advanced ghost-type energy cubes and healing potions, while not inexpensive, were undoubtedly of good quality since they were provided by the system. To the average person, these would be considered fine treasures, but for Chucheng at present, they were merely adequate. Not to mention that he still had over 10 million elf coins in his account, and his parents certainly would not let him suffer any losses when it came to these basic resources. They had plenty of such items in their gym. Nevertheless, since he had drawn them, he might as well store them in the system space. The healing potions would likely go unused, but the advanced ghost-type energy cubes could serve as treats for his little fox. The true highlights lay in the remaining 2 items, which could indeed be deemed precious. From Chucheng's perspective in this life, these 2 items were not particularly common. The Sandscale Fruit, previously mentioned, is a rare tree fruit that can slowly stimulate a Pokémon's potential and enhance its speed after consumption. Chucheng had included this in the custom diet he prepared for Zoroark, although those were merely artificially cultivated ones, resulting in a lesser effect compared to those found in the wild. However, it was not Chucheng's intention to deprive the little fox. Wild sandscale fruits typically grow in remote, unexplored areas far from cities and are usually dominated by powerful Pokémon individuals and packs, making them exceedingly difficult to obtain and their source quite unstable. Hence, the League undertakes the cultivation of artificial sandscale fruits, which, while not as effective, at least ensures a stable and sufficient supply. Naturally, wild fruits are preferable, and with this 1 kilogram of wild sandscale fruit paired with the energy cubes, Chucheng estimated it should suffice for Zoroark for about a month. The other item, the Cursed Talisman, was even more extraordinary. The portable items in the real world differ significantly from those in the animated series. In fact, they are practically 2 distinct categories. In terms of quantity, portable items in reality are far rarer than those depicted in animation, and when they do appear, they are fiercely contested by numerous trainers. This top-quality Cursed Talisman provided by the system could augment the Ghost-type energy of the carrying Pokémon by a staggering 30 points. Even though Ghost-type items do not command a high price due to their versatility, at an auction, it would likely start at 8 figures in elf coins. In essence, this single Cursed Talisman alone exceeded Chucheng's entire fortune at present, and should it pertain to Dragon-type or Psychic-type items, the price would multiply several times over, underscoring the rarity of such carrying items. However, with only 1 Pokémon at the moment, he could afford to indulge his little fox with these items. He gently pinched Zoroark's little face, eliciting a dissatisfied whine from her. Finally, he retrieved the Cursed Talisman from the system. As soon as it appeared, the intense ghost-type energy emanating from the talisman was almost visible to the naked eye, even surprising Chucheng, who had begun to awaken his aura powers. Yet, Zoroark appeared unfazed. Instead, she gazed at the talisman with an expression of longing, her big, watery eyes fixed on Chucheng. Zoroark, all right, this is for you. He hastily handed over the Cursed Talisman for Zoroark to absorb into her body, marking the conclusion of this 10-day excursion into the secret realm. Let us go. We're heading home. In the vicinity of the first high school in the Imperial City, at Chucheng's modest abode. Over the past few days, his father had been away on a League mission, and his mother seemed to have discovered a new toy, immersing herself in her research. Thus, he found himself alone at home and decided not to return, instead taking his little fox back to his small residence near school. The entire afternoon, Chucheng did not venture anywhere, merely resting at home with his little fox. He reclined on the sofa while the little fox lay in his arms. enjoying the rare leisure time, basking in the cool air conditioning, playing games, and watching movies. Chucheng leisurely taught his little fox how to use various human technological marvels: the mobile phone, game console, television, holographic projector, and computer. Zoroark picked up the game console, played a couple of games, and soon found it rather dull. She tossed the console aside, leapt lightly onto the table, picked up the remote control, recalled how Chucheng had just instructed her, and activated the holographic projector, becoming engrossed in a movie. With the aid of high technology, the immersive film captivated Zoroark. Perhaps due to her innate traits, Zoroark, skilled in illusions, proved to be the best critic, watching several films without growing tired, even pointing out perceived flaws with fervor. Chucheng resigned himself to being her audience. The entertainment industry in the Pokémon world differs significantly from that of his previous life, primarily due to the presence of Pokémon. The adoration of the masses for these creatures means that games, novels, movies, and television all revolve around Pokémon. For instance, the game they initially played, called Pokémon Rumble, closely resembled a renowned MOBA game from his previous life, only with the characters replaced by Pokémon. As for the movies Zoroark watched, Chucheng briefly glanced at the titles: The Bird Bandit, featuring a small bird; Dragon War, showcasing Dragonite and three-headed dragons; and Fiery Roaring Tiger and the Magical Masquerade Cat. Set against a backdrop of shipwrecks. In this world of Pokémon, the true stars are the celebrated Pokémon and their trainers. Attempts to replicate the previous life's trend of creating stars that only knew how to utter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for publicity would be met with skepticism from the audience. After watching several films, Zoroark finally began to feel fatigued, resting her head on Chucheng's lap and settling into a comfortable position before drifting off to sleep. Chucheng allowed her to lie on him, reclining on the sofa as he scrolled through his phone. Engrossed in scrolling through his phone, Chucheng logged into his QQ account, only to discover that the chat group for his second-year class was abuzz with excitement, an excitement that had seemingly persisted for a considerable time. Ever since a few days ago, when a classmate first shared a photo of their beginner Pokémon in the group, the floodgates had opened, unleashing a torrent of diverse images. As soon as someone posted a picture with their Pokémon, it sparked an animated discussion in the group that could last for hours. However, what Chucheng did not anticipate was that, just as he was enjoying his voyeuristic escapade, the conversation would abruptly shift to him. Linguere, by the way. Everyone has been quite vocal in the group lately. It feels like we've missed someone. Where's our top student? Chucheng. Lin Shui. Exactly. We still don't know what Chucheng's beginner Pokémon is. The newcomer's cup is just around the corner, and he hasn't made a peep. Xiao Xiao and the others chimed in, curious about his absence. Xiao Xiao Xiao. Hehe, regarding the Pokémon, you should ask a Chung directly. I won't spill the beans. As for what he's been up to, a Chung mentioned he's been training in the Pokémon Secret Realm these past few days. But since the competition starts tomorrow, he's likely holed up at home now. After this, Lin Yuan and Su Wan, who thrived on the gossip, joined the fray. As more and more people began to inquire about him, Chucheng could no longer remain a passive observer. Ding, ding, ding. A series of adorable photos of his little fox Pokémon were uploaded to the class group, albeit in a disguised state. He wasn't yet ready to reveal the true appearance of his Solgaleo before the competition. Among the images was one of the little fox, freshly bathed, lazily nestled in Chucheng's arms, yawning sleepily. Another depicted the little fox comfortably sleeping on Chucheng's lap, its cuteness almost irresistible. As soon as Chucheng began to engage, the group erupted in excitement. Wow, what an adorable little fox. Is this your starter Pokémon, Chucheng? I just want to hug it. Goodness, this Solgaleo is too cute. My heart can't take it. Exactly. If only my Firebird were this adorable. Are you dreaming? You know Firebird's personality, right? You really think it won't peck you full of holes. Well, what of it? You're so cocky. Let us have a solo match when school starts. Bring it on. My Pidgey isn't afraid of you. Thus, Chucheng found himself swept into the lively chatter, and the group spent over half an hour discussing Solgaleo before transitioning to other topics. By the way, everyone should have registered for the trainer camp by now, right? Lin Shui, the class monitor, suddenly inquired. The Trainer Camp app is an official software launched by the Dongwang Alliance for Pokémon trainers, with registration open to all trainers regardless of level. Consequently, it boasts a user base ranging from gym leaders and champions down to novice trainers, with billions registered. This platform serves as the largest trainer communication tool within Dongwang, where trainers share their experiences. Not yet. I've been busy in the secret realm these past few days. Chucheng admitted, stating the truth. He had been so preoccupied with completing tasks and training Solgaleo that he had almost forgotten about the registration. Chucheng, you need to register quickly. All students who haven't registered need to do so by tonight. The Newcomers Cup competition starts tomorrow, and the official announcement mentioned that the preliminary matches will be randomly grouped. Specific details will be communicated to participants through the app. Wow, I can't believe I was oblivious to such an important matter. If it weren't for the monitor's reminder, I might have completely forgotten. Not an issue. I'll register right away. But first, Solgaleo is awake, and I need to take it out for dinner. See you all at the competition. Solgaleo. A sudden call caught Chucheng's attention, as the little fox had woken up and was gently nudging him. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 6:30 in the evening. Time had flown by, and the whole afternoon had slipped away unnoticed. Hastily, he ended his chat and picked up the little fox, which was still blinking sleepily. Solgaleo, did you sleep well? Chucheng affectionately patted the little fox's head. Solgaleo. The little fox nodded energetically. However, a loud rumble echoed from Solgaleo's belly, causing its face to flush with embarrassment. Chucheng couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Let us go, Solgaleo. We'll treat ourselves to a nice meal. You've worked hard these past few days. Tomorrow, we'll showcase the fruits of our labor in the competition, so we need to give it our all. Solgaleo, Chucheng, we are the best. Yes, indeed. We are the best. Now, the formidable Chucheng was off to dine with the equally remarkable Solgaleo. Mimicking the antics of characters from an animated series, he placed the little fox on his shoulder and set off together. Chapter 14. The preliminary rounds commence. On July 19th, Saturday, the day of the official commencement of the Newcomers Cup in the Imperial capital had arrived. Due to the large number of participants, the preliminary rounds were held across various high schools, with each contestant engaging in 10 battles based on random pairings. The scores from these matches would determine who advanced to the main event. Once in the finals, the competition would return to the Grand Pokémon Arena in the city center, complete with live media coverage. Chucheng was fortunate. His randomly assigned venue happened to be the first high school. Despite it being a weekend and only a little past 8 in the morning, the school was alive with a bustling crowd, a stark contrast to the usual weekend tranquility. The annual Newcomers Cup attracted a multitude of participants, and with it being a holiday, the school was filled to the brim with spectators cheering for their children and those simply there to enjoy the spectacle. Hey, Chucheng, over here. As soon as he entered the school gate, a familiar voice called out to him. Looking up, he spotted Xia Xiao waving from a distance. Accompanied not by Su Wen and Lin Yuan, but by Lin Shui. It seemed luck was on their side, as they had also been assigned to the first high school. Xiao, monitor. Chucheng greeted them and casually asked, where are Su and Yuan? Xia Xiao waved her hand dismissively. Oh, don't even mention it. They're the real unlucky ones, assigned to the new district. They're probably still on their way. Chucheng grimaced. The new district was far beyond the traditional boundaries of the city, and he figured that if their matches were delayed, they might not return tonight. Thankfully, he had not been assigned there. Lin Shui then interjected, Chucheng, when is your match? Checking his phone for the latest updates, he replied, let me see. I'm on Battlefield 17, match number 179, scheduled for 9:20. There are so many participants. Xia Xiao rolled her eyes at him. You should be grateful. My initial estimation for the match with the class leader has already surpassed 10 o'clock. Had I known, I would not have arrived so early. Lin Shui exhaled in relief. It's quite normal. After all, our school is one of the largest venues. This year, the number of students opting for the trainer specialization has undoubtedly increased. Fortunately, our groupings are distinct. At least we won't face each other in the first 5 rounds. What is the procedure? Chucheng inquired. Are you truly here to compete, Chucheng? How could you not even know the rules when the match is about to commence? Xia Xiao said with a hint of exasperation. Hehe. You know, I've been training with Zoroark for the past few days, and I was utterly exhausted last night, barely paying attention to such details. Besides, what does it matter? Since we're here to compete, we naturally aim for victory, overcoming every opponent in our path. Chucheng replied with a carefree smile. It wasn't arrogance. Zoroark had made remarkable progress recently, far surpassing its performance against peers. As a novice trainer, Chucheng did not perceive anyone capable of defeating him and Zoroark. Moreover, the league had set the entry threshold for novice competitions quite low, attracting many second-year students who had no intention of pursuing combat specialization, resulting in a mixed bag of skills. In this brief period, he had already spotted several contestants arriving with fish tanks or potted plants. Chucheng pondered, perplexed, about the purpose of bringing newly hatched Pokémon like Mewtwo and Jigglypuff, or even those that struggle with dehydration like Goldfish and Magikarp, to a competition devoid of water pools. He found it difficult to imagine how those trainers intended to battle, fearing that a shattered fish tank might render them incapable of fighting. What an absurd scenario. Lin Shui, amused, proceeded to elucidate the rules. In the preliminary rounds, each contestant must engage in 10 battles. The first 5 are conducted in randomly assigned venues to gauge general proficiency, while the latter 5 will involve rematching, where those who perform better in the initial matches are more likely to face higher caliber opponents. Chucheng comprehended the structure. The first 5 rounds would assess the lower limit and determine qualifications, while the last 5 would evaluate the upper limit and establish rankings. As they chatted aimlessly, an hour swiftly passed, and a notification on Chucheng's phone indicated the imminent start of the competition. He bid farewell to the two and headed towards his designated venue. Venue 17, Contestant 179 versus Contestant 422. The match is about to commence. Please take your positions. Finally, the time had arrived. Hearing the referee's announcement, Chucheng yawned and entered the battleground. On the opposite side stood his opponent, a shy young girl who exuded an air of inexperience, nearly trembling under the gaze of the surrounding spectators. With her head bowed, she scarcely dared to glance in Chucheng's direction. Observing her demeanor, Chucheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy, hoping he wouldn't unintentionally reduce her to tears. Just as his mind wandered, the referee's voice pulled him back to reality. Contestants, take your positions. The match begins. Zoroark, prepare for battle. Time to shine, little buddy. Name, Jigglypuff. Type, fairy. Gender, none. Energy level, 7, novice. Potential, green. Ability, cute charm. Held item, none. Moves, pound, sing, play nice, charm. Watching the Jigglypuff, which seemed more interested in its surroundings than the battle at hand, the system's Pokédex automatically scanned and displayed all relevant information before Chucheng. Indeed, as expected, his opponent was a complete novice, not one of those cunning newcomers who feign weakness. Although the Jigglypuff appeared lively, its level of only 7 meant that out of its 4 moves, only one was an offensive skill, pound, which Zoroark could completely evade. What a farce. The released Jigglypuff seemed captivated by the arena, glancing around with no intention of engaging in combat. Zoroark regarded its opponent, scratching its head with a paw, then turned to Chucheng. This was a first for Zoroark. Even the weakest wild Pokémon in the secret realms possessed some combat experience, unlike this Jigglypuff, which would struggle to survive in the wild. Realizing the situation, Chucheng could only helplessly instruct his little fox, Zoroark, use Shadow Sneak, but remember to go easy. He feared that if Zoroark were too aggressive, it might inadvertently hurt the girl's feelings and provoke tears. With Chucheng's command, a shadowy appendage swiftly extended from Zoroark, reaching the Jigglypuff's back. Unsurprisingly, the Jigglypuff had no time to react before being knocked down by the sneak attack. Only then did the young girl come to her senses, exclaiming, "Get up, Jigglypuff. Pull yourself together." Alas, her Pokémon was not Pikachu, and the legendary healing move was utterly ineffective. Leading to a swift declaration from the referee, Chucheng claimed victory in the first match with lightning speed. Chapter 15, Zoroark vs. Electrike. The overly swift conclusion of the battle rendered Chucheng utterly disinterested. Following his triumphant debut, he nearly dozed off before finally facing his second opponent, a Weedle. Chucheng couldn't help but chuckle. Did this trainer genuinely believe he was a seasoned veteran? Moreover, it had been nearly half a month since registration. And given the rapid evolution of bug-type Pokémon, one would expect at least a Kakuna by now. It was baffling how this individual had trained their Pokémon to remain a mere Weedle. Unsurprisingly, the second match ended just as swiftly, with Zoroark dispatching the opponent in another shadowy sneak attack. In the following bouts, Pidgey, Rattata, and Bulbasaur took turns battling, aside from the Bulbasaur, which took slightly longer. All matches concluded with overwhelming victories, posing no challenge whatsoever for Chucheng and Zoroark. After an entire morning of competition, Zoroark hadn't even broken a sweat. Thus, Chucheng concluded all morning matches with an impeccable record of 5 victories and set off with his little fox to join his friends for lunch. In the afternoon, at the third battle venue, Chucheng stood on the battlefield, casting his gaze towards the opposite side. This was his final opponent of the day. With just this last match, he could conclude the preliminary rounds with a perfect 10 victories. He hadn't encountered the class leader or Xiao Xiao, nor had he had to face familiar rivals. Luck was indeed on his side. Chucheng thought to himself, "I watched your previous matches. Your Zoroark is impressive. But encountering me is your misfortune. Your winning streak ends here. It will be an honor for you to fall to my hands," boasted the arrogant boy opposite him. Exuding a sense of superiority, was this guy straight out of a cliché urban novel, playing the role of the arrogant antagonist? Hearing his grandiloquent remarks, Chucheng felt his patience waning, desperately wishing for the match to conclude swiftly. Both sides took their positions, and the match began. As the judge's voice resonated, both participants unleashed their Pokémon. Zoro, unleash Electric. However, despite the opponent's seemingly juvenile demeanor, he appeared to possess considerable skill. Ding. Name, Electrike. Type, Electric. Gender, none. Energy level, 14, normal. Qualification, blue-purple. Ability, Vital Spirit. Held item, Power Amplifier. Moves, Glare, Quick Attack, Pound, Charge, Spin Kick, Thunder Shock, Speed Star. Before the eccentric young boy stood a striking figure, a yellow and black creature. Electrike, the initial form of Electabuzz, could evolve into Electivire through the Power Amplifier, marking it as a formidable Pokémon. If memory served correctly, both Shigeru and Shinji, the rivals of Ash Ketchum in the anime, had Electivire as their primary Pokémon. Its qualifications were strikingly close to Purple. Moreover, a hidden ability? It seemed less useful than Static in the real world. The move pool appeared extensive. Yet starting with a Power Amplifier at such an early stage? TSK. Chucheng raised an eyebrow. This Electrike was undoubtedly the strongest Pokémon he had encountered in today's 10 matches, presenting a worthy adversary to gauge Soro's current prowess. Electrike initiated a quick attack, and the boy commanded it to strike swiftly. Just as planned, Zoro dashed forward with breathtaking speed, adhering to the conventional strategy. If the opponent aimed for a fast attack, Chucheng would demonstrate what true velocity entailed. Suddenly, a bright light enveloped Electrike, and it charged towards Zoro with astonishing swiftness. The small fox stood frozen, appearing momentarily stunned. Observing this, the boy's face broke into a triumphant smile. If Electrike's attack succeeded, the double damage from the fighting-type move would leave the dark-type Zoro reeling. Yet, as Electrike neared Zoro, the supposedly dazed creature revealed a playful smirk. A pink light radiated from its form, and in an instant, Zoro moved at a speed that far surpassed Electrike's, simultaneously creating 5 shadowy clones that encircled Electrike. This unexpected maneuver not only disrupted Electrike's combo, but also unleashed a barrage of shadowy figures that lunged towards the ensnared creature. This tactic had previously been employed by Chucheng and Zoro against Togepi, combining Shadow Clone with Shadow Strike, but now enhanced with high-speed movement. Simple yet effective. It proved invaluable for a novice stage, especially with Zoro's velocity. How is this possible? The boy's expression shifted as he realized the disparity. He was well aware of Electrike's speed. After using Quick Attack, it was among the best in the rookie Pokémon tier. Yet, the opponent's Zoro had effortlessly outpaced it from a standstill. What kind of monster was this Zoro? Was this truly the speed expected of a standard Pokémon? A cry of pain jolted him back to reality. Electrike was being relentlessly assaulted by the shadows, now bearing numerous wounds. Hold on, Electrike. Use Speed Star with all your might to clear the shadows. Upon hearing the command, Electrike, sustaining the onslaught, unleashed a dazzling golden star, akin to a homing missile, obliterating the surrounding shadow clones. As the last clone shattered, the real Zoro finally made its presence known. Electrike, charge up, then unleash a mighty thunder shock and settle this. The boy, relieved that his strategy had taken effect, faced a worthy opponent for the first time in a while. If his opponent was fast, he would counter with ranged attacks, showcasing whether Zoro or his lightning was swifter. Charging heightened Electrike's special defense and threw a trade of damage. He believed his side held the advantage in stamina. Is that so? Zoro clawed the ground, then charged forward to dispatch the opponent. Upon receiving the command, Electrike executed charge, radiant currents of gold surging from its body. Moments later, with a fierce roar, a massive bolt of electricity surged towards Zoro. It was evident that the power amplifier was more than merely an evolutionary tool. The dual enhancement of charge and the amplifier had pushed Electrike's electric current beyond the typical limits for a standard Pokémon. Boom! The intense current struck the ground, sending mud and dust flying. What now? The eccentric young boy gazed intently at the battlefield's center. Observing the spectacle, Chucheng could only smile ruefully. Enough games, Zoro. Let us conclude this battle. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow appeared, seemingly teleporting to Electrike's flank. Before it could react, Zoro delivered a powerful blow. Thud! A golden power amplifier fell from Electrike's body as the creature was propelled out of the arena, crashing heavily to the ground. Electrike. The Pokémon had lost its ability to battle. Victory belonged to contestant 179, Chucheng. With the judge's flag waved, Chucheng's final match of the day came to a close. How could this happen? After the match, the eccentric boy gazed blankly at the battleground, lost in contemplation. He couldn't comprehend how Electrike had seemingly landed a hit, only to find himself defeated. Electrike. Outside the arena, the creature emitted a weak cry, concern etched on its face. Are you alright, Electrike? The boy finally snapped back to reality, rushing to assess his Pokémon, relieved to find it merely exhausted, returning it to its Pokeball. It's alright. You performed admirably. This was my fault, he reassured. Chucheng nodded in quiet approval, recognizing that although the boy exhibited a touch of eccentricity, he demonstrated admirable concern for his Pokémon. After retrieving Electrike, the boy dashed towards Chucheng. Though I don't understand what just happened, a loss is a loss. I'm Suchen, remember my name. Next time, I will defeat you. With that, the boy turned and strode away without a backward glance. Chapter 16. The second Pokémon watching the swiftly departing figure, Chucheng chuckled, not taking Suchen's words to heart. He knelt down, affectionately ruffling Soro's little head. Well done, but perhaps less flamboyance next time. Soro. Understood, Chucheng. Next time, I will improve. Soro, aware of Chucheng's comment regarding its playful antics, replied with a hint of guilt. At that moment, an unexpected notification chimed in Chucheng's ear. Ding. Detecting conditions met for large-scale continuous task. First tournament. The current task segment 1 has been completed. Chucheng was taken aback. Initially, he thought the system would remain unresponsive during the first match, assuming that the Rookie Cup was too low-level to trigger tasks. To his surprise, the system had been preparing a significant endeavor for him. This was his first encounter with a continuous task. The large-scale continuous task, First Tournament Rookie Cup, has been triggered. Current Phase 1, preliminary rounds completed, rewards are available for collection. Note, once the continuous task is activated, each update of the task progress refreshes the final reward, with the rarity of the reward increasing as the task completion rate rises. It seems there is more good fortune awaiting, murmured Chucheng to himself. Indeed. I am not merely in pursuit of rewards. Primarily, I wish to assess the fruits of my training over these past days. Observing the other arenas, he noted that the matches involving the class monitor and Xiao Xiao had yet to conclude. Since he was already present, he thought it prudent to attend to another matter as well. Chucheng turned and made his way into the school building. Traversing the playground, he arrived at the academic area, not lingering but rather proceeding directly deeper into the establishment. Soon, a vast elliptical structure came into view, and as Chucheng gazed upward, the words Imperial Capital No. 1 Training Center caught his eye. Upon entering, he headed straight for the reception desk at the training center. Hello, how may I assist you today? Inquired the receptionist upon noticing Chucheng's arrival. Greetings, I am here to collect the Pokémon Egg reward from the school. What procedures must I follow? Chucheng replied, simultaneously retrieving the message sent to him by the League and presenting his phone. Just the previous night, after a full fortnight, Chucheng's eligibility for the reward had finally been approved by the League officials. He had intended to wait until after completing the preliminary rounds to claim his reward, but was pleasantly surprised to find that the preliminary venue was conveniently at No. 1 high school, allowing him to accomplish both tasks simultaneously. The receptionist took his phone, performed a series of operations while reviewing the information, and then stated, You are Chucheng, correct? Your reward eligibility has been approved by the League. You may select a rare-level Pokémon Egg at your convenience. Handing him a recognition card alongside the phone, she continued, The incubation storage room is located on the 5th floor behind you. With this pass, you may proceed directly there, where staff will be available to assist you. After thanking her, Chucheng accepted the recognition card and made his way toward the elevator. Once inside, he quickly ascended to the 5th floor. Following several security checks, he finally reached his intended destination. After the staff member recorded his identification card, they opened the final door, ushering him into the incubation storage room of the training center. Allow me to introduce you to our training center, began the staff member. The Imperial Capital No. 1 Training Center is among the premier breeding centers in the entire League, a testament to the school's decades of effort bolstered by the League's strong support. Within the garden area behind us, nearly 80 of the world's Pokémon reside, and our incubation rooms hold numerous rare Pokémon eggs. For instance, many rewards for events like the Newcomer Cup originate from our facility. As they walked, the staff member enthusiastically elaborated on the training center, pride evident on their face. The achievements of the breeding center were not solely due to the League's support, but also the dedication of the researchers and trainers. It was a source of pride for them all. While listening to the staff member's introduction, Chucheng glanced around. This is Incubation Room No. 1, where each Pokémon egg is meticulously selected from the progeny of the most powerful and exceptional Pokémon. Suddenly, the staff member halted, pointing towards the center of the room. Following the direction of the staff member's finger, Chucheng beheld an expansive incubation chamber housing only a few Pokémon eggs. Peering closely at the eggs through the window, he was unable to discern their significance. The appearance of Pokémon eggs was largely uniform, and even professional researchers could only distinguish them through subtle variations in patterns and colors. However, the mere fact that each egg was stored in its own protective space underscored their rarity. examining the golden nameplate labels affixed to the storage containers. He noted, Iron Dumbbell, offspring of a champion-level Metagross. Heart Scale, parents, champion-level Bagon. Bijira, father, champion-level Tyranitar, mother, champion-level Bagon. Sticky Baby, parents, champion-level Slugma. Mini Dragon, father, champion-level Charizard, mother, champion-level Dragonite. Familiar names flashed before his eyes, each one a testament to the strength and rarity of these Pokémon eggs. Gazing at the eggs, Chucheng found himself overcome with envy. Each egg represented illustrious Pokémon from the franchise, often referred to as quasi-legends, excluding mythical and legendary Pokémon. These were the pinnacle of their kind, powerful quasi-legendary Pokémon. Chucheng pressed his face against the transparent glass, nearly drooling at the sight. In terms of reality, one cannot overlook the allure of such esteemed lineage, he mused. Even if my home were not lacking, who could resist the temptation of such a lineup? At least of the purple-tier quasi-legends? Regrettably, the selection of rewards did not extend to these exquisite specimens. The staff member's voice broke through his reverie, bringing him back to reality. Chucheng shot a resentful glance at the staff member, questioning, why show me these if I cannot obtain them? Is it merely to tantalize? Each of these precious Pokémon eggs would fetch at least 8 figures at auction, far beyond what one might gain through mere examinations. Strive hard, young one. I hope to see you here one day, selecting your own, the staff member replied, amused by Chucheng's forlorn expression. It was a small source of amusement for him, witnessing the expressions of young trainers. Chapter 17, The Courageous Wave Guide. Sighing, Chucheng gazed at the quasi-legendary Pokémon eggs in incubation room number 1, feeling a sense of longing. The Pokémon eggs you may choose from are over here, the staff member indicated, directing him to the leftmost incubation room. What awaits inside? Chucheng inquired. These contain Pokémon best suited for novices, commonly referred to as starter Pokémon or those of similar rarity. There are also several eggs that have yet to be fully identified, but rest assured, all eggs present here have undergone energy assessments by professional staff, ensuring their quality is beyond doubt. If fortune favors you, you might even stumble upon a particularly rare specimen. The staff member spoke briefly before opening the incubation room, allowing Chucheng to examine the Pokémon eggs up close and make his selection. Upon entering the incubation room, Chucheng found an abundance of eggs. Far more than before, at least 100 lay before him. This one is a Charmander egg, he murmured, gently caressing the egg before him. The warmth emanating from it was palpable, and the accompanying nameplate quietly revealed its identity. Charizard, the ultimate representative of the starter Pokémon series. A perfect blend of strength and beauty, a beloved creation of Game Freak, and the darling of every game iteration. Even sharing the distinction of having 2 Mega Evolutions alongside Mewtwo. Even among the elite champions of the Pokémon world, there exist figures like Adu and Dandy who wield Charizards. Not to mention that bug known as Ailon's Water Spritz, which forcibly snatched the championship from Ji. Here, aside from the Pokémon eggs that have been thoroughly verified and possess clear lineage information, there are numerous unknown Pokémon eggs available for selection. However, opting for these unknown eggs is akin to partaking in a blind box. Until they are opened, one cannot ascertain whether they harbor a human or a ghost. Relying solely on the chance of blind box selections for Pokémon seems rather precarious. If there are no other desired Pokémon, perhaps choosing a little Charmander wouldn't be such a bad idea. In contemplation, Chucheng suddenly recalled something and hastily inquired within his mind. Alright system, are you there? Can my Pokédex functionality be utilized on unhatched Pokémon eggs? Indeed, with a reliable golden finger at his disposal, it would be foolish not to use it. As the saying goes, a small cheat isn't really cheating, and a little opening isn't truly an opening. Ding. Detecting that the host's current request aligns with the system's capabilities, upgrading the Pokédex module. Ding. System patch upgrade complete. The Pokémon egg detection feature has now been added to the Pokédex module. Nice. You're truly impressive, dear system, love you lots. Chucheng silently expressed his admiration for his dependable system. It really is quite remarkable, always there when needed. Ding. Name, Charmander. Type, Fire. Gender. Ability, Blaze. Potential, Blue-Purple. Inherited moves, Bite, Dragon Rage, Iron Tail, Ember. A rather splendid Charmander. And if it can inherit Dragon Rage, then if he is not mistaken, this little Charmander must possess a noble lineage of dragon blood. Perhaps even one of its parents is a true dragon-type Pokémon. Chucheng set down the Charmander egg and shifted his gaze to the other Pokémon eggs, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Since he could see the basic information of the eggs, and there were so many choices, he must thoroughly deliberate on his selection. Name, Chasepin. Ability, Overgrow. Potential, Blue. Inherited moves, Tackle, Leech Seed, Leaf Tornado. Name, Rhyhorn. Ability, Lightning Rod. Potential, Light Blue. Inherited moves, Magnitude, Double Edge. Name, Kecleon. Ability, Protean. Potential, Light Blue. Inherited moves, Stomp. Stealth Rock, Iron Head. Name, Poplio. Ability, Liquid Voice. Potential, Dark Blue. Inherited moves, Water Gun, Confusion, Aqua Ring. Chucheng glanced left and right. How should he say it? They all seemed to lack a certain something, and the best option still remained the Charmander egg he initially obtained. Hey, how could Chucheng not believe that among these hundreds of Pokemon eggs, there wasn't one that resonated with him? After toiling with these Pokemon eggs for quite some time, he still found himself at a dead end. Just as Chucheng was pacing back and forth, indecisive, he felt a gentle tremor from the latent aura within him. As if something had been stirred, a mysterious sensation seemingly guiding him forward. What could this be? Could it be? Having pieced it together, Chucheng hurriedly followed this feeling until he arrived at the far corner of the storage room. The Pokemon eggs here primarily originated from the wild, unlike those produced by breeding centers which have been fully verified. Are you certain you wish to select from here? A staff member cautioned as Chucheng approached the corner. The eggs in the corner were mostly sourced from the wild, either seized from poachers or rescued from natural disasters. Although all the eggs present had undergone official energy testing and their quality was assuredly not poor, they lacked the stability and guarantees of those produced by breeding centers, which provided clear species and lineage information. After all, even if both were of excellent caliber, it isn't entirely impossible for a top-tier Caterpie to stand alongside a top-tier Charmander. But the energy, effort, and various resources required to achieve that would be far from trivial. The difficulties are all too apparent. It's all right. I have a feeling that I might find a wonderful companion here. Rather than the so-called guarantees, I trust in this fate, Chucheng replied, confident that there was a Pokemon here that would suit him perfectly. The eyes might be deceived, but the heart would not. This connection through aura was infallible. As he stepped into the corner, guided by the aura, a Pokemon egg adorned with faint blue patterns appeared before him. The moment he laid eyes on it, Chucheng understood that this Pokemon egg was destined to be his partner. He gently caressed the eggshell, feeling a cool metallic touch, thinking, could it be that this little one is calling out to me? Ding. Name, Riolu. Type, Fighting. Gender. Ability, Inner Focus. Potential, Light Red. Inherited moves, Detect. Mind Reader, Quick Attack, Blaze Kick, Bullet Punch, Vacuum Wave, Aura Sphere, Incomplete. Indeed, this is it. This is precisely what I sought. Gazing at the panel before him, a phrase from a card game in his past flashed through Chucheng's mind. Golden Legend. It seemed he had struck the jackpot. As expected, the Pokemon egg resonating with his aura was indeed a Riolu's egg, though he hadn't anticipated its remarkable potential. Born with 7 inherited skills and capable of aura resonance even before hatching, was this a chosen child? Sigh. Why did I say again? While others in reality might not possess a system like Chucheng's that allowed them to see the potential before hatching, typically, the more skills a Pokemon inherited, the higher its level, and consequently, the stronger its aptitude. To inherit 3 or 4 moves was already indicative of a Pokemon with considerable talent, let alone a Riolu like this one. Even without the potential displayed, just by the sheer number of skills, Chucheng could discern the extraordinary aptitude of this Riolu. And what is this about Aura Sphere? Incomplete. If memory serves, shouldn't T-Ro only master Aura Sphere upon evolving into Lucario? Looking at the splendid panel, Chucheng estimated that this Riolu's potential might be nearing that of his little fox. Strong, handsome, and in perfect harmony with his aura, this truly was the ideal choice for him. Chucheng felt as if he were Qin Shi Huang touching an electric wire, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. Lucario is an extraordinarily rare Pokemon, its rarity almost akin to that of demigods. With such terrifying potential and a mutual resonance with his aura, what more could he ask for? Without hesitation, Chucheng lifted the Pokemon egg from the breeding box and approached the staff member. Are you certain you wish to choose this child? Yes, I have made my decision. Remember, once you have made your choice, you must treat your Pokemon well. Should there be any signs of abandonment or abuse, it will not merely result in the retrieval of the Pokemon. A tenfold fine will be imposed, and you will be prohibited from applying for Pokemon studies for 3 years, in addition to being handed over to the authorities for further action. The staff member reminded Chucheng with a serious expression, as was customary. I understand, Chucheng replied firmly. How could he possibly commit such acts against a partner that aligned so perfectly with his desires? Even in the absence of a system, he would never resort to such actions, regardless of which Pokemon he chose. After reminding Chucheng, the staff proceeded with the necessary registration procedures. Finally, Chucheng left the breeding center, contentedly cradling the Riolu egg. As he walked, a whimsical thought struck him. Before his journey, the little fox had been his cherished pet cat, and now he had acquired a dog as well. In a certain sense, could he not be considered a person who embraces both cats and dogs? Chapter 18. Level Classification. A brief overview of the classification of levels. Pokémon Strength Levels. Novice, LV1, LV9. Levels 1 and 5 are rapid transitional stages. Intermediate, LV10. LV19. Advanced, LV20, LV29. Elite, LV30, LV39. First Threshold, Professional Stage 1, LV40, LV49. Professional Stage 2, LV50, LV59, is the minimum standard for gym trainers. Second Threshold, Champion, LV60, LV69. Legendary, LV80. The vast majority of non-professional trainers in society, as well as ordinary students who have just entered Pokémon University within the past year, typically occupy the first stage, including the most basic roles such as police officers, firefighters, security personnel, and forest rangers. The second stage pertains to professional trainers who, with the aid of their Pokémon, can achieve a significant upward social mobility. Through arena battles, outdoor adventures, and explorations of mysterious realms, they can maintain a relatively luxurious lifestyle. Professional trainers in Stage 2 are eligible to serve as officials in the Alliance Trainer Association in general cities, as well as to teach in Pokémon-related university programs or work in law enforcement agencies. Trainers in Professional Stage 2 have reached the minimum requirements to establish official gyms and can apply to the Alliance for permission to open their own gyms based on their circumstances. The third threshold consists of champions and above, representing the true elite of the Alliance. The requirements for gym trainers are to meet the minimum strength standards for establishing an official gym. The minimum requirement for gym leaders is Professional Stage 2. But not all gym trainers are at this level. Trainers over the age of 30 do not participate in the competition for the alliances for Heavenly Kings or Champions. So gym trainers in economically developed cities and important border areas are typically at least of the champion level. The 4 Heavenly Kings and Champions represent the upper echelons of the Alliance, generally composed of emerging trainers under 30 years of age. Those who surpass 30 or are defeated in the Heavenly King Challenge automatically relinquish their positions. Legendary trainers embody the essence of each nation, capable of withstanding, albeit barely, the might of mythical Pokémon possessing divine attributes during combat. Chapter 19. Baki vs. Snorlax. Upon returning to the playground, Chucheng discovered that the class president's matches had concluded, while Xiao was still on the field, preparing to commence her battle. "What brings you here, Chucheng?" Lin Shui inquired as she observed him approach, cradling a sizable object. "Behold, my second Pokémon. This is the reward from the recent final exams. I noticed you were still battling after finishing my match, so I seized the opportunity to collect my prize," Chucheng explained, waving the incubator containing the Pokémon egg. "What kind of Pokémon is that?" Lin Shui asked curiously, glancing at the egg. "Hehe, I'm afraid I cannot say. This little fellow is an unknown Pokémon egg, and I feel a special connection with it. So I chose it." Of course, Chucheng could not directly reveal that he had selected a Riolu. It was, after all, an unknown Pokémon egg, indiscernible even to professional researchers. He certainly could not claim to possess the extraordinary ability of the Monkey King, able to discern the contents of the egg better than researchers or professional scanning devices. That would be utterly absurd if he truly had such abilities. Who would still bother with Pokémon eggs? Enough of that. How did you and Xiao fare? I'm done, but I lost 2 matches. As for Xiao, she is currently in her final battle. If she wins, she will achieve a perfect record. You seem to have a flawless record as well. Lin Shui's spirits dipped as she recounted her experience, a hint of regret crossing her face. Despite being in the same division, they had not faced each other. Yet she had suffered 2 losses. It was indeed unfortunate. Lin Shui's skills were quite commendable. She was capable of serving as class president, excelling in Pokémon theory and simulated battles, only second to Chucheng in their class. Unfortunately, luck had not been on her side this time. Her random draw paired her with a seed competitor from another school, leading to an unexpected defeat, and her Pokémon had sustained injuries. In her final match, she faced a formidable opponent whose type advantage further sealed her fate. Don't worry, as long as you make it to the knockout stage, you'll have another chance to defeat your opponents next time. Now, Xiao's match is about to begin. Let us watch. Chucheng observed Lin Shui's mood and offered words of encouragement, deftly shifting the conversation. Their attention turned to the battlefield, where the battle was underway. Name, Baki, Type: Fairy. Energy level: 14 normal. Gender: Ability: Serene Grace. Potential: Deep Purple. Held item: Silk Scarf. Moves: Tackle, Growl, Sweet Kiss, Life Dew, Charm, Pound, Gift. Yawn, Awakening Power, Rock, Light Screen Sleep. Name: Snorlax. Type: Normal. Energy level: 11 normal. Gender: Ability: Thick Fat. Potential: Blue Purple. Held item: None. Moves: Lick, Body Slam. Last resort: Tackle, Rollout, Flail. Chucheng observed the two battling Pokémon and nodded slightly. Xiaoxiao's skills had indeed improved significantly since their last encounter. It seemed that her dedication mirrored his own efforts. In just half a month, her novice-level Pokémon had reached level 14, indicating considerable hard work. However, her opponent was no pushover. While Baki held a level advantage, Snorlax, being a first-stage evolution, had inherent strength that surpassed that of the two-stage evolved Baki. The latter's lack of offensive capabilities against the high defense and robust Snorlax would likely hinge on the trainer's tactical prowess. On the battlefield, two Pokémon engaged in combat. The little Snorlax, upon utilizing its rollout move, transformed into a rounded shape, retracting its body to become a grand blue sphere, hurtling towards Togepi with fervor. This classic maneuver of rolling not only enhanced Snorlax's defensive capabilities, but also allowed it to approach and attack its opponent, leveraging its considerable weight. A strategy particularly suited for a Pokémon of Snorlax's large physique and sluggish speed, especially given its lack of ranged attacks in the early stages. With a resounding crash, the curled-up Snorlax charged menacingly at Togepi, and should that weighty rollout connect, it could very well incapacitate Togepi, even if it did not outright lose its fighting ability. Without any need for instruction from Xiaoxiao, Togepi stepped forward and deployed Light Screen. The ethereal barrier manifested in front of Snorlax, halting its momentum as it collided with the light wall, interrupting the buildup of its rollout attack. Well done. Togepi yawned before executing the move reversal. Snorlax retaliated with Double Edge. The opposing trainer, evidently no novice, remained composed despite the disruption of their initial strategy and promptly issued commands. Both trainers delivered their orders almost simultaneously. Togepi's yawn predictably hit its target, but just before succumbing to slumber, Snorlax's body emitted a flash of white light. Soon after, a luminous energy sphere coalesced before Togepi's tiny hands and launched towards the slumbering giant. Boom, boom. The energy sphere struck the sleeping Snorlax. However, it was clear that a mere normal damage reversal was insufficient to diminish the robust Snorlax's combat capability. Just then, the double edge that Snorlax had successfully unleashed began to take effect, inflicting double damage upon Togepi, eliciting a cry of distress from the little creature. Togepi. From the sidelines, Chucheng shook his head in dismay, recognizing that Xiaoxiao was still too inexperienced. After witnessing Togepi cast Light Screen, she should have ordered it to attack immediately. The moment Snorlax's rollout was interrupted, it became disjointed, and given Snorlax's reaction speed, evasion was unlikely. Following up with moves like Sweet Kiss or Yawn could have allowed for a strategic combo without risking harm. Meanwhile, the slumbering Snorlax began to awaken. The prior rollout had brought it perilously close to Togepi, and the pain it felt spurred it into a furious roar as it charged forward with Tackle. Togepi, brace yourself. Hearing Xiaoxiao's call, Togepi rallied, releasing a pink heart towards the oncoming Snorlax. The opposing trainer, upon hearing Xiaoxiao's directive, reacted, but Snorlax's speed had already escalated, leaving it no time to evade. The pink heart collided with the rapidly charging blue figure, and the just-awakened Snorlax found itself ensnared in confusion once more. Excellent work. Seeing the Sweet Kiss connect, Xiaoxiao waved her hands in excitement. Yet, Togepi lacked formidable offensive capabilities, and with Snorlax on the verge of regaining consciousness, Xiaoxiao decided to take another gamble. Togepi began to perform the move Aura Sphere. Observing this, Chucheng was taken aback. What luck! Xiaoxiao truly was fortunate. He quickly recognized the move as Aura Sphere, renowned even among fighting-type Pokémon, and realized that this match was all but concluded. The pale blue Aura Sphere struck the still confused Snorlax. And as fighting-type moves are the only ones to effectively counter normal types, the double damage Aura Sphere rendered Snorlax incapable of continuing the fight. Snorlax is unable to battle. The victor is contestant number 166, Xiaoxiao. With the referee's flag signaling the end, the final match of the preliminary round concluded. How was that? Xiaoxiao. Togepi and I were amazing, right? As soon as the match ended, Xiaoxiao bounded over to where Chucheng and Lin Shui were, brimming with energy. It was evident that after her earlier defeat to Chucheng, She had trained diligently, and her undefeated record of 10 matches exceeded her expectations, prompting her to boast to her friends. Yes, you're the best. You and Ah Cheng are both undefeated, while I'm the only one with 2 losses. Lin Shui teased, pinching Xia Xiaoxiao's cheek. This girl doesn't have any regard for my feelings. Doesn't she see there as someone here who lost 2 matches? If someone unfamiliar with their dynamic were to overhear, they might think she was mocking her. Ouch, be gentle. I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao, I was just too happy. Xia Xiaoxiao winced, quickly pleading for mercy. At that moment, Chucheng interjected, Togepi performed admirably, but as for you, Xiao Xiao, my assessment is that you need more practice. Togepi. Hearing Chucheng's praise, Togepi beamed with delight, its eyes squinting with joy as it waved its tiny hands in Xia Xiaoxiao's embrace, enthusiastically signaling to Chucheng. Oh, you Togepi, forgetting about me after just a few compliments. And you, Ah Cheng, why do I still need more practice? Xia Xiaoxiao retorted, having just escaped Lin Shui's grasp. Togepi did well, but you were a beat slow to start, and your misjudgment allowed your opponent to execute double edge. Knowing that Togepi lacks strong damage-dealing skills, didn't you think to get it some Thunderbolt TMs? If it hadn't been for a stroke of luck with Togepi randomly using Aura Sphere, the outcome of this match could have been quite different, given Xia Xiaoxiao's circumstances. Acquiring a few Thunderbolt TMs would pose no problem. It was likely her own oversight that led to forgetting them, although Togepi could barely learn those skills at this stage, which would result in inadequate damage output and slow casting speed. When combined with its array of control and support moves, it could still pose a significant threat to newcomers. Even once it evolved to its final form, Thunderbolt would remain an excellent means to bolster its offensive capabilities. Had Togepi mastered Thunderbolt during today's match, it could have concluded far earlier and with less difficulty. This battle was narrowly won through Togepi's fortune, but what about in the future? Surely, it wouldn't be feasible to rely on Togepi's luck for every match. Chucheng referred to Thunderbolt as the trio of common long-range moves: Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, and Ice Beam, along with the so-called Farmer's 3 punches: Ice Punch, Fire Punch, and Thunder Punch. These moves were colloquially used among trainers, players, as they were skills that the vast majority of Pokémon could learn, significantly enhancing attack capabilities and expanding their offensive arsenal. You all bully me. I'm not talking to you anymore. With that, Xia Xiaoxiao strode off towards the school gate. Chucheng exchanged a look with Lin Shui, both shaking their heads in exasperation. Sigh, she always does this. Really, her tsundere attitude is becoming tiresome. The two quickly followed after the departing Xia Xiaoxiao. Let us go. After a day of battling, everyone is tired, and we didn't eat well at lunch. I'll treat you both to a meal, Chucheng proposed. He and Xia Xiaoxiao boasted an impeccable record of 10 victories, while Lin Shui had achieved 8 wins out of 10. There was no doubt that they would all advance to the elimination rounds, and now was the perfect opportunity to indulge in a sumptuous meal and unwind. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui hesitated slightly. Although her relationship with Chucheng was amicable, she was not accustomed to accepting invitations for meals. In contrast, Xia Xiaoxiao, who had grown up with her, was far more accustomed to such gestures. Sensing Lin Shui's reluctance, Xia Xiaoxiao quickly wrapped her arms around Lin Shui's, exclaiming, "You said it. Come on, Xiaoxia, let's go and eat him out of house and home. Rest assured, I'll cover the bill, so feel free to indulge without worrying about expenses." Chucheng chimed in with a grin, playfully reminding them that he had over 10 million spirit coins at his disposal. Even if the 3 of them dined at a 5-star hotel for months, it would hardly make a dent in his finances. Furthermore, due to the presence of Pokémon, the cost of living in this world was significantly lower than in his previous life. The purchasing power of spirit coins was roughly equivalent to that of dollars or pounds. Aside from the occasionally exorbitant prices of Pokémon-related items, people generally enjoyed a commendable standard of living, thanks to the assistance of their Pokémon. After all, in the Pokémon world, a single electrode could easily provide enough electricity for a small town, while a Mach-Hoke could outpace an entire construction crew in terms of building speed. This overwhelming productivity contributed to an exceptionally high quality of life. Perhaps this also explains why the social morality in the Pokémon world tends to be relatively elevated. As the ancients wisely stated, only when the granaries are full can one appreciate etiquette. The trio, amidst their playful banter, arrived at an upscale restaurant not far from their school. As a prestigious institution in the Imperial capital, it attracted a fair share of affluent patrons, surrounded by hotels, restaurants, and battle clubs. To celebrate their triumph in the preliminary rounds, it was only fitting that the day's main characters were honored, so Chucheng chose a Pokémon restaurant, where patrons could dine alongside their Pokémon, a luxury not afforded by most establishments. This was his first visit to such a place. The restaurant, boasting a history of several decades, was not overly ornate or classical in decor. Rather, it featured a fresh, natural style, with spacious dining areas divided into expansive private rooms. According to the owner, the aim was to allow customers to relish the joy of dining with their Pokémon, even welcoming larger Pokémon like Tyranitar, Steelix, and Boskage. Chucheng carefully placed the incubator beside him, and the three released their Pokémon, revealing Lin Shui's companion. Name: Trico. Type: Grass. Energy level: 13, normal. Gender: unspecified. Ability: Overgrow. Potential: blue-purple. Held item: none. Moves: Pound, Leer, Double Kick, Absorb, Leaf, Quick Attack, Seed Bomb, Leech Seed. This was indeed a Trico, one of the starter Pokémon. It was evident that Lin Shui's prowess was commendable. Her Trico had been nurtured exceptionally well, exhibiting robust health and vibrant colors, surpassing the average growth by several centimeters. In terms of strength, Xiao Xiao's Togepi might not necessarily triumph over this Trico, given that Trico was far more agile than Togepi, and its control over moves was less precise, which could account for Lin Shui's less favorable luck in battles. Thus, the trio enjoyed a delightful feast with their Pokémon at the restaurant. And when it came time to settle the bill, Chucheng pulled out the card his father had given him, only to discover that his father was a VIP at this establishment. It suddenly dawned on him that his parents had also been students at this school years ago. Could it be that his father had once brought his mother here for a date? Without further ado, he waved his hand, signing off the meal, which totaled 2,000 yuan, to his father's account. As the sun began to set, the busy Chucheng bid farewell to his friends and set off home with his little fox. Chapter 21. Chucheng. The following day, Chucheng rose early, as was his routine. Ever since acquiring Zoroark, he had rarely indulged in sleeping in, aside from the occasional rest and relaxation. He took the incubator from his bedside and cradled it in his arms, channeling his aura to resonate with the Pokémon egg within. After returning home yesterday, he had discovered that any contact with his aura caused Riola's egg to become particularly lively, allowing him to sense the joy emanating from it. Consequently, whenever he had a moment to spare, he would resonate with the egg using his aura, even during meals. After breakfast, Chucheng prepared to head out with his little fox, but upon reaching the courtyard, he was met with an unexpected figure standing there. A tall, strikingly beautiful woman clad in blue jeans and a white short-sleeved shirt exuded an air of competence and sharpness, despite her simple attire. The newcomer appeared to be in her 20s, yet the commanding presence of a queenly figure was already beginning to manifest. "Sis, you're back," Chucheng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with joy upon recognizing the person in the courtyard. The figure was none other than his sister, Chucheng. Before the world shifted, Chucheng had always been an exemplary student, well-liked and mature, earning her the title of leader among her peers, a quintessential model child. While young Chucheng also excelled academically, he was more reclusive and laid-back, preferring solitude over social engagements. In contrast, Chucheng had always eagerly participated in various activities, amassing a plethora of accolades. Now, in this changed world, his sister had become even more extraordinary. As the champion of the high school league, she completed formal challenges against 8 first-tier gyms in her first year of university, joined the university's team, and played a pivotal role in securing the championship at the Dongwon University Cup. Now, in her sophomore year, she was set to take on the role of captain for the university team, making her one of the representative figures among the new generation of trainers in the Dongwon Alliance. With her formidable prowess, striking beauty, and an aura reminiscent of royalty, Chucheng had garnered a multitude of admirers, earning her the moniker Queen of Dragons. Just after the world had shifted, Chucheng had even watched footage of his sister S-League matches. The Dongwon University Cup, formerly known as the Dongwon University Alliance Tournament, was an annual prestigious event organized by the Alliance, serving as the pinnacle of competition for trainers during their academic years. It was a stage where nearly all the formidable trainers of the Dongwon Alliance had shown, and it was the very platform that Chucheng aspired to reach in the future. However, before that, he needed to accomplish his own modest goals first. "Yes, I've decided that my journey to become a legendary trainer begins with winning the Rookie Cup." Acheng. Chucheng's face lit up with a smile upon seeing her brother. "Sis, didn't Dad say you'd be mostly staying in Magic City this summer?" Chucheng asked, a hint of surprise in his tone. Because Chucheng had been informed by his father earlier that Chucheng would assume the role of captain for this year's university team at Magic City University. And with the new round of the University Cup fast approaching in October, the university had organized a closed training session during the summer. Naturally, Chucheng, having just taken on the captaincy, was eager to defend their championship title, so it was only fitting that he remained in Magic City. This year marks your official debut as a trainer, so I certainly had to return to witness it, he said. I initially intended to come back during the round of 16 in the Rookie Cup, but after training for half a month, I found myself on break for a few days, so here I am. Thank you, Iguanchi. It's been a while since we last met. While conversing with Chucheng, Chucheng handed over his luggage to the attentive Iguanchi, not forgetting to greet it as well. How does it feel to participate in a competition for the first time? And is this your initial Pokémon? Chucheng inquired with a smile, observing the obedient Zoroark perched on Chucheng's shoulder, gently petting the little fox's head. Not much of a feeling. The opponents in the preliminary rounds were far too weak for me and Zoroark, right? Zoroark, in front of his older sister. Chucheng felt no need for feigned modesty and spoke candidly. Indeed, apart from the final battle against the Electabuzz, none of the opponents in the 10 preliminary matches posed any real challenge to Zoroark. The gap in trainer skills was quite pronounced. He couldn't help but mention that rather eccentric boy, Su Chucheng, if he recalled correctly. Eccentric as he may be, his skills as a trainer are certainly commendable. Upon hearing her brother's words, Chucheng nodded subtly, then produced a pokeball, saying, since you didn't go all out in the competition, how about we have a match with this little fellow? With that, a blue and black figure emerged before them, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than one of the quasi-legendary Pokémon, Dratini. Name, Dratini. Type, Dragon. Energy level, 19 normal. Gender, dash. Ability, Vital Spirit. Potential, Deep Purple. Held item, none. Skills, Dark Pulse. Earth Power, Fire Fong. Tackle, Dragon Rage. Charge, Bite. Headbutt, Dragon Breath. Roar, Self-Boost. Superpower, Scare. Chucheng gazed at the imposing Dratini before him, recognizing it as the most formidable normal-type Pokémon he had encountered to date. With its impressive skill set and near-peak level of power. Shall we have a match? If you impress me, there's a reward in store, Chucheng remarked with a smile, revealing that this little creature was one she had caught during her summer vacation and had yet to train, making it an ideal candidate to gauge her brother's capabilities. Of course, it's a rare opponent. But sister, even though Dratini is strong, my Zoroark will not be outmatched by any Pokémon, Chucheng confidently asserted, firmly believing that his little fox would stand its ground against any rival of similar level. Then let us begin. Chucheng led Dratini toward their backyard, and Chucheng swiftly followed, cradling Zoroark in his arms. Moments later, the siblings arrived at a battleground set up in the yard. Though it was merely a home-use arena, its specifications were impressively high. As Chucheng and Chucheng took their respective positions, an electronic screen rose on the side of the arena and illuminated. The screen displayed a familiar face as the electronic referee. Rotom, prepared to officiate. With Rotom's declaration of "let the match begin," the internal sparring session between the siblings commenced. Go, Dratini. Give it your all. Zoroark. Let us do this. As their trainers commanded, the battle between Zoroark and Dratini officially ignited. At that moment, Zoroark had already exchanged a move with Dratini. Shadow Claw collided with Fire Fong, causing both to recoil slightly. However, it was evident that Dratini held a slight advantage. This outcome did not surprise Chucheng. Although Zoroark was designed to excel in both special and physical attacks with aspirations of becoming a dual-threat Pokémon, it was still primarily adept at special attacks. Merely managing to hold its ground against Dratini in close combat was commendable, especially since this initial exchange was merely a test of each other's abilities. On the other side, Chucheng observed with a glint of surprise in her eyes. Dratini was unlike Zoroark. It was a quasi-legendary dragon type renowned for its physical prowess. Despite its relatively short limbs preventing it from utilizing close-range techniques like Dragon Claw, it made up for this with its reliance on its heads for powerful attacks, especially when it evolved into its final form, the three-headed dragon. However, every strength has its trade-offs. The reliance on its heads granted Dratini exceptional biting force, far surpassing that of other Pokémon. The fact that Zoroark, which prioritized speed and special attack, could nearly match Dratini in strength was enough to astonish Chucheng. Dratini, charge your energy and unleash Headbutt. Dratini adjusted its stance, a translucent aura enveloping it as it accelerated, darting towards Zoroark like a swift arrow. Zoroark, use Shadow Clone. In response to Dratini's powerful approach, Zoroark remained unflustered under Chucheng's command, calmly releasing its Shadow Clone as Dratini drew near. 6 images surrounded Dratini, and its powerful head but merely stirred up dust as it shattered one of Zoroark's clones. It appeared that Zoroark's Shadow Clone technique had indeed improved. Earth Power expand, Chucheng commanded, unperturbed. While Shadow Clone might work well against novice trainers, if her younger brother thought it could suffice against her, he was sorely mistaken. Upon receiving the command, Dratini lifted one of its front feet, a yellow-brown glow swirling around it. Then, With a forceful stomp, it struck the ground. Boom. A ripple of earth surged outward from Dratini, radiating in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. As the ripples spread, Zoroa's clones were swiftly dismantled one after another until, ultimately, the real Zoroa was forced out of hiding. Zoroa? Chucheng furrowed his brow. What was supposed to be a straightforward skill like earth power had caused effects akin to an earthquake in his sister's hands. The reality of Pokémon skills was far more dynamic than in the games. He realized just how much he still had to learn. Zoroa, it's alright. We'll keep going. Having perfectly assimilated the speed-enhancing agent over the past few days, Zoroa had not only increased its speed, but had also significantly improved its stability and coordination compared to before. Effortlessly absorbing the impact, it quickly regained its composure. Observing Zoroa on the battlefield, Chucheng noted that the Earth Power's potency had been reduced to cover the entire area. And aside from being forced to reveal its true form, Zoroa had sustained no real injuries. However, the skill did have the added effect of lowering the opponent's special defense, so he would need to be vigilant about this aspect moving forward. Zoroa, use fast movement and stack meditate. Listening to Chucheng's directive, Zoroa's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a focused expression as it radiated both pink and blue light, accelerating its movements across the arena. Indeed, this was one of the trump cards that Chucheng and Zoroa had up their sleeves. Initially, for novice Pokémon, their lack of proficiency in skill mastery and inadequate energy control meant that when utilizing enhancement skills such as meditation, they were often confined to a stationary position, rendering them exceedingly vulnerable to interruptions from adversaries. Previously, Chucheng had contemplated whether it was feasible to simultaneously unleash other skills while employing meditation. Fortuitously, Zoroa, possessing an exceptional talent, exceeded the capabilities of most psychic-type Pokémon despite not being one itself. Its formidable mental prowess enabled Zoroa to multitask effectively. And during their 10-day expedition in the Secret Realm, through relentless practice and battles with various Pokémon, they had refined this technique to a level suitable for practical application. Although this ability still had its shortcomings, Zoroa could barely manage to wield two skills at once. Its control over energy remained imprecise, making it difficult to manipulate two different types of energy concurrently during enhancement. Therefore, to enhance the likelihood of success, Zoroa generally resorted to using only psychic-type skills while meditating. The combination of meditation and agility was a strategy devised by Chucheng to address this limitation. Both being psychic-type techniques, agility circumvented the drawback of being immobilized during meditation, allowing Zoroa to bolster its special attack while simultaneously increasing its speed. On the battlefield, Zoroa, augmented by agility, transformed into a dazzling blur of two colors, causing the single-headed dragon to feel increasingly conflicted. At that moment, Chu Jian was somewhat astonished by Chucheng's performance. The integration of enhancement and movement skills appeared deceptively simple, yet executing it in real combat was far more challenging than anticipated. She was taken aback by her younger brother's rapid mastery of this technique without guidance. While it sounded straightforward, it was, in fact, a concept grasped by seasoned or even elite trainers. She had initially intended merely to gauge her brother's skill level, but was pleasantly surprised by his extraordinary progress, realizing that she might indeed be in jeopardy. However, merely contemplating victory was insufficient. The single-headed dragon disregarded it and initiated self-boost. Against an opponent like this, the best strategy was to maintain a calm demeanor amid chaos. Since they were enhancing their abilities, it would be prudent to enhance in tandem. Upon hearing this, the single-headed dragon shifted its focus away from Zoroa and began to channel self-boost. Zoroa, seizing the opportunity, taunted its foe. Uninterrupted, Zoroa adeptly completed its first meditation, turning to the single-headed dragon with a mocking grimace. The taunt interrupted the dragon's skill activation, compelling it to unleash offensive moves. As expected, upon witnessing Zoroa's cheeky expression, the single-headed dragon halted its self-boost, its temper flaring. Roaring in fury, the single-headed dragon charged at Zoroa, its teeth enveloped in dark energy, a manifestation of the dark-type bite. Observing the dragon's anger, Chu Jian swiftly capitalized on the situation, commanding the irate single-headed dragon to bite and then unleash Dark Pulse. The single-headed dragon lunged fiercely at Zoroa. And just as Chu Jian wondered why Zoroa remained stationary, the dragon's seemingly assured attack unexpectedly missed its mark. In the midst of Chu Jian's astonished gaze, accompanied by Zoroa's mischievous grin, its form dissipated like shattered glass, leaving the single-headed dragon's attack to collide violently with the empty air. Full power Shadow Ball. Following Chucheng's command, Zoroa's image reappeared abruptly, launching a long-prepared Shadow Ball towards the side of the single-headed dragon. Boom. Upon impact, the unleashed shadow ball erupted, sending debris flying. As the smoke cleared, the single-headed dragon, visibly shaken by the blow, struggled to maintain its footing. Had it not been for its inherent dark-type resilience, Zoroa's attack would have incapacitated it entirely. Even so, the single-headed dragon was significantly injured, its stamina nearly depleted. Observing this, Chucheng spoke up, "Sister, perhaps we should call it quits. This is merely a friendly spar between family. There's no need to push it further. Since the single-headed dragon is already wounded, it would be wise to end it here." Chu Jian glanced at the single-headed dragon. "What do you say? Should we conclude this?" Roar. In response to Chu Jian's words, the single-headed dragon turned to her and let out a low growl before fixing its gaze resolutely back on Zoroa. Undoubtedly, the single-headed dragon had conveyed its answer through action. Victory or defeat mattered not. The pride of a dragon-type Pokémon forbade it from conceding mid-battle, even in the face of failure. "All right, I understand. You're quite tenacious. Let us continue, Chucheng." Seeing the single-headed dragon's determination, Chu Jian smiled. Her resolve rekindled as she turned her gaze firmly towards Chucheng, inviting him to resume the battle. "Zoroa, let us carry on." Chucheng refrained from further words and instead directed Zoroa to prepare for the continuation of combat, igniting the fighting spirit of both siblings in response to the single-headed dragon's fervor. The single-headed dragon gathered its energy, unleashing dragon breath with full force. Zoroa's speed was astonishingly high. Without restrictions, this battle would be impossible. Given Zoroa's previous inexplicable vanishing act, the only recourse was to rely on ranged attacks. Among the single-headed dragon's long-range techniques, Dragon Breath boasted the highest proficiency and fastest casting speed, along with a chance to inflict paralysis. With no better options available, Chu Jian decided to take a gamble. If Dragon Breath could hit, perhaps the battle could still be salvaged. Counter with Shadow Ball. Boom. In midair, Zoroa's Shadow Ball collided with the single-headed dragon's Dragon Breath, resulting in a fierce explosion. Amidst the smoke, violent ripples emerged, and the single-headed dragon, using the cover of the fog, surged forward, closing the distance to Zoroa. That's it. Fire Fang. With its mouth ablaze, it lunged at the diminutive Zoroa. Not so fast. Zoroa burrowed underground. The little fox swiftly dove down, narrowly evading the single-headed dragon's merciless jaws. As the single-headed dragon raised its front foot, a yellowish light began to coalesce, signaling another impending earth power. Just then, unexpectedly, Zoroa re-emerged before the single-headed dragon, seizing the moment to unleash its long-concealed secret weapon. A chilling blue wind erupted from Zoroa's mouth, enveloping the single-headed dragon, which was too preoccupied with its skill to evade. This technique, the Ice Wind, had been an automatic acquisition during Zoroa's prior evolution, and both Chucheng and Zoroa had held it in reserve, waiting for this very moment. The single-headed dragon, already on the brink of exhaustion, succumbed to the chilling blast of the Ice Wind, ultimately collapsing to the ground. At this moment, the electronic screen at the sidelines dimmed, symbolizing Chu Jin's avatar. As the voice of the Rotom referee announced, the single-headed dragon has lost its combat ability, and Zoroa is the victor. Thus, this friendly battle culminated in the triumph of Chucheng and Zoroa. Simultaneously, a victory prompt echoed in Chucheng's mind. Before he could take a moment to check, Zoroa, having just finished the match, dashed straight into Chucheng's embrace. Zoro, Cheng, how did I perform?" "You did splendidly, Zoroa," Chucheng replied, affectionately stroking the little fox's head while retrieving an energy cube made from blue-orange fruit. Zoroa had sustained minimal injuries during the battle, but had expended a considerable amount of energy and needed to replenish it and rest well. Meanwhile, Chu Jian recalled the incapacitated single-headed dragon into its pokeball and handed it to the nearby caretaker. The Chu family estate was equipped with the finest healing facilities. And aside from a slight frostbite from its last encounter, the single-headed dragon's primary issue was merely exhaustion. Having the caretaker take it to Chansey for recovery was sufficient. There was no need for a special trip to the Pokémon Center. "Cheng, you have truly surprised me." Chu Jian observed her brother, who appeared both familiar and foreign, and after just one semester apart, it seemed her little brother had indeed changed. For someone who had only recently captured a Pokémon, to achieve such a feat and even defeat her, an elite trainer, was remarkable. "Hey, it's nothing special, just average, really. This isn't your true strength. Winning isn't anything to be astonished about. Sis, please refrain from praising me, or I might get a bit too proud," Chucheng replied, attempting to be modest. Yet, he was not entirely incorrect. The single-headed dragon was indeed formidable, arguably his strongest opponent since his debut. However, it was evident that it was a newly captured Pokémon by Chu Jian, and while its move pool appeared extensive, it lacked several suitable key skill combinations. The two had not yet had the opportunity to develop a rapport. While their coordination was sound, it could not compare to the bond he shared with Zoroark. It was well known that the synergy between a Pokémon and its trainer was crucial. In contrast, Zoroark had been taken in by Chucheng himself. After more than half a month of training together, sharing meals, and sleeping side by side, their bond had already solidified. Furthermore, with the presence of his aura power, Chucheng and Zoroark were genuinely in tune with each other during battles. Were it not for his habitual restraint and desire to conceal his aura power, he could command Zoroark entirely through mental communication without uttering a single word. A win is a win. Your sister is not one to take defeat lightly. Now, perhaps you should reveal to me the secret behind Zoroark's disappearance? Chucheng remarked, observing her brother's playful demeanor with a hint of irritation. Yet, truthfully, she was genuinely curious about the mystery surrounding Zoroark's vanishing act. Surely, it could not be teleportation. Setting aside how a Zoroark could learn a technique that even the majority of Psychic-type Pokémon could not master, she had not sensed any fluctuations indicative of teleportation during the recent match. Of course, Zoroark, transform and let your sister witness your true form. Upon hearing this, Zoroark, who had been snuggling in Chucheng's arms, leaped in front of Chucheng. In an instant, a pink luminescence enveloped Zoroark, forming a cocoon of light, which then erupted. Amidst the scattering sparkles, the originally black and red Zoroark vanished, replaced by a previously unseen pink-haired little fox. Zoroark? Aching, what is this? Chucheng exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the transformed little fox. It was no wonder she was taken aback. As an accomplished student at Magic City University, she could not claim to know every Pokémon intimately, but she could recognize the majority of them, excluding legendary and mythical creatures, of course. However, this pink-haired little fox clearly exceeded her understanding. Is this really Zoroark? Upon closer inspection, she noted that while the coloration and form were indeed different, the little fox bore many resemblances to Zoroark. Yet, she had never heard of a pink variant of Zoroark, even in its shiny form, if she recalled correctly. Zoroark transformed from red-black to blue-black. This little creature, however, did not match any image from her memory. Wait, could it be that this is a yet-to-be-discovered regional form of Zoroark? As she scrutinized the similarities between the pink fox and Zoroark, she noticed the distinct attributes and suddenly recalled a case from several years prior in the White Eagle Alliance concerning a newly discovered species of Pokémon, an ice-type Ninetales. Dubbed Ninetales, polar form. So, if I'm not mistaken, this Zoroark is. Bingo, you got it right, but unfortunately, there is no reward. It is indeed an undiscovered regional form of Zoroark. By the way, sis, just a friendly heads up, it's a ghost-type Zoroark. Chucheng confirmed, grinning at his sister's deduction. Hiss. At this revelation, the typically composed Chucheng could not help but gasp in astonishment. A ghost type? With 3 immunities, 2 resistances, and only being doubly weak to dark-type moves, this type combination was utterly terrifying. She recalled that only the Steel Dragon and Steel Fairy combinations boasted such outrageous attributes. But what about its sudden disappearance during the battle? For this form of Zoroark, its illusionary prowess seems to far surpass that of an ordinary Zoroark. What you saw before it vanished was merely an illusion left behind as it burrowed underground. Although not all Zoroark, in the wash-green form, possess the extraordinary illusion abilities of my Zoroark, what I mentioned is generally accurate. I remember back in my previous life playing Pokémon Arceus and having researched Zoroark due to my fondness for it. Indeed, the wash-green regional Zoroark possessed the ability to conjure incredible illusions that would bewilder its opponents. The reason they were ousted from their habitats and ultimately perished, transforming into ghost-type Pokémon, was related to this variability. The ghost-type Zoroark even had the capacity to absorb fear and resentment, converting them into power. Of course, Chucheng refrained from divulging this information, as it originated from his past life as research, and his Zoroark had yet to demonstrate such abilities. He could not explain where he had acquired this knowledge. Furthermore, due to the nature of absorbing life energy, ghost-type Pokémon were often met with fear, especially since they genuinely consumed vitality. Given that the wash-green Zoroark's ability to absorb fear and resentment seemed rather dubious, Chucheng wished to spare his sister and parents any unnecessary worry, thus he kept silent. That ability is truly terrifying. I can already envision the faces of your opponents during future 6v6 battles, Chucheng remarked. Astonished at Zoroark's illusionary talents and already imagining the dismal fates awaiting her brother's future adversaries. If Zoroark's illusion techniques could not be resolved swiftly, it would surely instill apprehension in their strategic deployments throughout the entire match. As their conversation continued, Chucheng gazed at Chucheng. a flash of blue light shimmering in his eyes as he activated his aura power, gently extending it towards her. By the way, sis, I almost forgot to mention, I have special abilities now too. Meanwhile, it seemed that Chucheng was drawn by the power of her brother Chucheng's aura. As a halo of crimson flames quietly ignited in her eyes, a faint yet formidable presence emanated from her, reminiscent of the ferocious spirit of ancient predators, transforming her into a regal queen in that moment. As a fellow wielder of extraordinary abilities, how could Chucheng fail to recognize the source of such power emanating from her own brother? What a day filled with surprises, and perhaps a touch of trepidation. It was. Chucheng couldn't help but reflect inwardly. She had indeed contemplated the possibility of her brother awakening a special ability. Yet she never anticipated that he would not inherit the family's ancestral dragon commanding power, but instead awaken the power of aura. In this world, not only did Pokémon exist, but also the diverse array of special abilities akin to those found in the Pokémon series, with even greater richness and variety. These range from familiar powers such as psychic abilities, dragon command, and aura to natural forces, such as the power of the evergreen forest, which does not exist on Earth, as well as abilities not seen in the series, like spirit communication, ghost type, dark force, evil type, and corruption power, among others. Centuries ago, those endowed with special abilities were often regarded as chosen ones, and many ancient empires rose and fell inextricably linked to their presence. Even in contemporary times, individuals with extraordinary powers find it easier to become formidable trainers, with many among the elite of the league being special ability users. The types of special abilities are numerous and distinctly unique, with psychic types being the most prevalent and varying greatly in strength. Weaker psychics can barely bend a spoon with their full might, while truly powerful psychics possess near omnipotence, akin to the illustrious Na-Zi from the Golden Gem, who could create illusions, teleport individuals, levitate, and induce temporary evolutions in Pokémon through sheer psychic force. Other special ability users are far fewer in number than psychics, yet they generally exhibit high baselines of strength. For example, Chucheng, often referred to as the Dragon Queen, owes much of her title to her awakening of the family's legendary Dragon Command power, which greatly enhances the affinity between the holder and Dragon-type Pokémon, accelerates their growth, and even amplifies their abilities. Her rapid rise in strength, which allowed her to become the captain of the university's team by her second year, can be attributed not only to her talent, hard work, and family background, but also significantly to the influence of Dragon Command. She had initially thought that Chucheng might awaken the Dragon Command as well, but she was surprised to learn that he had instead awakened the power of aura. By the way, regarding your Zoroark, I've already informed our parents. Mom has reported Zoroark to the Pokémon Research Center in the capital. She told me to pass on any specific details to the research center when the time comes. I transformed Zoroark into its ordinary form mainly to avoid drawing attention and to preserve its strength, merely to confound our opponents. Before Chucheng could finish her sentence, as if anticipating her question, Chucheng quickly responded. Upon hearing his explanation, Chucheng felt a wave of relief wash over her. Since their parents had already taken care of the matter, there was nothing further to worry about. It seemed that her brother was indeed quite prudent in his actions. Chapter 25. Attribute Gems and Abyssal Fishing Rods. By the way, sister, I'm planning to take Zoroark out for some fun. Would you like to join us? Initially, Chucheng had intended to train with Zoroark, but after their battle, he decided against continuing the training. The single-headed dragon had proven to be the strongest opponent he had faced since becoming a trainer. Although Zoroark was unharmed, it was quite exhausted, and forcing it to continue training would be detrimental to its health. Hence, he resolved to take a day off instead. Over the past half-month, Chucheng and the little fox had spent their time fighting and training, with their rare moments of rest spent at home. Seizing the opportunity presented by today, he thought it would be a perfect time to take Zoroark out for some leisure. You two go ahead, I'll pass. Our summer training session is still ongoing. We only have 3 days off, and to save time, I left last night. You all enjoy yourselves. Stay safe and remember to come back for dinner. By the way, here, take this. Yawning, Chucheng casually tossed a box over to him. Here's your reward. I initially thought your starter Pokémon would be chosen from our parents' main lineage, but I never expected it to be Zoroark. The gift I prepared is no longer needed, so you can have this. By now, a chum. I'm off to get some sleep. With that, Chucheng waved her hand and turned to head back into the villa, seemingly intent on catching up on her rest. Once Chucheng had departed, Chucheng raised the box in his hand, its exterior crafted from an unfamiliar metallic material, perfectly sealed. Upon glancing at the side, he noticed it bore the inscription, Attribute Gems. Opening it, he discovered 18 gems of various colors, each exuding an enticing luster, corresponding to the 18 elemental types of Pokémon. Chucheng was well aware of what attribute gems were, unlike evolution stones, which could only be used for specific Pokémon to evolve. Attribute gems are a versatile and precious resource for Pokémon. Any Pokémon can absorb attribute gems, enhancing their elemental energy's potency, with fewer impurities in the gems resulting in better effects. Therefore, the higher the purity of the energy gem, the rarer and more valuable it becomes. From the labeling, it appeared that the box of attribute gems Chucheng gifted him had a purity of at least 90, denoting a top-tier quality. If he remembered correctly, even the cheapest attribute gem with over 90 purity would cost several 100,000 to 1,000,000 Pokémon coins, with substantial premiums varying by type. What a lavish gift. Shaking the box, Chucheng estimated that the total value of the attribute gems combined would be at least 10 million Pokémon coins, if not more. His sister truly exceeded all expectations. However, Chucheng did not dwell on it long, carefully placing the attribute gems into his backpack to keep them safe, cherishing the kindness of his family without the need to vocalize it constantly. After examining the attribute gems, he recalled something and summoned the system interface to check the recent notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating an elite-level trainer, Pseudo, in a 1v1 battle, earning 500 system points and completing the hidden task of defeating the strong with the weak, granting one opportunity for special item extraction. 500 system points. An opportunity for special item extraction. Chucheng couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, battling formidable trainers yielded different rewards. Only such encounters could provide such substantial benefits. During the preliminary rounds of the Rookie Cup, winning 10 matches had netted him nothing, with a paltry total of only 200 points, most of which came from the final match against a rather eccentric young opponent. Yet, after just one battle with his sister, the rewards were significantly greater, making Chucheng wish to challenge Chucheng to a few more matches. Of course, that was merely a jest. He understood that the abundance of rewards stemmed largely from his sister's status as an elite trainer. Observing the pseudo designation next to the elite trainer label in the system notification, he couldn't help but reflect that he had perhaps taken advantage of the situation. While it appeared that he had won, it was ultimately just a sparring match in which his sister had not exerted her full strength. If she had amplified the single-headed dragon's abilities using her dragon command, he would have been hard-pressed to secure a victory. The single-headed dragon was merely a newly captured Pokémon by Chucheng, still in the phase of acclimatization, which had allowed him to seize an unexpected opportunity. To engage in another battle for rewards would likely mean confronting Chucheng's main forces. The mere thought sent a shiver down Chucheng's spine. Perhaps it would be best to postpone such matters for another time. One must not become overly ambitious. Chucheng mused inwardly. He decided to utilize the opportunity for a special item extraction, deeming it unnecessary to save a single chance. Today's luck seemed fortuitous, so he opted for a summoning charm. Ding! A random special item is being extracted. A familiar purple light flashed before him. Purple light. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a rare special item, Abyss Fishing Rod. Abyss Fishing Rod, a rare artifact meticulously crafted over decades by an unknown captain. This premier Pokémon fishing rod embodies his final wish before passing, a hope that one day someone could use this rod to realize the dreams of his childhood and catch a true deity. Chucheng's brows twitched upon reading the system's description. Indeed, it was a dream. Abyss Fishing Rod? Hiss, could it be that the old man yearned to fish up Kyogre in his youth? Alas, I fear that such aspirations exceed my capabilities. Chucheng thought with a wry smile. However, in another distant world, a young girl had already accomplished this feat, albeit not with this rod. In a sense, someone had fulfilled that wish, allowing the old man to rest in peace. He retrieved the fishing rod from the system. The main body was crafted from a crystalline blue biological skeleton and cobalt blue metal, adorned with a silver fishing line made from an unknown material, glistening brilliantly under the sunlight. Setting aside its capabilities, the mere appearance of this rod was already magnificent, truly deserving of its classification as a rare treasure certified by the system. Chucheng caressed the fishing rod in his hands, without even considering the materials. The most unassuming decorations of exquisite pearls and gems on the rod alone must be worth a fortune. It was evident that this old man was deeply committed to his childhood dream, investing such effort into this fishing rod. Zoroark, how about we head to the beach? Chucheng contemplated while admiring the rod. Zoroark responded cheerfully, as long as I'm with Chucheng, I don't mind going anywhere. Hearing Zoroark's words, Chucheng couldn't help but chuckle. This was something no trainer could refuse, the affection of their own Pokémon. Let us go, we're setting off now. Once we reach the beach, I'll catch fish for you. He promptly requested a bag from AI Guan to store the fishing gear, as the rod's exquisite appearance warranted careful handling to avoid any mishaps. After making all the necessary preparations, Chucheng energetically set off with the little fox. He even remembered to bring along the unhatched Riolu. Chapter 26. The Beach. The Imperial City was not directly adjacent to the sea. Reaching the beach meant traveling over 200 kilometers to the new district. Taking advantage of the early hour, Chucheng quickly purchased train tickets to the new district on his phone, and he and Zoroark boarded the high-speed train. Perhaps due to never having seen such a train before, the little fox was visibly excited throughout the journey, bouncing around and peering out. Fortunately, Chucheng had booked a VIP ticket for a spacious single compartment, allowing the little creature to frolic freely. Meanwhile, Chucheng reclined in his seat, savoring a refreshing sip of soda as he awaited the train's departure. Thanks to the existence of Pokémon, the world of Pokémon had advanced remarkably in civilian technology compared to his previous life. The train he was riding was a state-of-the-art electromagnetic levitation train inspired by electric-type Pokémon, achieving an astonishing speed of 400 kilometers per hour even in normal operation. Such advancements were essential to accommodate the increased travel needs of a world transformed by the integration of secret realms. In a mere half hour, Chucheng and Zoroark arrived at the new district. The coastal resort of the new district is one of the most renowned leisure destinations in the Imperial City. Sunlight, sandy beaches, oceans, delicious food, and resorts, all of top-notch quality within the entire league. Since the completion of the new district a few years ago, it had become a highly praised leisure haven throughout the league. It was said that the area's exceptional environment was due to the nearby land being formed from an undeveloped Pokémon secret realm merging with the Earth. Yet, Chucheng had no intention of delving into such details. He was not a student specializing in Pokémon environments here to gather materials for a thesis. He was simply here to enjoy a day out with Zoroark. Who cares if it was once a Pokémon secret realm? As long as they had fun, that was all that mattered. After disembarking from the electromagnetic train, Chucheng took a bus with Zoroark to finally reach their destination, the new district coastal resort. Under the scorching summer sun, the beach was bustling with tourists, living up to its reputation as a leisure paradise. Chucheng quickly changed into his swimwear and headed straight for the beach with the little fox. Barefoot on the fine sand, he felt a wave of softness and comfort wash over him as the warm grains caressed his feet. How does it feel, Zoroark? The temperature here was significantly more pleasant than in the heart of the Imperial City, even though the sun had only risen just over an hour ago. Standing on the warm sand and feeling the cool sea breeze, Chucheng took a deep breath, instantly feeling invigorated. No wonder so many people chose to come here, even on hot days. Before long, he found a nice spot on the beach, set up the prepared sunshade, laid out a lounge chair, and settled in to savor the beauty of the day. The azure sea, the clear sky, the fresh air, and the sight of beautiful ladies in various swimsuits on the beach. This was truly the essence of life. He inhaled deeply, unable to suppress a sense of awe. Zoroark was frolicking on the beach, rolling around joyfully. Everything seemed so new to it on its first visit to the seaside. It eagerly pawed at the sand and picked up shells, thoroughly enjoying itself. Alongside them were many others vacationing with their Pokémon, including Bidoof, Bidoo, Squirtle, Litten, Shelmet, Poliwag, and Wingull, creating a vibrant atmosphere filled with diverse Pokémon. Chucheng even spotted a Snorlax fishing at the beach with its tail. Snorlax. If memory serves, one of the signature dishes at the new district resort features grilled Snorlax tails. Oh no, I mustn't think further, it would be impolite. Chucheng wiped away the non-existent drool at the corner of his mouth. Additionally, many parents brought their children to play, some wielding buckets and shovels to dig in the sand and collect shells, while others engaged in water fights with squirt guns. And some prepared to swim with inflatable rings and surfboards, building sandcastles with the sand. Let us go. Let us have a splendid time today. Seeing Zoroark's eager gaze, Chucheng encouraged. Zoroark. Upon hearing Chucheng's words, Zoroark joyfully joined the other Pokémon in water fights, or helped build sandcastles, ultimately burying itself in sand. The other Pokémon welcomed the lively little creature, and Zoroark was having the time of its life. Eventually, even Chucheng, who had been lounging with sunglasses on, was pulled into the fun by Zoroark. They played exuberantly for over 2 hours, utterly exhausted before collapsing onto their lounge chairs. How's it going, Zoroark? Zor. It must be said that during this excursion, Soloria, through her playful antics with sand and water fights, surprisingly grasped the art of sand manipulation and water gun play, leaving Chucheng at a loss for words. One could only conclude that Soloria truly possessed extraordinary talent. Indeed, the nature of one's aptitude is often beyond explanation. Perhaps this is what the scholarly prodigy refers to when they speak of learning through play. At that moment, even Chucheng felt compelled to exclaim, "My Soloria possesses a legendary grace." After a brief respite, Chucheng retrieved the abyss fishing rod he had acquired that morning. Since they were by the sea, how could he not give it a try? He soon found a suitable spot for sea fishing, resting while taking on the role of an angler. The weary little fox nestled in his arms had already succumbed to a deep slumber. Gently attaching the specially formulated bait purchased at the scenic area to the hook, Chucheng cast the fishing rod with vigor and then sat back to observe the distant bobber, quietly awaiting a catch. Before long, the bobber began to stir. Seizing the opportunity, he deftly pulled, effortlessly bringing the hooked fish ashore. He quickly rose to grab the net he had prepared in advance, scooping it up and placing it into the fish basket he had brought along. The sudden movement startled Soloria, who had been dozing in his embrace, causing her to glare sleepily at Chucheng. He weighed the fish basket in his hands. The sea fish weighed at least 3 or 4 pounds. A splendid start. It seemed he would not have to return empty-handed today, unlike his father, who often bought fish at the market. Holding the basket, Chucheng smiled and affectionately reassured Soloria. "Don't be upset, my dear. I'll prepare a special treat for you tonight." Hearing her name, Soloria immediately ceased her earlier scowl and chirped joyfully. Perhaps in a past life, she truly was a cat. Soloria appeared quite intrigued by the prospect of eating fish. Upon waking, Soloria decided against returning to slumber and leaned against Chucheng as she watched him fish. Soon, the bobber began to bob once more. With a powerful flick, Chucheng pulled up a magnificent fish measuring nearly a meter in length, adorned with golden crowns and crimson scales. None other than the most populous water-type Pokémon in the world of spirits, the Kingler. Gazing at the Kingler before him, Chucheng found himself at a loss. It was not suitable for consumption, nor did he intend to start raising a Gyarados from scratch. What was he to do? He recalled the unfortunate fate of Team Rocket in the animated series. Thus, with a resigned sigh, he politely returned the Kingler to the sea. As the hours passed, Chucheng continued to reel in various water-type Pokémon, including Kingler, Starmie, Sea Lion, and Goldfish, proving that a top-tier fishing rod truly lived up to its reputation. Even as a novice who had little experience fishing, he enjoyed an impressive haul. Ultimately, he released all the water-type Pokémon back into the ocean, leaving only a dozen or so specialty sea fish from the resort. Chapter 27. Chu Jin's Pokémon. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. After a morning of adventure, a ravenous Chucheng took Soloria to the resort's specialty restaurant. With a grand gesture, he instructed the waiter to bring out several signature dishes. Upon hearing that the restaurant would prepare his caught fish for a modest processing fee, he selected a few smaller fish from his basket for the chef to cook. The remainder would be taken home for his parents to savor. Perhaps due to its experience catering to a multitude of tourists, the restaurant's service was remarkably swift. Before long, the waiter brought out the dishes Chucheng had ordered: grilled Snorlax tail, seared sea cucumber with premium scallions, spicy sea crab, creamy clam chowder, and sautéed squid. Each dish was a delightful blend of flavors, leaving both Chucheng and Soloria in raptures. Observing the little fox's expression, caught between wanting to eat and fearing the spice, Chucheng couldn't help but burst into laughter, only stopping when Soloria shot him an indignant glare. The final dish consisted of the 4 sea fish he had just caught, prepared 2 ways, grilled and stewed. The tender fish, brushed with a secret sauce made from fruit and honey from the Beedrill during grilling, was perfectly cooked, yielding a delightful crunch on the outside and a succulent center. The fish soup, enriched with a hint of saltiness from the fish itself, was simmered with a touch of fresh milk and seasoned with a premium sea salt unique to the resort, offering a savory flavor with a hint of sweetness that was utterly delectable and refreshing. In no time, Chucheng and Soloria had polished off their 2 fish each. After their meal, feeling satisfied, they lingered in the restaurant for half an hour before finally preparing to embark on their afternoon adventures, the clock now nearing 3. As they stepped outside to settle the bill, Chucheng glanced at the receipt, which totaled 12,300 spirit coins. After rounding down, he handed over 12,000. Oh, the prices at tourist destinations were indeed steep. However, he remained unperturbed. The flavors of the meal had thoroughly pleased both him and Soloria, and the use of many spirit-related ingredients justified the expense. If memory served him right, the raw material for that Snorlax tail alone cost around 3,000 coins. So a higher price was only to be expected. Moreover, now that he had the means, why should he endure the same struggles of his previous life, toiling for money merely to afford a house, a car, and marriage, while refraining from enjoying his wealth? With the current conditions permitting, why should he and his Pokémon suffer? During the remaining hours of the afternoon, Chucheng accompanied Soloria as they explored the scenic area, experiencing every entertainment facility available. Finally, they concluded their day at the central supermarket of the resort, where they purchased an array of items until the sun began to set. It was then that Chucheng wrapped up the day's adventures, taking Soloria aboard the train home. By 7 in the evening, after a long day, Master Chu returned home with the lively little fox in tow, carrying a basket brimming with fresh sea fish. "Mom, sister, I'm back," he exclaimed upon entering. "Hey, what is all this shouting?" grumbled Chucheng's father, seated on the sofa in the living room, pondering how his son only seemed to seek out his mother and sister, neglecting to notice his own presence. It had been nearly half a month since they last saw each other, and this boy hadn't even thought to check in on his father. As Chucheng stepped inside, he spotted his father alone in the living room, watching television. "Dad, where's Mom and my sister?" he inquired, glancing around. "Your son has returned. Wash your hands. Dinner is about to be served," Chucheng's mother called out as she emerged from the kitchen. Hearing those familiar words, Chucheng couldn't help but smile. Even in the world of spirits, his mother remained unchanged, still just as she had always been. "Mom, look, I brought back some treasures. They're so heavy." Chucheng hurriedly presented the basket, resembling a proud child showcasing their findings. Inside were 7 or 8 fish of varying sizes, all flopping about. The smallest weighed nearly 3 pounds, and the basket itself must have weighed 30 or 40 pounds. In this world of spirits, humans' physical capabilities had evidently surpassed those of the past. Had this been before the world changed, with his previously sedentary lifestyle, returning with such a haul would have been no small feat. Chucheng's father approached, intrigued. "Specialty sea fish from the coastal resort. Did you take Soloria to the new district for a day of fun? Did you buy these?" he asked, his tone laced with curiosity. "I caught them," Chucheng emphasized proudly. "These are freshly caught fish, meant for you to savor tonight. Unlike you, Dad, who always returns empty-handed." He rolled his eyes, well aware of his father's reputation as the renowned Air Force king in the trainer circles of the capital, known for returning without a catch and feigning success by purchasing fish at the market. "Hey, enough of the banter, stop lounging about. Come quickly to help me stew the fish. We need to prepare for dinner. And you, son, go to the backyard and call your sister. Dinner is ready." "Yes, ma'am." By the time he heard his mother's command, Chucheng concluded his playful banter with his father and hurried towards the backyard, promising the little fox that he would indeed see to the fish. As he jogged into the backyard, a charmingly clumsy figure came into view. Chucheng was currently engaged with several Pokémon, and upon seeing the massive creature towering before him, almost 2 stories high, Chucheng didn't need the system's Pokédex to comprehend the impressive stature of the captain of the Magical City University's team. However, a long-standing question that had troubled him for years finally found its answer. "Indeed, Professor Oak, the data in your Pokédex was utterly fabricated, wasn't it? Name, Dragonite. Type, Dragon Flying. Gender, unspecified. Energy level, 49, Professional level 1. Ability, Multiscale. Potential, Light Red. Held item, Dragon Fong. Moves, Dragon Breath, Quick Attack, Water Pulse, Flamethrower, Thunder, Roost. Dragon Dive, Dragon Dance, Draco Meteor, Dragon Claw, Hurricane, Hyper Beam. Name, Bagon. Type, Dragon. Gender, unspecified. Energy level, 44, Professional level 1. Ability, Rock Head. Potential, Light Red. Held item, Sharp Claw. Moves, Dragon Claw, Twister, Iron Tail, Dragon Pulse, Earthquake, Dragon Dive, Dragon Dance, Draco Meteor, Outrage, Hyper Beam. With Dragonite, Bagon, Gyarados, Druddigon, Charizard, and Kingdra. Along with the single-headed dragon captured that morning, there were a total of 7 Pokémon, except for the newly acquired single-headed dragon. Each Pokémon had already reached at least the pinnacle of elite-level strength, with Dragonite, the ace of the team, just a step away from advancing to professional level 2. Chucheng claimed she was an elite trainer primarily because the certification standards for professional trainers mandated a complete team of 6 professional-grade Pokémon. Otherwise, with the strength of her Dragonite, if she were to compete in practical assessments, ordinary trainers would likely find themselves overwhelmed. Most of the Pokémon here were familiar to Chucheng, having seen them in their previous forms. After a long separation due to Chucheng's university studies, upon reuniting with Chucheng, each Pokémon greeted him joyfully. Thus, after a bit of playful interaction with Chucheng and the Pokémon, Chu's mother called them in for dinner. Assisting in the kitchen was a Shawnade, using its psychic abilities to bring forth all the dishes. The family settled at the table in the backyard. Given that both father and daughter favored large dragon-type Pokémon, their family meals typically took place outdoors, for the little fox attending its first family dinner. Chucheng elevated its chair, allowing it to sit beside him. The family had a relaxed approach to dining, with Chu's parents engrossed in their own affairs and Chu Jin attending university in the magical city, while Chucheng effectively resided on campus. It had been a while since they had all shared a meal, and they engaged in light conversation as they ate. By the way, Chung, pay close attention during the Newcomer Cup. This year, in a bid to surpass the first high school in the high school league, several prestigious schools in the capital have spent lavishly to recruit formidable newcomers. You'll have plenty of opponents to contend with. Under the fervent gaze of Chu's mother, Chu's father discreetly took another sip of his drink, seemingly diverting the topic as he addressed Chucheng. Is that allowed? Chucheng inquired. Does the league not prohibit such actions? It's not a major issue. In essence, they are merely investing resources to recruit a few transfer students. Although the other key high schools may not rival the first high in terms of foundation, they can certainly afford such expenditures. The first high is merely too proud to admit it. Just wait and see. After the Newcomer Cup, there may be those looking to poach you. Me? Chucheng responded with curiosity. At this moment, Chu Jin chimed in, confirming, indeed. A senior in my school team mentioned that her sister was similarly recruited by a school in the capital this year. Xiaocheng, just perform well. To ensure you aren't poached, your school will likely enhance your benefits. Do not underestimate these prestigious high schools. While they may not compare to renowned Pokémon universities, they harbor plenty of hidden treasures. Chu's father continued. The high school league should commence shortly after the second semester of the senior year. The league intends to reform this year, allowing universities to recruit in advance based on the competition results, which will impact the rankings of various schools in the capital, directly affecting the subsidies and support from the league. Given the first high's recent decline, these schools are eager to bring it down. Thus, give your all in the high school league. This is directly tied to the benefits you will receive when entering university. It will determine whether you choose the university or the university chooses you. Your performance will speak volumes. If you need anything during this period, just let your mother or me know. The rest is up to your efforts. He was already aware of the events from that morning. He knew his son had awakened the power of aura and was astonished by the rapid advancement of his strength. It is noteworthy that even with the newly captured single-headed dragon, Chu Jin's prowess could easily dominate most rookie trainers. Defeating Chu Jin indicated that Chucheng's abilities were certainly among the upper echelons of this new generation. He had also reviewed the battle footage from the afternoon. Within just half a month, cultivating Solgaleo to this level, combined with the existence of aura, undoubtedly placed his son at the pinnacle of trainer talent. Son, your talent is exceptional. Do not squander it. You must take this upcoming high school league seriously, Chu's father advised earnestly, noticing the puzzled expression on his son's face. He elaborated, the league's intent is to sift through more trainer talent. Don't be misled by the substantial investments of schools in recruiting. Remember, performance isn't solely based on the top spot. The emergence of a prodigious talent from the masses can prompt them to invest significantly. Training Pokémon isn't merely reliant on resource accumulation. Otherwise, what role would trainers serve? Once discovered, these prodigious talents will receive vigorous nurturing from schools. And if they can shine in the high school league and get recruited early, it would save them a considerable amount of time, as Chu's father articulated. In this realistic rendition of the Pokémon world, the enhancement of Pokémon strength does not merely entail battling monsters or consuming items, as one might find in games. It is not merely about the infinite supply of resources ensuring boundless growth. Otherwise, anyone could become a formidable trainer, capable of nurturing champions or even legendary Pokémon. Champions and elite trainers are not so easily found. In reality, the number of trainers capable of raising champions remains exceedingly small, even among the offspring of powerful trainers. Not every individual can match the excellence of their predecessors. This is precisely why the notion of trainer talent exists. While it may seem somewhat idealistic, this intangible force undeniably exists. Extreme emotions constitute a form of power, and Pokémon are inherently sensitive beings. The bond between Pokémon and their trainers is undeniably real. It can be asserted that every formidable Pokémon trainer possesses an abundance of emotion and an unwavering spirit. Among them, there exist both virtuous and nefarious individuals. Yet without a deep connection to their Pokémon, it would be impossible to reach such heights. Conversely, fueled by emotion and connection, Pokémon can unleash astonishing power for the sake of their trainers. This phenomenon elucidates why Pokémon tend to become stronger under a trainer's guidance at a pace that far surpasses their solitary growth. Chucheng nodded in understanding. Drawing on memories from a world long past, he began to grasp his father's words. Within the repertoire of Pokémon skills, two seemingly inconspicuous yet remarkably unique abilities stand out: Rage and Gratitude. Rage manifests as a full-throttle assault on opponents, driven by a Pokémon's discontent with its trainer. The lesser the bond, the greater the power. In stark contrast, gratitude compels a Pokémon to exert itself fully against foes for the sake of its trainer. The stronger the bond, the mightier the effect. These diametrically opposed skills serve as a testament to the potency of emotional bonds. Moreover, there are Pokémon like Gardevoir who, when their trainer is in peril, can unleash an overwhelming surge of psychic energy that transcends their limits. Capable of warping space and creating miniature black holes, an undeniable proof of the existence of emotional power. Thus, to train a champion-level Pokémon, one must possess talent, ample resources, rigorous training, and, most crucially, a deep emotional connection, bond, and mutual understanding between trainer and Pokémon. Each element is indispensable. The relationship between Pokémon and trainers is indeed one of mutual enhancement. A powerful trainer, even if deemed a villain in certain respects, shares an authentic and undeniable bond with their Pokémon. This is akin to the myriad antagonists in the Pokémon series from Chucheng's previous life, whether it be N, who strayed from the path under the influence of Team Plasma, or the likes of Giovanni and Lysandra, the dark masterminds of villainous organizations, or the sinister transformations of the Elite Four in the manga specials, and even AZ and Lysandra, who, driven by the loss of their beloved Pokémon, instigated wars to resurrect them, even seeking legendary Pokémon. Contemplating the evolution stone he had fashioned into a trinket, Chucheng realized that while his understanding of this power might still be nascent, as he steadfastly walked the path of a trainer, he would one day truly grasp the strength born of emotion. Talent and the bond with Pokémon can be manifested, and the Alliance's current intention to reform the enrollment system is aimed at uncovering more genuine trainers who possess both passion for Pokémon and innate talent, enabling them to receive training at an earlier stage. Chucheng was touched by his father's words, yet at that moment, his heart was more filled with anticipation for his opponents. He yearned for a vigorous battle, for at the core, trainers are beings driven by a desire for confrontation. Chapter 29. The hatching of Riolu. Before long, Chu Jin's brief 3-day holiday came to an end, and it would be another 6 months before she returned. During these 3 days, not only did Chucheng accompany her, but even his parents made rare efforts to spend time at home. After a hearty breakfast, the time to depart arrived. To save time, Chu Jin had prepared to set off early that morning. As she rode her Dragonite into the sky, Chucheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. In his previous ordinary world, he had often fantasized about the day he could traverse into the Pokémon realm, soaring through the skies alongside his Pokémon companions, a truly enviable dream. Noticing his son's expression, his father chuckled softly and placed a reassuring hand on Chucheng's shoulder. Do not envy your sister. One day, you too shall soar through the skies on a dragon. However, taming a dragon-type Pokémon is no simple feat. You must strive diligently. As he spoke, an inexplicable aura radiated from him, exuding a commanding presence. Chucheng, momentarily taken aback by his father's demeanor, nodded vigorously before dashing back upstairs to retrieve the small fox and the Riolu egg, leaving only a quick note of, "I'm going out to train. I want to be back for lunch," before swiftly departing. That child. Chucheng's parents exchanged amused glances and shook their heads with smiles. At the Dragon Gym, Chucheng sat in the training room, engrossed in refining his training plan. Over the past few days, he had developed new ideas and was revising his previous strategies, while Zoroark continued her routine on the treadmill. Just before commencing training, Chucheng administered the third speed elixir to the small fox. However, each Pokémon can only take a maximum of 3 doses of any elixir, making this the last one for the small fox. As he immersed himself in his new training regimen, the incubator placed nearby suddenly emitted a series of alert sounds, interrupting his thoughts. Realizing what was happening, Chucheng hastily dropped what he was holding and hurried to the incubator. According to the breeding center's timeline, hatching should still be some time away. But perhaps due to his persistent resonance with the egg through aura over the past few days, Riolu was about to hatch. As he gazed at the slightly trembling egg, Chucheng felt a surge of excitement swell within him. Unlike the overwhelming joy he had felt upon first encountering Zoroark, this moment brought forth an indescribable emotion as he awaited the birth of this new life in his hands. Crack, crack. With increasing vibrations, a radiant white light emerged, and with a sound of shattering, the light erupted forth, blinding him momentarily before restoring tranquility. Before him, the incubator revealed an egg adorned with delicate blue patterns, now covered in a web of cracks. As the fissures spread, the egg shattered completely. Oh, just as Chucheng's heart raced to his throat, a tender cry followed, and a small figure emerged from the broken shell. blinking open its eyes in curious exploration of the world. Like Zoroark, this Riolu was far more animated than the images he had seen in his previous life. Its sleek blue-black fur shimmered, and its tiny blue tail wagged energetically, as it gazed up at him with bright, expressive eyes. As Chucheng approached with a smile, Riolu gently nudged its head against him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Riolu," he said as he cradled the Pokémon in his arms. The freshly hatched Pokémon possesses an extraordinary sense of dependency towards the first creature it encounters, a natural instinct shared by all beings, and Riolu was no exception, further amplified by their previous resonance through aura. In Chucheng's embrace, the newly born Riolu snuggled close, its large eyes gazing intently at the adult holding it, as if to etch this moment into its memory forever. "We shall be partners from now on," Chucheng softly declared to Riolu, then turned to call out, "Zoroark, come over and meet our new companion." Upon hearing Chucheng's summons, Zoroark paused her training and dashed over, peering curiously at Riolu nestled in his arms. Riolu. Upon encountering the unexpectedly appearing little fox, Riolu was taken aback, instinctively retreating into Chucheng's embrace. "Do not be afraid, Riolu. Zoroark is my first Pokémon and will be your companion as well. It will not harm you. You two must learn to coexist harmoniously." Upon hearing Chucheng's reassuring words, although Riolu did not fully comprehend, it instinctively quieted down and cautiously poked its head out to observe the little fox beside it. Zoroark greeted it amicably. In this exchange, the initial fear that Riolu felt gradually dissipated as it began to familiarize itself with Zoroark. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Chucheng smiled knowingly. After allowing Zoroark a moment to rest, he took Riolu to the training room's bathing area. It is essential to wash newborn Pokémon with lukewarm water to remove any residual mucus, a crucial detail that Chucheng would not overlook. As Chucheng busied himself with bathing Riolu, he found that the little creature was remarkably obedient, perhaps due to the days they had spent together. Resonating with each other through aura, Riolu was particularly docile in his presence, leading to an exceptionally synergistic interaction between them. Once Riolu was thoroughly rinsed, Chucheng wrapped it in a soft towel, being cautious not to let the newborn Pokémon catch a chill before returning to the training room. Upon their return, he retrieved the moo milk he had prepared earlier. Since newborn Pokémon are relatively fragile, it is advisable to avoid using berries or energy cubes directly and instead provide them with nutritious moo milk. As Riolu gazed at the milk, a look of longing crossed its face, yet it still directed its gaze back at Chucheng, as if inquiring, "Aren't you going to drink with me?" Chucheng felt a pang in his heart at this sight, unable to suppress his smile. "Drink freely. It's perfectly fine. I have plenty more. Take as much as you desire," he assured, gesturing towards the box of moo milk on the table. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Only then did Riolu embrace the bottle with its tiny hands, eagerly drinking the milk, a look of bliss illuminating its face. After consuming 3 bottles, Riolu finally ceased, yawning twice before drifting into slumber. Observing this, Chucheng gently adjusted the towel covering it. With all tasks completed, Chucheng let out a sigh of relief, finally having some leisure time to sit beside the table and open the Pokédex to review Riolu's data. Name, Riolu. Type, fighting. Gender, unspecified. Energy level, 1 neonate. Talent, light red. Ability, prankster. Height, 0. For meters, average, 0, 7 meters. Weight, 11 kilograms, average, 22 kilograms. Held item, none. Moves, detect, mind reader, quick attack, flame kick, bullet punch, vacuum wave, aura sphere, incomplete. Talent analysis, energy talent, excellent. Physical talent, excellent. Mental talent, excellent. Chapter 30, capturing and nurturing. Gazing at the impressive data before him, Chucheng confirmed that Riolu's talents were indeed comparable to those of the little fox. Albeit with differing inclinations, Zoroark leaned more towards mental prowess, while Riolu exhibited a more balanced development. He realized it was imperative to devise a comprehensive training plan for Riolu. However, training a neonate Pokémon was out of the question. Chucheng was not one to disregard common sense for the sake of immediate results. For now, it would be best to let Riolu enjoy some playtime. As Riolu peacefully slept, Chucheng was in no rush to capture it. He picked up the little fox, now refreshed from training, and returned to the table, contemplating a diet plan for Riolu while also revising Zoroark's previously established training schedule. After some time, once he had organized all the details, he took Zoroark with him toward the cafeteria, allowing Riolu to rest undisturbed. In the cafeteria, Chucheng presented Zoroark with a newly formulated meal plan, watching as the little fox eagerly devoured its food. Meanwhile, he continued to ponder training strategies over his own lunch. The 1 kilogram of wild sandshrew fruit he had won from a previous lottery was now included in the new meal plan. Given that each meal required 20 G, this 1 kilogram of sandshrew fruit would suffice for approximately half a month. However, now that Riolu was part of the equation, once it graduated from its neonatal stage, this quantity would hardly be adequate for both Pokémon. Chucheng, of course, would not allow any favoritism. It seemed he needed to come up with a solution. Suddenly, while deep in thought, Chucheng seemed to recall something and quickly opened the system interface. Host, Chucheng. Level, Novice Trainer. Pokémon, Zoroark, Shiny Form. Riolu, Neonate. Achievement points, 1060. Functions, Pokédex, Shop, Quest Achievements, Lottery. Chucheng accessed the shop, searching for wild sandshrew fruit. Since the system's features had recently activated, he had yet to utilize the shop. Initially, it had seemed filled with enticing items, yet they were prohibitively expensive. He could not afford what he desired. And what he could purchase was easily obtainable through his regular endeavors, rendering it somewhat pointless. Nevertheless, it was worth checking if wild sandshrew fruit was available. After a brief search, 2 pieces of information appeared before Chucheng. The good news was that the shop did have wild sandshrew fruit available, and he could afford it. The bad news was that it was not particularly cheap. A small portion, 200 G, of wild sandshrew fruit cost 50 points. The recent lottery had significantly depleted his points, leaving him with just a few hundred, only recovering to over 1,000 thanks to a clever victory against his older sister. This meant that spending all his remaining points would only allow him to buy 20 portions of wild sandshrew fruit. While that seemed like a substantial amount, it would only total 4 kilograms, barely enough for the 2 little ones for nearly a month. However, what choice did he have? He would have to make the purchase. He could not deprive his Pokémon of what they needed. With this 4 kilogram stock, it should be sufficient until school started. But it appeared he would need to devise a plan to accumulate more points. Gazing at the now empty points panel, Chucheng shook his head in resignation. Quickly finishing his lunch, Chucheng and Zoroark returned to the training room with their packed food. As newborn Pokémon rapidly developed their bones, a calcium supplement in the form of ground bone powder would be ideal. However, it appeared he would need to make a trip to the pharmacy in the shopping center, as such items are typically medicinal and not sold in regular stores. Pushing open the door, the sound of Riolu's calls greeted him. It seemed Riolu had awakened and was anxiously searching for him. Upon spotting Chucheng and Zoroark, it immediately rushed over. Chucheng quickly scooped Riolu into his arms. Riolu. All right, I understand. I wanted you to enjoy your sleep a little longer. Rest assured, I will always take you along when we go out. The little one complained in his embrace, prompting Chucheng to gently stroke Riolu, offering soft reassurances. Once Riolu's spirits had lifted, he set it down and earnestly introduced himself once more. Riolu, my name is Chucheng, and from this day forth, I shall be your trainer. This is Zoroark, whom I have already introduced. It is my first Pokémon, and you two will be companions moving forward. Make sure to get along well. Riolu. Listening to Chucheng's words, Riolu stood up with a serious demeanor, nodding earnestly before extending a paw. Chucheng understood its intention and reciprocated, extending his own hand while gently grasping the small paw of Zoroark. The 3 paws overlapped, and as he gazed at Riolu's youthful figure, it was evident that it bore a semblance to a future Aura Guardian. He tossed a Pokeball towards Riolu, and just like Zoroark, it showed no resistance. The Pokeball hardly trembled before Riolu was captured. This was typical for Pokémon he had hatched himself, as they naturally exhibited a strong reliance on their first caretaker. Conversely, situations like Chucheng and Zoroark, where wild Pokémon were captured without combat and merely through affection, were rather rare. Come forth, Riolu. After a flash of red light, Riolu reappeared before him. Goo! Riolu. Before he could say anything further, a rumbling sound emanated from Riolu's belly, causing its cheeks to flush with embarrassment as it let out a shy call. Chucheng chuckled and affectionately patted his Pokémon's head. It's all right. Zoroark and I brought you lunch. You're in a growth phase, so it's important to eat well. Zoroark, meanwhile, retrieved the bag containing their lunch and placed it before Riolu, encouraging it to eat promptly. Observing Chucheng and Zoroark, Riolu opened the lunch packaging. Perhaps due to its hunger, it took a large bite of the nutritious egg, nearly choking, before eagerly gulping down some moo-moo milk from the bottle. Amused, Chucheng gently patted Riolu's back. Slow down. There's plenty more where that came from. It's fine to eat a bit more since you're growing. Just don't overdo it at once. Small, frequent meals are best. Upon hearing Chucheng's words, Riolu gradually slowed its eating pace. However, the lunch was not abundant, just a single nutritious egg and a bottle of moo-moo milk, and it was quickly consumed. Once Riolu finished, Chucheng took out his phone. It was already 1:30 p.m., and he had no intention of training today. After ensuring that Riolu and Zorua were well fed, he led them to a nearby lounge to rest for a while. He then summoned a Steelix taxi via his phone, planning to take the two little companions to a shopping center. Chapter 31. The Pokémon Center at 3 p.m. in the bustling North Ring Middle Road of the capital city. This area was among the most vibrant commercial streets in the metropolis, home to many iconic buildings, including their destination, the capital city shopping center. Chucheng arrived at the entrance of the shopping center with Zorua, while Riolu, needing rest after just hatching, was kept inside its Pokeball. Observing the beckoning fortune cat statue at the entrance, Chucheng couldn't help but marvel at the unique characteristics of the Pokemon world before leading Zorua inside the mall. As they had a long list of items to purchase, seeds, Goo Kuda. As one of the largest shopping centers in the city, it naturally attracted throngs of visitors. Among the bustling crowd, various Pokemon accompanied their trainers, some helping by carrying items, like a Froakie pushing a shopping cart, while others patiently sat in the cart, such as a recently hatched Eevee curiously gazing around with its big, sparkling eyes. Occasionally, mischievous Pokemon like a nearby Bulbasaur would dart around, prompting their trainers to chase after them. The place was a vibrant tapestry of diverse Pokemon. Zorua, much like the earlier Eevee, was contentedly sitting in the cart, being pushed by its trainer. The curious little fox, experiencing a large mall for the first time, had its eyes darting around, and if not for the crowd, Chucheng might have let it roam freely like that Bulbasaur. Zorua, if you see anything you like, just let me know. I'll do my best to fulfill your wishes. Chucheng, reflecting on Zorua's commendable behavior over the past few days, decided it was time for some praise. After a moment's contemplation, he added, as for Riolu, we can come back here once your juvenile phase is over. You can tell me what you want then. Zorua. Yay. Chucheng is simply the best. Upon hearing this, golden stars sparkled in Zorua's eyes, and it joyfully wriggled in the cart's seat. The Pokeball containing Riolu also swayed slightly, seemingly responding to Chucheng's words. However, Chucheng's purpose in visiting the shopping center was quite clear. He wouldn't linger among the alluring assortment of goods. The priority was to procure the necessary Pokemon resources, while leisurely shopping could wait until later. Excuse me, where can I find Pokemon-specific calcium tablets made from Kangaskhan bone powder in the shopping center? I require the finest quality. When it came to purchases, he aimed for the best. Ordinary herbal shops typically offered only standard goods, while high-quality items were usually found in specialty stores. To save time, Chucheng intercepted a sales assistant near the elevator railing on the first floor to inquire about the location of the resources he sought. What a lovely Zorua. Bone powder? Calcium tablets? Does this little one need them? The sales assistant inquired, looking at Zorua with admiration. For calcium tablets, you can find various types in the chain supermarket on the second floor. However, if you have particularly high standards, you should head to the 7th floor. There's a branch of the Pokemon Center up there, which specializes in high-end Pokemon supplies, including supplements. They should have what you need. In the Pokemon world, it was customary to compliment each other's Pokemon as a way to greet one another, akin to asking about the weather or whether someone has eaten. For the denizens of this realm, praising a Pokemon brought more joy than direct compliments to the trainer, facilitating a swift connection between strangers, thus evolving into a habit over time. After spending several days in this world, Chucheng had grown accustomed to this seemingly familiar conversational style and found it unremarkable. Thank you very much. No problem at all. Your Zorua is absolutely adorable. Off you go. Chucheng pushed the shopping cart toward the escalator designed for carts. And after receiving compliments, Zorua seemed to swell with pride rather than shyness. Zorua, Chucheng. Someone called me cute. All right, I know you're the cutest. Shall we hurry and shop? Once we're done, we can explore the stores. Observing Zorua's excitement, Chucheng smiled and continued to praise it, giving the little fox an affectionate pat on the head. On the 7th floor, Chucheng surveyed his surroundings. The crowd here was significantly smaller compared to the lower levels. As he glanced at the upscale signs around him, he realized he had likely entered the boutique area. Consulting the floor map near the elevator exit, he quickly located the store the sales assistant had mentioned. The Pokemon Center, second branch of the capital city. He felt a sense of familiarity upon hearing the name, recalling that his sister had once mentioned it. This chain boutique, headquartered in the Magic City, primarily dealt in various rare Pokemon supplies. So he hoped to find what he needed here. Looking around the shop, he thought, A solitary customer entered the establishment, seemingly unperturbed by the absence of patrons. Good day. Welcome. How may I assist you today? He was greeted. Hello. I require some specially formulated calcium tablets made from the bones of a Galarian Marowak. Additionally, I am in need of certain materials. I wonder if you have them in stock? Chucheng articulated his request, and, feeling that since he was already there, He might as well simplify matters. He presented a pre-prepared list of materials to the young lady behind the counter. We have several varieties of specialized calcium tablets. You may peruse them according to your needs, the staff member replied. As for the materials, we should have most of them here. Let me check the back storage for specifics. Please, have a seat in the meantime. After glancing over Chucheng's list, the employee led him to a seat, and upon his settling down, she served him a cup of tea before departing. Upon picking up the price list from the table, Chucheng's lips twitched as he reached the last entry. The most expensive specialized calcium tablet was priced at a staggering 20,000 yuan. At that moment, a singular thought crossed his mind. How exorbitant! Is this calcium tablet crafted from gold or silver? However, having come this far, he pondered whether it would be prudent to gather further information. If it truly was a remarkable product, it would be a disservice to his beloved Pokémon to overlook it. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he continued to wait, eager to discover the justification behind such a price for the calcium tablet. Chapter 32. The Unique Calcium Tablets. While 20,000 yuan for a calcium tablet may seem straightforward, especially when compared to the astronomical prices of cursed charms or attribute stones that can reach into the tens of millions of poke dollars, the reality of pricing is far more complex. One must consider that an attribute stone can only be consumed once by a single Pokémon, and aside from augmenting energy intensity, it may slightly enhance the Pokémon's innate talents. Thus, even in the most exorbitant scenario, it would hardly exceed 1 million. Portable items like cursed charms provide a permanent enhancement to Pokémon, retaining their value whether passed down to descendants or sold. Calcium tablets, on the other hand, are merely consumables. The 20,000 yuan merely covers a week's worth of use for a single Pokémon, culminating in nearly 80,000 yuan over a month. To consume them for a year would equate to the value of several attribute stones. After a brief interval, the earlier sales assistant returned, now holding a cardboard box. All the materials you requested are available in this box, guaranteed to be of the finest quality. Please, take a look. Chucheng examined the assortment of materials, and true to the assistant's word, their quality was commendable. Setting aside the calcium tablets, the acquisition of these materials alone rendered his visit worthwhile. Indeed, the quality is excellent. I am quite satisfied. I shall take all of these materials. After returning the inspected items to the box, he continued, however, I am curious about the various tiers of your calcium tablets. Is there a distinct rationale behind the pricing? The most expensive variant is nearly 10 times the average price. What makes it so special? Excuse me, trainer. May I inquire if these specialized calcium tablets are for this little one? The assistant asked, glancing at the curious Zoroark perched in the child's seat, taking in the novel surroundings. For it, the world is brimming with wonder, and this place is no exception. Such delightful curiosities. Chucheng initially shook his head, but then produced the pokeball containing his Riolu. The calcium tablets are intended for this little one, but if they prove to be of high quality, I would not mind acquiring an additional portion. Although the specialized calcium tablets were meant for Riolu's diet, he contemplated purchasing a set for Zoroark as well, who was merely 2 months old and could certainly be considered a baby. In that case, I would recommend the 6,000 yuan variant, the assistant suggested after studying Riolu and reflecting for a moment. Under normal circumstances, the 6,000 yuan calcium tablets are our finest offering. They contain bone powder made from a gym-level Galarian Marowak. The 20,000 yuan variant is a new product developed by our store manager, reportedly derived from a newly discovered Galarian form in Hawaii a few years back, created by a particularly powerful large Galarian Marowak. However, due to the excessive energy of this special Marowak, it is not as easily absorbed as the ordinary variant. Hence, the manager decided to leave it in the store, hoping to find someone in need of it. If anyone inquires, we provide them with the full details. This is the product description. Noticing the puzzled expression on Chucheng's face, the assistant elaborated. Chucheng quickly scanned the information, realizing that the special Galarian Marowak from Hawaii was indeed the Alolan Marowak. This variant boasted ghost and fire types, which, compared to the standard ground and rock types, presented a unique challenge for absorption. His eyes sparkled with excitement. A ghost-type Marowak would be difficult for most Pokémon to absorb, but Zoroark was far from ordinary. Did he not know that his Zoroark was a ghost-type Pokémon? If that is the case, does this calcium tablet not seem tailor-made for Zoroark? He mused. How many of these calcium tablets do you have left? If they suit my needs, I shall take them all. Are you certain you want them all? The assistant asked, surprised. Let me check. We have enough for 3 cycles in stock. Absolutely. I will take all 3. And I would also like 3 of the 6,000 yuan variant. The assistant was momentarily taken aback, but quickly filled with delight. These items had lingered in the store for so long without a sale, and today, fortune had smiled upon her. She was well aware that she would earn a commission from the sale. That will total 122,600 yuan, but I can offer you a discounted price of 120,000 yuan. After retrieving his card, Chucheng made the payment with a flourish, bidding farewell to the assistant amidst her cheerful invitation to return. How about you, Zoroark? Is there anything you desire? Having successfully acquired all the materials and stumbled upon a remarkable find, Chucheng was in high spirits and took his time strolling through the shopping mall with the little fox. Zoroark, Chucheng, I want that one. Upon hearing Chucheng's words, the little fox eagerly pointed towards a nearby electronic billboard. Following Zoroark's gaze, he noticed a digital advertisement showcasing a smartphone produced by the Gigantamax technology company. A special edition linked to the film Flareon Roars and the enchanted masked cat. His Zoroark had become a fan of the movie. However, Chucheng did not dwell on it for long. He resolved to buy it. Yet, as he reached for his phone to place the order, he discovered that the item was limited in stock and required queuing at the physical store. Unable to resist the pleading gaze of the little fox, he reluctantly opted to join the line. After toiling for a solid 2 hours, I finally managed to purchase the enchanting collaboration phone featuring the whimsical feline design. Zoroark, I exclaimed, Chucheng is the best. On our way home, Zoroark joyfully brandished the newly acquired phone, addressing Chucheng with delight. Indeed. Obtaining the phone you yearned for is the greatest achievement. Alas, consider this your reward for the hard work you've put in lately. You must continue to strive. Do you hear me? With a resigned nod, Chucheng gently tapped Zoroark's little head. Zoroark, she responded, I understand. Chapter 33. Breakthrough in the early morning. As the sun began its ascent, a few industrious figures could be discerned on the rear mountain of the Sarayu dojo. Zoroark, Riolu, keep pushing. We are almost at our destination. With the familiar voices resonating, Chucheng's silhouette emerged, gradually sprinting closer to the mountaintop, accompanied by a panting Zoroark and Riolu, both drenched in sweat. Observing the dwindling stamina of the two Pokémon, it was a relief to see the summit within reach. After enduring the final, excruciating minutes of their sprint, they finally reached the peak. Upon arrival, Zoroark collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Chucheng had no time to rest. He immediately rushed to Zoroark's side. With a clang, he removed 4 black weighted vests from the little fox, which thudded to the ground, revealing why Zoroark's run had been so arduous. As the weights were lifted, the little fox nestled in Chucheng's embrace exhaled a sigh of relief. While gently stroking Zoroark, Chucheng hastily retrieved a specially prepared ointment to prevent any lingering injuries, softly praising, Well done, Zoroark. Zoroark, she replied softly. It had been a week since Chucheng departed from the capital. During the last 2 days of Chucheng's vacation, Chucheng had accompanied Zoroark to unwind with him. However, once Chucheng's holiday concluded, Chucheng and Zoroark resumed their rigorous training. Although Chucheng was confident in his abilities and believed he could triumph over all adversaries in the upcoming competitions, he recognized the danger of becoming complacent and neglecting training. A great figure from a past life once proclaimed the importance of underestimating the enemy strategically while valuing them tactically. Chucheng wholeheartedly agreed, which is why he resumed training immediately after Chucheng's departure. Now, a new figure had joined their training regimen. How does your first training session feel, Riolu? Are you managing to keep up? After applying the ointment to Zoroark, Chucheng turned to the still-breathing Riolu beside him. Riolu replied, I'm fine, Chucheng. With a shake of the head, Riolu straightened up and puffed out its chest, signaling its readiness to continue. All right, you've done excellently. Don't push yourself too hard. Come take a rest. With that, Chucheng scooped Riolu into his arms. This was Riolu's inaugural training session, having recently transitioned from its juvenile stage just 2 days prior. Initially, Chucheng had intended for it to enjoy a bit more playtime, but upon witnessing the daily training sessions of Chucheng and Zoroark, Riolu was compelled to join them, leading to today's events. Name, Riolu. Type, Fighting. Gender, Energy level, 7, Potential, Light Red. Ability, Prankster, Held item, None skills, Detect. Inner focus, Quick attack, Flame kick, Bullet punch, Vacuum wave, Aura sphere, Incomplete. Endure, Fake out, Quick attack, from the data panel. Riolu could now be considered to possess a nascent combat capability. In comparison to its previous performance during its first battles with several companions, it was evidently unmatched by Riolu, even when compared to Zoroark at a similar stage of development. This was one of the reasons Chucheng was not entirely opposed to Riolu participating in training. In fact, having a spirited Pokémon like Riolu, eager to grow stronger, was a tremendous boon for a trainer, often yielding remarkable results. Today marked Riolu's first training session, covering a full 10 kilometers, to keep pace with Zoroark and Chucheng, who had awakened their aura powers. Without a single complaint of fatigue was undeniably impressive for a Pokémon undergoing its initial training. At this moment, Chucheng began to contemplate Riolu's future training plans. As for Zoroark, the rigorous training over the past few days had rendered ordinary running exercises nearly ineffective. Thus, Chucheng had carefully selected a set of 4 adjustable weighted vests from the dojo. For the past several days, he had accompanied Zoroark on these runs, gradually increasing the weights from 3 kilograms to 5 kilograms, 10 kilograms, and ultimately to 15 kilograms. Now, Zoroark could bear the weight of 4 vests, totaling 60 kilograms, as they ascended the mountain together. Chucheng marveled once more, reflecting on the extraordinary nature of Pokémon. Despite Zoroark's diminutive stature, which could hardly weigh more than 20 to 30 pounds, she was capable of carrying more than 3 times her own weight to reach the summit. Mornings were dedicated to stamina training, while afternoons were reserved for honing skill proficiency. After a week of diligent training, Zoroark had finally absorbed the effects of the various Pokémon potions, showing significant improvement in strength compared to her previous state. Name: Zoroark, Hisuian form. Type: Normal Ghost. Energy level: 19, Ordinary. Indeed, Zoroark had reached the limit of her ordinary capabilities, on the verge of ascending to the next level. Observing Zoroark's complete adaptation to her newfound strength, Chucheng mused that it was time for her to evolve. From his backpack, he retrieved the carefully prepared items, a pale purple gem and a gleaming white gem, perfectly corresponding to Zoroark's ghostly and normal attributes. These were the attribute stones previously gifted by Chucheng. At the time of receiving the stones, Chucheng had refrained from using them immediately, as Zoroark had recently consumed enhancement potions and needed time to fully assimilate the effects. He believed that piling resources upon her would be counterproductive. Thus, he had reserved the attribute stones for this very moment, intending to use them when Zoroark was ready to break through to a more advanced stage. Zoroark, after such a long wait, the moment for your evolution has finally arrived. Upon hearing Chucheng's words, Zoroark, unable to contain her excitement, swiftly leaped from her resting position and pounced on the gems in Chucheng's hands, swallowing them whole. Burp. After consuming the gems, the previously lethargic Zoroark was revitalized, her energy surging with vigor. The influx of energy caused the little fox to involuntarily burp. Observing this, Chucheng couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. It was no wonder Zoroark reacted this way. Much like the precious minerals formed over time, attribute stones were natural treasures, slowly coalescing under the immense power of nature in special environments. The essence of energy contained within these gems is an immense allure for any sprite, not to mention the exceptional quality of these 2 gemstones. In fact, on the very night he obtained the attribute gems, Chucheng had already showcased the corresponding stones to Zoroark. At that time, the little fox had been unable to contain its eagerness to devour them. But Chucheng had dissuaded it, citing that the potions within its body had yet to be fully digested and that the moment was not yet ripe. The little fox naturally adhered to Chucheng's words, yet it continued to salivate at the sight of the gems, forcing itself to endure, bolstered by its trust in him. Now, after several days of rigorous training, it had grown weary of restraint, with Chucheng's eventual consent. It could no longer hold back and promptly swallowed the gemstone whole. Chapter 34, The Senior Level Zoroark. On the mountaintop, after consuming the attribute gem, Zoroark did not undergo the earth-shattering transformation one might have anticipated. There was no powerful aura emanating from it, nor did it radiate any brilliant light. Apart from the deepening glow in its eyes, it appeared unchanged. However, through the perception of Chucheng's aura power, he could sense that Zoroark had transcended its previous limitations. The Pokédex confirmed that Zoroark had surpassed the ordinary level, stabilizing at a level 22, a testament to Chucheng's intent to reserve the attribute gems for a breakthrough. Rather than waste energy accumulation at the ordinary level, it was far more advantageous to push Zoroark to its limits and utilize the attribute gem for a leap into the senior level. As expected, the results were ideal. The little fox proved to be remarkably resilient, achieving level 22 immediately upon breaking through. It is worth noting that the senior level marks a significant turning point. Most novice and ordinary level sprites, particularly those not professionally trained, find themselves stagnating at this level due to limitations in resources, training, and innate talent. Although not rare, sprites reaching this level possess considerable combat capabilities, far surpassing those of the previous categories. In the wild, Most sprites attaining this level often undergo evolution, as it signifies a complete physical development. From this point onward, advancements in strength would not be as swift or straightforward. Thus, even by the standards of professional trainers, the majority of students typically find their sprites at the senior level by the time they participate in the Pokémon entrance examinations. In comparison to the little fox, aside from a slightly higher level, the combat prowess of their sprites pales in comparison to the finely nurtured Zoroark. It is remarkable that summer vacation has yet to conclude, and Chucheng had only captured Zoroark less than a month ago. Observing the evident breakthrough in Zoroark's strength, Riolu couldn't help but display a semblance of envy. Noticing this, Chucheng gently patted Riolu's head. No need to envy Zoroark. Your attribute gem is also prepared. As long as you put in the effort, you too shall become as formidable as it. Riolu, upon hearing Chucheng's words, promptly retracted its envious expression and solemnly replied, "You said it yourself. So don't complain when you're tired." All right. No need to be so serious all the time. Just as Chucheng managed to reassure Riolu, Zoroark finally absorbed the energy from the attribute gem, leaping into Chucheng's embrace after completing its breakthrough. Careful, Zoroark. Chucheng, I've grown stronger. I feel amazing now. Alright, calm down. Let me first check your current status. With that, Chucheng activated the detailed scanning function of the system. Name, Zoroark, Hoenn region, in disguise. Type, Ghost normal. Gender, unspecified. Energy level, 22, senior. Talent, red. Height, 0, 7 meters, average, 0, 7 meters. Weight, 12, 5 kilograms, average, 12, 5 kilograms. Ability, illusion. Held item, cursed symbol. Skills, scratch, scary face, foresight, shadow sneak, double team, curse, will-o-wisp, dig. Icy wind, quick attack, shadow claw, shadow ball, meditate, swift, aerial ace, awakening power, psychic, grudge, protect. Inherited moves, detect, psychic, last gift. Talent analysis, energy talent, excellent. Physical talent, outstanding. Mental talent, near legendary. Detailed information, 1. The current sprite's physical development is approximately 26 times that of its peers. Leg muscle strength is about 29 times. Body agility is around 31 times. Physical strength is approximately 22 times. 2. The current sprite's mental strength is about 7 times that of its peers, with the potential to increase to 15 times under stimulation. Gazing at the splendid data before him, Chucheng couldn't help but express his admiration. Truly, my little fox is remarkable. Firstly, in terms of its skill set, this breakthrough granted Zoroark the abilities Awakening Power, Psychic, Grudge, and Protect, each exceedingly practical. The next step is to train it to master these skills and effectively apply them in battle. The property of Awakening Power is indeed psychic. However, Chucheng's focus shifted away from the defensive skill Protect and instead landed upon Awakening Power. Initially, he had considered purchasing a learning disc for that skill or having one of his parent sprites teach it to Zoroark, but unexpectedly, it had learned it through leveling up. How reassuring Zoroark is. The emergence of the psychic type Awakening Power, alongside Zoroark's impressively growing mental strength, made Chucheng scratch his head in confusion. Were it not for the system panel, he might have doubted his memory. Could it be that the Hoenn form of Zoroark is indeed psychic? The little fox's aptitude in psychic abilities is astonishing. It seems he can invest more effort in this area in the future. As for physical changes, they were minimal. Zoroark had already reached the standard level of its kind in physical development early on. Although its physical attributes continued to improve, its size had not increased further. Chucheng understood this, as the Zoroark line is renowned for speed and agility. If its size were to increase excessively, it could become detrimental. Sometimes, the notion that bigger is better does not always apply. Such growth is better left to Pokémon like Tyranitar, Agron, or Bastiodon. At least for Zoroark, Chucheng envisioned it as a nimble mage, even a dual-wielding assassin, rather than a heavily armored warrior or frontline tank. The special calcium tablets he had purchased at a hefty price, made from the bones of Gengar, a ghost-type Pokémon, had proven remarkably effective. Zoroark's detailed evaluation no longer included suggestions for increased physical training. In a short span, the little fox's physical strength had exceeded double that of its peers, a testament to the remarkable efficacy of the special calcium tablets. It must be said, this shop's products are truly impressive. Perhaps I should pay them another visit? I just hope the store manager can surprise me once more. Chucheng pondered as he stroked his chin. Since everything is settled, let us return. A hearty meal awaits us at noon, a celebration for Zoroark's breakthrough. Zoroark, yay? I want to eat Chucheng's home-cooked dishes. Riolu, me too. All right. I promise you both. Let's go. Back home, you two little gluttons. Chapter 35. Transition. In the lounge of the dojo training facility, Zoroark, freshly bathed, languidly sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in its phone, either binge-watching a series or immersed in a film. Beside it, Leafeon exhibited a similar disposition, clutching its own device. After acquiring a phone for the little fox, Chucheng ensured fairness by procuring one for Leafeon as well, albeit a model that suited its composed nature, a simple, unadorned black phone, in stark contrast to the flashy collaborative edition of Zoroark's. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that Leafeon utilized its phone in a rather unconventional manner. This little creature exhibited no interest in games, television shows, or films. Instead, upon returning home, it expressed a desire to continue training. After much persuasion from Chucheng, Leafeon reluctantly set aside this ambition, opting instead to watch training videos. Indeed, Leafeon's form of entertainment consisted of having Chucheng scour the internet for training footage and competition recordings. Chucheng was astounded to discover Leafeon's dedication. He had no idea it was so industrious. This little one was practically a natural-born overachiever. He had thought he and Zoroark were sufficiently earnest, yet in comparison to Leafeon, he felt somewhat negligent. Nevertheless, Chucheng felt a surge of joy knowing that such a diligent little creature was part of their team, serving as an exemplary role model for any future Pokémon they would capture. While the two little ones entertained themselves in their own ways, Chucheng found himself unable to relax just yet. This lounge, a complement to the VIP training facility, was exclusively for internal personnel, replete with various amenities such as entertainment rooms, washrooms, and study areas, including a kitchen. Initially, Chucheng had intended to take the two little ones out for a meal, but they expressed a desire to savor his homemade dishes. Unable to resist pampering his Pokémon, he quickly found himself in the kitchen, bustling about. Although preparing a meal was undoubtedly more laborious than dining out, witnessing his Pokémon relish the food he made filled Chucheng with unspoken happiness. Let me see what I can prepare. Zoroark favored sweet dishes, which seemed quite normal, yet curiously, Leafeon, destined to become a steel-type Pokémon, preferred spicy foods akin to fire types. Tomatoes, potatoes, garlic sprouts, and cabbage, these will do nicely. Opening the refrigerator, he gazed at the fresh vegetables he had just stocked that morning. He then retrieved a portion of ribs and some pork belly, deciding to prepare sweet and sour ribs alongside twice-cooked pork, which would cater perfectly to the tastes of his little companions. He also took out a few eggs to whip up a tomato and egg stir-fry for a nutritious balance. That would be the 3 dishes, and he would later prepare a fruit salad with sablon fruit for the 2 little ones. As for beverages, moo milk would suffice, though Zoroark's portion would require a touch of honey. Pokémon could consume human food, yet it lacked sufficient energy compared to berries and energy cubes. Thus, Chucheng planned to supplement his simple meals with a fruit salad to ensure a balanced diet. However, since the world merged, it seemed his culinary skills had indeed improved remarkably. What could be the reason for this? Pondering this, he scratched his head in confusion. Chucheng had always been a decent cook. While he preferred to stay home during holidays, he was not one to rely solely on takeout for every meal. He genuinely enjoyed cooking and often watched culinary tutorial videos online. Nevertheless, this was more of a hobby. Among ordinary individuals, his cooking prowess was commendable, often praised by friends who had dined with him, but it certainly paled in comparison to that of a professional chef. After the world merged, one of the compulsory courses at school included Pokémon nutrition, which taught trainers how to discern, pair, and prepare Pokémon food. Even students not specializing in Pokémon breeding were required to learn, although the content was not overly in-depth. Chucheng excelled in this course, so it was only natural that his culinary skills would improve post-memory merger, yet he hadn't expected such a dramatic enhancement. He had previously inquired with Zoroark and Leafeon, only to have them assert that his cooking surpassed that of the dojo cafeteria's professional chef. Initially, he dismissed their claims as mere flattery, believing they were simply attempting to make him feel good. However, not long ago, while cooking in his solitary abode, he discerned for himself that his dishes had indeed become significantly more delectable. It was then that he realized the truth in his companion's words. His cooking had undergone an extraordinary transformation. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. After all, it was not a bad thing. Having exhausted his thoughts on the matter, Chucheng decided to let it go, deeming it not particularly significant. He was in a Pokémon world, where his unique advantages stemmed from being a trainer, and cooking was not an essential endeavor. He was not in some culinary-centric anime where one could dominate the world through cooking prowess. After selecting his ingredients and diligently washing, chopping, frying, and plating, He finally presented the lunch on the dining table after more than an hour of effort. Removing his apron and drying his hands, he announced, "Dinner is served." No sooner had Chucheng uttered these words than the two little ones, tormented by the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen, dashed in at lightning speed upon hearing his call. "Zoroark, Leafeon, it's time to eat." Observing their eager expressions, Chucheng could only chuckle, hastily preparing their little napkins before declaring the meal commenced. As Leafeon, in its bipedal form, expertly wielded chopsticks, a skill it had easily mastered under Chucheng's guidance, Zoroark, witnessing Leafeon's proficiency, was not to be outdone. It devised a method to manipulate the chopsticks using its psychic abilities, transforming the act into a training exercise for its powers. Chucheng could only admire the ingenuity of these little food enthusiasts, watching the two of them savor their meal with such joy. He mused that perhaps being a chef was not such a bad endeavor after all. Chapter 36. The long-awaited elimination rounds begin. If memory serves correctly, it seems that many of the top trainers in the Pokémon world have their own side ventures, does it not? Take, for instance, those league champions. Dodo, besides being a champion, also serves as a regional investigator in Kanto, while for Steven, mining and collecting rare stones across the globe appears to take precedence over his champion title or family legacy. Cynthia, it seems, is a hereditary mythologist, and for Mutuo, being a master of Pokémon contests has evidently garnered more fame than his status as a champion. As for Kalos, she is indisputably a household name as a superstar in cinema. The champion of Paldea, too, is the esteemed chairman of the league, who seamlessly combines the roles of champion and chairman, achieving the remarkable feat of holding unlimited authority as the league's leader. Not to mention, among the four heavenly kings of the region, there are the novelist Wanlong, the office worker Aoki, the captain Genji, the news broadcaster Pachura, and the potential future chef Jimmy, who may join the ranks alongside Chucheng. As for the gym trainers engaging in side ventures, there are countless examples. Far too many to count. To share a rather amusing anecdote, the two most successful gym trainers in their side endeavors, both of whom are also remarkably powerful, are none other than the esteemed boss Sakaki of the Tokiwa Gym and Uncle Lu of the Kaji Gym, which is quite a source of amusement. However, upon careful reflection in his mind, Chucheng was startled to discover just how many renowned trainers were pursuing side careers. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that these side ventures are their true vocations, while being a Pokémon trainer is merely a supplementary role. Might it be that engaging in a side business in the Pokémon world is a standard pathway to becoming a formidable force? Perhaps he should consider embarking on a venture of his own? Just then, a notification sound from his phone jolted him from his reverie. Upon checking, he realized it was a special announcement from the trainer camp. After a lengthy 10 days, just as Chucheng was about to forget about it, the elimination match notification for the Rookie Cup finally arrived. Dear contestant Chucheng, please arrive at the Central Grand Arena of the Imperial City for the Rookie Cup elimination match tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. It is imperative to arrive on time. Being late by more than 10 minutes will be considered an automatic forfeiture of your qualification. Hey, is it finally starting? He mused, a hint of serendipity in his voice. After reading the message, he casually tossed his phone aside, speaking rather nonchalantly. It was just a coincidence that his little fox had just achieved a breakthrough in strength that morning, and now, in the afternoon, they were set to compete. He wondered who the fortunate soul would be to be matched with him. Turning to the little fox, who was still indulging in its meal, he said, "Sola, you're going to perform splendidly this afternoon." "Sola," came the muffled response, its mouth full of food. The following morning at the Central Grand Arena of the Imperial City. Constructed at the inception of the Alliance, the Central Grand Arena is the only supersized structure located in the heart of the Imperial City aside from the Alliance headquarters. The vast arena can accommodate hundreds of thousands of spectators simultaneously and is one of the most renowned battle venues in the Eastern Huang Alliance. Essentially, any major event of a higher caliber in the Imperial City is held here. The Central Grand Arena, along with Chucheng's Rising Dragon Gym, the Imperial Research Center, and the Imperial University, is regarded as one of the 4 must-visit landmarks in the Imperial City. At this moment, Chucheng's companions, along with several classmates with whom they shared a close bond, had already arrived, and Chucheng, to their astonishment, had arrived at the competition venue unusually early. Wow, is that Ching? Am I seeing things? Isn't there still nearly half an hour until the match starts? Seriously, is it really him? Did we mistake him for someone else? Hey, that's unfair. I usually just arrive slightly on time. Chucheng retorted sharply in response to his friend's teasing. The atmosphere was filled with playful banter about how being late wasn't truly tardy, and as they exchanged jests, the air was lively with mirth. All right, let's pause there. By the way, Ching, which group are you in? Lin Shui interjected to steer the conversation. I believe I'm in Group D. By the way, what are the rules for this round again? Oh no, Chucheng, you're asking that again. Xia Xiao sighed, recalling their last encounter during the preliminary rounds. Hee. I've been busy training. Chucheng sheepishly deflected, admitting his oversight. After a flurry of explanations from his friends, Chucheng finally grasped the structure of the elimination round. The rules turned out to be quite straightforward. The participants who had advanced from the preliminaries were randomly assigned to one of 8 groups, labeled A through H, with each group further divided into 2 sets for head-to-head matches. Victors would proceed, while the defeated would be eliminated. In essence, it was simple. As long as one continued to win, they would advance. Chucheng was in Group D, Lin Shui in Group A, Xia Xiao and Suwen in Group H, Lin Yuan in Group C, and Ling Yuer in Group F. Except for Xia Xiao and Su Wen, the others were in different groups, ensuring that they wouldn't face each other until at least the top 8. As they chatted, the results of the first-round matchups were announced. Chucheng looked at his phone, where the trainer camp app indicated his contestant number as D-136, matched against opponent D-231, and instructed him to reach the designated competition area within 15 minutes. After exchanging farewells with his friends, Chucheng followed the app's directions to the designated area for Group D. With at least 3,000 to 4,000 participants who had passed the preliminaries, the competition venue could not be at the central arena. Chucheng's match was set in Arena 3 of Group D. Following the directions, he arrived at a small sub-arena located in the outer area of the main arena. The venue was divided into 4 areas, which was still ample for the event. The Alliance's Rotom referee was already prepared, and a scattering of spectators had begun to take their seats. Although it was merely a rookie cup filled with novice trainers, the fervor for Pokémon battles ensured that even this scale of competition attracted an audience. After the top 8, the matches would shift to the main arena, where the crowd would swell to an impressive size. The event would also be broadcasted on television and online, underscoring the Alliance's significant investment in promising newcomers. Every year, the Rookie Cup serves as an opportunity for emerging trainers to gain recognition, whether through commendable performances or remarkable displays, which can greatly benefit their future careers. At this moment on the battlefield, Chucheng's opponent had already arrived ahead of him. Chapter 37, A Casual Victory. Chucheng observed his first opponent, a slender figure clad in large, round black frame glasses, giving off a quintessential image of a frail scholar. Nonetheless, Chucheng did not underestimate his opponent. After all, making it to the elimination rounds was no small feat once both competitors were in place. The Rotom referee announced the commencement of the match. Imperial City Rookie Cup Elimination Round, Battle Venue, D Area, Arena 3. Contestants, 136, Chucheng versus 231 Gaoming. Both sides ready, battle begins. Let's go. Sola, Houndour, prepare for battle. As the Rotom referee finished speaking, both competitors launched their Pokeballs simultaneously. The silhouette of the little fox materialized before Chucheng, still maintaining its disguise, while his opponent revealed a formidable-looking Houndour, growling menacingly in the direction of the little fox. Name, Houndour. Type, Dark. Energy level, 14, Normal. Gender, NA. Ability, Runaway. Potential, Light Blue. Held item, None. Skills, Tackle, Howl, Dig, Bite, Scare, Digging, Glare, Scent Detection, Toxic Fangs. Chucheng observed the panel of the opposing Pokémon before him, nodding subtly. The Sandshrew appeared to be well-trained, its potential barely reaching the blue tier, with its Toxic Fangs likely being its hidden trump card, seemingly inherited. In the early stages, when most Pokémon lacked ranged capabilities, the Sandshrew, excelling in close combat, possessed a formidable advantage with the additional poisoning effect from its Toxic Fangs as a secret weapon. Aside from its slightly lower level, its combat prowess was commendable, if only it weren't facing Chucheng in the first match. The skill level in the knockout rounds was indeed significantly higher than in the preliminary rounds, and the opponent's strength was second only to that of the trainer who had employed the electric-type Pokémon in the preliminaries. What was that eccentric's name? Li Chun, Yang Chun. Never mind, it slipped my mind. I'll recall it when we meet again. Nevertheless, that was then. Now, my little fox is even more terrifying than in the preliminaries. Gao Ming adjusted his glasses as he gazed upon the opponent's Zoroark, marveling internally. Zoroark, he mused, while both were evolved Pokémon. The disparity between them and the Sandshrew was stark. Zoroark, upon evolution, was at least comparable to the formidable starter Pokémon, a far cry from what the Sandshrew could contend with. However, it was not to say that victory was impossible for the Sandshrew. Zoroark thrived on energy attacks and speed, and it seemed necessary to devise a strategy for the Sandshrew to engage in close combat. Sandshrew, scare it, then charge in for a bite. Upon receiving the trainer's command, the Sandshrew emitted a sudden, piercing howl, releasing a faint ghostly energy that spread with its shriek, attempting to intimidate its adversary. It then swiftly charged toward the little fox, aiming to grapple at close range. Yet, at that moment, Chucheng showed no signs of issuing commands. He merely watched as the opponent's Pokémon surged toward his little fox. The opposing trainer's gaze filled with excitement, tension, and a hint of confusion. This was in accordance with the little fox's request to test its mettle in battle, and Chucheng was pleased to nurture its adaptability. Thus he smiled and acquiesced. The unexpected shriek seemed to have little effect on Zoroark, who languidly yawned as the Sandshrew approached, its gaping maw poised to make contact. Just as the Sandshrew lunged forward, Zoroark effortlessly sidestepped, evading the attack. And the scene transitioned into a thrilling game of you bite, I dodge. The Sandshrew unleashed an onslaught of attacks, akin to a ravenous wolf on the hunt. Its jaws agape as if to rend its prey asunder, while the little fox remained unperturbed, moving only at the last moment to avoid the Sandshrew's strikes. Although it appeared that the Sandshrew maintained the upper hand with its relentless assault, in truth, the exertion was beginning to take its toll, leaving it panting, while Zoroark remained as composed as ever. How can this be? Gao Ming gasped, removing his glasses in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Theoretically, Zoroark's speed should far exceed that of the Sandshrew, yet this was beyond comprehension. At this rate, even with the toxic fangs, there would be no chance to land a hit. What to do? What to do? I cannot concede. Damn it. I must remain calm. Yes. Sandshrew, quickly. Unleash Sand Attack in Zoroark's direction. Having conceived a plan, Gao Ming clapped his hands and urgently called out to the Sandshrew, now considerably exhausted from exertion. The Sandshrew responded without hesitation, digging into the ground and sending a cloud of sand into the air, which billowed towards Zoroark. Observing the Sandshrew's performance and the opponent's tactical command, Chucheng's eyes lit up. It was indeed executing quite well. Yet he shook his head slightly, recognizing that overcoming the little fox would not be a simple task. The little fox, witnessing the scene, let out a disdainful chuckle, its eyes shimmering with an otherworldly glow, allowing the swirling sand to envelop it without resistance. Well done, Sandshrew. Now use tackle, close the distance, and unleash your toxic fangs. Seeing his strategy take effect, Gao Ming's expression brightened as he commanded the Sandshrew to continue its assault, intent on seizing victory with a single push, no longer concealing the toxic fangs. As the Sandshrew drew nearer to Zoroark, Gao Ming, feeling the thrill of impending triumph, cast a sidelong glance at Chucheng, only to find him maintaining an air of calm and composure, devoid of any panic. Impossible, he thought, but there was no time for further contemplation. The Sandshrew, capitalizing on its tackle, surged towards Zoroark, its mouth agape, teeth glimmering with a ghostly violet aura, ready to strike at the Zoroark, who was hindered by the sandstorm. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as the Zoroark struck by the Sandshrew's fangs transformed into a mere mirage, dissipating into nothingness, leaving the Sandshrew's biting attack to connect with nothing but air, causing it to wince in pain. What just happened? Gao Ming stared in disbelief at the vacant battlefield. Both he and the Sandshrew at a loss. How could Zoroark have vanished right beneath his nose? All right, Zoroark, enough playing around. Time to wrap this up. Gao Ming turned to see Chucheng, a gentle smile gracing his features as he addressed the empty arena. To Gao Ming's astonishment, he sensed a hint of fondness in Chucheng's demeanor. Boom. Just as Chucheng's words faded, Zoroark erupted from the ground, launching a shadowy orb toward the unsuspecting Sandshrew. As the Sandshrew turned, it had no time to react, watching helplessly as the shadow ball struck it. Sandshrew. Chapter 38. A Path of Dominance. The little fox's initial display of power. Thud. The Sandshrew was rendered utterly incapable of battle. The victor is contestant number 136, Chucheng. The Sandshrew was sent flying to the sidelines by the sudden shadow ball from the little fox, evidently having lost its fighting ability. The match concluded as the Rotom referee's voice echoed through the arena. Phew. Gao Ming rushed onto the field to assess the Sandshrew's condition. Relieved to find only a slight singe on its fur from the shadow ball, the creature merely exhausted. Woof. The Sandshrew, nestled in its trainer's embrace, let out a soft bark, seemingly comforting Gao Ming, assuring him it was all right. Is it really okay? Turning at the sound, Gao Ming found Chucheng approaching. Your Sandshrew performed remarkably well. Chucheng introduced himself, extending a hand. I am Chucheng from D-Do No. 1 High School. Gao Ming recognized that the trainer before him had already showcased considerable skill, evident from his choice of the Sandshrew as a beginner's Pokémon and its level, indicating he likely came from a modest background. Such a remarkable performance is indeed a rarity. Had it not been for the encounter with Chucheng and the little fox, it is entirely possible that a few more rounds could have been traversed. Achieving victory against the odds is not entirely out of the question. The illustrious Chucheng, the top student of our grade. Your esteemed name has reached my ears long ago. I am Gao Ming, also a student of the prestigious Beijing No. 1 high school. Though I am in class 6 of the second year. Gao Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and extended his hand to shake Chucheng's. To Chucheng's surprise, he found himself meeting a fellow alumnus. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gao Ming cradled his coyote dog and took his leave. Judging by his hasty departure and the direction he took, it seemed he intended to examine the dog's wounds more closely. What a decent individual. Would you not agree? Zoroark? For Zoroark, the recently concluded match barely qualified as a warm-up. Throughout the bout, aside from the initial startled yelp, the coyote dog did not lay a single paw on the little fox. Chucheng noted that the little fox was effortlessly toying with those ordinary-level spirits. As long as Zoroark wished it, with its speed far exceeding that of its peers, the opponents would be utterly incapable of even making contact, leaving them without a glimmer of hope for victory. It seems that finding a worthy opponent for the little fox before the quarterfinals is an impossibility. One can only hope that among the adversaries in the subsequent rounds, there will be season-level spirits. Otherwise, the experience might prove rather dull. So, will you take charge of deciding how to engage in the forthcoming battles, Zoroark? The efficiency of the elimination rounds is incomparable to that of the preliminary matches. Scarcely had Chucheng settled in when his next opponent was announced. Contestant D136 was set to face contestant D122, with the battle taking place in Arena 1. The opposing contender was a youth clad in martial arts attire, accompanied by a spirit that aptly matched his persona, the Fearless Boy. Name, Fearless Boy. Type, Fighting. Energy level, 16, Normal. Gender, None. Ability, Tenacity. Qualification, Deep Blue. Held item, None. Skills, Tackle, Focus Energy, Striking Surprise, Trip, High-Speed Star, Bullet Punch, Sonic Punch, Double Return. Slate Splitter. Once again, a rather impressive spirit graced the arena, yet with both Sonic Punch and Bullet Punch in its arsenal. It seemed likely that it had been nurtured along the evolution path of a quick fist. Which martial arts school does this disciple belong to? Chucheng waved his hand, allowing Zoroark the freedom to exhibit its prowess. The disparity in attributes was overwhelmingly in their favor, leaving the opponent with no semblance of a winning chance. Observing this, the martial arts-clad youth appeared to feel slighted and promptly commanded the Fearless Boy to launch an assault. At this juncture, Zoroark remained in a guise, and to the uninformed, Chucheng's decision to let the Dark-type Zoroark engage freely against the Fighting-type spirit could indeed come across as somewhat presumptuous, bordering on disdain. It was no wonder the opponent was incensed. Chucheng could only gesture dismissively in his mind. After all, it was impossible to disclose that his Zoroark was immune to Fighting-type and Normal-type moves. Even if he did, it was unlikely to be believed. Striking Surprise. Upon receiving the trainer's command, the Fearless Boy clapped its hands together, sending rippling shockwaves radiating outward. Striking Surprise can be employed in two manners: a rapid approach followed by a palm strike, or an attack from a distance using the shockwaves created by the clap. Due to its high priority, it serves as an exceptionally effective opening move. The move is famously perfected by the renowned cosmic Pokémon, Blazing Roar Tiger, whose intimidating Striking Surprise is executed with such finesse that it is almost devious. A splendid opening maneuver, evoking joy within me. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary Zoroark would indeed struggle against it, yet the unfortunate opponent happened to face Chucheng's little fox. Zoroark, The normal-type Striking Surprise had no effect whatsoever on the little fox, and since Chucheng had previously advised against revealing its immunity to normal-type attacks, it feigned discomfort instead. The little fox thought to itself, how tiresome this opponent is. Perhaps it would be best to expedite the conclusion of this battle. Excellent work, Fearless Boy. Quickly use Focus Energy, and then charge at Zoroark to execute Slate Splitter. Unbeknownst to the martial arts-clad youth, the little fox was already contemplating a swift end to the encounter. Observing the effectiveness of Striking Surprise, which had placed its adversary in a state of trepidation, he hastily continued his commands. The Fearless Boy adopted a stance to Focus Energy, a translucent aura flickering around it, before taking strides towards Zoroark, arm raised high, radiating a brilliant light. Just like that, let our opponent witness our might. The martial arts youth thought, his fists clenched. With Fighting-type moves doubly effective against the Dark-type Zoroark, if Slate Splitter struck a weak point, it could bring the battle to an abrupt finish. The little fox's eyes flashed with impatience. Faced with an opponent whose every move it could easily nullify, it was growing weary of maintaining the charade without revealing its true nature. Zoroark, I no longer wish to squander time with you. Let us end this. The fearless boy was momentarily perplexed upon hearing Zoroark's words. Suddenly, a radiant flash enveloped the little fox, and then darkness consumed its vision. When next it regained consciousness, the match had concluded. The impatient little fox had dispatched the fearless boy from the arena with a single, double-effective psychic attack. Chucheng, witnessing this spectacle, could only shake his head in bemusement. Fortunately, the little fox had the sense to temper its strength. Otherwise, with its extraordinary mental prowess, the fearless boy might have been bedridden for days. The remainder of the day passed with Chucheng silently permitting Zoroark to engage in battles at will. The little fox, living up to Chucheng's trust, achieved a dominating streak of 7 consecutive victories, advancing to the top 32. At last, the day's competitions drew to a close. Glancing at the time, which was nearing 7 in the evening, and recognizing the hour was late, Chucheng bid farewell to his companions before returning home. Chapter 39. The Challenge of Advancing to the Top 8. In the morning, once again rising early, the day promised further elimination rounds of the Newcomer Cup. The previous day's matches had progressed to the stage of 64 down to 32, while the contests following the top 8 would be held in the main venue, allowing the competitors 2 days of respite in between. This meant that today, only 3 more battles were required. After breakfast, checking the time at 20 past 7, Chucheng strolled leisurely toward the arena with the little fox and Riolu, as there was no rush. Neither of the 2 little companions favored being confined within their pokeballs, and given their youth, Chucheng permitted them to remain outside. Interestingly, despite being the elder of the 2, the little fox consistently clung to Chucheng whenever they ventured out, either seeking to be cradled in his arms or perched upon his shoulder. Thanks to Chucheng's awakening of the aura power, his physical condition had significantly improved. While he might not yet rival the legendary Super True newcomers, he could certainly accommodate his little fox as a mount, had it been the frail university student of yore. Such a feat would have been improbable. Contrarily, the younger Lyall, this little fellow, possessed a certain idol-like demeanor as if he were a miniature adult. Shortly after hatching, he began to walk on his own. Within the arena, the small competition venue, which had been divided into several areas yesterday, was now restructured. As only a handful of competitors remained at this stage, rendering the multiple arenas unnecessary, perhaps due to his swift resolution of battles yesterday. His match was scheduled as the first in Zone D. By this time, the audience had already gathered in considerable numbers, evidently showing greater interest than the chaotic brawl of several thousand participants from the previous day, as the competition for the top 32 was far more captivating. Glancing at his phone, it was just past 8 o'clock, with nearly half an hour remaining until the formal commencement of the match. In fact, even his opponent had yet to be matched. Thus, Chucheng found a quiet spot with his 2 companions to await the beginning of the contest. After another 20 minutes, just as Chucheng was on the verge of dozing off from boredom, his phone finally buzzed with activity. Greetings, esteemed contestant D136. Your match will commence in 10 minutes. And your opponent has been matched as contestant D073. Please be sure to arrive within the designated time. Well, it seems we are finally about to begin. Let us hope today's adversary will surprise us. Stretching lazily, Chucheng stood up, recalled Lyall into his pokeball, and proceeded toward the arena with his little fox. However, shortly after, Chucheng's figure reappeared in the stands, his expression reflecting evident disappointment, suggesting that the preceding match had not been particularly exhilarating. In both the 32 and 16 strong rounds, the opponents he faced exhibited rather mediocre abilities. From Chucheng's perspective, while the Pokémon of these 2 adversaries possessed decent raw power, their combat experience was woefully lacking. The skill of the opposing trainers in commanding their Pokémon and the synergy between them was even inferior to that of the competitor he faced in the first match yesterday. Just as Chucheng contemplated concluding the day's matches in a dull fashion and advancing into the quarterfinals, the event's curious matching mechanism surprised him once more. The third and final match arrived as anticipated. In this round, Chucheng's opponent was a girl with white hair, dyed in a style reminiscent of a 2-dimensional anime character. At first sight, upon observing the peculiar appearance of his opponent, Chucheng briefly questioned whether he had mistakenly wandered into the wrong venue. Is this truly a competition arena? What is this place? I was under the impression I had attended a comic convention. It wasn't until the referee's voice resonated that Chucheng was jolted back to reality. Elimination round of the Capital's Newcomer Cup, from 16 to 8. Competing contestants, D136, Chucheng versus D069 Uziwa. Both contestants ready, Battle commence. It's time, Zorua. Bring me victory, darling. As the opponent's Pokemon materialized, Chucheng realized he had misjudged the situation initially. A pink Naira appeared before him. Name, Naira, shiny form. Type, dark ice. Energy level, 20, experienced. Gender, unspecified. Ability, keen eye. Potential, deep purple. Held item, never melting ice. Skill moves, scratch, leer, taunt, quick attack, metal claw, icy wind, revenge. Ice shard, endure, double hit, icicle crash, U-turn, avalanche, snowy terrain, ice punch, dig. Level 20, and the opposing Pokemon is also of the experienced tier. And a shiny Naira at that. Chucheng raised an eyebrow. It seemed that fate, or perhaps Arceus in the Pokemon world, had indeed heard his earlier musings and delivered a worthy challenger to him. It appeared he would need to take this seriously. The chilling aura emanating from the opposing Naira was distinctly palpable within Chucheng's aura perception, indicating that this opponent was not to be underestimated. Hey, you're that woman's brother, aren't you? Today, I shall avenge Qing Dai and show you the might of ice-type Pokemon, the white-haired girl remarked, clenching her fists with determination after scrutinizing Chucheng. What's that supposed to mean? Initially pleased to encounter a formidable opponent, Chucheng found himself perplexed by her words. Just as he was about to clarify the matter, the girl had evidently decided against further pleasantries and immediately issued her attack command. Naira, unleash snowy terrain, then execute icicle crash. Upon receiving the command, Naira rapidly concentrated a brilliant blue energy between its hands, and then, with a swift motion, propelled a blue orb skyward. The orb burst into a myriad of azure particles that filled the arena's atmosphere. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. What Naira had employed was the latest weather skill from Generation 9, Snowy Terrain. The audience began to stir with excitement, clearly surprised to witness a weather skill in a competition of such novice trainers. While weather-related skills are not entirely uncommon, they are typically challenging for ordinary Pokemon to learn unless they possess inherent traits. Mastering such abilities and utilizing them effectively in battle is not something that beginner trainers' Pokemon can typically achieve. Therefore, the proficient use of weather skills is usually reserved for elite or professional trainers, making this display in a Newcomer Cup match quite unexpected for the spectators. At this moment, the stands erupted with cheers and applause. After casting Snowy Terrain, Naira pressed on, gathering intense ice-type energy in its hands. In the cold ambience created by the falling snow, even the consolidation speed of its ice-type moves seemed to accelerate. Soon, a massive icicle plummeted from the sky, aimed directly at the position where the little fox stood. Having been unexpectedly confronted and then disregarded by her self-motivated monologue, Chucheng now felt a surge of irritation. He resolved not to utter another word, focusing solely on clashing with his opponent. Chapter 40. A rare opponent. Weather skills appear to be more than mere buffs, resembling a complex strategy rather than a simple enhancement. It seems prudent for me to delve into this subject upon my return, regardless of whether I will utilize it or not. Understanding it will ensure I am not caught off guard against my adversaries. Nevertheless, the immediate priority remains to deal with my opponent. Zorua, employ quick attack. Then use Shadow Clone. In the face of the descending icicle, the little fox first executed quick attack, its innate speed further amplified by the move, creating multiple afterimages in its wake. As it deftly dodged the impending icicle, the attack failed to land a single blow, while Zorua managed to encircle Naira with nearly 10 clones that darted about. Shadow Ball. Though Naira's defenses were bolstered by the snowy terrain, it mattered little to the specially offensive Zorua. The clash was imminent. A flurry of shadowy orbs was unleashed, the indistinguishable black and purple spheres incessantly striking Nuzlocke, who was already disoriented from the rapid movements of its shadowy duplicates. The poor creature let out a series of anguished cries. Fortunately, the shadowy orbs were ghost-type moves, inflicting only half their potential damage upon Nuzlocke. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. How infuriating. What to do? Of course. Nuzlocke unleashed the icy wind and spin in place. On the sidelines, Yuzi Wang, who had initially approached the battle with fervor, suddenly faltered upon hearing her Pokemon's cries. Witnessing her assault being completely countered by the opponent, and with Nuzlocke under relentless attack, she momentarily lost her composure. However, she quickly regained her focus, her battle experience guiding her to devise a new strategy. Nuzlocke, who had intended to retaliate for its trainer, was taken aback by the overwhelming onslaught from the adversarial fox. A simmering rage built within, and upon hearing the trainer's command, Nuzlocke promptly sounded the horn for counterattack. With determination, Nuzlocke halted its retreat. gritting its teeth as it endured the damage from the shadowy orbs. It opened its mouth and unleashed a chilling gust, laden with countless tiny ice particles, surging forward. Simultaneously, it began to rotate in place. What had initially been a straightforward icy wind swiftly expanded in all directions under Nuzle's maneuver, creating a formidable wall of frost that radiated outward. The rampaging icy wind, centered around Nuzle, obliterated the shadow clones of Zoroark one after another, ultimately revealing the true form of the opponent. At this moment, the battlefield, already beginning to accumulate a light dusting of snow due to the wintry conditions, became even more treacherous as the icy wind swept through, rendering it exceedingly slippery. This posed a significant disadvantage for the little fox, which had previously relied on its speed to dominate Nuzle. Observing this development, Chucheng's eyes brightened, and he subtly nodded in approval. Nuzle's execution of the spinning icy wind was nothing short of spectacular, reminiscent of the legendary counter-shield technique employed by the esteemed strategist during the Sinnoh era, showcasing the opponent's impressive prowess. Indeed, this was precisely what he desired. Since becoming a trainer, apart from the battle against his older sister's Dragonite, he had mostly experienced one-sided victories. This trend had become even more pronounced after Zoroark ascended to the senior level. While overwhelming victories were gratifying, they offered little in terms of growth for him and the little fox. Thus, he had allowed Zoroark to fight independently in previous matches, both craving an exhilarating challenge for quite some time. However, Chucheng found it perplexing that, despite yearning for a worthy opponent, he consistently faced foes of the dark type, be it Dragonite or Nuzle, leaving Zoroark's seldom-used psychic abilities as mere decoration. Furthermore, as a Pokémon of mixed normal and ghost types, Zoroark's sole weakness was against dark types. Presently, in its disguised form, the opponents still believed Zoroark was also of the dark type. Had they known its true nature, they would have surely unleashed dark-type moves against it. With a final surge of the icy wind, Nuzle managed to eliminate Zoroark's clones. Coupled with the energy drained by the shadowy orbs, Nuzle began to pant heavily. The opposing trainer had astutely recognized the slick terrain's limitations on Zoroark and immediately commanded Nuzle to capitalize on the momentum. Well done, Nuzle. Use quick attack and close in for a frozen punch. Having experienced the full force of Zoroark's special attacks from the barrage of shadowy orbs, Yuuzhiwang hesitated to engage in a ranged battle. Since Zoroark's speed was currently compromised, it was the perfect opportunity to initiate close combat. Nuzle darted towards the little fox, leveraging its ice-type advantage from its snowy habitat. Moving deftly on the icy terrain, Nuzle maintained its speed with minimal reduction. In an instant, Nuzle's form darted forward like a pink lightning bolt, closing in on Zoroark. Dig! As Nuzle was about to collide with Zoroark, the fox swiftly burrowed into the ground. Now's your chance, Yuuzhiwang shouted, urging Nuzle to amplify the power of the frozen punch and strike the ground near the burrow's entrance with all its might. Seizing the moment, Nuzle channeled its icy aura into its fist and hammered down towards the spot where Zoroark had just vanished underground. Now, Chucheng thought, seeing his plan unfold perfectly, Zoroark, use Will-O-Wisp. As his command echoed, there was a resounding crash. Just near the freshly excavated hole, Zoroark erupted from the earth, leaping gracefully into the air, surrounded by a swirling halo of eerie, purple flames. Under Zoroark's guidance, the flames surged toward Nuzle with relentless force. Nuzle! Yuuzhiwang cried out in desperation. Just as Nuzle's frozen punch struck the ground, the impact merely caused a slight tremor and a splash of dirt, failing to inflict any significant damage on Zoroark. Instead, due to its own exertion, Nuzle was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Zoroark's Will-O-Wisp, watching helplessly as the series of ghostly flames struck its body. In truth, Nuzle's fate had been sealed from the beginning. Through the bond of aura, Chucheng and Zoroark had silently communicated their strategy in advance. The dig maneuver was merely a ruse. Zoroark had not burrowed deeply but had instead created a shallow tunnel nearby, lying in wait for the opponent to take the bait. It is worth noting that while Zoroark's washout form was not an ice-type Pokémon, it resided in a region blanketed in snow, adapting to the icy environment over generations. The slick snow did not hinder Zoroark nearly as much as Yuuzhiwang had anticipated. The decision to dig was a tactical ploy to lure Nuzle into a trap. Observing the flickering purple flames on Nuzle's form, Chucheng mused that victory in this match was all but assured for him and Zoroark. Not so fast. It's not time to give up yet, Nuzle thought, gathering its strength for one last effort. Seeing the smile on Chucheng's face filled Yuuzhiwang with a wave of frustration. Zoroark quickly evaded. Reacting swiftly, Chucheng commanded Zoroark to dodge Nuzle's final struggle. But alas, he was a moment too late. Nuzle, despite enduring the searing pain, rose from the ground, its body radiating a blinding golden light. The distance between the two Pokémon was now perilously close. Although the trap had successfully ensnared Nuzlocke, it had also brought them within an unprecedented range of each other. As he gazed at the nearby Naira, a burning pain coursed through his body, yet Chucheng managed to force a strained smile onto his face. With a radiant golden aura enveloping him, he charged forward with great determination. Naira, in turn, met him with a shadow claw, poised on the spot. Realizing that Naira was already upon him, and there was no time to evade, Chucheng resigned himself to allowing the little fox to confront the attack head-on. On the sidelines, Yuziwang watched this scene unfold with a worried expression, her concern for Naira evident. Yet, amidst her apprehension, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her heart as she fixated on the center of the arena. Although the burn status had reduced Naira's physical attacks to half their potential, the sheer will to endure would amplify this strike's damage twofold. She could not believe that the opposing Soloria had suffered no toll. After all, Soloria was renowned for its delicate constitution, with all its talent points allocated to special attack and speed. Could it be that this match would turn out differently? Observing the unfolding events, Chucheng sighed. But at that moment, Yuziwang's attention was entirely captured by the spectacle before them, leaving her oblivious to the helpless expression on Chucheng's face. The clash of golden light and shadow intertwined as Naira poured every ounce of strength into its strike. Colliding with Soloria's shadow claw, the forceful impact sent dirt and snow flying, silencing the audience in the stands, who collectively held their breath. This was undoubtedly the highest caliber of competition they had witnessed since the Newcomer Cup commenced, with a match that rivaled and perhaps even surpassed the excitement of past finals occurring in an ordinary round of 16. Both contenders had evidently surpassed the average abilities of novice trainers, and the intensity of the battle captivated everyone present. Suddenly, a gasp shattered the silence. As the dust settled, it became clear that Naira had completely lost its fighting capability, collapsing onto the arena floor. Observing this, the Rotom referee promptly declared, "Naira is unable to battle. The victor is contestant D-136, Chucheng." However, Naira's downfall and the referee's announcement failed to attract any attention. All eyes, including Yuziwang's, were fixated on the arena. Where the victorious Soloria should have stood was now an unfamiliar little sprite. The pale pink fox, with its large, innocent orange eyes, gazed around, bewildered. Hearing the murmurs from the audience, Chucheng sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He had anticipated such an outcome and regretted not being more cautious from the outset. Soloria's ability to disguise itself relied on its power to create astonishing illusions, cloaking its true appearance with a deceptive facade. However, at this stage, the little fox's illusion had significant limitations and had not yet reached its full potential. While it could maintain its guise against weaker moves like the ground power from its previous battle with its sister or Naira's Ice Wind, closer and more intense clashes were a different story. Upon careful observation, one would notice that the little fox rarely engaged in close-quarters combat. This was where the limitations of the illusion lay. Once fierce collisions occurred, maintaining the facade became exceedingly difficult. Naira's desperate attempt to endure had proven ineffective, as Soloria was entirely immune to general-type moves. Yet, even with immunity to damage, the violent impact had rendered Soloria's illusion ineffective, culminating in the current scene. What kind of sprite is this? I've never seen it before. Me neither. Where did Soloria go? Don't you think this sprite looks a lot like Soloria? Hey, are you still dazed? Go check on your Naira. As the voices of the audience grew louder, Chucheng urgently called out to Yuziwang. Naira. At Chucheng's prompt, Yuziwang finally snapped back to reality, swiftly retrieving Naira and rushing towards the temporary medical station set up for the match, leaving Chucheng and the little fox to exchange bewildered glances. However, it was perhaps for the best. He feared the little fox might inadvertently harm the opponent, complicating matters further. With the discussions around them intensifying and feeling the scorching gazes from the audience, Chucheng was eager to leave the scene. He swiftly scooped up the little fox and hurriedly made his way out of the arena. Chapter 42. The commotion caused by the unknown sprite. Phew. Once Chucheng finally escaped, he cautiously glanced around to ensure no one else was present before sitting down, exhaling deeply in relief. Soloria, you nearly suffocated me, you know. The little fox, at last, poked its head out after being squeezed, gasping for air while simultaneously voicing its grievances against Chucheng. And whose fault is it that we had to rush? Chucheng retorted, lightly flicking the little fox's forehead in jest. Soloria, it's just because I'm too adorable. The little fox giggled foolishly, not forgetting to flaunt its charm. Yes, you are the cutest. Though Soloria's disguise was formidable, since the day he entered the Newcomer Cup, Chucheng had anticipated the eventual unveiling of Soloria's true form due to various circumstances. He had considered that the appearance of a previously unseen sprite, such as Soloria in its pristine form, would undoubtedly cause a stir if it were to be revealed in public. After all, it was unrealistic to expect the little fox to remain in disguise indefinitely. Originally, he had planned to allow Soloria to reveal its true self when they claimed the championship together, ideally on the grand stage of the Newcomer Cup finals. Yet, despite all his calculations, he had not fathomed the depths of the spectators' fervor for sprites. As soon as the match concluded, the audience surged forward, eager to glean any information about the little fox. The emergence of an entirely new sprite was significant news, even on a global scale. To his astonishment, reporters had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, which he found utterly ridiculous. What were they doing here? Were they so idle that they couldn't even let a novice cup competition go by without coverage? And where had they pulled out their cameras from? In short, Chucheng mentally berated the abnormality of the reporter's sudden appearance, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that he and Yu Zhuang, with their extraordinary prowess in the Newcomer Cup, were perhaps equally unusual. Thankfully, the spectators exhibited commendable restraint. Aside from their inquisitive inquiries, no one engaged in any extreme behavior, allowing him to escape with Soloria relatively unscathed. Exhausted, Chucheng, who prided himself on awakening the power of the aura, found himself thoroughly drained. Now, the only lingering concern was that Soloria had revealed its true form prematurely. However, he felt a sense of relief in his cleverness, as he had already informed his mother in advance. Knowing he could simply explain that Soloria was a newly discovered regional form, he would shift the specifics of the situation onto the Imperial Capital Research Institute, as his mother had suggested, daring anyone to visit the institute and inquire about the little fox's information. "Chengge, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, a voice from behind startled Chucheng, who initially thought it was the journalist from earlier. Clutching the little fox, he instinctively prepared to flee, only to realize that the voice sounded oddly familiar. Turning around, he was relieved to see it was Lin Yuan. "Why are you running, Chengge?" Lin Yuan asked, scratching his head in confusion as he looked down at himself, wondering what had prompted such a reaction. "I'm not going to eat you. It's nothing. By the way, Yuanzi, what are you doing here? Is the competition over? What about Xiao Xiao and the others?" Chucheng, still somewhat flustered, sighed internally, realizing he had become overly cautious in this situation. "They're probably still competing. I was just about to check in on them. Oh, and Chengge, I got eliminated. You all must avenge me," Lin Yuan lamented, his expression portraying a rare sense of grievance. He had initially aimed to secure a spot in the top 8 and reunite with his friends, but he was knocked out before even reaching the round of 64. That guy won, so what? Why does he have to be so arrogant? Lin Yuan thought as he had intended to take his carty dog to the temporary medical station for recovery before checking on his friends, but unexpectedly ran into Chucheng on the way. The two then made their way towards the medical center together. "By the way, Chengge, what are you doing here? What about your match? I heard there were rumors in Zone D about someone using an unknown Pokémon. Wait, aren't you in Zone D?" Before Lin Yuan could finish his thought, he suddenly spotted the little fox perched on Chucheng's shoulder. He pointed at Zoroark, astonished and momentarily speechless. "Shoo, keep it down," Chucheng urged, quickly glancing around, relieved to find no journalists in sight. After some coaxing, he managed to temporarily store the little fox in its pokeball. "Chengge, is that you they were talking about?" Lin Yuan asked, his eyes wide with realization. Chucheng nodded, and, after a brief moment of contemplation, recounted the circumstances of his encounter and the capture of the little fox. "Chengge, you've kept this from us for so long." Lin Yuan gazed at him with an expression of deep-seated resentment. "Hee, I was just keeping it under wraps for a bit. Secret weapon, you know? Cut me some slack." Chucheng replied, chuckling awkwardly in response to Lin Yuan's reproachful demeanor. Soon, the two arrived at the nearest temporary medical center. After handing over the pokeball containing Carty Dog to the medical staff, they waited for about half an hour until everything was taken care of before heading towards the A venue. While at the medical center, they had already received news about gathering at the competition site. At this moment, only Lin Shui remained in the competition among the 8 venues. Upon reaching Zone A, they found the match was about to commence, coincidentally featuring Lin Shui. Following the instructions from the gathered messages, they located their spot, where Xiao Xiao was already waiting. In addition to her, a few others were present, including Su Wan, who appeared somewhat melancholy. "What is going on? This isn't like you, old Su," Chucheng greeted, noticing Su when looking up at him with a weary expression. "Is this the demeanor of a victor? Alas, a tragic barrier has emerged between us." With Su Wen's words invoking a sense of bitterness, Chucheng couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He playfully punched Su Wan, and after some lighthearted banter, Su Wen's mood visibly lightened as he began recounting the events. In summary, that's how it went. I had hoped to team up with Xiao Xiao, but thankfully, she managed to defeat that guy. Su Wen expressed a hint of dissatisfaction, lamenting that had he not been so careless, coupled with the first form of the iron dumbbell being somewhat lacking in battle prowess, he wouldn't have been eliminated in the round of 32. Listening intently, Chucheng found himself deep in thought. From Su Wen's account, it was evident that something was amiss in this competition. The strength of the participants seemed exaggerated, aside from that inexplicable Yuzuan he encountered. Moreover, in the 6 venues where the matches had already concluded, many formidable competitors had emerged. According to Su Wen, excluding their group, there were at least 3 or 4 contestants whose Pokémon had clearly reached the advanced level, suggesting that the number of advanced level Pokémon in this newcomer cup was nearing 10, which was decidedly unusual. Typically, only 1 or 2, or sometimes none, of the advanced level Pokémon would participate. He recalled a conversation with his sister, who mentioned that in her year, they had only encountered 1 advanced Pokémon during the finals. Why, then, was there such an abundance of advanced Pokémon this year? The scarcity of trainers possessing advanced level Pokémon in the Newcomer Cup wasn't indicative of a decline in the strength of this year's newcomers. Rather, it was customary for most trainers with advanced Pokémon to refrain from participating in the Newcomer Cup. This was because the competition took place roughly half a month to a month after obtaining their Pokémon. Even though Pokémon levels rise rapidly in the early stages, reaching advanced level during the competition without substantial resources is nearly impossible. Typically, trainers from ordinary families, even if exceptionally talented, would only begin to showcase their abilities during this period. It is usually after their talents become evident that they receive support from the league, focused training from schools, and sponsorship from large enterprises. Thus, their peak performance often comes later than that of trainers from better-off backgrounds. For them, rankings are less crucial than the opportunity to quickly demonstrate their talents. Conversely, trainers with connections often show little enthusiasm for the rewards of the Newcomer Cup, leading them to forego participation. Like Chucheng and his sister, they could have opted out for various reasons, but they chose to compete. Chucheng entered the Newcomer Cup to collect all the trophies, official competitions, she could during her student years, while Chucheng's motivation was to trigger the system's tasks. The current situation, with an unusual concentration of advanced Pokémon, was likely unprecedented in the history of the Newcomer Cup. Suddenly, a thought struck Chucheng, and he slapped his forehead. He recalled his father's mention of the reform in the enrollment system at the dinner table. Could it be that these participants were reinforcements from other prestigious schools in the capital? Connecting the dots, Chucheng's suspicions began to clarify. Their participation in the Newcomer Cup was evidently aimed at sending a message to the contestants from First High School. If not a single contestant from First High School made it into the top 8 this year, it would undoubtedly add more pressure to an already struggling institution. This also explained why that enigmatic woman reacted so aggressively upon meeting him. While Chucheng's deductions were astute, he seemed to have selectively overlooked the mention of the woman by Yuzuan in his reasoning, when he shared his hypothesis with the others. Rather than the shock he anticipated, Su Wen and the others exchanged glances, their expressions odd as they looked at him with a blend of hesitation and intrigue. Lin Yuan, standing nearby, tugged at Chucheng's sleeve with a peculiar expression, leaning in to whisper, "Chengge, do you really not know who Yuzuan is? Is there any reason for you to trouble me? How could I possibly know who she is? I only met her for the first time today. Could she possibly be some kind of celebrity?" At this point, Chucheng began to feel perplexed. After all, he had only just encountered Yuzuan today. How could he possibly know her? Surely she couldn't be some internet sensation or star? Chengge, don't you think the surname you sounds rather familiar? Lin Yuan seemed to be striving to jog Chucheng's memory. All right, stop with the suspense. Just say it plainly. I truly do not know that person. Seeing that Chucheng appeared genuinely unable to recall, the chubby boy ceased his teasing and began to rattle off information like a waterfall, divulging everything all at once. Chucheng listened, feeling overwhelmed, yet managed to capture several key pieces of information from Lin Yuan's words. Yuzuan's sister was a rare genius Ice-type trainer at Ice City University, known for her overwhelming victory in the Alliance University Cup, and her spirit had been shattered. Are you saying that Yuzuan's sister, who is renowned as a rare Ice-type genius trainer, was utterly defeated by my sister's Dragon-type Pokémon last year in the Alliance University Cup, leaving her spirit in tatters? Precisely. It is said that during the semifinals, the head coach of Ice City University was quite confident because 3 of the main trainers from Magic City University, including Jin Jie, specialized in dragon types. They believed victory was assured, and thus spoke boastfully before the match. However, in the first round of individual battles, Jin Jie sent out her Dragonite, and swiftly swept them away with a score of 3-0. Moreover, to counter the opposing team's pre-match bravado, Jean Jia had remarked, "Is this the ice power you take pride in? Humph, it seems rather underwhelming." Observing the bewildered expression on Chucheng's face, the chubby boy continued to elaborate, even mimicking Jean Jia's voice in a comical manner. It was a pity that this guy didn't pursue a career in comedy. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's narrative, Chucheng finally understood the peculiar expressions everyone had worn earlier. No wonder. While others might have joined the newcomers' cup to establish their prowess, it was clear that Yu Ziwen had come specifically for him. Now that everything was clarified, Chucheng found himself in a rather amusing predicament. Had he inadvertently been set up by his sister? However, he saw no issue with this. Ultimately, the worth of a trainer lay in the strength of their Pokémon. If there were grievances, they could be resolved on the battlefield, which was the true essence of a trainer's ethos. No wonder she wanted him to experience the power of Ice-type Pokémon right off the bat. The reason was now apparent. He thought about reclaiming his honor, though it appeared he had already failed in that endeavor. Hopefully, she wouldn't find her spirit shattered as well. Chucheng mused that if she felt unsatisfied, she could always seek him out again, but next time, she should be prepared for another round of rigorous training. Thanks to Lin Yuan's reminder, he recalled the surname Yu, which was akin to his own family's situation. The Yu family was also renowned for their expertise in nurturing Ice-type Pokémon, and if he remembered correctly, the Ice-type gym located in Ice City, known as the Snow Peak Gym, was indeed their domain. No wonder, given her background. The presence of that seasoned shiny Snorunt and the indestructible ice it carried made perfect sense. How long are you two planning to chat? The match for Xiao Shui has already begun. As the competition commenced, Chucheng and Lin Yuan continued their hushed conversation, prompting Xia Xiaoxiao to interject. All right, we're done talking. Let us watch the match." Looking up towards the center of the arena, the competitors had released their Pokémon. Unbeknownst to anyone, a cerulean light screen unfurled before Chucheng's eyes, displaying the data of both Pokémon as the system scanned them thoroughly. Name: Forest Lizard. Type: Grass. Energy level: 19, normal. Gender: none. Ability: Overgrow. Potential: Light purple. Held item: none. Moves: Pound, Glare, Fury Cutter, Double Kick, Absorb, Leaf, Quick Attack, Seed Bomb, Leech Seed, Cross Cut, Energy Ball. Mega Drain, Cut, Dig, Dragon Breath. It seemed that Lin Shui had made considerable progress during these days. Not only had her Trico reached level 19, but it had also evolved into a forest lizard, and the presence of Dragon Breath suggested that its dragon lineage had awakened. Most importantly, the forest lizard's potential had remarkably advanced from blue-purple to light-purple. One must not underestimate the significance of that subtle change in hue. Blue-purple potential, after all, still lingered in the realm of blue and had not fully transformed, whereas light-purple, even if just barely achieved, still represented the purple tier. From a potential standpoint, a blue-purple forest lizard could at most reach the gym leader level, while light-purple bestowed upon it a glimmer of hope for ascending to champion status. The disparity was unimaginable. Clearly, during this time, it was not only he who had put in effort. Lin Shui must have encountered her own fortuitous opportunities. However, it was of little consequence. Everyone had their secrets. Chucheng squinted, feeling a twinge of envy. The advantage of evolving Pokémon twice is that the initial evolution occurs rapidly, allowing for swift advancements in strength. He was certain that Lin Shui's forest lizard had far fewer resources than his own Vulpix, yet in just a few days, it was on the verge of breaking through to the senior level. The glory of evolution must have played a significant role. TSK, but each had their own merits. However, upon witnessing the opposing trainer's Pokémon, Chucheng's gaze sharpened, and his previously relaxed expression shifted to one of seriousness. Name: Heartscale Dragon. Type: Dragon. Energy level: 20, senior. Gender: none. Ability: Bulletproof. Potential: Deep Purple. Held item: Dragon Fang. Moves: Endure, Tackle, Glare, Protect, Dragon Tail, Bulk Up, Scary Face, Roar, Dragon Breath, Last Resort, Aura Sphere, Rest. Rock Slide. The opponent's Pokémon was formidable, a senior-level quasi-deity, a dragon type no less. Lin Shui was likely in for a challenge. Observing the small dragon on the opposing side, who was brandishing its claws and teeth, Chucheng lamented that this was a worthy adversary capable of matching his Vulpix. Forest Lizard, run swiftly and unleash Seed Bomb. Although unable to see the opponent's information directly like Chucheng, the moment Lin Shui laid eyes on the rival Pokémon, she understood that her opponent was not to be underestimated. A Heartscale Dragon was not something an ordinary novice trainer could possess. Furthermore, Given her impressive second-place finish in the Imperial Capital High School, she certainly knew the difficulties in capturing Dragon-type Pokémon. A proud Dragon-type like Heartscale Dragon would never heed the commands of a weak trainer. With little knowledge of her opponent's situation, she had to play to her strengths. At that moment, the forest lizard transformed into a green streak of lightning on the battlefield, propelled by its high-speed movement, encircling the Heartscale Dragon as it accelerated, searching for an opening before unleashing Seed Bomb to test its opponent. Heartscale Dragon, bulk up and then use Scary Face. In response to the Forest Lizard's Seed Bomb, the opposing trainer appeared unfazed, simply instructing Heartscale Dragon to utilize its transformation move while remaining stationary. This was bad. Observing the unusual behavior of her opponent, Lin Shui suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, it seemed she had fallen victim to the shortcomings of her intelligence. Outside the arena, Chucheng gently shook his head. Unlike him, Lin Shui lacked the advantage of a golden finger to glean information about her adversary. Her initial decision to enhance the speed of the forest lizard in search of opportunities, while simultaneously employing Seed Machine Gun to probe and disrupt her opponent's strategy, was not inherently flawed. Alas, she had encountered the bulletproof Heartscale on the battlefield as the green energy projectile from the forest lizard struck its target. It merely stirred up a bit of dust, proving utterly ineffective. In contrast, after a moment of self-encouragement, Heartscale seized the opportunity presented by the forest lizard's skill activation lapse, using its terrifying face to diminish the hastily augmented speed. With a swift advance, it capitalized on the moment and unleashed its dragon tail. Responding to the command, Heartscale moved forward with purpose, its elongated tail shimmering with potent dragon-type energy. Striking down upon the forest lizard with a forceful blow, clearly intent on concluding the battle in one decisive thrust. Chapter 44. The Victorious Heartscale. The Forest Lizard. Faced with the ferocious assault of Heartscale, the forest lizard, now hindered by reduced speed, found itself unable to evade and was compelled to retaliate with its Slate Split. Setting aside the evident disparity between a senior-level Pokémon and a standard one, the self-empowered Heartscale's Dragon Tail was far beyond what a hastily executed Slate Split could withstand. The forest lizard was soon forced into a series of retreating maneuvers. Use Dragon Tail again. Hearing the command, Heartscale pressed the attack, its tail glowing with a deep purple aura, delivering blow after blow to the beleaguered forest lizard, quickly driving it to the edge of the arena. What to do? Lin Shui outside the ring anxiously bit her thumb. Her opponent's bulletproof characteristics had not only placed the forest lizard at a disadvantage from the outset, but had also rendered their meticulously prepared trump card, the Energy Ball, entirely ineffective. What course of action should she take now? Dragon type. Forest lizard quickly used Dragon Breath. Cornered and retreating, the forest lizard finally heard its trainer's command. While barely fending off Heartscale's attacks with Slate Split, it channeled its rage into a deep purple Dragon Breath, striking the oncoming Heartscale squarely in the face. Boom. Fantastic. Despite the attribute disadvantage, even the now seasoned Heartscale was pushed back, sustaining minor injuries on its face from the close-range Dragon Breath. Unfortunately, the paralysis effect of the Dragon Breath did not activate. Forest Lizard, follow up with Seed Bomb, and then use Giga Drain. Seizing the moment while Heartscale was momentarily staggered, Lin Shui quickly directed her Pokémon to execute a combination of Seed Bomb and Giga Drain to recuperate some of the nearly depleted energy. The Dragon-type's precise Dragon Tail was not easily countered. After barely resisting with Slate Split, the forest lizard's limbs bore the marks of the relentless strikes it had endured. Heartscale, disregard those hindrances and charge in with Aura Punch to swiftly conclude this battle. With a resolute command, natural energy coalesced in the forest lizard's hands into a luminous green seed, launching it toward Heartscale. Upon releasing the Seed Bomb, the forest lizard did not neglect to simultaneously employ Giga Drain, sending a wave of verdant energy surging toward Heartscale. Roar! Undeterred by the forest lizard's attacks, Heartscale barreled through the oncoming Seed Bomb and Giga Drain, its small fists illuminated with dazzling white light. The Seed Bomb struck first, slender vines emerging from Heartscale's scales, entwining around its body, creating a slight disarray in its charge. Nonetheless, it paid no heed to the discomfort, continuing its relentless advance toward the forest lizard. Not good, dodge quickly. Now wishing to retreat? Too late. Heartscale collided head-on with the verdant energy wave of Giga Drain. And thanks to its Dragon-type resistance to Grass-type moves and its own formidable physique, the impact merely caused it to furrow its brow slightly. Then, amidst the forest lizard's fearful gaze, its radiant fist struck with tremendous force. Boom. Forest lizard, Amidst Lin Shue's frantic cries and the gasps of the onlookers, the forest lizard was sent crashing into the wall by Heartscale's powerful punch. Phew, phew. After executing the strike, Heartscale stood panting heavily, as a fighting type's ultimate move. Aura Punch's potency was indisputable, yet the toll it took on Heartscale was substantial. Clang. The forest lizard fell to the ground, its consciousness starting to wane. Had it not been for the restorative effects of the seed bomb followed by Giga Drain, it would have long since succumbed. Nevertheless, it was still grievously injured. Boom. Despite its energy nearly depleted, the forest lizard refused to yield, propping itself against the wall, trembling as it attempted to rise once more, seemingly determined to continue fighting for its trainer. Witnessing its opponent's resilience, the exhausted Heartscale cast a look of respect at the forest lizard. Just as it adjusted its stance to resume the battle, a sudden thud echoed through the air. The forest lizard had finally reached its limit, collapsing to the ground. In truth, it had lost consciousness the moment it had risen, barely standing on the remnants of its willpower. Forest lizard. The match concluded. The forest lizard was entirely incapacitated, declaring the victor to be a 115 contestant Chinyu. As the Rotom referee announced the results, Lin Shui, who had been anxiously waiting outside, rushed onto the field, swiftly recalling the forest lizard into its pokeball before dashing toward the medical center. The audience, having regained their composure, erupted into applause, not solely for the victorious Heartscale, but equally for the forest lizard, whose indomitable spirit had moved them all. Come, let us hurry and see. Watching Lin Shue's distant figure, Xia Xiaoxiao expressed her concern. Let us go together. With that, Chucheng and the others stood up, heading in the same direction toward the medical center. Following the conclusion of this match, the first phase of the Rookie Cup knockout stage had successfully wrapped up, signifying that the contenders for the top 8 had been determined. As soon as the match ended, the list of top 8 contestants was displayed on the trainer's Camp mobile app. Clearly, the aims of those school mercenaries had faltered. With both Chucheng and Xia Xiaoxiao present, there were still 2 contestants from their school among the top 8. This achievement marked one of the best results for their school in recent years, second only to Lin Shue's older sister's cohort. Chapter 45. The list of top 8 contestants. How is it? Class representative. Is the forest lizard all right? Soon, the group arrived at the temporary medical center, where they found Lin Shui waiting anxiously at the entrance. It's nothing serious. The doctor said the injuries have been stabilized and treatment is ongoing. There's no need to worry too much. Despite these reassurances, Lin Shue's pallor indicated her lingering concern for the forest lizard's well-being. The chubby boy beside them appeared quite dissatisfied, exclaiming, "These scoundrels from other schools are playing so ruthlessly. Damn it, they aren't even from the Imperial capital originally, and now they come here to compete. Aren't they just mercenaries? Can results achieved by hiring foreign aid even be considered valid? Doesn't the league care at all? Enough, UNZ. The opponent hasn't done anything wrong. The matters of trainers should be resolved on the battlefield," Chucheng interjected, shaking his head to halt Lin Yuan's venting. He turned to Lin Shui, offering comfort. In this match, class monitor, you and the forest lizard performed admirably. The opponent merely had the advantage of levels and attributes. They surely came to the Imperial capital to participate in the high school league, and we'll have plenty of opportunities to face them again. This loss is inconsequential. Once the forest lizard breaks through to the advanced level, we shall reclaim our honor. Indeed, this year, many schools are recruiting foreign aid. When the school year begins, they will undoubtedly invest significant effort in supporting our homegrown students, especially with the new principal coming in. They'll surely open their coffers then, added Xia Xiaoxiao, echoing the sentiment, revealing her awareness of the underlying dynamics, much like Chucheng. After Chucheng and Xia Xiaoxiao's repeated reassurances, Lin Shui finally regained her composure. She was not inherently weak. It was merely the first time she had witnessed her Pokémon suffer such severe injuries, which had momentarily flustered her. Now that they've sought us out, they shouldn't blame me later. Seeing Lin Shui recover, Chucheng let out a sigh of relief, though he concealed his own unease. At that moment, he had already resolved that regardless of who he might face in future matches, he would ensure those individuals received a formidable lesson. With the little fox now exposed, there was no need to hide it any longer. He anticipated that they would soon experience the terrifying prowess of a fully unleashed little fox. While it was reasonable for those opponents to participate in the Rookie Cup, Chucheng was indifferent to such justifications. He was inherently protective of his own. What did reasonability concern him? Since he had already harbored intentions of instilling fear, he would retaliate directly and not be concerned about the severity of his methods. As Chucheng and his companions departed, the individual named Chinyu, who had just battled Lin Shui, encountered a group of peers. "Bro, have you heard? The The foreign aide invited by second high, the ice-type Yuzuin, was utterly defeated in the top 16. The opponent used a Pokemon that had never been seen before, and reportedly, they barely sustained any injuries. One person spoke up first. Is that true? Yuzuin? No way. Isn't she the ace from second high? Upon hearing this news, the crowd erupted into animated discussion, revealing their familiarity with Yuzuin. Yu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He knew Yuzuin well. Like him, she had been invited by the schools of the Imperial capital as foreign aide, albeit from a different institution. It was evident that the schools had invested considerable effort, not merely to dethrone first high. Eliminating the leader was a pathway to becoming the leader. Thus, without facing first high, they remained the greatest rivals. Before coming to the Imperial capital, the school had already provided him with information on key competitors. Yuzuin's strength was formidable. Given her ice-type heritage, he doubted he could gain any advantage against her. The fact that such a high-caliber competitor faltered in the top 16 was perplexing. What happened? Do you know who her opponent was? The specifics are unclear, but it seems there was some animosity between them. I overheard someone mention that Yuzuin had issued a fierce challenge to her opponent right before the match began. This individual had evidently prepared for Yu's inquiry, seeking out the details beforehand. By the way, suddenly struck by a thought, Yu pulled out his phone. Since the roster for the quarterfinals had been publicly announced at the trainer camp, he could simply check the list to see who had advanced from Zone D. The results were as follows. Zone A. Yu, Pokemon Partner. Xinjing Bao. Zone B. Zhang Taiwe, Pokemon Partner. Kashi. Zone C. Sucheng, Pokemon Partner. Dianjiguai. Zone D. Chucheng, Pokemon Partner. Sulia, Unknown Regional Special Form. Zone E. Yang Haoyan, Pokemon Partner. Feitian Tanglang. Zone F. Lu Huang, Pokemon Partner. Gaisai. Zone G. Su Xia, Pokemon Partner. Yujingaling. Zone H. Xia Xiao Xiao, Pokemon Partner. Spoke by at that moment. The list of the 8 advancing contenders was fully displayed in the trainer camp. Yu's gaze sharpened as he reached the name of the Zone D contestant. Chucheng. He murmured the name softly. He was already familiar with it, having seen it on the list of key figures to watch from various schools. Since capturing a Pokemon, aside from a brief stint in a secret realm and participating in the Rookie Cup, Chucheng had primarily trained at his family's dojo, rarely engaging in battles elsewhere. No matter how powerful or influential the schools were, they could not extend their reach into his dojo, which meant the information about him was rather scant. Other than capturing an initial Pokemon, Solia, the description was brief. Young master of the Yulong Chu family, brother of the Dragon Queen Chujin. Even this meager information had now become outdated. He could only imagine the bemusement on Chucheng's face upon seeing such a simplistic introduction. One might mistakenly think he was a ne'er-do-well scion of some villainous family. Despite the brevity of his introduction, Yu found it impossible to overlook the significance of the Yulong Chu family, one of the oldest trainer families in the Dongwang Alliance. The legacy of the Chu family was renowned, far surpassing that of the previously mentioned Yu family. It was said that throughout generations, no weaklings had emerged from the Chu lineage, especially with the illustrious Chu gene as a standard bearer, making it difficult to dismiss Chucheng's presence. This was precisely why, despite the lack of specific information about Chucheng, he was still placed on the list of individuals to monitor closely. Had it not been for the fact that Chucheng's parents were also alumni of First High, other schools might have been tempted to make a concerted effort to recruit him. However, they likely estimated the probability of success as slim, especially since Chucheng had been elusive in recent days, leaving them with no opportunity to act. Chapter 46. Further development of illusionary abilities after comforting Lin Shui yesterday. It dawned on Chucheng that he, the trainer of an unknown Pokemon, was still caught in a whirlwind of attention. As he contemplated making a discreet exit, he found the arena swarming with media eager to chase the latest buzz. Reluctantly, Chucheng resorted to calling his mother, who sent over an Eldorado, allowing him to teleport away successfully and return home. With that, the Rookie Cup competition reached a temporary pause, granting a few days for contestants to rest and prepare. The next round would shift to the main venue of the arena, where the atmosphere would be markedly different, complete with reporters, media, commentators, and guests. Additionally, the upcoming matches would even be broadcast live online. In these past few days, the fervor has somewhat subsided. Moreover, my mother informed me that in the days leading up to the competition, the Research Institute in the capital will hold a small press conference to unveil basic information about the little fox, such as its attributes. While it will still attract some attention, it will not be as overwhelming as it is now. That said, it must be acknowledged that despite being merely a competition among novice trainers, The league places considerable importance on the future of these trainers from Dongguan. The specifications for the matches following the quarterfinals have already been organized to the standards of a premier event, aside from a bit of added attention. After all, this is just the Newcomer Cup of the capital. Similar events will occur elsewhere, and naturally, they cannot hope to garner the same level of interest as those large-scale national competitions. In the training room, Chucheng reclined on the sofa, while the television on the wall displayed footage of the advancing contestants' battles. On the table before him lay several documents containing detailed information about the 8 finalists. Since the opponents would be determined through a live drawing, he had to take a preliminary look at all the information. At that moment, the 2 little companions were with him. The little fox curled up comfortably on his lap, watching the footage, while Riolu diligently exercised with the 2 small dumbbells specially ordered by Chucheng. However, given its perked ears and occasional glances towards the screen, it was evident that the dog was envious of the Pokémon that could compete on stage, hence its fervent training. After reviewing the footage of the other 7 advancing contestants, it was apparent that none posed a significant threat to the little fox. The individual who had defeated the squad leader, named Qinyu, seemed to be highly regarded by the public. After all, he was a dragon-type quasi-legendary. Although he was close to being relegated to a competition for the weakest dragon type alongside the ordinary form of Nianmeilu, one could only hope that the little fox would not encounter him. While the current Shinlin Bao was still purely a dragon type, the hints of its skill pool were already emerging. A fighting type Shinlin Bao against the little fox? TSK. And this Su Chun must be the rather eccentric individual encountered during the qualifiers, right? As for Gengsi and Keisai, they were hardly concerning. Speaking of which, if the remaining Moon-type Pokémon were to face off against the little fox, it could indeed pose a bit more trouble. One must understand that Moon EV evolves through friendship, and since the novice trainers have only been registered for about a month, the bond between Su Xie and her EV must be rather extraordinary for it to evolve in such a short period. Moreover, the Dark-type attribute is indeed the only weakness of the little fox. A fully evolved Pokémon of a countering type can certainly be considered a formidable opponent. As for that, Ailu, just as Chucheng was perusing the list of contestants, mentally strategizing like a master tactician of yore, a familiar voice pulled him back to reality. Ailu, you've arrived. Upon hearing the well-known voice, Chucheng swiftly turned his head, only to see a familiar green and white figure materializing in the previously empty space behind the sofa. Ailu, I shall entrust today's tasks to you. It turned out that after the little fox's identity was revealed yesterday, merely utilizing Zoroark's illusionary talents for disguise or creating simple phantoms was a gross underutilization. A brilliant idea struck him. He recalled the profound impression left by Zoroark in the Pokémon series movies, who could manipulate incredibly realistic illusions and single-handedly confront the legendary beasts, truly a sight to behold. As a child, before he had ever engaged with the games, he had thought Zoroark was a legendary Pokémon. Moreover, the wash-clean form of Zoroark possessed abilities that extended beyond mere illusions. This form could generate astonishing phantoms while absorbing the fears of others to convert them into its own power. This sparked in Chucheng the notion that if the little fox could learn hypnosis, given its unimaginable mental strength combined with Zoroark's ability to create lifelike illusions, it might be capable of crafting an environment that ensnares the enemy in a deep stupor. By manipulating environmental illusions to psychologically torment the opponent, inducing fear, it could drain their stamina while simultaneously empowering the little fox, a truly advantageous duality. To be honest, while the idea of absorbing fear to enhance one's power may seem a tad nefarious, it hardly stands out among ghost-type Pokémon, who often revel in siphoning life energy. After all, another ghost-type Pokémon, Dreepy, seems to possess a similar ability. This inspiration came from Chucheng's memories of 2 renowned illusion skills from his past life's anime, Tsukuyami and Mugen no Shinjitsu. The upcoming days would provide ample opportunity for experimentation, with Ailu serving as the little fox's instructor in the art of hypnosis. Although Ailu is often regarded as a noble psychic warrior, it is particularly adept at employing techniques like hypnosis among his mother's Pokémon, showcasing a more nuanced tactical style. In contrast, Shinedo is more straightforward, serving as a heavy artillery mage focused on sheer firepower, which is why he sought out Ailu as the teacher. In fact, to fully exploit the characteristics of a Pokémon like Zoroark, the simplest method would be to mimic the approach seen in the anime during the Sun and Moon series, where Gladio deployed Zoroark disguised as another Pokémon to create an initial surprise. This tactic can serve as a significant source of confusion during battles. Of course, should one encounter a trainer like Ash, who would send out Pikachu against a Lycanroc, Regardless of type advantages, one might as well forget this strategy. Unfortunately, the only Pokémon Chucheng currently has available is Zoroark, as Riolu has only just begun training, and the Newcomer Cup employs a 1vs1 battle format, meaning he would have to wait until the high school league to try out this strategy. Chapter 47. Opponents in the quarterfinals during these past few days. The little fox has been receiving meticulous training from Ailu, perhaps due to Ailu's extraordinarily potent mental prowess. Within just a few days, Zoroark had already become quite adept at using hypnosis. After suffering a day-long slumber induced by the little fox's hypnosis due to his own overexertion, Chucheng can personally attest. 5-star review. In addition to mastering hypnosis, Zoroark has also made significant strides in illusion techniques, beginning to create detached phantoms just like Zoroark in the movies, to ensure that the little fox can conjure terrifying illusions in the future. Chucheng has gone to great lengths to curate a selection of horror films for it to watch. Indeed, the Pokémon world boasts its own horror cinema, featuring ghost-type stars such as Gengsi, Yeyunling, and Shinigami Kansas. Furthermore, he shared many horror films he had once watched from the ordinary version of Earth, such as Sadako, Kayako, and Churanmai, narrating these tales to the little fox. This served to enrich Zoroark's knowledge of frightful lore, perfectly aligning with its natural knack for mischief. In summary, the days have swiftly passed, and today marks the commencement of the quarterfinals for Chucheng and his companions. Having made arrangements a day in advance, he and Xia Xiaoxiao arrived early at the Central Grand Arena, where they quietly awaited in the designated resting area for contestants before the draw to assign opponents. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and others had long settled into the audience seats, eagerly cheering for the duo. Before long, the participating contestants began to gather, and as the clock in the center of the venue struck 8, the drawing ceremony was set to commence. The large screen suspended above displayed the portraits of the 8 contestants, and with the press of the host's pause button, the matchups for the quarterfinals were finally revealed. Morning matches. First match, Su Xie vs Zandayu. Match 2, Xia Xiaoxiao vs Yang Haoyan. Meanwhile, Chucheng's match is scheduled for the afternoon. Afternoon matches. First match, Qin Yu vs Lu Huang. Second match, Chucheng vs Su Chun. The victors of the morning and afternoon matches shall face each other as contenders in the semifinals. Chucheng's match is slated as the final encounter, and it happens to be against that rather eccentric youth he met during the preliminary rounds. It seems that fortune does not favor Chucheng this time, or so he believes. Such an arrangement is rather time-consuming for him. Observing the draw results, Chucheng clicked his tongue in disappointment, as he had initially intended to stand up for his class leader. Nevertheless, Su Chun is a formidable opponent as well, if memory serves him right. Lin Yuan previously urged him to avenge against Su Chun. It matters not who the adversary is. Encountering him is simply a stroke of misfortune. However, he holds a glimmer of hope for Qin Yu, wishing for him to advance to the next round, as he is eager for a personal confrontation. The first match of the morning commenced swiftly, and as anticipated by Chucheng, that Su Xie's moon spirit indeed displayed exceptional strength, boasting a level of 21. Second only to Chucheng's little fox among the top 8. However, the opposing Zhang Taiyue's Kecleon was on par with Lin Shui's Forest Lizard, being a mere level 19 Pokemon. Just as Chucheng assumed the tide would favor one side, an unexpected twist unfolded. Zhang Taiyue revealed herself to be a psychic trainer. As the match commenced, a pale purple light ignited in her eyes, and simultaneously, the same luminescence flickered within Kecleon's gaze. Subsequently, under Chucheng's system scan, Kecleon's level surged to 20, elevating it to a senior level. This was a manifestation of the psychic synchronization between the trainer and the psychic-type Pokemon, enabling Kecleon to transcend its limits through the combined psychic prowess of both. Initially taken aback, Chucheng soon regained his composure. The practice of psychic trainers amplifying their Pokemon's strength through their abilities is not uncommon. Trainers such as Nia from the Golden Gym in the animated series and the Elite Four member, Caitlin, from the Unova region have employed similar tactics. Moreover, the utilization of special abilities during Pokemon battles is not prohibited, rendering Zhang Taiyue's actions entirely legitimate. From his vantage point in the audience, Chucheng observed Zhang Taiyue and Kecleon with keen interest. While psychic trainers can directly enhance their Pokemon's abilities, there are limitations. Only psychic-type Pokemon may receive such enhancements, and the trainer's own level must be sufficiently high for Zhang Taiyue to allow Kecleon to break through to a senior level. Her psychic abilities must be approaching those of an average psychic Pokemon, specifically at the novice tier. Unconsciously, a cerulean light illuminated his eyes, and with the aid of his aura powers, he perceived the intangible synchronization between Kecleon and its trainer. intending to draw insights from this method to explore potential applications between himself and Riolu. After all, he too is a special ability user. Aside from his own experiences, this was his first encounter witnessing a battle involving another special ability user. Chucheng had previously employed Aura's telepathy in his battle, while during his fight with Chucheng, the latter did not utilize his dragon mastery. Although Kecleon, upon reaching a senior level, exhibited commendable prowess, utilizing its signature move, teleport, it managed to exchange several blows against the Moon Spirit, which unfortunately culminated in defeat. The Moon Spirit, leveraging its superior special defense, endured 2 awakening powers from Kecleon and seized the opportunity during Kecleon's post-teleport vulnerability, decisively concluding the match with a precise dark pulse. In the subsequent matches, Xia Xiaoxiao's Togepi faced the fully evolved Scyther, which required no evolution to achieve its complete form. Despite possessing a type advantage, the battle proved exceedingly arduous. Even with Chucheng's suggestion to enhance her offensive capabilities, Togepi struggled against the nimble Scyther. After a prolonged stalemate, Togepi ultimately succumbed to Scyther's scythe. However, the opponent suffered a bittersweet victory. This little Togepi, true to the royal fortune bestowed upon her by Chucheng, managed to unleash a final effort, executing a massive flame burst that struck the Scyther squarely before falling. Chucheng, witnessing the Scyther now marred by soot, could only silently wish for its well-being. Nonetheless, Xia Xiaoxiao was quite content with the outcome, fully aware that had it not been for Togepi's fortuitous luck during the previous rounds, she would have been eliminated long ago. Reaching the top 8 was already a remarkable achievement, and so she quickly composed herself, restored Togepi's strength, and joyfully joined Chucheng and the others for lunch. Chapter 48. The Electrifying Shock of the Electrode. The afternoon matches took an unexpected turn, as Qinyu, who had garnered considerable attention for his use of the heart scale, faced a shocking defeat against the seemingly inconspicuous Lu Huang. It was then that everyone realized that the opposing Ghastly had concealed its true strength from the outset. With its skill set somewhat limited, Heart Scale was caught off guard by Ghastly's sudden eruption of power and fell effortlessly into its grasp, resulting in an easy loss. After a long day of waiting, Chucheng finally encountered his opponent. Dear spectators, thank you for your patience today. The final match of the top 8 in the Imperial Capital Rookie Cup is about to commence. As the host's voice echoed through the arena, both competitors entered the battlefield. Go, Chucheng. Zoroark is the cutest in the world. Chucheng, don't lose. Electrode is the strongest. The audience, having witnessed the matches over the past few days, had amassed a considerable number of supporters, with friends and family cheering fervently for their respective contestants. Chucheng turned to glance at the spectator stands, spotting Xia Xiaoxiao and the others, who were energetically rallying for him. Even the chubby boy had pulled out a flag adorned with Zoroark's shiny form, and was waving it enthusiastically. Waving back at them, Chucheng turned to face the arena once more. At long last, the day he had eagerly awaited had arrived. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? Let us battle, Chucheng declared. This time, he vowed he would not lose again. Chucheng, gazing at Chucheng as he approached the battlefield, spoke in haste. The previous defeat at the hands of Chucheng marked his first and only loss since becoming a trainer, leaving an indelible impression. Today, he was determined to reclaim his honor. If you can manage it, Chucheng replied nonchalantly, neither confirming nor denying his opponent's assertion. Today, I shall show you the true power of Electrode. Both competitors took their positions, and the match commenced, without waiting for the opponent to finish. The referee signaled the start of the battle. Go, Zoroark. Seek vengeance, Electrode. With the appearance of both Pokémon, the match officially unfolded. Wow, quite the transformation. No wonder you wanted to reclaim your standing, Chucheng noted as he scanned Electrode's data, realizing the source of his confidence. A remarkable improvement indeed. Name, Electrode. Type, electric. Gender, none. Energy level, 20, senior. Talent, light purple. Ability, vital spirit. Held item, power amplifier. Moves, glare, quick attack, brick break, charge, low sweep, electro ball, swift, thunder wave. Electric terrain, endure, fire punch, aerial ace, awakening power, water, charge beam, protect, and knock off. Once again, the familiar black and yellow figure graces the arena. But at this moment, the prowess of the Electrike has ascended to heights far beyond its capabilities during the preliminary rounds. Not only has it achieved the esteemed status of an advanced level Pokemon, but its aptitude has also reached a purple tier. The cost of such rapid advancement within a mere span of time is not to be underestimated. If memory serves correctly, from the player profiles he had previously perused, this individual happens to be the younger brother of Su Jie, the reigning electric-type champion of the Dongwang Alliance. One cannot help but wonder why his novice Pokémon, Electrike, possesses a blue-purple aptitude. But alas, it matters little. Perhaps the opponent has his own intentions. After all, the synergy between a trainer and their Pokémon is paramount. While aptitude can be cultivated over time, the bond of mutual understanding is far more elusive. However, upon witnessing the final skill in the skill pool, a chuckle escaped Chucheng's lips. This one is clearly aiming for him. During the brief interlude of the competition, the Imperial Capital Research Institute had updated its website with basic information about the little fox, including its abilities and attributes. It is evident that this individual has taught Electrike the move Play Rough at the last moment due to this new knowledge. How fortuitous that he has encountered him. Of course, that is all that has been revealed. It is worth noting that the unique washing green form of his Zoroark is exclusive to him. Without divulging this, no one could possibly comprehend the intricacies of creating special illusions or absorbing feelings of fear, at least until the time comes for public exposure. Chucheng remains determined to keep a few tricks up his sleeve. Electrike, electric terrain. Roar. With a thunderous roar from Electrike, a brilliant surge of electricity erupted from its form, a vibrant golden current spilling forth like mercury across the battlefield, enveloping the arena in an ocean of electric light. The skill employed is none other than the terrain-based move introduced in the 6th generation, akin to weather-related skills. Chucheng's expression turned peculiar. First weather skills, now terrain skills. How fortuitous that he is faced with such formidable challenges. Coincidentally, both adversaries are targeting him. What sort of matchmaking mechanism is this? Yellow. At this moment, Zoroark, having regained its original appearance, recognized the opponent before it. Yet, upon observing the fierce demeanor of its adversary, it merely cast a fleeting glance before returning its focus to the dazzling battlefield, seemingly dismissing its former conqueror. How infuriating. Electrike, do not let the opponent underestimate us. Unleash the electric ball with all your might. Roaring in indignation, Electrike, previously vexed by the little fox's condescending gaze, finally found an outlet for its pent-up fury upon hearing its trainer's call. It leaped high into the air, channeling the electricity coursing through its body into a golden electric sphere, which hurtled towards Zoroark at breakneck speed. As the electric ball surged forward, the stray sparks dancing around the arena coalesced into it, amplifying its power. This is one of the effects of electric terrain after its activation. All electric-type moves gain a substantial boost in potency. Psychic power. Zoro. A pink glow illuminated Zoroark's eyes, as a wave of formidable psychic energy swept across the battlefield, enveloping the electric ball in a layer of pink energy. Remarkably, just as the electric ball was about to reach Zoroark, it abruptly changed direction under the influence of this unseen force, hurtling back towards Electrike at an even greater velocity. Is this for real? How could this happen? Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience, and simultaneously, viewers in the official livestream began flooding the chat with question marks. This is Zoroark's psychic ability, truly inconceivable, utterly unfathomable. Guests seated in the VIP area, invited by the organizers, were equally astonished, their voices rising in disbelief. Electrike, quickly use Protect. Boom. Zoroark, wielding the pink energy ball, charged directly at its original creator, a violent explosion erupting and sending dust and debris swirling through the arena, engulfing Electrike in a cloud of smoke. My goodness, what just transpired? An astonishing scene unfolded in the arena as Chucheng's Zoroark managed to rebound the electric ball released by Electrike using its psychic powers. Observing this spectacle, Chucheng smiled. Every time he encountered a challenging opponent, the little fox's psychic abilities seemed to falter, be it against the single-headed dragon or the intimidating Ninetales. Finally, a victim had emerged. The inspiration for this maneuver was drawn from the legendary match between Master Ba and Dandy, where Dandy's Charizard was countered by Karuna's Gardevoir using Psychic. While his little fox may not yet rival Karuna's Gardevoir, the opponent is hardly Dandy. Thanks to the training and practice that Zoroark had undergone while enjoying Chucheng's culinary creations, it had managed to replicate this technique, albeit imperfectly. However, according to the classic principle of smoke without harm, as the dust settled, Electrike's silhouette emerged. Although the psychic shield had augmented the power of the electric ball, it remained unharmed under the protection of the green light screen. What a nuisance. What should I do now? Although Electrike remained in decent condition, the opening scene had evidently dealt a considerable blow to Chucheng's confidence, causing him to hesitate. Zoroark, meditate, and then accelerate. As Electrike found itself at a loss, Zoroark sprang into action like a bolt of pink lightning, darting about while simultaneously enhancing its speed and special attack through meditation. Electrike, unleash awakening power on the ground. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Chun devised a strategy. Upon hearing the command, Electrike gathered energy in its hands to form a sphere of awakening power. A cerulean orb crashing down onto the ground. Repeatedly unleashing this power, the battlefield began to accumulate water, soaking Zoroark's fur as it maintained its rapid movements. Is that the plan? Realizing the ground beneath him was now considerably damp due to the awakening energy, Chucheng immediately grasped his opponent's intent. It was indeed a clever strategy. By utilizing water-type awakening energy, the previously arid ground was transformed into a puddle conducive to conducting electricity. Standing on this surface would inevitably affect anyone, especially as Zoroark already dampened by the water. Furthermore, the presence of electric terrain ensured an abundance of electric energy in the arena, guaranteeing that the electromagnetic waves unleashed by Electrike would not dissipate upon contact with the ground, thus retaining their potency. Therefore, regardless of how swift the speed, if paralysis set in, it would render all efforts null. With all your might, unleash the electromagnetic wave. As Su Chen's excited voice rang out, Electrike braced itself, preparing to release the electromagnetic wave capable of inducing paralysis. The success of this maneuver hinged on the successful execution of the wave. Should it fail, what then? What? Taunt. Simultaneously, Zoroark, having completed its acceleration, halted its rapid movements, displaying a mocking grin at Electrike. With a playful tug at its own cheeks and a cheeky tongue protrusion, it made a face. Roar, roar. In the face of the little fox's provocation, driven by some mysterious force, the blood-red electrode abandoned its imminent release of electromagnetic waves. Instead, it clenched its fists, ablaze with fierce flames, and struck fiercely towards the face of the nearby Zoroark. Stop it, Electrode. Come to your senses. At this moment, the stark contrast between an experienced trainer and a novice became evident. When Chu Jin faced the little fox's taunt, he had promptly directed his Dratini to attack. In stark contrast, Su Chun, having been read by his opponent first, exhibited clear signs of panic, allowing the evidently agitated Electrode to halt its actions. It was apparent that the Electrode was no longer receptive to Su Chen's commands. The fiery punch dance was a whirlwind of energy, solely focused on delivering a devastating blow to the little fox's face. Witnessing this scene, Chucheng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although provocation could compel an opponent to abandon their actions in favor of attack, the little fox's effectiveness was undeniably remarkable. Its opponent had clearly fallen under its spell. Now, having completed its acceleration, the little fox faced the frantic attacks of the Electrode with nonchalance, effortlessly dodging in the intervals of its onslaught, while occasionally employing Shadow Claw to wear down its opponent's stamina. Before long, the frenzied Electrode was the first to falter, panting heavily as it stood in place, its body marked with scratches that silently testified to its dire state. Surprisingly, upon witnessing this, Su Chun let out a sigh of relief, intending to regroup for another attempt. At this point, he had relinquished any thoughts of victory, merely wishing to conclude the battle gracefully. The disparity in strength was no longer merely between Pokémon. Even at the trainer level, he was clearly being completely overwhelmed by his opponent. His gaze shifted to Chucheng, for the first time feeling a sense of fear emanating from a peer. Did he think it was over? Strange light. What? It was the strange light that Zoroark had never employed before, perhaps due to the overlapping skill pools of Psychic and Ghost types. It was common to witness Psychic Pokémon adeptly using Shadow Ball, while Ghost types were proficient in Psychic moves, during the special training over the past few days. While learning Hypnosis from Galade, Chucheng's little fox had also picked up the strange light technique from this master of transformation. Thus, when the hidden ability of Electrode and the second effect of electric terrain prevented ground-bound Pokémon from falling asleep, Zoroark's hypnosis became exceedingly difficult to execute. The strange light perfectly resolved this dilemma. The shimmering, iridescent glow illuminated Electrode's face, rekindling its previously subdued emotions into a tempest of rage, causing it to rampage wildly, striking the ground, the air, and even itself. Enough. Let us conclude this battle. Zoroark Psychic. A powerful pink beam erupted from Zoroark's eyes, lifting the still flailing Electrode effortlessly into the air. At this point, it had completely exhausted its strength to resist the psychic force and was easily tossed out of the arena. Chapter 50. The Power of Spirit. Oh, Electrode is rendered incapable of battle. The victor of this match is contestant D-136, Chucheng. Seemingly stunned by the overwhelming and theatrical nature of the battle, along with the nonchalance of Zoroark and Chucheng, the seasoned referee, momentarily dazed, nearly forgot to announce the results, only snapping back to reality thanks to a prompt from the Rotom assistant. As the referee's declaration echoed, The official conclusion of the match heralded the emergence of the 4 finalists. Chucheng is amazing. Zoroark is so cool. Following the announcement of results, the audience, previously as if frozen in time, erupted into cheers for Chucheng and Zoroark. Upon hearing the referee's voice, Chucheng no longer approached Chucheng to hurl threats as he had before. Instead, he silently made his way to the sidelines, retrieving the unconscious electrode into its pokeball before turning away briskly. On the other side, the little fox joyfully climbed onto Chucheng's shoulder, unabashedly reveling in the applause of the crowd, as if it were born for the grand stage. Noticing the departing figure of his opponent, which seemed to have shrunk considerably, Chucheng refrained from saying anything. At this moment, no words would do but serve as the victor's boast. Those destined to go further on the path of a trainer would not be deterred by a few defeats. In the stands, Su Wen and others approached to congratulate him, with the chubby one exclaiming that Chucheng was the only one among them to reach the top 4, insisting that they must celebrate tonight. Upon Chucheng's agreement, he was soon surrounded by everyone as they left together. However, as they passed through the corridor, a figure on a distant platform caught Chucheng's eye. It was none other than his next opponent, Lu Huang, tall and slender, with a pallor that bordered on the unhealthy, complemented by a strikingly distinctive black high-collared coat that he wore even in summer. The figure resembled a peculiar investigator from a world of dark deities, or perhaps a necromancer or vampire from a steampunk era. This image perfectly aligned with the long-held perceptions of trainers who specialized in ghost types. His Pokémon partner, a Jengar, floated beside him. As the event was winding down and the chill of the absorbed warmth created an uncomfortable atmosphere, the area around them was now deserted. He simply stood atop the platform, observing Chucheng. After Chucheng nodded slightly in acknowledgement, the figure stiffly returned the gesture before turning away without a backward glance. Chucheng thought little of it. In the Pokémon world, it was entirely normal for powerful trainers to exhibit peculiarities, especially those specializing in ghost types. It was only natural for his next opponent to observe his match. With the other having departed, he dismissed the matter and turned to leave the arena, jubilantly joining his companions. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived, and Chucheng's matches were set to continue. As with the previous day, his match was scheduled for the second bout of the afternoon. Upon witnessing the Pokémon released by the competitors in the first match, Chucheng shook his head lightly, already sensing the outcome. It appeared that his opponent in the finals would be Su Xie. The first match between Su Xie and Yang Haoyan quickly revealed its anticipated conclusion. Given Su Xie's superior strength over Yang Haoyan, the 2 awakening powers from Kadabra had not significantly harmed the specially defensive Moonlight Pokémon in the previous day's match. Today, it appeared as spirited as ever. Conversely, Yang Haoyan's Scyther exhibited noticeable discord in its flight, evidently still impacted by the exertion from the previous day's climactic struggle, where the little Togepi had unleashed a devastating double-type flamethrower at the last moment. After a day's recovery, Scyther's injuries were clearly not fully healed. Faced with the fully revitalized Moonlight Pokémon, even the most basic of flight maneuvers were compromised for Scyther, rendering it no match whatsoever. Swiftly, it succumbed to a barrage of attacks, ultimately resulting in its defeat. With the departure of the 2 competitors from the previous match, Chucheng's contest was about to commence. As both contestants took to the stage, the audience's enthusiastic cheers unmistakably conveyed that the popularity of Chucheng and his adorable companion, the little fox, overshadowed their opponent. The remarkable performance of the little fox in recent days, coupled with its charming appearance, had amassed a considerable fanbase, whereas the opposing Gung Ghost was not so fortunate. Although Gung Ghost enjoyed considerable popularity in the real world, where its rotund purple form was well loved, in the actual Pokémon realm, this ghostly entity, associated with extreme danger and often linked to haunting incidents, evoked a sense of trepidation among the public. As for the trainers, the contrast was even more stark. One exuded a sunny charm, while the other bore an uncanny resemblance to a vampire. The audience's support was thus unequivocally directed towards Chucheng, especially evidenced by the sea of female fans fervently cheering for him. Historically, trainers specializing in ghost-type Pokémon have always evoked fear, a trend that can be traced back to ancient times during the Dongwang Empire, where legends of zombies, corpse drivers, spirit mediums, and curses were closely associated with them. Upon entering the arena, both contestants summoned their Pokémon. Name, Gung Ghost. Type, Ghost Poison. Gender, NA. Energy level, 20, Veteran. Potential, Deep Purple. Ability, Levitate. Held item, Curse symbol. Moves, Strange Light, Lick, Hypnosis, Black Glare, Revenge, Grudge, Curse, Toxic, Mist, Dark Fog, Frighten, Evil Pulse, Self-Suggestion, Psychic, Will-O-Wisp, Terrifying Face, Nightshade. The Gung Ghost on the opposing side displayed formidable strength, which elucidated why the trainer named Qin Yu had fallen short. As Chucheng faced Lu Huang, he sensed an unusual energy emanating from his opponent, suggesting that he too might possess unique abilities. However, it soon became apparent that Lu Huang's intense gaze was directed not at Chucheng, but rather fixated on the recently released Zoroark. This blatant attention stirred a tinge of discontent in Chucheng, prompting him to bluntly inquire, "Hey, what are you trying to do?" Upon hearing Chucheng's voice, Lu Huang reluctantly diverted his gaze, casting one last lingering look at the little fox before addressing Chucheng without preamble. "I can sense its potential. Such a perfect little creature in the hands of a non-ghost type trainer like you cannot reach its full capabilities. Only we can unlock its true potential. How about you trade it to me? You can set the terms." Lu Huang's tone was stiff, yet his words ignited a furious reaction within Chucheng. "Humph. Are you a jester attempting to amuse me? I hope your abilities can match your arrogant words." Nearly laughing at the absurdity, Chucheng's expression hardened, clearly resolved to teach Lu Huang a lesson. With both competitors poised, the match officially commenced. Zoroark, use confusion. Gung Ghost, retreat into the shadows. In a flurry of psychic energy directed towards Gung Ghost, the creature let out a sinister laugh just before being struck. Its semi-transparent form seemed to dissolve into thin air, evading the attack entirely as Zoroark's strike met nothing but emptiness. On the battlefield, Zoroark remained vigilant, attuned to the movements within the shadowed corners. Despite being a ghost type, Zoroark was not part of the amorphous Gung family and could not meld into the shadows. Gung Ghost, use Mist. From the shadows nearby, Gung Ghost suddenly emerged, unleashing a cloud of murky fog towards Zoroark. The foul mist, imbued with Gung Ghost's characteristic sweet scent, rolled in, yet Zoroark remained unmoved, steadfast in position. Rotate and use Icy Wind. In an instant, a bone-chilling gust swept across the arena, emanating from Zoroark at its center, rapidly expanding in all directions. This was a technique previously employed by Yu Zhuang against Chucheng, which he found quite effective, and fortuitously, Zoroark had also mastered Icy Wind. Thus, he activated the skill entitled Take This, directly copying the move. The frigid wind not only dispelled the toxic mist, but sent Gung Ghost shivering in retreat, visibly diminished in size. This was one of Gung Ghost's vulnerabilities. Its body, primarily composed of gas, could hardly withstand the force of the wind, which was why Gung Ghost preferred to hide in abandoned houses. If even the natural winds were difficult to endure, Zoroark's skill proved overwhelming. Gung Ghost, use Psychic. As the shivering Gung Ghost heard its trainer's command, a faint purple glow flickered in its eyes. Under the influence of psychic energy, the surrounding cold winds were abruptly quelled. Finally regaining some composure, Gung Ghost began to reassemble its dissipated form. "Not on my watch. Zoroark, don't give it a moment to recover. Continue with Shadow Ball." Seizing the opportunity while Gung Ghost was reforming, Zoroark conjured a series of dark purple spheres of ghostly energy, launching a barrage of shadow balls toward its opponent. This move had become Zoroark's signature attack, and after days of practice, it had achieved a commendable level of proficiency in both speed and power. The relentless assault of shadow balls caught the freshly reformed Gung Ghost off guard, leaving it dazed and unable to maintain its characteristic grin. It was forced to rely solely on its ability to float as it desperately evaded the onslaught, utterly devoid of counterattack capability. "Gung Ghost, this is intolerable. You force my hand." Lu Huang, observing his Gung Ghost completely overwhelmed by Zoroark, exhibited a cascade of emotions on his previously stiff face, ultimately settling into a determined resolve. An eerie, violet flame began to rise around him, establishing an unseen connection with Gung Ghost. In an instant, the beleaguered creature, previously battered and fleeing, underwent a dramatic transformation. Its form, once diminished, surged in size, as though draped in a mantle of shadowy energy. However, the most striking change was in Gung Ghost's eyes, suffused entirely with a blood-red hue, devoid of any discernible iris or sclera. Through those eyes, it seemed one could be drawn into the abyss itself. Faced with the sinister aura radiating from Gung Ghost, even Chucheng felt a chill run down his spine, and the audience fell into an ominous silence. An unforeseen turn of events had transpired. The Gung Ghost, previously dominated by Zoroark, had been transformed by Lu Huang's sudden actions. What is Lu Huang doing? What is happening? Can one even do that in a Pokémon battle? The spectators exchanged bewildered glances, murmuring among themselves about the terrifying transformation of Gung Ghost. Could it be? Has the power of spirit mediumship resurfaced? Not only the audience, but even the esteemed guests invited to the competition shared similar sentiments. One guest, his beard flecked with gray, adjusted his glasses and spoke. Upon learning from the guests that Lu Huang was employing a special ability rather than engaging in any illicit actions, the commentators relayed this information to the spectators, offering a brief explanation of the powers of mediumship. Finally, the audience's attention returned to the arena. Guis, quickly, absorb your own vitality. At this moment, Lu Huang appeared utterly unconcerned with the unfolding events, his voice resounding as he shouted at Guis on the field. It seemed that the special ability he was utilizing imposed a considerable burden, as he leaned heavily against the railing, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. Responding to his trainer's call, Guis, with blood-red eyes, exhibited a barely perceptible flicker of awareness, regaining a modicum of lucidity. Soon, a turbulent surge of energy emanated from within Guis. Within Chucheng's perception of the power of aura, a rich life force flickered past, and the bizarre aura surrounding Guis began to gradually recede. Lu Huang, too, finally shed the appearance of someone on the brink of collapse, leaning against the railing and gasping for breath. Chapter 51, The Resonant Aura. Gazing at Lu Huang across the way, Chucheng analyzed the information he had at hand. Firstly, the opponent's ability appeared to enhance the power of ghost-type Pokémon comprehensively, albeit with the side effect of potentially diminishing intelligence or inducing a state of frenzy. Secondly, the utilization of this ability seemed to impose a significant physical toll on the trainer, though it was likely manageable or reducible. The fleeting glimpse of vibrant life force that Chucheng had detected suggested that ghost-type Pokémon inherently required the absorption of vitality. This was common knowledge, as neglecting this need could easily lead to a state of weakness. Even when Chucheng was formulating a diet for his little fox, he included specially crafted cubes to provide life energy. This was precisely why ghost-type Pokémon were regarded as perilous in the wild. Those lacking vitality would actively attack humans to siphon life force, especially creatures like the Chandelier Spirit and the Dark Magician, known for their appetite for human souls, further deepening humanity's fear of ghost types. From Lu Huang's earlier exhortation to Guis, it was evident that the cost of utilizing the ability could be alleviated by Guis accumulating a substantial amount of life energy within itself, at least mitigating the side effects. As for how such a vast reservoir of life energy was stored within Guis, Chucheng could only speculate, likely presuming it to be some ancestral secret technique. In the Dongwang Alliance, many time-honored trainer families possessed similar abilities. The Chu family was no exception. This was the extent of his understanding for now. He would need to probe further during the battle. Lu Huang, who had just begun to relax, remained blissfully unaware that in merely this brief interlude, Chucheng had nearly stripped him of his dignity. Witness the true power of Guis in me. Lu Huang, nearly at his limit after utilizing the special ability, forced himself to declare to Chucheng. Guis, unleash the wave of malice. With a cackling cry, a surge of dark energy rapidly coalesced before Guis, forming a wave of malice that was at least 50% more formidable than usual. Then, amid Guis's terrifying laughter, the wave of malice hurtled toward the little fox. Shadow Ball next, Chucheng thought, hoping to gauge his opponent's current strength, instructing Zoroark to intercept the wave of malice with a Shadow Ball. In an instant, when the two attacks collided, a fierce explosion enveloped the battlefield in a dense cloud of smoke. Zoro, as the entire arena temporarily lost sight of the unfolding situation. The little fox communicated with Chucheng through their telepathic bond, revealing the specifics of their adversary's condition. Guis's attack intensity had escalated by at least 2 tiers. That single wave of malice even pierced through the little fox's Shadow Ball, which it managed to counter with a second Shadow Ball cast in rapid succession. Chucheng swiftly deduced that, given Guis's current strength, the little fox would struggle to resolve the encounter swiftly, although Zoroark would likely prevail in the end. The duration of the battle would depend on how long Guis could maintain its unique state. How does it feel? This is the true power of ghost types. Lu Huang, shedding his earlier appearance of desperation, wore a hint of a smile, now somewhat smug as he addressed Chucheng. Not particularly impressive. You don't believe you're the only one with something special, do you? If that's the case, allow me to demonstrate the true strength that Zoroark and I share. Observing the look of confusion on Lu Huang's face, Chucheng, having grasped the true extent of his opponent's power and acquired the data he sought, resolved not to prolong the engagement any further. He was determined to finish off his opponent swiftly and bring this match to a conclusion. For the first time in a public setting, a brilliant azure light shimmered in Chucheng's eyes as he declared, Aura Resonance, activate. Instantly, a fierce cerulean flame surged from behind him, the gusting winds causing his shirt to ripple dramatically. Respond to my heart, Zoroark. A formless chain connected Chucheng's mind with Zoroark's, marking the first complete manifestation of his awakened aura power. The potent aura flowed unreservedly through their connection to Zoroark. At that moment, they transcended the previous level of mental communion, their minds, wills, and thoughts synchronized completely in an instant. Chucheng's essence melded with Zoroark on the field, rendering them inseparable, no longer requiring any verbal communication. Simultaneously, under the stimulus of this overwhelming aura, the dormant power deep within the little fox's bloodline awakened at last. Revenge begets revenge. Across the chasms of time and space, after countless ages, the luminous signature of Zoroark's shiny form, exclusive move once again illuminated this world. A rich, purplish flame erupted from Zoroark, imbued with a chilling aura of vengeance, as the little fox turned its gaze upon Gui's. At this moment, empowered by the aura, Gui's was completely locked on. Zoro. A torrent of purplish flames surged toward Gui's like a tidal wave, distorting the air and causing the battlefield itself to show signs of melting under the intense pressure of the vengeful fire. Witnessing Chucheng and Zoroark seemingly preparing to unleash their ultimate strike, Lu Huang's earlier smugness morphed into a grave expression. Damn it, don't underestimate us. Gui's unleashed the full power of the wave of malice. Confronted with Zoroark's formidable onslaught, Gui's closed its eyes. When they opened again, they were drenched in blood-red hues. An evil intent, as if to drag the entire world into oblivion, surged forth from within. Dark energy coalesced wildly in front of Gui's, forming a wave of malice that was nearly double the size of its previous iteration. Boom! As the audience held their breath, the decisive strikes of both competitors collided, transforming the battlefield into a realm of deep purples and pitch blacks, the waves of vengeful fire clashing with the tides of malice. Zoro. After a moment of standoff, the little fox, now fully merged with Chucheng's mind, spirit, and will, clearly gained the upper hand. Like a deathly wave, the sinister fluctuations began to retreat under the relentless vengeance of the little fox, until ultimately, Lu Huang's body could no longer bear the burden of his powers, and the connection between him and Gui's was passively severed. Bang! Deprived of Lu Huang's enhancement, Gui's lacked the strength to resist any further. The malevolent fluctuations, which he had previously managed to withstand, now surged forth uncontrollably, the tide of resentment igniting Gui's in flames. Severely wounded, Gui struggled to maintain a floating state and plummeted to the ground. Gasp! The inferno of resentment, laden with boundless negative emotions, assaulted Gui's psyche, compelling it to emit a mournful cry. Witnessing this, Chucheng promptly severed the link with Soloria. All right, stop now. Soloria. Upon receiving the command, the little fox hastily ceased its assault, and the source of the vengeful flames gradually dissipated. As for Gui's, it had succumbed completely to unconsciousness. Nevertheless, the intense mental strain caused its body to tremble intermittently, even in a state of oblivion. The match is over. The victor is contestant Chucheng. Chapter 52. Champion. The referee quickly announced the results of the match and immediately directed the medical personnel on standby around the arena to bring Gui's onto a specialized stretcher, to prevent any issues arising from severely injured Pokémon not receiving timely medical attention. The event organizers had long prepared a dedicated medical team ready to respond at a moment's notice, ensuring immediate emergency care and rapid transport for treatment. At that moment, it proved invaluable. As for Gui's trainer, Lu Huang had already succumbed to exhaustion before Gui's fell, collapsing onto the battlefield as if completely drained. He was promptly carried away by the medical staff. Phew! After the match concluded, Chucheng let out a sigh of relief. Fully unleashing his aura for the first time had been a considerable burden. He inwardly mocked himself, realizing he needed to practice more. I'd better not end up like that fellow over there, needing to be carried off. Watching the figure being taken away, he felt little concern. With the medical technology in the Pokémon world, as long as one did not perish on the spot, they would undoubtedly be revived. Moreover, he had ensured that Soloria had halted in time, so while injuries were inevitable, they would not be too severe, at most. Gui's would only need to rest in the hospital for a day or two. After all, he merely sought to vent his frustrations. Not to take a life, or a Pokémon's life. It was all just verbal sparring, not to that extreme. That fellow might just have to recuperate for a while. He smiled with a hint of schadenfreude. Yang Haoyan, who had lost in the previous match, ought to be thanking him. Originally, there was to be a third-place contest between him and Lu Huang after the finals, but now that was unnecessary, and he could simply go up to collect his award. After 2 matches, the time neared 11 o'clock, and truth be told, after exerting himself fully with his aura for a brief period, his stomach began to rumble. The finals would not commence until the afternoon, so after leaving the battlefield, Chucheng headed to the stands to join his cheering friends for a joyful lunch. Soloria, revenge has been served. Moon Spirit. Thud. The Moon Spirit, having completely lost its combat capabilities, ultimately succumbed, and the referee swiftly waved the flag, loudly announcing Chucheng's victory. Simultaneously, the audience erupted in cheers, both in the arena and across live-streaming platforms, the latter seemingly more exuberant than the former. Chu Bao. So handsome, my treasure. Mommy loves you, moi. Not a male mommy. Not a male mommy. Hee. Soloria, so cute. Hee. Fortunately, Chucheng could not see the real-time comments. Otherwise, he would have felt a wave of awkwardness at the thought of such remarks directed at him. It may have been amusing when he was the one posting them. But now that the subject was himself, the humor likely faded. The instant the referee declared victory, a prompt indicating task completion reverberated in Chucheng's mind. However, he paid it no heed and immediately vaulted over the railing onto the field, hoisting the fatigued little fox high above his head. Together, they basked in the adulation of the crowd at the center of the Imperial Capital Arena, a reward uniquely reserved for victors. This was their first championship together, marking Chucheng's inaugural step toward becoming a legendary trainer. Let us continue to strive together, Soloria. Soloria. After a moment, Chucheng lowered his arms, allowing Soloria to return to his shoulder. At that moment, Su Xia approached, extending her hand. Congratulations, contestant Chucheng. I hope we can battle again next time. Thank you. You and the Moon Spirit performed exceptionally well. Chucheng gently shook her hand. It felt somewhat surreal to engage in such post-match pleasantries, as he had rarely done so in recent times. He had either crushed his opponents or brought them to tears, with the last match being so extreme that his opponent was literally carried away. Was it really necessary to be so abstract? However, his words were not entirely mere flattery. Despite the Moon Spirit lacking any hidden special abilities or moves, its foundation was robust, and there was nothing particularly extraordinary or glaringly flawed about it. There's a saying that goes, no distinct feature is the greatest feature. The Moon Spirit could be likened to a small hexagon. Its bond with its trainer was profound, and its will was remarkably tenacious, making it a formidable opponent. Given the considerable energy expended in battling Lu Huang earlier, overcoming the Moon Spirit was no easy feat. The best testament to this was the little fox, now resting with closed eyes on Chucheng's shoulder. After exchanging pleasantries, due to certain circumstances, the originally scheduled third-place match was rendered unnecessary, and the event swiftly transitioned to the always anticipated classic award ceremony. There were 3 prizes in total. The first was arguably the least useful of the 3, a cash prize of 800,000. Since becoming a trainer, his family had provided him with financial support several times. Moreover, most of the resources he required had been directly obtained from the gym, rendering this sum merely enough for a few months' worth of food for the little fox and the dog. It was insignificant. The second prize was the opportunity to select 2 rare items provided by the organizers. As the champion, Chucheng could choose from a selection of valuable items, many of which were rare tools and ancient artifacts of uncertain function. This was a commendable reward. Not only could he hope to stumble upon something undiscovered, but even a simple evolution stone would hold more value than the aforementioned cash prize. The third prize was a trophy, serving as a symbol of honor, awarded to the top 3 contestants. Chucheng casually brushed his fingers across the surface of the trophy. It was of good quality, and the layer of gold plating on the champion's trophy was genuine. This was the first trophy he had earned alongside the little fox. Even though he would undoubtedly win more significant trophies with additional companions in the future, this trophy would forever symbolize his first step on the trainer's path. After collecting his awards, Chucheng participated in the customary media interview and delivered a few words of gratitude for his victory, finally bringing the newcomer cup to a perfect conclusion. That evening, after enjoying a celebratory feast with his parents, Chucheng returned to his room, comfortably lying on his bed. He finally had the time to review the rewards he had garnered from this event. Chapter 53, The Abundant Gift Package. Congratulations, host. The large-scale continuous task, the Newcomer Cup, has reached its final stage and can no longer be furthered. Please settle the task promptly to claim your rewards. At long last, it is complete. Let me see what treasures await. Ha ha ha. The system proceeds with the task settlement. Lying on his bed, Chucheng stretched lazily and opted to submit the task, eager to discover the fruits of his labor, for he had expended considerable effort. The rewards from the system should be nothing short of exceptional. Acknowledged. Currently processing your task settlement. detected that the host has secured the championship of the Newcomer Cup, receiving the highest tier rewards. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10,000 system points, 1 type, 1 Pokemon enhancement gift pack, and 1 special skill learning machine, Dark Pulse. What the hell? Gazing at the rewards before him, Chucheng could not help but be astounded. Is this the true value of a large-scale continuous task? I adore it, I adore it. I hope the system continues to bestow such gifts. His exclamation startled the little fox nestled by the bed, nearly causing it to tumble off, while even the dog, engrossed in its workout, cast a puzzled glance, seemingly curious about what mischief their trainer was up to this time. I'm fine, continue your training, Riolu. Chucheng reassured the dog, then gently patted the now irritable little fox, soothing it before returning to examine the specifics of the rewards. First, the 10,000 system points. Chucheng rubbed his eyes, ensuring he had not misread the trailing zeros. He had battled in nearly a dozen matches with the little fox over the past few days, and those who made it to the elimination rounds were at least of mid-tier caliber among novice trainers, not to mention the 3 seasoned opponents he faced. After defeating the special ability user, Lu Huang, he had received a commendable 800 points, surpassing the reward he earned upon defeating his sister, which had yielded points only, without any special rewards. However, even with this, the points he had accumulated barely exceeded 4,000. Now, to have an influx of 10,000 points, twice the amount he had painstakingly fought for, is simply incredible. This indicates that the average skill level of competitors during the matches was sufficiently high to warrant such earnings. Ordinarily, one might not even reach this amount in a month. With this, he could allocate the 4,000 points for the sustenance of the little fox and the dog, and indulge himself in a tenfold summoning. Suppressing his restlessness and excitement, he continued to peruse the rewards. Type 1 Pokemon Enhancement Gift Pack. A complete set of Type 1 Pokemon Enhancement Potions, containing 6 types of potions: Special Attack, Special Defense, Attack, Defense, Speed, and Stamina. With 6 of each type. This is indeed a generous offering. The potency of Pokemon Enhancement Potions is evident in his little fox's prowess. Its current strength is a testament to their efficacy. Since the activation of the system, he had only acquired 5 of these, 2 for Special Attack and 3 for Speed, all of which had long since been consumed by the little fox, leaving Riolu without. Now, he had finally gathered all that his 2 Pokemon required, with even some left over to spare for a 3rd Pokemon, whose whereabouts remain unknown. Finally, there was the previously unseen Special Skill Learning Machine. Special Skill Learning Machine, Dark Pulse, a specialized device created by the system's power, enabling any Pokemon to unconditionally learn the inscribed skill. Upon reading the description of this Special Skill Learning Machine, Chucheng could hardly contain another exclamation. Is this not tailor-made for his little fox? Dark Pulse is the signature move of the normal form Zoroark, before the Sun and Moon series. It had long been an exclusive attack for their lineage. Even now, it is primarily mastered by Zoroark and Lunala, with Lunala being an authentic first-tier deity. Thus, this move is virtually exclusive. The shiny Zoroark, upon transforming its attributes, received a new signature skill, Revenge, at the cost of losing Dark Pulse. But now Chucheng's little fox can have both worlds. 2 words, utterly delightful. Nevertheless, the most significant implication of the Special Learning Machine, Dark Pulse, is that it demonstrates the system's capacity to grant Pokemon skills that would typically be beyond their reach. Currently, it is Dark Pulse for the shiny Zoroark. Might there be a chance for a Dragon Dance skill for Garchomp in the future? Even if I do not capture Garchomp, I could bestow it upon my father and sister. There is even a possibility of exclusive skills for legendary and mythical Pokemon. If I dare to imagine further, what about the flying type skill for Groudon? Enough. I must not dwell on such thoughts. It would be impolite. After organizing all the rewards from the Newcomer Cup system, Chucheng glanced at the panel displaying over 14,000 points. He promptly retrieved his phone and opened an app featuring a drawing of Gardevoir, predicting fortunes. A wave of Psyduck divination confirmed that today was auspicious for drawing cards. Afterward, he sprang up, dashed into the bathroom, splashed water on his face, and vigorously washed his hands with soap. The little fox and the dog exchanged glances in the room, puzzled by their trainer's peculiar behavior that evening, shaking their heads in resignation. Life is not easy. Even Pokemon sigh in exasperation. Upon returning to his bedroom, Chucheng, facing the curious gazes of the 2 little creatures, vigorously rubbed their heads while chanting, "May the blessings of the Sinnoh deity and Arceus be upon us. I implore you, grant me fortune." Confirming host's command, the system extraction begins. before Chucheng's eyes, on a screen visible only to him. The original page began to flash rapidly, followed by a familiar blinding light, and the now familiar 11 shooting stars of different colors streaked across the screen. His heart raced with excitement, hands trembling. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 ancient civilizational golden coins, 1 undetermined fossil fragment, 2 vitality roots, 2 revival herbs, 1 selected scallion, a court-imposed incense burner from the ancient Eastern Empire. A series of shooting stars passed. The 4 white and 6 blue lights sent chills through Chucheng's heart. Just as he thought he was about to face a disastrous draw, a golden legend emerged. Chapter 54, The Conclusion of Summer Vacation. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared, piercing through the blue sky and clouds, illuminating Chucheng's gaze. Following this, a familiar voice, Hearthstone JPG, resonated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a fragmented ancient codex, Swift. Upon witnessing the final golden light, Chucheng's heart finally settled. Arceus be praised. Arceus be praised. Finally, he had not drawn poorly. An ancient codex? Swift? Could it be? Without further contemplation, Chucheng immediately began to inspect the items from his recent tenfold draw. First, the ancient coins and incense burner were both white, indicating that these ancient artifacts were of common, white, quality. While they appeared exquisitely crafted, they bore no remarkable qualities aside from their modest collectible value. After toying with them for a while, he found them akin to those in his home, and subsequently stuffed them all into the system's space, allowing them to gather dust. Next were the revival herbs and vitality roots, both relatively rare herbs with notable effects in healing and recovery, albeit somewhat limited in quantity. Still, they were quite satisfactory. Lastly, he curiously examined the remaining scallion and fossil. Rubbing his head in contemplation, he wondered how even such things could be classified as rare, blue, items. Meticulously selected scallion. A knight of the Scallion Vanguard hailing from the Galar region has carefully chosen this weapon for himself, only to mysteriously lose it one fateful day. This scallion boasts impeccable quality, being fresh, crisp, and reeking of an enticing aroma, rendering it an exceptional culinary delight, or rather, a weapon. Undetermined fossil. An explorer unearthed this item from the ancient ruins of an unknown land, comprising a multitude of fragmented fossils and sediment. Whether a complete fossil lies hidden within remains a mystery until further analysis. As Chucheng gazed at the system's description, a dark line appeared above his head. What he truly wished to convey was the notion of ingredients, was it not? The fossil would undoubtedly prove useless for the time being, but this scallion, he pondered deeply. Nonetheless, such details were of little consequence now. Chucheng stowed away all these items into the system's spatial realm. Drawing a deep breath, he finally turned his attention to his most significant discovery. Fragmented Ancient Tome, Swiftness, a special technique of the elves inherited from the ancient Sinnoh region, also known as the Washki region. The complete tome consists of 2 parts, the Mighty Scroll and the Swift Scroll. Swift Scroll. Elves learning this technique can choose to release their skills quickly at the expense of reduced power, seizing the initiative. Chucheng meticulously read the introduction. And indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. This time, the legendary item from the 10 consecutive draws was the Swift technique from Pokémon, Arceus. Alas, it was regrettable that he had only drawn half of the tome, possessing only the Swift technique while lacking the mighty counterpart. Upon concluding his reading, a look of mild disappointment crossed Chucheng's face as he mused internally. However, the mere fact that half of the tome could be classified as a golden legend by the system indicated its undeniable worth. The mighty and Swift techniques were new elements introduced in Pokémon, Arceus, with the former significantly enhancing the power of the user's moves, albeit at the cost of speed. The latter allowed elves to unleash their moves swiftly to gain an upper hand, albeit with diminished power. At this moment, Chucheng finally comprehended why this Swift technique tome was deemed a legendary item. Unlike skill capsules that could only be used once, this tome simply recorded the method of learning the Swift technique and the accompanying resources for its application. In the game, the transition between Mighty and Swift was facilitated through mastery seeds at NPCs, which has been slightly modified here. Thus, although it could not enable elves to learn the technique instantaneously, it eliminated the issue of disappearance upon use. This meant that not only could Chucheng's elves learn it, but he could also impart it to others if he so desired. Such a tome, whether retained at home as a legacy or utilized to establish a new sect dedicated to the Swift technique, represented an excellent choice. After organizing all his gains, Chucheng, uplifted by the successful transaction, finally succumbed to slumber with a contented heart. In the ensuing days, he took his little fox and dog on a delightful exploration of the bustling city of Metropolis. Aside from the basic training the two little companions insisted upon, the remainder of their time was devoted to relaxation. After a period of intense training and competitions, which had left him utterly exhausted, it was finally time to relish the fruits of their labor. Moreover, during this leisurely period, he dedicated his spare time to studying the Swift Technique tome, a testament to the wisdom of the ancient Sinnoh people, which was anything but simple. This tome did not merely outline the method for learning the Swift Technique. It chronicled the entire evolution from the technique's origins to the modifications made by successive Washki trainers, who, at that time, may not have been referred to as such until it reached its current form, even delving into aspects of Washki's history. The tome meticulously documented the entire life cycle, development, and related tales of the Swift Technique, even linking it to some ancient Sinnoh secrets. Such invaluable knowledge was indeed beyond monetary purchase, justifying its legendary status. Chucheng found the content far from tedious. Rather, he was thoroughly engrossed. As this leisurely time drifted by, summer vacation eventually approached its conclusion, with the first day of school looming on the horizon. Within his estate, Chucheng busied himself with preparations for the new school year. I should take this. And that too. With the assistance of two helpful aides, he organized the items he intended to bring along. After the commencement of school, he would surely reside in his small abode for an extended period, necessitating a considerable amount of belongings. With everything now prepared, he aimed to avoid any last-minute errands. For instance, he packed enough supplies for the two little companions' Pokémon cubes to last 3 months, not to mention a plethora of assorted items, ultimately filling 3 spatial backpacks. Thanks to the unique technological advancements of the Pokémon world, a mere backpack could accommodate an astounding quantity of items. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. As a child, he had been fascinated by Brock's backpack that could seemingly hold everything from pots and pans to tents and sleeping bags, never anticipating that he would one day find himself in a similar situation. Thank you, helpful aides. Farewell, until we meet again in due time. With the help of the aides, all his belongings were finally packed. As he boarded the vehicle, he waved goodbye to them through the window. The aides outside waved back at Chucheng. Chapter 55, The Start of School. If one were to ask a student when time flies the fastest, the answer would undoubtedly be during vacations. Chucheng wholeheartedly agreed with this profound observation. In the blink of an eye, it was now August 27th, the official start of school, marking the day when Chucheng would proudly become a third-year high school student. The day before, after returning from the estate to his small home, he spent nearly an entire afternoon organizing his belongings, tidying up his room, and purchasing his personal supplies. This was with the assistance of the two little companions. Furthermore, the fact that Chucheng's residence was regularly cleaned by professional staff contributed to the efficiency of his efforts. After toiling away until nearly evening, he finally completed the organization. However, as he glanced at the items on his study desk, a wave of realization hit him. Students in the Pokémon world also had holiday assignments. Ever since the alteration of the world line, Chucheng had been preoccupied with eating, sleeping, training his Pokémon. And after the competitions, he had taken to exploring mountains and enjoying his vacation with his little fox and Riolu, completely forgetting about this matter. After all, the former Chucheng had already been a university student, long accustomed to a life devoid of holiday assignments. After all, what university student still had to complete holiday homework? With no other choice, Chucheng had to dust off his old skills. Armed with a pen, he dedicated an entire night to creating a miracle. After laboring through the night, he finally managed to complete everything before dawn. As for the cost, perhaps it was the 2 dark circles under his eyes. He vowed to capture a psychic Pokémon in the future. Most psychic Pokémon possess intelligence that surpasses that of humans, with Metagross's brain directly comparable to a supercomputer to assist him with his assignments. Early in the morning, after enjoying breakfast with his 2 little companions and organizing the items he intended to bring, Chucheng picked up his Pokeball and set off for school. As he ambled along the way, he opened the system panel to review his ultimate achievements from this summer vacation. Host, Chucheng. Identity, Novice Trainer. Champion of the Rookie Cup. Special Ability, Advanced Aura Power, Pseudo. Skills, Advanced Pokémon Knowledge, Beginner Pokémon Breeding, Advanced Mythological Research. Pokémon, Zorua, Washki Form, Riolu. Items, Keystone. Unused Pokémon Potions, Abyss Fishing Rod, and various miscellaneous items stored in the system space. Achievement points, 6,300. Name, Zorua, Unova Region. Type, Normal Ghost. Energy level, 24, Senior. Name, Riolu. Type, Fighting. Energy level, 18, Normal. During the brief respite of approximately half a month following the conclusion of their competition, Chucheng and his two companions, while indulging in relaxation, did not neglect to assimilate their newfound achievements. Firstly, Zoroark not only ascended 2 levels, but also consumed all of the Pokémon Enhancement Potion Type I, thereby establishing a flawless foundation. Riolu, on the other hand, surged to level 18, rivaling the little fox that had just participated in the Newcomer Cup, now embodying a commendable combat capability. Moreover, Riolu had absorbed both speed and attack enhancement potions. The enthusiasm for battle within his loyal companion was notably high, frequently expressing a desire for Chucheng to take it into combat, and upon arrival at school, there would be ample opportunity for Riolu to showcase its prowess. After all, at this juncture, Zoroark would dominate any ordinary student in battle, rendering the match almost cruel. As for Chucheng himself, with Riolu's assistance, his aura powers had fully awakened and stabilized. Despite lacking any formal training, he could now barely conjure an aura sphere. Furthermore, when Chucheng and Riolu established an aura link, Riolu was capable of unleashing a complete aura sphere, whose power far exceeded its previous incomplete state. It is no wonder they say Lucario is the Pokémon most suited to possess aura powers. During the prior holiday, Chucheng had experimented with the potency of his aura spheres using the skill power tester at his family dojo. Although his ability was merely adequate, the power was astonishing, reaching nearly the standard of high-level senior Pokémon skills. Witnessing this outcome, Chucheng's mind was instantly inundated with 2 vivid images. Name: Chucheng Beast. Gender: NA. Type: Fighting. Ability: Aura Power. Potential: Skills: Command, Summon, Aura Sphere. Additionally, after Zoroark and Riolu faced defeat, Chucheng, while retrieving his Pokémon, rolled up his sleeves and stepped onto the battlefield. What did you say? The trainer is warming up. Suddenly, a chill coursed through him, and he shivered, unaware that he had unwittingly set a personal flag. Perhaps it was better not to dwell on it too much. However, upon reflection, over the span of 2 months, Chucheng had transformed from a novice into his current level, and he was quite satisfied with this progress, all thanks to his unwavering diligence. Now that both of his little companions had found their footing, it was time for him to contemplate acquiring another Pokémon. Due to the proximity of his home to the school, Chucheng soon arrived at the campus, making his way toward the familiar direction of the senior class, which should now be termed as the 3rd-year class. Along the way, he greeted classmates from other familiar classes. Upon entering the classroom, it was arranged much like before, with the spacious interior already filling up with nearly half the seats occupied. Given the early hour, most students were mingling in small groups, animatedly discussing with Pokeballs in hand. Chucheng scanned the room and noticed that over half the faces were familiar. After the start of the 3rd year, the classes had been restructured, with all students opting to pursue a career as trainers assigned to classes 1, 2, and 3. The presence of unfamiliar faces likely stemmed from this restructuring. Interestingly, among the new faces, he spotted a somewhat familiar figure, Gao Ming, the unfortunate soul he had encountered in the first round of the elimination matches. Gao Ming displayed decent strength and had nurtured his Pokémon well. Had luck not been against him in facing Chucheng and the little fox in the first round, he might have advanced further. To Chucheng's surprise, he had been placed in the same class. As Chucheng glanced his way, Gao Ming noticed him too, and they exchanged nods as a form of greeting. Over here, Chenggu. In the innermost seats, Lin Shui and her friends had gathered, and the sharp-eyed Lin Yuan waved her hand and called out loudly upon spotting Chucheng. Noticing this, Chucheng made his way over. Chapter 56. The New Principal and New Teachers. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's loud call, the attention of the classroom shifted toward the source. As they recognized Chucheng's arrival, whispers began to circulate. For the finals of the Newcomer Cup had been broadcasted on television and online, and it was evident they recognized him as the champion. The new students regarded Chucheng with curiosity, whispering amongst themselves, while the former classmates were more boisterous, each stepping forward to congratulate him on his victory in the Newcomer Cup. Chucheng graciously expressed his gratitude, and after some effort, he finally reached Lin Yuan and her group. "Ah, welcome. Our great champion has arrived," attracting everyone's attention right away. Just as Chucheng approached, before he could even take a seat, Su Wen jovially stepped forward, throwing an arm around his shoulder and teasingly remarked, "Indeed, this is the treatment that befits a champion. Are you envious? If so, channel that envy into hard work. Believe in yourself. Is that satisfactory?" Chucheng had long grown accustomed to Su Wen's playful jabs. He did not deny it, but rather acknowledged it with a smile before turning the tables. After exchanging banter and finding a seat, He took a moment to catch his breath and then listened as Lin Shui and her friends discussed the appointment of a new principal at the prestigious Daidu High School. Chucheng, still unfamiliar with the specifics, remained silent and simply listened. It was said that not only had a new principal been appointed, but this individual seemed to possess substantial connections, having dismissed several long-standing teachers who had merely occupied their positions without contributing. Exactly. I heard the new principal has also brought in a battle teacher, specifically tasked with instructing our class. I wonder what the new teacher will be like. They must be a remarkably strong trainer to be specially invited by the principal. As he listened to their back-and-forth conversation, Chucheng found himself intrigued by this yet-to-be-seen teacher. To be assigned to the best class in the school as a battle instructor implied undeniable strength. If they were merely inept, even the principal's special invitation would not suffice. As parents would certainly oppose such a notion. Considering the backgrounds of most students at Daidu High, if this battle teacher turned out to be incompetent, it would likely lead to parental outrage. Chucheng speculated that the teacher should at least be a professional-level trainer. Regarding the principal himself, Chucheng felt no curiosity, for he had long ago heard about him during a family dinner from his mother. The new principal of Daidu High was named Lang Wenxin, hailing from the military of the Dongwang Alliance. Indeed, in this world, the alliance maintains a military presence, unlike the animated series which caters to a younger audience. In a reality where Pokémon abound, the environment is exceedingly perilous. The dangers posed by wild Pokémon and the criminal organizations exploiting them are far more significant. Clearly, relying solely on the fixed NPCs and an assortment of ineffectual police officers, as depicted in the animated series, is utterly insufficient. Within the Dongwang Alliance's territory, there are over a dozen S-Class high-risk secret realms that cannot be fully explored, and more than 30 A-Class secret realms. Many of these realms are sizable enough to rival small nations. It is conceivable how many Pokémon inhabit them, and just how many are of advanced caliber. Should any unforeseen incidents arise that provoke a rebellion among the elves, the repercussions could be dire if mishandled. Consequently, the military forces of the Dongwang Alliance are stationed outside these secret realms. This precaution extends not only to the secret realms, but also to the perilous wild zones and the borders delineated with neighboring countries. Given the gravity of these responsibilities, the Alliance places significant emphasis on this matter, allocating ample resources, which in turn ensures commendable welfare and benefits for the military personnel. Coupled with stringent regulations and the vigilant oversight of several past presidents, the internal reward system remains remarkably transparent. This situation has led many individuals of modest backgrounds and average talents, who nonetheless aspire to pursue the path of a trainer, to view military service as a commendable choice. Principal Lang Wenxin himself can be regarded as a legend, a remarkable figure who emerged from humble beginnings. His origins are rather unremarkable, even dismal by average standards. Born into a single-parent household, he was raised by a mother who juggled menial jobs and relied on the Alliance's subsidies to make ends meet. Upon becoming a trainer, his lack of resources, compounded by his rather mediocre talent at the time, left him dependent on minimal Alliance benefits, without the backing of major corporations or significant official support. Despite his relentless efforts, he merely managed to enroll in a rather average university. After graduation, he found himself barely qualifying as an elite trainer. Yet unwilling to relinquish his aspirations, he boldly enlisted in the Dongwang Alliance's military. At that time, Lang Wenxin's abilities were still quite ordinary, and in the meritocratic environment of the military, he was afforded no special treatment, starting from the very basics. However, fortune smiled upon him. His unwavering compliance with orders and fearlessness, coupled with the audacity and meticulousness honed in his challenging upbringing, allowed him to adapt remarkably well to military life. Soon after his enlistment, Lang Wenxin began to distinguish himself. As his contributions multiplied, so too did the resources available to him, leading to the strengthening of his elves and his ascension through the ranks. After over 20 years of diligent service, he achieved the position of a senior commander, and through years of frontline combat, complemented by an abundance of rare resources earned through his merits, he eventually ascended to the level of a champion trainer. However, due to the toll of his early years of relentless striving, his health deteriorated, prompting him to retire from active duty earlier than expected. Following his retirement, he received compelling invitations from influential figures, which led him to assume the role of principal at a prestigious academy. Thus, it is indeed accurate to say that he possesses a formidable background. Being a champion trainer himself, his prowess, while perhaps slightly below that of a typical champion, is nonetheless impressive. Furthermore, as a military veteran, he undoubtedly maintains connections with numerous old comrades and superiors. Those who have emerged from the battlefield are hardly fazed by a few idle teachers and administrators. To be candid, had the previous principal of the academy been more diligent, and considering that these individuals had contributed to the school and the alliance in their youth, many would have turned a blind eye to their shortcomings. However, with the new principal's arrival, one might say that a fresh fire ignites under new leadership. His intention in taking up the role was to rejuvenate the academy. And naturally, his first order of business is to rectify the prevailing atmosphere. The past transgressions may be overlooked, but continuing to engage in petty antics now that a new principal has arrived would be tantamount to courting disaster. It is fortuitous to use this group as an example to rectify the academy's culture. As the conversation unfolded, the previously closed door swung open, and a figure stepped into the classroom. The murmurs among the students gradually subsided upon his entrance. Chapter 57. An intriguing new teacher. Clap, clap. A gentle applause echoed in the now quiet classroom, drawing the attention of all to the podium. The individual standing there was named Li Yinqin, the homeroom teacher of Class 1. Though somewhat stern and serious in demeanor, her fair treatment of all students earned her their deep respect. In summary, she is a dedicated and responsible educator. Noticing that the students were mostly settled, Teacher Li finally spoke. Today marks the commencement of the new semester. And as you are all now third-year students, I must inform you that several familiar faces have chosen to depart while we welcome a number of new classmates. Those present here have steadfastly opted for the trainer specialization, and I trust you are all aware of the requirements that accompany this path. I advise you to put aside the relaxed mindset of the past 2 years. The forthcoming year will undoubtedly prove more arduous than you anticipate. If you cling to your previous attitudes, it will be you who suffers the consequences. Over the past 2 years, you have largely completed your foundational cultural studies. So this year will focus primarily on review and consolidation of those subjects. The newly added courses on Pokémon training and the already established Pokémon knowledge class will form the crux of your curriculum in your 3rd year. I hope you will persevere diligently. Do you understand? Understood. The class responded in unison. Very well, that is all I shall convey for now. Next, I would like you to warmly welcome your new training course teacher. Bai Laoshi, please come in. With that, Teacher Li turned toward the doorway and called out. Upon hearing her words, a figure re-entered the classroom amidst the students' applause. Upon seeing the new teacher, Chucheng raised an eyebrow slightly, intrigued. The newcomer was a young male instructor, appearing to be in his 30s, with a calm demeanor and dressed in a smart casual coat, exuding an air of efficiency. However, this was merely superficial. Through Chucheng's perception of his aura, he could faintly sense a hidden intensity of lethal energy and a subtle aura of sorrow emanating from this Bai Laoshi. How intriguing. He might just be another individual with a compelling backstory. This Bai Laoshi likely hails from an elite trainer team formed by the military, or perhaps is a special investigator from the Alliance. 4 ordinary professional trainers would not carry such a palpable aura of danger, Chucheng mused inwardly. Yet, as Chucheng observed the new teacher, Bai Laoshi seemed to sense something amiss, casting a vigilant gaze around the room until his eyes settled on Chucheng not far away. Truly, a seasoned professional trainer. He had spotted Chucheng immediately. Chucheng was not taken aback. He merely nodded in acknowledgement while applauding. His mother had long informed him that individuals with specialized training possess heightened instincts, and in situations like this, where his aura was perceived, it was easy to evoke a sense of being scrutinized, leading to discovery. Upon realizing he was facing one of his students, Bai Laoshi relaxed his guarded expression. Though he regarded Chucheng with newfound curiosity, surprised to find such a strong individual among his students on his very first day of teaching. Striding confidently to the podium, he addressed the students with a composed demeanor. My surname is Bai, and my given name is Bai Shiwen, Shi meaning hope, and Wen meaning civilization. I will be your training course instructor for the coming year, and I hope we can all work diligently together to achieve commendable results. The students, showing their respect, applauded once again. Well then, Bai Laoshi, if there are no issues, I shall leave the classroom in your capable hands. This morning coincidentally includes your training class, and I have other matters to attend to. Remember to listen attentively and follow Bai Laoshi's instructions, Teacher Li stated before taking her leave, ensuring to impart her final words of guidance. Let us take a moment to familiarize ourselves. You are all aware of my name, yet I remain unacquainted with yours. How about we proceed with a roll call? Class monitor, would you kindly initiate? Bai Shiwen proposed. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shui rose and retrieved a new class roster. Commencing the roll call. Zhang Hao, present. Li Yuan, present. Gao Ming, present. One by one, the students whose names were called stood up, allowing Bai Shiwen to swiftly become acquainted with the members of the class. As names continued to be announced, it soon came to Chucheng. Chucheng, present. Noticing Chucheng stand, Baishiwen scrutinized him closely, for he had been quite curious about this student. Upon hearing Chucheng's name, a sense of clarity washed over him. Prior to arriving, he had been informed of several students in Class 1 who warranted special attention, including the likes of Su Wan, Ling Yue, and the recently risen class monitor, Lin Shui, among nearly a dozen others. All these students were noteworthy, having demonstrated commendable performance during the elimination rounds of the Rookie Cup. And as the champion of said tournament, Chucheng naturally occupied the foremost position on the list. These students were undeniably deserving of particular focus. And the underlying implication was unmistakable. Within Class 1, these individuals were the most gifted and promising novice trainers, meriting additional mentoring when the opportunity arose. Indeed, it is universally acknowledged that exemplary students hold a unique status in any realm. This elucidates why trainers from ordinary families primarily aim to showcase their talent and potential during the Rookie Cup. For only in doing so can they garner the focused training and support from both the school and the league. Beyond Chucheng and a few others, many on the list hailed from average backgrounds and had secured their positions through sheer diligence, Lin Shui and Gao Ming being prime examples. Class 1 stands as the pinnacle among the 3 specialized trainer classes, a fact evidenced by the appointment of a combat instructor specifically for Class 1 by Principal Baishiwen. "Teacher, we have completed the roll call. All students are present," Lin Shui announced. The roll call concluded swiftly, and Baishiwen now possessed a general impression of the entire class. Glancing at his watch, he noted the time, 8:30, indicating that class was about to commence. Today marks our inaugural training session. Naturally, this will not take place within the confines of the classroom. Since everyone is gathered, let us proceed to the playground. Chapter 58. The first training session. Upon hearing Baishiwen's announcement, the group promptly made their way to the playground. Before leaving the classroom, Baishiwen called out to the class monitor, instructing her to lead the team in some warm-up exercises upon reaching the playground, running a couple of laps to warm up, and that he would join shortly. The prospect of engaging in activities on the playground, especially after previously being denied the opportunity to attend physical education classes, brought joy to the students. A few even displayed naive smiles, blissfully unaware of the implications of this situation. On the playground, under the leadership of the class monitor, all members of Class 1 organized themselves into formation, first engaging in warm-up exercises before gradually jogging around the field. When Chucheng inquired why the class monitor was leading instead of the physical education committee member, he learned that the burly committee member had gone to the nurturing department, explaining the need for the class monitor to take charge. During their run, Lin Yuan approached Chucheng. "Brother Cheng, do you think Teacher Bai will have us engage in Pokemon battles later?" "Perhaps," Chucheng replied. "However, it's not certain. I expect the first lesson will involve some instruction and regulations. I do hope there will be a segment for Pokemon battles, as I have prepared a surprise for everyone." The plump boy murmured. Before long, the warm-up concluded, and Baishiwen arrived at the playground. He strode directly to the front of the line and inquired, "I have a question for you all. When traveling alone in the depths of the wilderness, what should you do if you encounter an attack from wild Pokemon? Who can provide me with the answer?" "I volunteer." A boy from the group raised his hand. "Go ahead," Baishiwen encouraged. "I believe one should remain calm and strategically employ their Pokemon according to their attributes." "Well said. Are there any other answers?" "I think one could attempt to communicate with the Pokemon to avoid unnecessary conflict," a girl interjected. "Excellent. Any more responses?" Baishiwen surveyed the group, and after a brief pause without further replies, he turned his gaze toward Chucheng. "Chucheng, would you care to answer this question?" "Me?" Upon being addressed by Baishiwen, the surrounding students were drawn to him, intrigued by how the Rookie Cup champion would respond. Initially engaged in casual conversation with Su Wen and Lin Yuan, Chucheng was taken aback by the teacher's direct inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, he began, "If I had a suitable Psychic-type Pokemon with me, I would choose to teleport away immediately. If I did not, I would run. Only if escape were impossible would I resort to battling. In combat, I would aim to swiftly incapacitate the opponent and then make a hasty retreat." The classmates were taken aback by Chucheng's response, clearly surprised that the Rookie Cup champion would offer such a cautious answer, prompting hushed discussions among them. "Could you elucidate the reasoning behind your choice?" Baishiwen inquired, visibly intrigued by Chucheng's answer. "Teleportation, if possible, is the safest and most convenient option. As you mentioned, this scenario involves traveling alone in the wilderness. This implies that should one engage in a reckless confrontation, regardless of victory, injured Pokemon would not receive timely professional care, and resources would be difficult to replenish. Furthermore, most wild Pokemon residing in deep wilderness are either social creatures living in large groups or solitary powerful Pokemon. often with young to protect. The former, such as Beedrill or Spearow, pose a risk of being overwhelmed, while encountering a nesting Pokémon could provoke it into a frenzied state, resulting in heightened danger. In either case, the trainer would not only be at risk, but also likely become a burden to their own Pokémon. Evidently, Chucheng did not disappoint, articulating his thoughts with the eloquence befitting his position as the top student in academics for 2 consecutive years. Excellent. Chucheng, your insights are remarkably astute. When confronted with an attack by wild Pokémon in the wilderness, remember this. If you can run, you must run. The first lesson I impart to you is this. The foremost duty of a trainer during an expedition is to ensure their own safety. Do not assume that wild Pokémon will engage in a fair battle with you. They are more likely to attack and eliminate the trainer. Thus, once you venture beyond a safe zone, you must always keep at least one Pokémon by your side. Do not be complacent, believing that strength will shield you in the wild. The ranks of those rookie trainers who have perished from ambushes by Abra or Farfetch'd are filled with those who overestimated their capabilities. Do you understand? Bai Shiwen first affirmed Chucheng's response, then pivoted to issue a stern warning to the class. Understood. The students promptly replied, sensing Bai Shiwen's serious demeanor. Now, release your Pokémon. Upon hearing Bai Shiwen's command, those who anticipated a Pokémon battle eagerly retrieved their Pokeballs, excitedly summoning their companions. Come forth, Pidgey. It's time to battle. Ponyta, let us go, Bear Cub. Soon, the playground was teeming with an array of vibrant Pokémon. Pidgey, Squirtle, Ponyta, Bear Cub, Meowth, and Electrike, to name but a few. Chucheng released his own companions, a dog and a little fox. Among them was the newly evolved and singularly unique form of Zoroark, alongside the equally popular Leafeon, both of which instantly captivated the attention of all present. However, amidst the multitude of Pokémon, the most striking figure, apart from Chucheng, was unexpectedly Lin Yuan. In just a few days, his previously unassuming herdier had evolved into a majestic Manectric. Ah, this must be the surprise he mentioned earlier. The Manectric, with its tall and robust physique adorned with fluffy flaxen fur, its tiger-like black and orange stripes, and its piercing brown eyes, exuded an aura of regal dominance. Standing amongst the myriad of baby Pokémon, it was like a crane amidst a flock of chickens. Additionally, another unfamiliar figure stood beside the Manectric. As Lin Yuan beamed with joy, flanked by his 2 Pokémon. Name, Manectric. Type, Electric. Energy level, 22, Advanced. Name, Cold Turtle. Type, Fire. Energy level, 15, Ordinary. Talent, Purple. Gender, Carried item, None. Ability, Solar Power. Moves, Ember, Smog. Withdraw, Rapid Spin, Smokescreen, Flame Burst, Earthquake, Origin Pulse. It seems that UNZ is indeed pursuing a fire-type or sunny weather strategy. The system swiftly scanned the area, and Chucheng observed the rare Cold Turtle with the solar power trait, pondering its significance. Chapter 59, Unexpected Training Content. Aside from the chubby one, Su Wen, Xiao Xiao Xiao, and Lin Shui had also successfully captured their second Pokémon. Su Wen now had a robust Cacnea by his side, while Lin Shui cradled an adorable Vulpix alongside her forest lizard, and Xiao 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 had an unawakened Eevee perched on her shoulder. It appeared that everyone had been diligently training during the remaining half of their summer vacation. Among the Pokémon, Su Wen's Cacnea boasted the highest level, reaching level 16, while Eevee and Cold Turtle were on par, and Vulpix lagged slightly behind at level 14. Other trainers who had begun nurturing their second Pokémon were similarly at this level. Chucheng sighed, realizing that although the school year had just commenced, the disparity in strength among classmates was already evident. In the senior year of the Imperial Capital First High School, approximately over 1,000 students were enrolled, with about 1/5 choosing the trainer's specialty, distributed evenly across 3 classes. After the reorganization at the beginning of the semester, Class 1 comprised around 80 students. A glance at the system's scan revealed that the vast majority of students had Pokémon at around level 15. Among the few trainers led by Chucheng, about a dozen had advanced beyond novice status. Either they had performed admirably in the Newcomer's Cup or hailed from remarkable backgrounds. Most of their main Pokémon had either reached the advanced level or were on the verge of promotion, and they had already begun to nurture their second Pokémon. In terms of strength, their primary Pokémon easily surpassed those of ordinary students, and their second Pokémon were already comparable to the main Pokémon of the latter. Taking Lin Yuan as an example, it was clear that his Manectric had evolved using a top-quality Fire Stone, and at this point, it likely ranked just below Chucheng among the class, while even his newly captured Cold Turtle could hold its own against most classmates' main Pokémon. Then there was Chucheng, whose dog could effortlessly sweep through all Pokémon below the advanced level. If he were to engage in a synergy link with Chucheng, even those at the advanced level would not stand a chance. The class division at the school was based on performance. While it cannot be said that other classes lacked competent trainers, Class 1 undoubtedly possessed the strongest overall. Among over 200 trainers, only a handful had begun nurturing their second Pokémon, suggesting that these individuals would form the core of the upcoming collegiate league. Now that everyone had warmed up, it was time to commence physical training with their Pokémon. The boys were to run 10 laps around the playground, while the girls would run 8. As for the Pokémon, specialized weights were available for them to bear, and they were instructed to line up to collect them. Just when everyone anticipated a Pokémon battle, Baishiwen interjected, drawing attention to a collection of adjustable weights set up behind him. It appeared that the warm-up was merely a prelude to acquiring this equipment. Oh no! Upon hearing the command, the crowd fell silent before erupting in lamentations. It is worth noting that the playgrounds at their school were significantly larger than those at their previous institution. Each lap measured a full 800 meters. Completing 10 laps would amount to a staggering 8 kilometers. Even though the average physical condition of individuals in this world far exceeded that of previous generations, such a run would still be arduous. Had this been before the world's transformation, it was likely that everyone would have collapsed from exhaustion. Physical training is merely the foundation of becoming a trainer. If you cannot manage this, you might as well head home. With your current condition, during wilderness and secret realm explorations, lacking adequate stamina will only hinder your Pokémon. Moreover, reflect on your training habits. How many of you actually train alongside your Pokémon? I do not demand that you train as rigorously as they do, but as a trainer, if your Pokémon are diligently training, can you not even accompany them? Setting a good example? Stop dawdling and get started. Baishiwen's voice cut through the air with an icy resolve. Let us go. Collect the weights. Aware that this training was mandatory for everyone, and seeing no one eager to be the first, Chucheng, uninterested in waiting, stepped forward to select weights for his Pokémon. Examining the weights in his hands, they appeared similar to those he had previously used at the gym for his little fox, albeit of superior quality. The weight he had used before could be adjusted up to 100 kilograms, while the one he held now maxed out at 20 kilograms. After selecting 4 sets of weights and adjusting them for his little fox and dog, Chucheng began to jog around the playground alongside them. Baishiwen, who initially intended to assist Chucheng with adjusting the weights, paused and observed him with a hint of surprise. Zoroark could handle 80 kilograms without issue, indicating its advanced status, but he was astonished that Leafeon could also endure the same weight. Interesting, he mused, realizing that this must not have been their first time engaging in such physical training, as novices typically would not directly challenge their limits. Once Chucheng commenced, Su Wen, Lin Shui, and the others followed suit. Baishiwen, leveraging his experience, adjusted the weights according to each Pokémon's strength and unique characteristics. Different Pokémon, due to their varying capabilities, selected weights accordingly. For instance, the 15-level bear cub could bear over 60 kilograms, while the 15-level Pidgey could only manage a maximum of 20 kilograms. As for the evolved Manectric, given its size, 80 kilograms was trivial. Baishiwen had specially sourced weights adjustable to 50 kilograms, finally resolving the matter. With Chucheng and the others leading the way, it wasn't too long before all the students in Class 1 were jogging together. The morning swiftly passed by. In addition to the running exercises, they engaged in unexpected evasion training, as well as training for the retrieval of Pokeballs, among other activities. After a morning filled with physical training, Baishiwen graciously dismissed them half an hour early. By the end of the session, every student was sore from head to toe. How could this be? This was entirely different from the training class I had envisioned. I am utterly exhausted. Wasn't the training supposed to teach us about Pokemon battles? Why is it all about conditioning the trainers instead? That teacher is nothing short of a tyrant. If this continues daily, I might lose all the flesh on my body, lamented Lin Yuan. Upon returning to the classroom, the students of Class 1 were busy rubbing their sore shoulders and calves while voicing their complaints. At this moment, Chucheng felt relatively fine. Ever since awakening his aura powers, his physical condition had been passively improving. Even now, with the little fox perched on his shoulder for half the day, he hardly felt a thing. Moreover, he had often accompanied the 2 little creatures for training during the summer break, so today's physical conditioning was nothing particularly daunting for him. Before long, lunchtime arrived. After a morning of rigorous training, coupled with an afternoon class on Pokemon knowledge, he found it too tiresome to head back, opting instead to take the 2 little ones directly to the cafeteria. During lunch, the exhausted students of Class 1 hastily consumed a simple meal, with many quickly returning to the classroom to lean back in their chairs for a nap. Numerous boarding students were so fatigued that they didn't even bother to return to their dorms, opting to lie down right in the classroom, where soon the sound of snoring filled the air. In contrast, Chucheng was in no rush. He leisurely enjoyed his lunch with the two little creatures, who were experiencing their first school meal. Their curious glances around the bustling dining area indicated their fascination with such a communal dining experience. The cafeteria at Yizhong was designed to accommodate Pokémon dining alongside trainers, with a dedicated area for trainers that was not entirely isolated from the general dining space. The sight of thousands dining together intrigued the little fox, while Liolu, after a few glances, lost interest, sitting upright and patiently awaiting their meal, even at this tender age. It already exhibited hints of the demeanor characteristic of a future Aura warrior. Being a prestigious institution, Yizhong's cafeteria certainly offered more than mere sustenance. The diverse array of food was prepared by professional chefs, and with support from the Alliance, the quality was commendable and cost-effective. Not only were there regular meals, but the Pokémon lunches were also meticulously crafted by specialized Pokémon nutritionists. Chucheng ordered a ghost-type meal and a fighting-type meal for them, in addition to the high-grade energy cubes and sliced wild sand scales he had prepared in advance. Thus, a simple yet delightful meal was ready, and the two little creatures enjoyed it heartily. After lunch, Chucheng took the two little ones for a stroll around the school. While the little fox had accompanied him a few times before, it was Liolu's first visit since its birth. In a sense, one could say that the school was a second home to his little companion, having spent an indeterminate amount of time there even as an egg. Seizing the opportunity, Chucheng also took Liolu to the breeding center to show it the place it had inhabited before hatching. Leisurely moments always seemed to slip away quickly, and soon afternoon classes were about to commence. The instructor for the afternoon Pokémon knowledge class was the same as the previous semester, with a familiar figure standing at the front of the classroom. The beautiful young teacher with wine-red long hair was named Lucario, who had been responsible for teaching Pokémon knowledge to Class 1 since their second year. Lu appeared remarkably youthful, resembling someone who had just graduated from university, and her gentle demeanor made her quite popular among the students. Especially after enduring the trials imposed by the new teacher Bai, the students felt an overwhelming sense of warmth upon seeing Lucario. However, Chucheng's interest in her stemmed from a different reason. He had previously heard that she was a top student in the Pokémon research program at Magic City University, reportedly having also pursued a minor in Pokémon battles. Rumors suggested her capabilities were exceptional, yet it remained a mystery as to why she had chosen to become an ordinary Pokémon knowledge teacher at Yizhong. Initially, Chucheng thought it was merely a jest, but during a casual conversation over the recent break, he confirmed this fact from his older sister, which heightened his curiosity about Lucario. He realized he had never seen her Pokémon, and considering she was his sister's senior and had received her praise, he figured her strength must be considerable, fueling his intrigue regarding her Pokémon. Just as he had been fascinated by the new teacher Bai's Pokémon that morning, he felt a similar curiosity about Lu's. "Did you all miss me during the break?" Lucario glanced at the time, noting that class was about to begin. Observing the fatigue etched on the faces of her students, she lightheartedly cracked a joke to uplift the classroom atmosphere. Of course, the students responded enthusiastically. "Really? I missed you all too. With the new semester underway, you're all now third-year students. Since you've chosen the trainer specialization, it's time to work hard, understood?" "Understood. All right then. Let's commence our lesson." During this session on Pokémon knowledge, Lucario introduced the topic of Pokémon traits. Previously, in their second year, they had covered foundational topics such as types, type advantages, the living environments of Pokémon, and their habits. This lesson marked their first foray into the realm of Pokémon traits, which could be considered an advanced course in Pokémon knowledge. After all, effectively utilizing a Pokémon's trait in battles was a hallmark of a competent trainer. Thus, the school introduced these topics only after the students had selected the trainer specialization. However, Chucheng was also curious as to why, in the animated Pokémon world, creatures like Pokémon had become so commonplace, with numerous distinguished Pokémon scholars like Professor Oak, Professor Juniper, and Professor Sycamore. It was perplexing that while many struggled to memorize the intricacies of type advantages and resistances, there were still countless individuals who couldn't even recall the complete chart of Pokémon types, not to mention the complex discussions surrounding traits and hidden traits, and their applications in daily training and battles. These were indeed high-level topics. The Pokémon knowledge class served merely as a broad category when delineated. It primarily encompassed three major fields: Pokémon battle studies, focusing on type advantages, trait applications in combat, and analyses of Pokémon moves, Pokémon research studies, centered on the relationships between Pokémon and their environments, the influence of traits, the evolution of Pokémon and the origins of species, and Pokémon breeding studies, concentrating on the treatment of Pokémon ailments, their physical characteristics, habits, and the preparation of Pokémon food. The depth of instruction varied based on the students' chosen specializations. For those like Chucheng in the trainer specialization, the focus was naturally on battle studies, with breeding studies as supplementary, while research studies required only a basic understanding. As a former Pokémon player, Chucheng's understanding of Pokémon traits was far beyond that of the average individual in this world. However, even as Lucario elaborated on traits, he listened intently. Over the days, he had come to realize that the reality of the Pokémon world was far more intricate than the simplicity portrayed in games, and thus he was eager to discover whether there were any noteworthy distinctions concerning traits. As anticipated, after only a brief period of listening, Chucheng felt an immense sense of gratitude for his earlier decision. This lesson marked Lucario's inaugural lecture on abilities. Thus, she utilized the most representative examples from the 3 starter Pokémon, taking the 3 most prevalent abilities among the starters, Overgrow, Torrent, and Blaze, as examples. She elucidated that the effects of these abilities activate automatically when the Pokémon's health diminishes to a certain threshold, subsequently enhancing the power of corresponding type moves. Many trainers merely regard this effect as a last-ditch effort during battles, seldom recognizing the ability's everyday implications. Research has revealed that Pokémon possessing these 3 abilities exhibit a greater innate talent in their respective types. For instance, a Squirtle with the Torrent ability typically possesses superior water-type aptitude compared to one with the Rain Dish ability. Of course, in terms of environmental adaptability and speed, the Rain Dish Squirtle excels. Ultimately, each ability has its own merits. Similar instances can be found with the Iron Fist ability on Monferno and the Speed Boost ability on Torchic. Thus, if trainers pay heed to these nuances during regular training and make targeted improvements, they can achieve significantly better training outcomes. Chapter 61. The Delayed Reward. The reason these Pokémon can amplify the power of their corresponding type moves when their health declines is due to the latent elemental forces within their bodies, which are activated when subjected to external pressure. Understanding this concept simplifies matters. Numerous adept trainers can condition their Pokémon to instinctively respond to stress, thereby attempting to activate their corresponding abilities proactively. This explains why the Pokémon of top-tier trainers can consciously enter the states of Torrent, Overgrow, or Blaze during battles. However, this approach is not without drawbacks. Proactively activating these states intensifies the Pokémon's stamina depletion, thus determining when to employ such tactics poses a challenge for trainers. Lucario, a distinguished scholar from Magic City University, delivered her lecture with remarkable clarity, leaving Chucheng and his peers entranced and granting them a renewed appreciation for abilities. The class on Pokémon knowledge concluded swiftly. After the 3rd year of high school, their courses had become less rigid. Following the completion of this lesson, they were free to return home as the day's classes had concluded. Exhausted from a full day, the students hurriedly departed the school. Chucheng, feeling relatively unfazed, left the premises and, at the strong insistence of his dog, sought out a private battle club, where he practiced skills for 2 hours before returning home. Throughout the subsequent week, Chucheng and his companions endured a grueling routine of half a day dedicated to physical training, coupled with at least one theoretical class on Pokémon knowledge. By week's end, Lin Yuan lamented that he had shed a noticeable amount of weight. However, the arrival of the weekend provided them with a modicum of solace, finally granting them a chance to rest. Yet, before indulging in the weekend's respite, Chucheng had one more errand to attend to. Just the previous night, he received confirmation regarding one of the 3 championship rewards he had previously earned. The approval to select rare items had finally been granted, allowing him to visit the headquarters of the Imperial City Trainer Association that morning to claim his prize. On Saturday morning, after consulting the map for the exact location of the Imperial City Trainer Association headquarters, Chucheng decisively opted for a flight via the Steel Wing brand. After nearly half an hour, he finally arrived at the association's premises. Upon entering the Trainer Association, he glanced at the layout map on the wall and followed the directional signs to his intended destination. Perhaps due to it being the weekend, the lobby was relatively devoid of people, with only a handful of staff present. "Hello, I'm here to collect my reward." Chucheng casually approached a counter, presenting his phone to the staff member. "Greetings. Ah, you must be the contestant Chucheng? I will now process the relevant procedures. Please hold on a moment." The staff member, after scanning the verification code on Chucheng's phone, responded proficiently before commencing the necessary paperwork. Chucheng, observing the proceedings, remained unperturbed, taking a seat at the counter to survey the bustling lobby. As the headquarters of the Imperial City Trainer Association, The architecture was indeed impressive. The lobby alone could accommodate over 1,000 individuals. Chucheng's gaze drifted to a wall adorned with a colorful relief of flames, surrounded by symbols representing the water, fire, and electric types. He recognized this as a tribute to Ho-Oh. It was said that during the establishment of the Eastern Phoenix Alliance, they had received assistance from Ho-Oh. In honor of this magnificent entity, many official buildings of the Eastern Phoenix Alliance bear such totems. According to legend, Ho-Oh is the deity of the sacred flames, leaving a rainbow trail in its wake as it soars across the sky. The sacred ashes it sheds are known to possess the power to restore life to both humans and Pokémon, which is why people symbolize Ho-Oh with the multicolored flames. The surrounding symbols of water, fire, and electricity represent the Ho-Oh Guard, comprising Inti, Suicune, and Raikou, who are said to have been resurrected by Ho-Oh's sacred ashes. Your paperwork has been fully processed. You are here to collect the Newcomer Cup reward, correct? Please follow me. After a few minutes, the staff member completed the necessary formalities and gestured for Chucheng to follow. As they walked through the facility, they stopped intermittently, and after nearly 10 minutes, they arrived at a large door. This is the access to the association's warehouse for collecting rewards. Please open the door, the staff member instructed. Just as Chucheng found himself puzzled, his aura sensing abilities detected something unusual. There was a vital essence emanating from the door. Could it be? Is there a living door? Suddenly, the reliefs on either side of the door began to tremble, detaching from the door itself. Chucheng focused his gaze and was astonished to discover that the embellishments were, in fact, two Doublade. Name, Doublade. Type, Steel Ghost. Energy level, 59, Professional Stage 2. Qualification, Light Purple. Gender, none. Held item, none. Ability, Battle Switch. Move set, Swords Dance, Cut, Power Trick, Pursuit, Dual Chop, Shadow Strike, Aerial Ace, Shadow Sneak, Sacred Sword. King's Shield, Body Press, Destiny Bond, Shadow Ball, Metal Sound, Beak Blast. It appeared that the vital essence he had sensed moments ago belonged to them. The system's scan data flashed briefly before his eyes, truly, as the headquarters of the Imperial City Trainer Association. Even the guardians of the warehouse door were two peak-level Doublade at the Professional Stage 2. These two Doublade, concealed as reliefs on the door, remained utterly still. And being Ghost-type Pokémon, they had eluded Chucheng's immediate detection. If someone were to sneak in, these two Doublade alone would pose a formidable challenge. What a grand display. It is no wonder this is the headquarters, Chucheng mused to himself. Upon seeing the staff member, the two Doublade gently shifted to allow passage. The staff member approached and activated the mechanism, revealing a descending elevator once the door opened. As they stepped into the elevator, the astute Chucheng noticed the staff member press the button for the 5th underground level. This is the headquarters' specifically designated underground storage for rare items. The procedures are somewhat intricate for security reasons, and your reward is contained within. The staff member then proceeded to offer a brief explanation. Moments later, the elevator came to a halt, and Chucheng followed closely behind the staff member as they exited. After traversing a considerable distance, they finally arrived at their destination. Chapter 62, The Reality of Losing Light. This was the underground warehouse of the Trainer Association, where normal rare items were stored, specifically in warehouse number 2. You are allowed to select 2 items as your reward from within. However, you may only choose 2. All items here are cataloged, so please ensure you register them with me upon your departure. The staff member guided Chucheng to the entrance of warehouse number 2, gesturing for him to enter. And as he departed, he cautioned him once more. Once the staff member left, Chucheng pushed open the door to warehouse no. 2 and sauntered inside at a leisurely pace, knowing he had ample time to make his selections. Upon opening the door, the lights within the warehouse illuminated, revealing a vast space aglow with a myriad of rare treasures, neatly arranged in display cases, each emitting an enticing sheen under the bright lights. Patiently awaiting the arrival of a discerning buyer, Chucheng slowed his pace, meticulously surveying the items on either side. The outermost perimeter of the warehouse was lined with high-quality rare evolution stones, ranging from the most common, fire stones, water stones, and thunder stones, to the rarer moon stones and sun stones. Each of these was labeled with its purity level, and upon inspection, Chucheng noted that all were above 80, indicating commendable quality, with even the least valuable fetching 6 to 7 figures. However, after a cursory examination, he realized there were none boasting a purity above 90. Given the Trainer Association's standing within the league, it was inconceivable that not a single one existed here. Evolution stones with a purity exceeding 90 are exponentially more valuable. Thus, it seemed likely that these prized possessions were stored elsewhere. The staff member had mentioned that only the ordinary rare items were kept here, suggesting that any extraordinary items must be located in a different area. Since this was warehouse number 2, it stood to reason that there was a warehouse number 1, or something akin to it. Setting aside the evolution stones, Chucheng continued deeper into the warehouse. While the evolution stones were impressive, they did not captivate him enough to squander his selection opportunity on them. In the central area, an array of items used by Pokémon was displayed. In just a brief moment, Chucheng had already encountered an assortment of rare items, including the Everstone, Mystic Water, Safety Goggles, Fairy Wings, and Dragon Scales, all flamboyantly presented before him, awaiting his favor. This time, Chucheng had a specific target in mind. Among the recent collection of items, he had spotted a black belt that amplified fighting-type moves, imbued with a significant concentration of fighting energy. While it could not compare to the cursed orb of his little fox, its enhancement rate hovered around 24, making it a viable alternative. His Riolu had yet to carry any items. He had not found anything suitable in his own gym and had initially planned to wait for an auction to scout for appropriate items. However, if he found something suitable here, he would not hesitate to select it. As he passed through the area filled with items, the subsequent displays appeared quite disorganized. Chucheng glanced around, noting that the far end was cluttered with various odds and ends, as well as a multitude of items lacking specific identification. These included antiques from ancient Donghuang and relics excavated from mysterious ruins, an overwhelming assortment that occupied nearly half the warehouse's space. Contemplating the items before him, Chucheng recalled when he had discovered the Riolu egg and silently invoked, "Help me, omnipotent aura." He silently projected his aura outward, hoping to replicate his previous success. As the aura swept across the surroundings, it elicited no response until, just as Chucheng was about to succumb to disappointment, he sensed a peculiar essence emanating from a particular location. It felt as though an invisible voice was beckoning him. "What is this?" Chucheng approached, intent on discerning the source. Upon reaching the spot, a casual glance immediately drew his attention to an unassuming object not far away. It was a white stone. Amidst the brilliance of the surrounding treasures, this dull white stone appeared entirely inconspicuous, and a crack upon its surface prompted questions about how it had even found its way here. Surely it could not be a mere counterfeit? Yet, this very stone radiated a familiar aura that resonated deeply with Chucheng. It seemed to emanate a dragon-type energy, reminiscent of the essence he had once sensed from his older sister. However, under the perception of his aura, this essence was significantly more exalted and fervent than his sister's dragon mastery. The Chu family's lineage had long been steeped in the power of dragon mastery, and although Chucheng had yet to awaken this ability, the bloodline's influence rendered him particularly attuned to dragon-type energy. After a careful examination, he found himself inexplicably shaken before this seemingly worthless trinket, and he hastily approached the display case housing the stone. Straining to contain his excitement, he read the accompanying note. At that moment, an exhilarating hypothesis took root in his mind. If he was not mistaken, this unremarkable little stone was, in fact, a treasure of unparalleled significance. Unknown white stone, discovered on an unidentified island in the East Pacific, it emanates a trace of exceptionally high-quality dragon-type energy. However, after examination by researchers, no anomalies were detected. Based on the observed crack, it is speculated to be a mineral resource related to an unknown dragon-type Pokémon, with energy loss due to damage. Long-term possession may potentially awaken a Pokémon's dragon-type lineage. Given its potential value, it is currently sealed in the Trainer Association's warehouse number 2 in the Imperial City. After digesting the thrilling note, Chucheng's heart raced with realization. This was not merely a resource linked to an unknown dragon-type Pokémon. It was the very essence of the dragon-type Pokémon itself. Based on the note, combined with his recollection, Chucheng was now nearly certain of his conjecture. This unremarkable little stone was a treasure of immeasurable worth. This white stone was none other than one of the 3 dragons of the Tao, as chronicled in the founding legends of the Unova region, the embodiment of reality. The pure white dragon god, Reshiram. According to lore, when Reshiram and Zekram's forms were destroyed, they transformed into the light stone and the dark stone, awaiting the destined hero capable of resurrecting them. Thus, having discovered the light stone at this moment, was this not a manifestation of fate? Indeed, it seemed he was the protagonist. Excitedly, Chucheng opened the display case and grasped the light stone in his hands. A gentle dragon-type energy emanated from it, and as he infused it with his aura, a wave of warmth surged through his consciousness. At that instant, it felt as though he was cradling not merely a stone, but a living flame. Chapter 63, The Acquired Light Stone. Yes, This was precisely the sensation he craved. Reveling in the warmth that enveloped him like the sun, Chucheng thought with exhilaration. As the cover Pokémon of the 5th generation, Reshiram is referred to in the Pokédex as the White Yang Pokémon. Designed with elements reflecting the balance of yin and yang in Taoism and the light and dark truths of Zoroastrianism. This pure white dragon symbolizes the positive aspect of yin and yang, embodying the light and daylight intentions of Ahura Mazda, the benevolent deity of Zoroastrianism. Thus, the warm sensation akin to that of the sun serves to validate his earlier conjecture. As for the system, is it present? Please provide me with an assessment. It appears that Chucheng, having gradually recovered from the earlier shock, finally remembers the existence of the system. Present. Present. Ding. Detecting the host's current command. The system is scanning. Ding. Relevant results have been detected. Name, luminescent stone. Attribute, dragonfire. Energy level. Effect, transformed from the body of a genuine dragon. It contains the essence of high-ranking dragon type and fire type energy. Status, severely eroded by residual unknown energy, resulting in the complete slumber of the will contained within the luminescent stone. Specific information will be displayed after a response. Indeed, it is the luminescent stone. However, the energy erosion is troubling. What kind of energy could possibly overwhelm even Reshiram's consciousness? Gazing at the luminescent stone in his hand, Chucheng felt a waning of his initial excitement. The slumbering Reshiram, the damaged luminescent stone, and the erosion by unknown forces. These elements seem to conceal a terrifying secret. If that's the case, were you calling out to me just now? Do you wish for my assistance? As Chucheng murmured to himself, a fleeting glimmer of light flickered across the previously dim luminescent stone, as if responding to his inquiry. After a brief contemplation, he grasped the luminescent stone tightly. Fortune or misfortune, one cannot escape fate. Having discovered this, he resolved to take the luminescent stone with him. After securing the stone and regaining his composure, Chucheng continued to utilize his aura to probe the surrounding items, though this time he found no further treasures. The only truly valuable items inside were a few well-preserved and seemingly intact Pokémon fossils, which he could vaguely identify from his memories of the game as claw fossils and shell fossils. However, recalling that he already had a substantial number of fossils awaiting appraisal in his storage, he felt little interest in these. With no desire to continue exploring, Chucheng picked up the luminescent stone and took the previously considered black belt as well, hastily departing from warehouse number 2, confirming that these were indeed the 2 items. Right? Confirmed. Back in the hall, Chucheng completed the registration of the 2 items with the staff, after which he removed the installed positioning device, marking the moment when the items truly came into his possession. During his journey home, he reflected on the events of the day, which had indeed been quite absurd. He had merely intended to scavenge a few leftovers, to take advantage of the League's resources. Little did he expect to return home with a first-tier deity. Yet, this first-tier deity now seemed gravely wounded, its consciousness completely dormant. To have reduced a deity to such a state, the secrets lurking behind this must be profound. He wondered if his frail self could withstand it. By the way, system, are you there? Is there a way to restore the consciousness within the luminescent stone? Given the importance of this first-tier deity, Chucheng could not arrive at a solution and thus turned to his omniscient system for guidance. Ding! According to system detection, the special energy eroding the luminescent stone is infused with intense negative emotions. Based on the host's own aura power and combined with Zoroa's ability to absorb negative emotions, it is possible to gradually mitigate the unknown energy eroding the luminescent stone. Upon hearing the system's words, Chucheng was taken aback, not anticipating such a solution. Truly, my aura is indeed versatile. It made sense, considering that as negative emotions, the aura power, being a mental energy sourced from within, could theoretically have an effect. However, would absorbing these negative emotions adversely affect Zoroa? Chucheng remained apprehensive, for if even the true dragon had been reduced to this state, he feared that absorbing such energies might have detrimental consequences for his little fox. Rest assured, host, according to this system's calculations, the unknown energy is merely a small remnant. Once the host and Zoroa establish an aura link, as long as absorption is gradual, it will not cause any adverse effects, but, rather, will be significantly beneficial to Zoroa. Hearing this, Chucheng finally breathed a sigh of relief, as there was now a viable solution. Under normal circumstances, how long would it take to dissipate the energy? Feeling more relaxed, he picked up a cup of water and casually inquired, today has indeed been a day filled with excitement. Based on the current strength of the host and Zoroa, the estimated time required is 15 years. Gulp, almost choking on his water upon hearing this. Chucheng could hardly believe it. 15 years? Is this a joke? In 15 years, the world would have changed entirely. Please do not question the system's calculations. The extensive duration is primarily due to the current low strength of the host and Zoroark. The higher the strength, the less time required. The host should focus on enhancing their strength rather than indulging in unfounded thoughts. Very well. It appears I am simply too weak. After receiving a lecture from his own system, Chucheng felt his desire to speak evaporate. However, it was reassuring that the time required would decrease as their strength increased. As he and Zoroark grew stronger, it would certainly not take so long. Moreover, if he were truly to wait for 15 years, it would not merely be a matter of whether the yellow flowers would wither, but rather whether Reshiram would have already succumbed by then. Chapter 64, Practical Combat Course. The 2 days of weekend rest passed swiftly, and today marked the arrival of Monday. Chucheng, bearing a weary expression, made his way to school. Ever since he brought the luminescent stone home that day, he had spent the entire weekend researching it. Under the guidance of his mentor, he and Zoroark conducted their first experiment in energy absorption. Following the system's calculated absorption method, Chucheng and Zoroark first entered aura link mode, merging their intentions into one. Through the power of the aura, they were able to dissipate the chaotic elements of the energy, leaving only the purest negative emotions for Zoroark to absorb, thus ensuring no impact on its mental state. Overall, the experiment was remarkably successful. However, there was one drawback. This method consumed a considerable amount of Chucheng's aura power during the filtration process, and excessive depletion would leave him exceedingly weak. Truly, not a drop remained. To ascertain a reasonable threshold, Chucheng exhausted his aura power 2 or 3 times over the weekend. While Zoroark thrived from the energy, Chucheng found himself utterly fatigued. Phew, finally back at school. This weekend was truly exhausting. I find myself longing for the school life. Standing at the school gate, Chucheng reflected. As per tradition, Monday mornings consisted of a lengthy training session, and after a week of practice, everyone had grown accustomed to their current lifestyle, without the need for external prompts. A few students arrived early at the playground to commence their warm-up. Remarkably, the training methods conducted alongside Pokémon proved beneficial. Many students who had not previously exercised with their Pokémon reported that since they began training together, their Pokémon's enthusiasm for training had notably increased, and their bonds had deepened, enhancing their mutual understanding. As the effects became evident, complaints regarding the training dissipated, and everyone grew increasingly enthusiastic. This principle is quite straightforward. If you constantly urge your Pokémon to train while you merely stand by and watch without even joining in for a few laps, it lacks persuasive power. Now that they have their own trainers accompanying them in practice, their motivation for training has undoubtedly surged. Everyone, please pause and gather around. This morning, we will engage in a new activity. After a while, Baishiwen arrived at the training ground, observing the individuals who had already begun training with a sense of satisfaction. He then blew his whistle to signal a halt. Upon hearing the whistle, everyone gradually assembled, reorganizing themselves into formation. Today, our training will take place somewhere other than the school. Let us quickly arrange ourselves and follow me. With that, Baishiwen turned and led the way towards the exit. Chucheng and the others promptly formed a line to follow. Not far from the school entrance, 2 buses rested quietly, presumably the transportation they would be using today. Once aboard the vehicle, the already fatigued Chucheng could no longer suppress his drowsiness. He informed his companions, Xia Xiaoxiao and the others, to wake him upon arrival, then promptly fell into a deep slumber. After approximately half an hour, the bus came to a stop. Upon awakening, Chucheng gazed out at the buildings and realized that their destination was a battle center. Though it was still early and not a holiday, the battle center was already bustling with numerous individuals. This world encourages the comprehensive development of trainers through various competitions instituted by the leagues, akin to promoting nationwide fitness. Hence, the public Pokémon ranking tournaments were established. The battle center they faced resembled the sports arenas and public parks of the world before the upheaval. By constructing numerous battle centers and utilizing ranking tournaments, the league sought to attract public participation. The rules are quite simple. Winning battles allows trainers to elevate their ranking levels, and upon reaching a certain tier, they can earn rewards from the league. The initial level is the Ordinary Ball tier, which has no entry requirements aside from owning a Pokémon to register. All participants are assigned to this tier upon their first entry, similar to the Bronze or Iron ranks in MOBA games. Next is the Great Ball tier, which is attained by advancing from the Ordinary Ball tier. The conditions for promotion at this stage are also straightforward. A trainer must achieve either a 10 consecutive wins or accumulate 50 victories within 100 matches, requiring a minimum win rate of 50% to successfully advance. Thus, Ascending to the Great Ball tier is relatively easy for those willing to invest time. While the ordinary ball tier hosts a multitude of participants and has no room for decline, once one ascends to the Great Ball tier, a promotion and demotion mechanism comes into play. If a trainer barely makes it through by the number of matches, it is easy to drop back down, ensuring a selection of capable trainers rather than those who merely grind their way up. No rewards are given at the ordinary ball tier, but promotion to the Great Ball tier grants access to discounts of up to 20% at the league's official shop and among all sponsoring companies. Above the Great Ball tier is the Ultra Ball tier, where the number of participants sharply declines, with only a few thousand in the entire Dongwon League. Most who reach this level are either professional experts or rare retired veterans, as well as powerful breeders or researchers who do not pursue a professional training path. Competitions at this stage require advance reservations, but that is still quite distant for Chucheng and his companions, as without the requisite professional level prowess, gaining entry to the Ultra Ball tier is nearly impossible. As for the highest Master Ball tier, it comprises fewer than 100 individuals, each a renowned figure within Dongwon. Trainers under 30 in this tier can directly participate in the annual Champion Challenge without additional conditions, thus attracting many talented trainers. Many previous leaders have been surpassed by rising stars due to this. What exactly does Bai Shiwen intend for them at this venue? Today, we will undertake a new course. After registering for the ranking tournament, all of you must secure at least 10 victories. Note that I do not expect you to achieve 10 consecutive wins. Simply winning 10 matches suffices. I have spoken with your teacher, Lu, and adjusted the schedule, granting you a full day for this task. Those who fail to accomplish this will face doubled training starting tomorrow. Do not think about exploiting loopholes or assisting each other in securing victories. I will be monitoring you closely. Furthermore, I will inform you in advance that for the final training course grades, I will consider your ranking tier, and to pass, you must maintain at least the Great Ball tier before the end of the term. After disembarking, as the participants gathered, Bai Shiwen outlined today's course requirements and revealed a portion of the final requirements. Upon hearing Bai Shiwen's expectations, many involuntarily groaned in despair. However, when Bai Shiwen shot them a stern look, they quickly fell silent. What are you all waiting for? Are you standing around waiting for me? Hurry up. Following his command, the group dashed into the battle center, muttering that anyone who loves this dreadful place is welcome to stay. Chapter 65. Matching opponents upon entering the battle center's venue, which serves as an official facility. Chucheng estimated the vastness of the area. He speculated that this single battle center could accommodate hundreds of simultaneous matches. Furthermore, in the Imperial City alone, there are at least a dozen battle centers of similar scale, not to mention many smaller ones. True to the Pokémon world, the enthusiasm for battles is palpable. Despite it being a Monday, the venue was still brimming with participants eager to battle. Chucheng casually glanced at the electronic scoreboard on the wall. It was still before 9 in the morning, yet over 90 matches were already underway. The registration process was remarkably simple. He merely had to scan his phone with the staff and fill in his personal information. After registering, Chucheng opened the app and chose the option for random opponent matching. Due to the vast population in the Dongwon League and the low entry barriers for ranking tournaments, there are two primary methods for obtaining opponents at the ordinary and Great Ball tiers. One can either engage in direct matches with known opponents or opt for random matching through the app, which arranges suitable opponents based on their current venue. Only at the Ultra Ball tier, where the number of participants drastically diminishes, do prior reservations become necessary before battles. Setting a small target for himself, Chucheng decided to aim for a 10 consecutive win streak. After selecting random matching, he leaned against the wall, awaiting his opponent while observing the ongoing battles around him. At this juncture, aside from this group of students, the vicinity is predominantly occupied by adults from society, with the exception of a few university students who remain on their holiday's brink. One cannot deny that, although the number of individuals pursuing the path of professional trainers is scant, many of them possess Pokémon that have been acquired for a considerable time. And it is not uncommon to encounter Pokémon of levels ranging from 10 to 20. Indeed, Chucheng even spotted a Doodoo exceeding level 30. Perhaps, in terms of actual combat prowess, these Pokémon may be inferior to those belonging to trainers of equivalent rank. Nonetheless, for beginners like them, who lack extensive battle experience, they are certainly formidable opponents. It appears that the task assigned by Teacher Bai is not as easily accomplished as one might have anticipated. Before long, the system had produced the results of the matchup. Chucheng picked up his phone and opened the app, which indicated that he had been paired with an equally matched opponent. The prompt instructed him to arrive at Battleground A12 within 10 minutes. The moment had finally arrived. Chucheng rose and made his way to the A12 arena. In the brief time he took to reach the venue, several of his classmates from Class 1 had already commenced their battles. Among them, one unfortunate soul faced the very doo-doo Li he had previously observed, and Chucheng silently mourned for this classmate, fearing they might meet an untimely defeat. Upon arriving at the designated battle arena, Chucheng noticed that his opponent had arrived slightly earlier and was already standing on the battlefield. Observing the individual, Chucheng surmised that they were not much older than himself, likely another student, albeit one still enjoying their holiday. This was merely a straightforward ranking match, devoid of any pre-match banter. Even the Rotom referee, to which Chucheng had grown accustomed, was absent. After the electronic screen at the edge of the arena confirmed the participants' information, a mechanical voice initiated the countdown. Both competitors are ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. Go, Riolu. It's your turn, Eevee. In the final second of the countdown, both competitors simultaneously hurled their Pokeballs. Chucheng did not send out his usual adorable little fox, but instead called upon Riolu, who had long been eager to battle, as evidenced by the incessant shaking of its Pokeball just prior to the match. Given Riolu's fervor for combat, Chucheng was inclined to nurture its enthusiasm. Name, Riolu. Type, fighting. Gender, energy level, 19 normal. Potential, light red. Ability, prankster. Held item, black belt. Moves, detect, foresight, quick attack, flame kick, bullet punch, vacuum wave. Aura sphere, endure, feint, quick attack, metal claw, reversal, sassy, dig, brick break, fire punch. After a week of diligent training and the accumulation of skills over the summer, Riolu had finally reached level 19, merely a step away from breaking into the advanced tier, making today an opportune moment for it to showcase its capabilities. Scanning the opposing Pokemon's information, Chucheng noted, name, Eevee. Type, normal. Gender, energy level, 21, advanced. Potential, light blue. Ability, run away. Held item, soothing bell. Moves, fake cry. Charm, yawn, baby doll eyes. Wish, mud slap. Tackle, tail whip. Quick attack, sand attack. Swift, growl, double kick. Chucheng raised an eyebrow. His opponent's Pokemon was a rather charming Eevee, and its level appeared to be commendable. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed that his adversary was not pursuing a career as a professional trainer. Aside from the possibly inherited move, double kick, Eevee's skill set lacked formidable offensive capabilities, suggesting a more pet-like role. This battle pit fighting against normal types. A distinct advantage for me. Eevee, use quick attack. Riolu, use quick attack. The commands were issued almost simultaneously. Chucheng shook his head gently. Upon noticing the quick attack move in the skill pool, he had already surmised his opponent's strategy. With years of watching the anime, coupled with practical experience in this world, he recognized that trainers like his opponent, lacking substantial battle experience, often favored a direct approach with quick attack followed by ranged assaults. This tactic typically yields favorable results against most novice trainers due to the level disparity. Unfortunately for them, they were now facing Chucheng and Riolu. Upon hearing Chucheng's command, Riolu immediately accelerated with quick attack, and during this period, it had completely absorbed 3 speed-enhancing potions. At that moment, unburdened by any weight, Riolu erupted forth with a speed that astonished even Chucheng himself. Eevee, who had just initiated its quick attack, arrived at the spot where Riolu had previously been, failing to touch a single hair on Riolu's body. How could it be so fast? Never mind. Eevee, use Swift. With Riolu's burst of speed, even the inexperienced college student opposite him sensed the disparity between their Pokemon. As expected, he commanded Eevee to execute Swift. The glittering 5-pointed stars, guided by their homing ability, pursued Riolu as it continued its rapid movement. Riolu unleashed Bullet Punch. As the situation unfolded precisely as Chucheng had anticipated, he sighed in resignation. Riolu halted its rapid advance, pivoting to face the golden stars hurtling towards it. In an instant, steel energy coalesced around its small fists, and with a swift motion, it executed Bullet Punch, shattering the oncoming stars effortlessly. The golden shards rained down, landing upon the poised Riolu, giving it a somewhat glamorous appearance befitting a grand competition. Chapter 66, Riolu's Showtime. The opposing trainer was clearly taken aback, witnessing his Swift being effortlessly countered by Riolu's Bullet Punch, leaving him momentarily bewildered. In contrast to his trainer's confusion, Eevee maintained a more composed demeanor. Unable to receive any guidance from its trainer, Eevee resorted to executing the move Charm. A soft pink glow emanated from its eyes, and facing the seemingly invincible Riolu, Eevee adopted a pitiful expression, gazing intently at Riolu. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under Eevee's gaze, Riolu's desire to attack began to wane. Chucheng. Observing Riolu's flustered demeanor, couldn't he help but chuckle inwardly, surprised to discover this side of his competitive spirit. However, given Riolu's unwavering resolve, it soon shook off this state of distraction. Now regaining its composure, Riolu appeared somewhat irate. Not directed at its opponent, but rather at itself for having momentarily relaxed during the battle. A fierce determination flickered in its eyes. EV, hoping to employ the same tactic again, found itself at a loss. At this moment, Riolu harbored no distractions. The only thought in its mind was to claim victory. The power of Aura coalesced between its hands and was hurled towards the distant EV. This was none other than the signature move of the Lucario line, Aura Sphere. After days of practice and bonding with Chucheng, Riolu had finally mastered this technique. Caught off guard, Eevee was struck directly by the Aura Sphere, and the double damage from the fighting-type move rendered it unable to continue fighting. Eevee, having completely lost its ability to battle, signaled the conclusion of the match. With the victor being player Chucheng, the electronic notification rang out, proclaiming the results of the contest. In just a few minutes, Chucheng and his partner, Riolu, had secured their first victory of the day. While it may sound like a considerable effort, it merely required 3 moves. Had it not been for the intention to allow his canine companion to acclimate to the competitive atmosphere and to wait for the opponent's trifling attacks to conclude, a single wave bomb would have swiftly resolved the fight. The subsequent battles proved rather mundane, as Chucheng's opponents, though not lacking in Pokémon levels, most having nurtured their creatures over several years, and some even reaching the advanced tier, were sorely lacking in experience against trainers of similar caliber. Their strategies revolved primarily around type advantages and level disparities. Engaging with opponents of comparable skill is immensely beneficial for one's growth. For Chucheng, the entirety of the Newcomer Cups competitions could not compare to the enhancement offered by those final advanced tier adversaries. To continually face weaker opponents would only serve to diminish his own proficiency. By the end of the morning, Chucheng had achieved a remarkable streak of 7 consecutive victories. Expending little time in battle, most of his hours were consumed waiting for the system to match him with opponents. Upon opening the ranking app, his morning's accomplishments were duly recorded in his personal profile. Name: Chucheng. Ranking ID: 128328648. Status: Novice Trainer. Ranking level: Regular Ball Tier. Current streak: 7, maintained. Total wins: 7. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly noon. Departing the battleground, he found that several companions had also concluded their matches around the same time. After exchanging a few words, they prepared to head out for lunch. Among the group, Chucheng's progress was the swiftest, having achieved 7 consecutive victories, leaving only 3 more matches to fulfill the requirements set by Teacher Bai in the morning. Next was Lin Yuan, who, thanks to his evolved Houndoom, had secured 6 victories. As for Lin Shui and her friends, despite suffering 1 or 2 defeats, they had collectively amassed at least 5 wins each. Overall, completing their tasks before the day's end should pose little difficulty. However, aside from them and a few others, many of their classmates faced challenges. Even Ling Yue, who had a good rapport with Chucheng, had only managed 3 victories, with more losses than wins. From Chucheng's observations, the majority of his classmates' Pokémon hovered around level 16. While they fared adequately against those under level 20, encountering advanced tier Pokémon could result in significant difficulties. Reflecting on Teacher Bai's prohibition of student versus student battles earlier that day, Chucheng realized that the goal of 10 victories was not something all could achieve. It was likely that Teacher Bai herself did not expect every student to accomplish this feat. As noon approached, Chucheng and his companions momentarily exited the battle arena. Casually selecting a restaurant nearby, after enjoying their lunch, they sought a place to rest, having engaged in strenuous battles throughout the morning. Even without sustaining injuries, Pokémon require adequate periods of repose. At 3 in the afternoon, Chucheng stood on the battleground, awaiting the arrival of his opponent. In the interim, he and Riolu had managed to claim 2 additional victories, leaving only 1 more match to meet the required 10. After a considerable wait, just as the allotted time was on the verge of expiring, Chucheng began to suspect his opponent had forfeited, when finally, his adversary, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, strolled onto the scene. "So, you're my opponent. You students should be at school, playing pretend, yet here you are, thinking that simply choosing the trainer path makes you a professional? I see you lot are merely here to grant me easy points. Today, I'll reclaim my position in the Super Ball tier thanks to you." Though the stipulated waiting time was nearly up, the man arrived just in time, immediately launching into a tirade, appearing utterly dismissive of Chucheng and the battle ahead. However, from his words, it was evident that he had triumphed over several first-class students before and had previously held a position in the Super Ball tier, only to have since fallen from grace. Do you intend to battle with mere words? I have no time to waste on a loser. Let us commence the match. Or kindly keep your mouth shut and vacate the premises. Upon hearing the opponent's ungracious remarks, Chucheng furrowed his brow. He had always believed in mutual respect. Seeing his adversary's demeanor prompted him to retort without hesitation. Chapter 67. The final appearance of the little fox. Hey you, the middle-aged man, taken aback by Chucheng's bold response, momentarily hesitated. Just as he was about to retort, the electronic voice from the nearby screen interrupted. The waiting time has concluded. Both contestants are to commence battle immediately. Repeat, both contestants are to commence battle immediately. Heeding the announcement, Chucheng disregarded whatever his opponent had intended to say and promptly positioned himself on one side of the battleground. With Chucheng ready for combat, the middle-aged man found himself unable to deliver any further threats, casting a fierce glare at Chucheng before taking his place on the opposite side of the arena. With both trainers in position, the battle commenced. Crush them, Zoroark. Teach that little brat a lesson, Bandit. As the words left their lips, both trainers swiftly released their Pokémon from their respective Pokeballs, igniting a fierce atmosphere from the very start of the match. In this battle, Chucheng opted not to deploy Riolu, but instead summoned the little fox that had yet to make an appearance today. If he intended to dominate his opponent, he would naturally showcase his strongest prowess. He did not underestimate his adversary due to the latter's demeanor. After all, his father had once advised him that some trainers resort to unsavory tactics, including taunting their opponents to disrupt their focus. Although Chucheng was confident in his ability to win with Riolu, the latter's level still lagged slightly behind, and after a full day of battling, he could not afford any carelessness that might lead to a loss or injury for Riolu. Zoroark. Name: Zoroark, shiny form. Type: normal ghost. Gender: NA. Energy level: 25, advanced. Potential: red. Ability: illusion. Held item: cursed symbol. Skills: detect, telekinesis, last gift, shadow sneak, shadow clone, curse, will-o-wisp, dig, icy wind, quick attack, shadow claw, shadow ball, meditate, swift, return, hidden power, psychic, grudge, protect, strange light, hypnosis, revenge, dark pulse. After a week, by absorbing the residual negative energy from the light stone, the little fox had steadily reached level 25, making Chucheng's weekend efforts worthwhile. Glancing again at his opponent's Pokémon, Chucheng noted with mild surprise. What a fitting choice for a villainous Pokémon. The Bandit truly embodies the essence of your character. Name: Bandit. Type: dark fighting. Gender: NA. Energy level: 31, elite. Potential: blue. Ability: overconfidence. Held item: none. Skills: flame punch, enhanced punch, clapping ambush, sand shovel, knockdown, stare, headbutt, guard, rock blockade, bodybuilding, acid bomb. No wonder this fellow is so arrogant. An elite-level bandit is indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary students at this stage. Moreover, since he possesses an elite-level Pokémon, it is not surprising that he has previously risen to the Super Ball tier. However, what can an elite bandit do when faced with his little fox? After both sides summoned their respective Pokémon, the middle-aged man across from Chucheng finally took notice of the exceptionally striking special Zoroark. It seems that the student before him is the champion of this year's Imperial City Rookie Cup, likely not as easily dealt with as the average student. But what does it matter if he is the Rookie Cup champion? He is still just a young lad. That Zoroark, no matter how formidable, is at most a season-level Pokémon. Humph, I refuse to believe that an elite-level Pokémon could be outmatched by a Season 1. The man opposite does possess a degree of insight, knowing that even though the Rookie Cup champion is impressive, it merely means he wields a season-level Pokémon, while his own bandit certainly holds the upper hand in terms of level. Unfortunately, despite understanding that Chucheng would not be as easy to handle as the previous students, he found himself in a predicament with no way out. After all, the taunts had already been uttered, and he had been directly rebuffed by Chucheng, leaving him feeling stifled. Now, he could only place all his hopes on the elite-level bandit. As long as he could secure victory in the battle, everything would be negotiable. Bandit, use rock blockade. Zoroark, evade with shadow clone, then sharpen your claws. As chunks of earthy yellow stones rained down from above, crashing towards Zoroark's position, the little fox managed to dodge the attacks with shadow clone, shattering only a few phantoms. Nevertheless, the large rocks that remained on the battlefield effectively restricted movement. The middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing this. It mattered not that he missed, as long as he could hinder the opponent's speed. After analyzing the skill pool, Chucheng had already deduced the opponent's intentions. He swiftly commanded his little fox to utilize Shadow Clone. simultaneously capitalizing on the opportunity to enhance its claws. The opponent's choices were, in fact, quite predictable. The bandit was a rather cumbersome Pokémon, possessing very few ranged options. To strike the nimble little fox, he could only resort to skills that would limit its speed. Thus, the Rock Blockade, which combined ranged attack and hindrance effects, became the unequivocal first choice. Bandit, charge forward and use Stare, then follow up with Flame Punch. Recognizing that his strategy to restrict movement had borne fruit, the middle-aged man urged the bandit to press the advantage. Responding to the command, the bandit humorously hoisted its trousers, adopting a fierce expression as it lumbered toward the little fox with wide eyes. Upon witnessing the comical stance of the bandit glaring at it, Zoroark did not feel fear. Instead, after letting out a chuckle, it made a face at the approaching bandit. The bandit, irritated by the mocking gesture, became flustered and charged forward, delivering a flame punch. Return. In the face of the advancing bandit, Chucheng succinctly commanded. Hearing his instruction, the little fox leaped backwards, nimbly evading the incoming flame punch and, with a playful flourish in midair, executed a close-range return, its claws glowing white as they struck the bandit. The bandit let out a pained cry, stumbling back several paces after being struck by the flying-type move that countered its own. In truth, Zoroark's abilities were somewhat stifled against the bandit, as its strengths in ghost and dark-type moves were resisted by the opponent. Moreover, Chucheng's little fox lacked fairy and fighting-type skills. The sole move in its skill set that could exploit the bandit's weaknesses was Return. This is why Chucheng chose to have the little fox use Sharpen, a move that had long been neglected, instead of the usual Meditate during the enhancement phase. Are you alright, bandit? After regaining its footing, the bandit turned back to signal its trainer that it was fine. Elite-level Pokémon possess considerable stamina, and with the bandit's decent defenses, it had merely sustained minor injuries from Zoroark's return. Chapter 68, Overwhelming. Damn it, bandit, use Acid Bomb. Seeing that even in close combat, the sluggish bandit was effortlessly toyed with by Zoroark, the middle-aged man, after deep contemplation, reluctantly commanded it to employ its other ranged move, Acid Bomb. In an instant, a purple orb emanating a corrosive stench materialized in the bandit's grasp, which it then hurled toward the little fox not far away. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Zoroark quickly dodged, as the purple orb landed where it had just been, splattering acidic liquid everywhere and sizzling as it burned the ground. Continue with Acid Bomb. Infuriated by nearly being splashed with the acidic substance, the little fox was not overly concerned about the damage. However, if it were to become coated in such filth, it would surely leave unsightly marks. For a creature that prided itself on its appearance and required Chucheng to groom its fur after every training session, such a prospect was simply intolerable. Fuming, as it witnessed the opponent once again resorting to such dirty tactics, its ire reached a boiling point. Zoroark. With anger coursing through it, the little fox's eyes gleamed with a pink light, unleashing an invisible psychic power that intercepted all of the opponent's attacks midair, returning the acid bombs back toward the bandit. While the little fox's psychic abilities could not be employed against the dark-type bandit, they were certainly effective against other types of moves. The returned acid bomb struck the original caster head-on. Despite its attempts to dodge, the bandit, being particularly cumbersome and lacking ranged capabilities, was hit by several of the projectiles. Its originally brown exterior was now tainted a deep purple by the poison energy's corruption. Revenge. Seeing this, Chucheng immediately commanded the little fox to press the advantage. An eerie violet flame materialized around the little fox. Ever since it had absorbed the residual negative emotions from the luminous stone a couple of days ago, the vengeful flames it wielded had grown increasingly terrifying. Standing idly by, Chucheng found himself entranced. He could almost hear the faint wails emanating from the vengeful fire. In an instant, the inferno of resentment surged toward the bandit, who, having already suffered a reduction in special defense from its own acid bombs, could not withstand the onslaught of the vengeful flames. Unable to mount any resistance, the horrific energy cascaded down upon the bandit. Moments later, as the flames subsided, the bandit lay unconscious on the ground, enveloped in a shroud of black and purple smoke. Bandit. The middle-aged man's face turned pale as he gazed at the fallen bandit, his head hanging low as he muttered its name, stripped of his previous arrogance. With the bandit completely incapacitated, the battle concluded, declaring the victor, Chucheng. Regardless of the emotions felt by both competitors, the electronic screen nearby continued to relay the results of the match faithfully, the cold, mechanical voice announcing Chucheng's victory. Upon hearing the outcome, Chucheng, who had successfully accomplished his objectives for the day, bent down to scoop up the little fox, and departed without a backward glance, not sparing a single gaze for the middle-aged man. As he had stated from the outset, he had no time to waste on a failure. "I'm heading home, Solal. I'll cook for you later," he called out cheerfully. Leaving the battleground, Chucheng glanced at the time. It was precisely 3:20 p.m. That fellow had squandered a full 18 minutes just by dragging his feet to the venue, only to be joyfully sent away by the little fox in a mere 2 minutes. With a casual swipe, he opened the ranked match app and observed his newly achieved rank with a satisfied smile. Name: Chucheng. Ranked ID: 128328648. Role: Novice Trainer. Rank: Super Bowl Promotion. Winning streak: 10, maintaining. Total victories: 10. At this moment, Chucheng's rank had ascended from the ordinary ball to the Super Ball. Yet a distinctive mark was displayed behind the Super Ball designation, given the vast number of participants in the ordinary ball category. Along with its low entry threshold and uncomplicated promotion criteria, it comprised merely a single level. However, upon reaching the Super Ball level, each major tier was subdivided into 5 smaller ranks, denoted by Roman numerals I to V, reminiscent of a game Chucheng had played prior to the world's upheaval. This could be considered a unique Eastern Huang style Chucheng used. Globally, there existed numerous competitions akin to ranked matches, each imbued with local flavor. As far as Chucheng knew, in the Europa Alliance, a popular variant resembled the battle castles depicted in animations. Due to historical legacies, the entire Europa Alliance was replete with a multitude of castle structures. For instance, the Sun Never Sets Alliance alone boasted at least 20,000 castles. Apart from a handful of privately owned fortifications, these castles were operated as battle arenas by the official alliance. Their ranking system was not as straightforward as that of the Eastern Huang Alliance, instead mirroring the noble titles of ancient Europe, categorizing competitors as battle knights, battle barons, battle viscounts, and so forth, culminating in the rank of battle duke. It was indeed a ranking system rich in local character. Chucheng contemplated that if he ever traveled to the Europa Alliance, he would certainly endeavor to experience this. Upon reaching the Super Ball rank, the system notified him that he could claim his promotion rewards. However, akin to the new Trainer Cup, these rewards could be accumulated, and naturally, Chucheng opted to defer claiming them for the time being. According to what Teacher Bai had conveyed earlier that morning, their task for the day was to secure 10 victories in matches. With his objective already fulfilled, there was no reason to linger. Observing his 10 consecutive victories, Chucheng realized that if he adhered to Teacher Bai's stipulations, he had already met the requirements for the final term of his training course. As long as he maintained his rank in the Super Ball. Yet, within his heart, a loftier ambition began to take shape. Let me set a new goal, to strive for a promotion to the Super Ball rank by the end of the term. With no further need to remain, Chucheng sought out Bai Shiwen, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, offered a brief greeting, and then stylishly exited the battle center. As he watched Chucheng's retreating figure, Bai Shiwen pondered, perhaps next time, I should establish a standard specifically for this kid. Chapter 69, A Day of Leisure. Cooking at home. The following morning, Chucheng indulged in a rare lazy sleep-in. Having secured 10 victories yesterday, even exceeding his task, he had directly advanced to the Super Ball tier. Upon his departure from the battle center, Bai Shiwen had already informed him that the morning's training session would still take place at the battle center for practical exercises, but given his performance, he was excused from attending. Throughout the entire day, out of over 80 participants in Class 1, less than a third had managed to meet their goals. And none could match Chucheng's achievement of 10 consecutive victories. Even Lin Yuan's Fast Hound fell short after securing 7 victories, ultimately losing to an elite-level mosquito swimmer. The others fared no better. Having observed them discreetly all day, Bai Shiwen clearly understood that standard-level battles would yield little benefit for Chucheng at this stage, thus granting him a half-day reprieve. Relishing this unexpected leisure, Chucheng savored his first lazy morning since becoming a trainer, having been preoccupied with training his Pokémon throughout the summer. Today was ample. The entire morning was free, and the afternoon held merely a history lesson and a theoretical class on Pokémon knowledge, allowing him to arrive at school by 3 o'clock. Glancing at the clock, it was only 9:30 a.m., plenty of time. He rose leisurely, completed his morning hygiene routine, and tidied up before heading down for a bite to eat. Although he was enjoying a lazy morning, Chucheng had already prepared breakfast in advance. While he could afford to skip a meal, he still had to cater for his 2 little companions. This inevitably reminded him of the days before the world's upheaval when his mother would prepare meals for him each morning. Am I not, in essence, living the daily life of a caregiver? Leo, good morning to you too, he greeted as he stepped out of his bedroom. In the living room, as expected, Leo had already finished breakfast and commenced his daily exercise routine, starkly contrasting with the little fox, who was still in a state of slumber. Upon noticing Chucheng's presence, Leo greeted him with a nod before resuming his rigorous training. Truly, a remarkable overachiever. Chucheng thought to himself, marveling at the scene. Having a Pokémon like Leo instilled great confidence in trainers. Since Chucheng had captured it, he had not needed to worry about anything beyond formulating training plans. Leo's enthusiasm for training surpassed even that of his trainer, and Chucheng primarily focused on ensuring that Leo did not overexert itself. The overzealous Leo was quite formidable, and under its influence, even the little fox began to unconsciously increase its training regimen. At that moment, Chucheng felt that once he had an ample number of Pokémon, his duties as a trainer would become significantly easier with Leo around his shoulder, at least half the burden. Entering the kitchen, Chucheng hastily grabbed a few sandwiches and a carton of moo milk to satiate his hunger. After a while, once he had finished breakfast, the little fox finally emerged from the bedroom, still groggy. Scooping up the little creature, Chucheng held it in one arm while offering it a strip of bacon from the table, teasingly saying, "What time is it? You little sleepyhead. Still in bed at this hour. Awu. Solo swallow." Clearly, it was just a Chung being lazy. "I just woke up." The little fox unabashedly devoured the food offered by Chucheng, and amidst chewing, it mumbled the truth about his own late rising. In this exchange of banter, with Chucheng's careful feeding, Suo enjoyed a delightful breakfast. After ensuring the little fox was comfortably settled on the sofa, Chucheng approached Leo, who was still engrossed in its workout. Today was a rest day. Training should always be balanced with periods of relaxation. During times designated for training, one must focus, but when it is time to rest, one should also unwind. This rare moment of leisure should not be entirely consumed by exercise. In the serene embrace of the morning, Chucheng found himself devoid of any specific plans, leisurely reclining on the sofa, with a small fox nestled on his left and a dog on his right. Engaging in video games and watching television, he reveled in the bliss of idleness. Surprisingly, although Riolu was not particularly fond of ordinary games or films, upon the revelation of the Pokémon fighting game and the documentary on the Global Pokémon Fighting Championship that Chucheng had secretly prepared, it was as if Riolu had stumbled upon a new world. Observing this delightful scene, Chucheng finally sighed in relief. His beloved dog had momentarily set aside thoughts of training. Sometimes, having a too perceptive Pokémon could indeed be a bittersweet blessing. Before long, the leisurely hours slipped away, and noon approached. Today, he had no intention of dining out. Instead, seizing the opportunity, he decided to showcase his culinary skills. Having already made arrangements with his little companions the day before, albeit postponing the actual cooking to today, allowing the two little ones to continue their playful antics in the living room, Chucheng made his way straight to the kitchen. Upon arriving at the countertop, he retrieved a rare quality of super green onion from the system's space, placing it gently upon the surface. Finally, after pondering for nearly a month, he was ready to embark on the culinary journey with this magnificent green onion. Thanks to the unique property of time stagnation in the system's space, the green onion appeared as pristine as it had when freshly harvested a month ago, its white hue resembling that of congealed fat and its verdant freshness tantalizingly dripping. The moment he extracted it, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Gazing thoughtfully at the green onion, Chucheng contemplated how to best present its exquisite flavor. In fact, he had considered this very matter soon after acquiring the onion, and during the past fortnight, he had conducted several trials, determined not to squander such a precious ingredient. After retrieving the necessary materials from the refrigerator and completing all the preliminary preparations, he picked up a knife and gently sliced the onion into 3 portions. Given the substantial weight of the green onion, Master Chu decided to divide it into 3 parts, each destined for a different culinary creation. For his first dish, Chucheng planned to prepare shredded duck with green onion. He had once heard that to fully showcase the deliciousness of the ingredients, one must cook green onion duck with its own green onion. However, since there was no green onion duck available, and given that he had no intention of procuring one, he opted for a regular duck instead, hoping to maximize the flavor of this exquisite green onion. He retrieved fresh duck meat, slicing it into fine shreds before placing them into a bowl. He sprinkled a pinch of salt and pepper, added cooking wine and sesame oil, a bit more for the rather tough duck meat, and incorporated an appropriate amount of starch, ensuring to mix it thoroughly until no grains of starch remained, letting it marinate for later use. Next, he selected the section of the super green onion closest to the root and sliced it into thin shreds as well. Once the duck meat had marinated for over 10 minutes, it was time to commence the cooking process. Taking a deep breath, A cerulean glow flickered in his eyes as Chucheng activated the power of aura within him. Through his recent experiments, he had begun to grasp the reason behind his burgeoning culinary prowess. Indeed, it was the omnipotent aura. Through his trials, Chucheng discovered that the power of aura influenced his cooking, allowing him to imbue his dishes with heartfelt intention. The more sincerity infused into the dish, the richer the flavor became. In essence, the principle bore a striking resemblance to the ultimate cuisine described in an anime he had once watched, affectionately dubbed Spring X Spirit. Today, he was determined to fully unleash the power of aura in his cooking and witness the outcome. Once in the aura state, Chucheng immersed himself wholly in the culinary creation. He turned up the heat, and while the oil was still cold, he swiftly added his secret homemade dabanjiang, a special condiment brought from the Chu family estate, crafted by his mother according to her cherished recipe. As the high heat coaxed the aroma from the seasoning, he added the marinated duck shreds, stirring quickly. When the duck was nearly cooked to perfection, observing the color of the meat, he proceeded to the final step by adding the green onion shreds. After a gentle toss to combine, he swiftly removed the dish from the heat, presenting his signature dish: shredded duck with green onion. Phew, that was quite the workout. Cooking while harnessing the aura proved rather exhausting. The dish, once plated, emanated a rich fragrance that swiftly wafted through the kitchen and permeated the entire house, prompting the two little ones, previously engrossed in their games, to abandon their play. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Chucheng turned to find the two little companions peering eagerly at the kitchen doorway, their heads craned, eyes fixated on the platter in his hands. The ever-composed Ryu struggled to maintain his composure, swallowing hard as he gazed longingly at the dish, while the ever-greedy little fox, unable to disguise its excitement, drooled with sparkling eyes. All right, I haven't tea finished yet. Chucheng chuckled, addressing them. You two should wash your hands, and then sit at the dining table patiently for me. Be good. After placing the dish into a warming box, the allure of the aroma diminished, and with his gentle coaxing, the two little ones reluctantly made their way to wash their hands, glancing back every few steps. Realizing he needed to work swiftly, Chucheng smiled at their antics, feeling a mix of amusement and fondness. He continued his culinary endeavors. The second dish was stir-fried pork with green onion. Chucheng took a piece of high-quality pork belly, blanched it to remove any odor, sliced it thinly, and soon enough, the stir-fried pork with green onion was ready. The enticing aroma spread through the house once more, and the two little companions, feeling like cats with a scratching itch, remained obediently seated, albeit their gazes remained glued to the kitchen. For the third dish, Chucheng planned to prepare hand-pulled chicken with green onion oil. After boiling a selection of small free-range chickens until tender, he shredded the meat into bite-sized pieces, drizzling it with the fragrant green onion oil he had prepared from the last of the green onion, enhancing it with a touch of seasoning, a masterpiece in the making. Finally, adhering to his usual practice, he crafted a bountiful fruit salad with wild sandscale fruit and various other tree fruits. He retrieved 3 bottles of moo milk from the refrigerator, carefully adding honey to one, and thus, Chucheng's grand feast was complete. Zoroark, come and help with the dishes. It's time to eat, he called out, retrieving the dishes from the warming box and serving rice from the electric cooker into bowls. Almost instantaneously, the two little ones dashed into the kitchen. Riolu handed him a prepared towel, while the little fox, mimicking the actions of a previous encounter with Shinado, used its psychic abilities to levitate the plates and utensils effortlessly to the dining table. Taking the towel from Riolu, Chucheng wiped the sweat from his brow, chuckling at the little fox's antics. This was indeed a splendid way to hone their psychic abilities, dining while training. At the dining table, with the aid of his aura, the dishes seemed to have transformed entirely, not merely glowing with a soft light, but radiating an ethereal brilliance that elevated their appearance. In that moment, Chucheng seemed to have transformed into a culinary sage of the Heavy Cherry Alliance, as even the rice steamed from the electric cooker appeared to be crystalline and luminous, each grain glistening like a jewel. Enhanced by the omnipotent wave guide, Chucheng had prepared an entire banquet of radiant dishes today. Gazing at the dazzling spread, he raised his hand to inspect it, pondering whether a mere touch of his finger might turn it to gold. All right, enough staring, let us begin. Upon hearing Chucheng's words, the two little ones eagerly commenced stuffing their mouths with food. Although the little fox lacked hands, it utilized its telekinetic abilities to devour its meal at a pace even swifter than the ambidextrous Riolu. In a moment of haste, it nearly choked, but Chucheng, noticing, quickly handed over a glass of milk, allowing the little fox to gulp down a few sips to recover. Slow down. I made enough for both of you to be satisfied. Chucheng chuckled wryly. Observing the two little creatures enjoying their meal so heartily, he too picked up his chopsticks. As he gently lifted the spicy stir-fried duck shreds and twice-cooked pork, they radiated a fervent red glow. And Chucheng felt as though he were enveloped in a volcanic heat wave. The explosive sensation of spiciness surged through his mouth, causing beads of sweat to form. "Sora, a bit of icy wind, please." Responding to Chucheng's plea, the little fox exhaled a gentle breeze of frost, lowering the temperature around them and providing a refreshing comfort. After downing a few sips of chilled milk, Chucheng finally began to feel at ease. The power of the wave guide manifested here. Each dish contained a reservoir of spiritual energy. Upon tasting the spicy fare, it felt as if a volcano had erupted within his mental realm. Chapter 70, An Urgent Matter. After relishing their lunch, Chucheng and the two little companions lazily reclined on the sofa, feeling excessively full. "Ugh, I've eaten too much." On the sofa, Riolu nestled beside Chucheng, clutching a game console as they engaged in a Pokémon battle. Chucheng, unrelenting, mercilessly took advantage of Riolu's inexperience. In the online match, Chucheng's hefty character soared into the air, deftly evading the dragon pulse unleashed by Riolu's Lucario, before executing a descending dragon dive that depleted Lucario's last sliver of health KO. As the ending credits flashed, the novice Riolu, defeated for the first time, clamored for a rematch. Meanwhile, the little fox, uninterested in the game, lay in Chucheng's lap watching a movie. Although it had thoroughly enjoyed the sumptuous meal, the lingering spiciness left Chucheng feeling overheated, unable to cool down. Noticing Sora engrossed in the film, he casually pulled it closer, relishing the refreshing chill emanating from the ghostly little fox, akin to a small air conditioner. Following this delightful meal, Chucheng grasped the effect of utilizing waveguide energy in his cooking. With the infusion of waveguide power, his culinary creations transcended the ordinary. The intense spiritual energy embedded in the dishes prompted both the little fox and Riolu to express that they felt an increase in their internal energy after this meal. Chucheng estimated that, with prolonged consumption, it could potentially elevate a Pokémon's energy level. He was astonished that his culinary skills could yield such extraordinary results. Enhancing a Pokémon's level through nourishment was not an impossible feat, as those breeding masters and advanced breeders often accomplished similar feats. Just observing those Pokémon, which had hardly engaged in any training or battles yet still boasted high levels, was testament to this. However, such achievements were built upon years of accumulation and the use of precious materials. The only rare ingredient in Chucheng's dishes was a meticulously selected green onion. To speak of its worth, it hardly compared. Thus, in terms of cost alone, Chucheng had already surpassed them by a significant margin. All considered, Master Chu could be regarded as a breeding master, perhaps even the first to genuinely merge the roles of trainer and chef. What does this imply? Is a breeding master who cannot cook a poor trainer? Nevertheless, while the effects were remarkable, they did carry a certain intensity, making moderation essential. Chucheng mused that if only he could apply this technique to crafting energy blocks, it would certainly be worth exploring. However, his thoughts began to wander. After the enhancement through the waveguide, if a mere green onion could produce such delectable dishes, how extraordinary would the results be if he were to acquire the 5 secret spices from the Paldea region? If given the opportunity to obtain those secret spices in the future, the flavors of his culinary creations would be unimaginable, he contemplated. As afternoon arrived, Chucheng ultimately decided against attending class at school. Shortly after lunch, he received a call from his mother, instructing him to wait for AI Lurido to pick him up at the Imperial Capital Research Institute, without allowing Chucheng to inquire about the matter. His mother mentioned that AI Lurido was already en route to fetch him before abruptly hanging up, leaving Chucheng bewildered. With no other option, he called his homeroom teacher to request another half-day off, waiting at home for AI Lurido to arrive. Unexpectedly, just minutes after hanging up, a familiar green and white figure materialized before him. After exchanging greetings, AI Lurido gently grasped Chucheng's arm, and in an instant, they vanished from his home, leaving Sora and Riolu in the living room, exchanging perplexed glances. What on earth just happened? Outside the gates of the Imperial Capital Research Institute, Chucheng leaned against the wall, nearly on the verge of retching. It was then that he comprehended the nature of his mother's instructions to be picked up. The moment AI Lurido appeared, without a word, she had instantaneously transported him to the Imperial Capital Research Institute. Given that Chucheng's residence was near the school, located in the Southern District, and the Research Institute was situated on the outskirts of the Northern District, over 100 kilometers apart, such a sudden teleportation left him breathless. AI Lurido observing Chucheng's discomfort, a hint of concern flickered across AI Lurido's face. "It's all right, AI Lurido, let us head inside." After catching his breath, Chucheng slowly replied, aware that AI Lucario would not have chosen such a method unless there was an urgent matter at hand. He followed AI Lucario into the institute, where familiar faces awaited him at the entrance. Upon spotting the leading figure, Chucheng called out, "Sister Mu Xiaoyan, formalities can wait." She urged, "Let us go inside quickly. The teachers are already waiting for you." With a sigh of relief upon seeing Chucheng, Mu Xiaoyan hurried him into the research facility, witnessing everyone's anxious demeanor. Despite his multitude of questions, Chucheng understood that this was not the time to inquire and hastened to follow them into the building. Observing the urgency, he realized that if they were not restricted from using teleportation within the facility, AI Lucario would likely have directly transported him to the laboratory. It was well known that critical areas, such as laboratories and official alliance institutions, were strictly regulated. In significant edifices like these, instantaneous teleportation devices are meticulously installed. Such mechanisms are capable of disrupting the psychic fluctuations of psychic-type Pokémon, rendering their spatial positioning attempts futile. These devices are specifically designed to guard against those psychic Pokémon adept at teleportation. It is readily apparent that in the absence of such equipment, a single teleporting Pokémon could unveil all the secrets of the entire league, leaving no mysteries between nations. After a hurried yet deliberate journey, Chucheng and his companions finally arrived at their destination upon passing through the final Grand Gate. Chapter 71. The Trace of the Third Pokémon. "Mom!" Chucheng exclaimed upon spotting his mother amidst the crowd. Hearing her beloved son's voice, Chu's mother turned to look at him. "What's wrong, Mom? Why the urgency in calling me over?" Once they reached their destination, Chucheng exhaled in relief and inquired about the situation. "Details can wait. Quickly, son. Use your aura power here and see if you can sense anything," Chu's mother urged, pulling him closer and pointing to a peculiar object that resembled a hatching chamber not far away. With time of the essence, Chucheng refrained from asking further questions, activated his aura power, and directed it towards the hatching chamber. Soon, under his meticulous control, the aura power began to seep inside. Within his perception, a dense, dark energy enveloped the area, instilling a profound sense of discomfort within him. After sensing for a while, aside from the overwhelming dark and malevolent energy, he found no other peculiarities. Just as he was about to withdraw his aura, he suddenly realized that this dark energy was not chaotic. Instead, it radiated outward in a systematic manner from a central point, the core energy being several times denser than the surrounding aura. As Chucheng cautiously deepened his aura, the previously stable energy erupted violently. To prevent a total loss of control, he had no choice but to retract his aura. However, even that brief contact allowed him to perceive something unusual. The core of that dark power seemed to. The onlookers gathered around were observing Chucheng's reactions closely. Seeing him retract his aura, they cast concerned glances his way. "All right, everyone, let us not crowd together. Make some space," Chu's mother instructed, noticing the throng of people. "Did you sense anything? There's a profound dark energy inside that feels quite uncomfortable. However, while I was probing with my aura, it seemed that a faint, opposing force existed at the core of that energy. The moment I detected it, the dark energy within became agitated, prompting me to withdraw. What could possibly be within? And what of that force?" Taking a deep breath, Chucheng responded, voicing his confusion. Upon hearing Chucheng's reply, the gathered individuals visibly relaxed. Chu's mother then turned to the surrounding personnel, issuing commands. "Since we have established the situation, let us proceed according to the earlier plan. Don't just stand there. Let us get started." At her words, the researchers dispersed, each methodically commencing their assigned tasks. Finally, Chu's mother had the opportunity to explain the circumstances to her son. "What? The incubator contains a Ralt's egg? It's a descendant of your beloved Gardevoir and Galade." An influx of information overwhelmed Chucheng, nearly causing his mind to overheat. After processing the details, he finally grasped the situation. The incubator housed a Ralts, specifically the offspring of his mother's Gardevoir and Galade, which was originally intended to be his starter Pokémon. His father had mentioned it before, noting some unexpected developments, alongside the fact that he had obtained a little fox, which led to a lack of further discussion. Through his mother's explanation, he learned that the unexpected situation arose because, for reasons unknown, the egg underwent an anomaly before hatching. As a fairy-type Pokémon, a Ralt's egg should emanate a life energy aura, yet for some inexplicable reason, this egg released a potent dark energy detectable even by the naked eye. Subsequent examinations revealed that this condition continued to deteriorate, despite being overdue for hatching. The egg had yet to succeed, instead emitting increasingly dense dark energy while its life force waned. After extensive testing and diagnostics, they concluded that without immediate intervention, two outcomes loomed. Either the egg would be entirely consumed by the dark energy, becoming a lifeless shell, or the Ralts would be completely eroded, hatching into a creature that bore Ralt's appearance but had entirely lost its sanity. I've never encountered such a situation before. The documented examples are exceedingly rare. After numerous discussions, we decided to adopt Dr. Wu's proposal. Following his mother's gaze, Chucheng spotted a figure directing the others. It was undoubtedly Dr. Wu. Noticing Chucheng's attention, Dr. Wu acknowledged him with a nod, though now was not the time for pleasantries. In essence, the approach involved externally stimulating the Ralt's own will to enhance its strength, enabling it to combat the dark energy. After testing, they determined that aura power would serve as the external stimulus. At this point, Chucheng finally comprehended the entire situation. No wonder Gardevoir had been so anxious. No wonder he had yet to receive his starter Pokémon after such a long wait. This was the reason. As for why they urgently sought him out, it was clear, to stimulate Ralt's will from the outside, the best option in the absence of natural forces, like the power of nature, was undoubtedly aura power. Moreover, it was challenging for Pokémon to resonate in the same manner as trainers and Pokémon do. Thus, someone with mastery over aura power would be the ideal candidate. Furthermore, Ralts was, in a sense, his own Pokémon. There could be no better choice. Given Chucheng's affection for Pokémon, even if a stranger Ralts stood before him, he would choose to assist it. How much more so for his family's Ralts? Not only was it destined to be his future Pokémon, but it was also connected to Gardevoir and Gardevoir, who had watched him and his sister grow up. They were akin to family. As for why they needed Chucheng himself to come despite encountering numerous special abilities since becoming a trainer, such as telekinesis, dragon mastery, and spirit communication. These experiences stemmed from interactions with the elite of the younger generation within the Dongwang Alliance, where the likelihood of encountering special abilities was already quite high. While the Dongwang Alliance indeed had its share of special ability users, in comparison to other leagues, the proportion of such individuals among the general populace was exceedingly rare, to the point of being an exaggerated claim to say they were 1 in 1,000. Indeed, a considerable portion of those endowed with extraordinary abilities merely serve as a facade, capable at best of levitating a cup or bending a spoon. Take, for instance, the example of Chucheng's aura power. Although it is proclaimed that all things possess aura, be they Pokémon or humans, the actual practitioners capable of wielding this power are exceedingly few. Furthermore, many who awaken their aura remain confined to mere telepathic communication and energy sensing throughout their lives. In contrast, Chucheng, shortly after his awakening, is able to establish an aura link with Pokémon and even adeptly manipulate aura spheres, marking him as a true anomaly. Among the specialized individuals recorded within the Imperial city, the number of aura wielders is scant, and Chucheng, a novice who has only recently awakened, can already be deemed the strongest aura user in the capital. Under the guidance of Dr. Wu and his mother, all preparatory work has been meticulously completed according to the predetermined treatment plan. After taking a deep breath and mentally reviewing the plan once more, a brilliant blue light ignited in his eyes, and an azure flame enveloped his entire being as he unleashed his aura power, pouring it unreservedly into the incubation chamber. Witnessing such an extravagant display of aura power from Chucheng, even those who had heard about it from his mother were taken aback. Particularly the few privy to the details, who knew that Chucheng had only recently awakened his abilities. As Chucheng's aura surged into the chamber, the dark energy within the Pokémon egg erupted violently, akin to a pot boiling over. This time, fortified by preparation, Chucheng did not falter as he had previously. Instead, he consolidated his aura power into a singular force and propelled it towards the core. The clash between the aura and the dark energy reached a stalemate. And at that moment, Chucheng called out, "Riolu." Not far from him stood Riolu, who was already prepared. Upon hearing Chucheng's call, a powerful aura emanated from Riolu. The moment Riolu's aura manifested, it resonated with Chucheng's, flowing into him in an unprecedented manner. United, their combined aura unleashed a force exponentially greater than before. With Riolu's assistance, after considerable effort, Chucheng's aura finally broke through the dark energy's blockade, allowing him to reach the consciousness of Larvitar at the core. Seeing this, Chucheng wiped the sweat from his brow, filled with gratitude. Thankfully, during the earlier preparations, he had sent Altaria back to fetch Riolu and the others. Otherwise, relying solely on his own strength would have been quite daunting. Larvitar, he called, successfully connecting with the creature. A faint pulse of life began to resonate through the aura link. Chucheng could perceive that, despite the encroaching darkness, Larvitar's fragile consciousness was steadfastly resisting. Though its strength was woefully insufficient to contend with the overwhelming dark force, much like a small boat struggling against a tempest. Awaken, Larvitar. Do not allow the dark force to consume you entirely, or your consciousness will be obliterated. Seizing the fleeting connection, Chucheng infused all his aura power into Larvitar's consciousness. Stimulated by the external force, Larvitar's awareness finally responded. For the first time, amidst the boundless darkness, it glimpsed a glimmer of hope. In that moment, it no longer merely endured the encroachment. With Chucheng's aid, it launched an unprecedented counteroffensive against the dark energy. "Look, there's a response," exclaimed one of the researchers monitoring the situation. The display screen monitoring the incubation chamber revealed a significant rise in the life pulse of the Pokémon egg, while the dark force, reluctant to succumb, began to thrash violently. According to the plan, inject the life-sustaining fluid immediately. Hurry. Seeing this development, Chucheng's mother allowed a smile to grace her lips, yet she understood that it was not yet time to rejoice, promptly instructing everyone to proceed with the next steps. Yes. With a command, numerous tubes connected to the incubation chamber began to flood with a specially formulated liquid infused with life energy, enveloping the Pokémon egg entirely. As Larvitar's consciousness began to resist from within, the external life energy commenced its assault on the dark energy. Report. Life-sustaining fluid has been injected. The current status is stable, and the target's energy response is increasing. Report. The energy from the injected life-sustaining fluid is being rapidly absorbed. The energy reserve is now below 30. Report. A significant amount of unknown dark energy remains in the waste fluid. Immediate expulsion is requested. As the information was compiled, the condition of the Pokémon egg started to improve. With success within reach, Dr. Wu, overseeing the entire treatment plan, began issuing commands. Expel the waste fluid immediately. Increase the injection of life-sustaining fluid by 50. After all predetermined measures were executed, Chucheng's mother gazed at him, maintaining the connection, her eyes reflecting a flicker of concern. Noticing this, Dr. Wu offered reassurance. Director Jiang, we have done all we can. Now we must rely on them. As time trickled by, the tension among the group escalated. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy swept across the laboratory, and Chucheng, appearing weary, withdrew from the aura connection. Yet, rather than disappointment, a smile graced his face. Before he could speak, the staff responsible for real-time data monitoring erupted in joyous exclamations. All values are normal. The life pulse within the Pokémon egg is rapidly increasing. We have succeeded. Oh, the crowd was initially taken aback, then erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Soon, the data from the Pokémon egg returned to normal levels, though perhaps normal was an understatement, for due to an unexpected turn of fate, the life pulse radiating from Larvitar's egg had surpassed that of an ordinary Pokémon. The rich essence of life emanated from the incubation chamber, dispelling the shadows of its previous affliction. Everyone held their breath, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. With a crack, a delicate sound of shattering echoed, and those aware of its significance instinctively stepped back, clearing a path for Chucheng. A powerful energy wave erupted, and the incubation chamber, which had been on the brink of collapse from the prior energy clash, finally shattered as it fulfilled its purpose. The intangible power surged forth like a pair of great hands, dispersing the surrounding mist. In the spot where the incubation chamber had been, a blue-white figure finally revealed itself to the onlookers. Larvitar? Lar. The blue-white figure vanished from sight in an instant, reappearing before Chucheng, leaping into his embrace with fervor. Larvitar. The reborn Larvitar nestled in Chucheng's arms, affectionately rubbing against the human before it. Having established a mental connection prior to hatching, it recognized the figure as the one who brought it hope and light, its future trainer and companion. The warmth of their soul connection ignited an overwhelming sense of affection within it. Larvitar. Chucheng gently caressed the sprite nestled in his arms, gazing affectionately at the little creature. This was originally intended to be his initial sprite, albeit through a fortunate twist of fate, it had not become his first companion. Despite enduring numerous hardships due to an unknown darkness that had invaded its being, the outcome was fortuitous. Rarela's was safe and sound, ultimately finding its way to his side. Name: Rarela's, shiny. Type: Fairy Psychic. Gender: NA. Energy level: 19, normal. Potential: Infusion. Height: 0, 36 meters, average, 0 for meters. Weight: 6, 0 kilograms, average, 6 kilograms. Ability: Telepathy. Held item: None. Skills: Sing, Charm, Double Team, Psychic, Hypnosis, Drain Kiss, Teleport, Light of Ruin, Aqua Ring, Meditate. Inherited skills, Dazzling Gleam, Destiny Bond, Trace, Curse, Dark Pulse, Frustration, Trick, Roar. Talent analysis, Energy Talent, Physical Talent, Excellent, Mental Talent, Exceptional. Details 1. The current sprite's body has been constrained by external forces, leading to developmental limitations and a somewhat weakened state. It is advised that the host promptly replenishes its vitality. 2. The current sprite's psychic power is approximately 3 times that of its peers. Targeted enhancement is recommended. 3. A significant amount of special energy has been detected within the current sprite, currently in a fusion state. Chucheng was taken aback upon examining Rareliz's data. Despite having just hatched, Rareliz's level had astonishingly reached 19, equating it to his own canine companion. Moreover, as he scrutinized the skill pool displayed on the panel, everything appeared normal until he noticed the inherited skills, wherein he discerned an anomaly. Although the potential was momentarily marked with a question mark, the presence of a staggering 8 inherited skills spoke volumes, indicating a prodigious nature. However, 4 of these inherited skills were of the dark type, which seemed rather peculiar. If his memory served him correctly, Rareliz had access to very few dark type skills, and certainly not those listed. Coupled with the system's mention of energy fusion, Chucheng began to formulate a hypothesis. Both of Rareliz's parents were formidable champion-level sprites, suggesting that its initial potential would be commendable. Yet, under the influence of the aberration, Chucheng had anticipated a decline in Rareliz's potential. However, it now appeared that the little one had likely turned misfortune into fortune, with its life energy significantly enhanced and the dark energy being absorbed and transformed into sustenance for its growth. The malevolent energy, linked to the concept of vitality erosion, made sense given that, due to Chucheng's circumstances, the failed energy had integrated into the little creature, influencing Rareliz and elucidating why a psychic fairy like it would inherit such a plethora of dark-type skills. Alright, let us feed Rareliz first. We still need to conduct a detailed examination later. Chucheng's mother smiled at the sight of Rareliz's immediate affection for her son. Although Chucheng was already aware of Rareliz's condition thanks to the system's assistance, he could not divulge such information to outsiders, and thus merely nodded in agreement to his mother's words. By the way, Rareliz, let me introduce you to your companions. We will all work hard together from now on. With that, realizing Rareliz had yet to meet his 2 other sprites, he released Solgaleo from its Pokeball and summoned Riolu from the side, introducing them. This is Riolu. It can awaken your consciousness, and it has been quite instrumental. And this is Solgaleo, my very first sprite. You all should get along well. Riolu, Solgaleo, Chucheng introduced his 2 sprites to Rareliz, who were equally courteous, greeting their new ally. Upon hearing Chucheng mention that Riolu had aided in its recovery, Rareliz stepped forward to express gratitude. However, when Rareliz heard Solgaleo referred to as Chucheng's first sprite, a flicker of something unusual crossed its eyes. Rareliz, it thought, I should have been Chucheng's first sprite. Prior to its birth, Rareliz had established a profound mental connection with Chucheng, allowing it to glimpse fragments of memories that recorded the journey of Chucheng and Solgaleo. Understanding the circumstances of their meeting, contemplating how, had it not been for the accident, it would have been Chucheng's first sprite. Rareliz gazed at Solgaleo with a complex blend of emotions. Alright, Rareliz, come and eat. We still have another examination to conduct. Chucheng received a specially formulated food designed to effectively replenish vitality from the staff and presented it to Rareliz. Rareliz, Chucheng, you're personally feeding me, it remarked. Alright. Come here quickly. We need to finish eating before the next checkup. Upon hearing Chucheng's words, Rareliz instantaneously teleported in front of him, obediently sitting down to relish the feeding service provided by Chucheng. Nearby, the little fox, Solgaleo, appeared somewhat uneasy, as due to its nature. Riolu had seldom allowed Chucheng to feed it, preferring to eat independently. In contrast, the slightly older and more affectionate Solgaleo often sought Chucheng's feeding. This treatment had always been its exclusive privilege, and now, witnessing Rareliz receive the same attention, it couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Indeed, my true trait is the heart of a fighter. Oh, Rareliz is in excellent condition. Aside from being somewhat weak due to vitality issues, all other data is remarkably favorable. Treatment can now be concluded. You may take Rareliz home, but do not forget to return for the scheduled follow-up. After thoroughly examining Rareliz's physical data, Dr. Wu provided the final verdict. Wonderful, Rareliz. Chucheng sighed in relief upon hearing the news, joyfully lifting Rareliz into his arms. Rareliz, yay? I can go home with Chucheng. V. Subsequently, Chucheng retrieved the last of the 3 Pokeballs issued by the League from his pocket and gently extended it towards Rarela's. Before the Pokeball could reach it, Rarela's eagerly head-butted it, and in a flash of red light, was drawn inside. I have captured Rarela's. Enthusiastically, he even imitated a classic gesture from a renowned trainer. Thus, Chucheng successfully secured Rarela's, marking another step closer to his journey as a legendary trainer. After releasing Rarela's once more, Chucheng held the little creature's hand and expressed gratitude to all the staff present before introducing it to his parents, Shinedo and Elulado, and finally bidding farewell to the researchers. Heading home with his 3 companions. Chapter 74, Senior Trainer and Midterm Examination. November 3rd, at the Trainer Association of Imperial City, in the trainer-level assessment arena. In an inconspicuous arena, the final battle was underway. Rarela's Magical Leaf. Rarela's, in an instant, a dazzling array of magical leaves coalesced before Rarela's, which, under its command, swiftly surged towards its opponent. Rong Stone. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed as the Rockruff, struck by the magical leaf, was sent hurtling through the air, crashing against the arena's wall, rendering it unconscious. Only the ethereal blue and white figure of Lurantis remained poised in the center of the battlefield. With Rockruff incapacitated, the victor of the match was declared to be Chucheng. Upon hearing the voice of the Rotom referee, the figure on the field vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Chucheng moments later. You've done well, Lurantis. Splendid performance. Chucheng gently praised, patting Lurantis on the head. No, it's nothing, Aching. The opponent was simply too weak, Lurantis shyly demurred, her modesty evident. Observing this, Chucheng couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. If the unconscious Rockruff were to hear Lurantis's words, it would surely be roused in indignation. At that moment, a staff member approached, presenting Chucheng with a badge. Congratulations, Trainer Chucheng. You have successfully passed the assessment for advanced trainers. Thank you, Chucheng replied, accepting the badge and departing the Trainer Association with Lurantis. How youthful he appears. He must still be a high school student. I wonder which school he attends. It should be the first high school of the Imperial capital. That unique Zoroark seemed to be the champion of this year's Imperial Capital Rookie Cup. Truly impressive. I had to attempt the assessment thrice before I achieved my advanced trainer certification. As Chucheng's figure disappeared from view, the spectators who had observed the battle began to murmur amongst themselves, with some already recognizing his identity based on the distinctive appearance of his little fox. However, Chucheng appeared unfazed by their discussions. Once outside, he tossed the badge in his hand lightly, reflecting on how nearly 2 months had passed since the start of the school year, finally liberating him from the label of a novice trainer. A system notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the advanced trainer assessment. Current level rewards are being distributed. Ding, rewards are being claimed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 special summoning tokens and 1,000 system points. Please continue to strive forward. Chucheng examined the rewards. 2 tokens. He decided to save them for later. The 1,000 system points were a meager consolation. The rewards were rather ordinary, he mused, pursing his lips. After all, he was merely an advanced trainer, lacking the enhancements that come with being a novice. It was evident that the rewards would not be substantial. As for the officially recognized trainer levels, students like Chucheng, upon capturing their first Pokémon, automatically qualified as novice trainers. Once they possessed 3 or more Pokémon of adequate strength, they could undergo the league's assessment to achieve a higher trainer rank. The prestige of officially certified trainer levels far surpassed the so-called ranks from previous competitions. Each level came with specific requirements, and every promotion necessitated an evaluation by league professionals in practical battles. A trainer could forego participation in ranked matches, yet they must obtain official trainer level certification. To attain the status of an advanced trainer, like Chucheng, one must possess at least 3 Pokémon of corresponding advanced strength to qualify for the subsequent practical assessments. The same applied to elite trainers, while the requirements escalated for professional trainers, necessitating a minimum of 6 Pokémon of the requisite level. Thus, even if one possessed a singular champion-level Pokémon, they would not be deemed a true professional trainer without the requisite number of corresponding Pokémon. Chucheng's sister, Chu-Jin, exemplified this situation. Her ace Dragonite was on the cusp of becoming a professional-level Pokémon, yet her team lacked the requisite 6 professional-level Pokémon, relegating her to elite trainer status. Alternatively, such trainers who were close to meeting the requirements, yet had not quite reached them, were often referred to as quasi-professionals, in keeping with the customary nomenclature among trainers. If one possessed a champion-level Pokémon along with 5 or more professional-level Pokémon, they could be referred to as a quasi-champion. It was only after both Riolu and Lurantis transcended to advanced levels that Chucheng could officially claim the title of Advanced Trainer. In truth, these two companions could have broken through long ago, yet Chucheng had opted for them to absorb enhancement potions like the little fox before their ascension, waiting until he had acquired a third Pokémon. His remaining stock of enhancement potions was dwindling, though he was fortunate that they could still be purchased in the system shop. Previously, he had saved a considerable amount of system points, which, combined with recent efforts, allowed him to barely cover the deficit. However, acquiring a single potion in the shop cost 500 points, ultimately depleting over 6,000 points, which drained his savings from the semester. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to ensure equity among his Pokémon, even as he lamented the loss of his hard-earned points. Moreover, during this time, Riolu absorbed a fighting-type gem, while Lurantis consumed both a fairy-type and a psychic-type gem, resulting in the depletion of 1/3 of the gem set that his sister had provided. The sole silver lining was that Lurantis had a substantial stock of held items at home, sparing him the trouble of searching for more. Having completed the assessment, he resolved to return home to rest. He intended to visit the school the following day, having heard from his classmates about the upcoming midterm exams, making it a fitting opportunity to check in. As he walked, he contemplated the time that had elapsed since he captured Lurantis as his third Pokémon. Over a month had passed, and when his classmates first beheld the shiny Lurantis by his side, they were envious beyond measure. After all, this was a shiny Lurantis, a rarity of considerable value, surpassing even the usual quasi-legendary Pokémon. With the midterm exams approaching, both of his Pokémon had surpassed the advanced level, meeting the requirements for his trainer-level certification. It is worth noting that he had taken leave from school for this assessment. His homeroom teacher had initially frowned upon his request for leave due to the imminent midterms, but upon learning that he was attending the advanced trainer assessment, they promptly approved it, even generously granting him an extra day to recuperate afterward. However, Chucheng found no need for the additional day off, preferring to return to school the next day to gain insight into the nature of the midterm assessments. Chapter 75, An Unusual Assessment Method. The following morning, Chucheng arrived at school bright and early, unperturbed by the empty classroom before him. After stowing away his belongings, he made his way directly to the playground. Over the course of the semester, the morning training sessions had become a well-established routine. On Mondays and Wednesdays, he trained alongside his Pokémon. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, they conducted field training, and Fridays were reserved for review and targeted guidance under by Shiwen's supervision. Though undeniably arduous, the collective strength of their class had significantly improved. Consequently, it had become habitual for everyone in the class to head straight to the playground for warm-ups after settling in. Upon seeing Chucheng's figure appear on the playground, his companions expressed a hint of surprise. "Ah Cheng, why have you returned so soon?" inquired Xiao Xiao. "Indeed, Chenggu. Did you not mention you were on leave to certify your trainer level? How come you are back already? Shouldn't you still have another day off?" added Lin Yuan. "So, how did it go? What were the results?" asked Su Wan, with a slight cough to gather his composure amidst the concern of his companions. Chucheng calmly retrieved an object from the pocket of his jacket, presenting it before them. "Tada, just look at this." The circular badge, resembling a pokeball, was adorned with colorful flames encircling 2 golden stars, representing the official emblem awarded to a senior-level trainer by the league. "Quick, let me see that." "Ah Cheng, you've already passed the certification for senior-level trainer. You're far ahead of the rest of us," Suwon exclaimed, pulling Chucheng into a friendly embrace and examining the badge with admiration, a hint of envy evident in his tone. "Exactly. With you around, Chenggu, during the midterm exams, the other schools will surely be no match for us," Lin Yuan chimed in. In truth, Su Wan and the others were not lagging behind, as the top students in their class had begun nurturing their third Pokémon in preparation for the upcoming high school league next semester. However, compared to Chucheng, their progress seemed paltry. The exception of his Ralts was noteworthy. Novice trainers typically started by hatching or capturing younger Pokémon, essentially beginning from scratch. Many of them were still struggling to level up their second Pokémon to level 19, and achieving an average level for their newly captured third Pokémon was commendable. Yet, Chucheng's Ralts was different. Despite being afflicted by dark energy during its egg phase, nearly preventing its successful birth, the unfortunate circumstance turned fortuitous. The newly hatched Ralts had already reached the peak of the average level. Moreover, having absorbed a considerable amount of residual energy, its growth rate was astonishingly rapid, surpassing that of Riolu, with only a small fox, sustained by a light stone, managing to maintain a lead. This led to Chucheng's third Pokémon requiring little nurturing, emerging as a fully formed combatant, while others still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the senior trainer level. Achieving that by the end of this semester would be a feat in itself. Hee, it's just a stroke of luck. By the way, UNZ, what did you mean earlier? What does our midterm exam have to do with other schools? Chucheng, with a grin, inquired, recalling Lin Yuan's earlier remarks. While you were on leave yesterday, Teacher Bai briefly mentioned that some schools proposed to the League for a citywide joint midterm assessment, and the League has agreed. Xia Xiaoxiao replied, taking over the conversation. Joint assessment. As Chucheng pondered this, the bell for class rang, and Bai Shiwen arrived on the playground, where the students who had been warming up naturally gathered, forming an orderly line. Spotting Chucheng among the students, Bai Shiwen's keen eyes reflected a hint of complexity. When he first began teaching in Class 1, although the principal had instructed him to treat everyone equally, Bai Shiwen had been specifically advised to pay particular attention to outstanding students, with Chucheng being the foremost among them. Regrettably, over the course of the semester, aside from imparting some combat experience and techniques, he found little else to teach. On the very first day at the Battle Center for practical training, he had mentioned that achieving a 10-win streak was unnecessary, considering the students' capabilities. The Pokémon at the center typically outclassed these novice trainers. And while the non-professional trainers had limited battling prowess, the newcomers were equally inexperienced. Not to mention the rare encounters with elite-level Pokémon. Factoring in the potential for fatigue and injury, achieving a 10-win streak in a single day was commendable. Who could have predicted that this cohort would produce a prodigy like Chucheng, who, with an average-level second Pokémon, managed to effortlessly defeat 9 senior-level Pokémon and even conquer an elite-level Pokémon? Completing a 10-win streak in a day, he ascended to the Super Ball level, an astonishing achievement. As the crowd gathered, Bai Shiwen dispelled his chaotic thoughts and began discussing the details of the midterm examination. After listening to Bai Shiwen for quite some time, Chucheng finally grasped the situation. The midterm examination would be conducted as a citywide joint assessment, comprising both written and practical components, with the latter being of paramount importance. This practical assessment for the trainer specialization had undergone significant changes compared to previous iterations. It would take place in a wilderness setting, where students from various schools would be placed in a designated area, required to survive for a certain duration. Assessment scores would be awarded based on points. The longer they persevered, the more points they would earn. Additionally, defeating other competitors or wild Pokémon, or discovering certain resources, would also yield points. Interesting. Chucheng chuckled upon hearing this. The practical assessment sounded akin to a Pokémon version of a survival game, showcasing the League's ingenuity. The students in attendance displayed a range of reactions. The stronger among them were eager and ready to engage, while the weaker ones wore expressions of concern, a true reflection of the diverse emotions present. Chapter 76. The assessment begins. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, the eve of the joint midterm examination arrived. During this period, Chucheng and his peers did not adhere to their usual training routine. Instead, under Bai Shiwen's guidance, they diligently absorbed knowledge related to wilderness survival, with Bai Shiwen sharing invaluable insights from his own experiences in outdoor adventures. Moreover, under his leadership, the class had ventured several times into F-level secret realms, simulating outdoor survival exercises. This level of secret realm provided a high safety factor, allowing them to acclimate to the wilderness environment and avoid being caught off guard when the time came. The content of this joint practical assessment was determined by the League, and the decision to conduct it in a wilderness environment was not without reason. Wilderness survival elimination contests were far more complex than mere Pokémon battles. The myriad of variable factors made the entire assessment filled with uncertainties, simultaneously testing the students' comprehensive abilities. With a clear understanding of the assessment's content and recalling previous news reports about university trainers experiencing accidents during wilderness adventures and secret explorations, some even resulting in fatalities, it became evident that the League aimed to enhance the comprehensive capabilities of the new generation of trainers. The number of new generation trainers had significantly increased, with more individuals becoming trainers each year. On the surface, this seemed like a positive development. However, compared to the past, today's trainers resembled delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse, primarily knowledgeable in theory and arena battles, yet woefully lacking in experience regarding wild battles and explorations. Such a trajectory was evidently detrimental to their growth. This wilderness joint examination represents the League's attempt to enrich the experiences and knowledge of the new generation of trainers, ultimately enhancing their overall capabilities. If successful, it is likely that such assessments will become increasingly frequent in the future. The midterm joint examination swiftly approaches, and for Chucheng and his companions, the first hurdle is the written test. On November 6, 2017, at 8 a.m., The doors of the examination hall at the Imperial Capital First High School opened promptly as the minute hand reached the top. Students waiting outside surged in, the scene bustling with excitement. Among the participants of this joint examination, most exhibited a hint of anxiety upon their faces. It is universally acknowledged that the results of this examination significantly determine the degree of attention and support one might receive from the school thereafter. To exaggerate a bit, it could even influence one's future development. Amidst the crowd, Chucheng glanced at the examination room number displayed on his phone. Following the indicated information, he navigated through the throng, searching for his designated room, experiencing a reminiscent sensation akin to past examinations. He squeezed through the crowd, feeling the push of bodies urging him forward, and couldn't help but reflect on previous exam experiences. After considerable effort, he finally arrived at his examination room. The routine subjects such as Chinese and mathematics had already been assessed in the preceding days, but the examination of the Pokémon world would not be confined to these. Today, they would be tested on history and Pokémon theory. Chucheng quietly settled into his seat, soon receiving the examination paper. The morning subject was history. A smile crept across his face as he read the first question. What is the exact establishment date of the ancient Dongwang Empire, and who was its first emperor? This was simple. It was the year 960 of the Dongwang calendar, marking the first year of the ancient Dongwang era, with the founder being the Dragon Emperor, Chu Xuanhao. He continued to the next question. Describe the political system of the ancient Dongwang Empire, as well as the shifts in totemic beliefs in the Dongwang region. This was equally straightforward. The ancient Dongwang Empire employed a feudal electoral system, selecting emperors through competitive elections. As for totemic beliefs, from the Black Jua at its founding to the Jia in the mid-empire, there was no official totemic faith after the establishment of the alliance. Yet the elements of the Phoenix King were often incorporated into the official symbols due to its assistance during the alliance's formation. Since awakening his aura power, not only had Chucheng's physical condition improved, but his memory had also become remarkably acute, reaching an almost photographic level. At times, he even questioned whether he had awakened an aura power or a superpower. An hour into the examination, when the invigilator signaled that time was up, Chucheng promptly submitted his paper and turned to leave. With ample time remaining, he decided to grab breakfast. The afternoon's examination on Pokémon theory was bound to be even less challenging. He swiftly tackled the earlier straightforward questions and arrived at the last 2 pages. The first question asked him to list at least 5 Pokémon capable of mastering the teleportation skill. Evolution forms and initial forms count as one. This was easy. Ralts, Kadabra, Shuppet, Swablu, and Claydol. The second question requested at least 3 Pokémon that do not possess dragon attributes, but are classified in the Dragon Egg group. This was even more within the realm of the Chu family's expertise, as the Dragon Secret Realm housed not only Dragon-type Pokémon, but many others belonging to the Dragon Egg group and possessing Draconic lineage. Without hesitation, Chucheng wrote down Lizardin, Charizard, Gyarados, and Milotic. A fun fact, the bandana-wearing rogue he had previously battled with his little fox was also part of the Dragon group, and it was even possible for it to learn Dragon Dance as a hereditary skill. Who would have thought? I can also perform Dragon Dance. In closing, he faced the final question. How should a fire-type Pokémon be treated when it catches a cold? Please provide a complete solution. Chucheng raised an eyebrow. This was a question for breeders. After a moment's thought, he concluded that the Pokémon should be placed in a high-temperature environment, avoiding contact with water, while ensuring the proper functioning of its internal and external fire organs, such as the tail of a Charmander and the flame ports on a Cyndaquil's back. Then, he would prepare a mixed energy cube using orange berries to resist cold and figgy berries to restore stamina to feed the Pokémon. So easy. Chucheng elegantly penned his responses and, adhering to the minimum time requirement, submitted his paper. After effortlessly concluding the Pokémon theory examination, the 3-day theoretical assessments came to an end, and they were now poised to face the practical field examination. Chapter 77. Arrival in the wild. The following morning marked the day for practical assessments for aspiring trainers. Early on, the new trainers from 3 classes at First High School gathered on the playground. On the opposite high platform stood a multitude of teachers and leaders, including Bai Shiwen and instructors from the other 2 classes, with the legendary figure of the common people, Principal Lang Wenxin, among them. This was Chucheng's first encounter with the man himself. The schools in the Pokémon world did not typically engage in morning assembly activities. Despite having implemented numerous reforms since taking office, Lang had not interfered excessively in student education, seldom appearing in classrooms. Given that Chucheng often skipped classes, this was indeed his first sight of the principal in the flesh. Upon closer inspection, Lang appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, dressed in the Alliance uniform. With graying temples and a not particularly imposing stature, even somewhat slender. At first glance, it was difficult to perceive him as a battle-hardened officer. He resembled an ordinary retired elder. However, his upright posture, reminiscent of a steadfast pine, and the air of authority he exuded made it hard to overlook him. The results of this assessment are of great importance to you, and to First High as well. I want to elaborate further. I will simply emphasize one point. First High will not neglect students who perform well. After a brief address, Lang stepped back, handing the podium to Bai Shiwen. Taking the microphone, Bai Shiwen surveyed the sea of new trainers below and began. You all heard the principal's words. The Alliance intends to enhance the comprehensive abilities of you new generation trainers. The results of this assessment will significantly impact your future development. The Alliance seeks to cultivate trainers capable of adapting to wild environments and adeptly handling various situations, rather than a group of trainers who can only battle in arenas and falter in the wild or in secret realms. If you perform well, not only will the school elevate your treatment, but the Alliance's evaluation will also be more favorable. The Alliance and the school offer generous subsidies and rewards for students in the trainer program, especially for outstanding individuals. It's not just about energy cubes. There are also fundamental Pokémon resources and other benefits. As the top scorer in theoretical knowledge and simulated battles, Chucheng had consistently received a substantial scholarship along with accompanying resources. Even his Riolu was obtained as a reward from the school. He knew that Lin Xue's third Pokémon and Gao Ming's second Pokémon had come through similar means. Though he might not need these resources much aside from the Riolu egg, they were more than sufficient to aid trainers from ordinary backgrounds in their initial growth. With this, Bai Shiwen cast a sweeping glance over the crowd. The rewards must be earned through your own efforts. Is that understood? A resonant chorus of nearly 300 students replied in unison, understood. If you comprehend, then board the vehicle. With this final remark, Bai Shiwen waved his hand, signaling everyone to proceed. As they settled into the bus bound for the assessment location, conversations erupted among the passengers regarding the upcoming evaluation. Chenggu, where exactly are we headed for this practical assessment? Lin Yuan eagerly inquired, his face alight with excitement. Chucheng instantly recognized the youthful enthusiasm that fueled Lin Yuan's adventurous spirit. Ever since Lin Yuan's card dog evolved into a fast dog, he had been frequently engaging in Pokémon racing. Now, with the practical segment of the midterm assessment morphing into a real-life Pokémon battle royale, it seemed to align perfectly with his interests. No doubt his mind was already racing with strategies for the challenge ahead. Yuanzi, don't solely focus on the fun. This assessment may not be as simple as you envision. Remember those individuals we encountered during the Newcomer Cup? This joint examination was proposed by those schools, and it's quite possible they will conspire to target us first, Chucheng cautioned, observing Lin Yuan's playful demeanor with a furrowed brow. Indeed, what Cheng says holds merit. Those individuals attempted to intimidate us in the Newcomer Cup, but failed. Now, they seem intent on orchestrating this joint examination, which surely harbors ulterior motives. They might very well aim to eliminate us first, Su Wen interjected, adjusting his glasses, his eyes glinting with determination. He recalled the last encounter where he had suffered an unforeseen setback, compounded by the subpar battle capabilities of his iron dumbbell prior to its evolution. He bore a grudge from that defeat and was eager for a rematch. Those individuals are also competitors among themselves. Perhaps they will turn against one another first. Xiao chimed in. Moreover, anything we can conceive, the Alliance is surely capable of too. They won't allow us to easily band together. At least not in the initial stages. It remains to be seen what methods they will employ. As they conversed, time swiftly passed. And after nearly an hour on the road, they found themselves quite distant from the Imperial city. Upon leaving the urban landscape, Chucheng suddenly realized how starkly different the outskirts of the Pokémon world were from what he once knew. Aside from the officially maintained roads, segregated by guardrails and fencing, the surrounding areas were rife with untamed forests, a far cry from the past. This necessitated substantial efforts and manpower from the Alliance to maintain these routes and periodically clear the vicinity of wild Pokémon. Without such diligence, even transportation would be severely hampered. In the distance, the silhouette of a grand mountain began to materialize, prompting Chucheng to lean out of the vehicle for a closer look. Surely, this must be the assessment site, he mused internally. However, he would soon find his initial assumptions drastically incorrect. Upon reaching their final destination, Chucheng discovered that his earlier speculations had been woefully naive. The assessment was not confined to the singular mountain he envisioned, but encompassed an entire mountain range, including several surrounding peaks. Bai Shiwen, who accompanied them, elaborated that this mountain range, along with the adjacent marshes and basins, had formed from an unstable, small-scale secret realm that merged with Blue Star. Thus, it boasted a self-sustaining ecosystem, featuring mountains, forests, lakes, streams, cliffs, basins, and swamps, a veritable paradise for assessment purposes. Chucheng couldn't help but sigh, realizing the Alliance had indeed outdone themselves with this grand undertaking. Approximately a dozen or 20 schools from the Imperial City participated in the joint assessment, with Imperial High School boasting the largest contingent, totaling just shy of 300 students. This meant that around 5,000 individuals would partake in the outdoor practical assessment, given that the secret realm spanned several hundred square kilometers. And considering that mountains inherently offered more space than flatlands, this vast area designated for their evaluation seemed to be an excessive measure. Once the bus came to a halt, Chucheng and his companions disembarked, only to find a considerable number of students from other schools already gathered around the assessment mountains. Additionally, numerous Alliance staff members were present. Upon seeing Chucheng and his group, one staff member promptly approached, stating, "You are from Imperial High School, correct? Please wait momentarily. The specific rules regarding the assessment will be announced once all participants have arrived." Hearing this, the students from Imperial High School remained composed, choosing a suitable spot to wait quietly. Every school regarded this assessment with utmost seriousness, and before long, all participants had gathered. The leading staff member, noticing the assembly, stepped forward to address the crowd. "Greetings. My name is Li Guodong, the supervisor and safety officer for this outdoor assessment. Now that everyone is present, I will outline the specific requirements and precautions for this evaluation." Li Guodong gestured towards the mountains behind him. "This is the Trial Mountain Range, the location for your assessment, where you will engage in a 7-day outdoor exploration. Your final scores will be determined by the points you accumulate. The rules for this assessment are straightforward. We will mix and randomly distribute all of you into the outer areas of the mountain range. You have two choices. One is to survive in the outer region for 7 days. If you endure until the end, you will receive a basic score of 200 points. The other option is to venture deeper into the mountains, where we have placed numerous supplies. Acquiring these not only enhances your survival over the week, but also grants you points based on the value of the items collected. However, be mindful. Most of the supplies are situated near wild Pokémon. The further you delve into the mountains, the more abundant and valuable the resources. But the wild Pokémon will also become increasingly formidable. Ensure you assess your capabilities before attempting to gather supplies. After delivering this lengthy explanation, Li Guodong paused to take a sip from his water bottle before continuing. Defeating wild Pokémon also yields points. But be aware that there are many elite-level Pokémon in the assessment area. Lastly, this assessment permits the theft of points from other participants. Defeating an opponent allows you to claim 30 of their points. You may engage in forced battles or ambushes, but remember, direct attacks on trainers themselves are strictly forbidden. Upon concluding the rules, Li Guodong signaled to the staff behind him, who produced the pre-prepared supplies. He then held up a wristwatch-like device. This is a special points wristwatch that will record your accumulated points in real time. It also includes a distress signal device. If you find yourself in danger, pressing it will alert the patrolling staff, who will come to your aid. However, activating this device signifies the end of your assessment, and your final score will be based on the points recorded at the moment the signal is triggered. After defeating an opponent, you may choose to press their wristwatch's distress signal to eliminate them from the assessment. He gestured towards the supplies. These are the essential items you will require over the coming days. If there are no objections, please come forward to collect them. As Li Guodong's words concluded, the surrounding participants instinctively formed a line to receive their supplies. Soon, Chucheng, having received his supplies, examined the contents of his backpack. Within it lay a point wristwatch previously mentioned, a small flashlight, a windproof lighter, a simple sleeping bag, along with a day's worth of food and water, a bottle of purified water, and a small pack of compressed biscuits. These few rudimentary items constituted all the supplies for this assessment. Reflecting on the situation, Chucheng recalled the supervisor's words, stating that enduring for 7 days would yield the most basic reward of 200 points. Yet, gazing at the meager provisions in his hands, he pondered the formidable challenge of surviving for a week on the outskirts of the mountains. If he were to ration the food alone, it might barely last 3 days. However, considering the energy demands of his Pokémon, it could be consumed in a single meal. Furthermore, the sleeping bag provided scant protection against the November chill without additional shelter. He risked succumbing to the cold. Therefore, securing a cave or constructing a makeshift shelter seemed imperative. Alternatively, he would need to venture deeper into the mountains, hoping to uncover a tent among the supplies. The supervisor's earlier remarks suggested that the deeper one delved into the mountains, the richer the resources became. It was evident that the supplies near the periphery were woefully inadequate. If he remained fixated on merely surviving at the edges, he might end up with minimal points while deteriorating in condition, ultimately forced to withdraw without even acquiring the 100 points. It appeared the league intended for the new generation of trainers to possess the courage to explore and take risks. Chucheng shook his head, contemplating that if one lacked the audacity to explore even in a relatively safe examination, such a person would find it challenging to advance on the path of a trainer. Before long, all participants retrieved their respective supplies, marking the commencement of the assessment. Just as Chucheng mused about the allocation of personnel, he was taken aback when the supervisor abruptly mixed together all the students from different schools. This randomization effectively prevented any potential cliques from forming. Subsequently, several vehicles were dispatched, randomly transporting them to the outskirts of the mountain range, where they were dropped off at various intervals. In no time, Chucheng and his peers found themselves scattered across the periphery of the mountainous region. Chapter 79, Wilderness Survival, Part 1. Shortly thereafter, Chucheng was deposited in a secluded corner of the mountains. Upon disembarking, he quickly ascended a nearby slope to scrutinize his surroundings, his expression betraying a sense of inevitability. The desolation of this place was palpable. The League would never allow one to languish comfortably on the outskirts for 7 days. Observing the barren landscape, Chucheng wondered if it was merely a stroke of bad luck that had landed him in such a desolate locale. The rugged cliffs and stony wasteland were devoid of even the most common flora. It was a stark testament to the unique environment created by the integration of secret realms. In the past, such a combination of dense forests, decaying marshes, desolate wastelands, and fertile basins within a mere few hundred kilometers would have been inconceivable in Blue Star. The harsh ecological conditions in which Chucheng found himself could scarcely sustain any Pokémon. He couldn't ascertain whether this desolation was characteristic of the entire mountain perimeter or simply a result of his unfortunate fortune. He surmised that even with the consumption of his Pokémon's energy, it would be a challenge to survive even 3 days in such an inhospitable environment. Enduring for 7 days without succumbing to hunger seemed an unlikely prospect, rendering thoughts of earning points utterly fanciful. Resolving to refocus on the assessment, Chucheng released his Pokeball. "Come forth, Zoroark." A familiar flash of red light heralded the appearance of the little fox. He gently scratched Zoroark's chin, saying, "Zoroark, I entrust my safety to you from here on." "Zoroark," it replied confidently, "don't worry, Chucheng. I've got this covered." Upon hearing Chucheng's words, the little fox, shedding its usual nonchalance, stood guard at his side, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. After half a semester of training, bolstered by the nourishment from Reshiram, Zoroark's level had soared to 29. Even without a bond through the aura link, its solid foundation allowed it to easily handle most elite-level Pokémon. In the wilderness, the paramount objective was to ensure personal safety. Thus, Chucheng opted to deploy his strongest Pokémon as a bodyguard, fortified by his own aura abilities, providing a significant assurance of safety. Among his 3 Pokémon, Riolu was excluded from consideration due to Chucheng's inherent aura abilities. However, in this wild setting, the teleporting abilities of Kirlia could have been advantageous. Yet, at that moment, Chucheng's Kirlia had not fully matured, possessing limited stamina to teleport at will. It was prudent to conserve its energy for unforeseen circumstances. Although it was highly improbable that any threats lurked in the examination grounds, prudence was never a flaw, and thus, Chucheng opted to keep Kirlia in its Pokeball to preserve its stamina. The little creature, however, harbored a hint of jealousy at being sidelined for Zoroark's protection, its Pokeball shaking slightly in protest. This prompted Chucheng to soothe Kirlia for a while. Once Kirlia calmed down, he wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and let out a wry smile. "How did I, as a trainer, end up feeling like I'm caught in a dating sim? Surely, this world of Pokémon doesn't harbor any love triangle scenarios." After placating Kirlia, Chucheng stood atop the small slope, observing a moment longer before selecting a direction and setting off towards the depths of the mountains with Zoroark. "Let us go." Chucheng's intention was to swiftly penetrate the mountainous interior, seeking out supplies such as tents, for the night would otherwise be quite uncomfortable. Hours later, as they advanced, Chucheng and Zoroark made rapid progress. The desolation, while stark, had its advantages. They encountered scarcely any Pokémon along the way, and thus, they could proceed unimpeded. Thanks to the increasingly remarkable physical abilities granted by his awakened aura, Chucheng pressed on without rest for several hours. They had now left the initial barren wasteland behind and entered a jungle. Along the way, they were not entirely devoid of encounters with Pokémon. The two newly acquired fangs of an Arbok in his backpack attested to that. This singular attack occurred at the junction between the wasteland and the jungle, where an Arbok had lurked underground, attempting a surprise assault on Chucheng. Fortunately, both his aura abilities and the perceptive Zoroark sensed the life force beneath the surface. By the time the Arbok sprung forth, Zoroark was already prepared, delivering a shadow claw that left the unsuspecting serpent as mere spoils in Chucheng's backpack. Pokémon like Arbok and Seviper were deemed high risk in the wild, notorious for their lethal venom and aggressive tendencies, often targeting trainers directly. In fact, some even exhibited cannibalistic behaviors, making them among the few Pokémon that the League actively sought to exterminate. The Arbok, seeking to strike at Chucheng, inevitably met with a dire fate. Its direct assault on the trainer provoked the little fox, which retaliated with a swift claw, leaving it in several disjointed segments. Naturally, Chucheng had little to say about such self-inflicted consequences. After stowing away the creature's venomous fangs, he resumed his exploration, licking his wounds in the vicinity. Not far from their position lay the lair of the Arbok, and upon excavating the sand and stones above, they uncovered a trove of valuable items. Among them were 2 Arbok skins, which boasted considerable medicinal value, quite a decent find. A handful of fruits, all orange berries, were also discovered, which could be used to restore stamina, serving as a modest supplement to their meager food supplies. Lastly, Chucheng held in his hand a peculiar object that puzzled him, a golden orb, roughly the size of a fist, radiating a lustrous golden sheen under the sun, clearly of significant worth. This golden orb, a rare artifact crafted from pure gold, could serve as a material for throwing skills and was an excellent item for trade in the game, undoubtedly valuable in reality as well. He pondered the oddity of finding such an item in the lair of a serpent-like Pokémon, as one would typically expect it to reside in the depths of a dragon's den. It seemed Chucheng had completely forgotten that the Arbok belonged to the Dragon Egg group, a momentary lapse of memory. However, for him at that moment, the orb offered little utility. He would have preferred a bottle of clean drinking water. The sole advantage was that, according to his points wristband, the item was worth a substantial amount of points. Chapter 80, Wilderness Survival, Part 2. After tallying their gains, the 2 snake skins were worth 15 points each. 5 orange berries netted 1 point. The golden orb accounted for 35 points, and defeating the Arbok earned him 20 points. Adding in various minor gains throughout their journey, Chucheng had amassed a total of 93 points. Observing his points, he was now more convinced than ever that the League was encouraging proactive exploration. It was worth noting that, along the way, he had tentatively defeated several ordinary-level Pokémon, earning a meager sum of points, mostly just a few here and there. The barren environment surrounding the mountains hardly supported any Pokémon, resulting in limited opportunities for earning points. However, upon delving deeper, after vanquishing a seasoned Arbok and thoroughly scavenging its lair, Chucheng experienced a sudden windfall, as his points surged by nearly 80. Even discounting unexpected treasures like the golden orb, he had still netted at least 50 points, which constituted a quarter of the baseline score achievable in 7 days. If he had merely remained in the outer regions of the mountains, as some suggested, he would likely finish with the lowest score, as the assessment was not about who could endure the longest, but rather who could accumulate the most points. Choosing to explore actively meant that as long as enough points were earned, even an early conclusion to the assessment would not yield poor results. Yet, exploration was not without its complexities. As he pressed onward, Chucheng squinted thoughtfully. He had not forgotten the unique feature of this assessment. Trainers could forcibly engage in battles, plundering points from one another. The League's rules were intriguing, allowing each trainer to only rob once, and for a maximum of 30% of the points. This arrangement appeared to encourage competition among trainers. While a 30% point deduction was indeed significant, it was not enough to deter someone from continuing the assessment. A trainer who had their points significantly reduced would face a dilemma. Would they persist in laboriously collecting points, or would they seek out their next victim? It was a perplexing conundrum. Wait, Zoroark, halt. There is something ahead. Sensing a change in the atmosphere, Chucheng came to a stop, gesturing for his little fox to lower its voice. As they ventured into the jungle, the surroundings transformed from barren desolation to a thriving environment filled with trees and signs of wild Pokémon activity. They could no longer afford the reckless speed they had maintained in the arid expanse. At that moment, guided by his aura powers, he sensed a formidable presence lurking not far ahead, and it appeared there was more than one. Treading lightly, Chucheng and Zoroark stealthily approached a nearby thicket. Then he whispered, "Zoroark, unleash night slash on that thicket." Given the forest environment, it was ill-advised to employ incendiary moves. So Chucheng directed his little fox to use night slash against the nearby underbrush. After months of practice, Zoroark had become quite adept at executing this signature move in its ordinary form. A dense surge of dark energy coalesced into a roaring dragon, hurtling towards the thicket. With a resounding crash, as Night Slash tore through the foliage, the sound of pain echoed from within. Moments later, two figures burst forth from the ravaged trees, revealing themselves before them. Name, Teddiursa. Type, normal. Gender, energy level, 25. Experienced. Name, Teddiursa. Type, normal. Gender, energy level, 26. Experienced. The Pokemon ambushed in the thicket were none other than the pre-evolution of the forest-dominant bear Pokemon. Ursaring, Teddiursa. Caught off guard by Zoroark's Night Slash, the two Teddiursa bore visible injuries, marked by the traces of dark energy attacks, and glared furiously at Chucheng and his fox. However, the instant the two Teddiursa appeared, Chucheng acted swiftly, releasing Riolu's Pokeball. The vigilant creature, having been observing the situation from within the ball, immediately took position in front of Chucheng. In the wilderness, a trainer's greatest folly was to venture without the protection of their Pokemon, a lesson Chucheng had learned well. With his other hand, he discreetly gripped the Pokeball containing Ralts. At that moment, he noticed a package not far from the two Teddiursa, evidently another supply drop from the league. With keen eyes, he spotted the words Tint emblazoned on it, along with a substantial bundle of wilderness survival supplies. If he could acquire it, they would be able to rest comfortably that night without the need to construct a makeshift shelter or seek out a cave or tree for sleeping. Initially, the two Teddiursa, sensing the formidable presence before them, attempted to intimidate Chucheng and Zoroark with bluster, hoping to drive them away. However, Chucheng's gaze fixated on the supplies behind them. Inciting their fury, these pesky interlopers not only attacked first, but also dared to covet their belongings. We only rob others. No one has the audacity to rob us. The two Teddiursa exchanged glances, igniting a shared determination. Provoked, they cast aside any lingering fear from their earlier encounter and launched an assault. The first Teddiursa surged forward, enveloped in a radiant white light, charging headlong at Zoroark, while the second adopted a defensive stance, preparing to strike from a different angle. Suddenly, there appeared two adorable bear cubs, one male and one female, seemingly a pair of siblings. Their coordination was remarkably harmonious. The two bear cubs launched their attacks from opposite sides, evidently attempting to encircle the little fox. With an instinctive understanding of their surroundings, they swiftly identified the strongest being in the vicinity, aiming to eliminate it through their combined efforts. Having discerned the opponent's strength, Chucheng summoned the little fox back to his side, instead allowing the recently emerged Riolu to confront the adversaries head-on. Given Riolu's prowess, dispatching the two bear cubs would pose no significant challenge. While the little fox had gained some wilderness combat experience during its escapades with Chucheng, neither Larvitar nor Riolu had yet been afforded such exposure. At this moment, Chucheng envisioned rotating the three little companions around him, seizing the opportunity presented by this assessment to familiarize them with outdoor combat and prepare accordingly. Chapter 81. Engaging the young to confront the elders. Observing that Zorua was facing their onslaught, the two bear cubs turned and fled without a backward glance. Instead, the significantly weaker creature approached, seething with indignation. How dare they belittle us? Resolutely abandoning Zorua, they charged towards Riolu, intent on delivering a harsh lesson to their opponent. Quick attack. Confronted with the dual assault of the bear cubs, Riolu concentrated its aura power in its paws, but instead of forming an aura sphere as per usual, a radiant azure light enveloped its arms. With a light hop, Riolu's speed surged, allowing it to effortlessly outpace the two bear cubs. Throughout the semester, Riolu had not been idle. Although it hadn't leveled up as rapidly as the little fox and Larvitar, it had dedicated itself to rigorous training, motivated by the competitive spirit fostered by its companions. After half a semester of diligent effort, Riolu and Chucheng successfully developed a new technique based on the aura sphere, the aura punch. With a resounding impact, Riolu sidestepped the bear cub, executing the tackle maneuver, and retaliated with a powerful punch that sent it flying. The other bear cub, preparing to unleash its cross chop, was similarly interrupted and sent sprawling before it could complete its move. As the aura punch was inherently a fighting-type move, and given that the bear cubs had already sustained injuries from the little fox, the consequences were dire. Riolu, a master of aura manipulation, unleashed the full might of its technique. Both bear cubs collapsed, their eyes swirling like spirals of incense. After defeating the two bear cubs, Chucheng proceeded towards the direction where he had initially discovered them, anticipating a bountiful harvest. Just as he reached out to gather the supplies, an ominous presence surged nearby. startling him. Thankfully, he had the foresight to prepare Larvitar within its Pokeball. Before Chucheng could react, the Pokeball sprang open, a flash of red light revealing the familiar blue and white figure before him. Without further ado, it executed a teleport, whisking Chucheng away from the imminent danger. Moments later, a massive golden beam struck the exact spot where he had just stood, the intense energy piercing through the Earth's surface and sending up clouds of dust and debris. Several meters away, having narrowly escaped, Chucheng gazed at the location of the attack, his heart racing. What in the world? Is this assessment truly so perilous? Had I not prepared adequately? Accompanied by Larvitar with its teleport ability, I might have met a grim fate here. His mind raced with concern for other novice trainers who might not be as fortunate. What are the officials of the league thinking? He pondered, astonished by the unfolding scenario. As the dust settled, the silhouette of the assailant drew closer. A roar echoed, introducing the formidable figure of a circle bear. Name, Circle Bear. Type, normal. Gender, energy level, 39, elite. Qualification, deep blue. Ability, stamina. Held item, none. Skills, scratch, leer. Lick, bite back, play rough, cross chop, hammer arm, scary face, tackle, belly drum, bite, metal claw, heavy slam, bite, cross chop, oblivion beam. Accompanied by a thunderous roar. The newcomer was a circle bear that had reached the pinnacle of elite status. Chucheng regarded the creature, then glanced at the unconscious bear cubs nearby. Feeling a twinge of apprehension, an enraged mother bear is a formidable adversary, and a mother driven to madness for the sake of her offspring is even more perilous. He could only lament the incompetence of the league's staff. However, Chucheng was indeed misjudging the league, for they had not anticipated that someone would dare to challenge a circle bear at its peak. By this time, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Since morning, Chucheng had been making his way deep into the mountains. Excluding brief rests, he had pressed forward for nearly 5 hours, something only a handful of trainers with riding Pokémon could accomplish. Upon reaching this thicket, he had effectively entered the midsection of the mountain range. Though still on the periphery, the circle bear could be considered the lord of this jungle. The staff would never have imagined that a contestant would independently challenge it. Typically, as the days passed, other trainers would gradually arrive, forming teams to tackle this creature. Even without Chucheng, they would have had a chance to defeat it. Moreover, the assessment area was patrolled by numerous skilled rangers and equipped with an array of surveillance cameras, along with the deployment of state-of-the-art stealth drones for aerial monitoring. Thus, even if the circle bear could not be defeated, safety would be assured. After all, the league would never jeopardize the lives of novice trainers during an examination. The resources allocated were abundant, intended for distribution among multiple participants. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a twist of fate had occurred. The circle bear, long dormant, had ventured out to forage, just as Chucheng happened to appear. The scene of him vanquishing the 2 bear cubs had been witnessed by the returning mother bear. Through a series of coincidences, this led to the harrowing moment when Chucheng nearly fell victim to the oblivion beam. One could only speculate whether it was bad luck or extraordinary fortune that he encountered a boss on his very first day. Chucheng couldn't help but mutter in exasperation. However, in pursuit of a peaceful night's rest, he had no choice but to confront the circle bear. Furthermore, even if he wished to retreat, the enraged mother bear would likely not permit his departure. Larvitar's teleport had a range of merely about 100 meters. Facing a determined circle bear would make escape improbable. Unbeknownst to Chucheng, the monitoring center outside the assessment area was in disarray due to his actions. Chapter 82, The Battle with the Circle Bear, Part 1. At 2:55 p.m., outside the assessment area, in the monitoring center. Director Lee, there's trouble. A student has trespassed into the territory of the circle bear. In the monitoring room, the staff responsible for real-time surveillance at critical points called out anxiously as they gazed at the screen before them. Upon hearing the alarm, hurried footsteps soon echoed, and Li Guodong's figure appeared. What happened? It's just the afternoon, and someone has already discovered the hidden boss we set up. How many are there now? He inquired immediately, his eyes darting towards the surveillance video. The screen displayed a live feed from the monitoring device they had set up in the circle bear's domain. There, Chucheng was seen approaching the supplies near the den after having just defeated 2 bear cubs. I don't know. There's only one person there now. The circle bear wasn't in the den before, and it seems that student has vanquished the circle bear's offspring. But now, the circle bear has returned. If they encounter each other, what are we waiting for? Quickly check how far the nearest safety officer is from there. They must rush over immediately, otherwise, it could lead to a disaster. Li Guodong commanded urgently upon hearing the staff's report. It is important to note that while the circle bear is not a highly aggressive Pokémon that typically attacks humans, It possesses a notoriously irritable temperament and significant aggression, earning it the moniker of Forest Bully. Encountering a human in its den, especially after its young has fought with one, could lead to unpredictable consequences. Suddenly, as Li Guodong stared at the screen, he gasped in alarm. A golden laser suddenly shot across the frame towards the student who was preparing to collect supplies. His heart raced to a fever pitch, his eyes widened, fixated on the screen without daring to blink. Fortunately, a gleaming Laru Lacai appeared just in time, guiding the student out of the path of the destructive beam. Phew! After witnessing the near miss of the destructive beam, Li Guodong finally allowed himself a moment of relief. Thank goodness. However, seeing that unfold, I can't remain idle. If that destructive beam had struck directly, it would have been catastrophic. Quickly, you all stay here and monitor the situation and call the nearest safety officer to hurry back. I must depart immediately. I hope it's not too late. With that, he swiftly retrieved a pokeball and turned towards the exit, clearly intent on heading out himself. As the safety supervisor for this evaluation, Li Guodong possessed considerable strength and aimed to rescue the student personally, hoping his flying speed, akin to that of a gym leader-level Pokémon, would allow him to arrive in time. Wait, don't rush, Director Li. It seems the situation is not as we anticipated. Back at the examination site, Chucheng, having narrowly avoided the destructive beam, was now facing the Circle Bear's wrath. The creature roared furiously upon seeing the human who had just harmed its young, charging directly at Chucheng. With a forceful impact, the enraged Circle Bear, living up to its title as Forest Bully, barreled through the trees in its path, toppling them with ease. The ground trembled beneath the intensity of its assault. Witnessing the Circle Bear repeatedly attacking his trainer stirred a fire within not only the Circle Bear, but also Zoroark, who was equally furious. The near miss of the destructive beam had already incensed it, and now this audacious creature dared to attack again before its eyes. Zoroark, protect Chucheng. I will deal with this intruder myself. The agitated little fox declared to Laru Lacai and Riolu nearby, then charged forward without looking back. Though equally upset, the other two Pokémon remained steadfastly guarding Chucheng. Even Laru Lacai, usually competitive with Zoroark, recognized the gravity of the situation and refrained from dissenting. The little creature understood the critical duty of protecting their trainer, and though reluctant, Laru Lacai had to concede that, despite its own abilities, Zoroark was the strongest in Chucheng's team. Chucheng watched Zoroark's retreating figure, realizing that if Zoroark was determined to confront the Circle Bear alone, he had no choice but to support its decision. Besides, the outcome of this battle was uncertain. As the Circle Bear barreled forward like a rampaging tank, Zoroark did not choose to evade or unleash a ranged attack. Instead, driven by fury, it charged headlong into the fray. As the Circle Bear's imposing form drew nearer, Chucheng noted with alarm that it was significantly larger than its kin, towering over 1.6 meters, with a length likely exceeding 3 meters. In stark contrast, Zoroark appeared diminutive, creating a striking disparity between the two. Zoroark resembled a small vessel braving monstrous waves, perilously close to capsizing unless a miracle occurred. In the distant monitoring room, the onlookers held their breath for Zoroark. Meanwhile, Li Guodong seemed to recall something. The Zoroark before them resembled the one that had exhibited unusual behavior during the Newcomer Cup. What type was it again? Typically, it has a ghostly aspect. Before he could finish his thought, a miracle appeared to unfold. Zoroark, use Quick Attack. As the Circle Bear's furious charge collided with Zoroark, it inflicted no damage. Instead, with Chucheng's command, Zoroark adeptly flipped backward, using the Circle Bear's own momentum to its advantage. In midair, a sharp, white light materialized around Zoroark's paws, and it executed a quick attack that struck the Circle Bear squarely on the head, driving it into the ground. Stunned by the impact, the Circle Bear took a moment to collect itself, its anger somewhat dissipated, replaced by a look of confusion. Clearly, the realization that its full-force charge had accomplished nothing left it bewildered. However, the hallmark of wild Pokémon is their extensive battle experience, having survived numerous encounters. The Circle Bear was no stranger to facing opponents that could withstand its attacks. It may not possess the same educational background and type advantages as humans, but its wealth of combat knowledge allowed it to adapt swiftly. Shaking its head to clear the lingering dizziness, the Circle Bear expelled the dirt that clung to it from being driven into the ground and stood up once more. Chapter 83. The Battle Against the Circle Bear, Part 2. Not far away, Zoroark remained poised, not seizing the moment to pursue an advantage but instead observing as the Circle Bear regained its composure. It had not forgotten the earlier incident where the Circle Bear had threatened Chucheng. Had Laru Lacai not intervened, its trainer might have been seriously injured. Zoroark understood that Chucheng, having awakened his aura powers, possessed great resilience. Believing that the Circle Bear's destructive beam would only cause minor harm to the now formidable Chucheng, a mere flash of a counterattack is far from sufficient. One must adequately engage this fellow in playful combat. Naturally, the empathetic Chucheng sensed the little fox's intentions from the back, yet he refrained from intervening, instead choosing to silently wait for the round bear to recover. His sprite desired to exact some retribution, and he certainly would not disappoint the little fox's aspirations. Moreover, he had not yet forgotten the incident where he was nearly doused in destructive light. I, Chucheng, have always harbored grudges. As the round bear gradually emerged from its dazed state, it immediately launched another attack towards Chucheng and his companions. Having suffered a setback, the round bear did not resort to its most proficient normal-type move. Instead, it stood up, made slight adjustments, seemingly probing for something. Suddenly, with a forceful stomp of its foot, the ground began to undulate like waves. The surrounding earth trembled violently, the intense vibrations radiating outward from the bear's foot in all directions. The most formidable shockwave surged directly towards Zoroark. Witnessing this spectacle, Chucheng couldn't help but nod in approval. This round bear indeed possessed some merit. A seemingly mundane move transformed into a tremor akin to an earthquake. It certainly lived up to its reputation as the forest's bully, though it remained uncertain what treasures lay within its lair or how many points it might be worth. After all, he had previously uncovered a golden pearl from that arbok's nest. As the dominant creature of this woodland, the round bear's worth should not be underestimated. Indeed, even before the battle had concluded, Chucheng began to ponder the treasures that might reside in the opponent's den and their potential point value. If that round bear were to discover this, even while enduring Zoroark's assault, it would undoubtedly unleash another destructive light upon him. As the violent tremor struck, there was no need for Chucheng to issue commands. The little fox's eyes sparkled with a brilliant pink light, and an invisible yet formidable psychic power lifted its body effortlessly into the air. It deftly evaded the shockwave released by the round bear, which continued to extend for several meters before toppling a few large trees and gradually dissipating. Realizing that its consecutive attacks had been ineffective, the round bear became more aware, recognizing that this pink and white little fox was not a foe to be dismissed lightly. With a roar, the round bear refrained from further assault, instead adjusting its stance and beginning to drum its belly. Drawing from the previously gathered information regarding the bear, Chucheng quickly surmised its intentions. By inflating its belly, the bear aimed to sacrifice half its stamina to maximize its attack power. The series of defeats had evidently made the bear aware that the little fox was not easily trifled with. It chose not to continue its reckless assault, but instead resolved to bolster its own strength to the utmost. A smile of delight graced Chucheng's lips as he promptly commanded, "What a splendid idea! Zoroark, provoke and unleash your psychic powers." Zoroark, utilizing its formidable psychic abilities, remained suspended in midair. Upon hearing Chucheng's directive, it flashed a skilled, taunting grin at the round bear, which was in the midst of inflating its belly. The effect was remarkable. The bear, having just calmed its simmering anger, found its fury reignited upon seeing the little fox's mocking expression. Flames of ire ignited in its eyes, and the plan to inflate its belly was promptly cast aside as silver-gray energy coalesced between its claws, extending several inches. A powerful metal claw was aimed at the airborne Zoroark. The little fox, far from intimidated, reveled in the situation, its expression betraying a hint of mockery. The brilliance in its eyes, previously dimmed by the exertion of its psychic abilities, flared even more intensely. Its orange irises seemed to transform into tangible flames, encircled by a fiery pink glow. In an instant, the air surrounding Zoroark rippled, and a fierce wave of psychic energy began to generate, causing even the hidden surveillance cameras, discreetly placed for this examination, to tremble under the strain. Outside the assessment arena, the monitoring center's real-time visuals began to flicker, on the verge of being disrupted. As the surrounding turbulence reached its zenith, the amassed psychic energy erupted in a powerful burst, unleashing an invisible force that charged directly at the round bear. As a normal-type creature, the bear was only doubly vulnerable to fighting-type moves. Conversely, this meant that all other types of moves would inflict full damage upon it. At that moment, Zoroark unleashed the entirety of its psychic prowess. Struck by the psychic force, the round bear was sent hurtling away, akin to a protagonist from another world being struck by a truck. It crashed through several large trees before finally being halted by a massive boulder. At this point, the round bear distinctly felt the disparity in strength between them. Although Zoroark's psychic strike failed to trigger the intimidation effect, the bear wisely chose to feign retreat, collapsing unconscious. Observing this, Chucheng chuckled softly but opted not to examine his spoils immediately. Instead, he turned to the nearby thicket. Chapter 84. The mantis stalks the cicada. After watching the spectacle for so long, did they intend to leave without greeting him? Chucheng approached the thicket slowly, addressing it. Is it time to come out? The only response was the sound of wind rustling through the leaves. Chucheng smiled, a look of amusement gracing his face. Well, since you choose not to reveal yourself, you cannot blame me. He instructed Zoroark to unleash a flamethrower at the thicket. Seeing the indifference towards his previous statements, Chucheng feigned indignation, commanding the little fox to prepare for a fiery display. The little fox, in sync with Chucheng's intentions, stepped forward, ready to unleash the flamethrower. Wait, don't set fire. I'm coming out. The concealed figure in the thicket could no longer remain hidden and hastily called out for Chucheng to cease his actions. With that, two figures emerged from the rustling foliage. Hey, don't set fire. Let us talk it out. One figure, clad in a school uniform and accompanied by a sprite, stepped forth from the thicket. Chucheng examined the uniform and a playful smile graced his lips. Oh, a student from the private Tianlong Academy. What a serendipitous encounter. Upon further inspection of the sprite beside him, he noted, name, Darumaka, type, fire dark, gender, potential, blue-violet, energy level, 20, senior. Hey, not too shabby in terms of strength. It seems I've stumbled upon a rabbit while casually gathering hay. Having achieved a senior ranking halfway through the semester, this individual likely wasn't a mere shadow at their school. This individual belonged to the private Tianlong Academy, which, alongside institutions like the Imperial Capital No. 2 High School, Biling High School, and Luochuan High School, was one of the schools vying to dethrone the top-ranking school. The upcoming midterm joint examination was organized by these very institutions. If memory served correctly, the one who defeated Lin Shui during the Newcomer Cup with a heart scale was supposedly an external aid from this very academy. Indeed, this appears to be a case of past grievances leading to present conflicts. Brother, I truly mean no harm. I merely noticed some commotion and came to investigate. The individual emerging from the thicket explained, catching sight of Chucheng's scrutinizing gaze. After all, the person opposite him was capable of single-handedly defeating a circle bear with just one Pokémon. He certainly did not wish to provoke him. Who knew that the seemingly harmless little fox possessed such formidable strength? If a confrontation were to ensue, his Darubi would likely be reduced to mere fragments. Goodness. The champion of this year's Newcomer Cup is truly a fearsome opponent. Upon first laying eyes on Chucheng, he had already deduced the latter's identity. For there was but one such extraordinary Zoroark in the entire world. The little fox had become a symbolic representation of Chucheng. Upon seeing it, one would naturally recognize its master. Observing the demeanor of the individual across from him, who appeared remarkably timid, as if ready to surrender at a mere word, Chucheng refrained from responding. Instead, he merely curled his lips into a smirk, revealing a half-amused expression, and gestured to the insignia of a major on his uniform. Speaking in a measured tone, you wouldn't wish for this to be resolved so easily, would you? If memory serves, the relationship between the private Tianlong Academy and our institution is rather tenuous. Please, I truly did not intend to follow you. I was merely drawn by the noise. The man stammered, yet before he could finish his sentence, Lariolus suddenly appeared beside Chucheng. Having used its psychic abilities to bring back two additional figures, a student clad in Tianlong Academy's uniform and his Pokémon, a level 19 wrestling hawk. The reason these two individuals had only one Pokémon each was clear. They had been immobilized, their other Pokémon not even released. The one captured by Chucheng had witnessed the battle between the little fox and the circle bear without a thought of resistance, while the other, brought back by Lariolus, was simply too inept, having been subdued before he could even release his Pokeballs. Lariolus, as per your request, I have brought back the target, it communicated. Well done. Lariolus, Chucheng praised, gently patting its little head. The Zoroark, having just vanquished the circle bear, felt a pang of jealousy and approached, prompting Chucheng to soothe both creatures, neglecting to even glance at the man who had spoken earlier. All right, you all performed admirably. At that moment, the individual who had been fervently trying to absolve himself, insisting he meant no harm and was merely attracted by the commotion, finally conceded upon seeing the captured individuals. With his own teammates apprehended, he had no grounds left for defense. It was clear that Chucheng had likely been aware of his presence all along. Indeed, when the circle bear had engaged in battle, Chucheng's aura had already detected the silhouettes of these two lurking behind. They had trailed the circle bear. And while Chucheng initially failed to notice the bear's assault, it was due to the attack being launched from several dozen meters away, a distance that exceeded the current range of his aura detection. By the time he became aware of the attack, it was too late to evade. Fortunately, with the aid of his glimmering Wolfric, he narrowly escaped the destructive beam. Had it been anyone else, they might have met their demise. These two had stealthily approached, hiding in the nearby thicket to observe the battle between Chucheng and the Circle Bear. It was evident what their intentions were, and a myriad of idioms flashed through Chucheng's mind. The fisherman prophets, taking advantage of the chaos, capitalizing on another's misfortune and mutually assured destruction, among others. As the Zoroark was on the verge of defeating the Circle Bear, one of them opted to remain behind to continue observing while the other made a hasty retreat, which piqued Chucheng's interest. Thus, upon discovering their presence, he chose not to reveal he had noticed them, feigning ignorance while discreetly instructing Lariulas to follow and apprehend the fleeing individual before he could reach others. As expected, success followed. Following the fleeing figure, Lariulas uncovered a small temporary camp not far away, comprising a total of 7 individuals. Upon hearing Lariulas' report, Chucheng was puzzled. Despite the League's efforts to randomize the placement of students, how had these individuals congregated? Now then, do enlighten me. What transpired? He inquired, turning to them with a congenial expression. Chapter 85. In truth, I am the Yellow Sparrow. Faced with Chucheng's inquiry, the two exchanged glances, neither daring to respond. The individual recently brought back by Lariulas even threatened, the League has strict regulations against attacking trainers. Your Lariulas has violated those rules, you know. Release us at once, or I shall report you to the examiners. Hearing this, Chucheng couldn't help but chuckle, bemused. The rules merely state that one cannot attack the trainer themselves. It says nothing about employing psychic powers for control. Feel free to report me once you are eliminated. There will be ample time for that. Tell me, if I were to assist you in activating the distress signal, would you be considered eliminated or not when the rescue team arrives? A smirk crept across his face, and Lariulas, sensing the tension, wasted no time in using its powers to seize the individual's score wristwatch. Wait, this isn't right, the man exclaimed, panic washing over his features as he clutched his wristwatch tightly behind him. Yet, his futile struggles were no match for Lariulas' formidable psychic prowess. In no time, his wristwatch floated effortlessly into Chucheng's grasp. Only 15 points? How pitiful, he remarked. Even if I chose not to assist you in activating the distress signal, merely robbing you of your points and ensuring your Pokémon are rendered incapable of battle. Tell me, would you prefer to continue your adventure here with a few incapacitated Pokémon, or would you choose to forfeit? At Chucheng's words, the man seemed struck by lightning, his head drooping, devoid of the bravado he had previously displayed. Meanwhile, the other individual, though silent, was clearly unnerved by Chucheng's assertions. What sort of devil have I encountered? What will it be? Will you heed my warning, or shall I take your points? Wait, I'll talk. Finally, the pressure exerted by Chucheng broke the man's resolve. All right, just a moment, Lariulas. Chucheng turned to stop Lariulas from pressing the distress button and then slowly pivoted back to address them. You need not worry. It is just the 3 of us here. As long as you recount the entire story, no one else will be privy to this information. Once we finish, you simply need to walk away, pretending we never crossed paths. Furthermore, I will not take your points, since you both have leverage over each other. You can rest assured that this will remain between us. After speaking, Chucheng cast a glance at the individual who had remained silent until now. I too wish to speak. I too wish to plead. Do not eliminate me. Ultimately, that person could no longer withstand the weight of Chucheng's gaze and hurriedly began to explain the situation. The two exchanged glances, and it was the trainer wearing a ruby cap who elucidated the matter to Chucheng. It turned out that even before the midterm assessments commenced, several schools, eager to dethrone the first position held by the first high school of the Imperial capital, had secretly forged an alliance. The prowess demonstrated by Chucheng and his companions during the Newcomers' Cup had instilled a sense of threat within them, not just from Chucheng. The champion of the Newcomers' Cup, the 8th finalist, Xia Xiao, was merely one example. Su Wen, Lin Yuan, and Lin Shui had all fallen to their respective rivals, with no significant disparity in performance noted. Moreover, at that time, Su Wen had been utilizing a pair of iron dumbbells. Thus, they had instructed their students to prioritize suppressing and eliminating the students of the first high school of the Imperial capital, even permitting collaboration among several schools if necessary. As long as they could eliminate a sufficient number of students from the first high school, even if they were ousted early from the assessments, the school would still reward them heavily and continue to nurture them. However, the Alliance's decision to randomize the order of all students and disperse them thwarted their initial strategy of banding together. According to the individual from Tianlong Academy, their group had not planned to unite from the outset. Among the 7 of them, there were 2 from Tianlong Academy, 2 from the second high school of the Imperial capital, and 3 from Bailing High School. By mere coincidence, they had converged in this vicinity and, mindful of their school's directives, decided to unite against the students of the first high school. As for why they had been following the bear-like creature, it was because they had discovered an exceptionally suitable location nearby, which could serve as a temporary encampment. They intended to stay there for a few days, accumulating points while hoping to encounter students from the first high school. The 2 had witnessed the bear unleash its devastating attack on Chucheng while searching for supplies. Hoping to capitalize on the situation, they had followed, only to find themselves ensnared instead. Upon hearing the explanation, a flicker of inspiration ignited in Chucheng's mind. Since they were to engage in this game, why not play it to the fullest? He had yet to secure a place to rest for the night. Did they not wish to confront the students of the first high school? Then he would take it a step further, orchestrating a scenario akin to a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow sparrow lurked in the shadows. With this plan solidified in his mind, Chucheng gestured for his companion, Lala Leisai, to release the 2 individuals from her control, casually pointing in a direction. Be off. Move away from here and do not return to your camp. Remember, should we cross paths again, your fortune may not be so favorable. With that, Chucheng turned away, not casting them another glance. The pair exchanged bewildered looks, astonished that Chucheng had indeed allowed them to leave without seizing their points. Why are you still here? At his words, they dared not linger further and promptly fled in the opposite direction from which they had arrived. Not too foolish after all. Chucheng mused as he observed their hasty retreat, then spoke softly to Lalu Leisai beside him. Lala Leisai, follow them and return once they are far enough away. Lalu, came the affirmative reply as the azure and white figure vanished from Chucheng's side. He did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, but he certainly upheld his word, disdainful of deceitful acts. Having promised their freedom, he honored it. Having renounced their points, he upheld that as well. Once they had departed, Chucheng began to sort through the supplies he had gathered alongside his little fox and Riolu. Among the items was a medium-sized camping tent, sufficient provisions to sustain him for 3 days, and a supply of clean drinking water. Most importantly, he had secured 5 excellent healing potions and a substantial bag of energy cubes for Pokémon. Chucheng picked one up and chewed on it. Bah! The mass-produced item paled in comparison to the usual fare he provided his companions, but for the moment, it would suffice. He estimated that these items would amount to nearly 200 points, equivalent to the basic reward for enduring until the end. Indeed, a considerable windfall. After organizing his resources, Chucheng did not rush to depart, for he remembered there was yet a task left unfinished. Chapter 87, Attribute Specialization. Once he had finished arranging his supplies, Chucheng stepped aside and gently kicked the still cowering bear-like creature. You've lounged long enough. It is time to rise, friend. Chucheng's soft voice finally coaxed the bear to stand. Roar. Human, what do you intend to do? Speak quickly, as long as you do not harm my 2 children. The bear, realizing it could no longer evade confrontation, stood and bellowed at Chucheng. The little fox, witnessing the audacity of a defeated foe speaking to its trainer, stepped forward without hesitation, baring its teeth in a show of intimidation. The once defiant bear, now facing the fierce little fox that had effortlessly overpowered it, shrank back, crouching once more. The striking contrast between the small yet fierce fox and the robust yet timid bear evoked a sense of wonder in Chucheng about the marvels of the world. All right, it's fine, Zoroark. The bear no longer harbors hostile intentions. As he comforted the agitated little fox, Chucheng channeled his aura to convey his lack of malice towards the bear. Indeed, I merely wish to scavenge some items from your lair and request your assistance. Surely that is not malevolent in nature. After all, he had nearly been struck by that devastating attack. Even without being directly hit, seeking a semblance of compensation for emotional distress seemed reasonable. I harbor no desire to harm your offspring. This is merely a misunderstanding. Your children have only sustained minor injuries, which can be swiftly remedied. He then turned to Lalu Leisai beside him. Lala Leisai, apply the life drops on the bear cubs. Upon receiving the command, Lala Leisai floated before the 2 bear cubs, conjuring a water-blue orb that transformed into a healing dew as it cascaded over them. Soon, the bear cubs awakened, and under the healing light, the traces of dark energy from the explosion vanished. The connection established by the aura bridged their hearts, allowing communication that transcended mere words. Coupled with Chucheng's tangible actions, the bear sensed that he indeed bore no intentions of harm towards its offspring. Having already been subdued by the little fox, the bear's resolve to retaliate wavered further upon witnessing its children recover. Roar the bear gently lifted its two awakened cubs onto its shoulders and turned to Chucheng and his companions, softly calling out as it nodded towards the path ahead. The bear was inviting them to its lair. Chucheng thought little of it and followed along with his 3 Pokémon. Outside the assessment grounds, within the monitoring center, observers were left speechless as they watched Chucheng's departing figure on the live feed. It is not only due to Chucheng's formidable prowess in effortlessly vanquishing the Circle Bear, but also his adeptness at coercing and enticing the 2 students from the Tianlong Academy that has summoned the Circle Bear. Is this little creature truly the champion of this year's Newcomer Cup in the Imperial capital? Its strength is undeniably astonishing, yet its mannerisms do not align with those of a trainer still embedded in academia. Li Guodong, fixated on the screen, remarked with a peculiar expression. Indeed, it is the champion of this year's Newcomer Cup. Director Li observed the extraordinary pink and white Pokémon beside him. According to the Imperial Capital Research Institute, it is the latest discovered form of Zoroark from the Zoroa region and is currently the only one in existence worldwide. Remarkable, a one-of-a-kind Zoroark, comparable to the quasi-divine Riolu and the shiny Ralts. Each of these Pokémon is far from ordinary. Such a prestigious lineage clearly has its advantages. To acquire such a rare Pokémon is no small feat. It is no wonder he hails from the Chu family, interjected a staff member, casting an envious glance at Zoroark. The Chu family? Which Chu family? Which Chu family, you ask? In the Dongwang Alliance, there is only one. This newcomer trainer is named Chucheng, the son of the master of the Shenglong Gym. Upon hearing this, Li Guodong's expression grew even more bizarre. These Pokémon, in terms of rarity and potential, undoubtedly represent the pinnacle. Yet, upon learning of Chucheng's lineage, he found himself intrigued. One of the rare heirs of the Dragon Master family, historically revered as dragon tamers, possesses not a single dragon-type Pokémon. While history has seen many members of the Chu family not exclusively associated with dragon types, it is indeed unprecedented to witness someone like Chucheng, who has captured 3 Pokémon yet not a single dragon type among them. In a certain sense, Chucheng has forged a new chapter in history. Moreover, his sister, Chucheng, is dubbed the Dragon Queen among the younger generation, having led her team to victory in the Alliance University Cup last year, subtly positioning herself as a leader among her peers. Her lineup of Pokémon aligns perfectly with the expectations of a dragon-type trainer. Among Chucheng's trio of Pokémon are a ghostly fox, a normal type, a Riolu that will evolve into a steel-fighting type, and a Ralts that embodies psychic and fairy types. Their attributes are utterly disparate, presenting a considerable challenge for a trainer's development. Each Pokémon type demands distinct nurturing methods, resources, training techniques, and suitable environments. Opting to specialize in a single type is the most congruent path for the majority of trainers, which explains the prevalence of families dedicated to a singular type of Pokémon, as well as the reason why champions typically represent a specific attribute. Chapter 88, The Moment of Harvest. Do they not comprehend the disadvantages of a singular type when confronting their counters? Are they unaware of the advantages offered by a flexible lineup while traveling or exploring secret realms in the real world? Yet the reality remains that for most, specializing in a single type allows them to traverse further along the path of a trainer. For instance, a scion of a fire-type family inherits generations of training wisdom centered on fire types. Furthermore, their accrued resources, the support of elder family members, and the secret realms they command are predominantly fire-oriented. Unless they possess extraordinary talent or encounter a rare opportunity, their endeavors to cultivate other types will likely yield only meager results. Consider Chucheng's sister, Chucheng. It is crucial to recognize that the Chu family's reputation as the Dragon Master lineage stems from their historical control over the largest dragon-type secret realm in the Dongwang region, the nest of 10,000 dragons, long before the establishment of the Dongwang Empire. This realm rivals medium-sized nations in scale and is classified as an S-level secret realm by the current Alliance standards. It harbors a plethora of dragon-type Pokémon, safeguarded by the ancestral guardians of the Chu family. Though only a fraction remains, considering the long lifespans of dragon types, the numbers are certainly not insignificant. Imagine the terror it invokes. Moreover, an unspoken secret circulates among the Alliance's upper echelons. It is rumored that within the core forbidden area of the nest of 10,000 dragons, the Dragon Tomb, lies one of the main forces of the Dragon Emperor, Chu Xuanhao, still in slumber. Anyone contemplating ill will towards the Chu family must weigh whether they can withstand the wrath of this millennia-old dragon. For Chucheng, who has awakened the ancestral Dragon Master power, this treasure trove is invaluable, not to mention the scrolls, training insights, and dragon-type resources passed down through the Chu family. These assets are of paramount importance to any trainer. Of course, specializing in a single type does not necessitate an exclusive roster of Pokémon of that type. A few supplementary types can be beneficial. Many ancestors of the Chu family have captured Psychic and Ghost-type Pokémon. Originally, Ghost Dragon types were not yet discovered. Each generation has been allowed to capture Pokémon according to personal preference, thus dispelling any absurd notions that ancestral restrictions bind them solely to Dragon types. After all, the potential of Psychic and Ghost types is well understood by those in the know. In Chu Jin's team, there exists a Dragapult, yet she has not captured any Psychic-type Pokémon. As for the reason, Chucheng is aware that his sister has long harbored the ambition of capturing legendary Dragon types. Her goal is to obtain the legendary Latios and Latias, which embody both Psychic and Dragon attributes. Soon, under the guidance of the Circle Bear, Chucheng and his companions arrived at its lair. As the sovereign of the nearby forest, the Circle Bear certainly would not reside carelessly in a burrow it had dug. Following its lead, Chucheng traversed through the outer fringes of the jungle until he reached the heart of the area, where a towering tree, over 50 meters high, loomed before him. The tree's diameter exceeded 6 meters, its imposing form standing majestically in the center of the forest, surrounded by lesser trees, akin to a crane among chickens. Its lush canopy cast a dense shadow over nearly 100 square meters, blocking any trace of sunlight. Approaching and gently caressing the trunk, Chucheng could not identify the species of the tree. Perhaps it was a special variety unique to the Pokémon world. The roots, protruding from the earth, were unusually elevated, reaching at least 3 to 4 meters high, intertwining like serpents to form a substantial natural hollow. This was the lair of the Circle Bear. Following his guide, Chucheng entered the hollow, and with a keen eye, he swiftly spotted a supply package deposited by the Alliance. A large black box, tightly wrapped, sat inconspicuously in a corner of the Circle Bear's lair. The supplies from the Alliance are encased in special materials that conceal any scent, even coated with a liquid that Pokémon find repugnant. The repellent spray used by trainers during outdoor adventures was developed from this very liquid. Given that many packages contain food, Pokémon sustenance, and water, without this special wrapping, they would never survive the scrutiny of the wild Pokémon. It is evident that the wild Pokémon would not overlook such unexpected treasures. The little fox adeptly used its shadow claw to assist Chucheng in opening the package. And as the tier widened, the contents revealed themselves. 3 packs of field rations specifically designed for the Alliance military, beef hot pot version, serving 2, valued at 30 points. Upon seeing this, Chucheng immediately realized that dinner was secured for the night. A bounty of high-calorie compressed biscuits, 7 boxes, accompanied by 7 small jars of fruit jam and 7 little tubes of cream. When summed up, that equates to a total of 35 points, which is rather commendable. As before, the standard energy blocks were present, albeit in rather abundant quantities, filling 2 large bags. The final item unveiled was undoubtedly the most valuable of all, a portable water filtration device complete with a heating apparatus. At the sight of this, all other items seemed superfluous in Chucheng's eyes. Just the points alone were worth 300, and it promised to provide the clean, safe drinking water they desperately needed. It is crucial to understand that natural water in the wild is not safe for direct consumption. Should one suffer from diarrhea or a gastrointestinal infection on the very first day of the week-long wilderness assessment, it would spell disaster. This underscores the immense value of the device. 300 points is hardly excessive. Indeed, this expedition to the den of the ringed bear was not in vain. Chapter 89. The contractor ringed bear. Chucheng carefully stowed the portable water purifier into his backpack, while the ringed bear was captivated by the mass-produced energy blocks. Its curious gaze fixed upon the pocket containing them. Noticing this, Chucheng retrieved a pack of energy blocks, gently tore open a corner, and poured a few pieces into his hand, offering them to the ringed bear beside him. Are you curious about this? It is food for your kind. Feel free to sample a few if you wish. The ringed bear accepted the energy block, cradling it in its palm, and brought it to its nose for a sniff. The translucent crystalline cube emitted an enticing aroma. Without hesitation, it tossed the morsel into its mouth. Roar! Delicious! After a few chews, the ringed bear let out a pleased sound, clearly relishing the energy block that seemed perfectly suited to its palate. Observing its joy, Chucheng pondered the reason behind the energy block's compatibility with the ringed bear's taste. Given that the participants' Pokémon exhibited diverse attributes, the energy blocks supplied by the Alliance were designed to be universal. The energy contained within these universal blocks was of the normal type. A characteristic of normal-type Pokémon, it does not have any type advantages or disadvantages against others. Thus, Normal-type energy blocks can be consumed by Pokémon of any attribute without the risk of adverse effects, unlike a fire-type Pokémon consuming water-type energy blocks and suffering detrimental consequences. The ringed bear, being solely a normal-type Pokémon, naturally found these universal energy blocks to its liking. Seeing the ringed bear's enthusiasm for the energy blocks, Chucheng poured an ample handful and offered them again. However, this time, the ringed bear chose not to indulge itself, but instead turned around to gather its 2 bear cubs. It divided the energy blocks into 2 portions and fed them to its offspring. The wounds on the cubs, having been healed by Ralts, had long since mended, yet their stamina was still somewhat depleted. Consuming these energy blocks, which replenished their energy, swiftly revitalized their spirits. With a gentle call, the ringed bear expressed its gratitude to Chucheng. Subsequently, it ventured into a corner of the tree hollow, carefully peeling back a layer of bark to reveal a hidden space. It reached inside and soon extracted a stone bowl, polished and suitable for holding items. The ringed bear pointed to the bowl before indicating Chucheng and his companions, gesturing in a manner that suggested, "Would you like to try what's inside?" Chucheng, understanding, stepped forward without hesitation, dipped his finger into the bowl, and tasted a sample. Instantly, a smooth, silky texture accompanied by a sweet flavor filled his mouth. This was wild beedrill honey. Recognizing the familiar taste, he glanced at the ringed bear and swiftly deduced its origin. The ringed bear then placed the stone bowl directly before Chucheng. "Is all of this for me?" The ringed bear nodded, indicating it was a gift for a friend. For a pure-hearted Pokémon, even past conflicts could be forgotten. Sharing food, as they did now, marked the bond of friendship in the wild. Chucheng picked up the stone bowl and turned to share the bounty among his little companions. Among his Pokémon, the little fox had the most diverse palate, enjoying spicy and savory dishes alike, but had a particular fondness for sweets. Riolu preferred lighter fare, while Ralts, the last to be captured, was a true connoisseur of all things sweet, perhaps a reflection of someone else's tastes. Ralts even had a habit of enjoying afternoon tea. Though still in its first form, it possessed an air of elegance reminiscent of a future Gardevoir. And in the future, when Chucheng's Gardevoir mega evolves, it would don a stunning black gown. I digress, yet Ralts' afternoon tea rituals were indeed peculiar. Who would have imagined that an afternoon tea hosted by a kind-hearted Pokémon would feature sweet moo milk, a minimum of 3 spoonfuls of honey, and a handful of sugar cubes? Additionally, it would be accompanied by a selection of pastries such as donuts, maple croissants, cream puffs, and egg tarts. Heaven knows the expression on Chucheng's face when Ralts first presented him with its homemade black tea, only for him to realize something was amiss, yet feeling obliged to swallow it down due to Ralts' hopeful gaze. It can only be said that from that day forth, he never partook in afternoon tea again. Not long after everyone had savored the honey, Chucheng contemplated a moment, and then presented an entire bag of energy blocks to the ringed bear. "These are for you and your cubs. Additionally, those 2 bags contain the same energy blocks. They are all yours. However, I have a favor to ask in return. The assessment lasts only 7 days, and Chucheng's 3 Pokémon would hardly require such an abundance of energy blocks." A brilliant idea had struck him. Since the Alliance had placed these resources near the Pokémon's den, it would be far more efficient to engage in a trade rather than search individually. Would you be able to have the Pokémon in this jungle search their surroundings for similar packages? If they could help me locate them, the energy blocks contained within would serve as their reward. Chucheng's plan was to have the Pokémon find the packages themselves. After all, he only needed the points associated with the packages, and he had little time to spare, as other matters awaited him. Moreover, rather than allowing these energy blocks to gather dust, it would be far better to entrust them to the ringed bear. A win-win situation. The Pokémon would receive a novel form of nourishment, while Chucheng would gain the points he sought. The energy blocks would also serve as a reward for the Pokémon's efforts in seeking out the packages. After all, if no one were to open the packages, they might never discover their contents before they expired. Upon hearing Chucheng's request, the ringed bear thumped its chest reassuringly, signaling that it would take care of the matter. As a level 39 Pokémon, the ringed bear was undoubtedly the most formidable creature within the jungle. Do not be disheartened by the fact that it fell so woefully to the cunning little fox. This is a testament to the fox's prowess rather than a reflection of any weakness on the part of the circle bear. As the sovereign of the forest, the circle bear's standing within this jungle is indisputable. Thus, it is indeed fitting for it to undertake such matters. Therefore, I shall entrust this task to you. And when the other sprites bring their energy cubes, circle bear, you may extract 1/10 from them as your rightful reward. After imparting these instructions, Chucheng set off to attend to his pressing affairs, leaving the circle bear behind, who was still calculating just how much 1/10 would amount to. Chapter 90. The temporary campsite, the pressing matter that Chucheng needed to attend to was, of course, the search for a place to spend the night. Although he had already secured a tent, the location for setting up camp was of paramount importance. It is not merely a matter of finding any spot to rest. Doing so haphazardly could hinder one's ability to recuperate and even pose potential dangers. During their training, Bai Shiwen had dedicated a lesson to instructing them on how to locate a suitable camping site in the wild. However, fortune favors the prepared. Since there was an excellent location awaiting him, there was no need for him to exhaust himself in the search. Chucheng glanced at the sun, which had now dipped to around 4 in the afternoon. More than an hour had passed since their encounter with the bear cub. Given the conditions in the Imperial capital, the sun would set in less than 2 hours, necessitating swift action. After ensuring that the collection of supplies was entrusted to the Circle Bear, he promptly set off toward the direction of the temporary campsite indicated by the two individuals. Due to Ralts having previously trailed them, it remained by Chucheng's side for protection. Although the little fox expressed considerable dissatisfaction, it ultimately acquiesced and returned to its Pokeball. While it was essential for trainers to have Pokemon guarding them at all times during outdoor excursions, it was equally prudent not to unleash all their Pokemon simultaneously. This was to conserve energy and maintain their Pokemon's optimal condition, and to avoid attracting unnecessary troubles due to having too many targets. This was also why it was said that Ghost-type trainers hold a significant advantage in wilderness scenarios. Ghost-type Pokemon possess an innate ability to sense life forces, akin to having a built-in life detection radar. This ability allows them to detect or evade various risks ahead of time. Moreover, certain Ghost-type Pokemon can conceal themselves within shadows, rendering their movements exceptionally discreet, leaving others oblivious to the number of Pokemon lurking within the shadows of a Ghost-type trainer. The most renowned among them is, of course, the infamous Gengar, who not only can hide in shadows to safeguard its trainer, but also possesses the ability to open dimensional rifts after Mega Evolution, enabling travel to any location. The expanse of this jungle is not particularly vast, and since the Circle Bear's den lies at the heart of the forest, it did not take long for Chucheng and his companions to arrive at their destination. Selecting a vantage point nearby, Chucheng instructed Ralts to teleport him to the top of a towering tree, from where he carefully surveyed the surroundings. This location was already at the forest's edge, transitioning from the mountainous periphery to the interior. Chucheng estimated that the den of the Arbok he had previously plundered was merely 5 or 6 kilometers away. As he gazed downward, the entirety of the temporary campsite came into view, confirming the claims of the two individuals. Indeed, this was a remarkably suitable location for camping. Wouldn't you agree, Ralts? Ralts nodded earnestly, affirming Chucheng's assessment, although its response elicited a chuckle from him. Nonetheless, the two had not deceived him. The position of this temporary campsite was genuinely commendable. Before them lay a small hill, slightly elevated above the surrounding ground, which would effectively mitigate the risk of water accumulation during rainfall. The relatively flat and dry surface was ideal for erecting temporary shelters such as tents. Surrounded by towering trees and flanked by a massive rock, the site offered excellent protection against the chilly mountain winds that could be quite brutal in the wilds during late November, nearing December. Without any shelter, one might very well succumb to the biting cold of the mountain winds at night. Not far from this location, a waterfall cascaded down the mountainside, pooling into a clear and bright water source that required only minimal treatment to be rendered potable. What a veritable treasure trove this place is. After contemplating this, Chucheng felt increasingly compelled to claim this site for himself. As the saying goes, fortunate lands are bestowed upon those who are deserving. Since someone had so kindly brought this information to him, it was evident that those within were not the deserving ones. Thus, this place ought to rightfully belong to him. Chucheng, there are others already here, Ralts gently reminded him, sensing the unspoken thoughts swirling in his mind. In a moment of clarity, Chucheng blushed slightly, shaking off his daydreams as he began to strategize how to secure this place perfectly. He refrained from launching a direct assault, primarily because he did not wish to let anyone escape, given their strength. It would not be particularly difficult for him and his companions to defeat these individuals and take control of the campsite. He had previously allowed the two to leave, not only because he had made a promise to them, one must honor their word, but also because they had divulged information about their temporary allies. Moreover, the two were likely to hold secrets about each other that would deter them from revealing their encounter with Chucheng. Thus, letting them go would not compromise his position. However, the situation with these individuals was different. To seize this location, confrontation was inevitable. Currently, various schools had reached an unspoken agreement and united their efforts. If they acted recklessly and allowed one or two of them to escape, it could potentially expose Chucheng's position. especially since he planned to establish a camp here for several days. While he was not overly concerned about such minor inconveniences, he preferred not to be disturbed by those individuals. It would be far more prudent to eliminate them entirely, ensuring peace of mind. Chapter 91. Annihilation and the transfer of the campsite after a brief moment, following Chucheng's observations, which were, in fact, facilitated by a system scan. He became acutely aware of the capabilities of those within. The strength of these individuals was rather modest. Although they had released their Pokémon, he gauged that among the 5, only 3 had attained the senior level, and even those were merely at the brink of advancement, comparable to the trainer with the Dratini. Kingler, type, water, level, 20, potential, light purple. Ampharos, type, electric, level, 20, potential, blue-purple. Nidorino, type, poison, level, 21, potential, purple. The data of the 3 senior-level Pokémon flashed in his mind. It appeared that these were likely their novice Pokémon. As for the remaining ordinary-level Pokémon, Chucheng couldn't be bothered to calculate their strengths. Given the current capabilities of his 3 little companions, even a slightly weaker Riolu could effortlessly dispatch these commonplace ordinary-level Pokémon with a mere punch. After assessing the opponent's strength, Chucheng had already devised a strategy in his mind. He tossed out a Pokeball, releasing both Riolu and Zorua. Chucheng then assigned tasks to the 3 little ones before him. All right, Ralts, you'll accompany Riolu, and Zorua, the primary objective this time hinges on you. We must hurry, as the sun is nearly setting, and we still need to set up camp. Let's make the most of our time. Later tonight, I'll prepare some beef stew for you little gluttons. Upon hearing Chucheng's words, the little ones erupted in cheers. Once the instructions were given, they promptly began to act accordingly. In the campsite, a few individuals gathered around the central fire pit, one of whom gently prodded the glowing embers with a stick, ensuring that the pot of water suspended above would heat evenly and boil quickly. Unfortunately, these fellows did not share Chucheng's fortune, as they evidently had not discovered any camping supplies during their exploration that day. They simply gathered some twigs and other materials from the surroundings to construct a rudimentary shelter against the wind and laid their sleeping bags down haphazardly. Fortunately, the location was quite favorable, with a large rock providing a sturdy backrest and several tall trees offering cover. Otherwise, even resting near the fire with just sleeping bags would have risked freezing to death, if not catching a cold. What's taking them so long to return? One of the bored individuals, roasting the fire, remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Who knows? Those 2 might have stumbled upon something valuable and decided to take it and run. According to their previous division of labor, the 2 whom Chucheng had apprehended were tasked with scouting the area and retrieving supplies. Surely they wouldn't dare. Haven't we agreed to cooperate? They can't escape with nothing. Another chimed in casually. He doubted the duo would actually run away. If they did, they would at least take their belongings with them. After all, who would flee empty-handed? Little did you expect. Today, you'll witness it firsthand. Chucheng smirked. They must find an excuse to come back and collect their things first. Before he could finish speaking, a commotion arose from nearby. What is happening? The group promptly stood up to investigate. In the wilderness, one could not afford to be careless. Climbing atop a nearby rock, they peered in the direction of the sound. To their astonishment, not far from their camp, a colossal onyx emerged, seemingly out of nowhere, advancing toward them. Clearly, the earlier disturbance had been caused by it. Trouble ahead. The leader of the group, a Nidorino trainer, furrowed his brow. Encountering wild Pokémon while setting up camp was the most troublesome scenario during outdoor adventures. Thankfully, it was still daytime. If they encountered it at night, not only would it be perilous, but the ruckus could attract other predators. However, what could have brought such a large onyx here? There was no time for contemplation. Onyx possesses ground and rock attributes. You take your Kingler and try to hold it off while I buy us some time. Hurry, gather your belongings. The leader directed calmly. Recognizing the onyx's formidable size, they knew it was likely quite strong. If they could delay it, that would be ideal. Otherwise, they must be prepared to evacuate at a moment's notice. Following his instructions, the 5 individuals dispersed to act. The leader, along with the trainer of Nidorino and Kingler, approached to try to repel the onyx. Meanwhile, another trainer with experienced Pokémon took the remaining 2 weaker companions back to gather their supplies. Concealed in the shadows, Chucheng noticed that the others had indeed fallen for his ruse and stealthily followed with Ralts and Riolu, returning to the campsite. Who are you? What are you doing here? The individuals busy gathering supplies immediately questioned Chucheng as they noticed his confident approach, their Pokémon surrounding him. Without responding, Chucheng communicated silently through telepathy, signaling Ralts and Riolu to take action. Ralts, what is going on? One of them exclaimed, bewildered. An invisible psychic force manifested, lifting the three individuals effortlessly into the air. They flailed helplessly like a floundering Magikarp. Simultaneously, their Pokeballs and point wristbands levitated, quietly hovering in front of Chucheng. Seeing their trainer subdued, the Pokémon attempted to resist, but Riolu, with its sleek blue-black form, dashed forward in a flash. Its fists gleamed with a metallic silver sheen. Bullet punch. Without uttering a word, they were met solely with Riolu's iron-like fists. Enhanced by speed, it struck one after another, sending them into a blissful slumber akin to that of infants. Except for the seasoned pink Mareep, which withstood 3 blows before collapsing. None of the Pokémon posed a challenge to Riolu. In less than half a minute, the 3 remaining individuals in the camp were entirely subdued. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Hearing the inquiries from the individuals before him, Chucheng merely smiled gently, pointing at the school emblem on his clothing. Are you incapable of seeing? Is this not what you were looking for? Here I am, graciously presenting it to you, and yet you fail to recognize it. I don't understand what you're saying. You claim to be from the first high school. What do you want? We have no grievances between us. This is our camp. If you truly desire it, we can vacate the premises for you. However, there is a rampaging Onix approaching from outside, and we have no time to waste here, so let us go. The leader, whom we shall temporarily refer to as the Mareep trainer, feigned calmness while questioning Chucheng, even trying to use the Onix as a means to intimidate him. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes upon hearing Chucheng's words, but he quickly suppressed it, pretending to be oblivious to the situation. Observing this charade, Ralts puffed up its cheeks, eager to teach him a lesson. However, it was restrained by Riolu, who, maintaining a steadier temperament, remembered the rule forbidding Pokémon from directly attacking trainers and swiftly intervened to prevent Ralts from proceeding. Watching the display unfold before him, Chucheng felt a chuckle rising within him. The Mareep trainer believed he was concealing his emotions well, yet unbeknownst to him, his subtle expressions had long been detected by Chucheng's aura. Oh, is that so? However, I have already heard whispers on the periphery that several of your schools have banded together. It seems that our esteemed institution, number 1 high school, is the target of your collective efforts, is it not? Upon hearing Chucheng's words, the expression on the other person's face shifted instantaneously, as if all their attempts at denial had lodged in their throat. They could only inwardly curse, wondering which scoundrel had so poorly misjudged the situation that within a mere day, it had become common knowledge. Chucheng, exhibiting a commendable level of integrity, refrained from disclosing that he had gleaned this information from the 2 individuals, instead crafting a casual excuse to absolve them of suspicion. Feeling the conversation had lost its intrigue, he rose and picked up the score wristband before him, clucking his tongue in mild disapproval. It amounted to little more than 70 points. Nonetheless, adhering to the adage that even a mosquito's leg is meat, he decided to transfer 30% of the points to his wristwatch, with a ping announcing the successful transaction. Chucheng's points edged closer to the monumental threshold of 1,000. Then, under the incredulous gaze of the other, he pressed the emergency call button. It was time to rendezvous with Zoroark. He hoped these fellows would appreciate the surprise they were about to receive. With that, he strode away without a backward glance. Observing this, the 2 younger companions swiftly fetched a length of rope to securely bind the individuals. Then, employing the method Chucheng had previously taught, they returned the captured Pokémon to their Pokeballs. After locking the Pokeballs, Rallilas used its psychic abilities to hasten their pursuit of Chucheng. What is happening? What in the world is this? After enduring numerous water guns and bubble beams, how can this creature still stand? My supersonic seems ineffective as well. Never mind, Nidorino. Continue to gather energy and unleash Poison Sting. I refuse to yield. No, we cannot allow it to close the distance any further. Outside, not far from the camp, the 2 trainers appeared as if invigorated by some unseen force, frantically commanding their Pokémon to attack the Onix. Kingler and Nidorino relentlessly bombarded the Onix with a barrage of attacks, resembling a torrential downpour. Strangely, despite their exhausting efforts, the Onix seemed untouched, as if impervious to harm. Its behavior was even more perplexing. It acted as though it were merely an illusory target, remaining distant while absorbing their assaults. Astoundingly, the 2 trainers remained oblivious to the anomaly, continuing to issue commands for their Pokémon to press the attack. In this bizarre scenario, both trainers and Pokémon seemed unaware, relentlessly assaulting the Onix, rendering the entire scene eerily surreal. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that aside from the Onix, every individual and Pokémon present appeared to be illuminated by a faint crimson glow in their eyes. When Chucheng emerged outside, his gaze fell upon this peculiar tableau, and he clapped his hands in delight. Well done, Zoroark, It's time to release them. In that instant, as his words faded, the peculiar onyx that had been enduring their attacks vanished into thin air. The two trainers, as well as their Pokémon still engaged in their futile assault, suddenly lost the crimson glow from their eyes, returning to their senses. What just happened? Where are we? The onyx? I distinctly remember battling a massive onyx, didn't we? It was like a ghost, and then everything becomes a blur. Who are you? Where's the onyx? Suddenly noticing Chucheng before them, one individual instinctively retreated behind their Pokémon, sensing something was amiss. Chucheng, wishing to avoid becoming a verbose villain, offered no explanation. Instead, he merely gestured behind them, casually stating, "Isn't this the onyx you were searching for?" As the two turned to look, they were met not by the onyx, but by an array of vengeful spirits prepared to retaliate. With their Pokémon already depleted of energy, they stood no chance against Zoroark's current assault. Amidst the unsettling atmosphere of vengeance, waves of purple flames engulfed the two Pokémon entirely. The two trainers were swiftly subdued by Ralulus, becoming yet another pair ensnared in the web of Riolu's binding artistry. The three previously bound individuals, upon witnessing the arrival of two familiar figures, hung their heads in despair. Their entire camp, save for two who had yet to return, had effectively fallen under the control of others. Thus, the camp's inhabitants met their demise, signaling the transfer of this prime territory into the hands of Chucheng and his companions. After dispatching the last two, a long-awaited system notification finally echoed in Chucheng's mind. However, he was clearly too preoccupied to attend to it. Sensing something, he turned to embrace the approaching little fox, affectionately ruffling its small head, and amidst its indignant protest, he praised, "Well done, Zoroark. You are indeed our greatest asset this time." Chapter 93, The Delayed Notification. Indeed, the greatest asset. There had never been an onyx present. Everything had been an elaborate illusion conjured by Zoroark. The onyx was merely a mirage created by the little fox, and even the initial commotion was a facade crafted through her psychic prowess. The intent was to lure the camp's inhabitants out. As for why these individuals had spent so long attacking an illusion, it must be attributed to the little fox's newfound tactics. Over the course of half a semester, progress was not solely confined to Riolu. To fulfill the skills envisioned alongside Chucheng, the little fox had devoted considerable time to mastering hypnosis and dazzling gleam. In addition to her existing moves, the earlier onyx illusion was constructed by integrating dazzling gleam into her phantasm. Upon first laying eyes on the false onyx, the opponents had unwittingly fallen prey to its effects. Although the integration had diminished the power of dazzling gleam, rendering it incapable of inducing outright confusion, the residual effects still served to cloud their perceptions and thoughts, making them more susceptible to extreme emotional states. While it would have been challenging to achieve this purely through dazzling gleam, the little fox had undergone inexplicable changes since absorbing negative emotional energies from the luminous stone. As a result, her skills now bore an extraordinary enhancement regarding negative emotion manipulation. For instance, what was once a simple provocation to compel opponents to abandon strategic moves in favor of direct attacks now incited them to descend into a frenzy of irrational anger. Similarly, hypnosis, which would normally induce a peaceful slumber, instead thrust opponents into the throes of nightmarish torment in the little fox's capable hands, essentially a weakened combination of hypnosis and dream eater. Moreover, Zoroark possessed the ability to absorb fear, further amplifying her own powers. It became a self-sustaining cycle. Every scream emitted from the opponent's dreams served as a signal for the little fox's feast. The situation had spiraled into utter absurdity. The two individuals, along with their Pokémon, had been lured into a chaotic state from the moment they laid eyes on the illusory onyx. Their thoughts ensnared by confusion and ignited with unbridled fury, driving them into a relentless assault. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself ensnared by Chucheng and his companions. After gleaning the current situation from my comrades, the two adversaries relinquished their futile resistance. The five of us resembled a flock of vanquished roosters, each one dejectedly bound by Leoru. Observing this, Chucheng nodded in satisfaction before retrieving the points wristbands from the two individuals, completing the customary procedure. At last, these two fellows would enjoy a modicum of wealth, as the trainer of Nidalino possessed 120 points, while the trainer of Kingler had 60. A delightful chime resonated, signaling the arrival of over 80 additional points. After securing the points, Chucheng promptly pressed the distress button and casually tossed the wristband aside. He could hardly be bothered to spare them another glance, clearly indicating his disinterest in elaborating further. After all, he had no intention of playing the verbose villain. with ample time to meticulously elucidate his techniques to his opponents. Such behavior would be akin to a madman, fearing that others might not meet their demise at his hands. At this juncture, he finally had time to address the recent system notification. Ding! The system has detected a large-scale special event, the nightmare of new trainers. A true legendary trainer must emerge from blood and fire. The assessment before you is merely a trivial rehearsal. However, the future of Legends allows no provocation. Please endeavor to eliminate all opposing trainers. Current eliminations. 5. Final rewards will be contingent upon the completion of the host's tasks. At long last, after dispatching these trainers, the long-awaited system notification chimed in. During such a crucial moment as the midterm examination, the system, indeed, made its presence known. Remarkably, though it was merely a midterm assessment, there had been no response during the written examination, only surfacing now. What was this? A form of discrimination? Can a legendary trainer not be an intellectual? Suddenly struck by a realization, Chucheng drew in a sharp breath. It indeed appeared to be the case. In the world of Pokémon, trainers seem to be categorized into practical and academic types. Trainers like Ash and his companions, who were practical, ventured out into the world at the tender age of 10. Even renowned legendary trainers such as the Battler Red and the Breeder Green seemed to follow this pattern, creating a mythos of champions. With one of them single-handedly defeating Otto in half an hour, while Green snatched the title of the shortest champion in history. Based on their ages when they embarked on their journeys and their subsequent experiences, one could deduce that, had they been on Earth, these illustrious trainers might not have even graduated from elementary school. The same could be said for other notable trainers like Yellow, Blue, Akin, and Silver. Dimly, Chucheng recognized the unsettling truth that these famous trainers were, in fact, illiterates who had not completed elementary education. Ah well, it was better to focus on the assessment and tasks at hand. Striving to dismiss these trivial thoughts, he redirected his attention to the present. After pressing the survival button, it wasn't long before the nearest safety officer hurriedly approached. However, upon seeing the 5 unfortunate souls bound in a circle, a peculiar expression crossed the officer's face. In any case, that was how matters concluded. Chucheng stepped forward to provide a brief explanation. After a concise understanding of the events, the safety officer departed with a few colleagues. From that moment on, their assessment came to a close, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would likely be the bottom scorers of this evaluation. Alas, one could only blame their ill fortune for encountering Chucheng on the very first day. Once the original occupants were escorted away, Chucheng set about erecting a tent with a few small companions. Soon, dusk fell. They gathered around the campfire, quietly savoring the stewed beef. Though merely seasoned simply, it took on a unique flavor in Chucheng's capable hands. Cheers! The group, or perhaps the Pokémon, raised their bottles. Lacking moo milk, they opted for a functional beverage instead. Chucheng took a sip and found it rather pleasant, with a subtle lemon flavor, a gentle sweetness and acidity. Thus, amidst the campfire and culinary delights, the day finally drew to a close. What a splendid day it had been. Chapter 94, The Hidden Cave. The following morning, the tranquil night was gently lifted by the first rays of sunlight, as the sun, as usual, ascended, showering the earth with light and warmth. Chucheng unzipped the small door of the tent and stepped outside, where the morning dew gracefully slid from the branches. The air carried a refreshing chill, instantly awakening him from his lingering slumber. Truly, one could not ask for a more vibrant wilderness. Taking a deep breath of the rarefied air, the serene morning melodies of various Pokémon activities enveloped him, creating a symphony of nature that uplifted his spirits. The small companions had also awakened. Zoroark was attempting to reignite the nearly extinguished campfire, while Ralula's was lending a helping hand nearby. Meanwhile, Leoru, the earliest riser, remained steadfast in completing his morning exercises outside, returning to the camp with a collection of dried twigs and fresh water. What a beautiful morning it was, Chucheng mused, envisioning the prospect of establishing a farmstead near the wilderness in the future, where he could nurture Pokémon such as Sweet Honey, Frosty Milk, Dairy Can, Fluffy Puff, and Tropical Dragon. It would be delightful to spend a few days there with his Pokémon, using the farm as produce to prepare his own meals. Such thoughts appeared quite appealing. Thank you, Leoru. Go wash your hands. Breakfast will be ready soon. As Leoru approached, Chucheng hastily accepted the bucket and dry twigs from him. He turned toward the campfire to prepare their breakfast. At that moment, Leoru stepped forward to intercept Chucheng, and under his astonished gaze, pulled him outside the camp, pointing towards the direction from which he had just returned. What is it? Is something amiss, Leoru? Leoru responded affirmatively, indicating that he had discovered a cave near the water source. Really? How intriguing. Is this a special event arranged by the Alliance? Or does this place harbor undiscovered secrets? Chucheng's interest peaked at the mention of a hidden cave, and he abandoned breakfast. Grabbing his backpack, he called upon the small fox and Ralulus, urging Leoru to lead the way as they hastened toward the water source. In mere minutes, the trio, accompanied by 3 Pokémon, arrived at the water source. Located just a few hundred meters from their camp, requiring little time to reach. This proximity was precisely why this temporary campsite was advantageous. It was close to the water source for easy access, while also maintaining a safe distance to avoid excessive moisture. Where is it? Upon arrival, Chucheng eagerly scanned the surroundings. Leoru pointed upward. Following its gesture, Chucheng's gaze fell upon the location where the water converged, cascading down a steep cliff, ultimately forming the water source. However, he saw nothing unusual. Nevertheless, he was confident that his steady companion would not engage in pranks. Chucheng gently closed his eyes. As a cerulean radiance enveloped his entire being, the power of the wave guiding him towards the direction indicated by Riolu. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, suddenly. A smile graced Chucheng's face. Indeed, at approximately 20 meters above ground, there lay a cave. Nestled against the mountainside, its location, combined with the obscuring water flow, rendered it exceedingly difficult to detect. Even with Riolu's guidance pinpointing its whereabouts, it would have been nearly impossible to discover without the aid of the wave's power. How well concealed it is. This was precisely the hidden cave they sought. The mountain range had melded into the earth decades prior. Had it been an easily discoverable spot, it would have likely been emptied long ago. Even if treasures were to exist, there would be none left for them. How did you find this place, Riolu? After observing for a while, Chucheng curiously inquired of his canine companion. The little fox and Lalulesai perked up their ears at his words, evidently intrigued by this revelation. Upon hearing Riolu's explanation, Chucheng and the others finally understood. Early that morning, Riolu had ventured out for some morning exercise and, upon encountering a small waterfall, was struck by inspiration. Mimicking the Pokémon martial arts masters he had seen in films, he positioned himself beneath the waterfall, harnessing the force of the cascading water to train. It was during this moment that he inadvertently unleashed the wave and noticed the cave, leading to the current scene. After a moment of contemplation, Chucheng made a decision. He would leave the little fox to guard their camp while he and Riolu, along with Lalulesai, explored the cave. Upon hearing Chucheng's decision, the little fox immediately voiced strong opposition. Be good. Listen to me. You are the strongest here. All our supplies are still at the camp. I feel secure knowing you are watching over them. I promise, we won't be gone long. Chucheng crouched down, gently soothing the agitated little fox. Indeed, as he had stated, he felt more at ease with the little fox guarding their belongings. The local wild Pokémon were predominantly at most of elite level, and the dangers within the cave were unlikely to be severe. Even if an unexpected event occurred, Lalulesai could ensure their safety with her teleportation ability. Moreover, in the narrow, dimly lit cave, Riolu's wave power would resonate with Chucheng, allowing it to reach its fullest potential. With the little fox being the strongest among Chucheng's Pokémon and all their resources still outside, it was crucial to have the little fox on guard to prevent any opportunistic theft while they ventured into the cave. Furthermore, with the little fox's illusions in place, they could navigate past any ordinary humans they might encounter. After much coaxing from Chucheng, the little creature finally relented with a reluctant nod. Chapter 95, Ambush. The cave's entrance was situated quite high, making it difficult for an average person to ascend. However, what fortunate was that Chucheng had a Lalulesai. Lalulesai. At Chucheng's soft call, a flash of pink light illuminated the scene, as an invisible psychic force cleaved the cascading waterfall in two. In the next moment, Chucheng and his companions found themselves at the mouth of the cave. Well done, Lalulesai. Let us see what secrets this cave holds. With that, he stepped into the cave, prompting the 2 little companions to hastily follow suit. At the cave entrance, a faint light still seeped through, but as they ventured deeper, the illumination gradually diminished. Anticipating this, Chucheng had prepared beforehand. Lalu, he instructed. Lalulesai raised a hand and snapped her fingers, instantly radiating a brilliant light that turned the cave into a veritable daylight. Surprised, are you? My Lalulesai has mastered the flash move. In his childhood days of playing Pokémon games, who didn't know that flash and fly were essential skills? Chucheng had long been ready. As for flying, he could teleport. So why would he need to soar? If only there were a TM for teleportation, he could even conjure a teleporting Groudon. Wasn't that far superior to mere flight? Returning his focus to the cave, Chucheng felt significantly more at ease under the bright illumination. Initially, the entrance was exceedingly narrow, barely accommodating one person at a time. forcing Chucheng to stoop to enter. Yet, after traversing several meters, the cave expanded dramatically, transforming from a singular passage to a space wide enough for 3 or 4 individuals to walk side by side. Signs of Pokémon activity began to emerge, and Chucheng spotted shattered scales of a Shandera lying in a corner. It appeared this was no mere official surprise. Observing the spiderwebs that clung to the surroundings and brushing his fingers against the dusty cave walls, Chucheng remarked, "This certainly does not seem like a place frequented by visitors." Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, akin to something being launched. "Lalo, be careful, Chucheng." Just as Chucheng pressed onward, Lalo Lasai instinctively leaped in front of him, conjuring a powerful psychic barrier. The sound of clattering echoed as the incoming attack struck Lalo Lasai's shield, revealing a shower of purple needles cascading to the ground. Chucheng realized that a Pokémon had attempted a toxic needle assault on him. Lalo, standing protectively before Chucheng. Lalo Lasai's eyes flickered with a shade of crimson and obsidian upon witnessing the assault directed at her trainer. An indescribable fury surged from the depths of her being, urging her to annihilate the assailant and everything in sight. In an instant, a potent surge of fairy-type energy and dark-type energy erupted simultaneously from her. The rapid magic glimmered, and the swift waves of malice coalesced in her hands. One hand radiated a destructive aura, the icy malevolence of dark pulse, while the other gathered life energy, a resplendent display of dazzling magic. In unison, she unleashed both energies toward the source of the toxic needles. The moment the two energies collided with the physical form, an explosion ensued. The force of the blast sent shockwaves rippling through the air, and even with Lalo Lasai's psychic barrier shielding them, Chucheng instinctively activated his wave power to counter the impact. Riolu quickly positioned himself beside Chucheng, prepared to connect their waves for a surge of strength that far exceeded their current levels if necessary. "Stay calm, Lalo Lasai. You did well to protect me. I am unscathed." Chucheng realized he needed to halt Lalo Lasai's onslaught. After all, they were in a cave, and if she caused a collapse, it would spell disaster. Hearing Chucheng's voice, the red light in Lalo Lasai's eyes gradually dimmed as she regained her composure. Chucheng frowned, noting that the influence of that dark energy from before had not entirely faded. If provoked, Lalo Lasai might spiral into a rampage. Fortunately, it seemed he could still rouse her from such a state. "Are you all right, Lalo Lasai? How do you feel now?" Once Lalo Lasai had returned to her senses, Chucheng inquired. "Lalo, I am fine now, Chucheng." The smoke enveloping the area began to dissipate, revealing the shadowy figure of the assailant lurking deeper within the cave. With an exterior reminiscent of a spider, its body bore a striking red and black pattern, adorned with 2 pairs of yellow and purple legs and a sharp horn protruding from its head. The moment he laid eyes upon it, Chucheng instantly recognized it as the bug-type Pokémon, Gyarados. Name, Gyarados. Type, bug poison. Gender, NA. Energy level, 35, elite. Potential, deep blue. Ability, sniper. Held item, none. Moves, poison sting, absorb, charge beam, string shot, bug bite, swords dance, night slash, rage powder, fury swipes, ambush, pin missile, shadow sneak, nightshade, agility, tackle, and toxic spikes. This elite-level Gyarados, possessing deep blue potential and a relatively rich move pool, boasted the hidden ability of Sniper. Among the Pokémon he encountered upon entering the examination grounds, its strength was likely only marginally inferior to that of a Teddiursa. However, in terms of threat to novice trainers, Gyarados was likely several times more formidable than Teddiursa. This indicates that the challenges here were certainly not mere surprises set by the officials. If the authorities were to select a ferocious Pokémon as a gatekeeper boss, they would likely choose Teddiursa, Pancham, or similar Pokémon. Although they have a temper, they are all straightforward combatants. Poison types like this one rarely make an appearance. Had the poison sting struck Chucheng, even with his physical prowess, he would have certainly suffered, and for someone less capable, it could have been fatal. Once the smoke completely dissipated, aside from the Gyarados before him, 7 or 8 other Gyarados and Spinarak lay scattered in a state of unconsciousness around him, both ordinary and advanced levels. It appeared they had all succumbed to a furious blow from Larvitar. Although this Gyarados had not fallen directly, it was evident that the previous attack had not left it unscathed, as the black scorch marks adorning its exterior silently narrated the might of Larvitar's strike. Despite the disparity in levels exceeding 10, the attack still inflicted considerable damage. Chapter 96, The Rampage of Larvitar. Larvitar, Riolu, protect Chucheng. I shall teach this one a lesson. Upon seeing the assailant emerge, Larvitar turned to address Riolu behind it. Hearing this, Riolu remained silent. his expression resolute as he positioned himself protectively in front of Chucheng, his small frame resembling a steadfast wall shielding his trainer. Go, Larvitar, but exercise caution. Chucheng did not oppose Larvitar's desire to battle solo. Given the strength of the opponent, a one-on-one encounter would yield the greatest benefit. Currently, facing only an elite-level wild Pokémon, there was no need for Chucheng to have his Pokémon swarm the foe. In the midst of their exchange, the impatient Gyarados, fueled by rage from witnessing its kin being obliterated by Larvitar, unleashed a barrage of slender, white silk strands from its mouth and behind, launching them towards Larvitar. This was the signature string shot move characteristic of Gyarados. It is known that Gyarados' primary hunting technique involves ensnaring its prey with its silk, subsequently devouring it slowly, siphoning its bodily fluids bit by bit. It is indeed a perilous Pokémon. The silk emitted by Gyarados was not only delicate and smooth, but also remarkably resilient. Once ensnared by a multitude of strands, even the mightiest Pokémon would struggle to escape. In certain regions, this silk is woven into fabric of exceptional quality, highly praised as a valuable textile. Incidentally, Chucheng's own blanket is crafted from Gyarados' silk, not only smooth and elastic to the touch, but also feather-light when draped over him, providing unparalleled comfort for sleep. Faced with the oncoming white strands, Larvitar's small face betrayed no emotion, as one hand maintained a shimmering glow. They were now deep within the cave, devoid of any other light source. Should the surroundings plunge into darkness, a predator like Gyarados, adapted to the shadowy cave environment, would pose a significant threat if allowed to conceal itself. Understanding this, Larvitar was determined not to grant it such an opportunity. Chucheng nodded in satisfaction at the girl's performance. With her other hand, Larvitar rapidly concentrated fire-type energy, soon conjuring a fiery orb, a vivid blend of red and purple flames, in her grasp. Fiery magic. Larvitar flung the flames forth, transforming them into a serpentine blaze that surged towards Gyarados. No matter how resilient the silk, it was powerless against the flames. The purplish-red fiery serpent swiftly reduced the strands to ash, continuing on its path toward Gyarados. The overwhelming flames enveloped Gyarados, even as an elite-level Pokémon. It found itself struggling against the fire-type assault that countered its own. In pain, Gyarados emitted a tortured hiss, desperately enduring the searing agony as it activated agility to create distance, rolling frantically on the ground to extinguish the flames. Having managed to douse the fire, the severely scorched Gyarados dared not linger, casting a fearful glance at Larvitar before unleashing a torrent of white light from its mouth. A barrage of pin missiles rained down upon them, encompassing both Chucheng and Riolu. Realizing Larvitar was a formidable opponent, Gyarados sought to divert her attention by including Chucheng in its attack range. Clearly, it underestimated its adversaries. Riolu. Observing the incoming pin missiles, Chucheng remained unfazed, even cracking a joke with Riolu beside him. The resolute Riolu, standing before Chucheng, sensed the threat. The assailant had shifted its focus onto the trainer rather than facing him directly. Evidently, Gyarados had little regard for Riolu, who had not experienced its iron fists. Riolu. In response to the approaching pin missiles, Riolu clenched his fists and thrust them forward, unleashing a powerful vacuum wave. The turbulent air currents shattered the incoming projectiles, neutralizing any threat. Subsequently, Riolu shot a cold glare at Gyarados. Had it not been for the fact that the opponent was engaged with Larvitar, he would have already taught this persistent attacker a lesson. Larvitar, this is the second time you've attacked Chucheng in front of me. Larvitar's expression turned ominously cold, her fury ignited by the opponent's repeated assaults on her trainer. Larvitar, with a fierce glint in her eyes, dark red energy enveloped her, activating dark mode. The suffocating force of darkness coalesced in her hands. Double dark pulse. The attack, far surpassing her previous dark pulse, surged forth, immediately engulfing Gyarados in a wave of black energy. In her rage, Larvitar showed no intention of holding back. The deathly tide of dark pulse relentlessly swept over Gyarados, leaving it no chance to utter a cry of despair. Enveloped in the dark power, Gyarados was swiftly reduced to ash, scattering into the surroundings. After vanquishing the Gyarados, the young girl swiftly emerged from her previous state, the crimson light in her eyes fading, and the dark red aura retracting back within her. Breathing heavily, Lalalaisai was clearly fatigued. Lalalaisai, are you alright? Without paying any heed to the defeated Gyarados, Chucheng inquired with a worried expression. He was deeply concerned about the lingering effects of that dark power on Lalalaisai, hoping fervently that no adverse consequences would remain. After a brief examination, he found that aside from significant fatigue, she appeared unscathed. Chucheng let out a sigh of relief. As for the Alidas, it could go wherever it pleased. The young girl had acted decisively against the creature after witnessing it attack herself, and considering it had assaulted her twice. Its demise was hardly a matter of concern for Chucheng. Chapter 97. Countdown to Evolution. However, with a lingering sense of unease, Chucheng reached out to his system in his mind. Are you there? System. Yes, I'm here. How may I assist you, host? The system promptly responded to Chucheng's inquiry. What is the current status of my Lalolesai? Ding. Scanning in progress. Continuing the scan. Soon. The results arrived. The dark energy within Lalolesai had stabilized. As long as she did not fall back into her previous state, no unforeseen incidents would occur. The utilization of dark power imposed a considerable burden on Lalolesai. This potent force would gradually erode her vitality during use. As a fairy-type Pokémon, Lalolesai inherently possessed a robust life force, enabling her to resist this drain. The host could supplement her vitality as needed. Once she fully mastered that dark energy, her condition might improve. Hearing the system's report, Chucheng first felt relieved, then his heart tightened once more. Observing Lalolesai's somewhat pallid complexion, he resolved to find a method for her to completely harness the dark power. After offering her some restorative orange berries, he instructed Lalolesai to rest for a while. Chucheng and Riolu then approached to assess the spoils of their recent battle. The Alidas had been utterly annihilated by the girl's malevolent waves, or perhaps it should be renamed the Waves of Malice, leaving little in the way of trophies. Chucheng and Riolu made their way to the vicinity of the Alidas's lair to investigate. At that moment, the previously unconscious round silk spiders and Alidas began to awaken one by one. However, Chucheng opted not to engage with them. Instead, he communicated through the aura to guide them away from the area. Understanding Chucheng's intent, the Alidas hastily departed, their purple-yellow underbellies spinning rapidly, almost leaving behind afterimages in their swift retreat. After all, having just awakened from unconsciousness, and with their strongest member turned to dust, they certainly had no desire to linger. Was it necessary for them to flee so swiftly? I am not a demon, Chucheng remarked, bewildered, gesturing to Riolu. Riolu merely shrugged in resignation. Hiss hiss, you are a demon, and so is your Pokémon. Both are demons. The Alidas, already in the realm of Arceus, if they could reach it, mused thus. Before long, the duo and their Pokémon had thoroughly cleared the lair of all valuable items and prepared to leave. After consuming a few orange berries and resting briefly, Lalolesai finally regained her color. At this point, Chucheng and his companions had gathered all valuable items from the Alidas's lair. They began to examine their haul. First, they discovered the Alidas clan's specialty, numerous silk cocoons. Chucheng selected only the finest, comprising 7 or 8 bundles. These premium materials were ideal for crafting high-quality fabrics, valued at no less than 200 points according to the wristwatch's appraisal. Next were various miscellaneous items related to Pokémon, such as the claws of a Diglett and the wings of a Zubat, even including a shell from a Krabby. These were likely remnants left by Pokémon preyed upon by the Alidas, many of which possessed considerable medicinal value, collectively worth about 300 points. Additionally, there were some ordinary Pokémon resources, the most precious being a small quantity of ore. Among them, Chucheng even found a few gemstones with fairy-type attributes. Regrettably, their purity barely exceeded 60, which would fetch several thousand in the open market. Each was worth around 60 points, a meager return. Coupled with the points earned from Lalolesai's defeat of the Alidas clan, though not an official arrangement by the League, any Pokémon defeated within the examination grounds yielded points. The spoils from just one Alidas lair were substantial. Chucheng's points not only surpassed the 1,000 mark, but were rapidly approaching 1,500. Indeed, robbing is quite lucrative, he mused. However, he harbored no intentions of plundering every Pokémon lair he encountered. The typical wild Pokémon likely wouldn't possess such a treasure trove. After all, this clan, led by elite Alidas, wielded significant influence among wild Pokémon. Even a bear would think twice before confronting them. The wealth they had amassed was likely the result of countless endeavors over time, making replication highly improbable. After tidying up and seeing that Lalolesai had nearly recovered, Chucheng and his team pressed onward. Delving deeper into the cave, they observed remnants of various spider webs scattered throughout. Reflecting on the information regarding Alidas's hunting and tracking habits, it became apparent that this vast area constituted their hunting grounds. No wonder they had not encountered any other Pokémon. Indeed, with nearly 10 Pokémon in their ranks and several Alidas present, their strength within this cave was formidable. The territory was undoubtedly extensive, and any Pokémon lacking sufficient prowess would likely have already been consumed. After what felt like an eternity of wandering, Chucheng and his companions finally exited the Alados's territory. Checking the time, it was nearing 11 o'clock in the morning. Having skipped breakfast, they casually sought a spot to rest, retrieving pre-packed energy bars and compressed biscuits from their backpacks to quell their hunger. After their meal and a short respite, they resumed their journey. The cave was astonishingly vast. Aside from the main path they traversed, the walls and corners were riddled with tunnels of varying sizes, occasionally echoing with the sounds of Pokémon within. As they ventured deeper, the space opened up, revealing several branching paths. Chucheng furrowed his brow at the sight of these forks, uncertain of which direction to take. Tentatively releasing his aura to probe, he discovered that each passage seemed interconnected, with no discernible distinguishing features. Even with Riolu's aura amplifying his senses, Chucheng's aura could only extend about 100 meters before exceeding his current limitations. Just as he scratched his head, pondering which path to choose, Lalalaisai suddenly pointed toward the far left tunnel. Are you suggesting that you sense a unique aura emanating from within that brings you a sense of familiarity? Lalalaisai nodded affirmatively. Initially, they were uncertain about which path to take, but now that they have a clear objective, what are they waiting for? It is time to take immediate action. Without further hesitation, Chucheng led Lalalaisai and Riolu directly into the leftmost cave entrance. Chapter 98, The Lake of Moonlight and Pippi. Having chosen the leftmost entrance, Chucheng and his companions walked for another 10 minutes or so. Suddenly, the surroundings began to transform. The once pitch-black cave revealed a soft, ethereal glow emanating from the walls as they ventured deeper. Chucheng and his companions approached to observe closely. This is, for safety's sake. Lalalaisai utilized her psychic abilities to levitate a glowing stone from the wall. Chucheng inspected it closely, and upon touching it, he discovered it to be an ordinary rock. Yet, for some unknown reason, it radiated a delicate, pale pink luminescence. A faint wave of fairy-type energy emanated from it. Looking up at the walls surrounding them, they noticed countless such stones densely covering the rocky surface. It was the combined, gentle glow of these stones that illuminated the cave. It appears that Lalalaisai's intuition was indeed correct. We must be in the right place. Tossing the stone in his hand thoughtfully, Chucheng smiled at Lalalaisai. The fact that so many ordinary stones are imbued with fairy-type energy suggests that something remarkable lies ahead. According to records Chucheng had previously perused, a significant alteration in the environment of a location typically indicates either the presence of a powerful Pokémon capable of altering its surroundings through its own radiation or the concealment of a treasure imbued with immense energy. Generally, these are the only two possibilities. A Pokémon capable of influencing its ecological environment must be at least of champion caliber, which clearly would not be found in such a place. Therefore, only one possibility remains. There must be an extraordinary treasure here. Well, Lalalaisai, it seems you are quite fortunate. Lalu. In response to her trainer's teasing, Lalalaisai looked at Chucheng with a puzzled expression. Let us proceed. It seems we will soon reach our destination. After saying this, Chucheng took the lead, and Lalalaisai and Riolu quickly followed, concerned for his safety. As they ventured further, the cave not only grew brighter, but thousands of glowing stones rendered the depths as illuminated as daylight. The rich fairy-type energy was unmistakable, with radiant pink mist seeping from the crevices of the rock walls. In such an environment, Lalalaisai, who had felt somewhat fatigued after dealing with Ariados, was instantly revitalized. Upon reaching the deepest part of the cave, the sight before them almost left them agape. Hidden at the cave's core was a small lake. Indeed, a lake. Based on Chucheng's estimations from their journey, they had reached the heart of the mountain. Expecting to uncover treasures, they were surprised to discover a small lake instead. The silver water lay tranquil, resembling a flawless mirror, disturbed only by droplets of dew cascading from the stalactites above. The entire lake appeared shrouded in a dense fairy-type energy, with the silver surface intertwining with the pink mist above, forming a breathtaking, dreamlike tableau. However, the focal point was not this. The most significant discovery was a large moonstone, standing majestically upon a patch of land in the center of the lake. Chucheng gauged from a distance that this moonstone was at least 3 meters high and over 2 meters wide, marking his first encounter with a moonstone of such colossal proportions. Instead of rushing towards the moonstone, Chucheng meticulously surveyed the surroundings as per his usual practice. To his surprise, he noticed several inconspicuous small holes in the walls surrounding the lake, directed towards the moonstone, through which a faint light filtered. If memory serves him correctly, the path they traveled seemed to ascend slightly, suggesting they were nearing the mountain's summit. It appeared that when night fell, Moonlight would pour through these small openings and converge upon the massive moonstone, replenishing the energy it radiated. This might explain why the lake had retained its energy for such a long time. Observing the moonstone, Chucheng recalled that both Pippi and Pukisi evolved using moonstones. The energy of moonlight is inherently intertwined with dark, fairy, and ghost types. For instance, the dark-type moon Pokémon, the fairy-type move Moonblast, and the ghost-type Lunala, among others. Therefore, it was unsurprising that this lake harbored abundant fairy-type energy. The outward dispersal of this energy likely contributed to the emergence of this unique environment. As Chucheng scanned the vicinity, he identified a path leading directly to the center of the lake. Let us set forth. They followed the path before them towards the colossal moonstone at the lake center. Pippi, just as they were about to reach the lake, a flurry of pink figures intercepted them. It was then that Chucheng and his companions realized there were other Pokémon near the moonstone. Led by several Pippi, the group of Pippi that had just been conducting a ritual beneath the moonstone swiftly positioned themselves in front of them. However, as fairy-type Pokémon, Pippi were clearly not as aggressive as Ariados, and they did not attack Chucheng and his companions. Lalo, Pippi as a fairy-type Pokémon. Lalo Lacai was fond of these Pippi. Approaching them, she initiated a conversation. After some dialogue, Chucheng and his companions discovered that they were preparing for a ritual, the evolution ceremony of the Pippi, which would take place beneath the moonstone. In this ritual, suitable Pippi would evolve into Pukisi, bathed in the moonstone's radiance. Just as Lalo Lacai felt a sense of camaraderie with them, the Pippi and Pukisi, upon encountering Lalo Lacai, also felt a warm connection. Despite being different species, they instantly bonded. The leading Pukisi stepped forward, enthusiastically inviting Lalo Lacai to participate in their ritual, explaining that all Pokémon attending the ceremony beneath the sacred stone would have the chance to receive the blessing of moonlight, which held great benefits for fairy types. Before Lalo Lacai could respond, Chucheng promptly agreed on her behalf. The Pukisi then turned its attention to Chucheng, and upon sensing the absence of hostility in his aura, warmly invited him to witness their evolution ceremony. Thus, Chucheng, accompanied by Lalo Lacai, followed behind the Pukisi along the path leading to the center of the lake. Chapter 99, Evolution Beneath the Moonlight. At that moment, the time was just past 4 p.m. According to the information gleaned from the Pukisi, their evolution ceremony would not commence until nightfall when the moon rose. They had approximately 3 hours to wait until the ceremony began. Chucheng and his companions settled in to await the impending evolution ritual. Meanwhile, Chucheng retrieved a bag of energy cubes. Aside from the portions for Larialas and Riolu, he distributed the remainder to the enthusiastic Clefairy and Pixie. Here, give this a try. It's a special Pokémon food from the outside world. As he spoke, Chucheng handed the energy cubes to them one by one. The Clefairy and Pixie, savoring the delightful taste of the energy cubes for the first time, expressed their joy exuberantly. The little creatures danced around Chucheng with gleeful enthusiasm. As time slipped away, it was around 7 in the evening. It was the middle of November, and the night descended with the full moon, round and lustrous like a jade plate, emerging promptly in the sky. Through the openings above the cave, the silvery moonlight streamed in, ultimately converging on the massive moonstone at the center. The prepared Clefairy, under the guidance of the leading Pixie, began to dance around the sacred stone in a ceremonial tribute. At that moment, Chucheng recalled that he had yet to examine the specifics of these Pixies. He casually accessed the system to check on the leading Pixie. Name: Pixie. Type: Fairy. Gender: Energy level: 55, Stage 2 Gym Leader. Talent: Purple. Ability: Magical Defense. Held item: None. Skills: Pound, Sing, Growl, Shrink, Round, Finger Wave, Sweet Kiss, Charm, Moonlight, Comet Punch, Cosmic Power, Healing Wish, Moon Power, Life Dew, Mist Explosion, Meteor Beam, Misty Terrain, Play Rough. Upon checking, Chucheng was taken aback by the results, causing his hand to tremble. He suddenly realized that the Pixie, who had just flirtatiously received an energy cube from him, was indeed a formidable Pokémon of Gym Leader caliber. It dawned on him that he had carelessly tousled the Pixie's curls just moments ago. Fortunately, it was a friendly type of Pixie. Chucheng felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. After all, a Gym Leader level Pokémon. If he had encountered one with a foul temperament or a penchant for attacking humans, they all might have faced dire consequences here. No wonder he had initially wondered why the Ariados had not ventured deeper to seize this place. From any perspective, it was undeniably superior to their own lair. Moreover, their type would not be adversely affected by the fairy-type energy present here. Now, having seen the data on the Pixie, he finally understood that the true boss within this cave was none other than this Pixie. Given its gym leader-level strength, the Ariados would naturally refrain from seeking trouble here. While Chucheng pondered, the Clefairy continued their ritual. Led by several pixies, the Clefairy commenced their ceremonial dance, humming an unknown melody. As Chucheng and his companions listened to the ethereal songs of the Clefairy, they found themselves gradually entranced. Suddenly, an invisible change swept through the surroundings, awakening Chucheng with the perception of aura. Through this perception, he sensed that an indescribable transformation was occurring here. As the ritual progressed, the area seemed to be enveloped by an extraordinary magnetic field. The gathered moonlight illuminated the Clefairy, casting a silvery sheen upon their tiny wings. With a gentle flutter, the Clefairy appeared to hover in midair, continuing their ceremonial dance. Their graceful movements, reminiscent of fairies, captivated Chucheng and his companions. At that moment, in the center of the lake, the towering moonstone suddenly emanated a breathtaking pink radiance. All the Clefairy remained unperturbed, continuing their dance under the embrace of the pink glow. Larulus, meanwhile, gazed longingly at the figures bathed in the pink light. It felt the allure of that glow, but, being sensible, Larulus restrained its desire, refraining from interrupting the Clefairy's ritual. Pixie, Pixie. The leading pixie hurriedly turned its head and called out to Larulus. Was the pixie suggesting that Larulus join in? Chucheng pointed to the little one beside him and inquired. The pixie nodded affirmatively and urged Larulus to hurry. With no time for hesitation and recognizing the apparent benefits for Larulus, Chucheng naturally set aside any pretense of modesty. Did you hear? Go on. Larulus, thank you, pixie. With a gentle push, he encouraged Larulus forward and expressed his gratitude to the pixie, no longer suppressing the yearning that welled from within. Larulus teleported directly into the group of Clefairy. The Clefairy welcomed their new companion, centering their dance around Larulus as they continued the ritual. They danced to the ceremonial steps and sang ancient songs, basking in the intertwining glow of pink and silver, collectively praying for the blessings of the sacred stone. As the ritual reached its climactic conclusion, all the Pokémon present, including Larulus, were enveloped in a brilliant white light. It was the light of evolution. As the radiance faded, all the Clefairy had evolved into pixies, and at the center of the group, the formerly adorable Larulus had vanished, replaced by a graceful and stunning maiden. Kyrillian has arrived. Larulus, now transformed, exhibited the early signs of becoming a powerful psychic queen. However, she cast aside her regal demeanor and instantly teleported into Chucheng's embrace. Kairu. Hee, Aching. I've evolved. I'm the first to evolve. Looking at the affectionate Kyrillian in his arms, Chucheng could only smile helplessly, patting her little head as he praised, Yes. 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 Larulus. Oh no, now you must be called Kyrillian. You're amazing, aren't you? Beside them, Riolu regarded the newly evolved Larulus with a hint of envy. It's all right. You don't need to compare yourself to Larulus. Both you and Zoroark only have one chance to evolve. It's normal for the wait to be a bit longer. Holding Kyrillian, Chucheng quickly sensed this and softly reassured Riolu. Kyrillian also approached Riolu to share her feelings about the evolution, diverting attention and further igniting Riolu's anticipation for its own transformation. Chapter 100, An Exaggerated Enhancement. At this moment, Chucheng finally had the opportunity to examine Kyrillian's detailed information. A luminous screen, visible only to him, displayed Kyrillian's intricate data. Name, Kyrillian, shiny form. Blessing of the moon. Type, fairy psychic. Gender, energy level, 28, advanced. Talent, deep red. Ability, telepathy, held item. None, skills. Hypnosis, drain kiss, teleport, illusion beam, life dew. Meditate, taunt, shadow sneak, shadow ball, psychic, magical leaf, magical fire, will-o-wisp, misty terrain, mist explosion, moon power, moonlight, meteor beam. Inherited moves, strange light, shared fate, skill swap. Curse, dark pulse, rage, trick, roar. Talent analysis, energy talent, near legendary, physical talent, excellent, mental talent, exceptional. Detailed information, 1. The current Pokémon has absorbed a substantial amount of fairy-type energy, achieving a state of equilibrium with the unique energy residual within it, significantly mitigating internal effects. 2. The current Pokémon's mental strength is approximately 5 times that of its peers. Targeted enhancement is recommended. 3. A significant amount of latent special energy has been detected within the current Pokémon, which can be awakened if necessary. Upon gazing at Churulian's astonishing panel, Chucheng was left utterly astounded, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Most notably, Churulian's aptitude had transformed from red to a deep crimson. This marked the first instance of a Pokémon with deep Crimson aptitude within Chucheng's team. Even the little fox, which was already on the brink of deep Crimson, still fell short by a narrow margin. At this juncture, Churulian's aptitude had surpassed that of its father, Erulay Duo. Furthermore, Churulian had achieved a remarkable 3-level elevation in rank, nearly equivalent to 2 months of conventional training. Then, observing the extraordinarily extensive skill pool, it was evident that this evolution had bestowed 4 brand new abilities upon Churulian. The moves Mist Explosion and Moonlight were not to be overlooked, as they were typically reserved for the evolved stage of Shinado. The most outrageous aspect was the presence of Moonlight and Meteor Beam, moves that were simply unattainable for the Rarurus series Pokémon. Yet, now, these abilities proudly adorned Churulian's skill list, an absurdity that even made Chucheng silently scoff at his own Pokémon. However, what was this blessing of the moon? Staring at this additional suffix, Chucheng found himself perplexed. Yet, adhering to the principle of consulting the system when in doubt, he promptly accessed the system's encyclopedia, where he indeed found the information he sought. Blessing of the Moon, a boon granted by the Moon Godstone revered by the Pixie clan. This blessing significantly enhances all moon-related moves of the Pokémon that possesses it. Under the cover of night, especially on nights graced by the moon, all abilities will be augmented. Through the system's appraisal, Chucheng swiftly unraveled the truth, feeling somewhat numb to the astonishment that had initially gripped him. The enhancement from the blessing of the moon seemed exceedingly substantial, didn't it? Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly a beneficial buff for his Churulian. No wonder Pixie had mentioned that the blessing of the moon was a splendid gift, particularly for fairy-type Pokémon. This effect, which amplified the power of moon-related moves, was indeed incredibly practical for fairy-type Pokémon capable of harnessing moonlight. For Churulian at this moment, even the seemingly trivial moonlight could wield tremendous potential. After all, Churulian had already mastered Healing Wave, and due to environmental dependencies, the original moonlight was not particularly useful for it, especially under the blazing sun. The presence of moonlight would undoubtedly instill a sense of dread in its adversaries regarding Churulian's endurance. When deeply engrossed in an endeavor, time invariably slips away with remarkable swiftness. By the time the ritual concluded, it had unknowingly transitioned into the deep night. Clearly, it was no longer the moment to depart. Within the cavern's night, the presence of lurking predators was assured, making it somewhat perilous to leave at this juncture. Upon encountering the gym-level Pixie, Chucheng dared not act as casually as before. This was evidently a clandestine location undiscovered by the Alliance. Should a professional-grade Pokémon emerge, it would spell trouble. Upon noticing the Pixie's invitation, Chucheng gratefully accepted and accompanied them to their dwelling. Their abode was situated not far from the lake. At the lake's center lay the sacred domain housing their moonstone. Typically, they refrained from close interactions with it. However, to safeguard the moonstone's security, they resided adjacent to the Moonlight Lake. Upon arriving at their dwelling, Chucheng was surprised to find a considerable number of Pippi and Pico living there. It turned out that the few Pippi who had participated in the ritual had merely met the evolution requirements. There were many more Pippi and Pico present. Upon seeing the Pixies return, the Pippi and Pico left behind at home immediately gathered around them, chirping joyfully at their companions who had evolved into Pixies. Time had grown late, and the leading Pixie waved its hand, directing the Pippi and Pico to bring forth various berries and fruits to entertain Chucheng and his companions. Observing this, Chucheng promptly opened his backpack, retrieving energy cubes and compressed snacks to share with the assembled Pokémon. Gathered around the campfire, they feasted on foods previously unseen, enveloping the entire dwelling in a jubilant atmosphere. After finishing this delayed dinner, Chucheng, guided by the Pixies, found a comfortable spot to set up his sleeping bag, quickly drifting into slumber. What a vibrant day it had been. The following morning, Chucheng and his companions rose early, preparing to return. They had already delayed for a day, and the little fox must surely be frantic with worry. If they did not hurry back, that little creature might even come searching for them. After bidding farewell to the Pippi, Pixies, and Piku, and expressing his gratitude once more, Chucheng left all his energy cubes behind. Farewell, Pixies. I shall return whenever the opportunity arises. Kairu. Farewell, everyone. Leo. Farewell. Pippi. Farewell. Just after waving goodbye, Chucheng and his companions followed the path they had inquired about yesterday, leading them back to the outside world. Chapter 101. The return journey in contrast to their entrance. The journey out was considerably quicker. They traversed the route indicated by the Pixies without encountering any Pokémon akin to the previous Ariados. Their unhindered passage allowed them to proceed at a pace far surpassing that of the previous day. In just an hour, they could already perceive a faint light in the distance. Let us proceed. It appears we are nearing the exit. Let us push onward. After walking for nearly another 10 minutes, finally, upon parting the thick foliage surrounding the cave entrance, they beheld the sky adorned with the rising sun, signifying their departure from the cavern. Exhaling deeply, Chucheng relished the fresh air outside, feeling a sense of clarity wash over him. Although they had not encountered any dangers below, the oppressive atmosphere of the dark cave was somewhat stifling. Even with Churulian's illumination, it had not entirely alleviated the sensation. Churulian, we should head back. When time permits, we can certainly revisit Pixie and the others. Chucheng turned to find Churulian gazing longingly at the cave entrance and spoke to it. Let us go. Zoroark must be anxiously awaiting us at the camp. After speaking, he led the two little ones outside. It was only after they had completely departed from the vicinity of the cave that Chucheng and his companions astonishingly realized they had reached the summit of the nearby mountain that overlooked their camp. Not far off, a crystal-clear stream cascaded down the mountainside, the very waterfall they had encountered on their way here. From the mountaintop, they could vaguely discern their camp in the distance. Chucheng scrutinized his surroundings. To descend, they would need to navigate down the opposite side of the mountain, for the face before them was sheer cliffs, presenting a formidable obstacle. However, if they were to traverse the other side, they would have to take a significantly longer route, likely wasting half a day in the process. With only 7 days allotted for their assessment, and today marking the 3rd day, he was acutely aware that he had yet to complete the tasks assigned by the system. Time was of the essence. Gazing at the steep cliffs before him, Chucheng pondered for a moment before his eyes brightened with a brilliant idea. Kyrulian, if we wish to return swiftly, it seems we must rely on your abilities. Kyrulian looked at its trainer with a puzzled expression. Chucheng guided it to the cliff's edge, pointing at several protruding ledges along the cliff face. Look there. Once you use teleportation to reach those spots, we can use these ledges as platforms to teleport down directly. What do you think? Is it feasible? Chucheng's concept was straightforward: to utilize the footholds on the cliff as stepping stones, allowing them to descend swiftly through repeated uses of teleportation. Absolutely, Aching. Kyrulian gazed in the direction Chucheng indicated, carefully assessing the positioning of the protrusions. After a moment of contemplation, it nodded vigorously. Thanks to its recent evolution, accomplishing such precise teleportation would have been nearly impossible for its former self, Ralts. All right, Riolu, you can return for now. Upon receiving confirmation from Kyrulian, Chucheng retrieved the Pokeball and recalled Riolu back into it. Given that the mere act of teleporting with Chucheng was already taxing for Kyrulian, adding Riolu into the mix might prove to be the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Let us set off. Kyrulian grasped Chucheng's hand, and in an instant, a wave of psychic energy enveloped them as it executed teleportation. In the next moment, they found themselves atop a protruding ledge on the cliff. Indeed, it worked flawlessly. Let us continue, Kyrulian, Chucheng proclaimed, steadying himself before selecting their next teleportation destination and resuming their journey. By employing this method, they managed to traverse a route that would have otherwise taken at least half a day in less than 30 minutes. As their feet touched solid ground, Chucheng felt a wave of relief wash over him upon sighting the camp in the distance. He then released Riolu from its Pokeball once more, and they headed towards the camp. However, before they could approach fully, a swift, pink figure darted toward them and collided directly into Chucheng's embrace. Easy there, Zoroark. This isn't like when you were a pup. As he fell to the ground, Chucheng could only respond with a resigned expression. If it had been anyone else, they would have likely been incapacitated for days, yet he merely felt a fleeting sting. Zoro, you silly Aching. It's all your fault. After such a long time. Where have you been? Do you know that if you hadn't returned soon, I would have had to go looking for you? Lying in his arms, the little fox expressed its dissatisfaction vehemently. Yes, it is all my fault. There were just some unexpected circumstances. I should have considered your feelings better. Next time, I promise to bring you all along. Is that all right? Chucheng hastily reassured the little fox. At that moment, the little fox finally turned its attention to its two companions. Riolu appeared to be in fine form, seemingly unchanged, but Ralts, where was Ralts? Who was this before him? The large Ralts he knew had vanished. Staring at Zoroark's perplexed face and its unwavering gaze fixed on Kyrulian, Chucheng smiled and explained, this is Ralts. However, it should now be referred to as Kyrulian. The little fox was taken aback upon seeing Kyrulian. What happened? I stepped out for just a day, and in that time, Ralts, oh no, I mean Kyrulian, has become so powerful. It could sense that Kyrulian now stood close to its own level of strength, accompanied by an indescribable aura. In short, it understood that the current Kyrulian was formidable, igniting a flicker of unease within the little fox. Since becoming Chucheng's Pokémon, It had always held the title of the strongest in the team. It was astonishing that within a mere day, the former little girl had reached a point where she could challenge it. Contemplating this, Zoroark cast a resentful glance toward Chucheng. Faced with the reproachful gaze of the little fox, Chucheng, aware of his own shortcomings for having left Zoroark behind for nearly a day, could only respond with a sheepish smile. On their way back to the camp, Chucheng recounted the events that transpired in the cave in detail to Zoroark. Upon hearing about the series of occurrences and the grandeur of the evolution ceremony for the Picus, Zoroark felt a pang of envy for being left behind to guard the camp. Once they returned to the camp, they prepared a simple breakfast using locally sourced ingredients. After enjoying their meal, Zoroark then reported to Chucheng about the events that transpired while they were away. Chapter 102. A Bounty of Circle Bears. After Chucheng and the others had departed, there were several instances throughout the day where humans approached their vicinity. However, Zoroark, utilizing its illusionary abilities, successfully deterred them. Among them was one individual whose attire resembled that of the foes they had previously dealt with, so Zoroark hypnotized him, compelling him to press the distress button. By the time he was rescued, he would likely be oblivious to the reason behind his call for help. "Well done, Zoroark," Chucheng praised, gently stroking its little head as he listened to the recounting. As for the schools that had secretly conspired to undermine them, Chucheng harbored no goodwill toward them, especially considering that the system had assigned related tasks. Zoroark's handling of the situation was precisely to his liking. Zoroark, there's one more thing. Yesterday, Circle Bear followed the scent we left behind to find the camp. It seemed to have something to discuss with you, Chucheng, but upon realizing you were absent, it departed. Chucheng contemplated. It was likely related to his previous request for Circle Bear to gather the League's supply drops in the area. Oh well, I might as well pay Circle Bear a visit, he mused, deciding it was not an urgent matter to address immediately. After a brief respite, they set off towards Circle Bear's den. As half an hour swiftly passed, they soon arrived at their destination, the grand tree at the heart of the jungle. However, on their way to Circle Bear's lair, Chucheng was astonished to discover a myriad of Pokémon traversing to and fro in Circle Bear's territory. Some of these Pokémon were known to be prone to conflict with one another, yet they all behaved obediently within Circle Bear's domain. "Sulcy Bear, I hear you wish to speak with me," Chucheng called out. Upon entering the destination, Chucheng immediately beheld the Circle Bear sprawled at the entrance of its lair, resembling a wealthy landlord. Surrounding it was a veritable mountain of various black packages, piled high and dense, leaving Chucheng somewhat astonished. Additionally, a multitude of different Pokémon encircled the area, including Bobo, BB Bird, Fire Sparrow, Flying Mantis, Nidoran, Noctowl, and Walking Grass. In short, a diverse assembly of commonly found forest Pokémon had congregated here, and Chucheng even spotted several Pikachus, which reminded him of Musashi's quip that Pikachu were as plentiful as stray dogs. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Even the Beedrills, who usually had a poor relationship with the Circle Bear, were present. Upon noticing Chucheng's arrival, the Circle Bear eagerly bounded over, letting out a boisterous roar. Clearly, it had not forgotten the task that Chucheng had assigned it the previous day. "You mean to say that you have informed most of the Pokémon in this jungle, telling them that if they find such black packages, they can exchange them for food? So, all these packages were brought here by them?" The Circle Bear nodded in affirmation. "You mentioned that you are unsure which of these packages contain edible items, and fearing that you might damage those useful to me, you decided to leave them all for me to sort? Your earlier venture to find Zoroark was also for this purpose?" "Exactly. Thank you, Circle Bear." Upon hearing the Circle Bear's words, Chucheng felt immensely touched and hurriedly began to unpack the packages, sorting through the food. Upon opening the packages, he discovered that the vast majority of the supplies provided were indeed food and water. Apart from retaining a small portion of human food and the agreed-upon tithe for the Circle Bear, he distributed all the energy blocks and Pokémon food according to the quantity of packages each Pokémon had brought, as remembered by the Circle Bear. After sending away the surrounding Pokémon, Chucheng finally calculated his haul. "Let me see. This one is worth 20 points, and this one 60 points. After tallying the contributions of the three little companions he had brought along, he realized the extent of his success, without even considering the specific utility of the miscellaneous items. The points accumulated alone had caused his total to surge by nearly 1,000 points. At that moment, his total points had surpassed the 2,000 mark, heading towards 3,000. It could be said that the vast majority of resources within this jungle had converged upon Chucheng. The food he had specifically collected was already more than sufficient for him and his companions to feast on until the conclusion of the assessment. However, there was no reaction regarding storage. After all, as long as it sufficed, excess would be of no use. The reason for his collection was merely to garner points. Meanwhile, the Circle Bear had received a portion of all the Pokémon food and energy blocks as its reward and was now lounging atop the various foods, seemingly reveling in a sea of sustenance. The packages from the entire jungle had largely been aggregated. Even if he merely extracted 1 or 10 from each for the Circle Bear's reward, the total would still be astonishing due to the sheer volume. Thanks to the Circle Bear's assistance, had he truly needed to search each package individually, the endeavor would have been far more troublesome. Once all matters here were settled, Chucheng leisurely made his way back toward the campsite. Since the nearby resources had been sufficiently gathered, it was time to fulfill the task assigned by the system. This was the first time he had encountered such a large-scale special event, and he was uncertain about the rewards. If they were anything like the bountiful rewards from the last Newcomer Cup, chuckling at the sight of his fellow trainer, who was lost in a daze. His 3 Pokémon exchanged glances, shaking their heads in exasperation before breaking into smiles. Chapter 103. Journeying deeper after organizing all the resources. Chucheng bid farewell to the Circle Bear and returned to his temporary campsite. Once he had sorted and tidied up the various supplies he brought back, he sat down, lost in contemplation. Now on the 3rd day of the assessment, Chucheng held nearly 3,000 points in his grasp, and at this stage, it seemed improbable that anyone could rival him among the participants. With the first place firmly within his grasp, it was only natural for him to consider completing the system task. According to the system's stipulations, to earn a sufficiently rewarding prize, he needed to eliminate as many of the participating students from the schools that had conspired against his own. Chucheng pondered over how best to eliminate more of the targeted participants. Time swiftly passed, and it was now the 5th day of the assessment. The sun had just risen, and the air still carried a hint of coolness. In the temporary campsite, Chucheng was busily preparing the items they would take with them. With only 2 to 3 days remaining, he did not intend to linger any longer. They had already thoroughly scoured the nearby valuable resources. It was time to venture deeper into the mountains. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noted that his points had surged past 7,000. And on the system panel visible only to him, the elimination count had reached 74. A slight smile crept upon Chucheng's lips, reflecting the effort he had invested over the past few days. Perhaps inspired by his previous endeavors with the Circle Bear, he conceived a clever strategy. In the days that had passed, in a bid to eliminate a greater number of targets, he had, under the enthusiastic leadership of the Circle Bear, sought out the lairs of the various local leaders within the surrounding areas, including, but not limited to, Beedrill, Servine, Nidoqueen, and Geodude. Following a series of amicable, harmonious, and cordial exchanges, the forest leaders surrounding the Circle Bear's domain pledged their unwavering support to assist Chucheng. They tearfully escorted him out after he had thoroughly pillaged their lairs. Subsequently, with their full mobilization, many nearby Pokémon were alerted. Any hint of human presence would be immediately reported. Thus, in a mere span of 3 days, Chucheng and his companions had eliminated at least 100 participants. Though the elimination of 100 might not seem considerable, it was vital to recognize that the total number of participants across this vast mountain range was only around 5,000 to 6,000, with a substantial portion lurking at the periphery. Chucheng single-handedly accounted for nearly 3 of the total eliminations. However, it was likely that only Chucheng could employ such a tactic. The leaders in these regions were all at least elite level, and persuading such a multitude of powerful Pokémon was a feat that only he could achieve among this generation of rookie trainers. Moreover, thanks to his ability to communicate through the power of aura, he could engage with them effectively. For others who could barely defeat these Pokémon, it would be quite challenging to command their cooperation. At this moment, a rumor began circulating among the remaining participants, suggesting that in this cohort, a formidable figure had emerged from his school, a veritable overlord who had single-handedly eliminated hundreds of competitors, particularly targeting students from top-tier schools. What is even more terrifying is that they had never even laid eyes on that individual. They simply dispatched a single sprite, which effortlessly dealt with them. This has significantly reduced the number of individuals daring to venture towards the depths of the mountains from this direction. Many would rather expend an additional half-day circumnavigating the area than risk passing by where Chucheng and his companions were situated. To enhance efficiency, Chucheng assigned each of his 3 sprites to oversee a distinct region. Upon detecting a target, they were to subdue it and bring it back to earn points. After all, these adversaries were no match for his little foxes, especially with an evolved Kirlia present. Even in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, swift support could be provided through teleportation. The evolved Kirlia had not only greatly improved its teleportation skills, but also exceeded its pre-evolution capabilities in terms of distance, frequency, and cooldown times. Currently, if Kirlia were to teleport alone, It could cover a distance of over a kilometer. While it could not yet traverse the vast distances of over 100 kilometers like its mother, this feat was already quite remarkable for ordinary and advanced level sprites at this stage. Thanks to the efforts of the three little sprites who divided their paths, Chucheng and his companions were able to achieve substantial results in just 2 or 3 days. Of course, Chucheng was not a ruthless demon who eliminated everyone he encountered. As long as they did not actively engage him as competitors, he typically allowed them to go after collecting points, except for a few extraordinary individuals who were eliminated alongside their targets. Most were simply released after taking 30 of their points. After all, Chucheng was not a monster. However, if they were to cross paths again deeper within the mountains, he could not be held accountable. Chucheng had truly grasped the essence of sustainable development. If they were to encounter them again in the heart of the mountains, he could reap another harvest. With this thought, a smile crept onto Chucheng's face. Curlia, let us set forth. After packing up, Chucheng recalled his little fox and Riolu into their pokeballs and turned to Curlia. Curlia, let us go? Achung, I will definitely protect you. The newly evolved Curlia replied confidently. All right, I trust you. I will leave all the battles we encounter along the way to you. This will be a great opportunity for you to adapt to wild battles. Unless absolutely necessary, I want to issue commands. Chucheng intended to continue training his sprites' autonomous combat and wilderness skills. He decided to let them take turns following him, with the first being Curlia, who had yet to fully master its newfound power. Curlia, came the resolute response from Curlia, glancing at the sun that had risen. Chucheng and his team embarked on their journey towards the depths of the mountains. Chapter 104, The Struggle in the Core Zone. The mountain range that housed the examination site grew increasingly constricted the deeper one ventured. The largest area within the entire mountain range was the central region, where forests, marshes, peaks, and wetlands predominated. Most sprites resided here. To delve deeper into the mountains, one must traverse the expansive central region, as the core area comprised less than 1/5 of the entire mountain range. Previously, their temporary camp was situated near the edge of this central area, and they still had a considerable distance to cover to reach the core zone. To expedite their journey, they quickened their pace, relying on Curlia's teleportation to swiftly navigate treacherous passages. Thankfully, after evolving, the energy consumption of Curlia's teleportation had significantly diminished, although it was not yet as instinctual as it was for shiny Gardevoir. Still, the occasional use of teleportation along the way did not burden it excessively. As for the sprites they encountered, unless they chose to attack, Chucheng opted to let them be. Even the sporadic competitors he spotted were largely ignored unless they were task targets. With this relentless approach, after a half-day's travel, they reached the inner edge of the central area by a little past 1 in the afternoon. Let us head over there, Curlia. After surveying their surroundings, Chucheng noticed a small grove near a lake, where they could resolve their lunch issue and take a well-deserved rest. Having arrived at the edge of the central area, with the core zone now within sight, there was no longer any need to rush as before. As long as they found a suitable spot to set up a temporary shelter before sunset, they would be fine. To be honest, it was remarkable that Chucheng had traversed the central area and approached the core zone in just half a day. Other competitors would likely take 3 times as long, if they managed it at all. Not everyone possessed Chucheng's extraordinary physique, capable of walking several dozen kilometers at a stretch. Moreover, with Curlia by his side, this little sprite was an absolute boon for their wilderness expedition. Many difficult or obstructed paths that would take others hours to navigate were effortlessly crossed with a single teleport. It was impossible to quantify how much time Curlia saved Chucheng. Since the start of the assessment, the time spent traveling to reach near the core zone had yet to amount to 2 days, perhaps a day and a half at most. For others, it would likely have doubled. This was why Chucheng felt confident enough to linger at the temporary camp for several days. Before long, they reached the lake's edge, and Chucheng released his little fox and Riolu, preparing to cook their lunch. Riolu, go into the woods and gather some dry branches for firewood. Zoroark, fetch some water from the lake. Curlia, you assist me. Having determined a suitable resting spot, Chucheng efficiently assigned tasks to his little companions. Upon hearing his instructions, Riolu and Zoroark set off towards the woods and the lake, respectively. Meanwhile, Curlia used its psychic abilities to retrieve pots, pans, and a water purifier from the backpack and set them up. Chucheng glanced at their remaining food supplies. There was still a portion of beef hot pot left, along with a bag of hawthorn he had foraged earlier in the forest. With this, the main course for lunch was already decided. Once Riolu and Zoroark returned with water and firewood, it wasn't long before a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. A large pot of stewed beef was ready. Chucheng had also discovered a vacuum-sealed can of vegetables among the supplies. He had kept a few for himself and given the rest to the others. When the vegetables were added to the stew, the meal not only became delicious but also gained a nutritional boost. A large pot of vegetable beef stew, a bowl of fruit salad, along with some biscuits and jam, constituted their lunch. To say it was a feast in the wild would not be an exaggeration. Lunch is ready. Chucheng took out bowls and chopsticks from his backpack. Upon hearing his call, the little sprites eagerly gathered around, joyfully indulging in their meal. However, before they could finish, a tremendous noise from a distance shattered the cheerful atmosphere. Chucheng immediately set down his bowl and chopsticks, rising to observe the situation. Following the direction of the sound, it seemed to emanate from the opposite side of the lake, which was not particularly vast, merely a few dozen meters across. Within the trees on the other side, flashes of light from elven abilities intermittently danced through the foliage. Kyrelian, let us teleport over to assess the situation, Chucheng remarked, surveying the distance to the lake's far bank. Kyrelian nodded. A straight line of 30 or 40 meters posed no challenge for it whatsoever. At this moment, even the dog and the little fox need not return to their pokeballs, as a sudden surge of psychic energy enveloped them. Kyru, with a gentle call from Kyrelian. The figures of the group vanished from their location, leaving behind only a simmering pot of beef stew. In the next instant, Chucheng and his companions materialized on the opposite shore of the lake. After shaking his head to clear the lingering effects of the teleportation, Chucheng quickly scanned the surroundings and sought a discreet spot with a broader field of vision, promptly ushering the little fox and others to take cover. The side effect of teleportation often left one feeling slightly dizzy, but after several days, Chucheng had grown accustomed to it. Once concealed, he cautiously peered out to observe the unfolding situation. At that moment, two factions were embroiled in chaos within the woods. The larger group, which had the upper hand, consisted of the very individuals Chucheng had been diligently seeking. Clad in various school uniforms adorned with distinct emblems, they significantly outnumbered their opponents. Conversely, the smaller contingent, donning identical uniforms, evidently belonged to the same institution. Their numerical disadvantage had led them to a precarious position. In total, there appeared to be around 20 to 30 participants, with the larger group boasting over 20 members, while the smaller group barely numbered 10. Those bold enough to venture into this core area were certainly not to be underestimated, as the individuals present were all seasoned trainers, with their Pokémon typically at the senior level or bordering on it. Each trainer unleashed 2 or 3 Pokémon, resulting in a fray among dozens of creatures. Coupled with the constraints preventing trainers from directly engaging one another, the scene devolved into utter disarray. Chapter 105. Observing the clash from afar, Chucheng continued to observe the unfolding conflict, opting to remain an onlooker rather than intervening immediately. He intended to eliminate all members of the rival schools, and with the current skirmish presenting an opportunity to reduce their numbers, he felt no urgency to act. As the combatants exhausted themselves, he could swoop in for a decisive harvest, undoubtedly finding amusement in the expressions of his adversaries at that time. The smaller faction was clearly at a disadvantage. With merely 5 or 6 members, they constituted only a quarter of the opposing force. Although their strength was commendable, the opposing group, bolstered by sheer numbers, swiftly drove them into a corner. How about it, Li Mingwe? Are you still unwilling to surrender the items? One member of the larger group called out, halting the assault with a wave of his hand. As long as you hand over the goods, I assure you that we will let you leave unharmed. Otherwise, you will all be eliminated here. The smaller group, incensed by the demand, retorted vehemently. You think you're entitled to what we found? That's absurd. The girl at the forefront shot back defiantly. That is not how it works. Everything here is for the taking. As long as the assessment hasn't concluded, points can be claimed too. What gives you the right to lay claim to anything? I advise you to hand it over quickly. It's futile. You cannot escape, and even if you wish to withdraw, we have ample time to seize the items before the safety personnel arrive. Enough, Lu Yu. Stop wasting words with them. Just ask them one more time. Will you surrender or not? Another figure emerged from the crowd, interrupting the earlier speaker and directly addressing the smaller group. What a twist of fate. Chucheng mused, his face betraying a smirk as he recognized the newcomer. This individual was none other than the one who had previously defeated Lin Shui and injured the forest lizard during the newcomer cup, a certain Chinyu, if memory served. If he recalled correctly, this trainer had utilized a heart-scale Pokémon, once considered a strong contender for the championship due to its dragon-type nature. Though it was merely a slight step above a Pokémon deemed the disgrace of pseudo-divine beings, such as the Dragapult, it was still a dragon-type Pokémon, and thus, its potential warranted attention. Initially, Chucheng had intended to avenge his class leader during the next round of the competition, but to his surprise, this individual had proven to be more of a pretty face than a formidable opponent. easily defeated by Lu Huang and Gaisai, without even revealing their special abilities. Now, encountering him here piqued Chucheng's interest. It seemed this individual was an external reinforcement from the so-called Dragon Academy. How amusing. To think they could elevate their status merely by associating with Dragon-type trainers. Dragon Academy? Even a Bagon could be considered a dragon, Chucheng thought disdainfully. Among the rival schools, he held the least regard for this so-called Dragon Academy, a private institution that boasted few students from genuine trainer lineages. Instead, filled with the offspring of affluent nouveau riches. The students at this academy relished in calling themselves the dragons among men, and their pompous demeanor had earned them a poor reputation among several competing schools. In the realm of Pokémon, it was not unusual for organizations and structures to bear names associated with legendary Pokémon. Just as the newcomer cup he had participated in was whimsically dubbed the Little Firebird Cup, similar instances abounded. The name Dragon in Dragon Academy referred to the Sky Dragon, Rayquaza, and their emblem depicted a spiraling azure dragon. This was yet another reason for Chucheng's irritation. He had previously allowed 2 members of the Dragon Academy to go free, adhering to his word. However, now that fate had presented him with an opportunity to teach these individuals a lesson, he felt it was serendipitous. As Chucheng pondered these matters, the tension between the 2 factions intensified, and combat was imminent once more. Enough of this idle chatter. If they refuse to hand over the items, we shall take them by force. Heart-scale Pokémon, unleash Dragon Pulse. Charizard, use Dragon Rage. Eliminate them. At this juncture, Chinyu had lost all patience. Commanding his Pokémon to initiate the assault, Chucheng cast a glance, raising an eyebrow appreciatively. It appeared that this individual had indeed improved. Name, Heart-scale Pokémon. Energy level, 24, Senior. Talent, Purple. Name, Charizard. Energy level, 20, Senior. Talent, Purple. After half a semester, this fellow seemed to have made considerable progress. A level 24 Heart-scale Pokémon, and even the newly acquired Charizard had barely reached the senior level. Their strength was certainly commendable. Yet, Chucheng remained unfazed, as this Heart-scale Pokémon's level was merely on par with that of his weakest team member, the dog, during the assessment period. Riolu's level had also increased by 1, reaching level 24. Yet he certainly would not perceive this Heart-scale Pokémon as a worthy adversary for Riolu. Its prowess, while commendable, was ultimately unremarkable. At this very moment, following the issuance of Chinyu's command, deep violet dragonic energy began to coalesce before both the Heart-scale Pokémon and the Fire Dinosaur. A violent wave of draconic force and a searing purple fireball surged directly towards the female trainer's Pokémon. It was not so simple. Kamekame, with its water pulse, and Masquerain, with its ice punch, intervened to thwart the incoming assault. Upon hearing the girl's command, her 2 Pokémon surged forth in unison. The cerulean water pulse clashing with the violet fireball, while the draconic wave was abruptly intercepted by the ice punch. The leading girl on the opposing side clearly possessed considerable skill, as her 2 Pokémon successfully repelled the attacks from the Heart-scale Pokémon and the Fire Dinosaur. Name, Masquerain. Type, Water. Gender, unspecified. Energy level, 23, Senior. Potential, Light Purple. Ability, Swift Swim. Name, Kamekame. Type, Water. Gender, unspecified. Energy level, 21, Senior. Potential, Purple. Ability, Torrent. The clash between the 2 leaders was akin to a spark igniting a barrel of explosives, plunging both sides back into chaos. Gradually, the side with fewer numbers began to falter, as numerous Pokémon succumbed to their injuries, leaving the remaining ones severely wounded. Even among the leading girl's Pokémon, Kamekame had fallen, leaving only Masquerain to struggle on. The opposing team seemed to sense victory at hand, and a faint smile crept across Chinyu's face. After exerting such effort, they were finally on the verge of triumph. Once their Pokémon were entirely incapacitated, he would relish in their silence. Observing the battlefield nearing its climax, Chucheng finally rose, as it was now his moment to take the stage. Chapter 106, The Spectacular Display of Chimcho. Heart-scale Pokémon, conclude this battle. Charge forth and unleash your final Aura Punch. Upon hearing the command, the Heart-scale Pokémon clenched its fist, a vibrant white light enveloping it as it strode confidently towards Masquerain. Surrounding it were several other Pokémon, all poised to deliver a just retribution upon Masquerain. Masquerain. Seeing this unfolding scene, Li Mingyue cried out in desperation, just as the attacks from the opposing Pokémon were about to land. Masquerain had no choice but to employ Ice Punch, preparing for a final stand. Suddenly, a dark black energy wave surged forth, barreling towards them. Only the Heart-scale Pokémon. Charging ahead, managed to react in time, desperately slowing its stride. Then, with a resounding boom, the energy wave struck the ground and detonated, unleashing a violent explosion that sent powerful shockwaves through the air, compelling those nearby to shield their faces with their arms. All the advancing Pokémon were instantly rendered incapable of battle, blown aside by the force of the gust. Only the Heart-scale Pokémon, having sensed the impending danger and slowed its pace, narrowly evaded the brunt of the explosion, though it emerged with numerous scars adorning its body. What is happening? What just occurred? The appearance of this attack seemed to press the pause button on the conflict, causing all present to cease their ongoing battles and turn their gazes towards the source. What could be so precious that it incites such fervor? May I join in? As the words left his lips, Chucheng made a dazzling entrance alongside his little fox and Riolu. It's you, Yu exclaimed upon recognizing the sudden appearance. What treasure could you possibly have that warrants such a ruckus? Show it to me. Ignoring Yu entirely, Chucheng turned his attention to Li Mingyue and the others. You think just because you won the Newcomer Cup you can do as you please. I admit, in a one-on-one battle, I am indeed no match for you. But do take note of how many of us there are. Are you not afraid of biting off more than you can chew? You have no idea how many from our school have been eliminated these past few days. Yu, feeling disregarded, displayed a hint of indignation and threatened angrily. Li Mingyue, observing the unexpected turn of events, quickly addressed Chucheng. Hey, if you can truly deal with them and grant me some satisfaction, what would you say to this? She then brandished a small box before him, shaking it enticingly. The black box was securely sealed, with a dragon emblem meticulously engraved on the front. Upon seeing the emblem, Chucheng deduced the content's significance, realizing why Yu was so invested in obtaining it. Hey, this is undoubtedly something guarded by the dominant Pokémon residing deep within the core zone. Its value is certainly not trivial. Sensing Chucheng's understanding, Li Mingyue continued to elaborate. I fear you might not grasp the worth of this item. Chucheng quickly discerned her intent. She aimed to orchestrate a conflict between him and Yu, allowing her to escape with the prize. However, he merely smiled faintly, permitting her to continue her performance while shifting his focus back to Yu. You previously remarked that I should consider your numbers. What about now? Just as Yu pondered the implications of Chucheng's words, a gasp from behind interrupted his thoughts. Brother Qin, what is happening? Release us. Turning around, Yu was horrified to witness that, aside from the few in front of him, all others were suspended in midair. Struggling desperately, their Pokémon, unable to detect any foes, stood bewildered, wanting to rescue their trainers but fearing to harm them, resulting in chaotic confusion. Did you do this? Suddenly recalling something, Yu turned to confront Chucheng. Bingo, you got it right, but there's no reward. Chimcho, use telekinesis to move these individuals aside. Zoroark, repay the debt, and Riolu, unleash your aura sphere. Chucheng, satisfied with the scene before him, directed Zoroark and the others to commence their assault. The suspended individuals were shifted aside by Chimecho's power, while those Pokémon still standing idly faced the wrath of Zoroark's payback and Riolu's aura sphere. With a resounding explosion, the once formidable Qin-US faction was swiftly dismantled by Chucheng and his allies. Most of them were merely teetering on the edge of senior level, incapable of withstanding the might of Zoroark and Riolu. Moreover, after having already engaged in battle, they were not in peak condition. The total collapse of their forces was thus an expected outcome. Kairu, under Chimecho's command, Pokeballs floated from the defeated trainers, subsequently emitting a red light to retrieve the incapacitated Pokémon, which were then neatly arranged aside. Riolu too stepped forward, retrieving a bundle of rope from his backpack, skillfully binding the captured competitors one by one, his proficiency leaving onlookers in awe. Only the little fox remained, stationed to ensure Chucheng's safety. Having witnessed the devastating power of Zoroark's payback, no one dared to make any rash movements. How do you like that? Does your numerical advantage hold any significance now? Yu found himself at a loss for words, choked by Chucheng's remarks, stammering without managing to articulate a response. Subsequently, Chucheng approached Li Mingyue, extending his hand. The item is due to be handed over, isn't it? I will. Li Mingyue, momentarily dumbfounded by Chucheng's actions, snapped back to reality, hastily passing the box to him as if it were scalding hot, fearing that Chucheng might instruct Leo to bind her as well. You may all leave. After obtaining the box, Chucheng scrutinized it intently, gesturing for them to depart without turning around. Aren't you going to seize our points? The moment the words slipped from her lips, Li Mingyue hurriedly covered her mouth, realizing her blunder. If this fellow had forgotten, had she not just reminded him? Sensing her apprehension, Chucheng remained silent, merely urging them to vacate the area. The surrounding companions, wary of Li Mengyue's potential slip-ups, quickly pulled her away from the scene. And you? Will you proceed on your own, or will you resist? Upon hearing Chucheng's words, Qin Yu glanced at the predatory Solgaleo and his companions. Then at his own Pokémon, his Charmeleon, battered after the battle with the Kami Turtle, and his heart-scaled Pokémon, also affected by the night burst. All right, I shall handle it myself. Qin Yu gasped, removing his wristwatch and transferring 30 of his points to Chucheng before pressing the rescue button. He then slumped down to tend to Charmeleon's wounds. However, his actions earned him a newfound respect from Chucheng. After clearing the battlefield, Chucheng prepared to depart with his Pokémon, and before leaving, he remarked, "Farewell. May fortune favor you next time. I hope not to cross paths with you again." In the blink of an eye, a surge of psychic energy enveloped them, and they vanished, leaving behind a group of complexly expressioned Qin Yu and his companions. Chapter 107, The Final Battle. After their instantaneous departure, Chucheng and his team returned to their previous resting place, only to discover that their campsite had been overrun by an uninvited group of little guests. Pikachu. A horde of Pikachus, lured by the enticing aroma of the beef stew concocted by Chucheng, had taken advantage of their absence to feast upon their lunch. Upon the sudden appearance of Chucheng and his companions, the Pikachus were startled, dropping their unfinished morsels in a panic and attempting to flee. Witnessing the chaotic retreat of the little creatures, Chucheng quickly employed his aura powers, conveying through telepathy that he harbored no intent to harm them. For every Pokémon series aficionado, Pikachu holds a special place in their hearts, and Chucheng was no exception. As he gazed at the Pikachus before him, memories and a yearning for the Pokémon world flooded his mind, eliciting a genuine smile from him. While he may not seek to capture a Pikachu at this moment, it did not diminish his affection for the creature. Upon sensing Chucheng's aura, the Pikachus hesitated, uncertain yet intrigued. Momentarily pausing in their flight, but still too timid to approach, Chucheng said little more, simply tidying up the surroundings before rising to depart. "Fear not. We shall be leaving shortly, and all this food is for you," he declared, and without lingering, he turned to lead his little fox and companions toward the core area. The Pikachus exchanged glances, and once they realized that Chucheng and his party had genuinely departed, they returned to relish the delectable food before them. In the core region, atop the highest peak within the mountains, the long silent summit, apart from the howling winds, was rarely disturbed. Solgaleo, use Shadow Clone to evade, then unleash Ice Wind. The scene shifted, revealing Chucheng directing his little fox as it engaged in battle with an unfamiliar Pokémon. Roar! Just as Chucheng's command echoed, a metallic silver-gray beam shot forth from a nearby cave, aiming directly at the little fox. Cannon Beam. However, due to the timely use of Shadow Clone, the formidable cannon beam only managed to obliterate a few of Solgaleo's phantoms and create a hole in the nearby cliff, achieving little else. Roar, roar. Accompanied by ferocious roars and tremors beneath their feet, a massive green figure burst forth from the cave. With a blood-red, menacing head and deep crimson spines adorning its green skin, along with uniquely evolved wings from years of dwelling in subterranean caverns, the creature was unmistakably the infamous red-faced dragon, regarded as the disgrace of dragon-type Pokémon. As the red-faced dragon emerged from its lair, the little fox opened its mouth and unleashed an ice wind attack. The howling cold wind, laden with ice shards, enveloped the red-faced dragon. Roar! The icy energy's onslaught elicited a painful cry from the creature. Name: red-faced dragon. Type: dragon. Gender: unspecified. Energy level: 41. Professional rank. Quality: light purple. Ability: rough skin. Held item: none. Skill moves: scratch, glare, bite, dragon tail, cut, metal claw, dragon claw, sharp claw. Frightening face: roar, iron head, cannon beam, scale shot, poison tail, critical hit, crunch. Before them stood a red-faced dragon that had clearly surpassed the professional level. This formidable creature was the grand boss prepared by the authorities for the challengers in this assessment, excluding Pikachu, as the cave at Moonlight Lake remains an undiscovered secret location, known only to Chucheng. Although often derided as the disgrace of dragon types, facing a professional-level dragon Pokémon against students with at most senior-level Pokémon held a considerable intimidation factor. After receiving the dragon-type emblem box from Li Mengyue, Chucheng, upon his wristwatch's appraisal, was awarded a staggering 1,000 points. Upon opening the box, the contents were precisely as he had anticipated: a dragon-type Pokémon exclusive resource, a dragon scale. The scale, rough in texture like stone, was a deep green hue. With his family's innate craftsmanship, Chucheng gently touched it and immediately recognized it as a scale from the red-faced dragon. According to Li Mengyue, This box was stealthily extracted from the dragon's lair while it was away hunting. They had invested considerable effort to obtain it. First, leveraging the red-faced dragon's inability to fly, its wings having nearly degenerated from prolonged subterranean activity, by using a flying-type companion to deliberately distract it. Then, as it returned, a ghost-type Pokémon infiltrated the dragon's lair and pilfered the box. Unfortunately, just as they secured it, they were spotted by Qin Yu and his group, who would not allow such a treasure to slip away. Thus ensued the earlier scene that Chucheng witnessed, culminating in the coveted prize falling into his hands after a prolonged contest. Following the trail they had traversed, Chucheng located the red-faced dragon's cave atop the mountain, leading to the events that unfolded. Though they are both red-faced dragons, the dragon scale in Chucheng's possession evidently does not originate from the creature before him. The scale exudes a rich energy, and even without the aid of specialized equipment, Chucheng can ascertain that its owner is at least a red-faced dragon of near king-level status. He surmises that this scale was likely left behind by the parents of the current red-faced dragon, which subsequently became integrated into Earth as its secretive habitat melded with the planet, eventually being discovered by explorers and becoming one of the rewards for this assessment. The value of a scale from a near-king-level red-faced dragon is indeed considerable. Chucheng estimates it to be worth at least 7 figures. Furthermore, given that dragon-related resources are typically scarce, its value might appreciate significantly, marking a profitable venture for him. As for keeping this scale, Chucheng has never entertained such an idea. What a jest! Of all things, his home is replete with such items. What good would retaining a red-faced dragon scale serve? If he truly desired one, it would be far wiser to procure one from his father, or perhaps wait a year or two until his elder sister's Dragonite achieves king status. Surely, the scales of a king-level Dragonite would be more desirable than those of a red-faced dragon. However, those considerations are for another time. For now, he must first deal with the red-faced dragon before him. Chapter 108, The Elite-Level Little Fox. The red-faced dragon, tormented by the icy winds, was now seething with rage, its eyes glowing a fierce crimson. Among dragon-type Pokémon, those with a calm demeanor are exceedingly rare, and the red-faced dragon is certainly not one of them. In an instant, a surge of malevolent energy coalesced, and a thunderous roar erupted from its maw. The resonating sound waves surged towards Zoroark's position, a clear manifestation of its dark-type roar. Move swiftly, Zoroark. Even with Zoroark's speed, the range of the sound waves was too vast. He managed to create some distance through rapid movement. Yet he still felt the effects of the deafening roar. The damage was not severe, but his special attack had been diminished. The wild red-faced dragon was not only high in level, but also possessed considerable battle experience, making it a formidable opponent. How are you, Zoroark? I'm fine, Chucheng. The little fox replied, merely shaking its head to alleviate the lingering effects of the red-faced dragon's noise. Seeing the red-faced dragon seize the initiative, it abruptly shook its body, causing its scales to stand erect. In an instant, a storm of scales shot forth towards the little fox like a torrential downpour. However, this tangible assault was far easier to counter than the intangible sound waves. Zoroark, the little fox's eyes glowed with a vibrant pink light, unleashing a powerful psychic attack directly ahead. The invisible force intercepted all the scales launched by the opponent midair. Subsequently, the controlled scales were hurled back towards the red-faced dragon at an accelerated pace. Faced with the returning scales, the red-faced dragon had no choice but to cleave through them. A blinding white light emanated from its claws, shattering the scales rebounding from the little fox in mere moments. Seizing the opportunity while the red-faced dragon dealt with the reflected scales, the little fox cunningly amplified its diminished special attack once more. Dark energy flickered in its eyes, boosting Zoroark's special attack beyond its previous level. Realizing Zoroark's formidable psychic abilities, the red-faced dragon abandoned any extravagant long-range tactics, charging directly at Zoroark. Although its previous scale attack had failed to affect the little fox, the aftermath of the scale attack had diminished its own defenses while enhancing its speed. The small creature before it clearly relied on special attacks, and the decrease in defense would not significantly hinder its performance. Moreover, as a dragon-type Pokémon, it had no fear of engaging in close combat with such a small foe. With its speed heightened, the red-faced dragon quickly closed the distance to Zoroark. Gathering a dense malevolent energy, it opened its jaws wide and lunged at the little fox. Clang! The red-faced dragon's powerful bite shattered nothingness, encountering only the sound of teeth clashing and the sight of dissipating illusions. Revenge burns. In that fleeting moment of distraction caused by its failed bite, a conflagration of vengeful flames surged forth. Due to their proximity, the red-faced dragon had no time to evade, helplessly watching as the purple flames enveloped it. Roar! The intense searing pain drove the red-faced dragon to the brink of madness. Though the little fox's revenge flames manifested as a fiery assault, it primarily targeted the mind rather than inflicting conventional fire damage, which would be mitigated by the dragon type's natural defenses. However, just as the flames struck true, the red-faced dragon gritted its teeth against the pain and lunged fiercely at the little fox. Reacting swiftly, Zoroark utilized a protective shield to block the incoming dragon claw. A verdant barrier materialized, transforming into an impregnable wall that shielded the little fox. With one failed strike, the red-faced dragon could no longer endure the searing agony coursing through its body. Following the cunning amplification of its attack, the potent revenge flames surged with overwhelming negative emotions, directly assaulting the creature's mind. This pushed the already temperamental red-faced dragon into a frenzied state. In its berserk fury, the red-faced dragon began to indiscriminately launch assaults around it. Chucheng had no choice but to summon Kirlia, instructing it to teleport to a safe location. Though the red-faced dragon's attack power increased significantly in its enraged state, Chucheng wore a victorious smile, unperturbed by the unfolding chaos. A Pokémon may possess greater strength, but if it loses its rationality in battle, it becomes nothing more than a mere sack of muscles. As the unfolding events transpired just as he had anticipated, Zoroark, without the need for Chucheng's guidance, employed illusions and shadow clones to distract the red-faced dragon, continuously drawing its attention. Then, through relentless use of revenge flames and icy wind, Zoroark wore down its foe. Although the red-faced dragon's attack power surged in its berserk state, its stamina depletion escalated dramatically as well. True to form, under Zoroark's strategy, it was not long before the red-faced dragon, having expended its last reserve of strength, collapsed after ravaging the summit, leaving it battered and exhausted. In the instant the red-faced dragon fell, a violent surge of energy emanated from the little fox nearby. Recognizing the significance of this phenomenon, Chucheng's expression brightened, and Kirlia, along with the recently released Riolu, turned their gazes toward Zoroark, whose eyes were tightly shut. Zoroark. Moments later, the little fox opened its eyes, and a fierce wave of energy radiated outward. In that moment, Zoroark made the leap from level 29 to level 30, officially becoming an elite-tier Pokémon. Wonderful, Zoroark. You did it. Kirlia. Riolu. Chucheng rushed forward to embrace the newly evolved little fox, while their companions approached to offer their congratulations. In facing a red-faced dragon that had reached professional status, Chucheng had deliberately chosen to battle solely with Zoroark. The primary reason stems from the little fox's own aspirations. Zoroark has reached the pinnacle of the senior level for quite some time. Perhaps spurred by the challenge presented by Kairu Lien, the little fox intends to break through its limits through confrontations with formidable opponents. The crimson-faced dragon has become the target of its choice. With the goal achieved, Chucheng, accompanied by the three little companions, thoroughly rummaged through the dragon's lair before taking their leave. As twilight descended, it became apparent that this place was hardly suitable for an overnight stay. Today marked the 6th day of the assessment, and the conclusion of this evaluation was drawing near. Chapter 109. Conclusion of the Assessment and Task Settlement. When the sun rose on the morning of the 8th day, the 7-day assessment finally reached its conclusion. This outdoor practical assessment determined results and rankings based on real-time scoring, avoiding the need for the tedious process of grading akin to written exams. Upon the assessment's conclusion, without a hint of surprise, Chucheng secured the top position. Simultaneously, the notification of task completion resonated in his mind. By the end of the evaluation, including the defeat of the crimson-faced dragon and the spoils from its lair, Chucheng's score had significantly surpassed the 10,000-point milestone, exceeding the second-place score by more than threefold, making his first-place victory utterly indisputable. He couldn't help but muse how splendid it would be if system points could be so easily acquired. Thanks to this assessment, Chucheng's accrued system points had reached 8,000, and if all went as anticipated, he would soon be able to participate in another lottery. However, the results of this assessment were quite unexpected to the outside world. Despite facing covert targeting, Class 1 achieved remarkably favorable results. Not only did Chucheng dominate the first place with overwhelming superiority, but Class 1 also claimed 3 spots in the top 10, 7 in the top 20, and 18 in the top 50. Within the top 10, aside from Chucheng, the other two were Xia Xiaoxiao and Su Wen. Xia Xiaoxiao, guided by her little lucky star, now known as Pokeji, encountered an extraordinary streak of good fortune, effortlessly securing 3rd place as if on a leisurely outing. Su Wen, on the other hand, utilized his second Pokemon, Dora, which possessed the ability to locate various ores and metals. He embodied the persona of a fervent stone collector, especially since he also had a metal monster. Transforming into a Pokémon miner, he spent the 7 days traversing various caves and tunnels alongside Dora, ultimately achieving a commendable 6th place. As for the others, Lin Shui claimed the 11th position, Lin Yuan the 16th, and Ling Yu the 21st. In summary, during this midterm assessment, Class 1 emerged triumphant, particularly in the practical aspect. In stark contrast, the schools that conspired against Class 1 fared poorly. Notably, Chucheng's contributions were instrumental in this outcome. While stationed at the temporary campsite, with the assistance of the indigenous people, he eliminated nearly 100 students from those rival schools. Coupled with the subsequent eliminations in the core area, the total participation from these schools barely approached 1,000. Chucheng alone had dispatched over 100, effectively eliminating almost 1/6 of their numbers. His actions rendered their plans to target Class 1 utterly ineffective. In fact, those from the same direction as Chucheng were now gripped by trepidation, fearful of an unintended encounter with him. The most unfortunate was the Tianlong Academy, which not only suffered the highest number of eliminations under Chucheng's deliberate targeting, but also saw their hired reinforcements fall victim to him. This drastically diminished their standing in the assessment, pushing them out of the first tier. They found themselves not only unable to replace Class 1, but also at risk of becoming the targets themselves, a true case of suffering losses on all fronts. Now, with only the results of the practical assessment revealed and not a formal award ceremony for the midterm assessment, there was no need for tedious procedures. After a brief summary, the prearranged buses promptly transported them back to school. Upon arriving at the school and greeting the caretaker who came to pick him up, Chucheng flopped onto the leather sofa. Although this assessment hadn't posed much challenge for him, it was nonetheless his first experience of outdoor living, leaving him mentally fatigued. After spending a full 7 days in the wilderness, everyone was exhausted, and with such commendable results, the principal had generously declared a 3-day holiday for everyone to rest, eliciting cheers from the crowd. With 3 days off, Chucheng chose not to return to his small home. Instead, the caretaker drove him back to the Chu family estate. Once home, he made a beeline for the bathroom in his bedroom, shedding his clothes before sinking into the bathtub for a leisurely soak. After days in the wilderness, where bathing had been inconvenient, he had only managed to wash up once at the temporary campsite. Now back home, he could finally indulge in a proper bath. After all, bathing in the wild was fraught with complications. In November's chill, failing to heat water could easily lead to a cold. While heating water consumed a significant amount of firewood, truly a hassle. After cleansing himself, Chucheng did not forget the little companions, giving each of them a thorough wash before finally collapsing onto his bed. After all, maintaining the cleanliness and grooming of Pokémon is part of a trainer's responsibilities, and he would certainly not neglect this duty. Fortunately, with only 3 Pokémon, he could manage. However, should he acquire more in the future, dedicated caretakers would be essential. This necessity explains why powerful trainers often have personal cultivation teams, unless one intends to capture only a few Pokémon throughout a lifetime. A single trainer simply cannot handle the workload alone. Reclining on the bed, Chucheng exhaled deeply, relishing the softness beneath him. Indeed, nothing compared to the comfort of his own bed, far superior to that wretched sleeping bag. At this moment, he finally had the time to check his rewards. System. Settle task rewards. Chucheng silently commanded in his mind. Beep. Detected host request. Task rewards are currently being settled. Beep. Detected hosts elimination count. 136 individuals, including 121 ordinary targets, 14 advanced system targets, and 1 elite target. System evaluation. A. Based on the settlement results, rewards have been issued. Please check promptly. Not even an S rank. Seeing the A before him, Chucheng furrowed his brow. He had eliminated so many, yet it was still not an S rank. Clearly, he would need to exert more effort next time. Gently clicking to receive, he was eager to discover what rewards this rating would bestow upon him. As he clicked, the scene before him shattered, and the entire screen erupted in brilliance. Chapter 110, Bountiful Gains. What is this? Observing the unfolding spectacle, Chucheng nearly leaped out of his seat in excitement. Previously, when claiming rewards, there had never been such extravagant fanfare. Even a cutscene had emerged, resembling a lottery draw. Had the system secretly updated without his knowledge? As Chucheng remained bewildered, the luminescence on the screen before him extinguished, accompanied by the resonant voice of the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a Fairy Attribute Enhancement Package 1, a fragmented Ancient Codex, Mighty, and 3 special item summoning tokens. In that fleeting moment when the rewards were revealed, Chucheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Fragmented Ancient Codex, Mighty, a special technique inherited from the ancient Sinnoh region, the Shinshu region. The complete codex comprises the Mighty Scroll and the Swift Scroll. Mighty Scroll. A Pokémon that learns this technique can choose to reduce the casting speed of its skills, thereby enhancing their power. It was truly serendipitous. He had acquired the Swift Codex months ago, and after extensive use, he was well aware of the substantial increase in battle prowess it conferred upon his Pokémon. He had been pondering how to assemble the complete Ancient Codex from the Shinshu era, and unexpectedly, today's reward settlement brought him such delightful news. Swiftly grasping the codex, Chucheng caressed the pages, noting that, like the Swift Codex, it was crafted from an unidentifiable beast hide. Given its age, it felt entirely appropriate. Without needing to inspect further, the ancient aura emanating from it was palpable. Yet, a sudden pang of regret washed over him. If merely an A-grade reward had such dramatic implications, what wonders might an S-grade yield? Nevertheless, it was too late for such thoughts. He would strive harder next time. For now, he continued to peruse his newfound treasures. The Fairy Attribute Enhancement Package? This seemed like a first encounter. Fairy Attribute Enhancement Package. 6 vials potent serums from a specialized organization that, upon ingestion, significantly amplify a Pokémon's energy intensity for its inherent attributes. Caution: this serum is a product of genetic experimentation, and usage may result in genetic collapse. Please exercise caution. Each Pokémon may consume only 1 vial. Initially, the prospect of enhancing energy was exhilarating, but upon reading the potential consequences, Chucheng was left dumbfounded. What kind of nefarious organization would risk a Pokémon's genetic integrity? With such dire repercussions, even the thought of administering this to his Pokémon was preposterous. Disgusted, he hastily stowed it away in the recesses of the system's repository, leaving it to gather dust. Once his agitation subsided, Chucheng turned his attention to the final reward, 3 special item summoning tokens. This was quite promising. As he gazed at the 3 tokens, a smile finally graced his face. During the summer, he had previously drawn a rare abyss fishing rod using such a token. Over the past semester, he had amassed several tokens, and with these 3, he was poised for a free 10-fold draw. System: initiate a 10-fold draw with the tokens. He declared without hesitation. Ding. Host command detected. 10-fold draw with tokens is now in progress. As the system announced, the comm visuals transformed once more. Familiar shooting stars streaked across the screen, causing Chucheng's heart to race. White, green, blue. He fixated on the screen until the moment a purple hue appeared, finally letting out a breath he had been holding. Thankfully, he had avoided disaster. As the brilliance faded, he reviewed the results of his draw. 1 purple, 2 blue, 4 green, and 4 white, an additional draw from the 10-fold. Phew. It may not have been extraordinary, but at least there was a purple item. He was uncertain if the token draws had a guarantee, but 1 purple was certainly a stroke of luck. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Classic Red and White Pokeball X4. Star Fragment X1. Classic Protagonist Hat, similar to Ash's, X1. Strange Incense X1. Damaged Bicycle, with scorch marks reminiscent of lightning, X1. Super Glove X1. The back of the glove appears to have a slot for embedding something. Collector's Bottle Caps X3. Setting aside the white miscellaneous items, Chucheng began to examine the valuables in order of their rarity. First, he scrutinized the sole purple item, Strange Incense. But it seemed to have alternative uses. He pondered the implications of the purple incense in his hands. Strange Incense. When carried by a Pokémon, it enhances the power of Psychic-type moves. When ignited in a special manner, it can slightly boost the Pokémon's psychic abilities. This was undoubtedly meant for that little Curlier of his. Continuing his assessment, he was taken aback to find that the hat was categorized as a rare item. Classic Protagonist Hat, similar to Ash's a hat symbolizing the protagonist's aura. Wearing it signifies you as the true protagonist. Note: wearing the hat increases the success rate of using moves like dodge, hold on, and stand up by 20%. Upon discovering its effects, he understood why the system rated the hat as blue. A divine artifact indeed. With such attributes, a purple rating wouldn't have been unwarranted. The other blue item, the Super Glove, bore similar merit. Super Glove. When the evolution key is affixed, carrying the Super Glove enables Mega Evolution while conserving 20% of the user's stamina. With the most valuable 3 items accounted for, the remaining ones seemed less worthy of attention. What were these rare bottle caps? Surely they belonged to that little Tsukasa? And what of the damaged bicycle? Could it be the very one belonging to Misty? If it were indeed an original. One could imagine summoning their very essences in a Pokémon world akin to the Holy Grail War. In any case, Chucheng tossed everything into the system space. Confident in its ample capacity, perhaps one day these items would prove useful. With all his acquisitions organized, Chucheng finally found a moment of peace to indulge in a much-needed nap. Chapter 111. The Imminent Winter Vacation. Since the midterm assessments, nearly 2 months had swiftly passed, and the first half of the senior year was drawing to a close. On January 16th, within the esteemed halls of Do No. 1 High School, as the final bell rang to signal the end of the last afternoon exam, the long-awaited winter vacation had finally arrived amidst the jubilant cheers of the students. Following a brief assembly, where the homeroom teacher conveyed some reminders for the upcoming holiday, a month-long reprieve commenced at that very moment. Joy radiated from the faces of the students, save for a handful of unfortunate souls who, witnessing the merriment of their peers, wore expressions of despair as they hung their heads in dismay. These individuals had failed to meet Teacher Bai's requirements, either by not achieving the Super Bowl promotion by the semester's end or by suffering unfortunate setbacks just before the finals, leaving them unable to ascend in time. For those who fell short, not only must they complete their promotions within the designated period, but they also faced a week of remedial classes. As he observed the joyous anticipation of his classmates, Chucheng couldn't help but feel sympathy for those who would remain in school for an additional week. After school, he chose not to head home immediately, but instead lingered with a few friends. At this moment, the hour is still early. After finishing the exam and with the gathering time, it is barely 4 o'clock, so there is no need to rush home. By the way, Chingu, how do you plan to spend this winter vacation? Suddenly inquired the chubby boy during their journey. Me? I certainly intend to travel alone. It is a rare opportunity to have so much time, and I plan to visit the province of Shu. Along the way, I might also challenge a few gyms. Without hesitation, Chucheng blurted out, as he had contemplated the matter of travel for quite some time. He had even crafted a detailed plan. Eagerly awaiting this day of freedom, he had a full 2 weeks at his disposal, needing only to return home for a brief visit before the new year. As for me, I suppose I will be going abroad. My parents have long since planned for the family to vacation together in the European Union during the winter break. Responded Xiao Xiao. Wow, I envy you all. I also want to go out and have fun. At this moment, Suwen suddenly interjected. What? Our busy bee has work even during the winter break? Xiao Xiao teased Suwen upon hearing his remark. Don't even mention it. My dad said I should follow him around during the winter break to learn about the company processes. When I go to university, I can directly intern afterward. Suwen replied with a face full of helplessness. He too wished to enjoy leisure like his friends. Unfortunately, his father had spoken, and if he chose not to comply, all his financial support, aside from nurturing Pokémon, would be severed. This was indeed a dire situation for him, leaving him with no choice. Nice going, Su Zong. Looks like you're going to inherit the family business. How about when that time comes, the brothers come to your place for a meal? In response to Chucheng's jest, Suwen could only offer an upturned middle finger. All right, enough about us. Yuanzi, what about you? Xiao Xiao turned to Lin Yuan, the one who initiated the conversation. Hehe. I plan to head to Ming Province. I heard there will be a Pokemon racing competition during the holiday, and I intend to participate. Great. You all are going out to have fun while I'm left here in the capital all alone, right? I don't care. This afternoon, you must treat me. Seeing his companions ready to embark on adventures, Suwen could not help but feel a surge of frustration, exclaiming that he would make Chucheng and the others treat him. Thus, the group engaged in playful banter along the way, filled with laughter and joy. At 9 in the evening, the weary Master Chu finally returned home, laden with bags of groceries. With the winter break about to commence, everyone had their own plans. So they took the opportunity to gather one last time for a farewell dinner before departing. As Chucheng had already set his travel plans in motion, he would be leaving the next day, and after the gathering, he took a few friends to the shopping center to procure essential travel items. He purchased the latest space backpack, a folding tent, a high-quality sleeping bag, and various necessities such as insect repellent powder, accumulating a substantial haul. It was fortunate for him to have a space backpack, otherwise, he would have been reluctant to carry so much. As for essential items like energy cubes, Chucheng simply retrieved them from his family's gym, which were of far superior quality compared to those available outside. He ordered a full month's supply based on the standards for his 3 Pokemon. He had already instructed AI Guanshi in the morning, and by now, it was likely all prepared. Upon entering the living room, Chucheng was surprised to find his father unexpectedly home. It was known that as the year drew to a close, the alliance was exceedingly busy. Not only was Chu's father preoccupied, but so was Chucheng's mother. It seemed they had not returned home for nearly a month. You are departing tomorrow? Upon seeing Chucheng return, Chu's father, seated on the sofa, directed his gaze towards him, eyeing the space backpack in his hands. Yes, my flight is in the afternoon, My first stop will be the province of Shu. Once I arrive, I plan to rest for a night and challenge the local gym the following day. Chucheng replied directly to his father's inquiry. You've grown up and are now a trainer. You can make your own decisions about these matters. However, since you are heading to Shu province, do not forget to visit your grandparents. Your mother specifically asked me to remind you. They have been eagerly awaiting your visit. Understood, nodded Chucheng. Knowing that a significant reason for choosing Shu province was to see his grandparents and allow his Riolu to learn a thing or two. Chucheng's maternal family. The Lin family was not as ancient as the Chu family. It was a lineage of trainers that had only risen to prominence over the last century, coinciding with the establishment of the Dong-Huang alliance. In the past, the Lin family was merely a common household until the first head of the family, who was also Chucheng's grandfather's grandfather, emerged. Although he hailed from an ordinary background, this ancestor possessed an extraordinary talent for training Pokémon. According to historical records, Chucheng's great-grandfather was subtly regarded as the foremost trainer of his generation, and the establishment of the Alliance's inspector system was accomplished under his guidance. From that point on, the Lin family flourished. As a side note, the old gentleman was a specialist in fighting-type Pokémon, so most of the Lin descendants also became fighting-type trainers. It was only with the emergence of Chucheng's mother, who diverged into psychic types, that the pattern was broken, much to her father's chagrin. However, there was no remedy. As she was the only daughter and the youngest among all the children, always the most favored in the family, leading her grandfather to reluctantly accept it. Thus, when the old gentleman learned that Chucheng had captured a Riolu, he was exceedingly delighted. All right, since you are leaving tomorrow, you should get some rest tonight. After ensuring everything was in order, Chu's father turned and left, advising Chucheng to retire early. Not long after, Chucheng returned to his bedroom. Having exerted himself throughout the day, it was indeed time for a well-deserved rest. He lay down on his bed, quickly succumbing to slumber and entering the realm of dreams. Chapter 112, The Journey Begins. On the first day of the winter vacation, due to the afternoon flight, Chucheng indulged in a rare lazy morning, not rising until nearly noon. After a simple lunch, he packed the items he needed for the journey and prepared to set out. Just before leaving, his father cautioned him. Son, as you venture out on your own for the first time, be mindful of your safety and proceed with caution. Your mother has matters to attend to and cannot come to see you off. I have transferred some money into your card for you to take care of yourself while you're out. Yes, understood. Don't worry. I'll be fine. You and Mom take care of yourselves, and don't work too late. Chucheng earnestly replied to his father's rare moment of concern. By the way, take this with you, just in case. After finishing his instructions, Chu's father produced a specially crafted black and gold Pokeball and handed it to Chucheng. Upon receiving the Pokeball, Chucheng examined it with curiosity, casting a questioning glance at his father. Open it and see. Following his father's suggestion, Chucheng released the Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, a familiar figure materialized before him. It was a Dragonite, its head resembling that of a fighter jet, with a slightly translucent light green body, now floating in front of him. This is a Dragonite. Indeed. Keep it with you just in case. This way, your mother and I can rest easy knowing you're safe. And Dragonite, I entrust this kid's safety to you. Dragonite, leave it to me. In the presence of the majestic Dragapult, Chucheng was well aware that this formidable creature was the offspring of his trainer. With a confident pat on its chest, Dragapult assured its trainer of its loyalty. Chucheng gazed at the magnificent Dragapult before him. Name, Dragapult. Type, Dragon Ghost. Gender, none. Energy level, 69, Peak Champion. Potential, Light Red. Ability, Infiltrator. Held item, Dragon Fang. Moves, Bite, Quick Attack, Dragon Breath, Scare, Bind, Lock On, Pursuit, Misfortune, Agility, Double Hit, Quick Turn. Dragon Dance, Phantom Force, Dragon Dive, Reckless Charge, Acrobatics, Agility, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Meteor, Hyper Beam, Dragon Arrow, Dragon Tail, Dragon Claw. A Peak Champion class Dragon-type quasi-divine Pokemon. At this moment, Chucheng recognized this Dragapult as one of the mainstays nurtured by his father over the years. He recalled seeing this Dragapult in its former state as a Dreepy during his childhood. He never anticipated that it would evolve into such a powerful creature at the pinnacle of champion rank. After securing Dragapult, Chucheng bid farewell to his father before departing from his home. At the central airport of the Imperial capital, he boarded a flight to Shushi province. Having purchased the most expensive VIP ticket, he was granted a private cabin. The spacious area featured a large bed for his comfort. With ample room available, he released several of his companions, who, being first-time flyers, curiously peered out the window. Even the normally composed and mature Riolu was no exception. Sir, here is your requested beverage. Should you require anything else, please do not hesitate to ask. On behalf of Imperial Airlines, we wish you a pleasant journey. Shortly after takeoff, a uniformed flight attendant, her makeup impeccably applied, delivered Chucheng's drink. Noticing that he had no further requests, she set down the beverage, offered her well wishes, and gracefully departed. Chucheng surveyed the airplane's interior, took a sip of the hot drink on the table, and nodded in satisfaction. It was far more comfortable than his previous flights. It is worth noting that aircraft in the Pokémon world are not as rudimentary as those before the Great Upheaval. Prior to ascending to cruising altitude, the threat of an attack from wild flying-type Pokémon posed significant danger. While there may be few Pokémon at 10,000 feet, perhaps a Rayquaza, at lower altitudes, various flying types abound. Consequently, for safety, the aircraft is equipped with specialized sonic devices to repel wild Pokémon and carries numerous trained flying-type Pokémon, alongside professional trainers, ensuring every precaution has been taken. The flight was swift, departing around 4:30 p.m. and reaching its destination in under 3 hours. Exiting Tianfu Airport, Chucheng glanced at the time. It was still early, just past 7. Thus, he decided to explore the area. Given that it was already evening, he opted not to visit the renowned Mischievous Panda Ecological Park in Shushi Province. Incidentally, he recalled a rumor suggesting that the Pokémon Beware had evolved from the Mischievous Panda. He wondered if there was any truth to it. Hailing a taxi emblazoned with the steel wing emblem, Chucheng soon arrived at a nearby night market. By nearly 7 o'clock, the market stalls were beginning to open, and the atmosphere grew lively. Spicy beef skewers from Quintero, absolutely delicious. Freshly squeezed fruit juice, 100% pure. Anyone interested? Ring toss game. 3 yuan each. 10 yuan for 3, no risk involved. The grand prize is a life-sized plush of Shinado. Limited edition soda, featuring the magical masked cat. Lucky customers may receive an autograph, paw print edition, available on a first-come, first-served basis. Various stalls offered an array of snacks, local specialties, toys, and games. Savoring the vibrant ambience of the night market, Chucheng released his small companions. Let us go. See if there's anything you wish to eat or desire. Today we shall indulge without restraint. Saying so, he promptly bought a skewer of roasted sweet potato skins, without wasabi, and began to enjoy it. However, he soon found himself overwhelmed, managing to juggle the needs of his companions, waiting in line for the collaborative soda with Zoroark, playing ring toss with Karurian for prizes, and sampling various treats. Thus, he wandered until 10 o'clock at night, utterly exhausted, before heading to the hotel he had pre-booked. The exterior of the hotel displayed a large Pokémon emblem, that of Eevee. Indeed, Chucheng had chosen the nationally renowned Eevee Hotel, and the establishment he was currently in was themed around fire-type Pokémon. After freshening up, he lay on the bed, contemplating the plans for the following day. However, fatigue quickly overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 113, Gym Challenge. The next morning, in the hotel, Chucheng rose early to prepare. He donned the cap he had drawn, a matching style with Professor Sycamore, and adorned the exterior of his super gloves with the mega stone he had initially obtained. Regrettably, he lamented the absence of another suitable mega stone. He reflected that both his Kirlia and Riolu could evolve into mega forms. Throughout the semester, he had sought clues regarding mega stones, but whether due to their undiscovered status in this world or their obscure nature, he had garnered no success. It appeared he would need to consult his parents. He had initially hoped to find the mega stone himself, surprise them with Mega Shinado or Mega Lucario upon evolution. After a refreshing wash and a simple breakfast featuring local specialties at the hotel, Chucheng departed, making his way toward his destination. Surprisingly, the spicy tofu pudding proved delectable, albeit somewhat heavy for breakfast. Afterward, he ordered a cup of sweet soy milk to lighten the palate. Upon leaving the hotel, Chucheng, adhering to his usual habit, chose a steel wing taxi for transportation. The steel wing taxis, while slightly pricier, offered a smooth flight and swift speed, boasting nearly all advantages. If not for the limited number of steel wings, this mode of transport could have proliferated, making aerial taxis a common sight. Before long, upon spotting the eye-catching crimson structure before him, Chucheng knew he had arrived at his destination for the day. After scanning his phone for payment and tipping the steel wing driver, he turned to face the impressive building. Its fiery red exterior evoked the scorching heat of summer, while its vast expanse silently conveyed the significance of this gym. This was indeed Chucheng's destination for the day, the Alliance-level gym situated in Tianfu City. The Flame Sun Gym. As an official gym of the Dongwang Alliance, it could be established once the gym leader met the requisite standards and passed a simple review process, which was notably straightforward. However, Once it came to the recognition of official gyms, the scrutiny became exceedingly complex and rigorous. Alongside the unexpected benefits, the responsibilities were also considerable. Upon becoming an official gym, the gym leader would assume the obligation of safeguarding the city's safety. The official body will provide financial subsidies to the gyms based on the tax ratios of their respective cities and the allocations from their headquarters. Once established, the gyms are classified into 4 tiers: special, first, second, and third, in descending order. Among them, the special gyms are particularly noteworthy, as there are only 8 designated slots for them within the entire league, serving as the prestige of the Dongwon Alliance on a global scale. The selection of special gyms is not fixed. Instead, it involves a rigorous selection process among the first-tier gyms, characterized by a simple principle: the strong rise, while the weak fall. Thus, aspiring to become a special gym imposes stringent requirements on both the gym leader's prowess and the overall standards of the gym. Each time the triannual Dongwon Alliance Gym Ranking Tournament arrives, numerous first-tier gyms compete fervently for a chance to ascend. The competition is undeniably fierce. In other words, these 8 special gyms represent the most formidable establishments within the entire Dongwon Alliance. Incidentally, the Shenglong Gym, belonging to Chucheng's family, is one of the special gyms and has never fallen from this esteemed category since the evaluation of the 8 special gyms began. Furthermore, there are no restrictions on the number of first, second, and third-tier gyms. The distinctions merely reflect the varying strengths of gym leaders and the overall scale of the gyms. For instance, the opponent Chucheng faced during the Newcomers Cup, named Yu Ziwen, hails from the Yu family, which oversees the Xiefeng Gym located in Ice City, also classified as a first-tier gym. While the first, second, and third-tier gyms do not encounter the same level of intense competition as the special gyms, the Alliance conducts regular assessments of them. Failing to meet the standards may result in demotion or even the revocation of official gym qualifications. Hello, my name is Chucheng, and I have pre-booked a challenge at the gym for yesterday, challenge number 0046. Upon entering the gym, Chucheng approached the front desk to inquire about the challenge. Having made a reservation in advance on the official website of the Yinyang Gym, he did not need to queue for a ticket. Hello, let me check, the staff replied. You are trainer Chucheng, correct? Yes, I have located your reservation for the challenge. Please proceed to Battle Arena 6 in Building 1. Your match is scheduled to commence in approximately 15 minutes. Thank you. With that, Chucheng made his way directly to Arena 6. As he walked, he gazed at the unique structure of Building 1, reminiscent of a hot pot, and a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. Well, it certainly has its distinct character. Recalling a piece of information he had encountered on a water forum prior to arriving in Suzhou, he remembered that the largest chain hot pot brand in Suzhou was indeed a venture of the Yinyang Gym. This connection seemed rather fitting. It is quite common for gyms to engage in business ventures, as the Alliance provides various subsidies and tax relief benefits for enterprises established by gym leaders. Many smaller third-tier gyms rely heavily on these tax subsidies as a primary source of operational funds. Chucheng's family is no exception. They also operate numerous businesses under the gym's banner. In contrast, in the Beiying Alliance, powerful trainers have formed large conglomerates and financial empires. Meanwhile, in the Europa Alliance, many smaller leagues bestow nobility titles upon formidable trainers, granting them corresponding privileges. In summary, each alliance has its unique features. Soon, Chucheng arrived at Arena 6. Though not the central battle arena, its size was still considerable, as evidenced by the surrounding stands that could accommodate thousands of spectators. At that moment, numerous attendees had already gathered in the audience. This was entirely expected, for Chucheng's reservation was for a mid-level challenge, a professional-grade 3v3 match. In terms of caliber, it surpassed the typical small competitions held at battle centers, thus naturally attracting a crowd. Gym battles are generally open to the public, barring a few exceptional circumstances, and the revenue generated from ticket sales is a significant source of funding for the gym. He's so young. What is going on here? Is this for real? Could he be another prodigy? The audience murmured as they caught sight of Chucheng, clearly taken aback by his youthful appearance. A mid-level challenge at a first-tier gym entails battling against professional trainers. Can such a young challenger truly hold his own? However, the whispers around him did not affect Chucheng in the slightest. He stood quietly at the edge of the arena, awaiting the commencement of the battle. After a brief moment, another figure entered from the opposite side of the arena. The newcomer appeared to be in her 20s, with cascading, wine-red waves of hair that flowed casually down her back. Clad in a deep red gym uniform, her already slender figure was accentuated, making her look even taller and more graceful. She was the opponent Chucheng was set to challenge today. Chapter 114, an opponent of professional caliber. Upon entering the battle arena, Xiao Yue, the trainer representing the gym, was taken aback upon seeing her opponent. She had not anticipated facing such a young contender. He appeared to be barely out of his teenage years, likely a novice trainer. With both challengers now present, the electronic display screen beside the arena lit up, and the familiar Rotom referee made its appearance once more. This challenge is a mid-level challenge at the Yin-Yang Gym, with both sides using 3 Pokémon in a 3vs3 format. The challenge party is prohibited from switching Pokémon during the match, while the challenger may switch as often as they please. Victory is achieved by rendering all 3 of the opponent's Pokémon unable to battle. The outcome of this match will be certified by the Dongwang Alliance. The match begins now. Please release your Pokémon. Go, Licangru. I choose you, Riolu. At the moment the Rotom referee issued the commencement command, both combatants released their first Pokémon. Licangru, with its striking red feathers upright and black feathers around its eyes, boasted a red back and a grayish-white belly adorned with intricate red patterns. Its elongated tail feathers split in the middle, featuring 3 V-shaped markings, with fiery patterns at the junctions of its wing tips, back, and belly. Xiao Yue's first Pokémon was indeed the 6th-generation mascot bird, Licangru. Chucheng's initial choice, on the other hand, was Riolu. Licangru, Chucheng mused, recalling the impressive performance of Ash's Licangru during the XY series, which had bravely challenged Molters. To be honest, Licangru outperformed both Dreadnought and Galarian Yamask in Ash's XY team. Name: Licangru. Type: Fire Flying. Gender: Energy level: 41, Professional rank 1. Qualification: Light Purple. Ability: Flame Body. Held item: Charcoal. Move set: Ember, Quick Attack, Flare Blitz. Flame Charge: Aerial Ace, Tailwind, Roost, Brave Bird. Wing Attack: Steel Wing, Flamethrower. Having just reached the professional level, this is perhaps what one might call a challenger-esque benefit, Chucheng thought as he reviewed Licangru's information. Gym challenges typically come with an unspoken rule. The first Pokémon used by the challenge party usually meets the minimum standard, allowing for a clear assessment of the challenger's true capabilities. As if mirroring Chucheng's choice of a mid-level challenge, his opponent was a trainer at the professional tier. The first Pokémon released was a Talonflame that had just reached professional level. There was no scenario in which, upon selecting a particular level of challenge, one would face a peak-level Pokémon right from the start. Upon witnessing Chucheng release his Riolu, Xiao Yue contemplated that this match would likely conclude swiftly. After all, a mere elite-level Riolu, still vulnerable to fighting-type counters, would hardly fare well. Even after evolving, it would merely gain an additional steel typing, further amplifying its weaknesses. She resolved to maintain control over the pace of the battle. Talonflame used Tailwind. Although she had already deemed Chucheng's chances of victory slim, Xiao Yue refrained from issuing hasty commands, adhering instead to her customary approach. After all, it was the responsibility of gym trainers to face every challenger with utmost seriousness. Flame Charge. Following her command, the airborne Talonflame vigorously flapped its wings, summoning a fierce whirlwind that enveloped the arena. Simultaneously, bolstered by the gale, Talonflame's speed began to surge. Riolu, use Meditate. With his opponent enhancing their position and claiming aerial superiority, Chucheng, too, opted for a defensive strategy, choosing to fortify his own stance rather than recklessly engage. Flame Burst. A torrent of searing flames erupted from Talonflame's beak, hurtling towards Riolu below. As they say, the wind fuels the fire. While there may not have been a tangible increase in power, the flames, propelled by the tempest, were undeniably more formidable than usual. Quick Attack. Continue meditating. Just as the roaring flames were about to engulf Riolu, a fleeting glimmer of pink light sparkled in its eyes. In an instant, the previously stationary Riolu began to dash away, evading the delayed flame burst, which instead struck the ground ineffectually. Even while maintaining its meditate, Riolu was enhancing its special attack, speed, and defense. How can it be so fast? Xiao Yue observed the swiftly moving blue-black figure, which seemed to leave afterimages across the battlefield. Impossible. At this rate, Riolu's speed is nearly on par with Talonflame's, despite the latter benefiting from Tailwind. The flicker of disdain that had briefly surfaced in Xiao Yue's mind was instantly extinguished by shock. Noticing that Riolu was still engaged in meditation, she quickly commanded Talonflame to escalate the offensive. No, we cannot allow it to continue strengthening. Talonflame, harness the wind and use Flame Charge. Flame Charge, enveloping itself in fire. Talonflame would accumulate power while increasing its speed. Flame Charge. The airborne Talonflame emitted a prolonged screech, instantly engulfed in fierce flames. It spiraled around the arena, propelled by the winds, before plunging downwards towards Riolu with unparalleled velocity. Let us see how you evade this. Surrounded by roaring flames, Talonflame resembled a divine bird commanding fire and tempest. Boom! As Talonflame collided with Riolu, an explosion of flames erupted, scattering across the battlefield. The ensuing white smoke enveloped both Pokémon, casting a shroud over their forms. Silence fell, with spectators craning their necks to glimpse the outcome. What transpired? Outside the arena, Xiao Yue fixated intently on the smoke-enshrouded area. Everyone awaited the result, yet none noticed that as Talonflame descended, a subtle smile crept onto Chucheng's lips, devoid of any trace of concern. According to the classic principle of where there's smoke, there's no harm, it was evident that Talonflame's attack had failed to connect. Having missed its target, Talonflame swiftly flapped its wings, dispersing the surrounding smoke. Xiao Yue, at that moment, realized that there was no longer any trace of Riolu in the arena. This is bad, Talonflame, ascend. Realizing the precarious situation, Xiao Yue hurriedly commanded Talonflame to take to the skies. Just as Talonflame began to rise, Chucheng smiled slightly. Do you still wish to flee? Is it not too late? Flame burst. With that, Chucheng uttered a term that left the onlookers bewildered. At that moment, everyone present, including Xiao Yue, was at a loss, as many in the audience were unfamiliar with this obscure move. Yet, as a trainer specializing in fire-type Pokémon, Xiao Yue was well aware of the Flame Burst technique. Flame Burst, harnessing the energy of jealousy to attack the opponent. It would leave any Pokémon that has increased its abilities during that turn, or in this context, for a short duration, burned. However, her understanding of the move led her to display a perplexed expression. But what relevance did this have to Riolu? After all, even among fire-type Pokémon, only a select few could learn this skill. How could Riolu possibly know it? Moreover, how could a fire type, like Talonflame, be susceptible to burns? Just as Chucheng's words echoed, a figure suddenly erupted from the ground, charging directly at Talonflame. Although the previous attack had been formidable, it had cost Talonflame its aerial position. If it had struck its target, all would have been well, but with the attack missing, it was now Talonflame that would suffer. Having yet to fully ascend, and with Riolu's emergence being too close to Talonflame, there was no time for evasion. A deep purple flame seared into Talonflame's body, unleashing excruciating pain. Even as a fire type, Talonflame could not help but emit a cry of anguish. After striking its target, Riolu landed gracefully on the ground. At that moment, Riolu wore a cunning smile that contrasted sharply with its usual demeanor, as if it had executed a clever plan. How is this possible? No, it can't be. Riolu cannot possibly have flame burst. It actually affected Talonflame. In stark contrast to Chucheng's composure, Xiao Yue was now in a state of frenzy. How can there exist a Riolu that knows flame burst? From every aspect, type, attributes, compatibility, this should not be a skill within Riolu's grasp. Indeed, you are correct. Riolu cannot learn flame burst. But who told you that the Pokémon before you is undoubtedly Riolu? Show them your true form, Zoroark. As Chucheng's voice resonated, Riolu was suddenly enveloped in a radiant pink light. In the blink of an eye, the Riolu that had been battling moments ago vanished, replaced by a small, pinkish-white fox. Name, Zoroark, Shaman form. Type, normal ghost. Gender, energy level, 36, elite. Talent, crimson. Ability, illusion, held item. Cursed symbol, move set. Confusion, shadow sneak. Will-o-wisp, roar, icy wind. Quick attack, shadow claw, shadow ball. Meditate, swift, return. Hidden power, psychic. Grudge, protect, strange light. Hypnosis, payback. Dark pulse, solar beam, sleep. Indeed, the Riolu on the battlefield had been a clever illusion conjured by Zoroark. In the final half of the semester, bolstered by the limitless supply of negative emotional energy from the luminous stone, the little fox not only ascended to level 36, but also achieved the coveted deep crimson qualification, finally matching her companion, Kyrulian. Observing her opponent's growing suspicion, Chucheng decided to abandon any pretense. After all, there was no inherent counter-relationship between the Fire Arrow Eagle and the Zoroark, and given that he had already taken the initiative, it was better to be forthright. As for why the move Burning Desire was effective against Fire-type Pokémon, one could simply inquire why Chucheng opted for Burning Desire instead of Will-o-wisp. It had been previously mentioned that ever since the little fox absorbed negative emotional energy from the luminous stone, all emotion-related skills had received an enhancement. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Burning Desire, capable of inflicting burns on Fire-type Pokémon, exhibited such potency. What is happening here? What is this situation? This Pokémon looks familiar. Where have I seen it before? Ah, I recall now. This Pokémon is the special form of Zoroark that was announced from the capital city earlier. As the scene unfolded, the audience in the stands began to murmur amongst themselves. The moment Zoroark revealed its true form, Xiao Yue finally realized that her opponent had never been the genuine Riolu from the very beginning. Gazing at the mischievous grin of the Zoroark now exposed, she remarked to Chucheng, "Since this is the special regional form of Zoroark, that makes you the champion of this year's Newcomer Cup in the capital." Upon seeing the little fox, she had begun to piece together Chucheng's identity. As a gym leader, she was certainly aware of the news surrounding such a new Pokémon, even if it was not her specialization in fire types. It must be said that the little fox, as the only known Zoroark regional form in the world, had garnered significantly more fame than Chucheng himself. Often, opponents would first recognize the little fox before connecting it back to Chucheng. His most renowned title at present was undoubtedly that of the sole trainer of a special Zoroark. Ultimately, Chucheng was merely an emerging trainer in a Pokémon-centric world. Thus, he could hardly rival the attention garnered by the little fox. As one of the few recently discovered Pokémon, the little fox enjoyed considerable renown both among trainers and the general populace. During a prior escapade, Chucheng had even stumbled upon a fan site dedicated to the little fox online, boasting a substantial number of followers. The site featured clips from their earlier public matches, the origins of which remained a mystery. "Your plan has succeeded, but securing this round will not be so straightforward." Xiao Yue acknowledged that her opponent's tactic of using Zoroark to disguise itself as Riolu was indeed a clever move that caught her off guard. However, although the Fire Arrow Eagle was currently afflicted by burns, that did not mean she would easily concede victory to Chucheng. Moreover, this battle was a 3v3 match. "Fire Arrow, do you want to continue?" The Fire Arrow Eagle responded loudly to its trainer, eager to keep fighting despite the pain of the burn. Chapter 116, Weather-type moves. The match continued. At this moment, the fierce winds that had once raged across the arena had subsided, and the Fire Arrow Eagle's speed had diminished back to its original level, further hampered by the effects of the burn. In contrast, the Zoroark opposite was not only in peak condition, but had also undergone 2 rounds of meditation and speed enhancement. The situation had reached a point where Xiao Yue could no longer afford to delay. "Fire Arrow, unleash your full power with Hurricane." Due to the burn's effects, the Fire Arrow Eagle found its stamina continually waning, and even its most proficient physical attacks could only yield half their usual efficacy. Moves like Flare Blitz and Brave Bird were significantly weakened. With no other option, Xiao Yue had to resort to commanding the Fire Arrow Eagle to utilize its most powerful special move, Hurricane. "Fire Arrow." Following the command, the Fire Arrow Eagle swiftly spiraled in the air, and as it moved, violent gusts of wind began to swirl chaotically around the arena. With the flapping of its wings, a massive storm was on the verge of forming. Chucheng, of course, would not merely stand by and watch. "Zoroark, let us enhance its storm. Use snowy terrain." "What?" In disbelief, Xiao Yue watched as the little fox flashed a mischievous grin. A surge of intense ice energy gathered before it, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet rapidly. Soon, the indoor battle arena was blanketed in a flurry of thick, falling snow. Indeed, this was the weather-type move, snowy terrain. Since the Newcomer Cup competition, Chucheng had dedicated considerable time this semester to mastering weather-type and terrain-type moves. The snowy terrain executed by Zoroark was a testament to his efforts. In the game, Zoroark could learn both rain dance and snowy terrain through the use of move discs. However, in the real Pokémon world, the application of move discs diverged significantly from their game counterparts. They did not simply entail placing a disc on a Pokémon's head to impart a skill. Instead, real-world move discs contained instructional material detailing learning techniques and essential notes, which trainers had to study and master independently. Given that these discs captured the experiences of various trainers, their effectiveness varied based on the trainer's skill level, leading to differences in the value of discs recorded by trainers of differing ranks. Naturally, the move discs in Chucheng's possession had been left behind by advanced trainers, from which he specifically extracted the rain dance and snowy terrain to teach Zoroark. Perhaps due to Zoroark's adaptation to a snowy environment in the ancient Sinnoh region, the little fox demonstrated a stronger affinity for ice-type energy, as evidenced by its early mastery of the Ice Wind move. Thus, among the 2 weather moves, it swiftly became proficient in snowy terrain, while Rain Dance remained a work in progress, still unfit for practical application. What a pity! If it had been Rain Dance, the Fire Arrow Eagle would have surely been in trouble by now. Watching the snowflakes drift down, Chucheng mused to himself. As the snow began to fall, the little fox, genetically predisposed to thrive in icy conditions, was unfazed. However, the Fire Arrow Eagle was not so fortunate. At this moment, The entire arena was filled with falling snowflakes, and the fire arrow eagle, caught in the storm, was transformed into a blizzard under the little fox's command. At the center of the tempest, the fire arrow eagle's feathers were already coated in frost, and amidst the swirling snow and wind, the temperature around it plummeted to an unbearable level. Compounding this, the internal agony of the burn felt akin to a relentless parasite, making it increasingly difficult for the fire arrow eagle to maintain stable flight. In a certain sense, this was a battle of external cold against internal heat. Zoroark, let us finish this battle, Chucheng commanded, seizing the opportunity presented by the fire arrow eagle's predicament. Watch out, fire arrow. A chilling malevolence manifested once more on the battlefield, and with the environment's aid, the nefarious flames erupted, accurately striking the fire arrow eagle, which had lost its speed. Fire arrow. After 2 rounds of meditation enhancement, Zoroark's attack was evidently beyond what the currently weakened fire arrow eagle could withstand. The deep purple flames engulfed its form entirely, and moments later, a silhouette plummeted from the sky. At long last, the beleaguered fierce arrow eagle, utterly exhausted from the battle and having failed to land a single hit on its opponent, succumbed to a state of complete unconsciousness. The fierce arrow eagle had unequivocally lost its combat capability, prompting the gym trainer to substitute it with another Pokémon. As the fierce arrow eagle plummeted from the sky, the electronic scoreboard featuring the Rotom referee sprang to life, announcing the development. Return. You've worked hard, fierce arrow eagle. With a complex expression, Xiao Yue withdrew the unconscious Pokémon into its Pokeball. She then cast a thoughtful glance at Chucheng, realizing that, typically, gym challenges were occasions for trainers to impart lessons to challengers. Yet, today, she found herself schooled by a mere high school student. Recognizing the little fox, she immediately understood Chucheng's identity, the champion of this year's Imperial Capital Newcomer Cup. To claim such a title, one must be a novice trainer who recently acquired their Pokémon. However, the prowess displayed by Chucheng and his Pokémon was far beyond that of a mere newcomer, both in terms of the Pokémon's strength and the trainer's command. The Zoroark, which was clearly at the elite level, demonstrated capabilities that far surpassed those of the fierce arrow eagle, while Chucheng maintained an air of calm dominance throughout the encounter. You mean to tell me that this is a rookie who has only had their Pokémon for 4 months? A monster, perhaps? Xiao Yue murmured. Your tactical adaptability is rather impressive, but the ensuing battle shall not be so straightforward. Thus, allow me the honor of experiencing the prowess of the Flaming Sun Gym Trainer. That is precisely why I am here. Upon hearing Xiao Yue's words, Chucheng raised an eyebrow, responding, the more formidable the opponent, the sweeter the fruit of victory. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at her praise. Such thoughts were not entirely his own, but rather inspired by comics he had once perused. The true mastermind behind this strategy was none other than one of the Pokémon world's top-tier bosses, Yul. In a special comic episode, there was a battle between gym trainers from the Johto and Kanto regions. During the encounter, the Johto region's main trainer, Yul, faced off against Kanto's main trainer, Ligia. As Ligia commanded her Bellossom to unleash Petal Dance, Yul instructed his Swinub to use Powder Snow, coating the swirling petals with ice and snow. When Ligia attempted to shield herself with Petal Dance, the ice clung to the petals, launching them towards her Pachirisu, and ultimately defeating it. Chucheng drew inspiration from this, realizing that the massive storm conjured by the fierce arrow eagle, with a slight enhancement, could transform into a blizzard. The familiar wind, when intertwined with ice and snow, became the key to its downfall. Had the little fox mastered Rain Dance, it could have altered the weather to a torrential downpour, enough to ground the fierce arrow eagle entirely. Then it settled. You shall take the stage, Black Houndoom. After recalling the incapacitated fierce arrow eagle, Xiao Yue swiftly summoned her next combatant. Towering and possessing twisted horns, with a long, triangular-tailed appendage trailing behind, stood the dark canine, a creature draped in shadows, exuding an aura of ferocity. Name, Black Houndoom. Type, Dark Fire. Gender, Energy Level, 45, Professional Tier 1. Potential, Purple. Ability, Flash Fire. Held item, Charcoal. Moves, Ember, Quick Attack, Fire Fong, Incinerate, Mist. Flamethrower, Taunt, Bite, Revenge, Flame Burst, Heat Wave, Flare Blitz, Ambush, Howl, Inferno, Purgatory, Scent Detection, Rage. This dark Pokémon of dual fire and dark types, Black Houndoom, was the only creature capable of countering the little fox effectively. It appeared that Xiao Yue intended to defeat the little fox through type advantage. Return, Zoroark. The forthcoming battle shall be entrusted to your companion. However, just as she released Black Houndoom, Chucheng unexpectedly recalled Zoroark. which had undergone 2 enhancements and was in peak condition. Black Houndoom, I truly must rely on you now, Lucario. Observing the imposing dark dog before him, Chucheng unleashed his true Lucario onto the battlefield. Name: Lucario. Type: Fighting. Gender: Energy level: 30, Elite. Potential: Light Red. Ability: Steadfast. Held item: Black Belt. Moves: Detect. Mind Reader, Quick Attack, Blaze Kick, Bullet Punch, Aura Sphere, Endure, Feint, Quick Attack, Metal Claw, Force Palm, Revenge, Crunch, Swords Dance, Dig, Brick Break, Fire Punch, Rock Smash. Vacuum Wave, Shadow Claw, High Jump Kick, Swords Dance. Under the extraordinary training and support of Chucheng, Lucario's spirit was ignited, propelling it to work diligently, often requiring Chucheng to insist on breaks. Thanks to this relentless effort and the continuous supply of high-tier energy resources, Lucario finally reached level 30 by the end of the semester. Although it could not quite match the 2 overachieving little foxes, it had nonetheless achieved elite status, ensuring it did not lag behind entirely. However, should anyone underestimate Lucario due to its lower level, they would soon feel the sting of its iron fist. Upon recalling Zoroark, Xiao Yue furrowed her brow, contemplating Chucheng's actions. What did this signify? Was he underestimating her? I harbor no intention of belittling you. This is my first gym challenge, and each of my 3 companions is eager to participate. I had no choice but to select one for this match, Chucheng explained, smiling wryly at the visibly perturbed Xiao Yue. His previous actions could easily be misconstrued, but he had no recourse. All 3 of his Pokémon were vying for a chance to battle. This was a momentous occasion, his inaugural gym challenge, and none wished to miss it. Even Lucario, typically composed, exhibited a hint of restlessness. Thus, Chucheng resolved that each of his 3 Pokémon would handle a different match, ensuring fairness. After all, I am the master of serving fairness. Upon hearing Chucheng's explanation, Xiao Yue's expression softened. It was only natural for a trainer to respect their Pokémon's wishes. However, she would not relent in her pursuit of victory. She had discerned that this Lucario indeed appeared formidable, though its aura seemed slightly weaker than Zoroark's, indicating it had only recently ascended to the elite level. While her Black Houndoom was at a type disadvantage, its level superiority could still tilt the scales in her favor. Surely, not every one of his Pokémon could be of monstrous caliber. But you guessed it correctly. Black Houndoom, unleash Inferno. Inferno, formerly known as Purgatory, enveloped the opponent in flames, ensuring a 100 chance of inflicting a burn status. Facing the fighting-type Lucario, which had a type advantage against it, Xiao Yue commanded Black Houndoom to execute an extensive area attack, to initially gauge the opponent and to avoid engaging in close combat, where the adversary excels, was the strategy at play. Furthermore, should the burning effect be inflicted, the physically oriented Riolu would likely find itself significantly hampered in strength. The imposing Houndoom opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of flames that coalesced into a formidable inferno, encircling the opposing canine. However, in the realm of reality, unless employing a guaranteed tracking skill, such attacks are not easily effective. Riolu swiftly executed Protect, followed by a burst of agility to charge forward. A soft green luminescent barrier materialized before it, an impenetrable shield that repelled all encroaching flames. The ferocious fire failed to singe Riolu in the slightest, and it astutely seized the opportunity presented by the opponent's momentary lapse. With a flash, Riolu transformed into a streak of azure lightning, hurtling towards Houndoom's position. Chapter 118, Fierce Battle. Miasma. Noticing Riolu's rapid advance towards Houndoom, Xiao Yue calmly commanded. A purple-brown fog instantly enveloped Houndoom, and its ominous hue betrayed the toxic nature of the swirling miasma. At this moment, Riolu had yet to evolve into Lucario, thus lacking the steel-type immunity to such noxious vapors. Vacuum Wave, blow the toxic gas away. The miasma bore a chance of poisoning upon contact, and Chucheng could not allow Riolu to become ensnared. While maintaining its sprint, Riolu swung its fists, generating a shockwave that dispersed the encroaching fog. Flamethrower. Observing the retreating miasma, though it originated from Houndoom, it was not a poison-type Pokémon. Hence, Xiao Yue decisively commanded Houndoom to incinerate the miasma entirely. A formidable column of fire swept through, incinerating the purple-brown mist, and surged forward, colliding with the charging Riolu. Rapid Wave Punch. Unfazed by the roaring flames before it, Riolu manifested the power of aura in its hands and, with a mere punch, shattered the oncoming inferno. The scattering embers elicited gasps of astonishment from the spectators. Since acquiring the 2 tomes from the shimmering emerald region, Chucheng had devoted the most time to Riolu among his companions. These techniques significantly enhanced Riolu, a naturally gifted Pokémon adept at close combat and endowed with formidable aura power. Though Riolu might appear overshadowed by its two extraordinary partners, one must not forget it is a prodigy with red aptitude, capable of mastering Aura Sphere even before evolution. Through diligent effort, coupled with its exceptional talents, Riolu's prowess was anything but simple. After dispersing the flamethrower, without needing further instruction from Chucheng, Riolu brought its hands together, coalescing the remaining aura into a sphere. Riolu. It was none other than the Aura Sphere. The unerring projectile sped towards the nearby Houndoom. At this juncture, the distance between Riolu and Houndoom had diminished significantly. With little time for reaction, the Aura Sphere struck Houndoom directly. Houndoom. The hit elicited a pained cry from the dark creature. Are you alright, Houndoom? In response to Xiao Yue's inquiry, Houndoom merely trembled slightly, then shook its head. Although the fighting-type Aura Sphere was doubly effective against the dark-type Houndoom, the rushed execution and level disparity meant this strike only caused it mild discomfort. Well, the probing is over. Let us unveil our true strength. Having witnessed Riolu's capabilities, Xiao Yue, despite the groundwork laid by Zoroark, was genuinely taken aback. Although both of her Pokémon were merely at the elite level, they could not be regarded as typical elite contenders. Not to mention, even among professional-grade Pokémon, they would likely prove formidable opponents. At this moment, Xiao Yue had entirely abandoned the mindset of guiding challengers as she had during past gym challenges. Faced with such adversaries, she knew she must exert her full strength. Houndoom. Unleash Fire Spin with all your might. Ignite the battlefield. Houndoom. The blazing flames erupted forth, and just as Riolu prepared to counter, it suddenly realized that the flames were not directed at it, but rather unleashed upon the ground. Upon contact with the terrain, the flames rapidly spread in all directions. In mere moments, swathes of fire enveloped the entire battlefield. Observing the inferno surrounding it, Riolu cautiously scrutinized its opponent, unsure of their intentions. Houndoom. Charge up Flame Blitz. Houndoom. With a long howl, flames engulfed Houndoom entirely. Subsequently, like an arrow loosed from a bow, it propelled itself forward. Riolu. Counter with Swords Dance and Shadow Claw. Responding, Riolu executed Swords Dance on the spot, while coalescing a deep purple Shadow Claw in its grasp. However, the speed of Houndoom, amplified by its Flame Blitz, did not see it charge directly at Riolu. Instead, it sped past, racing around the arena. Riolu? Just as Riolu pondered the opponent's intentions, Chucheng discerned something amiss. It became apparent that as Houndoom dashed across the field, the flames ignited by the fire spin began to surge towards it. Quickly, Riolu, use Aura Sphere to stop it. At that moment, Chucheng finally comprehended the opponent's strategy, though it was somewhat late. Have you realized? Alas, it is too late. With Houndoom's speed maximized in Flame Blitz, it effortlessly evaded the Aura Sphere launched by Riolu and subsequently obliterated it with a flamethrower. There was no longer an opportunity to thwart its advance. Thus, as Houndoom continued its sprint, all flames on the battlefield were drawn towards it. Houndoom. Upon completion of the absorption, a violent surge of energy radiated from its form, heralding that Houndoom's momentum had reached a new zenith. The ignition was not merely a spontaneous act. It was a meticulously orchestrated tactic utilizing the fire spin to create an optimal environment. As Houndoom circled the arena without directly engaging Riolu, Chucheng had begun to connect the dots regarding its ability to ignite. Regrettably, it was a moment too late. Have you noticed? Quick on the uptake, aren't we? A pity it is already too late. Sensing Chucheng's swift realization, Xiao Yue's eyes glimmered with a hint of admiration. Nevertheless, she was determined to secure victory in this battle. Houndoom. Unleash Flare Blitz with all your might, and bring this match to a close. Houndoom. At that moment, bolstered by both Ignition and Flame Blitz, Houndoom's speed and power surged to their pinnacle. Launching itself like a war chariot towards Riolu, it became evident that Riolu, already at a disadvantage, would struggle even more following such dual enhancements. In light of this, it was imperative that Riolu also exert its utmost effort. Riolu. Connect with Aura Link. This Houndoom undoubtedly surpassed the earlier Talonflame by a considerable margin, and recognizing Riolu's impending struggle, Chucheng had no choice but to harness the power of Aura. The inaugural challenge at the gymnasium undoubtedly necessitates leaving behind the most commendable results. Each of the three little companions must face their own match, for a loss would indeed be regrettable. What? In the midst of Xiao Yue's astonished gaze, a surge of cerulean energy enveloped Chucheng, as, in that fleeting moment, he and his Riolu's aura merged seamlessly, bestowing all its power upon Riolu. It is noteworthy that while all the little companions could establish a connection with Chucheng, it was Riolu, capable of resonating with him even before its birth, that stood as the mightiest. Chapter 119, The Aura Champion. In an instant, Chucheng and Riolu's auras coalesced into one. The tumultuous aura power within Chucheng surged through their connection, continuously flowing into Riolu. In this moment of mental synchronization, any command became superfluous. After receiving Chucheng's enhancement, Riolu, now infused with dual aura energy, emanated a formidable presence that left Xiao Yue visibly shaken. The aura power had reached an amplification stage. Similar to the technique employed during the use of Aura Sphere, instead of unleashing it immediately, the potent aura coalesced and, after a frenetic surge from within, enveloped Riolu entirely. The aura formed a cerulean armor around Riolu, augmenting its strength. The moment the armor solidified, Riolu's aura surged dramatically, its overwhelming presence dispelling the pressure brought forth by the just-arrived Ho-Oh. Although the sequence of actions described may seem lengthy, they transpired in the blink of an eye. At that juncture, Ho-Oh's flare blitz was just taking shape, poised to charge at Riolu. With a resounding determination, Chucheng and Riolu opted for a direct confrontation. After a brief accumulation of energy, Ho-Oh, engulfed in flames, reached Riolu's forefront. As the fiery behemoth barreled towards Riolu like a blazing chariot, Riolu closed its eyes, remaining still, leading the onlookers to speculate whether it had surrendered. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Ho-Oh had already been locked onto by Riolu's aura, and at the moment of contact, Riolu's aura-imbued fist struck out fiercely. The clash of cerulean light and crimson flames erupted in a cataclysmic collision, sending shockwaves radiating outward from the two Pokémon, compelling the front row of spectators to shield their eyes with their hands. Chucheng squinted, gazing intently at the unfolding spectacle. Ultimately, the unstoppable fiery chariot came to a halt before Riolu. Ho-Oh, propelled by its momentum, collided with Riolu, forcing it to the edge of the arena, leaving distinct marks on the ground. However, bolstered by their aura link, Xiao Yue's decisive strike to conclude the battle was ultimately absorbed by Riolu and Chucheng. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Apart from some casual visitors, many were seasoned spectators familiar with Xiao Yue. Countless challengers had faltered before her formidable combination move of Flame Vortex and Fire-type Charge Flare Blitz. They had anticipated that after executing such a technique, Chucheng would surely be defeated. Yet, the scene before them defied all expectations. A mere little creature had managed to withstand the full brunt of Ho-Oh's onslaught. Riolu, Ho-Oh. At the edge of the battlefield, Ho-Oh and Riolu remained locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield. Riolu. In that critical moment, under the external pressure, Riolu's aura erupted in its entirety, transforming faith, determination, and desire into an indomitable force for victory. This being its first gym challenge, how could it possibly allow itself to succumb? Riolu, I must secure this victory for Chucheng. In an instant, blinding white light radiated from Riolu, suppressing its original cerulean aura. The light of evolution. Xiao Yue gazed in disbelief at the phenomenon unfolding before her. The surrounding audience held their breath, not daring to blink. Under the shroud of the evolution light, Ho-Oh's assault was compelled to cease, perhaps due to the rules set forth by the creator Arceus. In this world, a Pokémon undergoing evolution is immune to any attacks. Soon, as the light symbolizing evolution dissipated, the petite Riolu vanished, replaced by a figure of greater stature. The Aura Champion. Lucario had arrived. After nearly half a year of accumulation, Riolu had reached a profound level of readiness, and its bond with Chucheng had long met the criteria for evolution. It merely awaited the right moment. Now, under the pressure from Ho-Oh, the yearning for victory ignited like the final flicker of a flame, setting off an explosion of potential. Is it evolved? Lucario? Observing the imposing figure before him, Chucheng's face broke into a jubilant smile, though it was not the moment for idle chatter. First, they must vanquish the foe to secure victory. Responding to Chucheng's call, Lucario slightly turned, affirmatively nodding. Name, Lucario. Type, Fighting Steel. Gender, Energy Level, 32, Elite. Talent, Red. Ability, Justified. Held item, Black Belt. Skills, Quick Attack, Fire Kick. Bullet Punch, Aura Sphere. Endure, Quick Attack, Metal Claw, Force Palm, Double Return, Bulk Up, Brick Break, Fire Punch, Rock Smash, Vacuum Wave, Shadow Claw, High Jump Kick, Swords Dance. Dragon Pulse, Close Combat, Bone Rush, Extreme Speed. Post-evolution, Lucario surged directly to level 32, acquiring several formidable new moves. Lucario, Close Combat. At this juncture, Ho-Oh's momentum had reached its conclusion. The old power had waned while new energy had yet to rise, and the aftereffects of Flare Blitz began to manifest. Chucheng, of course, would not let this opportunity slip away. Lucario, fixating on the staggering Ho-Oh, propelled itself forward with a powerful leap, abandoning all defense to charge at its adversary. Ho-Oh. In the midst of Xiao Yui's anxious gaze, the outcome was inevitable. Given Ho-Oh's current state, there was no chance of evasion from Lucario's assault. Struck squarely by Lucario's close combat, Ho-Oh fell heavily to the ground, rendered unconscious and clearly unable to continue fighting. The repercussions of Ho-Oh's combination move, already potent, culminated in its downfall under Lucario's super-effective strike. Return Ho-Oh. The Pokeball glowed red, retrieving the incapacitated Ho-Oh. Having been defeated by a mere boy still in his pre-collegiate years, Xiao Yue, despite her extensive experience, could not help but feel a twinge of disorientation. With Ho-Oh entirely out of combat, the announcement for the gym trainer to substitute their Pokémon resounded once more from the nearby Rotom, seemingly urging her to hasten the release of her next Pokémon. As she recalled her responsibilities as a gym trainer, Xiao Yue gathered her spirits and retrieved her final Pokeball, casting it forth with determination. I entrust this last battle to you. Chapter 120, The Final Showdown. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the arena, her last Pokémon emerged from the depths. Adorned with orange skin and standing on two legs, it bore a striking resemblance to a western dragon, complete with a tail that blazed with fervent flames. The final addition to Xiao Yue's team was none other than our Fire-type powerhouse, the esteemed Charizard, one of the original starter Pokémon. Name: Charizard. Type: Fire Flying. Gender: Energy level: 46, Professional Tier 1. Potential: Purple. Ability: Blaze. Held item: Charcoal. Move set: Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Claw, Heat Wave, Dragon Breath, Flamethrower, Fire Spin, Inferno, Dragon Rage. Wing attack: Dragon Tail, Double Edge, Overheat, Metal Claw, Air Slash, Dragon Dance, Heavy Slam, Heat Crash, Dragon Fury. A Charizard that towered significantly above the norm made its grand entrance. Although its current Fire-type prowess remained uncertain, the sheer number of Dragon-type moves indicated a formidable lineage. This Charizard's draconic heritage was undeniably impressive. Furthermore, it possessed the ability to learn Dragon Dance. Judging by its stats, this Charizard appeared to surpass the recently defeated Houndoom, suggesting it was indeed her trump card. However, unbeknownst to Chucheng, Xiao Yue's initial Pokémon had been the very Houndoom that was just vanquished by Lucario. This Charizard was, in fact, an evolution of a little Charmander she had captured later on. Clearly, the Charizard's innate talent eclipsed that of its predecessor, Houndoom. You've won this battle. Your Pokémon is incredibly strong, far from the inexperienced newcomer I expected, Xiao Yue remarked to Chucheng before the final match commenced. At this point, the outcome of the battle seemed all but decided. Given the strength of Chucheng's Pokémon, even if Charizard managed to overcome this third Pokémon, it would undoubtedly be no match for Lucario. Not to mention, a mysterious special Zoroark awaited in the wings. It was apparent that Xiao Yue was destined to lose this battle, yet she still wished to see the 3v3 match through to its conclusion. Come back and rest for a moment, Lucario. Now, let us see our partner in action. With Lucario, who had expended considerable energy, recalled, Chucheng readied his final Pokeball. I entrust this last battle to you, Shiny Kirlia. With a flash of red light, Shiny Kirlia appeared on the battlefield. Xiao Yue gazed at the dazzling Shiny Kirlia before her, feeling almost numb with disbelief. Is this really necessary? Here was a Pokémon so rare that only one existed in the entire world, an elusive Zoroark of exceptional rarity, even more so than the semi-legendary Lucario. Now, to face yet another Shiny Kirlia was simply overwhelming. In general, shiny Pokémon tend to be stronger than their regular counterparts, often ostracized in the wild and forced to rely on their own enhanced abilities for survival. Due to their rarity, shiny Pokémon are typically valued at several times their standard equivalents. With the appearance of Shiny Kirlia, Xiao Yue was left speechless. What kind of identity did her opponent possess? No Pokémon here was ordinary. As both sides took their positions, the match commenced. Charizard, ascend and unleash Dragon Fury. As Rotom descended, Xiao Yue promptly commanded. Responding to her trainer's orders, Charizard flapped its wings and soared into the air. Locking onto its target, a blazing inferno materialized, hurtling toward Kirlia. The manifestation of Dragon Fury varied among different Pokémon. For instance, Gyarados unleashed a massive tornado, while Charizard's Dragon Fury took the form of a fiery projectile. Psychic. Kirlia's eyes glimmered with pink light as it exerted its telekinetic powers, swiftly controlling the fireball aimed at it. under Kirlia's psychic influence. The dragon fury unleashed by Charizard was abruptly halted midair. Witnessing this scene, Chucheng couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of the battle. The confrontation with Xiao Yue mirrored the animated clashes between Ash and his rivals. Despite the similarities in the Pokémon, with only Kirlia lacking one evolution, the disparity in strength was evident. The Dragon Fury, now enveloped in pink energy, swiftly reversed course toward Charizard. Charizard quickly used Flamethrower to intercept. With a roar, a column of fire surged forth, obliterating the Dragon Fury it had just released. The two combatants engaged in a battle of long-range moves. Yet no matter how Xiao Yue and Charizard strategized to attack, Kirlia's psychic prowess effortlessly neutralized their efforts. Darn it, I knew this Kirlia would be a tough opponent. Xiao Yue thought to herself, frustrated. We've had our turn. Now it's time for us, Kirlia. Swift Meteor Beam. What on earth? In response to Xiao Yue's bewildered expression, a radiant light gathered in Kirlia's hands. Moments later, before she could react, a special meteor beam glowing with moonlit hues erupted from Kirlia's grasp, hurtling toward the airborne Charizard. Chapter 121. The Flame Badge. I have obtained it in an instant. The moonlit meteor beam surged towards Charizard with blinding speed. Xiao Yue had not anticipated that Kirlia could master Meteor Beam, let alone unleash it with such rapidity. In the game, Meteor Beam required a turn of charging and an increase to one's special attack. Although the real world lacked such turn-based mechanics, there was still a notable charging time involved in its execution, which could be shortened with proficient skill. Yet, Kirlia's Meteor Beam seemed devoid of such limitations. With barely a moment's charge, it was launched without warning, leaving no time for Charizard to react. Charizard dodged. With a resounding roar, Charizard, sensing the approaching Meteor Beam's ominous aura, realized the Rock-type attack would deal quadruple damage to it as a Fire and Flying type. Charizard swiftly twisted its body to evade the strike, but alas, Kirlia's assault came too swiftly. Despite its best efforts to dodge, the beam grazed one of Charizard's wings. With a mighty cry of pain, Charizard was sent tumbling from the sky, crashing to the ground with a wounded wing, unable to continue its aerial maneuvers. Charizard. At this very moment, the outcome of the battle has become abundantly clear. A Charizard, devoid of wings and unable to soar, can muster at most a mere fraction of its true prowess. How could it possibly stand against a Chandelure? With a resigned shake of her head, Xiao Yue decided to command Charizard for one final assault, hoping to bring this match to a satisfactory conclusion. Charizard, unleash your overheat with all your might. With no further considerations for the aftermath, Xiao Yue urged Charizard to execute its most potent fire-type move. Overheat, a technique that channels all its strength to strike the opponent, yet significantly diminishes its special attack as a result. A mighty roar echoed as Charizard, having landed, unleashed overheat right where it stood. In an instant, the temperature of the battlefield surged by several degrees, the searing heat palpable enough to unsettle even Chucheng, who stood outside the arena. No longer burdened by thoughts of the consequences, Charizard's gaze was resolutely fixed on its adversary. After sustaining injuries to its wings, Charizard understood that it could not replicate its past victories for its trainer. Yet, even in defeat, it resolved to stand tall. A torrent of roaring flames engulfed the battlefield, surging toward Chandelure with ferocity. Exhausted from expending such immense energy, Charizard gasped for breath. In the face of this vast attack, Chandelure's specialty, teleportation, was rendered utterly ineffective. Chucheng recognized that Xiao Yue and Charizard were compelling them to confront the oncoming assault head-on. Suddenly, a smile broke across Chucheng's face. What if facing them directly? If they sought a clash, so be it. It would serve to conclude today's gym challenge on a perfect note. Dark Mode activate. Chandelure, combine Moonblast with Dark Pulse. At Chucheng's command, Chandelure closed its eyes, and malevolent energy began to coalesce around it in a frenzy. The inky flames nearly took on a tangible form, and in the next moment, Chandelure opened its eyes, their crimson glow piercing through the darkness. At that instant, the dark Chandelure had arrived. With a gentle forward gesture, the amassed dark energy transformed into Dark Pulse, resting delicately in its palm. The other hand was raised high, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, an ethereal moon began to shimmer overhead, casting a spectral glow across the indoor arena. Unbeknownst to the crowd, a faint silver crescent mark on Chandelure's forehead resonated with the illusory moon above. The phantom moonlight descended, coalescing into Chandelure's other hand, manifesting the fairy-type signature move, Moonblast. As Chandelure brought its hands together, the previously conflicting powers harmonized under its control, merging seamlessly. The two techniques fused into one, transforming into a chaotic moonlit orb that sped toward the oncoming conflagration. During midterms, with the aid of the Moonstone from its pixie companions, Chandelure experienced a surge in fairy-type energy upon evolving. This also replenished its previously lacking vitality, allowing it to manipulate a modicum of dark energy thereafter. Provided it did not excessively disturb the slumbering dark forces, Chandelure, now in dark mode, could wield this power without adverse effects or the risk of losing control. In dark mode, Chandelure's command over dark energy was significantly enhanced, its power magnified. Coupled with the Moonstone's influence, Chandelure's moonlight moves were already formidable. Thus, Chucheng and Chandelure endeavored to develop a new technique, balancing their internal forces in dark mode to merge the two opposing attributes into a singular release, akin to a Pokémon version of Fury Fire Lotus. After half a semester of diligent effort, they finally succeeded. The technique they unveiled was the fruit of their labor, a blend of Dark Pulse and Moonblast. Aptly named Dark Moon, the chaotic moonlit orb sliced through the fiery sea created by overheat as though it were merely butter. Unrelenting, it surged toward Charizard, whose injured wings forced it to resort to using Dragon Claw for defense. Boom. Yet, this was evidently in vain. With the sound of an explosion, as the smoke dissipated, Charizard lay fallen, though fortunately, under Chandelure's restraint, it had not sustained severe injuries. It was fortunate that Chucheng and his companions had only employed this move after thorough experimentation, during their initial trial. Chandelure had nearly obliterated their backyard due to mismanagement of energy input. With Charizard incapacitated, the gym leader was the first to lose 3 Pokémon, declaring Chucheng the victor of this match. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, celebrating not only the thrilling contest, but also the emergence of a prodigious trainer within the Donghuang Alliance. Chucheng and his 3 Pokémon had wholly captivated everyone present. Charizard. Upon inspecting Charizard's condition and confirming it was merely lightly injured, Xiao Yue sighed in relief, recalling Charizard into its Pokeball. After a moment of contemplation, she composed herself and approached Chucheng. At this juncture, a staff member promptly brought forth a tray. This is the intermediate badge of the Yin-Yang Gym. Your performance has certainly merited this honor. Accepting the badge from Xiao Yue, Chucheng noted its silver design, engraved with the emblem of the Yin-Yang Gym, a fiery sun. Thank you, he replied graciously. Zoroark, Lucario, Chandelure, we have earned the Yin-Yang badge. He struck a classic pose, prompting the 3 little companions, though from this point on, Lucario could no longer be considered little, to cheer joyously. Zoroark, Lucario, Chandelure, each expressed their elation, for this was their first badge obtained alongside their trainer. Observing the somewhat naive excitement of Chucheng and his companions, Xiao Yue couldn't help but reflect that it was only now that she recognized Chucheng as a novice trainer, having only acquired his Pokémon for less than half a year. Chapter 122, Charizard Hotpot. After securing his first badge, Chucheng tended to Lucario's injuries at the gym's medical center before departing. Lucario's strength prior to evolution was indeed somewhat lacking, and given that Black Houndoom was the opponent's most adept starter Pokémon, injuries were to be expected. Before leaving, Chucheng glanced back at the fiery structure behind him, contemplating that if he had the opportunity to return, he would undoubtedly challenge the gym leader with his enhanced strength. Gym challenges are generally categorized into several levels. Typically, there are beginner, intermediate, and advanced tiers. In this instance, Chucheng had opted for the intermediate challenge, facing off against a professional-level trainer. The strength of challengers across these 3 tiers is not fixed. It largely depends on the gym's ranking. As a first-tier gym within the Alliance, the Yin-Yang Gym boasted ample personnel and formidable strength. Thus, even the intermediate challenge comprised trainers of professional caliber. The most basic initial challenge at the Flame Sun Dojo is at the elite level, with 3 elite Pokémon serving as the threshold for a first-tier dojo. The implication is quite straightforward. If one's strength is insufficient, it is best not to squander time. In contrast, at certain third-tier dojos, it is often the case that even the dojo master possesses merely the strength of a novice trainer, making such expectations unattainable. Generally speaking, each first-tier dojo master is renowned as a formidable expert within the Eastern Huang Alliance, with the weakest among them being at least a quasi-champion level, having champion-level Pokémon, albeit not enough to form a complete team. Each individual has their own responsibilities, whether engrossed in their careers or occupied with tasks assigned by the league. It is improbable for them to linger in the dojo awaiting challengers all day long. The battles conducted by the dojo master themselves require prior appointment. Typically, The occasions when a first-tier dojo master personally engages in battle arise from crucial matters, such as someone seeking to qualify for the Champion Challenge. The Champion Challenge of the Eastern Huang Alliance mandates that participants must acquire 8 official badges from first-tier dojos as a condition for entry. As for special-tier dojos, there is no such stringent requirement, as that would indeed pose a significant challenge. As far as Chucheng is aware, their Rising Dragon Dojo has not issued any official badges for nearly a decade or two, though badges of lower tiers are still being earned. The situation is similar across other special-tier dojos. Ever since his father took over the Rising Dragon Dojo, it has been regarded as the most challenging dojo in the Eastern Huang Alliance. Is this a reality version of Naji? Perhaps in the future, he could attempt to break that record? Returning home with his little foxes to flaunt his father's gold coins. Lost in thought, Chucheng found his mind wandering elsewhere. Never mind, it is best not to dwell on these matters for now. Glancing at the time, after a morning filled with battles and the healing session for Lucario, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Having consumed only a bowl of tofu pudding and a cup of soy milk in the morning, his stomach began to grumble after utilizing the Aura Link once. The most pressing concern now was to find a place to eat. Since he was in Chucheng, he naturally had to sample the local specialties. Observing the card in his hand, Chuck murmured to himself. This red card was indeed the esteemed 2-star VIP card from the famous Charizard chain Hot Pot restaurant in Chucheng. It was a complimentary gift from the dojo staff upon receiving the Flame Sun badge. This VIP card granted him a 30% discount at any of their establishments across various cities and provided access to a private room. It seems the information from that forum was indeed accurate. This Hot Pot restaurant is likely a property of the Flame Sun dojo. Contemplating the VIP card, Chucheng mused. Discounts did not particularly concern him, but the privilege of utilizing a private room was quite appealing. Since the VIP card had been bestowed upon him, there was no need to choose a different restaurant. He would go straight to this one. In a short while, the Steel Crow taxi he summoned arrived at the dojo's entrance, and he hopped in, heading directly to the nearest Hot Pot restaurant. Upon arrival, as he stepped inside, the warm steam and the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air confirmed that he had indeed come to the right place. During his time in the Imperial City, he had visited the capital branch of this Hot Pot chain. The flavors were commendable, yet he always felt something was amiss after dining. Indeed, Hot Pot is best enjoyed in its place of origin. Hello, welcome. How many in your party? Do you have a reservation? Or would you like me to arrange a table for you now? As soon as he entered, a server eagerly approached him with a warm greeting. Just one person, along with 3 Pokémon. Please help me arrange a private room, without any large Pokémon. Handing over the VIP card, Chucheng added. Since this Hot Pot restaurant is named after Charizard, it naturally allows Pokémon to dine with their trainers. As for large Pokémon, he referred to colossal creatures such as Tyranitar, Gyarados, and Onix. Even establishments that permit Pokémon to dine together often prohibit the release of such large species. Even if permitted, they must be accommodated in designated rooms. Which is why Chucheng included that clarification. Certainly. Congratulations on your successful dojo challenge. Please follow me. Given the time lost due to traffic, it was now peak dining hours, and the restaurant buzzed with activity. Following the server, Chucheng glanced around as they made their way to his private room. Indeed, in the center of the dining area, under the guidance of a chef, a Charizard donned with a chef's hat was breathlessly preparing grilled skewers for the patrons, showcasing a unique culinary delight. Not far off, a Chancho appeared to be performing acrobatics while skillfully crafting the signature flying pancakes from its homeland, the Bard Alliance. Chucheng pondered whether all Hot Pot restaurants featured such appetizers. In addition to these, there were Frostless and Swablu making desserts, along with the likes of Vanillux and Whimsicott concocting chilled beverages. Observing the lively scene, Chucheng felt a sense of amusement and understood why this establishment could claim the title of the best in the nation. The ambience was truly deserving of such acclaim. He was soon led into his private room by the staff. Chapter 123, a unique attraction. It must be said, the flavor of the Charizard Hot Pot was truly delightful. Although the prices were considerably higher than those at typical Hot Pot restaurants, the taste was undoubtedly exceptional. Whoever conceived the idea of gifting membership cards to challengers is a genius. They must have engaged a marketing expert at home. Chucheng reflected that many of those coming to challenge the Flame Sun Dojo were from out of town, and after their challenges, most would likely take the opportunity to explore the area. Naturally, sampling the local cuisine was unavoidable, making the timing of this membership card quite fortuitous. When faced with indecision over what to eat, the presence of the membership card made it almost imperative to indulge in a Hot Pot experience. Unless one had an aversion to spice. This was precisely why Chucheng had come here. As for the elevated prices at the Charizard Hot Pot, They paled in comparison to the expenses associated with training Pokémon. It is well known that trainers often engage in a costly profession, albeit one that can also be quite lucrative. While they may struggle to afford the costs of raising Pokémon, they certainly can spare a little for a few hot pot meals with their beloved companions. This strategy effectively targets their desired clientele. After a delightful hot pot feast with his Pokémon, Chucheng leisurely returned to the pre-booked EV hotel. Inside the hotel, he picked up the travel brochure he had prepared in advance and began planning his upcoming itinerary. Having enjoyed a hot pot meal and completed his challenge at the Flames Sun Dojo, he found that he had no pressing obligations for the day. Since he had the rare opportunity to travel during his holiday, he did not intend to impose excessive pressure on himself. Thus, for the remainder of the day, he planned to explore Tianfu City with his Pokémon, resuming their journey the following day. Zoroark, Lucario, Chikorita, do you have any places you'd like to visit? Chucheng turned to face his Pokémon, flipping the travel brochure to the page for Tianfu City, presenting it to them for their input. Riolu, Kairu. Lucario and Chikorita shook their heads in unison, indicating they had no particular destinations in mind. Their attention then shifted to the silent Zoroark. Zoro, how about we go here? The little fox, noticing that all eyes were upon it, did not hesitate. It raised its tiny paw and pointed to the upper left corner of the illustrated guide. The Charred Tower's ancient ruins? Zoroark, why would you wish to venture there? Of all places? Chucheng inquired with a hint of perplexity, observing the target chosen by the little fox. After examining the familiar photograph and scrutinizing the accompanying annotations, Chucheng confirmed that the little fox had indeed selected the charred tower depicted in the game. Is that structure originally from Tianfu City? He pondered. It seems fitting, considering it belongs to the ancient architecture of the Johto region. Initially, he had assumed that if this edifice truly existed in Blue Star, it would likely be found within the Sakura Union, as the charred tower's prototype is the famed Kinkakaji from that region. Chucheng scratched his head in contemplation. Since the emergence of numerous otherworldly realms over a millennium ago, countless fragmented domains have seamlessly integrated into their Blue Star. This not only significantly expanded the planet's territory, but also introduced many mysterious relics and structures. The Charred Tower, the very one Zoroark had chosen, likely materialized several centuries ago with the fusion of a small mystical realm appearing near Tianfu City. Subsequently, archaeologists, upon discovering remnants of information within the Charred Tower and excavating materials from surrounding ruins, managed to trace the origins of this ancient structure. According to the recorded findings, this tower was constructed in a locale known as the Johto region, specifically by a city called Yanzhou. The ancient inhabitants of Yanzhou revered the deities, erecting two towering spires on opposite sides of the city. The tower on the eastern side was dedicated to awakening Pokémon, while the western tower was said to lull them into slumber. It is believed that the legendary beast Ho-Oh resided atop the eastern bell tower, while the Charred Tower, the Tower of Time, was purportedly the dwelling of Lugia. One fateful day, a bolt of lightning struck the western tower, transforming the bell tower into a blazing inferno. The fire raged for 3 days and nights until it was finally extinguished by a torrential downpour, but by then, little of the tower remained. In this conflagration, 3 unnamed Pokémon perished, only to be resurrected by Ho-Oh's divine intervention. Thus, the Ho-Oh Guard was established, comprising the resurrected spirits of Inti, Raikou, and Suicune. The tale concludes here. It is recorded that since that catastrophic fire, neither Ho-Oh nor Lugia has returned to this site. Due to its associations with legendary Pokémon, this ancient tower has naturally become a point of interest in Tianfu City. While the Charred Tower stands, the whereabouts of the bell tower remain a mystery. Chucheng mused, aware that according to legend, one could summon Ho-Oh atop the bell tower after passing the trials of the Ho-Oh Guard, armed with the rainbow feather. If he had the chance, he would certainly not shy away from testing this theory. Speaking of which, if possessing the rainbow feather allows one to summon Ho-Oh at the bell tower, then acquiring the silver feather should grant me the ability to call upon Lugia at the Charred Tower, Chucheng thought excitedly. He resolved to pursue the silver feather in the future. However, he could not fathom why Zoroark had chosen this place. After all, the little fox did not strike him as one enamored by cultural relics, and the desolate state of the Charred Tower resembled a mere ruin. Due to its connection to the legendary Pokémon, the narrative has been preserved in its raw form, without any restoration efforts. Furthermore, given its location on the outskirts near wilderness, few visitors venture here, rendering the Charred Tower exceptionally forlorn. Inside, aside from perhaps harboring a few ghost-type Pokémon, it likely held nothing else. Surely, the little fox did not intend to enter and befriend the specters within. Zoroark, Are you saying that this is one of the filming locations for the magical treasure hunting cat starring the enchanting Mirage Mask cat, and you wish to visit the site? Chucheng inquired. Indeed. The little fox nodded vigorously. Seeing that Lucario and shattering had no further objections, Chucheng acquiesced. Very well. It is settled then. We shall journey to the charred tower. He felt a twinge of curiosity towards this structure he had encountered in the game. With their destination determined, Chucheng and his companions quickly set off. The hour was nearing 2 in the afternoon, and the charred tower lay on the outskirts of Tianfu City. So they needed to hurry. He certainly did not wish to spend the night in the wilderness. Chapter 124, The Charred Tower. With skarmory soaring in the skies, they soon reached the city's periphery. Upon arriving at their intended location, Chucheng disembarked from the taxi. The area ahead was beyond the reach of taxis, and they would need to devise their own means of getting there. This was likely one reason for the charred tower's desolation. Many tourists probably deemed the journey too cumbersome and opted to forego visiting. After all, Tianfu City boasted numerous attractions, and the tower's remote location, coupled with the lack of direct transport, understandably deterred many from making the trek. It was a pity that such a place, so intertwined with legendary Pokémon, was so difficult to access. Otherwise, if it were located within the city limits, one could surmise that visitors would not mind dedicating time to explore it. After dismounting, Chucheng retrieved a folding bicycle he had purchased in advance. He had long desired to experience the thrill of traveling by bicycle like Ash and his companions. This folding bicycle had been prepared well before the winter holiday began. The space backpack was truly a marvel of technology, capable of accommodating even a bicycle. And once slung over his shoulders, it felt weightless. Upon arriving in the wilderness, Chucheng initially deliberated over which Pokémon to have accompany him for protection. However, upon seeing him produce the bicycle, the little fox's eyes sparkled mischievously, and it swiftly hopped into the bicycle's front frame. Zoroark, I shall protect Chucheng's safety, it declared. This position could only accommodate the unevolved little fox, as both Lucario and shattering could not fit. Seeing this, shattering had no choice but to sulkily retreat into its Pokeball, relinquishing its bid for the role of guardian. Watching his Pokemon frolic, Chucheng merely smiled. After recalling his dog and shattering to their Pokeballs, he turned to the little fox perched at the front. Hold on tight, Zoroark. We are off. With that, he pedaled forward, swiftly propelling himself ahead. As Chucheng ventured deeper into the wilderness, signs of human habitation became increasingly sparse, giving way to an abundance of large trees and shrubs. Eventually, aside from the road beneath his feet, there was no trace of human civilization to be found. Chucheng checked his phone. They had ventured nearly 5 kilometers from the city, having truly entered the wild. With only a stone's throw remaining to the charred tower's location on the map. No wonder there were hardly any signs of human activity apart from the road beneath them. One must understand that the wilderness in the Pokémon world greatly differs from that of the former Earth, particularly in terms of vegetation coverage. With the integration of mystical realms, the blue star of the Pokémon world is far more expansive than the Earth of yore. Much of the newly added land retains its primordial state, untouched by development. The traces of human technology are primarily limited to roads, railways, boats, and planes, and typically only exist within a few kilometers surrounding habitation sites. Each year, the Alliance invests a staggering amount of manpower and resources to maintain the infrastructure of these constructed roads. Generally speaking, warning signs are typically positioned at distances of 5 to 10 kilometers from the city. Beyond this point, one enters the wilderness, a realm belonging to the fairies. It is exceedingly perilous for ordinary individuals to venture into the wild alone, and the Alliance firmly prohibits such actions. In this world, there exists a singular kind of being known as a trainer, who often roams the wilderness without a care. Zoroark, let us proceed with caution, spoke Chucheng. Zoroark, rest assured, Chucheng, your safety is my utmost priority. Upon hearing Chucheng's words, the little fox pounded its chest in assurance, its adorable demeanor nearly eliciting a laugh from Chucheng. All right, my safety now rests entirely in your paws. Shortly thereafter, after a few more minutes of advancement, the charred remnants of the tower, its scorched pinnacle visible in the distance, came into view. Zoroark, it appears we are approaching our destination. Let us quicken our pace. In no time, they arrived at the foot of the scorched tower. For reasons unknown, the land surrounding this place appeared particularly desolate, as if even the trees and flowers shunned its soil. The scars of the great fire lingered on this land, remnants of a bygone era that had yet to fade. Upon reaching their destination, Chucheng released his Lucario and the others. The trio, accompanied by their 3 Pokémon, stood before the charred tower. Though it was merely the remnants of a fire, Chucheng was nonetheless astonished. The Scorched Tower in reality, while sharing its name with the one in the game, was fundamentally a different structure, save for a few similar outlines. The ruins before them soared 15 stories high, with each floor far exceeding the typical 3-meter height of modern buildings. By Chucheng's estimation, each level of this charred tower stood at least 7 to 8 meters tall, and when combined with the spire, the tower rose to over 100 meters. While a height of 1 or 200 meters is not particularly remarkable today, it must be remembered that this is an ancient edifice. Such a feat could only have been accomplished with the assistance of Pokémon powers. Otherwise, constructing a 100-meter-tall building in ancient times would be the stuff of dreams. This is as it should be, for it is a sanctuary for deities. Were this tower to resemble the minuscule structure from the game, it would hardly befit the stature of Ho-Oh and Lugia. Let us proceed. There are likely no others here. Let us explore inside. With that, he lifted his leg, eager to enter the charred tower's interior. Circling around the tower, Chucheng observed that aside from their party, no other presence lingered. Upon entering, he discovered the first floor of the charred tower was surprisingly vast. The interior was devoid of any objects. Each level was spacious enough to accommodate a sports field, the emptiness echoing with the whispers of the wind. Over countless years, what was once filled with offerings to the deities had long since vanished into the ether. Nevertheless, Chucheng managed to uncover a number of ghost-type Pokémon that had taken refuge within the tower. Creatures such as the shadowy Ghastly, the Mini-Mew masquerading as a discarded doll in the corner, and the vengeful Shadow Doll. Yet, upon catching sight of the little fox before Chucheng, each one discreetly retreated. Chucheng had no intention of capturing these Pokémon. Their retreat aligned perfectly with his wishes. Aside from the ghost types, they found nothing else of value. It was to be expected. After so many years, any treasures would have surely been claimed by others. Initially, Chucheng had hoped to uncover clues regarding the 3 legendary beasts here, but it appeared this place had been abandoned for quite some time, likely indicating that the legendary beasts had not returned in ages. Let us go. We should ascend and take a look. With that, Chucheng made his way towards the staircase, unaware that in a corner, shrouded in shadow, something was quietly stirring. Chapter 125, The Next Target. Perfect. Just like that. Hold still for the camera. Click. Inside the Scorched Tower, Chucheng had inexplicably produced a camera from somewhere, capturing moments with the little foxes. Though the interior lay barren, reduced to remnants of charred walls, the once opulent decorations, solemn statues, and exquisite murals had long since vanished. Yet, amidst the remaining traces, they glimpsed a glimpse of the tower's former glory. Chucheng even spotted a mural on a wall, depicting the ancient city dwellers' tribute to Ho-Oh and Lugia. Despite its dilapidated state, it radiated an ancient and mysterious beauty, making it no wonder that this site was chosen for film and television shoots. Let us head back, Zoroark. It's time we departed. After finishing the photo session, Chucheng addressed the little fox. Having spent nearly 2 hours exploring from the ground floor to the top, taking photos along the way, it was now around 5:30 in the afternoon. The sun was setting, the sky darkening, and they planned to return. They had no intention of staying the night, for this place merely preserved cultural relics, and there was little reason to linger. Initially, Chucheng had hoped to discover clues regarding the 3 legendary beasts, although he found none. Having closely examined a structure he had only seen in the game was still a worthwhile experience. However, it was now time to leave. Waiting until darkness enveloped the land would make traversing the wilderness back to the city rather perilous. While the distance to the city was not overly vast, Chucheng, ever cautious, was unwilling to take that risk. Mounting their bicycles, they set off on their return journey, oblivious to the shadow that flickered behind Chucheng, seemingly following them back to Tianfu City. The following morning, Chucheng departed from the hotel and boarded a train bound for Panyan City. There lay his next objective, the Xingang Gym, which, like the previous Yin-Yang Gym, was also a first-tier gym. Before this winter vacation, Chucheng had set himself a modest goal to obtain the intermediate badge from 4 first-tier gyms during the break. He wasn't aiming to collect all 8 badges. The brevity of the winter vacation, nearly a month, left little time, especially with the new year approaching. The first-tier gyms were scarce and scattered. Typically, a province might host only 2 or 3, with some having just 1. To gather all 8 first-tier gym badges, he would have to traverse at least 3 or 4 provinces, which was a daunting prospect given his limited time. While it was not impossible to accomplish, it would be excessively complicated and exhausting. He did not wish to spend his holiday in such a manner. In Sichuan province, where Chucheng currently resided, there were only 2 first-tier gyms, so naturally, he would not pass up this nearby option. Otherwise, he would have to travel to another province. Given the distance of over 1,000 kilometers between Panyan City and Tianfu City, notions of biking or walking there were impractical. Realistically, with the limited time he had, if he opted to walk or cycle for travel, he would be fortunate to visit a few cities around Tianfu City during this winter break. Oh, the Dongwang alliance is simply colossal. Chucheng yawned, feeling somewhat lethargic as he reclined in his seat, contemplating. Realizing that the journey by train would be lengthy today, Chucheng spent the previous night playing Pokémon Battle Royale with several of his Pokémon, continuing until the early hours of 3 o'clock before finally resting. After all, once on the train, he would have ample time to catch up on sleep. Once a superpower among the largest nations on Earth, Dongwang had expanded significantly in the Pokémon world due to the existence of secret realms. While a vast area is advantageous, it also complicates travel. Fortunately, this world has developed numerous advanced technologies thanks to Pokémon. Otherwise, even stepping outside would be quite inconvenient. It seems that he truly needs to capture a Pokémon that can serve as a mount. Chucheng mused, acknowledging that in many areas of the wild, transportation methods are exceedingly inconvenient, highlighting the importance of having a Pokémon mount. Currently, he had captured 3 Pokémon, all humanoid in shape, with the only one that could somewhat be considered a means of transportation being the teleporting Cerulean. Yet at this stage, Cerulean was clearly not capable of long-distance teleportation like its mother. Thus, he resolved that his next Pokémon would be one that could serve as a mount. He remembered how his father and sister often eschewed any means of transport, simply riding their Dragonite wherever they pleased, no matter the distance. They enjoyed soaring through the skies atop their Dragonite. Not only was it stylish and convenient, but it also boasted incredible speed. Dragonite could circle the globe in just 16 hours, making it unparalleled in long-distance flight among Pokémon. Its swift silhouette across the ocean was revered by sailors, who dubbed it the embodiment of the sea. Indeed, a mere glance allows one to circle the world. Such is the majesty of Dragonite. Someday, I too must capture a flying dragon. He yearned for a Pokémon capable of flight. However, Chucheng was unaware that his words would soon become prophetic. Among his Pokémon, aside from the little fox nestled in his arms, Lucario and Cerulean were also sleeping soundly within their Pokeballs, having rarely indulged in games together. Lucario had joined him last night for some gaming, but now, being quite pleased after its recent evolution, it opted not to train further, choosing instead to revel in playtime with Chucheng and the others. At this moment, all 3 Pokémon were utterly fatigued, and Chucheng himself was no exception. After checking the time, he set an alarm, selected his favorite music, donned his Bluetooth headphones, and closed his eyes. It was still early, and he intended to catch a bit more sleep. Suddenly, after an indeterminate passage of time, a sudden jolt roused Chucheng from his slumber. The train had come to an abrupt halt, producing a heavy metallic screech as it ground against the tracks. What on earth was happening? Startled from his dreams, Chucheng quickly removed his headphones and eye mask, retrieving his Pokeballs to release Cerulean and Lucario. Meanwhile, the little fox that had been resting in his embrace was also jolted awake. What was going on? Why had the train stopped so suddenly? Surely, in this day and age, the world of Pokémon couldn't still be plagued by train hijackers? As Chucheng pondered the unfolding situation and prepared to leave the compartment to investigate, a commotion erupted in the aisle. A female voice rang out amidst the chaos, urging everyone to remain calm. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain composed. The train has encountered an urgent situation and must temporarily halt for resolution. Rest assured, the train will ensure the safety of all passengers. The announcement was repeated, urging everyone to maintain their calm. After the train's abrupt stop, the attendants began to move through the carriages, reassuring the passengers. "Excuse me, miss, could you tell me what exactly has happened?" Chucheng inquired as he opened the compartment door, addressing the attendant who had come to relay the situation. Chapter 126, An Unexpected Incident. While the attendant hesitated, her expression revealing her difficulty in articulating the matter. Sensing her reluctance, Chucheng smiled and produced the yin-yang badge he had received just a day prior, which had now proven its worth. He gestured towards his loyal companion, saying, "I am also a trainer. If something truly has occurred, perhaps I could be of assistance." The attendant, upon seeing the silver badge and the formidable Lucario, hesitated for a moment before deciding to confide in him. The reputation of the yin-yang gym, one of only 2 first-class gyms in Chucheng, held considerable weight, and she was well aware of the significance of the badge. This silver-level badge could only be obtained by completing an intermediate challenge, implying that the young man before her had triumphed over the professional trainers of the yin-yang gym. Coupled with the presence of Lucario, a Pokémon even she, a non-trainer, recognized as powerful, her decision was swayed. This was precisely why Chucheng had chosen to emphasize Lucario. After all, ordinary individuals without a system could not accurately gauge a Pokemon's strength with the naked eye. Although the little fox and Cerulean were undoubtedly strong, they appeared rather diminutive, and given Chucheng's youthful appearance, he could easily be mistaken for a mere novice trainer and dismissed. But Lucario was different. As a fully evolved Pokemon, it was renowned for its rarity, loyalty, and strength, garnering significant admiration among both trainers and the general populace. It was unmistakably a symbol of a formidable trainer, which was why Chucheng had pointed to Lucario. As expected, this tactic proved effective. Are you saying the train has been attacked by Pokemon, or perhaps a group of them? No negotiations? Not even food appeased them? Those Pokemon simply launched an assault on the train? Precisely. The attendant nodded in confirmation. However, Chucheng furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Traveling by transportation through wild areas often leads to significant disturbances attracting nearby Pokemon. Encountering wild Pokemon that obstruct vehicles was a common occurrence. Typically, train staff only needed to offer some food as a form of protection or toll to pass through unscathed. After all, disturbing their territory warranted a small offering. Occasionally, if they encountered particularly aggressive or startled Pokemon, and those Pokemon insisted on attacking the train, that was when the professional trainers aboard would step in. To handle unforeseen circumstances, every operational train was equipped with professional trainers serving as security personnel. For the train Chucheng was on, standard protocol dictated at least 2 professional-level trainers should constitute the security team. While they might only be entry-level trainers, that tier already held considerable deterrent power over most wild Pokemon. Generally speaking, the wild Pokemon encountered during train journeys were rarely of professional caliber. After all, the authorities overseeing railway construction were not inept. They ensured to select routes through areas with fewer and weaker Pokemon. Professional-level Pokemon were essentially the small rulers of their wild domains. Such transportation routes were intentionally designed to avoid the territories of powerful Pokemon. Thus, under normal circumstances, a team of 2 professional trainers would be sufficient to manage the majority of unexpected situations. Moreover, the elves are far from being mere unintelligent beasts. In most instances, those feisty elves, after encountering the safety personnel, come to realize that humans are not to be trifled with. Once they have acquired a morsel of food, they typically choose to depart obediently. As the attendant had just mentioned, instances of unprovoked attacks are exceedingly rare. There must be something amiss here. Something feels off. I must step outside to investigate. Miss, please carry on with your duties. I shall take a look outside the carriage. With that, Chucheng cast a knowing glance at Cerulean, who promptly used her teleportation ability to whisk them away. Oh dear, sir, the attendant lamented, stamping her foot in regret upon witnessing Chucheng's sudden teleportation. Although she had briefly considered asking for his assistance after hearing his words, she had intended to consult the train conductor first. Now, the passenger had ventured out unaccompanied. What if something were to happen? With no choice but to delegate her task of calming the passengers to her colleagues, the attendant hurried toward the carriage's exit. Upon arriving outside, Chucheng surveyed the unfolding scene. Just as the attendant had described, the train had come to a halt, and the front of the locomotive was clearly damaged, bearing distinct scorch marks. In front of the train, a multitude of wild elves had gathered, including various species, effectively blocking the train's path. The 2 professional trainers leading the safety team were in a standoff with these wild elves. They had released all 6 of their Pokemon, and a quick glance at the system revealed that most of these creatures were at levels 41 or 42, with 2 evidently surpassing the average, likely their trump cards. Name: Flare Monkey. Type: Fire. Ability: Blaze. Energy level: 45, professional rank 1. Talent: Blue-Purple. Name: Nutribell. Type: Grass Steel. Ability: Danger Sense. Energy level: 44, professional rank 1. Talent: Blue-Purple. The prowess of these 2 trainers was rather mediocre, especially when compared to the formidable Xiao Yue whom Chucheng had encountered during his challenge at the Yin-Yang Gym. However, just as Chucheng turned his gaze toward the encircling elves, an unexpected event transpired. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted, and the elves surrounding the train suddenly parted to the sides. A lion-like elf, not NTI, emerged before Chucheng. Chapter 127, Flare Lion. With the sound of roaring, a fiery red figure strode forth from the space cleared by the other elves. Observing the magnificent mane of red and yellow, Chucheng instantly recognized the identity of this creature. Before him stood the Flare Lion. This Pokemon, introduced in the 6th generation, is classified as a fire and normal type, recognized as a regal Pokemon. The most renowned trainers associated with it are the fire-type elite 4-member Pyra and the leader of Team Flare, Fladari, both of whom utilize Flare Lion as their mainstay. The differing genders of Flare Lion are reflected in their mainies. During battle, the male's mane can reach temperatures of up to 2,000 degrees. It can even exhale flames reaching 6,000 degrees to intimidate its opponents, an exceptionally powerful Pokémon. Indeed, according to Professor Oak's Pokédex, the breath expelled by Flare Lion during combat nearly exceeds the surface temperature of the sun. Quite extraordinary. This situation is rather precarious. Gazing at the imposing male Flare Lion, Chucheng murmured, "Name, Flare Lion. Type, Fire Normal. Gender, Energy Level, 59. Professional Rank 2. Gym Level, Talent, Purple. Ability, Overconfidence. Held Item, None. Moves, Ember, Tackle, Roar, Fire Fong, Overdrive, Bite, Hyper Voice, Flamethrower, Overheat, Flare Blitz, Fire Spin. Self-boosting. This Flare Lion before him was nearing the level of a gym leader, far beyond the capabilities of the 2 trainers in front of him. If memory serves, Flare Lion is a social Pokémon. Now that a male has appeared, it would not be long before Chucheng could finish his thought. Several female Flare Lions emerged behind the leading male. They then dispersed in all directions, attempting to encircle the train. And these female Flare Lions were also at least at the first professional rank. How could such a formidable pack of Flare Lions appear here? Watching the successive emergence of the Flare Lions, Chucheng pondered, gripping the last Pokeball hanging from his waist. It contained the Dragapult his father had entrusted to him before their departure. When handing over the Pokeball, his father had cautioned him to awaken Dragapult only in times of peril, advising him not to disturb it otherwise. However, given the current circumstances, even he felt a sense of danger. Perhaps the 3 Pokemon he owned could work together to face the Flare Lion. Yet, even if they triumphed, it would undoubtedly be a Pyrrhic victory. The surrounding elves were not to be underestimated. "Hey, sir, it's quite dangerous outside. You should return to the carriage." Just then, the attendant, who had initially informed him of the situation, rushed over, panting heavily. Their conversation drew the attention of others, and the train conductor, now outside the carriage, noticed them as well. Indeed, the conductor had promptly enacted an emergency protocol upon the onset of this crisis. He had led a few maintenance staff and the safety team outside, instructing the attendants to reassure the passengers within. "What is going on? Didn't I instruct you to calm the passengers? Why have you brought a passenger outside?" The conductor approached them, lowering his voice to avoid provoking the Pokémon and inciting another attack, his tone tinged with discontent. In such a critical moment, it was hardly the time for chaos. The attendant felt somewhat aggrieved, but she was at a loss for words. Sensing the tension, Chucheng interjected, waving his silver yin-yang badge. "This is not the fault of this young lady. I chose to come out myself. I am also a trainer, and I wanted to ascertain the situation and see if I could be of assistance." Upon seeing the yin-yang badge, the conductor's expression softened. A trainer who had earned such a badge certainly possessed considerable skill. He might even surpass the 2 professional trainers on board. In the event of an emergency, it was uncertain who would protect whom. Given the gravity of the situation, having Chucheng as an ally was indeed a timely boon. The conductor succinctly briefed him on the current state of affairs. "Are you saying that these Pokémon initiated an attack, damaging the train, yet have since surrounded it without launching another assault?" Chucheng grasped the crux of the matter immediately. Indeed, considering the strength of that Flare Lion and the multitude of at least 80 to 90 Pokémon surrounding them, the situation was dire. If a full-scale assault were truly initiated, the security team aboard the train would likely have succumbed long ago. As for the attack on the train, the scorched marks on the locomotive are most likely left by the fiery lion. Indeed, the train conductor affirmed, "I have already dispatched a distress signal to the command center at headquarters. At this moment, the law enforcement personnel from the 2 nearest cities are en route and should arrive in a little over half an hour at the fastest. As long as we can stabilize these sprites." Roar. Before the conductor could finish speaking, a deafening roar reverberated once more. The male fiery lion before them was clearly growing impatient. Its claws scraped incessantly against the ground, and the lush mane surrounding it ignited in fiery brilliance. This was a clear indication that the fiery lion was entering an aggressive state. "This is bad," Chucheng thought to himself. His own safety was not in jeopardy. Whether he chose to have Kairu Lian teleport him away or directly awaken his Dragapult, his safety would be assured. However, opting for the former would undeniably abandon everyone else here. Chucheng did not consider himself a particularly virtuous individual, but he could not simply stand by and watch as the passengers of the train suffered injury or even death when he had the capacity to alter the outcome. It was evident that further delay was unwise, and thus he resolved to act without hesitation. "I beg of you, Dragapult," He swiftly unfastened the last Pokeball from his waist. A flash of crimson light illuminated the area, and Dragapult materialized before the crowd. Dragapult. With a flourish, Dragapult darted through the air like a jet fighter, emanating an intense pressure that immediately spread outward. The imposing aura of a peak dragon-type quasi-deity was unmistakable. The Pokémon surrounding the train, which had previously been clamoring, fell silent, each one now rendered mute in the presence of the suddenly appeared Dragapult. Even the once majestic male fiery lion retreated a few steps, positioning itself protectively before the female fiery lions, casting wary glances at the newly arrived creature. It could sense that this Pokémon had transcended the realm it had long aspired to reach. Once this threshold was crossed, the disparity in power was monumental. Should a confrontation ensue, it would likely find itself no match for this formidable presence. Yet, the male fiery lion's instinct to protect its companions compelled it to stand firm in the front line. A peculiar silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 128. The reason for the assault. I, the fiery lion, have come to negotiate, to reason. Moments later, an unexpected voice shattered the eerie stillness. Chucheng stepped forward from behind Dragapult, slowly approaching the fiery lion. Although this fiery lion had directly attacked a moving train, its subsequent actions had not resulted in any direct harm. There was likely some underlying misunderstanding, so Chucheng intended to converse with the fiery lion first. At this moment, Chucheng activated his aura powers, projecting his benevolent intentions through the waves of energy, while attempting to establish a mental connection with the fiery lion. Perhaps it was the omnipotent aura at play, or perhaps it was Dragapult's benevolent gaze that soothed the fiery lion. If you dare to make a move, you shall meet your demise. Roar. In any case, the fiery lion reined in its previously explosive demeanor, turned, and let out a gentle roar towards the rear, prompting all the female fiery lions to also retract their offensive stances. It then turned back to engage in mental communication with Chucheng. Roar, roar. Roar. Understood. In this peculiar atmosphere, all present could only watch in bewilderment as Chucheng and the fiery lion engaged in their exchange. One human and one Pokémon, taking turns to speak, yet their words remained a mystery. All right, I understand, fiery lion. Please wait a moment. After several minutes of dialogue, Chucheng concluded his conversation with the fiery lion and returned to the group gathered outside the train. How did it go, little brother? Yes, what did it entail? Did the fiery lion agree to let us go? Upon Chucheng's return, the surrounding crowd eagerly approached, their voices overlapping in curiosity. Many were witnessing an actual wielder of special abilities for the first time, not the typical individuals who could merely bend spoons with all their might. It was easy to overlook the fact that since Chucheng's debut, he had encountered a myriad of special ability users. However, a moment's reflection made it clear that those he had met were predominantly the elite of the young generation within the league. The presence of so many exceptional abilities among these individuals was hardly surprising. In fact, one could argue that there were thousands, even tens of thousands of rookie trainers in the entire Imperial city, yet only a handful possessed true special abilities. Nevertheless, the crowd tactfully ignored the Dragapult that Chucheng had summoned, and no fool dared to utter foolish comments about why he didn't release Dragapult sooner. It was apparent to the trainers gathered outside that the fiery lion's behavior indicated Dragapult was undoubtedly a Pokémon of the champion level. A non-champion level creature could hardly intimidate a fiery lion, known for its pride, into such a state of submission, if it weren't for an overwhelming display of power. Even a peer-level dragon-type quasi-deity would not hesitate to engage in battle. The mere appearance of Dragapult had seemingly extinguished its fighting spirit. With these characteristics combined, the truth became abundantly clear. The young man before them was likely a scion of a prestigious trainer family, out for training. The Dragapult accompanying him was evidently a guardian Pokémon, tasked with ensuring his safety. However, rather than envy, the crowd felt a profound sense of relief, grateful that Chucheng happened to be aboard this train. Otherwise, judging by the fiery lion's earlier demeanor, it was likely that they would have met their end here today. The fiery lion expressed that their young had been taken by humans, leading them to follow the scent of their offspring to this location, where they encountered the train, prompting the attack as a means to intercept it. Not only the fiery lion, but most of the Pokémon present were here for the same reason. To clear their path, these Pokémon had but one demand: the return of their children. Chucheng stated, directing his gaze towards the train conductor. He had just engaged in a mental dialogue with the fiery lion, and through the perception granted by his aura powers, he could discern a complex mix of anger, anxiety, and concern within the fiery lion. Under the influence of the aura, such sentiments could not be feigned. The claims made by the Fire Lions should indeed hold truth, especially considering that creatures as innocent as these spirits seldom indulge in deceit. The individual most likely to possess clarity on this matter, regardless of their connection to it, is undoubtedly the trained conductor before us. It is clear that not only Chucheng harbors this thought, the two leading professional trainers share the same suspicion. And at this moment, all eyes are directed toward the conductor. I swear it's not my doing. I am as bewildered as you. The conductor found himself at a loss for words, fully aware that with the current circumstances, he was the prime suspect. Yet, by all that is holy, he had committed no such act. Not only would he never engage in such behavior, but he was also accompanied solely by a polyper, with whom he had shared decades of companionship. The polyper's prowess was merely at the elite level. How could it possibly have taken the offspring of the Fire Lions from their territory? Lucario, look here. Suddenly, Lucario, standing nearby, twitched its nose, seemingly having detected something, and promptly called out to Chucheng. Chucheng hastened forward, following Lucario's gesture, and indeed, he discovered something unusual in that very spot. What is it, Lucario? Chucheng, look at this. Lucario indicated with urgency. Following its direction, Chucheng's gaze landed upon the railway tracks, where something appeared to be smeared. What is this? Chucheng approached, crouching down to gently touch the area with his fingertip. Instantly, a dark red liquid adhered to his hand. Frowning, he brought it closer to his nose and caught a sharp, metallic scent reminiscent of rust. The railway tracks had been deliberately stained with blood. And recalling the earlier words of the Fire Lions, a realization dawned upon him. Could this be the blood of the little lions? Given that the Fire Lions had mentioned tracking the scent of their children to this location, coupled with the presence of blood, the truth became glaringly evident. Someone, or perhaps an organization, had deliberately sought to lure the Fire Lions here, intending for them to launch an attack on the train. This is troubling. Chucheng rubbed his temples in frustration, as what initially seemed a straightforward situation had spiraled into complexity. However, one thing was certain. The conductor before him was most likely uninvolved. Initially, Chucheng had thought this to be a mere case of poaching and smuggling of wild Pokémon. He had even entertained the possibility that the conductor might be using his position to facilitate the transport of smuggled Pokémon. Yet, upon discovering the blood on the tracks, that speculation was entirely dispelled. Setting aside the fact that he was on the train, if the Fire Lions were to unleash a more intense attack, obliterating the train in the process, he himself would be in grave danger. One should not underestimate the destructive capability of a peak gym-level Pokémon. With the strength of a Fire Lion, left unchecked, it could lay waste to an entire village in no time. A full-force attack would suffice to demolish the entire train. Should the Fire Lion's fury escalate without restraint, it was likely that casualties would have already occurred aboard the train. This was no simple case of Pokémon smuggling. The deliberate incitement of wild Pokémon to assault an official train, if successful, would result in significant loss of life, qualifying as a terrorist attack. This was far beyond the scope of what a typical poaching organization might undertake. Most poachers were merely driven by greed. While Chucheng could believe they might brawl over rare Pokémon or harm others to seize their Pokémon, he could not fathom them orchestrating a terrorist assault and directing wild Pokémon to attack an official train. The ramifications of such an act would not only lead to a lengthy imprisonment, but could potentially incur the death penalty in this world, where capital punishment, though rare, was not unheard of. This situation likely involved a genuine terror organization. The Apocalypse Association? The Supreme Organization? Surely not the Hunter Guild? Although the current world enjoys a high standard of living due to Pokémon, it is not devoid of outlaws, and there are certainly individuals who commit crimes using Pokémon. Among them, poaching organizations are the most numerous, but what transpired here was evidently beyond the capabilities of these petty groups. Thus, Chucheng found himself contemplating several suspicious entities. The names he had just mentioned were internationally recognized as the three major criminal organizations. Both the Apocalypse Association and the Supreme Organization were unequivocally terrorists, known for using Pokémon to commit heinous acts without remorse. The Hunter Guild, however, was somewhat different. It resembled a commercial platform more than an organization, offering tasks through bounties for registered members to complete. While it appeared benign on the surface, the reality was that as long as the reward was substantial enough, anyone could post any task, including illegal ones. There's a saying that encapsulates their essence. There's no price they can't meet, no task they can't complete. The Hunter Guild has the lowest barrier to entry among the three criminal organizations, allowing anyone to join unconditionally. Consequently, it is the largest yet most loosely managed of the three. Apart from a handful of core members, most registered hunters are merely contractors, with the platform taking a cut of their earnings. Even if their operations were exposed and they were apprehended by authorities, it mattered little to them. These three organizations have become notorious internationally. Any significant crime can often be traced back to them, with at least 9 out of 10 major incidents leading to their doorsteps. Thus, when the possibility of a terrorist attack emerged, Chucheng's thoughts immediately turned to them. Roar. At that moment, the male fire lion caught sight of the blood in Chucheng's hand, the scent of its offspring wafting through the air. In an instant, the previously calmed emotions flared up once more. Flames flickered within its vibrant, red and yellow mane, radiating an aura of volatility. Clearly, the blood of its child had provoked it beyond measure. Doragon. At this moment, the tension in the air escalated, and the crowd felt their hearts race. Observing this, Dragapult stepped forward, silently narrowing its small eyes, glaring fiercely at the fire lion as a massive surge of dragon energy began to coalesce around it. This time, even with Dragapult's suppression, the male fire lion did not retreat. Instead, it fixed its now blood-red eyes upon Dragapult, staring intently. Several female fire lions stood steadfastly behind it, appearing ready to fight alongside their leader should conflict arise. The surrounding Pokémon began to stir, but their power remained suppressed under Dragapult's presence, failing to cause any significant disruption. The atmosphere was thick with tension, with the potential for battle lingering palpably in the air. However, with just a single utterance, Chucheng shattered the prevailing atmosphere. Do you still wish to find your children? If so, you must first abide by my words. Upon hearing Chucheng's proclamation, the furious fire lion, suppressing its wrath, returned to its previous position to continue waiting. With no other leads in sight, it reluctantly placed its trust in this human. As long as there remained even a glimmer of hope to rescue its offspring, it was unwilling to concede. Lucario, connect through the aura. In an instant, a cerulean flame enveloped Chucheng entirely, as his aura power had been steadily amplifying ever since its activation. Although the rate of enhancement had slowed compared to earlier, the cumulative effect was still quite significant. If this continued, it was conceivable that one day a scene of trainers warming up might indeed materialize. At this moment, the immense aura power was fully activated by Chucheng. The potent aura resonated with Lucario not far away. Can you discern any clues? Maintaining the aura, Chucheng inquired of Lucario. Wherever there is life, there will inevitably be traces left behind. Upon connecting with Chucheng, Lucario, empowered by its formidable aura, unveiled the life signs left by all nearby creatures surrounding the bloodstains without omission. Lucario, follow me, it's this way. Lucario took the lead, heading in a specific direction, while Chucheng, accompanied by the little fox and Kirlia, followed closely behind. Observing this, many of the surrounding Pokémon, led by the fire lion, also chose to follow suit. With their children's fate hanging in the balance, they had no choice but to place their faith in Chucheng. Meanwhile, the members of the train crew exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to follow as well. If this situation remained unresolved, it would be difficult to depart today. Thus, it seemed prudent to accompany them and observe. Chapter 130, Pursuit and Discovery. After a brief discussion, the primary trainer, whose ace was a nutty dumbbell, remained behind with most of the safety personnel. They would guard the train, protecting the other passengers while awaiting further reinforcements. The trainer of the explosive monkey selected a few capable safety personnel and proceeded to follow the train conductor. Chucheng and Lucario led the way, closely pursued by a throng of humans and Pokémon. The true mastermind, the formidable Dragon Barlow, concealed its presence, quietly lurking beside Chucheng, poised to surprise any adversaries they might encounter. Dragon Barlow's existence was the very reason Chucheng felt emboldened to pursue this unaware terrorist organization. It is well known that the security level of the Dongwang Alliance is unparalleled globally, rendering it an inhospitable environment for such terrorists. Years ago, the terrorist organization known as the Apocalypse Society wreaked havoc within Dongwang, leading to several catastrophic casualties. Provoked, the Alliance summoned over 10 top-tier trainers to strategize the annihilation of the Apocalypse Society's upper echelons. In that confrontation, 4 of the 7 apostles based in Dongwang were either killed, captured, or severely injured. The severely injured apostle was coerced into revealing information through psychic means. That special operation effectively dismantled nearly all of the Apocalypse Society's strongholds within Dongwang, resulting in the deaths of over 1,000 individuals during the assault due to their resistance. That singular operation nearly obliterated the Apocalypse Society, and it has taken nearly a decade for them to recover fully. Since then, there have been no reports of high-ranking members of those transnational criminal organizations daring to enter Dongwang again. The terrorists present, regardless of their affiliated organization, are either mere pawns or underlings recruited from within Dongwang itself. The true high-ranking figures would never risk entering personally. Thus, with the protection of a peak champion like Dragon Barlow, Chucheng felt assured that no complications would arise. He was indeed cautious, not the reckless type to charge headlong into danger without forethought. In this manner, Chucheng and his companions swiftly deviated from the vicinity of the tracks and ventured deeper into the adjacent forest. Numerous Pokémon followed closely behind Lucario and Chucheng, scarcely daring to breathe lest they disrupt Lucario's tracking. They traversed through woods and crossed streams, and after nearly half an hour of this, Lucario suddenly halted. "What is it, Lucario?" Knowing his companion would not act without reason, Chucheng inquired through their mental link. Lucario remained silent, gently guiding Chucheng to hide behind a large tree. Shoo! It signaled to the Pokémon behind them to maintain silence before indicating a nearby location. Following Lucario's gesture, Chucheng noticed an inconspicuous corner where a cave extended inward. It appeared to be of considerable size. After observing for a brief moment, two figures emerged from the cave. One was tall, the other short, both wielding firearms that seemed distinct from ordinary weapons. Clad in deep green camouflage, they wore specialized helmets and masks, all adorned with camouflage paint, rendering them exceptionally concealed in the forest environment. "Are these the targets we seek?" Chucheng marveled at their attire, realizing this was his first genuine encounter with poachers. Judging by their professional appearance, one might mistakenly believe they were members of an elite military force rather than mere poachers. As the duo exited the cave, they partially removed their masks, seemingly to catch their breath. Leaning against the cave wall, they retrieved cigarettes from their pockets and lit them. The two leaned in close, smoking and engaged in indistinct murmurs, though their words were difficult to discern. The proximity had become too close for comfort. Any further approach might risk detection. Consequently, Chucheng expanded his aura power, seeking to uncover their activities. Under the influence of the aura, their conversation reached his ears. "Looks like we've struck gold this time. You wouldn't believe it. The stuff the boss brought back is top-notch. Well, you should know where it came from. It's not something we could compare with our usual petty operations. I heard that Hua and the others brought back a treasure trove. Indeed, when they returned, I happened to catch them with over 30 Pokémon offspring, including the progeny of gym-level Pokémon. If these were to be shipped overseas, they'd fetch quite a sum." The tall poacher extended 3 fingers. 300,000. You think that's enough? Add a 0 to that. Having gleaned enough information from the conversation, Chucheng lost interest in waiting any longer. He had formed a clear understanding of the situation from the words exchanged between the two. Thus, there was no need to spare them any further. He exchanged a glance with Lucario and Curlia, to which Lucario nodded. In the next instant, the two Pokémon vanished from Chucheng's sight. What was that sound? The tall poacher turned, preparing to look back. Before him, a fist the size of a sand pot, resplendent in blue, came hurtling forward. In an instant, under the iron fist of Lucario, he succumbed to a slumber as innocent as that of an infant. Observing this terror-stricken scene, another diminutive poacher was about to raise a cry, only to find his mouth inexplicably sealed shut. With a swift casting of hypnosis at close range, the shorter poacher followed in his companion's footsteps. Chapter 131. Infiltration. Having effortlessly dealt with the two poachers at the entrance, Lucario signaled that it was safe to approach. Chucheng advanced towards the pair now ensconced in deep slumber, conducting a cursory search of their belongings. Aside from some trivial debris and a few pokeballs, there was nothing that could confirm their identities. It appeared that these individuals were not entirely foolish. Indeed, they seemed to lack the hallmarks of a professional crime syndicate. Chucheng speculated that their overconfidence had led them astray. Even in the wilderness, particularly near their own stronghold, they had ventured out without releasing any Pokémon. Engaged in smoking and idle chatter, they exhibited a shocking lack of vigilance, more characteristic of amateur poaching gangs than seasoned criminals. However, the weapons in their possession piqued Chucheng's interest. Picking up the firearms from the ground, he scrutinized them closely and found something amiss. Hiss, these guns. Weighing them in his hands, he discerned that both firearms were not only brand new, but had also undergone professional modifications. They were specifically enhanced to increase firepower, designed to combat Pokémon. This was decidedly unusual. The Dongwang Alliance maintains stringent regulations regarding firearms, and such pristine, high-powered modifications would typically never circulate on the market. Even illegal organizations generally resort to outdated secondhand firearms or makeshift weapons crafted by civilians. The disparity in power between these two categories of firearms is monumental. Next, Chucheng ejected the bullets from the guns and examined them closely. Even the ammunition was anything but ordinary. It was clearly crafted as specialized tranquilizer rounds. When fired from these modified weapons, they could penetrate a Pokémon's defenses and induce a state of paralysis, incapacitating its ability to move. With such equipment, even elite-level Pokémon could be taken down by an ordinary person without warning. Coupled with the words uttered by the taller poacher moments ago, it became evident that these firearms must have originated from the mysterious organization he spoke of. Interesting. After binding the two poachers, Chucheng directed the multitude of Pokémon accompanying him to spread out and encircle the vicinity of the cave. The sheer number of Pokémon present made it impractical for them to enter the cave all at once. Thus, apart from the male Flareon, he dispersed them entirely. Chucheng harbored a profound disdain for those who recklessly captured wild Pokémon, especially those who trafficked them overseas for profit. This time, he was determined to apprehend them thoroughly. The train conductor and the trainer of the Exploud remained outside to assist the wild Pokémon in fortifying their defenses. Once the arrangements outside were in place, Chucheng led Lucario and the others into the cave. No wonder those individuals donned night vision goggles and masks, he mused. Upon entering the cave, he discovered that while the space was reasonably sized, it was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. It also exuded an unpleasant odor, lacking any signs of long-term habitation. Save for some recent human refuse, such as cans and plastic bottles, it appeared this was merely a makeshift hideout. Contemplating the dire environment within the cave, Chucheng couldn't help but grimace. It hardly seemed a place suitable for prolonged human habitation. The cave was engulfed in darkness, obscuring visibility entirely, and the internal layout was exceedingly convoluted, filled with tunnels and forks. However, one thing was certain: there were numerous criminals within. Chucheng and Lucario could sense several human life forces through their aura perception. The intricate surroundings, combined with the necessity to remain vigilant against potential threats, impeded their progress significantly. Moreover, to avoid detection, they could not employ Chinchu's flash technique until they located the captured Pokémon, lest they reveal their infiltration. Thankfully, with Chucheng and Lucario's aura abilities, they were able to navigate their way, or they would have found themselves utterly immobilized. In the depths of the cave, Chucheng and Lucario fully activated their aura powers, continuously probing the situation ahead. Only when they confirmed the path was clear did they proceed with utmost caution. To be on the safe side, they needed to locate the area where the captured Pokémon were held quickly, to prevent the poachers from resorting to desperate measures that could endanger the little ones. Wait, there seems to be something ahead. Sensing a disturbance, Chucheng swiftly led Lucario and Flareon behind a nearby rock wall, while Chincho and the Vulpix had already retreated into their Pokeballs. The space was too confined. Releasing too many Pokémon could lead to complications should an emergency arise. Creeping through the quiet cave corridor, faint footsteps approached, and Chucheng and his companions held their breath. Eyes fixed ahead. As the sound drew nearer, human voices became discernible. Where are those two? Where have they gone? Why haven't they returned? I have no idea. They were just here. Perhaps they stepped out for a smoke. Why don't you wait a bit longer, Chong? Damn it. What is there to wait for? Go fetch those two idiots back. True to their organizational pedigree, the breadth of their connections was evident. Mr. K has already secured this deal for us. The buyer has sent the initial payment. Our boss just messaged, instructing us to have everything packed within half an hour. The person coming to collect is already en route. Hurry up and get those two back to work. If this delays our business and affects our profits, I'll make sure to skin you alive. I can't fathom how I ended up with such useless trash. Hiding behind the rock wall, Chucheng and his companions heard a sharp crack, followed by a stream of curses. The sound of the one who had been struck yielded a series of apologies. Subsequently, the previously leisurely footsteps quickened, and a figure sped past them towards the exit. Lucario, you take care of that departing individual. Flareon and I will handle Chong. To maintain their stealth, Chucheng communicated mentally with Lucario. Lucario, understood. Upon receiving Chucheng's command, the pragmatic Lucario quietly pursued the retreating figure, moving with such agility that it made no sound. Let us go, Flareon. We'll follow that person. It will surely lead us to your child. But remember, once we arrive, do not act without my command. If you have any doubts, refrain from acting until we rescue your offspring. Upon hearing this, Flareon lowered its typically proud head and nodded resolutely at Chucheng. Their arrival here is entirely due to the efforts of Chucheng and Lucario, who, despite the assaults they faced, willingly offered their assistance in the search for the lost child. The Fire Lion harbors a profound sense of gratitude. Most Pokémon possess intellect that either matches or even surpasses that of humans, albeit with a more innocent disposition. The Fire Lion, of course, is not oblivious to the kindness extended towards it. With the imminent possibility of locating its offspring, it has no objections. Chapter 132, Rescue. Upon the Fire Lion's consent, and while still concealed in the shadows, Chucheng hastily retrieved the pokeball containing the little fox. Come forth, Zoroark. He cast the ball, and in an instant, the little fox made a dazzling appearance. Zoroark, we are counting on you shortly. The telepathic bond they shared allowed Zoroark to grasp Chucheng's intentions effortlessly. Zoroark, just watch my performance. A radiant pink glow enveloped Zoroark, creating an invisible wave that enveloped Chucheng and the Fire Lion. Roar. The Fire Lion instinctively prepared to react to this spectacle, yet recalling Chucheng's earlier words, it forcibly restrained itself from moving. Anticipating some form of transformation, the Fire Lion, having shifted its body slightly, emitted a perplexed sound, sensing no discernible change. Do not forget what I just said. Noticing the Fire Lion's confusion, Chucheng refrained from elaborating further, merely reiterating his reminder. With Zoroark perched on his shoulder and the imposing lion trailing behind, Chucheng strode confidently forward. Following the so-called strong brother, and shielded by Zoroark's illusion, they navigated past poachers and the strong brother himself, remaining undetected as they approached the area where the Pokémon offspring were imprisoned. Deep within the cavern, numerous iron cages of various sizes lay scattered about, each housing different Pokémon youngsters they had captured. The young creatures were listlessly sprawled within their confines. To prevent any escape attempts, these deranged captors had equipped the Pokémon with shock collars and provided them with minimal food and water for survival. Due to the electric shocks and lack of nourishment, these little ones had nearly lost their will to resist. A cursory glance revealed an array of Pokémon: Eevee, Tadbulb, Ponyta, Teddiursa, Clefairy, Scorpy, and Rockruff. Remarkably, the captors seemed to have a discerning taste, imprisoning only high-quality Pokémon, which explained their claims of engaging in a lucrative business. There were approximately 40 to 50 Pokémon held captive, each possessing significant value. If sold collectively, it could potentially yield a small fortune. Truly abhorrent. Their crimes included participation in a terrorist organization, illegal poaching, abuse of Pokémon, illegal possession of firearms, and even connections to terrorist activities. TSK, TSK, TSK. With such a multitude of offenses stacked against them, if these individuals were apprehended, they would likely spend their lives behind bars. Alongside the so-called strong brother were 3 other poachers guarding the area, and these individuals appeared far more vigilant than their 2 counterparts outside, perhaps to ensure tighter surveillance over the captured Pokémon. Each of the 3 poachers had released their Pokémon: Mytena, Houndoom, Beheem, Servine, Corviknight, and Cinescorch. Chucheng silently marveled at the appropriateness of their Pokémon choices. Each either possessed formidable attacking power or belonged to the dark and poison types, exuding an aura that suggested they were far from benevolent. Observing their fierce demeanor, Chucheng surmised that these individuals were likely capable of inflicting harm, whether to humans or Pokémon alike. Just then, Chucheng turned his gaze towards a specific direction, which happened to be their primary target. Little Lion. Indeed, at the center of the cage was where 2 young lions were confined, though they appeared somewhat weakened, likely due to significant blood loss. Roar. My children. Upon seeing its offspring, the Fire Lion could no longer contain itself. A surge of fury built within its depths. Calm down. Remember what I just said. Now is not the time to act. Wait a moment. Soon you shall be reunited with your family. Trust me. Hearing Chucheng's words, the Fire Lion managed to suppress its murderous intent. Listen, we will handle the other poachers. Your target is that so-called strong brother. Do not hold back. Aim to eliminate him swiftly. Understood? Roar. I will obey you. Subsequently, Chucheng discreetly released Chikorita from its Pokeball. Zoroark, Chikorita. We must ensure we eliminate them all without leaving any chance for escape. Zoroark, leave it to me. Chikorita, count on me. After a brief moment, seizing the perfect opportunity while the guards turned, Fire Lion, Zoroark, and Chikorita launched their surprise attack. Despite their usual bickering, Zoroark and Chikorita exhibited remarkable synergy when it truly mattered. Psychic. Vengeance. The collaboration between Zoroark and Chikorita proved overwhelming for the few Pokémon they faced, quickly leaving them battered and bruised. The poachers had no means of retaliation against Chucheng's formidable duo. Startled by the sudden appearance of Chucheng and his companions, the strong brother bellowed in outrage. What are you doing here? Why have you come? Since you have inquired so sincerely, I shall benevolently enlighten you. For there is no longer anything to be said to someone like you. Let me be blunt. I am your father. Chucheng found reciting lines to poachers to be a trivial insult to Team Rocket, so he dismissed the conversation hastily after delivering his retort. Provoked by Chucheng's words, the already enraged strong brother unleashed his ace Pokémon, a level 48 Dreadnought, ready to retaliate. However, a sudden beam of destructive energy surged toward his Pokémon, obliterating the Dreadnought in an instant. Witnessing this, the strong brother, once boiling with anger, was doused with a cold wave of reality. He was furious. Yet there was a Pokémon even angrier, the Fire Lion, whose pin-up rage was now poised for release. Chapter 133, A Complete Capture. Having located the area where the captured Pokémon youngsters were held, the Fire Lion could finally unleash its fury. It lifted its head, letting out a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the cavern. With a powerful leap, the Fire Lion struck the already wounded Dreadnought aside with a ferocious swipe of its paw. Its eyes, ablaze with fury, locked onto its adversary. The so-called strong brother, once fearsome, now found himself paralyzed with terror, his legs trembling as he nearly sank to the ground. His Pokeballs became mere decorations, his other Pokémon left unreleased, tumbling to the floor. And no, it has nothing to do with me. Your children were captured by our boss. Please, spare my life. With tears streaming down his face, he pleaded for mercy from the Fire Flame Lion. This demonstrates that some individuals, who appear fierce and menacing in their daily demeanor, constantly threatening violence, are, in reality, merely bullies who prey on the weak. When faced with the threat of death, they reveal themselves to be nothing more than cowards. Roaring, the Fire Flame Lion opened its jaws, the fiery mane around its neck glowing with an intensified brilliance. As its jaws parted, a searing breath coalesced, threatening to reduce the very being that had caused it such distress to mere ashes. However, at that moment, the Fire Flame Lion seemed to contemplate something and cast a furtive glance towards Chucheng, who was not far away. Perhaps this individual could still serve a purpose. After a brief moment of hesitation, the Fire Flame Lion chose to halt its assault. Although Brother Chong, lying on the ground, was oblivious to the unfolding situation, it was evident that his life had been spared. Just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, the Fire Flame Lion swiftly swung its paw, sending him hurtling through the air. The power of a Pokémon is not something an ordinary human can withstand, and not everyone possesses the near-legendary resilience of Chucheng. After being struck, Brother Chong crashed heavily against the wall. The sound of cracking bones echoed, leaving him uncertain of how many ribs he had broken. Following his descent to the ground, he coughed up blood and promptly lost consciousness. While his life had been spared, he was far from free of consequences. The Fire Flame Lion, though it had allowed this poacher's leader to live, had no intention of letting him escape unscathed. It deemed it appropriate to let him suffer a bit, ensuring that even if it chose to ignore him, he would be unable to flee. Without further ado, the Fire Flame Lion turned and strode towards Chucheng and his companions. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Chucheng, where the little fox had returned to his side after unleashing a few vengeful strikes and effortlessly dispatching several Pokémon. As it aptly put it, Cheng's safety is of utmost importance. Initially sharing the same intention, Tyranitar had been preempted, leaving it to vent its frustrations on the poacher's Pokémon instead. In a fit of anger, Tyranitar unleashed its formidable psychic abilities, manifesting an overwhelming force that firmly restrained the poacher's Pokémon in place. With a repertoire of powerful ranged attacks at its disposal, such as Moonblast, Magical Leaf, and Magical Shine, it became a veritable artillery piece, accurately targeting the immobilized Pokémon. These creatures, at their highest level merely elite, stood no chance against Tyranitar's psychic prowess, each left to await their grim fate. After all, if they had been formidable trainers, they would not have resorted to poaching, especially not as mere foot soldiers. Within the span of mere moments, the poacher's Pokémon lay incapacitated, battered and bruised, their owners unable to assist them. In fact, their masters had succumbed long before they did. While Tyranitar displayed its might, Chucheng was also far from idle. To prevent any desperate actions from the poachers, he boldly charged towards the trio of criminals. Taken by surprise, the poachers found themselves quickly overwhelmed by Chucheng's iron fists, enhanced by the power of aura, leading them to a swift defeat. These poachers were merely ordinary individuals, relying on their trained Pokémon and modern technology to capture their quarry. Just moments before, they had been preparing to anesthetize and package the captured Pokémon, naturally unarmed. Stripped of their weapons, they stood no chance against Chucheng, who embodied the very essence of a humanoid Pokémon. With no mercy, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, relying on his superhuman physique and the augmentation of aura. In mere moments, all the poachers had been rendered incapable of resistance. Dusting off non-existent dirt from his hands, he approached the imprisoned Pokémon youngsters. The abrupt turn of events ignited a glimmer of hope for these caged creatures, yet their caution remained. Unsure of who Chucheng truly was, they gazed at him with a blend of yearning and trepidation. At that moment, two small lions spotted their father, the male fire flame lion. With cries of anguish, the siblings, both exhausted from their ordeals of being attacked, drained of blood, and electrocuted by the poachers, rushed to their father. Upon witnessing their plight, the fire flame lion quickly advanced, exhaling a wave of searing heat that melted the metal cage before him. The two small lions leaped into their father's embrace, and upon seeing their wounds, the fire flame lion's eyes filled with sorrow. Kairu Lien. Use heal pulse on the little lions. Kairu, leave it to me. At these words, Kairu Lien nodded and instantly teleported before the fire flame lion and its offspring. Summoning a gentle white light, it unleashed a heal pulse, and the wounds on the two little lions began to heal. Minor injuries vanished, while larger ones showed signs of significant recovery. Upon witnessing this, the fire flame lion exhaled a sigh of relief and expressed its gratitude to Kairu Lien with a soft tone. Kairu, it's no trouble at all. Alright, let us set all these Pokémon free. Their injuries will likely require your attention, Kairu Lien, Chucheng suggested. Kairu, no problem. Just leave it to me. With the little lions leading the way, the other Pokémon shed their wariness and patiently awaited Chucheng to liberate them, subsequently forming an orderly line to receive treatment from Kairu Lien. Soon, when the last of the rescued Pokémon youngsters completed their healing, Chucheng and his companions prepared to leave the cave. It was a filthy, foul-smelling place, and one could only wonder how these creatures had endured it. As they emerged from the cave, taking a deep breath of fresh air, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of Pokémon. The young creatures brought out by Chucheng rushed to their parents, and he stepped aside, allowing them to reunite. Some of these younglings had been captured for several days, and naturally, their parents were filled with worry. However, among the rescued Pokémon, there were at least 40 to 50 that had been taken from various regions, not all of them native to this area. Hence, their parents were absent, leaving the other Pokémon to watch with envious eyes as these fortunate ones reunited with their families. Returning all these Pokémon home would undoubtedly prove to be a challenging endeavor, likely requiring the assistance of the local authorities and forest rangers. Reflecting on the remaining Pokémon, Chucheng pondered the fate of these captured wild creatures. Typically, the League would strive to return them to their original habitats, resorting to official breeding centers only when absolutely necessary. At that moment, Lucario approached, holding a rope in its hand, the other end tethered to several individuals. As Chucheng glanced over, he realized that these unfortunate souls were battered and unconscious. Had it not been for the faint rise and fall of their breaths, he might have mistaken them for the deceased. Given their current state, even their own mothers would likely fail to recognize them. Lucario began to recount to Chucheng the events that had transpired outside. Following Chucheng's orders, Lucario had pursued the person who had called for help and, upon reaching the outside, delivered a decisive blow that incapacitated him. Shortly thereafter, the cave resonated with the roar of the fire lion. Within the cave, aside from the 3 individuals who had been swiftly dealt with and the 4 captured by Chucheng, there remained 3 poachers. However, it was evident that these poachers were not the type to uphold loyalty. Upon discovering that enemies had infiltrated the innermost sanctum where the Pokémon were held, they chose not to provide assistance. Instead, seizing the opportunity, they began to gather valuable items, planning to make their escape. Fortunately, Chucheng had previously arranged for the Pokémon to surround the area near the cave, and thus, their escape plan was thwarted. In fact, due to their similar attire to the poachers dealt with earlier, they were immediately recognized by the vigilant Pokémon, who promptly administered a thorough and intense treatment. Had it not been for Lucario's intervention, these individuals would likely have met a grim fate. Well done, Lucario. Let us ensure these ruffians are delivered to prison. Their crimes warrant a lifetime of incarceration. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best to avoid taking lives. After all, I am a law-abiding citizen. Chucheng thought to himself, unabashed. Of course, this was also due to the absence of any deceased Pokémon offspring. Otherwise, he suspected the assembled Pokémon would have torn these culprits to shreds. And he might not have intervened. Life for a life, but what of Pokémon? I cannot say. However, if anyone dares to threaten my companions, I would not hesitate to send them on a one-way trip to my secret realm. With the young Pokémon rescued, they had accomplished their mission, and the outcome appeared favorable. Observing the Pokémon reuniting with their families, Chucheng felt his spirits lift. Yet, at that moment, he seemed to have forgotten something important. After a while, the Pokémon that had found their offspring, including the Fire Lion, expressed their gratitude to Chucheng before departing. Before leaving, the Fire Lion presented him with a fiery red gemstone as a token of thanks and extended an invitation for him to visit their territory in the future. Once the Pokémon had mostly departed, Chucheng assessed the remaining number of young Pokémon, which was not too many, approximately a dozen or two. He decided to stay behind to look after those who had yet to find their families. He instructed the train conductor and the trainer of the explosive monkey to return to the train, calculating that the first support team should now be in position. This was the perfect opportunity to notify them. Before long, the sound of an engine revving pierced the air, and it suddenly dawned on Chucheng that their enemies were not merely those currently before him. According to the earlier remarks from that individual and the conversation with the strong man, there seemed to be more at play. Oh no, this could be problematic. Realizing this, Chucheng quickly directed the Pokémon to take shelter within the cave. Once all the Pokémon were hidden away, he let out a sigh of relief. With no time to prepare, the enemy was already upon them, and feeling emboldened by the presence of Dragapult, he decided to take a bold risk. He transformed his appearance into that of the strong man. Quite a despicable sight, he thought as he caught a glimpse of his transformed visage in a reflective surface, an expression of dissatisfaction flickering in his eyes. However, it mattered little, as there were hardly any witnesses. As the vehicle approached, Chucheng smiled. It was a modified double-decker bus. Once the vehicle came to a halt, a figure clad in black attire and wearing a mask descended from it. Chapter 135, Mr. K. The individual, resembling a harbinger of doom, stepped down without the characteristic sinister laughter. Instead, he directed his attention toward Chucheng, who had assumed the guise of the strong man. What are you doing here? Why are you alone? Where's the cargo? I found you a good seller this time. At that moment, Chucheng understood that this mysterious figure was indeed the so-called Mr. K referenced by the poachers. Mr. K? Perhaps this is a code name within their organization. I've never heard of such a group before. Regardless, I shall test the waters with him, Chucheng mused. Maintaining a calm facade as he replied, the cargo is still inside the cave. Alas, time is pressing, and some of the newly captured items are not yet fully packed. The others are inside, working diligently. With a calculated glance, he smoothly provided an explanation for his solitary presence outside. From the tone of the man, it was clear that he held a higher status than the so-called strong man, but how he compared to the elusive leader of the organization remained uncertain. Understanding who held the reins of this poaching organization was critical. If Mr. K was in command, it suggested that this group operated under the directive of a more powerful entity. This would imply that an unknown organization had quietly extended its reach into the East Huang region. Chucheng realized he needed to report this information immediately. Conversely, if the organization was led by the yet-to-be-seen strong man, it would indicate a mere cooperative relationship. From previous inquiries, it was revealed that this poaching group consisted of only 30 to 40 members. Besides the leader, there were 2 lieutenants, one of whom had nearly been dispatched by the Fire Lion. The identity of the other lieutenant, known as Hua, remained shrouded in mystery. And while the strength of this Hua and the leader was unclear, the earlier encounter with the strong man suggested he was formidable, yet still insignificant compared to larger international criminal organizations. If Chucheng could not gain the upper hand against such a minor faction, it implied either Mr. K's organization was equally weak or, more likely, they harbored ulterior motives that they had not disclosed to the poachers. Go, you 3, assist them inside. Be swift and do not waste time, understood? Yes, sir. Mr. K, unaware of the deception, instructed his subordinates to heed Chucheng's words. He would never suspect that the strong man he believed he was addressing had already been replaced, and he was being cleverly outwitted. Upon hearing Mr. K's command, an immediate response echoed from the vehicle, followed by the swift descent of several individuals. Chucheng feigned indifference as he scrutinized the newcomers. They appeared somewhat dazed, clad in simplistic black uniforms that rendered them akin to mere laborers of an ordinary company. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that their movements were remarkably synchronized, exhibiting clear signs of professional training. To the untrained eye, they might seem inconspicuous, yet in reality, they were likely far more formidable than the ineffectual poachers that Chucheng had previously dealt with. Intriguing, he mused, realizing that he had unexpectedly caught quite a significant fish today. Following Mr. K's orders, these individuals hastened towards the cave, while Chucheng and Mr. K leisurely trailed behind. Inquiring about the specifics of the captured Pokémon, Mr. K posed a question regarding the total count of the captured younglings. Altogether, including the latest captures, there should be 56. As for their quality, only 2 of the captured fire lions possessed genuine purple-grade attributes. However, among the new batch, there was a blue-purple Clefairy and a blue-purple Snorlax. Naturally, Chucheng was well aware of this information, having personally rescued all the confined Pokémon just recently. In response to Mr. K's inquiry, Chucheng effortlessly provided his answer. With the system at his disposal, he required no documentation. A mere glance sufficed for him to comprehend everything clearly. It is worth mentioning that the captured younglings were not only highly sought-after Pokémon, but also generally possessed commendable qualities, with an average standard reaching the blue tier. However, this was typically the limit for most wild Pokémon at their juvenile stage. Only the 2 fire lions had genuinely crossed into the purple stage, thanks to their father's almost king-level prowess. Ultimately, Pokémon are creatures deeply reliant on bloodlines. While those with weaker parents may not necessarily be weak themselves, those with strong lineage are likely to excel. Upon hearing Chucheng's response, Mr. K merely paused, nodded slightly, and continued towards the cave. They chatted casually as they advanced deeper, gradually returning to the cavern. Given the complex environment of the cave and the impending arrival of a gang of criminals, Chucheng instructed the remaining Pokémon to hide on the opposite side of the cavern. This area, used temporarily by the poachers, was relatively decent and distinct from where the Pokémon had previously been confined. Thus, when the time came for Chucheng to trap the poachers, he need not worry about accidentally harming them. Indeed, it was a trap. Chucheng's intention in luring these individuals into the cave was to ensnare them all at once. The location where the Pokémon were confined was quite suitable, and once he blocked the entrance, he could rest assured that no one would escape. Initially, he had been concerned about being alone and potentially allowing some poachers to slip away. However, a sudden idea struck him. He could utilize Zoroark's illusionary abilities to masquerade as one of the poachers. This would not only eliminate their chances of escape, but also allow him to extract further information from the so-called Mr. K. As Chucheng pondered his next steps to elicit more information from Mr. K, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. In an instant, a suffocating sense of danger permeated him, compelling him to halt abruptly. Chapter 136, Discovered. With no time to analyze the situation, Chucheng instinctively trusted his sixth sense, quickly pivoting and dropping to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. In that fleeting moment, several gunshots rang out, with bullets narrowly grazing past Chucheng's form. The most perilous bullet even grazed his arm, leaving a trail of blood. Had it not been for a fortuitous deviation at the last moment, it might have pierced through his chest. Had he not heeded his sixth sense and reacted promptly, he would now likely be riddled with bullets. Even with his current physical prowess, he would have surely lost the ability to act. The assailant was none other than Mr. K himself. The man who had previously walked ahead was now turned around, the muzzle of his handgun still emitting wisps of smoke. Damn! Chucheng clutched the wound on his arm, muttering a low curse. He realized he must have inadvertently revealed himself. This man had discerned something amiss, but chose to conceal his awareness until now, surprising Chucheng when his guard was down. Reflecting on the injury on his arm, Chucheng acknowledged that since becoming a trainer, he had led an exceedingly smooth life. Adding to this, he had effortlessly taken control of the poachers' temporary base, rescuing all the captured Pokémon and ensnaring the poachers in one fell swoop. Continuous successes had fostered a sense of disdain towards these criminals. He had recklessly concocted a plan on the fly, even without a detailed strategy, and this time he had merely sustained a minor injury. Next time, it could cost him his life. He reminded himself not to become overconfident, for he did not wish to end up like a certain pufferfish ruler. At that moment, a wave of ghostly purple flames surged towards Mr. K, intent on reducing him to ashes. In the next instant, the figure of the little fox materialized before Chucheng, shielding him with its body, its eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent as it glared fiercely at Mr. K. Zoro. Seemingly influenced by the little fox's emotions, the overwhelming resentment enveloped the surroundings, casting a somber gloom, as if countless vengeful spirits were lamenting in the distance. When Mr. K had launched his surprise attack, it had been so swift that Zoroark, maintaining its illusion, had been unable to intervene in time. It could only watch helplessly as bullets hurtled toward its trainer, unable to fathom what it would do if anything befell Chucheng. The surge of fury nearly drove it to the brink of losing its reason. All it desired was to incinerate the wretched man before them. Calm down. I'm fine. Zoroark. At that moment, Chucheng had entirely cast aside any lingering sense of complacency. Rising back to his feet, he had fully internalized the lesson learned, but lessons aside, the priority now was to reclaim his dignity. As the ghostly flames dissipated, revealing the scene, it became evident that Mr. K had not succumbed so easily to the little fox's wrath. In fact, he bore not a scratch. Another Pokémon had shielded him, a vibrant green barrier shimmering with light, successfully repelling the inferno. Chucheng and his companions gazed in astonishment at the figure before them, which was none other than a remarkably rare sprite. The duck-billed fire beast, also known as the duck-billed flame dragon. Name, duck-billed fire beast, duck-billed flame dragon. Type, fire. Gender, energy level, 50, gym leader level, stage 2. Qualification, purple. Ability, flame body. Held item, charcoal. Skills, spark, flame punch, smokescreen, tackle, scary face, strange light, sunny day, self-boost, flame wheel, fire blast, sonic punch, exploding punch. Iron tail, heat wave, protect, high temperature heavy pressure, stomp, weather ball. Before them stood a duck-billed fire beast that had achieved gym leader status. It truly seemed to be a member of a significant organization. Indeed, it appeared markedly different from the ragtag group of poachers. Chucheng could not help but lament that this duck-billed flame dragon exuded an aura far superior to that of the so-called Strong Brothers rampaging bear. The stark contrast was akin to that between an ant and a dragon. The two-level difference in ranks was extraordinary. Even a transition from stage 1 to stage 2 should not yield such a disparity. It was apparent that, in terms of qualifications, battle experience, and foundational skills, these two sprites were worlds apart. Hence, when confronted by the fire lion, the rampaging bear was effortlessly dispatched, whereas this duck-billed fire beast would undoubtedly present a formidable challenge. At that moment, due to the need to disguise themselves as poachers, both Carillion and Lucario, who had returned to their pokeballs, emerged once more. Lucario positioned itself protectively in front of Chucheng, while Carillion, with a face full of concern, gently lifted Chucheng's arm to inspect the wound. A rich, soft white light radiated as Cyrillion's healing waves enveloped the injury, swiftly rendering it non-existent. After tentatively moving his arm, Chucheng noted that unless one locked the Pokeball from the outside, the Pokemon inside could freely choose whether to emerge. Naturally, as a trainer, he held absolute trust in his Pokemon, unlike the poachers, whose Pokemon were often forcibly taken from others or captured in the wild. Lacking the bond of partnership or family that characterized a normal trainer's relationship with their Pokemon, their connections were primarily based on coercion or mutual exploitation. How did you discover my identity? Chucheng inquired curiously of Mr. K, who stood there as if awaiting him to release his Pokemon after the attack. Your disguise was remarkably effective, almost indistinguishable from reality. However, what you do not know is that Zhang Chong, that fool, has never been able to remember detailed information about captured Pokemon. He can barely keep track of their numbers. I merely mentioned it in passing, hoping he would provide me with the records compiled by his subordinates. But you have divulged far too much. Mr. K's deep voice emanated from beneath his mask. Though I am uncertain why the bullet earlier did not take your life, it seems Zhang Chong and his crew have fallen victim to your prowess. Oh, the youth of heroes. But did no one tell you that being a hero is not an easy task? You should remain here today. Chapter 137. The truth of the matter. Are you not afraid of mistakenly killing one of your own? Upon hearing Mr. K's words, Chucheng found himself both amused and exasperated, realizing that his earlier performance had inadvertently exposed him. Little did he know that the person he was impersonating was such an incompetent fool. Mistaken? Huh, that's impossible. Even if I were to err, what of it? It would merely be the death of a pawn. After this incident, these individuals will not have a favorable outcome, Mr. K replied with disdain, dismissing the notion of accidentally harming one of his own. In his view, from the very beginning, he had never considered these poachers to be part of his group. They hardly qualified as one of us. Listening to his words, Chucheng, even with the knowledge that Mr. K might be a terrorist, began to grasp the extent of their ruthlessness. However, the implication that there would be no favorable outcome after this incident intrigued him, leading him to connect it with the earlier attack by the fire lion on the train. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. Chucheng realized that the individuals who had lured the fire lion to assault the train were indeed Mr. K and his organization. Their collaboration was not for the purpose of trading Pokemon, but to orchestrate a terror attack in the Dongwang Alliance, using these poachers merely as scapegoats to absorb the Alliance's wrath. Ah, it appears you are quite astute. Yet, the clever often do not live long. Before you meet your demise, allow me to enlighten you, Mr. K said. A hint of surprise evident in his tone, as he had not anticipated that Chucheng would uncover the truth from his few words, causing a more intense murderous intent to flicker in his eyes. Indeed, the train attack was orchestrated by us. These poachers were entirely unaware of the scheme from the outset. As for business, their limited vision is merely a ruse to deceive these fools. Once the current shipment is dispatched, we will sever ties with these pawns. The aftermath of the train attack will surely incite the wrath of the Dongwang Alliance, and they will bear the consequences. Perhaps feeling assured of your impending demise, Mr. K smugly elucidated. At this point, Chucheng had comprehended the entirety of the matter. It was clear that the poacher's new equipment had been supplied by Mr. K's organization, which had feigned an interest in trading Pokémon to establish a collaboration. However, the true intention was to incite terror within the Dongwang Alliance, drawing these poachers in merely to serve as sacrificial pawns. Given the Alliance's customary response to such significant events, a thorough investigation would undoubtedly ensue, leading to the capture of the culprits. This unknown criminal organization would only need to distance itself from the poachers and disguise the situation as a black market transaction between buyers and sellers, thereby shifting all blame onto the poachers. They would mask the terror attack as a consequence of the poachers' rampant capture of wild Pokémon, allowing them to extricate themselves unscathed. Had the Fire Lion not attacked humans immediately, and had Chucheng not been aboard that train, their plan might have succeeded. Reflecting on this, Chucheng could not help but feel a tinge of pity for these individuals. After toiling so hard, they were destined to become unwitting participants in another's scheme, potentially losing their very lives in the process. Those poachers, blissfully unaware, likely believed they were on the cusp of a monumental business venture, still lost in dreams of wealth. What a bunch of greedy fools, Chucheng mused. Regrettably, with the conversation having reached this juncture, he was acutely aware that the business from the outset had likely been nothing more than a sham, a mere pretext to exploit them. It was evident that the initial plan involved sending someone to pose as a client, investing a bit of money to entice Mr. K into providing them with greater benefits. Once the bait was set, and with the records they had kept, the poachers would soon realize, following the attack, that they had been blacklisted by their supposed partners. Your objective was to orchestrate a terror attack, was it not? And these Pokémon were part of your plan as well. Chucheng suddenly remarked, almost casually. You, Mr. K's demeanor shifted dramatically, as if the realization struck him. Well, since you are now fully aware, it is time for you to meet your end. After a brief moment of fumbling, I retrieved several Pokeballs from my waist and tossed them all at once. Zubat, Houndoom, Sneasel, and Psyduck. You are to engage and eliminate that individual across from us. A flash of crimson light erupted from the Pokeballs, and soon after, the three Pokémon materialized before me. As the system scanned, I discerned that Mr. K's formidable lineup likely extended beyond what was visible. The Pokémon before me had merely just surpassed the professional level. Given their underlying strength, it was evident that my opponent was not an ordinary gym trainer. Logically, one would expect more than just a few Pokémon of this caliber. Mr. K seemed intent on concealing his true identity, perhaps having cultivated these Pokémon for that very purpose. Observing the trio of second-tier professionals, I felt no inclination to continue the battle with my little fox and the others. Who knows what ulterior motives this sinister organization harbors? Moreover, was this terror attack isolated to my particular journey, or were there numerous other routes affected? I must report this information to the League without delay. Eliminate him. Mr. K commanded his Pokémon. Faced with the onslaught of several gym-level Pokémon, I displayed no reaction, merely calling out softly behind me. I must trouble you now, Dragapult. There was an urgent matter I needed to report promptly. Time was no longer on my side for leisurely combat. No sooner had I spoken than, in the astonished gaze of my opponent, a translucent tail suddenly materialized in midair, entwined in deep purple draconic energy. Dragon Tail. A powerful strike sent the Zubat plummeting to the ground. Dragapult's figure emerged in midair, and simultaneously, two dragon darts were unleashed like arrows from a bow, hurtling towards Sneasel and Houndoom at breakneck speed. The piercing dragon darts were beyond the resistance of these fledgling gym-level Pokémon. Dragapult then traced a peculiar arc in the air, vanishing into the dimensional space. Moments later, Dragapult reappeared directly before the astonished Psyduck, executing a sneak attack that rendered it utterly incapable of resistance. In an instant, the four opposing Pokémon were entirely incapacitated, a mercy granted only due to the disparity in strength and Dragapult's restraint. After subduing all adversaries, Dragapult hovered in the air, radiating an overwhelming aura of a peak champion. Mr. K, who had previously exuded bravado, now appeared utterly astonished, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. A glimmer of despair flickered in his gaze. He could hardly fathom that a peak champion-level Pokémon was there to protect me. Just moments ago, he had divulged all the details to me, and now he faced a situation beyond redemption. Observing Mr. K's despondent expression, I felt no surprise. It was entirely reasonable for a gym trainer to feel overwhelmed when faced with Dragapult at its zenith. Regardless of the organization behind him, the secrets he had revealed during our conversation made it clear that eliminating me would have been futile. Even if he managed to escape my grasp, a near impossibility, returning to his organization would only lead to his demise. The moment Dragapult materialized, this battle unfolded as effortlessly as a game. Previously, while confronting those poachers. My intent was to train my Pokémon, utilizing my Fire-type lion as a combatant, hence I had refrained from deploying Dragapult. Dragapult had remained cloaked in invisibility, safeguarding me. After all, how fortuitous was it that a bullet veered just as it was about to pierce my body? There are no such coincidences in this world. Dragapult had subtly altered the bullet's trajectory while remaining concealed. At this moment, Mr. K continued to tremble, his head bowed as he muttered incessantly. How could this be a peak champion Pokémon? It's simply unbelievable. He could scarcely comprehend that this was indeed a peak-level Pokémon, a dragon-type quasi-deity. Even with the 4 Pokémon he had on hand, he could not possibly contend against such a formidable entity. Even if he unleashed all his power and summoned his best team. While I often encountered champions in my travels, the reality was that Pokémon of champion caliber were exceedingly rare and formidable. Those above the champion level possessed the power to annihilate towns. While the champion level is the lowest tier, a single champion-level Pokémon could obliterate a town filled with thousands of residents in a matter of moments, if unopposed. Each champion-level trainer could hold significant authority within any league. Even in ancient times, such individuals could be granted titles of nobility, establishing them as true powerhouses. Yet here stood a Pokémon of such caliber, assigned to protect a clearly novice trainer. What did this imply? As a gym trainer, he surely understood the implications. How was it that misfortune had struck him during a mission, leading him to cross paths with a second-generation trainer? Mr. K was at a loss. Tears of frustration welling in his eyes as he realized his chances of escape were nullified, and a sense of resignation had taken root in his heart. However, I still had one final question to pose. What exactly is your organization? And if you intend to execute a terror attack within the East Huang League, why resort to using these poachers as scapegoats? My curiosity piqued. Typically, terrorists launch attacks not only for revenge and intimidation, but also to propagate their ideology, seeking notoriety. In international contexts, it is common for various organizations to claim responsibility for malevolent events, sometimes even multiple groups claiming the same incident. The veracity of these claims is often known only to those involved, and the announcements are merely tactics to leverage the fallout of such events to expand their influence. Thus, I found myself perplexed by their organization's approach. If they had resolved to conduct a terror attack, why the need for subterfuge? Surely, this strategy was both time-consuming and fraught with risk. If their sole aim was to instigate terror while fearing retribution from the East Huang League, why not target weaker leagues instead? Why expend such effort to assemble a group of poachers as scapegoats? If they were careless, inadvertently revealing their hand, the league could trace back to the mastermind, leading to dire consequences from the East Huang League. In summary, their actions appeared utterly abstract to me. However, it was evident that my attempt to comprehend the motivations of a group of terrorists through the lens of conventional reasoning was wholly inappropriate. After a brief interval, Mr. K, who had been keeping his head bowed ever since the emergence of Dorong Baruto, suddenly raised his head and removed the mask from his face. Upon beholding his true visage, Chucheng was taken aback. No wonder he had donned a mask, enveloping himself like a harbinger of doom. What a ghastly countenance it was. Dark crimson veins pulsated violently on his cheeks, resembling writhing, fleshy worms, and his mouth twisted into a grotesque arc that defied the limits of normality, revealing a maw filled with beast-like fangs. Faced with despair, he inexplicably broke into a maniacal grin after a fleeting moment of contemplation. His eyes, marred with bloodshot streaks, fixated intently on Chucheng as he advanced toward him with swift strides. "Hey, what do you intend to do? I warn you to halt, or I shall not be merciful," he exclaimed. Dorong Baruto unleashed dragon breath. Seeing that his warning went unheeded as the man drew closer, Chucheng commanded Dorong Baruto to attack without hesitation. The distance between them was already minimal, and with the man's increasing pace, it shrank further to mere meters. Just before Dragon Breath could make contact, he shouted, "Do you not wish to know what our organization is? I shall reveal it to you. We are the devoted followers of the great god of doom. This world is destined for annihilation. No one will be spared. You shall perish, your family shall perish, and the church shall not spare any who disrupt our plans. I shall await you at the edge of hell." As he finished speaking, Mr. K's body began to convulse violently, as if something were striving to burst forth from within. This is bad. Chucheng realized his intentions, and Dorong Baruto immediately shielded them. In an instant, an invincible shield of vibrant green energy manifested, and upon contact with Dragon Breath, the already grotesque form of the man began to writhe even more rapidly, mirroring the transformation of the 4 elves that Dorong Baruto had previously incapacitated. In an instant, a violent explosion engulfed the surroundings, the intense force nearly leveling half of the cavern. Countless shards of earth and stone erupted, sending plumes of dust that obscured the sky. Chapter 139, The God of Doom. Cough, cough. Moments later, as the tumultuous explosion subsided, the echoes of Chucheng's cough pierced through the lingering dust. Soraya, unleash a gentle gust of freezing wind to disperse this haze. No sooner had he spoken than a bone-chilling wind materialized, sweeping away the suspended particles in the air. As the dust settled, the figures of Chucheng and his companions were finally revealed. Shielded by Dorong-Baruto, they had miraculously escaped the explosion unscathed. Chucheng surveyed the area. Little Fox, Lucario, and Chikorita were all unharmed. With a sigh of relief, he noted that there was no need to mention Dorong-Baruto. For although the explosion's power was astonishing, likely equivalent to a full-force attack from a legendary Pokémon, such a display was merely a minor inconvenience for Dorong-Baruto. After all, Dragon-type Pokémon are renowned for their formidable physiques, and even the relatively fragile Dorong-Baruto surpassed the average legendary Pokémon. An attack of this magnitude would merely inflict superficial wounds upon it, as the force of the explosion dissipated rather than concentrating like a Pokémon's attack. Had it not been for the need to protect Chucheng and his companions, Dorong-Baruto likely would not have needed to activate its defenses, despite suffering no injuries. The appearance of the group was quite disheveled. The protective barrier had shielded them from the explosion's immediate effects. Yet they were now at the mercy of the dust clouds stirred up by the subsequent landslide. Hence, Chucheng and his Pokémon found themselves covered in grime. It is worth noting that all of Chucheng's companions were rather fastidious. Soraya, who was particularly finicky about cleanliness and demanded daily grooming, was currently in disarray. Lucario, after every training session, would immediately seek a bath, and had even developed a penchant for soaking. Chikorita had inherited a slight case of OCD from its mother, loathing anything unclean. Now, all were coated in dirt and felt as if insects were crawling over them, a most uncomfortable sensation indeed. Suddenly, a realization struck Chucheng. While they had emerged unscathed, the Pokémon they had rescued earlier were still trapped within the cavern. He promptly directed Dorong-Baruto to clear a path through the collapsed cave. At this juncture, the difference between the Pokémon world and the ordinary world became apparent. In the mundane realm, an entire cave collapsing halfway and causing a landslide would require even the most advanced rescue teams an entire day to clear a passage. Yet, with the aid of Pokémon, what seemed impossible became feasible. Upon receiving Chucheng's command, a dense surge of dragon-type energy coalesced at the tip of Dorong-Baruto's tail. Utilizing a refined technique, Dorong-Baruto solidified the normally single-strike dragon tail into a powerful tool. With rapid movements, Dorong-Baruto swung its tail, effortlessly cleaving through the fallen rocks as though they were butter. Chikorita then utilized its psychic abilities to transport the debris out of the cavern. In this manner, within just 2 or 3 minutes, Chucheng and his companions carved out a passageway several dozen meters long amidst the rubble. At long last, they discovered the young Pokémon trapped within the cavern. Unaware of the chaos that had unfolded, the trembling young Pokémon huddled together, their eyes lighting up as they beheld Chucheng and his comrades, who appeared like saviors. They clustered around Chucheng, chattering excitedly. All right. It's a relief to see you all safe," Chucheng said, noting that despite being startled by the landslide, the little ones showed only mild distress and had not sustained any significant injuries. "Chikorita, please use Healing Wave once more." After counting the number of young Pokémon and confirming that none were missing, Chucheng exhaled deeply, instructing Chikorita to tend to the few unfortunate ones that had been injured. Fortunately, when Chucheng recalled the impending return of another batch of criminals, he had instructed all the Pokémon to take refuge on the other side of the cavern. The explosion had primarily impacted the direction where the captured Pokémon had been held. Additionally, since this area was the residence of the poachers, they had made some rudimentary reinforcements, even if only over a few days. Had it not been for this, Chucheng could scarcely imagine how many of the young Pokémon would have survived the earlier explosion. Madman, truly a madman, Chucheng cursed inwardly, finding no better way to describe these terrorists. He had never anticipated that Mr. K would have subjected both himself and his Pokémon to physical alterations. When Chucheng uncovered their secret, and finding himself unable to eliminate the threat posed by them, he surprisingly opted for self-destruction. Truly, he embodied the dual attributes of both a terrorist and a cultist. In the face of such madness, what other words could Chucheng possibly use to describe the situation? Humans are not like elves. Surviving after a cataclysmic explosion is beyond comprehension. Moreover, the explosion that had just erupted from Mr. K was certainly not a mere enhancement of typical elven abilities. His grotesque posture and the dark, malevolent energy that lingered were unforgettable. Clearly, this was far from simple. The Church of the End, was it? Having thwarted your plans this time. I hope you do not find yourselves in my path again, Chucheng muttered to himself. The ominous words uttered by Mr. K, that the Church of the End would not spare him or his family, left him feeling quite unsettled. Should his strength grow sufficiently in the future, he would not hesitate to uproot this organization entirely. However, it was merely a fleeting annoyance, given Chucheng's current standing. He did not genuinely fear that these terrorists would trouble his family. Ridiculous. If this band of miscreants dared to intrude upon the heart of the Dongwang Alliance, the Imperial City, seeking to trouble his parents, they would likely be eradicated before they could even show their faces. Both his family's Rising Dragon Dojo and the Imperial Research Institute boasted unparalleled defensive capabilities. If these locations were to fall to a terrorist organization, the alliance would have no reason to exist. As for his sister, Chu Jin, he held little belief that these individuals possessed the capability to wreak havoc in the Magic City. The Magic City and the Imperial City stand as the two most crucial cities within the Dongwang Alliance, housing numerous official institutions and vital facilities. Each of the 8 special gyms is located in these cities, and the masters of these gyms, by virtue of their strength, are nearly all seasoned champion trainers. Coupled with the stationed military forces, if those terrorists were truly foolish enough to venture into these territories, they would be courting their own demise. Thus, Chucheng paid no heed to Mr. K's dying words. Now, with the truth in his grasp, the Church of the End could hardly escape the wrath of the Alliance's authorities. Regardless of what the Church of the End truly is, how could a mere terrorist organization stand against one of the world's foremost powers, despite their audacity to wreak havoc on the international stage? Should the official alliance decide to act, the might of a nation fully mobilized would render any terrorist organization insignificant. Even if the upper echelons of the Church of the End are denoted by the letters of the alphabet, even if all 26 leaders are elite trainers of the highest caliber, the Dongwang Alliance would still ensure their obliteration. These vermin of the shadows will forever remain vermin, unworthy of prominence. Contemplating this, Chucheng couldn't help but chuckle. He, Chucheng, is one who holds grudges. He sincerely hopes these individuals never cross his path again. However, the God of the End, while he dismissed the cultists, this so-called God of the End intrigued him. Although typical cults often fabricate deities to ensnare their followers, the notion of the God of the End, upon sensing the unique energy wave during Mr. K's self-detonation, Chucheng felt uncertain. The malevolence, the destructive force, the heart-stopping darkness was indeed far beyond the capabilities of ordinary elves. Yet, he felt a strange familiarity with this power. Had he encountered it before? The God of the End, among the many legendary Pokémon in the realm, the only one that seemed to resonate with this title was Yveltal, one of the trio of XYZ Pokémon. Chucheng mused. Reviewing the numerous legendary Pokémon revered as deities, the majority embody neutral concepts of nature, such as the sky god Rayquaza, the ocean god Kyogre, the earth god Groudon, and the trio representing time, space, and antimatter, as well as the sun and moon deities. Conversely, few carry overtly negative connotations. Among them, only Yveltal, the god of destruction, and Darkrai, the god of nightmares, stand out. A smile crept across Chucheng's face at this thought. These two are frequent antagonists in various Pokémon fan interpretations. Darkrai, both in title and ability, does not align with the God of the End, while Yveltal, known as the God of Destruction, who, upon awakening, devours all life around it, aligns surprisingly well with this moniker. Could it be that this terrorist organization has found a way to awaken the God of Destruction? Chucheng pondered uncertainly. As for whether Yveltal had truly awakened from its cocoon of destruction, that thought had not crossed his mind. Yveltal is not a being to be trifled with easily. In its nature, once it awakens, the first to suffer would be these cultists. When Yveltal awakens, it will indiscriminately consume all life around it before its own life ends. Chucheng was not concerned that Yveltal would spare these so-called followers of the God of the End. As for whether the Church of the End had control over Yveltal, that notion had never occurred to him. No organization in this world could rival the exaggerated evil of Team Rocket or Team Galactic from the Pokémon world. If they could manipulate a deity of such caliber, they would not need to scurry about like rats in the shadows. Moreover, if memory serves correctly, the last appearance of Yveltal was over a century ago, before the establishment of the Alliance. At that time, during the latter stages of a world war, the Cherry Blossom Alliance, or rather the then Cherry Blossom Kingdom, discovered the cocoon of destruction on an island relic in the East Pacific. As the embodiment of the God of Destruction, this cocoon harbored unimaginable high-level energy. Through continuous research on the cocoon of destruction, The Cherry Blossom Kingdom harnessed its destructive energy to create numerous powerful weapons, and they even developed a notoriously infamous technology, using destructive energy to alter Pokémon bodies. With a vast arsenal of destructive weaponry and a transformed army of Pokémon, the ambitions of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's elite swelled uncontrollably. Unaware of the true nature of the cocoon of destruction, they believed it to be a divine gift and harbored ambitions of world domination, directly declaring war on the Dongwang Empire and the White Eagle Federation. Bolstered by the power of the cocoon, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's foreign campaigns were meteoric, easily overpowering neighboring coastal nations, and they decimated the White Eagle Federation's influence throughout the Pacific. Even with the Dongwang Empire's main forces occupied, they directly invaded the homeland of the empire. Just as the elite of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom reveled in their triumph, disaster struck. With their assistance, the cocoon of destruction not only achieved an early revival but, due to the countless lives it had siphoned through slaughter, allowed Yveltal to emerge in an unprecedented state. Upon awakening, the first to suffer was the kingdom of his home, the land of cherry blossoms. The black and crimson wings radiated a light of annihilation, turning all beneath them to ashes. Yveltal, propelled by a wave of destruction, swept through nearly a third of the kingdom before continuing its advance toward the Eastern Empire. Ultimately, on the shores of the Eastern Sea, the life deity Xerneas, roused by Yveltal's disturbance, allied with all the legendary trainers of the Eastern Empire, alongside the support of Ho-Oh. A tremendous cost was incurred to deplete Yveltal's life force, reverting it back to the form of the cocoon of destruction, which was then resealed within the ruins. It is precisely due to this incident that the lands of the Cherry Blossom Alliance are now perpetually guarded by 4 champions dispatched by the World Pokémon Union Council, Eastern Empire, White Eagle, Ross, and Europa. Officially, they are there to prevent the return of the cocoon of destruction, but in reality, the understanding is mutual. If the cocoon were to truly return, it would spell disaster. It must be communicated to Father. Chucheng thought, regrettably, that the recent explosion had obliterated everything nearby. Otherwise, he could have checked for any remaining traces. Chapter 140, The Conclusion. After rescuing the Pokémon offspring, Chucheng waited for quite some time, and finally, the delayed rescuers, led by the train conductor, arrived at the scene. In addition to medical personnel, forest rangers and security officers from the 2 nearby cities were also present. Chucheng promptly handed over the Pokémon offspring to the arriving rescuers and briefly recounted the events that had transpired, requesting that they return the Pokémon to their previous habitat. Once these matters were settled, he completed some simple documentation and answered various related questions. Thanks to the efforts of the maintenance crew and the technical support personnel, the train was finally repaired and ready to be restarted. After several hours of bustling activity, Chucheng finally resumed his journey to Cloud Climbing City. Indeed, it had been an exhilarating and thrilling day, Chucheng exclaimed. In just over half a day, there were train attacks, poaching organizations, and even the emergence of a sinister cult and the God of Endings. Fortunately, the damage to the train's front, inflicted by the Fire Lion, was not too severe, allowing the repairs to be completed before nightfall. Otherwise, a grimy Chucheng would have dreaded spending the night outdoors. As twilight descended, he realized that given the delays, he would likely arrive in Cloud Climbing City around midnight. Just as the train was about to depart, the security officers attempted to have Chucheng accompany them for a more detailed registration of information. After all, he was the only one present who had witnessed the entire event. However, when the leading officer suddenly received a phone call, they instructed Chucheng to leave. Understanding the implications, Chucheng promptly called his father once he settled into the vehicle. "Hello, Dad. Yes, I'm on the train now. No, I'm fine. I wasn't hurt. Dorlan protected me well." Faced with his father's concern, Chucheng patiently reassured him. "Regarding that matter you mentioned, I've already had my subordinates investigate it. This End of Days Church is a recent international criminal organization that has gained prominence in the past few years. In less than a decade, it has become one of the most powerful factions under the 3 major organizations, primarily operating in." After exchanging some casual pleasantries, it was time to address the serious matters at hand. Chucheng's father began. "It turns out that shortly after the incident concluded, you had already sent me a message detailing most of the events, so I could report it to the Alliance and assist in investigating the End of Days Church's background. Although I am not afraid, I am not foolish either. A glaring enemy cannot be ignored, and one must remain informed." Listening patiently, Chucheng then shared his speculations regarding the God of Endings with his father. Despite being on the phone, he could sense a palpable shift in his father's demeanor, a heaviness that had settled in. The cost of the war to seal Yveltal had been exorbitant, Absorbing such unprecedented life force had elevated Yveltal's power beyond that of a typical deity. The ancestors of the Chu family had also lost lives in that conflict, a significant blow to a lineage already sparse in numbers. It was clear that those who participated in such a war were no ordinary individuals. Sensing the atmosphere had grown tense, Chucheng's father adeptly shifted the topic after hearing his son's conjectures. Son, your performance this time was commendable. According to the information you provided, the Alliance has also apprehended other cultists from the End of Days Church, preemptively quashing the terror attacks. Given your contribution, the Alliance is likely preparing to award you the Level 2 Hero Medal of the Eastern Empire. Really? Upon hearing this news, Chucheng felt a surge of energy. The Eastern Empire Hero Medal, named after the Eastern Empire, undoubtedly bore significant weight. He had initially thought he might earn a Level 3 medal, yet it turned out to be a Level 2, though a Level 2 medal might seem modest. Level 1 medals are typically reserved for those who have made extraordinary contributions to the Alliance. Over the past century, fewer than 20 Level 1 medals have been awarded. Hence, under normal circumstances, the highest honor attainable would be a Level 2 medal. Chucheng could hardly contain his joy. A Level 2 Hero Medal could elevate an ordinary individual to a position of prominence within the Alliance, whether pursuing a path as a trainer or entering politics, granting immense influence. Many rare resources in the Alliance require specific permissions for exchange, and with this medal, doors to rare resources below legendary status would be opened. As was often said, it could allow him to single-handedly secure a page in the family tree. While this may not be entirely accurate for Chucheng, it was still an exceedingly worthy cause for celebration. You need not worry about the End of Days Church, now that the Alliance is aware. They will not let them go easily. It seems that in just over a decade, these criminals have already forgotten the bloody lessons of the past. Chucheng's father concluded, his voice tinged with a chilling resolve. It appeared that, after a prolonged period of inactivity, these criminals had dared to tread upon forbidden ground. Understood, Dad. Please take care of yourself. Chucheng recognized that the Alliance would undoubtedly take action, and given his father's tone, he suspected he might even lead the charge himself. After a brief exchange and a reminder for Chucheng to rest early, the call was terminated. Gazing out at the rapidly passing scenery beyond the train window, Chucheng set aside thoughts of the End of Days Church. For now, he intended to enjoy his winter break. Regardless of other matters, the priority was to take a shower first. Chapter 141, Cloud Climbing City. After several more hours of travel, the train finally arrived at Cloud Climbing City. Upon finally reaching his destination, Chucheng swiftly departed from the train station and boarded the pre-arranged luxury vehicle, heading directly towards the hot spring hotel he had reserved. It wasn't long before they arrived at the hotel, and without a moment's hesitation, Chucheng, along with Solgaleo and others, made a beeline for the bathing area. After a brief rinse to cleanse themselves, they immediately proceeded to the indoor hot spring. Having adapted to the changes in this world, everything else was manageable, yet when it came to the essentials of life, Chucheng had never skimped on himself or his companions. This time was no exception. He had booked the VIP suite at a nearby 4-star hot spring hotel, which allowed him to indulge in a private hot spring without the need to share with other patrons in a crowded bathhouse. Although it was nearly midnight, the VIP private hot spring room was still brightly lit. As Chucheng sank into the hot spring, he was enveloped by a warm, comforting sensation, as if every pore of his body was rejoicing. He couldn't help but exhale a long sigh of relief. Today had been exhausting, filled with numerous events, and even the now superior Chucheng found himself quite worn out. At this moment, under the soothing embrace of the hot spring, he could finally relax. How is it, Lucario? Soaking in a natural hot spring is far more delightful than a bath at home, wouldn't you agree? Chucheng turned his head to see Lucario, Solgaleo, and Sharim all joining him in the hot spring. The hotel's most renowned feature was a natural hot spring that had fallen from a secret realm. It must be said, the natural hot springs of the Pokémon world surpassed any dubious spa experiences Chucheng had encountered in the past. Lucario, donned in a bath cap, joyfully responded, relishing the comfort of the hot spring. Besides the central natural hot spring, there were several smaller themed pools, such as the Rose Pool and the Herbal Pool. The little fox and Sharim were particularly fond of the Petal Pool, where the fragrant petals released a gentle aroma, perfectly aligning with feminine tastes. Meanwhile, Lucario enjoyed his solitude in the Herbal Pool, which was said to contain a variety of special herbs, providing excellent relief from fatigue for those who engaged in regular training. In a sudden burst of inspiration, Chucheng even decided to bring the luminous stone he had acquired into the hot spring. If memory served correctly, the information he had once read indicated that the design philosophy behind the black and white dragons symbolized two significant industrial revolutions in human history. The electric-type Zekrom represented the second revolution, ushering humanity into the electrical age, with its tail modeled after a generator capable of producing immense electrical currents. In contrast, the fire-type Reshiram symbolized the first industrial revolution, marking humanity's entry into the steam age, with its tail resembling a turbo flamethrower capable of unleashing flames that could incinerate anything. Thus, Chucheng speculated that the steamy environment might provide comfort for the luminous stone, leading him to place it in the sauna area. The group, comprised of both humans and Pokémon, soaked in the hot spring for several hours, their robust physiques allowing them to indulge without concern for discomfort. Only around 5 or 6 in the morning did they finally tidy up and retreat to their rooms, slipping into a deep slumber. However, unbeknownst to them, as they luxuriated in the hot spring, the water in an inconspicuous corner of the pool began to ripple gently. The following day, as the sun reached its zenith, Chucheng awoke groggily, turning over in bed to check the time. Astonishingly, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. After such a thoroughly relaxing soak in the hot spring and a day filled with fatigue, he and his companions had slept nearly 10 hours straight. Even the usually early-rising Lucario had indulged in a rare sleep-in. Fortunately, Chucheng had planned to take the day to rest, postponing his scheduled challenge at the Steel Gym until the next day. Today was entirely for recuperation, as maintaining an excellent state was imperative before embarking on a gym challenge. Thus, after relishing a sumptuous meal with the little foxes, Chucheng prepared to venture out and explore Yimpan City. After all, this was a journey, not a business trip, and he intended to experience the local culture and customs, which was an essential aspect of traveling. One could not forget how, in the Pokémon anime, Ash and his companions often found themselves participating in local festivals and events upon arriving in new towns. Perhaps it was the privilege of being a chosen one, as they always seemed to stumble upon activities. However, Chucheng had yet to encounter any celebrations. In the real world, such festivities were not a daily occurrence. Strolling through the city, Chucheng noticed that the architecture of the cities in the Pokémon world, particularly in the Dongwang region, was far more distinctive than that of the former country. Yunpan City, as one of the largest mining hubs in the western Dongwang region, especially known for its iron mines, bore a resemblance to the cities of Nibby and Kurigane from the Pokémon universe. Founded on abundant mineral resources, the city was intrinsically linked to stone and steel. As he wandered aimlessly, he stumbled upon a small market filled with stalls selling unique stones. It was worth noting that the mineral resources in the Pokémon world were unlike those on Earth. Here, many mined minerals were imbued with corresponding energies influenced by the 18 elemental types. The most coveted were the attribute gems, which, once unearthed, could exponentially increase the value of a mining vein. However, such treasures were exceedingly rare. More often than not, the minerals extracted were merely ordinary stones affected by energy, containing only trace amounts of power without the remarkable properties of attribute gems or evolution stones. Consequently, apart from a select few of exceptional quality, their value was relatively modest. Nonetheless, due to the influence of energy, these stones displayed peculiar colors and textures, rendering them highly ornamental. Thus, many cities reliant on mining resources crafted these stones into exquisite crafts and decorative items to sell to visiting tourists. This was one of Chucheng's goals as well. Since he was traveling, he certainly intended to bring back a few local specialties. Chapter 142, An Unexpected Harvest. As Chucheng casually meandered through the various stalls, he noticed that this market lacked the usual cacophony of vendors calling out to attract customers. Instead, the neatly arranged array of stone products awaited eager buyers in a tranquil ambience. Despite the absence of shouting, the number of patrons browsing was still considerable. What do you think of this one, Solgaleo? Do you like it? After perusing for a while, Chucheng found a relatively quiet spot, which appeared to be the largest area in the market, complete with its own storefront. A glance around revealed that the items here seemed more refined than those at other stalls. However, perhaps due to the pricing, several individuals approached only to shake their heads and leave empty-handed. With keen eyes, Chucheng picked up a collar from the stall, adorned with a large and 6 smaller pink diamonds set in a silver metallic outer ring. Sora, perched on Chucheng's shoulder, beamed at the gift he had chosen for her, nuzzling against him and softly calling out. Chucheng understood that the little fox's sentiment was that she would cherish anything he purchased. Examining the collar, he noted that the soft pink of the diamonds harmonized beautifully with the little fox's own hues. "How much for this?" he inquired. Upon hearing Chucheng's voice, the owner, lazily lounging in a recliner, turned his head, glanced at the item in hand, and replied nonchalantly, 12888. "If you want it, I'll let it go for 12,000, no haggling." After delivering his terse response, He turned back and resumed his repose. Chucheng couldn't help but wear an expression of realization. It was no wonder that few customers frequented the stall. The price of the merchandise aside, the proprietor's lackadaisical attitude was likely to dissuade many potential buyers. Nevertheless, Chucheng was indifferent, preferring this straightforward approach over those overly eager sellers who incessantly peddled their so-called treasures, merely aiming to offload their inferior wares at inflated prices. After a closer inspection of the collar, he said nothing further and handed it to the owner for packaging. The craftsmanship was indeed commendable, and given the presence of the pink diamonds, the price was not excessively outrageous. This item clearly bore a quality that transcended ordinary trinkets found in common marketplaces. Had it been placed in specialized boutiques, the price would likely have increased several-fold. With Chucheng's background, he possessed a discerning eye for such items. He was no naive fool. It is worth noting that in the world of fairies, ordinary gemstones devoid of special effects did not command any significant premiums. While gemstones of various hues were more acceptable, mass-produced items like diamonds were virtually as cheap as cabbages in the fairy realm. The collar he selected was favored primarily for the faint fairy energy radiating from the pink diamonds, which emitted a delicate blush of light. And the quality of the stones was commendable, justifying the price. Next, under the astonished gaze of the proprietor, Chucheng selected a necklace adorned with a cerulean gemstone for Tyrant and a bracelet composed of various special metals encrusted with small diamonds for Lucario. He also picked several assorted trinkets, as a trip away from home necessitated bringing back special souvenirs for family and friends. After handing over his selections for packaging, just as he was preparing to settle the bill and leave, an unassuming object in the stall captured his full attention. A rather ordinary brooch. Its appearance far less dazzling than the items he had previously purchased. If it possessed any uniqueness, it lay in the peculiar stone embedded within it. The transparent stone encased a radiant spiral pattern reminiscent of DNA. Yet, at that moment, Chucheng found himself utterly captivated by this item, unable to tear his gaze away. In an effort to conceal his recognition of it, he nonchalantly picked up the brooch. Raising it slightly before his eyes, the sunlight illuminated the gemstone, revealing the exquisite and dynamic colors of the spirals within. Indeed, the brooch he now held contained the very Mega Evolution Stone he had long sought. To his astonishment, after such an arduous search, he had stumbled upon it here. Chucheng quietly pondered, unsure of which Pokémon this Mega Evolution Stone belonged to. "System, are you there? Please help me identify this stone," he called out in his mind, adhering to his habit of seeking assistance from the system. Ding, detecting the current request from the host. Identification in progress. Finally, after a considerable duration of silence, the system resumed its function, and moments later, a thrilling identification report appeared before him. Shenado Evolution Stone, a mystical superstone that allows Shenado to mega-evolve during battle when held. It was indeed the evolution stone for Shenado. Chucheng's excitement was palpable. It was known that there were nearly 100 types of known Mega Evolution Stones, and both his Lucario and Tyrant had Shenado in their Mega forms after evolution. He never expected to have such luck as to directly encounter the Mega Evolution Stone for Shenado. The total comes to 194,000. I'll give it to you for 190,000, and this brooch will be a gift, just a little bonus. The owner, noticing Chucheng's interest in the inconspicuous brooch, spoke up. Since it wasn't particularly valuable, he generously offered it to Chucheng. Considering the multitude of items he had purchased, suppressing his exhilaration, Chucheng inquired about the stone. "This stone looks rather special. Where did you find it?" "I'm quite intrigued." The owner waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, with this many items, where would I find it?" "I acquired it all from a mining site in the West District. I believe it was called Honyuan Mining. This is my first time seeing such a thing. I found it curious, so I took it along and turned it into a little trinket." After firmly committing the name the owner had mentioned to memory, Chucheng proceeded to make his payment and leave. Honyuan Mining, he mused. Perhaps he would investigate it after challenging the Shin Steel Gym. Chapter 143, Brief Departure. Sora. Deliver the final blow. Unleash vengeance with all your might. Sora. In an instant, a palpable aura of vengeful energy coalesced within the arena. Thick, murky purple flames surged toward the opponent like liquid mercury, seemingly echoing with endless wails of despair. Though the attack resembled a tidal wave of flames, it radiated no warmth. Instead, it cast an eerie chill over the battlefield. The little fox's rendition of vengeance was becoming increasingly fearsome. Even Chucheng, watching from the sidelines, felt a twinge of embarrassment and mused to himself. Since absorbing the negative emotional energy from the luminous stones, Sora's vengeance had grown ever more dramatic. Thankfully, this was in the world of Pokémon, Had it been in a fantastical realm, onlookers might mistake Chucheng and Sora for practitioners of dark sorcery. Boscolora, quickly, unleashed the charged light cannon. The opposing trainer, recognizing Boscolora's agility and speed, attempted to counter with a special attack. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before the charged light cannon could form, vengeance had already reached Boscolora. What? The power derived from the absorption of negative emotions not only amplified Sora's vengeance, but also drastically increased its release speed, far surpassing previous instances. Amid the astonished cries of the opposing trainer, the wave of vengeful flames engulfed Boscolora's massive form. Even the formidable Bastiodon, renowned as an impregnable fortress, could not withstand the relentless onslaught of vengeful flames that painted the scene before it as a fiery hell. As the violet waves of fire receded, the towering figure of Bastiodon lay quietly defeated. Even in its unconscious state, the body of Bastiodon twitched slightly under the corrosive influence of negative emotions, as if it were trapped in the throes of a nightmarish reverie. Such psychological torment is a burden that even the mightiest of physiques cannot easily endure. Bastiodon. The concerned gym trainer cast a worried glance at their Pokémon. With Bastiodon rendered incapable of battling, the trainer's side had already lost 3 Pokémon, declaring the challenger Chucheng the victor of this match. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the Rotom referee resonated, announcing the winner of this enthralling contest. The audience erupted into applause, marveling at the rare sight of such a young challenger dominating a gym leader. As the match concluded, the opposing trainer swiftly retrieved Bastiodon, entrusting it to a nearby staff member for treatment. Chucheng, too, uncharacteristically recalled his little fox, who, despite its prowess in surpassing 3 opponents, had exerted considerable effort and was now utterly fatigued. While its injuries were minor, its stamina had been entirely depleted. Had the opposing trainer not been slightly less skilled than Xiao Yue, the success of Zoroark would have been far less assured. You've done well, Zoroark. Rest now, Chucheng said as he returned it to its Pokeball. Subsequently, much like Xiao Yue of the Flame Sun Gym, the opposing trainer presented a silver badge. However, unlike the fiery sun emblem of the Flame Sun Gym, the emblem of the Steel Gym bore an octagonal steel plate design reminiscent of the steel badge from the game. After accepting this token of victory from the gym leader, Chucheng felt a sense of joy, though it paled in comparison to the exhilaration he experienced when he earned his first badge at the Flame Sun Gym. It seemed that the thrill of a first experience was unmatched. Even his Pokémon had displayed eagerness to participate in their initial gym challenge, while their enthusiasm had waned slightly in subsequent encounters. Compounding this, a phone call he received prior to the gym challenge had urged him to expedite his visit to the airport. After exchanging pleasantries with the gym leader, Chucheng left hastily under the trainer's complex gaze. Upon exiting, he quickly boarded a waiting Corviknight taxi, racing towards the Yunpan City airport. In a bid to save time, he had even paid extra for the Corviknight to arrive half an hour early, ensuring he could board without delay. In no time, they arrived at the airport, and Chucheng swiftly navigated through security. Upon spotting a cerulean aircraft emblazoned with the emblem of the Rising Dragon Gym, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was his family's private jet, which he had opted not to take during his previous travels. Moments before embarking on his gym challenge, his father had called to inform him that the jet was ready for his immediate departure to Yunpan City. Regrettably, Chucheng lamented the clues he had discovered regarding the Mega Evolution Stones, as he had not yet visited the so-called Hanyuan Mining Company to investigate further. Why the urgency to have me visit the ancient city? He pondered. Perhaps it would be best to have my father send someone to look into it once I return. After all, apart from me, no one truly knows the stone's real purpose. Once aboard the plane, he had become almost immune to the lavish decor, having fully acclimated to his current status over the past 6 months. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the Chu family had a penchant for dragons. The aircraft's embellishments were replete with dragon motifs, and even its registered name was Sky Dragon. Were it not for the Pokémon world, it would have seemed almost excessively ostentatious. Ah, Uncle Fu, it's been quite some time. What brings you to greet me? He exclaimed upon recognizing a familiar figure. Indeed, it has been a while, young master. I have heard of your impressive exploits over the past 6 months. Your performances far surpass that of the young master in his time, the elderly man, affectionately referred to as Uncle Fu, replied with a warm smile. This time, the master has sent someone to fetch you, and I happen to be nearby. So here I am, he continued. The master and young master he referenced were Chucheng's father and grandfather, respectively. Uncle Fu had been a loyal servant of the Chu family for centuries, having served as the head butler for over 40 years. It was only natural for Chucheng, being the son of the young master, to be affectionately referred to as the little young master. Uncle Fu's family had been devoted to the Chu family since the Eastern Huang Empire, a loyalty that persisted to this day. Chucheng was well aware that although Uncle Fu appeared to be a benign elder, he possessed formidable training capabilities. During the time when Chucheng's grandfather presided over the Rising Dragon Gym, it was often Uncle Fu who acted as the proxy gym leader. A testament to his considerable skill, as the league would never endorse an individual without sufficient prowess. As they conversed, Uncle Fu signaled the captain to commence their journey while explaining the reason for Chucheng's urgent summons to the ancient city. What? You're saying that the guardian deity has awakened early, necessitating the dragon festival to be held ahead of schedule? Upon hearing Uncle Fu's explanation, Chucheng finally grasped the urgency of his trip. The dragon festival was one of the most significant and unique ceremonies of the Chu family, held every few years. It was said that trainers participating in the festival with their dragon-type Pokémon could receive a mysterious blessing. The Chu family also provided an opportunity to capture Pokémon from hidden realms during the dragon festival, even granting access to demigod offspring. Therefore, the event attracted a multitude of talented young trainers from the Eastern Huang Alliance. The Chu family profited immensely from trading slots for this event, as not everyone could earn the recognition of dragon-type Pokémon. The true prodigies were not only rewarded with a dragon-type Pokémon, but also held sway over their own secret realms of Pokémon. As for the blessings, while others may have been oblivious, Chucheng was acutely aware of their significance. The Dragon Festival only permitted young trainers to participate, allowing their dragon-type Pokémon to gain substantial enhancements. And it was rumored that some fortunate individuals might receive a mysterious boon during the ceremony, said to be bestowed by a 1,000-year-old dragon that slumbered within the core sanctum of the Dragon Tomb, transcending ordinary Pokémon realms. The Dragon Emperor, Chu Xuanhao, possesses what is presumably the last remaining ace spirit, revered as the guardian deity by the descendants of the Chu family. As articulated by Chucheng, this spirit, a companion of his ancestors, has steadfastly protected the Chu lineage for millennia. Thus, the family honors it with the title of guardian deity. The entire Dragon Festival, including its blessings, is orchestrated by this guardian deity, who is intertwined with a treasured artifact of the Chu family. The restoration of the artifact's energy necessitates a considerable amount of time, coupled with the guardian deity's need for slumber, which is the reason the Dragon Festival is held only once every few years. Moreover, the elusive blessings are seldom bestowed. Apart from family members, only a select few genuine prodigies are deemed worthy of such an honor. The last festival took place 3 years prior, during which Chucheng's sister, Chu Jin, was the fortunate recipient of the blessing. The rapid enhancement of her Dragonite's prowess, to a level capable of countering ice-type spirits that would otherwise have the advantage, can undoubtedly be attributed to the elevation and blessing from that Dragon Festival. As for whether others might receive blessings this time, Chucheng was uncertain. However, he was acutely aware that his participation would likely not allow him to escape that fate. Indeed, young master, this occasion presents a splendid opportunity for you to capture a dragon-type spirit. After all, you are the heir of the Chu family. How could you possibly possess none? Uncle Fu continued, revealing his satisfaction with Chucheng's progress over the past 6 months, yet expressing a hint of reproach for the absence of a dragon-type spirit among the 3 spirits he had captured. It is likely that Chucheng's grandfather harbored similar sentiments. As a descendant of a dragon tamer family, it would be unreasonable to have no dragon-type spirit at all, had they not wished to await the Dragon Festival. The elders of the Chu family would have likely procured a dragon-type quasi-divine spirit egg for him by now. Originally, the festival was scheduled to occur after the new year, but unexpectedly, it was advanced by several months. At this moment, not only Chucheng but also the young prodigies from the Dongwang Alliance qualified to participate in the festival were probably rushing to the ancient city from various locations. The significance of the ancient city lies in the fact that it was here that the ancestors of the Chu family fortuitously entered the secret realm of the Dragon's Nest. While the exact location of the Chu family's ancestral home remains unknown, the ancient city has since become the cradle of the family's dragon legacy. During the millennia of the ancient Dongwang Empire, the city served as the capital for at least half that duration. The influence of the Chu family was undoubtedly significant, and even in the current era of the alliance, they maintain a considerable presence in the provinces surrounding the ancient city. However, it truly is a remarkable coincidence. Just as he was contemplating the necessity of capturing a rideable flying spirit, fortune smiles upon him, presenting an opportunity. Thus, embracing the moment, Chucheng began to envision the spirit he wished to capture next. After an early morning gym challenge, he hurriedly made his way to the airport, where fatigue began to weigh on him, resulting in a few yawns. After conversing with Uncle Fu for a while and noticing his weariness, Uncle Fu took his leave, allowing Chucheng to rest in the main bedroom of the aircraft. Due to the private nature of the plane, the interior was indistinguishable from any lavishly decorated room on the ground, and with the aid of advanced technology from the spirit world, there was no sense of turbulence aboard. The opulent surroundings and serene atmosphere rendered the journey utterly imperceptible. Thus, Chucheng soon drifted into slumber at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Perhaps due to the day's contemplations, his dreams were filled with visions of numerous dragon-type spirits: desert dragonfly, double-headed dragon, multi-dragon Baruto, Dragonite, Sharpedo, and Bloodwing Dragon. Ultimately, a magnificent figure draped in white feathers and surrounded by azure flames materialized, softly whispering inquiries into his true essence. Chapter 145. The Ancestral Residence. The aircraft traveled swiftly, and after a little over an hour, when Chucheng awoke from his slumber, he discovered they had arrived at the ancient city. Upon disembarking, guided by Uncle Fu, they seamlessly boarded the awaiting vehicle. After another half-hour journey, Chucheng finally reached the ancestral residence of the Chu family, situated on the outskirts of the ancient city. As he beheld the array of majestic, palace-like structures before him, he was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Though he had mentally prepared himself over the past 6 months for this revelation, the sudden emergence of such grand palatial edifices within a modern city, serving as private residences, struck him with a profound sense of temporal dissonance. It is important to note that while this location is indeed close to the city's edge, it remains within the urban confines. The exact dimensions of this palace elude Chucheng, but it appeared to dwarf their estate in the imperial capital by countless magnitudes. His memories of returning to the ancient city were scarce, having visited only a few times in his childhood, thus explaining his astonishment. In conversation with Uncle Fu, Chucheng learned that this was no mere ancestral residence. It resembled the restored imperial palace of the ancient Dongwang Empire, a prominent landmark in the city center. This palatial structure was indeed a genuine palace, constructed as a private retreat by one of his ancestors who had served as the emperor of the Dongwang Empire. Every aspect of the building adhered to the standards and specifications set for imperial palaces, extending into the wilderness, with all surrounding land belonging to this estate. In essence, a corner of the city was their family's private domain, which explained the overwhelming spectacle before Chucheng. Given the ample space, many spirits from their household roamed freely outside. At that moment, he had already spotted 2 shiny Xerneas and a desert dragonfly soaring through the sky. Nearly a century ago, during the cataclysmic war that engulfed the world, the Chu family's ancestral residence, akin to the imperial palace of the Dongwang Empire, suffered devastation. Fortunately, this retreat was spared from the brunt of the assaults, sustaining only minor damages while largely preserving its architectural integrity. Following the establishment of the alliance, the Chu family relocated their stronghold to this site, undergoing several generations of restoration to reach its current state. Although the structure retains the form of an ancient palace, both its interiors and exteriors have been modernized. "Come, young master, the patriarch has been awaiting your arrival," Uncle Fu said, leading the way toward the car parked outside the palace. Given the sheer expanse of the grounds, even within their own home, vehicular transport remained a necessity. Observing this, Chucheng promptly followed suit and, upon entering the vehicle, was surprised to find that it was being driven by a butler-type spirit. The car soon set off, and as they journeyed, Chucheng gazed at the intricately adorned buildings and countless pavilions, marveling at the scale of maintenance required for such a magnificent sight. After a considerable distance, however, he noticed a scarcity of human presence, with an increasing number of butler-type spirits coming into view. The ancestral mansion is not densely populated, aside from us, the loyal followers who have served the family for several centuries. Few outsiders venture within. The maintenance of this grand palace is predominantly entrusted to the fairies. You may not be aware, but the largest company in the market providing Pokémon butler services is a property of the Chu family. The numerous caretakers, along with many Chansey, hail from that establishment. Seemingly perceiving Chucheng's confusion, Uncle Fu elaborated. Upon hearing this, Chucheng's understanding became clear. During his initial visit to the imperial city, he had been curious about the origin of the multitude of caretakers in his home, and now the mystery was unveiled. After a prolonged trek, Chucheng finally caught sight of his grandfather. "My dear grandson, you have finally arrived. Come, let your grandfather see you. It has been so long since we last met. Have you grown taller?" As soon as he reached his destination, Chucheng beheld the familiar visage of his grandfather, strikingly similar to his memories, though he appeared even more imposing. However, upon seeing Chucheng, any semblance of authority dissipated, replaced with a beaming smile as he approached. It is worth noting that before the upheaval of the world, Chucheng's grandfather was of military background. His name is Chu Shaoyuan. In his youth, he faced hardships. Yet through his diligence over nearly 2 decades, he transitioned into a civilian role as an officer. Perhaps due to his military past, his demeanor was notably stern. And when angered, he could be quite fearsome, causing even Chucheng's parents to feel a twinge of trepidation. This had always been the case, especially now in the altered timeline. Yet, as the saying goes, grandparents often dote on their grandchildren. While he was exceptionally strict with his own children, his affection for the younger generation, including Chucheng and his siblings, was boundless. "Grandfather, I'm back. But why are you alone? Where's Grandma?" Chucheng snapped back to reality, stepping forward to greet him and glancing around, but failing to spot his grandmother. "Your grandmother is busy preparing your favorite dishes. Please sit for a moment. After a busy morning, you must be famished. Have some fruit while we wait for the meal," his grandfather replied, offering him a platter of fruit from the table. Though not particularly hungry, and having rested on the plain, Chucheng recognized the sentiment that sometimes hunger is defined by familial concern. Thus, he accepted his grandfather's kindness and sampled some fruit. As he glanced at the time, he realized it was nearing noon. After completing his gym challenge earlier that morning around 9, the subsequent rush to the airport, the flight, and the car ride had consumed nearly 3 hours. The grandfather and grandson exchanged conversation comfortably on the sofa, during which Chucheng released his little fox Pokémon to show his grandfather. With keen eyes, his grandfather quickly assessed the capabilities of Chucheng's Pokémon. Observing them, he was taken aback, not due to poor training, but rather because his grandson had cultivated them exceptionally well. Even with his discerning gaze, he could discern no flaws, prompting him to nod in quiet approval. After a pleasant exchange, when Chucheng's grandmother finally served lunch, the three of them enjoyed a rare meal together. Due to his schooling, Chucheng primarily resided in the Imperial city and only visited the ancient city during holidays. Meanwhile, his parents were often busy with work. His grandparents, now in retirement, had more time and frequently traveled to the Imperial city to visit their family. Once lunch concluded, it was in his grandfather's study that they finally discussed serious matters. Chapter 146, Journey to the Dragon's Nest. The ceremony of the Dragon Festival will commence tomorrow. Little Chung. There's no need to wait until then to capture Pokémon alongside the guests. This afternoon, you should select your Dragon-type Pokémon. You can stay in the secret realm overnight and directly participate in the festival tomorrow, his grandfather stated, preparing for the upcoming event, while suggesting Uncle Fu accompany him. Capturing Dragon-type Pokémon is no simple feat. If you cannot earn the trust of their young, outsiders cannot forcibly capture them. The adult Dragon types in the nest are not merely idle. Should anyone attempt coercive capture, they might find themselves regretting it, or worse, losing their lives. Over the years, countless thieves have attempted to steal Dragon-type younglings from the 10,000 Dragons nest, but very few have succeeded, most merely paid with their lives. The Chu family merely provides an opportunity to enter the secret realm and capture Dragon-type Pokémon. The qualification is granted, but if you lack the skill to earn their recognition, that is not my concern. Nonetheless, such failures are rare, for those attending the Dragon Festival are typically elite youths from the league. Even if they are unable to gain the approval of semi-divine younglings, there remain opportunities with second-tier dragons like the Dual Axe Dragon or the King of Dragons, and even first-tier Pokémon such as the Soundwave Dragon and Desert Dragonfly. While his grandfather had confidence in his grandson, he was wary of the possibility that a more desirable Pokémon might be captured by someone else first. It was thus deemed prudent for Chucheng to select his preferred Dragon-type Pokémon ahead of time. After all, a journey to the 10,000 Dragons nest was akin to returning home for the Chu family. This urgency was precisely why the family hastily summoned Chucheng from Yimpan City. Nodding in understanding, Chucheng engaged in further discussion regarding essential details for the upcoming Dragon Festival before taking his leave, filled with anticipation to capture his fourth Pokémon. As he exited, he immediately spotted Uncle Fu. "Uncle Fu, I must trouble you once again. We shall set off at once, young master." With that, Uncle Fu retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket, and in the next moment, a massive figure materialized in midair, casting a great shadow over Chucheng and Uncle Fu. "Come forth, tropical dragon." With its brown-gray body, long neck, and sturdy limbs, adorned with 3 green leaves atop its head and 4 enormous leaf-like wings on its back, it bore a cluster of yellow fruit resembling bananas beneath its chin. This was indeed a tropical dragon. However, for reasons unknown, this particular tropical dragon was, rather exaggerated in size. According to the Pokédex, a typical tropical dragon stands around 2 meters tall, with variations in size depending on strength, but generally, they reach a maximum of 3 meters. Given that tropical dragons are quadrupeds, their dimensions are more reflected in their length. However, the tropical dragon before him was at least 5 meters tall, and with its neck included, its length approached 10 meters. The 4 oversized leaf wings surpassed the typical size of a standard tropical dragon, continuously flapping behind it. Chucheng estimated that just the wings formed by these leaves were likely larger than a car. Furthermore, the fruit encircling its neck, initially resembling the size of a banana, now appeared grotesquely enlarged, easily surpassing that of a typical cantaloupe. A term flickered through Chucheng's mind: dominant Pokémon. Judging by its size, this tropical dragon was likely a dominant tropical dragon. Driven by curiosity, Chucheng casually utilized the system's illustrated guide to skim the data of the tropical dragon before him. Name: Tropical Dragon Sovereign Leader. Type: Grass Flying. Gender: Unknown. Energy level: 69, Peak King. Ability: Chlorophyll. Qualification: Crimson Purple. Held item: Miracle Seed. Skills: Gust, Growth, Leaf Blade. Leaf Storm, Sweet Scent, Stomp, Magical Leaf, Dragon Dance, Dragon Tail, Air Slash, Solar Beam, Photosynthesis, Sunny Day, Dragon Pulse, Dual Wing Beat, Solar Blade, Petal Dance. It was no surprise that this tropical dragon was a sovereign Pokémon, and indeed a pinnacle-level sovereign Pokémon. Chucheng surmised that this tropical dragon was likely one of Grandpa Fu's mainstays. He silently estimated Grandpa Fu's strength. Was he a king-level trainer? At the very least, he must be a quasi-king, but the likelihood of him being a true king-level trainer was considerably higher, perhaps one of the very best among them. After all, Grandpa Fu had long served as the acting director of the Rising Dragon Gym for his grandfather. If his strength were lacking, how could he possibly uphold the reputation of the Rising Dragon Gym? Let us go, young master, we shall set off, Grandpa Fu cheerfully remarked. Observing this, the tropical dragon gradually descended, extending its neck to signal them to mount. Once Chucheng and the others were securely seated on its back, the tropical dragon immediately took to the skies. With its extraordinarily large leaf-like wings, the sovereign tropical dragon soared at astonishing speed, especially on such a sunny day, which was particularly advantageous for a dragon possessing the chlorophyll ability. Riding atop the tropical dragon, they departed from the ancestral home of the Chu family and swiftly headed toward the Qinling Mountains near the ancient city. The entrance to the Dragon's Nest secret realm was concealed within the Qinling Mountains, which was a significant reason for the ancient city being the stronghold of the Chu family. Chapter 147, Pillar of the Sky. High above in the sky, Chucheng felt the refreshing breeze caress his ears, and the surrounding clouds appeared almost within reach. The exhilarating sensation of riding a dragon through the clouds was utterly intoxicating. No wonder his father and sister adored flying on Charizard. Observing the elated expression on Chucheng's face, Grandpa Fu couldn't help but smile benevolently. The broad back of the sovereign tropical dragon comfortably accommodated both of them, with ample space even for 3 or 4 more individuals. As the 4 massive leaf-like wings flapped, the swift flight at such heights was remarkably stable, akin to riding the most advanced aircraft, an utterly delightful travel experience. Despite its seemingly hefty appearance, the sovereign tropical dragon's speed was already approaching the sound barrier. Had it not been for the tropical dragon actively generating an energy shield to shield them from the brunt of the fierce winds, Chucheng and his companions would have been swept away by the turbulent airflow. The distance between the ancient city and the Qinling Mountains was relatively short. Under the tropical dragon's rapid flight, they reached the mountainous region in less than half an hour. Under Grandpa Fu's guidance, they pressed onward without pause, delving deeper into the mountainous terrain. After a while, the signs of human presence dwindled, and aside from a narrow path below, they had truly entered the wild. The periphery of the Qinling Mountains near the city was frequently patrolled by specialized trainers dispatched by the ancient city due to its proximity. Aggressive Pokémon had long been relocated, leaving behind mostly benign creatures, allowing even ordinary people to traverse this area. However, beyond this small safe zone near the city's outskirts, the Qinling Mountains undoubtedly became a top-tier forbidden zone. Any venture deeper could pose significant danger, even for professional trainers. Thus, upon entering this area, the Pinnacle's sovereign tropical dragon unleashed its aura entirely. The various flying Pokémon that had initially approached out of curiosity immediately vanished upon sensing the tropical dragon's presence, fleeing as if their lives depended on it, reminiscent of the saying. Holding a chamber pot, leaning on a cane, and tucking in their tails, they scurried away. Protected by the tropical dragon, they flew for some time longer before they finally neared their destination. As they approached, the tropical dragon reigned in its formidable presence. As they were now close to their goal and in the heart of the mountain range, where king-level Pokémon could indeed be found. For weaker Pokémon, the tropical dragon's aura served as the ultimate deterrent, but for king-level Pokémon, it was more akin to a challenge, potentially provoking their ire. Standing atop the tropical dragon, Chucheng gazed ahead and was astounded to discover, in the distance, a vague silhouette becoming clearer as they drew near. It was a tower that soared into the clouds. Perched atop the peaks, Chucheng was taken aback. They had ventured deep into the Qinling Mountains, at least 200 kilometers from the city, surrounded by desolate wilderness. The presence of such a majestic structure atop the mountain was astonishing, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the tower seemed vaguely familiar. Noticing the astonishment on Chucheng's face, Grandpa Fu smiled and spoke. "If I remember correctly, young master, this is your first visit here, isn't it?" Chucheng nodded in acknowledgement. "This is where our ancestors discovered the entrance to the Dragon's Nest secret realm. At that time, it was merely a desolate wilderness. The space here was exceedingly unstable due to the realm's nature. It was by sheer chance that the Dragon Emperor entered. As for this tower, it was constructed over nearly a century based on the manuscripts left by the Dragon Emperor. Legend has it that, in times of necessity, this tower can possess unimaginable powers. However, it has yet to be utilized. In the present era of the Alliance, the Chu family has remodeled the interior of this tower, incorporating modern spatial technology to stabilize the passage between the realm and reality." As Grandpa Fu recounted this, Chucheng continued to observe the tower as they drew closer, its full form finally coming into view. It was a towering edifice, ancient and majestic. Suddenly, Chucheng recalled an image he had seen in a comic, a tower remarkably resembling the pillar of the sky where Rayquaza was enshrined. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. His ancestors had replicated a pillar of the sky in the wilderness. No wonder it was visible from several kilometers away. Only in the Pokémon world could such a feat be accomplished. Without the strength of Pokémon, constructing a tower several kilometers high, reaching into the clouds, would be utterly impossible. Even if the entire population of the ancient city devoted themselves to the task, a century would be insufficient, let alone 500 years. However, as Chucheng gazed at the pillar of heaven before him and recalled Uncle Fu's earlier words, a spark of curiosity ignited within him. Could it be that the pillar of heaven, replicated by his ancestors, truly had the power to summon the mighty Rayquaza? Just as Chucheng was lost in contemplation, the tropical dragon, having reached its destination, descended gracefully. Noticing the arrival of visitors, the guards stationed at the sky tower promptly approached. Upon recognizing Uncle Fu and the tropical dragon, they retracted their Pokémon, moving forward to greet both Uncle Fu and Chucheng. These individuals were all subordinates of the Chu family, tasked with safeguarding the Pillar of Heaven to ensure that the Dragon's Nest secret realm remained inaccessible to outsiders. The guards hailed from either branches of the Chu family's lineage or were loyal followers from the past, all trustworthy individuals. After informing them of his intent to assist Chucheng in selecting Dragon-type Pokémon, Uncle Fu exchanged a few words with the surrounding guards, who immediately opened the pathway to the Dragon's Nest. In an instant, a powerful wave of spatial energy surged around them, and the invisible fluctuations at the base of the Pillar of Heaven parted to reveal a somewhat ethereal gate that materialized out of thin air. Once this illusory door stabilized, Uncle Fu summoned the tropical dragon back and led Chucheng through it. Only after their figures had completely vanished within the portal did the guards sever the energy sustaining the gate, causing it to dissipate and restoring the surrounding area to its original tranquility. Chapter 148. S-Rank Secret Realm Inside the Dragon's Nest Secret Realm. Chucheng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he leaned against a nearby towering tree to rest. The commotion surrounding his entrance into the Dragon's Nest was far more intense than his initial visit to the Novice Secret Realm in the Imperial capital. The overwhelming sensations left him somewhat lightheaded. It was absurd that while he had previously suffered from motion sickness, he had now overcome that only to be afflicted by the disorientation of teleportation. What could he even say about that? Sensing his discomfort, Uncle Fu chuckled and explained that such reactions were typical for first-time entrance into a super-large secret realm. Once his body adapted, the experience would no longer be so unpleasant. Unlike the Novice Secret Realm he had visited in the Imperial capital, which was merely a small-scale realm tightly connected to Blue Star, the Dragon's Nest possessed considerable independence. Hence the body's reaction to the environmental changes during the first entry. After resting for a while and feeling rejuvenated, Chucheng stood up and surveyed the vastness of the space before him. It was immense, truly immense. The singular impression he gathered from the Dragon's Nest was its staggering size. They had arrived at the peak of one of the tallest mountains, and as he gazed out, he was met with an endless expanse of rolling hills. Even with his exceptional vision as a super Dongwang, he could not see the horizon. It was said that looking at mountains can tire a horse. And with so many mountains stretching into infinity, one could only imagine the vast distances involved. The natural environment around him differed significantly from the outside world. The forest was composed of towering trees, each reaching heights of dozens to hundreds of meters. Strange and exotic plants, previously unseen by Chucheng, flourished abundantly, and he could sense the abundant elemental energies of the realm, particularly the lively dragon-type energy. If one were to grow up in such an environment, the innate qualities of dragon-type Pokémon would surely improve. It was no wonder that high-level secret realms typically housed a plethora of powerful wild Pokémon. The sky within the secret realm still boasted a solitary sun, albeit with a slight distinction from the outside world. It appeared somewhat illusory, as if it lacked substance. While the sun outside hung high in the afternoon sky at around 3 o'clock, at that moment, the sun within the secret realm had just risen, casting a gentle morning light that bestowed warmth and illumination upon the realm's inhabitants. Chucheng speculated that perhaps the sun in this secret realm was merely a projection of the sun from the outside world. Young Master, the Dragon's Nest is a truly supersized top-tier secret realm. By the Alliance's rating standards, it qualifies as an S-rank secret realm. Its area spans over 200,000 square kilometers, larger than many small countries on Blue Star. As he spoke, Uncle Fu surveyed the surroundings before pointing in a particular direction. Beyond that mountain range lies an even broader expanse of ocean. Here lies the territories of the Dragonite, Milotic, Gyarados, and Toxapex. Indeed, Milotic and Gyarados may lack the dragon type, but broadly speaking, they possess draconic bloodlines. After all, in a certain sense, they can master abilities that even some dragon-type demigods cannot, such as Dragon Dance. Chucheng turned his gaze toward the indicated direction, but all he could see were mountains, with no sign of the ocean. While he had learned in his studies about Pokémon secret realms that S-rank realms were nearly as vast as small nations, the written word could not compare to the overwhelming reality. Experiencing the sheer vastness of this realm, distinct from the real world, was a sensation that could only be fully appreciated through first-hand observation. How many Pokémon must inhabit such a vast expanse? Chucheng couldn't help but wonder aloud. Perhaps no one knows the exact number, Uncle Fu replied. Over countless years, this environment has been exceptionally conducive to the life of dragon-type Pokémon, and the specific population has long since become unknown. Even the Chu family primarily records the numbers of demigod species, while they only maintain a general understanding of larger groups. However, the density of Pokémon here is actually much lower than that of the outside world. Dragon-type Pokémon require larger territories than typical Pokémon. Additionally, if they are not a social species, they tend to reject other dragon types aside from their mates and offspring. Only one dragon can reign over a territory. Uncle Fu elaborated, imparting knowledge that could only be gleaned from truly entering a secret realm. Once he saw that Chucheng had mostly recovered, Uncle Fu retrieved his tropical dragon from its pokeball. Let us proceed, young master. Upon our entry, I instructed them to select the teleportation point nearest to the dragon's tomb. Now, we shall head there first. The dragon's tomb? Aren't we supposed to find a suitable Pokémon for me first? Chucheng inquired, his expression tinged with confusion. Why go to the dragon's tomb? Isn't that where the dragon Pokémon are buried and where the guardian deity rests? The dragon festival is indeed held there tomorrow, but I haven't even acquired my Pokémon yet. Aside from the festival, our Chu family typically refrains from disturbing that place. Haha, young master. The young dragon-type Pokémon that are of suitable age and willing to leave the secret realm have mostly been brought near the dragon's tomb by their parents. The Dragon Festival serves not only as a selection for the dragons, but also as a choice for trainers. We only allow those willing to leave the secret realm to choose among the arriving trainers. Moreover, these ethereal beings inhabit diverse regions within the mystical realm. Should the trainers venture forth to seek them independently, it is likely that a year would pass without a successful discovery, let alone any participation in the Dragon Festival. We should hasten our journey, Master Fu cheerfully elucidated, simultaneously directing the tropical dragon to soar toward the dragon's tomb. Chapter 149, A Desired Choice. Upon hearing this, Chucheng's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, it had slipped his mind that given the vast expanse of the Wanshan Nest, if suitable Pokémon were not gathered in one place, the young trainers attending the Dragon Festival could potentially spend an entire year without finding an appropriate selection. How could they even dream of participating in the Dragon Festival? After some idle chatter, the two of them rode upon the tropical dragon, making their way to their destination, the dragon's tomb. The location of the dragon's tomb is essentially at the heart of this mystical domain, where the Pokémon residing within it establish territories according to their strength. The closer one approaches the dragon's tomb, the more abundant the energy in the air becomes, thus revealing the presence of formidable Pokémon clans. As they traveled, dragon-type Pokémon occasionally soared past them in the sky. There were soundwave dragons, desert dragonflies, and fire-breathing dragons, and Chucheng even caught a fleeting glimpse of a Dragonite. Yet, upon noticing Chucheng and his companion, these Pokémon exhibited no hostility whatsoever. In fact, Chucheng observed several Dragon-type Pokémon approaching Master Fu and the tropical dragon to exchange greetings. Clearly, compared to Chucheng, the unfamiliar newcomer to the Wanshan nest, Master Fu and his companions were well-acquainted regulars. Master Fu, do you often visit the mystical realm with the tropical dragon? Chucheng inquired, seeking clarity. Indeed, since my youth, I have frequently accompanied the old master into the mystical realms, and now, nearly 4 decades later, I am well acquainted with many of the dragon-type Pokémon here. Numerous companions of mine were captured within these lands, including the tropical dragon, which was my very first Pokémon, correct? Roar. The tropical dragon responded with a resounding cry. In its early days within the Wanshan nest, due to its size, it found no fellow kin willing to befriend it. Its days revolved around eating and sleeping. And as it grew larger, fewer companions were inclined to associate with it. It was only upon encountering Master Fu, who was selecting his initial Pokémon in the mystical realm, that a profound connection sparked between them at first sight. Originally, Master Fu had the qualifications to capture a quasi-divine Pokémon here, or at the very least, to attempt to capture a Dragonite, a Charizard, or a Soundwave Dragon. However, he relinquished that opportunity in favor of choosing the unique tropical dragon. Since then, the tropical dragon gained its first partner, and though decades have passed, the memory of their initial encounter remains vivid. Now, witnessing Chucheng selecting his own Pokémon, both human and dragon seemed to recall the moment they first met, sharing an understanding glance that spoke volumes without words. Perhaps the tropical dragon may no longer be Master Fu's strongest Pokémon, yet the bond they forged remains profoundly deep. Due to the influence of aura, Chucheng's perception exceeded that of ordinary individuals, and he could not help but marvel at the subtle interaction between Master Fu and the tropical dragon. He resolved to select a Pokémon of his own that he could cherish, hoping that in the future, he too might revisit such cherished memories with his companion. By the way, young master, do you have a specific Pokémon in mind for selection? Master Fu inquired of Chucheng. Indeed, the Wanshan nest boasts a plethora of dragon-type quasi-divine Pokémon. Among them, the most abundant and formidable are the Dragonite, the Bloodwing Dragon, and the Sharpedo. As for others like the three-headed dragon, the multi-dragon Baruto, the wand-tailed armored dragon, the sticky beauty dragon, and the spiked ridge dragon, their numbers dwindle significantly. With some families consisting of only a few individuals, these Pokémon were not native to the Wanshan nest, but were introduced over generations by the Chu family's ancestors, who dedicated considerable effort to bring various dragon-type Pokémon into this realm. As for the aluminum steel dragon, whether it qualifies as a quasi-divine Pokémon is uncertain. As it is absent from the Wanshan nest, it is unknown whether it is simply non-existent or if the composite metal required for its evolution has yet to be discovered. Here, only a handful of common Pokémon resemble the aluminum steel dragon, brought back by the Chu family elders in pursuit of gathering powerful dragon-type Pokémon from beyond. A desired target, you ask? Listening to Master Fu's words, Chucheng fell into contemplation. Naturally, he yearned for a dragon-type Pokémon capable of soaring with him in flight. Among the quasi-divine Pokémon, only Dragonite, Bloodwing Dragon, Three-Headed Dragon, and Sharpedo could fulfill such a requirement. The first three are undoubtedly masters of flight, while the latter, despite being known as a land dragon, can also fly at supersonic speeds. However, should he encounter any other Pokémon that catches his eye, he would not hesitate to shift his focus. After all, the most crucial element in a trainer capturing a Pokémon is the connection they share. Pokémon and trainers who resonate well together often yield the most remarkable results. Chucheng conveyed his thoughts to Master Fu, who nodded appreciatively upon hearing them and gestured for the tropical dragon to fly toward a specific direction. In no time, they beheld a valley that resembled a sprawling dragon approaching in the distance. This was their intended destination, the Dragon's Tomb, where the Dragon Festival was set to take place the following day. However, Master Fu did not instruct the tropical dragon to descend directly at the Dragon's Tomb. Instead, he guided Chucheng toward the tallest peak in the eastern region. The Dragon's Tomb serves as the final resting place for all dragon-type Pokémon, aside from the Dragon Festival. It is typically where the guardian deity slumbers. To maintain respect, The dragon-type Pokémon that had gathered in anticipation of the festival would usually reside near the dragon's tomb. The mountains behind this peak are adjacent to the sea, and the targets you seek are primarily located upon this mountain, Master Fu elucidated, noticing Chucheng's puzzled expression. Cliffs facing the ocean and nearby islands are the ideal habitats for the Dragonite clan, while the towering peaks are favored by the Bloodwing dragons. The three-headed dragons may also be lurking nearby, as they enjoy engaging in battles with the Dragonites. Understanding dawned upon Chucheng, and soon after they arrived at their destination. At the foot of the mountain, Master Fu recalled the tropical dragon and led Chucheng forward. Chapter 150, A First Encounter with Legends. Upon landing near the seaside, Chucheng and his companion immediately spotted several mini-dragons frolicking joyfully around the rocky shoreline. Additionally, Chucheng gazed upward and caught sight of a round shark and a treasure dragon in the distance. Aside from the Dragonite, the primary habitats of the Sharpedo and Bloodwing dragon clans do not include this area. These little creatures are likely younglings eager to leave their homes in the Wanshan nest to participate in the Dragon Festival. Yet, as the festival time had not yet arrived, the sudden appearance of humans immediately drew the attention of the Dragonites. On the slope of the mountain, a vigilant Dragonite immediately swooped down, its robust body positioned protectively between Mr. Fu and Chucheng and the approaching Dratini. However, as it drew near and recognized Mr. Fu, its previously tense demeanor melted away, and it joyfully called out to him with a cheerful roar. "Ah, it's you. Long time no see. It appears you've come to the Dragon Festival with your young ones. Your clan's leader has arrived as well, hasn't it? We have matters to discuss with them, Mr. Fu said, his familiarity evident as he reached out to pat the Dragonite's head, squinting his eyes in delight. After exchanging greetings with Mr. Fu, the Dragonite nodded affirmatively at his words and then lowered itself, signaling for Mr. Fu and Chucheng to climb aboard, eager to take them to meet the clan leader. At this moment, Chucheng was taken aback. He understood that due to the innate pride of dragon-type Pokémon, it was exceedingly rare for them to allow anyone other than their trainers to ride upon them. Even Dragonites, known for their gentle temperament, with the exception of that irritable one belonging to Alice, typically reserved such privileges for urgent situations, such as rescuing those in peril at sea. Yet, this particular Dragonite, Mr. Fu, led Chucheng to the back of the Dragonite, and once they were comfortably seated, the creature's adorable little wings flapped gently, propelling them forward like an arrow released from a bow. Wow, this feels surprisingly pleasant. At the moment the Dragonite took flight, Chucheng had a fleeting sense of dread. Its speed far surpassed that of a Tropius, and he anticipated a rather uncomfortable experience. However, mere seconds into the flight, he realized he felt no discomfort at all. As the scenery whizzed past them, Chucheng perceived their rapid movement, but he felt remarkably at ease. The Dragonite's flight was steady, with the surrounding air currents seemingly under its flawless control. Even without the protection of an energy barrier, Chucheng felt as if a gentle breeze was caressing his face, with less resistance than he experienced while running. After they had taken off, Mr. Fu began to explain the backstory to Chucheng. It turned out that this Dragonite was not a native of the Dragon's Nest secret realm, but rather a wild Pokémon that Mr. Fu had rescued from the wilderness. Over 20 years ago, for reasons unknown, this Dragonite had become separated from its parents when it was still a Dratini, ultimately falling victim to a poacher group. At that time, the young Dratini was powerless to resist, merely watching as the poachers captured it, intending to sell it overseas. Just when despair began to set in, Mr. Fu happened upon the poachers and eliminated them, rescuing the young Dratini. However, rather than capturing it for himself, Mr. Fu took the Dratini to the Dragon's Nest secret realm to live, teaching it essential survival skills, thus transforming it into the Dragonite they now rode. Although Mr. Fu had not captured the Dragonite, in its heart, it regarded him as akin to a trainer. Under the Dragonite's guidance, they reached the summit within just a couple of minutes. Upon arriving, Chucheng finally comprehended the profound essence of an S-level secret realm. Dragonites, three-headed dragons, Garchomps, Bloodwing dragons, Spiketail dragons, and various other formidable dragon-type semi-deities stood majestically upon the mountaintop. Yet, the most significant aspect was that the Dragonite brought them to face another Dragonite at the center. The moment Chucheng laid eyes on this particular Dragonite, he was struck by a wave of suffocation. This Dragonite was not only 3 times larger than the others, but, despite not being a sovereign Pokémon, its stature far exceeded that of a typical Pokémon. The robust physique of the Dragonite they rode now appeared diminutive in comparison. It is well known that among Dragon-type Pokémon, larger size often correlates with greater strength. Moreover, this Dragonite was covered in an array of jagged scars, with the most severe wound even piercing through its entire abdomen. The presence of these wounds erased the jovial demeanor typically associated with its kind, instead imbuing this elder Dragonite with an air of fierce ferocity. Additionally, the previously nearly invisible scales of the Dragonite species were now prominently displayed, layered densely and forming an impenetrable armor. Chucheng understood that according to his family's ancient texts, these characteristics manifested only when a Dragonite had developed its multiple scales to an exceptionally high level. His family's archives contained specialized techniques for cultivating this unique trait. One should not underestimate the significance of this characteristic, for it is shared only by Lugia among Pokémon, aside from the Dragonite lineage. This layer of scales not only significantly bolstered the Dragonite's defensive capabilities, but also enhanced its resistance to Ice-type energies during the development process. Chucheng's sister, Chucheng, had once triumphed in the East Huang High School Cup singles competition, overcoming 3 opponents from Ice City University, largely thanks to this very trait. The imposing Dragonite before him was likely the clan leader Mr. Fu had mentioned earlier. Suppressing his discomfort, Chucheng activated the system's scanning function. Name: Dragonite. Type: Dragon Flying. Gender: Energy level: 89, Legendary Pinnacle Transformation. Ability: Multiscale. Talent: Deep Crimson. Held item: Dragon Fong. Skills: Dragon Breath. Agility: Water Pulse. Flamethrower. Thunder: Thunder Wave. Roost: Dragon Dive. Dragon Dance. Water Tail. Quick Attack. Rain Dance. Draco Meteor. Dragon Claw. Hurricane. Mystical Shield. Blizzard. Hyper Beam. Legendary. Chucheng paid little heed to the extensive information that followed. Only the word legendary resonated in his mind. The Dragonite before him, exuding an aura of formidable power, was undoubtedly a legendary-level Pokémon, and even more remarkably, a pinnacle of legendary status. Chapter 151, Selecting Pokémon. Strong. So strong. Truly formidable. Gazing upon this terrifying Dragonite, Chucheng couldn't help but swallow hard. Was this the essence of a legendary-level Pokémon? He had not anticipated that the first legendary Pokémon he encountered would be such a powerful dragon-type semi-deity. With its strength, this Dragonite could likely overpower those who were dubbed secondary deities among legendary Pokémon, leaving them vanquished unless they possessed divine attributes. Was this truly the depth of a top-tier S-level secret realm? How utterly awe-inspiring, Chucheng mused. Should this Dragonite manifest in reality, it would represent a genuinely overwhelming force, an adversary capable of toppling entire nations. Many small countries would find themselves powerless against its onslaught, easily obliterated in its wake. Contemplating this was indeed rather intimidating. However, upon further reflection, he realized this secret realm belonged to his family. Thus, he promptly shifted his perspective, affirming, "Yes, that's right. Such a powerful Pokémon should come in abundance. I can handle it." As Chucheng quietly engaged in this mental brainstorming, as the Dragonite carrying Chucheng and his companions soared towards the mountaintop, it circled around the elder Dragonite, engaging in conversation while gesturing toward the direction of Uncle Fu and Chucheng. Meanwhile, Uncle Fu gently urged Chucheng forward, bowing slightly in respect to the Dragonite elder. He discreetly whispered to Chucheng, "The elder Dragonite is the ace of your great-grandfather. The wounds adorning its body are remnants from the war that sealed Yveltal." Chucheng nodded silently, a glimmer of understanding illuminating his gaze. No wonder this Dragonite was so formidable. After the upheaval in the world, he had devoted time to studying his family's history, and he was well aware of his great-grandfather's legacy. Although Chucheng had never met his great-grandfather, who had passed away before his birth, he was certainly familiar with the illustrious name, Chucheng. According to records, he was an exceptionally powerful trainer. Indeed, it was evident to Chucheng from the moment he laid eyes on the Dragonite. Chucheng was heralded as the foremost trainer of the Chu family over the past 2 centuries, even amidst the golden age of the Dongwang Alliance. A time teeming with prodigious talent, he was a steadfast contender. Apart from the extraordinary individual who emerged from humble beginnings, whose unparalleled gifts allowed him to dominate an era as the Alliance chairman, Chucheng could undoubtedly claim the second seat of authority within the Alliance at that time. It goes without saying that the Dragonite before him was a venerable ancestor. Not only the leader of the Dragonite clan, but also the one who presided over the dragon's nest in the absence of the guardian deity. Upon his arrival, Chucheng could discern this hierarchy from the positioning of the Pokémon. With the system's scanning capabilities, it became clear that none of the numerous quasi-divine dragon-type Pokémon present on the mountaintop fell below the champion rank, with several legendary beings among them, likely the leaders of various clans. Yet, these powerful dragon-type beings gathered around the Dragonite, subtly indicating its leadership. Listening to the young Dragonite. The elder Dragonite cast its gaze upon Chucheng and his party, seemingly evaluating them, merely being subjected to that casual glance. Chucheng felt as though the very air around him had momentarily stilled, and even the once vibrant aura of his aura power within him had become momentarily stifled. Observing the elder Dragonite's attention directed toward them, Uncle Fu stepped forward to lay bare their intentions, subsequently revealing Chucheng's identity. Upon hearing the name it had long yearned for from Uncle Fu's lips, the fierce demeanor of the elder Dragonite dissipated, replaced by a hint of softness in its scrutinizing gaze toward Chucheng. So this is the descendant of my trainer. Sensing a familiar aura, the Dragonite nodded affirmatively, confirming that indeed, he was a scion of the Chu family. With a roar, the elder Dragonite communicated Chucheng's purpose to the other leaders of the Dragon-type Pokémon surrounding them. At that moment, the collective gaze of the many Dragon-type Pokémon fixated upon Chucheng, nearly causing him to break into a cold sweat. Nevertheless, facing the scrutinizing stares of the formidable assemblage, Chucheng stood resolute, forcibly activating the aura power within him, refusing to show any signs of trepidation. Observing this, the numerous Pokémon revealed expressions of satisfaction. After all, maintaining composure in the face of their formidable presence indicated a remarkable mental fortitude among the younger generation. Furthermore, the Dragon-type Pokémon were not blind. The intense aura emanating from Chucheng could not escape their notice, especially when it was activated. Though not the traditional dragon taming ability passed down through the generations of the Chu family, it was still impressive, indicating that his innate talent was beyond question. With a roar, the elder Dragonite, having deemed Chucheng worthy after their scrutiny, decisively granted him the privilege to select any one of the young dragon-type Pokémon brought forth by them, provided that the chosen one consented, allowing him to take it to participate in the Dragon Festival. It then instructed the Dragonite that had just escorted them to lead them to the young Pokémon. Upon hearing this, both Chucheng and Uncle Fu sighed in relief. The quasi-divine younglings brought by the Dragonites were undoubtedly the creme de la creme of talent. One should not assume that being from the Chu family would grant unrestricted access to the quasi-divine offspring within the secret realm, particularly those of the highest caliber. Although many of the powerful dragon-type Pokémon within the Dragon's Nest were indeed the ancestral companions of the Chu family, they would not forcibly impose themselves upon any youngling if Chucheng failed to prove himself. Dragon-type Pokémon were inherently proud, and especially so among the elite cadre of quasi-divine beings. These younglings possessed a significant sense of self-worth. If they found themselves paired with a trainer they deemed unworthy, they might not even heed commands, let alone forge a bond essential for growth. Thus, the ability to nurture a dragon-type Pokémon ultimately hinged upon one's own merit. Even during transactions with the Alliance, the Chu family merely negotiated for the right to capture. The opportunity was provided. But gaining the recognition of the dragon-type Pokémon depended entirely on the trainer. However, this was not without merit. At the very least, with the elder Dragonite's endorsement, the dragon-type offspring within the secret realm would regard Chucheng with a measure of respect. Indeed, some of those initially disinterested in seeking a trainer might reconsider their stance. This was the esteem that the Dragonite commanded within the Dragon's Nest. In the absence of the guardian deity, it truly held the reins of authority. This was precisely why Uncle Fu had first brought Chucheng to meet the Dragonite. Led by the somewhat comical Dragonite that had escorted them, Chucheng made his way to the sanctuary where the young Pokémon temporarily resided. However, Uncle Fu did not follow. He had fulfilled his role. And now it was time for Chucheng to navigate the path ahead on his own. Chapter 152, The Target Appears. After enduring the scrutiny of the elder Pokémon, the Dragonite swiftly guided Chucheng to the location where the young Pokémon were resting. In fact, this was the very spot where they had previously observed the playful Dratini at the foot of the mountain. With a roar, the Dragonite informed Chucheng that he could attempt to capture Dragon-type Pokémon here before the commencement of the Dragon Festival the following day, whether through combat or persuasion, as long as the young ones consented. Having delivered this message, the Dragonite departed, waving its hand as if to convey something. If Chucheng heard correctly, it was likely an encouragement, prompting a smile to grace his face as he waved back before turning his attention towards the area where the young Pokémon were gathered. The first place Chucheng approached was the beach, where besides the Dratini he had initially encountered, he also spotted the silhouettes of Horsia and Magikarp. However, as he pondered, it became evident that not all trainers arriving would earn the favor of the quasi-divine offspring. During every Dragon Festival, countless trainers eagerly sought to capture a young quasi-divine Pokémon within the Dragon's Nest, yet the vast majority returned empty-handed. The Dragon-type Pokémon residing in the secret realm were well-versed in the ways of the world. As an elite S-rank secret realm, its resources were abundant. Furthermore, many of their elders had accompanied previous Chu family trainers to witness the outside world, thereby elevating their standards far beyond that of ordinary wild Pokémon. It was likely that many of those who came with high hopes would ultimately leave disheartened, settling for lesser options. In the Nest of Dragons, it is strictly forbidden to forcibly capture Dragon-type Pokémon through combat, unless with their consent. However, under normal circumstances, when a Pokémon willingly engages in battle to determine whether to follow you, it at least indicates a non-hostile attitude towards you becoming its trainer. Yet, most individuals find themselves stuck at this juncture. Often, the young progeny of Dragon-type demigods do not even afford them the opportunity to battle. Nevertheless, there exists more than one option for capturing Dragon-type demigods within the Nest of Dragons. The Pokémon participating in the Dragon Festival generally possess commendable qualifications, with most attaining at least a purple-level aptitude, the minimum being blue-purple. At this moment, under Chucheng scanning, several of the frolicking seahorses and Phoeba exhibit purple or even deep purple-level qualifications. In fact, among the Phoeba, Chucheng even spotted one with a purple-red aptitude. Remarkably, prior to the system's scan, Chucheng had not perceived any distinctiveness, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that this Phoeba indeed possessed certain unique traits. Not only did its scales appear to shimmer with greater luster, but its listless eyes seemed to radiate a spark of vitality compared to its companions. Name, Phoeba. Type, water. Gender, none. Energy level, 18, normal. Ability, adaptability. Aptitude, purple-red. Held item, none. Skills, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Mist, Soak, Attract, Bounce, Tackle. The hidden ability is one thing, but having inherited both Dragon Breath and Dragon Pulse, the ability to inherit two Dragon-type moves indicates a profound lineage of dragon blood within this Phoeba. It appears that this particular Phoeba is a descendant of a Dragon-type Pokémon and Milotic, Chucheng surmised. Phoeba, while not a rare Pokémon, boasts remarkable vitality and is widely distributed, likely second only to Magikarp among water-type Pokémon. One wonders if there exists a discerning trainer among those attending the Dragon Festival who can recognize its exceptional qualities. Observing the Phoeba, Chucheng contemplated that as his target was a Dragon-type Pokémon, he had no intention of capturing this Phoeba, merely hoping that none of the attendees would discern its unusual attributes. Those qualified to participate in the Dragon Festival would certainly not be incapable of obtaining even a single high-quality beautiful scale. Furthermore, should the Phoeba manage to evolve on its own without the aid of beautiful scales, it could very well ascend to become a Milotic of shallow red aptitude. At that point, its battle prowess would soar, for Milotic stands among the most formidable Pokémon beneath the demigods. The value of this Phoeba would surpass that of ordinary demigod offspring. After passing the seahorses and Phoeba, Chucheng approached Adradini. Perhaps owing to the bloodline of the Chu family coursing through him, even without awakening the power to command dragons, these Dradini showed no signs of aversion towards him. Some even ventured closer, curiously scrutinizing this human before them. It appeared that, should he wish, Chucheng could easily capture one. However, after a brief glance, he chose to turn away. The qualifications of these Dradini were undoubtedly commendable, with an average aptitude above purple level. To most, they would be nearly irresistible. Yet Chucheng did not make an immediate decision. Firstly, none of the Dradini had captured his heart at first glance. Secondly, as the saying goes, now that he was here, he must thoroughly evaluate all the Pokémon to find the one most suited to him. How could he possibly rush into a decision? Subsequently, Chucheng departed from the beach, where the Dragon-type Pokémon, disliking damp environments, had retreated to the nearby mountain. He intended to explore that area. Phew, the mountain appeared close. But having previously been ferried by a Dragonite, he hadn't realized how far it was until he began walking. It took him nearly half an hour of brisk walking to finally reach the foot of the mountain. Upon arrival, he noticed a large ant emerging from the soil nearby. However, upon seeing the unfamiliar human, the little creature was startled and quickly burrowed back into the ground, leaving Chucheng standing there with a wry smile. From the large ant to the Swablu, Woobat, and then to the heart scales, Sharpedo, and Druddigan, Chucheng continued his journey, observing one Dragon-type Pokémon after another. Among them were several commendable specimens, yet none compelled him to commit. Just as he found himself in a state of indecision, he inadvertently wandered to a desolate cliffside. Muttering a curse under his breath, he prepared to leave. However, just as he turned to depart, a figure fell from the sky, capturing his attention. The moment he laid eyes on this Pokémon, A singular thought echoed within him. This is the one.